Chapter 476, The Overbearing Dragonite and the Imminent Civil War. What a magnificent battle where the weak triumphs over the strong. I never anticipated that trainer, Ash, could turn the tide. Truly deserving of the title champion from the previous Lily of the Valley Conference. In light of Yaya's extraordinary victory over the red-faced dragon, the host, much like the audience, could not contain his excitement, and even the distinguished guest, Awake, found himself compelled to voice his heartfelt sentiments. Phew, you scared us. We thought you were going to lose this time. Exactly. Don't worry, it won't be that easy. Brimming with enthusiasm, Ash returned to the spectators' area, conversing cheerfully with the girls while awaiting the commencement of the top 16. The 1v1 format made the competition proceed with remarkable swiftness. It wasn't long before Alice, Tiantong, and Bailu advanced in succession. Anyone he was acquainted with, such as Kenyon, Xiodi, even Bajur, had all made into the top 16, except for the unfortunate Cabernet, who met Xiodi in the first round. Realizing this, Cabernet could only silently retreat to a corner, consumed by his despondency. The others could only mourn for him for 3 seconds. The focus shifted back to the competition, observing the first round of the top 16. The Ice-type Blue-Gray faces off against the Dragon-type Alice. This promises to be a clash of fire and ice. Dragon Destroyer, such a delightfully over-the-top name. Toko remarked with keen interest, while only Xiaowang could not help but mock Blue-Gray's peculiar moniker. Nonetheless, this did not detract from the battle at hand. In the inaugural match of the top 16, Blue-Gray's Frostbear confronted Alice's Dragonite. Frostbear used Ice Beam. Blue-Gray commanded with determination, unleashing a powerful Ice-type move right from the start. The Frostbear roared, sending a piercing beam of icy light straight towards the airborne Dragonite. Dragonite, evade quickly, Alice shouted urgently. However, Dragonite merely cast a sidelong glance at the incoming beam, a glint of defiance in its eyes, and chose to stand its ground. It puffed out its chest and absorbed the blow with its robust physique. Although a portion of its body was encased in ice, Dragonite simply shook itself free of the frost and disdainfully gazed at Alice behind it, as if questioning why it should evade. Why are you not following my commands and allowing yourself to be drained? Alice pondered, having noted that Dragonite had consistently ignored her directives since the previous battle. Indeed, you have yet to tame Dragonite, Blue-Gray observed with delight. From the previous round, Dragonite had already displayed a reluctance to heed commands. That Ice Beam was merely a test. If this match continued in the same vein, it would be quite manageable. Unleash Blizzard directly. Blue-Gray seized the opportunity to execute an Ice-type ultimate move, striving to maximize damage before the opponent regained control. Frostbear. The Frostbear inhaled deeply, and an intense blizzard engulfed the arena in an instant. Dragonite soared into the air to escape the ground. Of course, Alice's orders fell on deaf ears, as Dragonite remained fixated on its opponent, allowing the blizzard to envelop its entire being. There was not a hint of fear in its eyes, typical of a dragon-type Pokémon facing such a tempest. Crackle, crackle gradually. A thick layer of ice began to creep up Dragonite's lower half at an alarming pace. Another blizzard. Dodge it. At this moment, Dragonite resembled a rebellious child, seemingly determined to defy Alice's commands, silently enduring the second blizzard which encased its entire robust form in ice. Is it intentionally opposing Alice? Xiaoguang mused, unable to comprehend Dragonite's actions. Toko, however, discerned a hint of motive. It seems to be attempting to prove its strength to Alice. Why? Salina tilted her head in question. To demonstrate its prowess. Having earned the title of Little Tyrant in Ripple Town, it implies that Dragonite holds little regard for ordinary Pokémon. In its eyes, the Frostbear's attacks are so feeble that it deems evasion unnecessary. With his connection to the aura, Ash could somewhat fathom Dragonite's mindset. Indeed, despite enduring so many Ice-type moves, Dragonite shows no signs of losing its fighting capability, May remarked in astonishment. This Dragonite, though a Dragon-type, exhibited excessive cold resistance. Roar! Suddenly, Dragonite below opened its eyes, shattering the ice, encasing its body into fragments. Frostbear used Aura Sphere. Seeing that Ice-type moves were ineffective, Blue-Gray sought to attack with a Fighting-type ultimate move. Flamethrower. Alice commanded once more, but Dragonite disregarded her yet again. Facing the oncoming Aura Sphere, a flicker of disdain crossed Dragonite's gaze, and with a crackle, it raised its right hand, golden electricity swirling around it. Then, With a casual sweep of its arm, it obliterated the approaching aura sphere. Dragonite even took heavy steps, advancing slowly at first, then gaining momentum, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure as it charged towards the frost bear. Though capable of flight, it chose to run, demonstrating unparalleled arrogance. Startled by Dragonite's brazen demeanor, Blue-Gray panicked and shouted, "Frost Bear, use Blizzard!" It seemed to place all hope on this Ice-type ultimate move. However, compared to the gradually charging Blizzard, Dragonite sidestepped the close-range attack, and the fully charged Thunder Punch struck the Frost Bear squarely in the face. Frost Bear has lost its fighting capability. Dragonite is the victor. The referee decisively waved the flag. A single Thunder Punch left the Frost Bear dazed, showcasing Dragonite's formidable strength. But Alice's Dragonite truly has a personality of its own. Xiao Wang laughed from the stands. This victory, more than a testament to Alice's strategy, was a result of Dragonite's own power and willfulness. For Blue-Gray, this was likely the greatest humiliation. After all, he could not even defeat a Dragonite that disregarded its trainer's commands. Indeed, I haven't encountered such a spirited Pokémon in quite some time. Ash observed as he watched the defiant Dragonite, seemingly unfazed by Alice's reprimands, and his mind involuntarily conjured the visage of Charizard. Fortunately, I did not capture a three-headed dragon. Such a headstrong Pokémon is beyond my ability to tame. May felt a sense of relief. Compared to taming a powerful Pokémon, she preferred to accompany her Snivy and watch it grow stronger bit by bit. The second match was between May and Salina. Upon the host's announcement, the large screen swiftly displayed the portraits of the two women. In an instant, the atmosphere filled with laughter and chatter was abruptly shattered as their five-member team faced its first internal conflict. Chapter 477. May's advancement and Toko's domination already so soon to engage in internal conflict? May and Salina exchanged astonished glances, which quickly transformed into laughter. Their eyes ignited with a spark of friendly rivalry. "Salina, I assure you, I shall not hold back," May declared, her fists clenched and her smile radiant. Salina nodded earnestly, her gaze resolute. Together, they strode towards the battlefield. "Go forth, Ivy Snake. Onward, long-tailed Fire Fox." The verdant Ivy Snake and the long-tailed Fire Fox, wielding a wooden staff, made their simultaneous entrance, locking eyes as the air thickened with a palpable mix of tension and exhilaration. The anticipation surrounding the duel between May and Salina was electric. As Little Light watched with eager interest, "I wonder who will emerge victorious?" Little G mused, observing intently, while their skirmishes were not infrequent. This marked the first time they clashed in an official match. The referee raised the flag. Competitor May versus competitor Salina, the match begins. The battle was poised to ignite. Ivy Snake, Vine Whip. The Ivy Snake launched the first offensive, its emerald tendrils shooting forth like lightning towards the long-tailed Fire Fox. Long-tailed Fire Fox, evade with Flamethrower. Salina responded swiftly. The long-tailed Fire Fox elegantly leaped backward, pointing its staff to unleash a fierce, robust column of fire that expertly intercepted the vine, incinerating it in an instant. May's gaze sharpened. Energy Ball. The Ivy Snake summoned a dazzling energy sphere at the tip of its green tail and deftly hurled it at the long-tailed Fire Fox. Flamethrower. Salina seamlessly countered. A swirling vortex of searing flames erupted, instantly engulfing the foliage and surging menacingly towards the Ivy Snake. Quick dodge. May shouted urgently. The Ivy Snake executed a perilous sidestep, narrowly evading the flames. Seed Bomb. Seizing the opportunity amidst the long-tailed Fire Fox's offensive, the Ivy Snake launched several seeds in quick succession. The fiery vortex attempted to intercept, but the Ivy Snake was swifter. The seed struck precisely beneath the long-tailed Fire Fox, causing emerald vines to ensnare its limbs and begin siphoning its vitality. The long-tailed Fire Fox faltered momentarily. Leaf Blade. May commanded decisively. The Ivy Snake transformed into a blur of green, charging forth with a razor-sharp grass-type energy coalescing at its tail, striking fiercely without granting the long-tailed Fire Fox a moment to sever the vines with flames. Jump to avoid. Salina urged desperately. The long-tailed Fire Fox barely managed to leap and evade, yet the residual force of the leaf blade still grazed it. And combined with the lingering drain from the seed bombs, it showed signs of fatigue upon landing. For the final blow, Solar Flare. May proclaimed with fervor. Under the blazing sun, a blinding beam of white light rapidly coalesced. Long-tailed Fire Fox, unleash your most powerful flamethrower. Salina grit her teeth, preparing to withstand the onslaught. Boom. The radiant beam collided violently with the kaleidoscopic flames, but alas, The long-tailed firefox was in poor condition, and with the ivy snake charging its energy more swiftly. The white beam ultimately overpowered the flames, crashing down upon the long-tailed firefox. As the smoke cleared, the long-tailed firefox lay defeated. The long-tailed firefox was rendered incapable of battle. The victor was the ivy snake, with May as the champion. The referee waved the flag. "We did it, Ivy Snake." "How splendid," May exclaimed, celebrating with a high five. Salina recalled her long-tailed firefox, begrudgingly acknowledging, "Congratulations, May. That was an extraordinary battle." Salina had never truly expected to secure a top 3 finish in the Youth Cup, especially since she had promised Sachi to return to Kalos after the conclusion of the Hashikawa tournament. Thus, upon returning to the audience, she felt no sense of disappointment, instead dreaming of her upcoming journey to Kalos next year. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Toko found herself pitted against an old acquaintance of Little G's, Kenny, a decent trainer. However, his strength paled in comparison to Toko's. Furthermore, Kenny's fighting ghost was at a distinct disadvantage against Toko's warrior eagle, rendering his expression rather grave. Fighting ghost, sonic punch. Kenny initiated the assault. The fighting ghost transformed into a blur, its right fist slicing through the air, aimed directly at the warrior eagle's chest, moving with astonishing speed. "Ascend." Toko reacted promptly. The warrior eagle flapped its colossal wings, creating a powerful gust that stirred the dust, the punch barely grazing its feathers. "Do not allow it to create distance. Use flying knee," Kenny commanded, pursuing the attack. The fighting ghost propelled itself upward like a cannonball, its knees gleaming with fighting-type energy. Crashing towards the airborne warrior eagle. "Defend with steel wing." Toko remained composed. The warrior eagle's sharp wings gleamed with a metallic sheen, forming a protective barrier in front of itself. Clang. The flying knee struck forcefully against the steel wing, producing a violent metallic sound, yet the warrior eagle remained largely unharmed. "Now, warrior bird, unleash a fierce attack." Toko seized the moment as the opponent landed. With a battle cry, the warrior eagle surged forth, enveloped in flying-type energy, plummeting like a blazing blue meteor towards the fighting ghost. "Guard." Kenny's pupils dilated as he shouted urgently. The fighting ghost crossed its arms, a green shield manifesting in an instant. Boom. The warrior bird collided with the protective barrier, causing it to flicker violently, managing to withstand the assault. Yet the immense force still propelled the fighting ghost back several meters, leaving deep gouges in the ground. Gah! The warrior eagle winced slightly from the recoil of its own attack. What immense strength. Close-range battle with the fighting ghost. Kenny's expression hardened as he activated the fighting type's ultimate move, acrobatics. Toko remained unflustered, issuing swift commands. Faced with a barrage of fists, the warrior eagle exhibited remarkable agility, evading most lethal strikes, with only a few grazing its feathers. "Ascend and unleash airblade," Toko called out as the fighting ghost's ultimate move concluded, quickly creating distance for a counterattack. The warrior eagle soared high into the sky, gaining a safe distance, its wings slicing through the air to unleash a flurry of sharp air blades towards the fighting ghost below. "Use close combat to deflect." Kenny responded in a timely manner. The fighting ghost slammed its fists into the ground, generating a powerful shockwave that dispersed or diverted most of the incoming air blades. "This isn't over yet. Warrior eagle. Divine bird strike," Toko declared with fervor, initiating one of the flying type's ultimate techniques. The warrior eagle began to spiral in midair, radiating an ominous wave of energy. Kenny felt the immense pressure and hurriedly declared, "We cannot let it finish charging." "Fighting ghost, use aura sphere." The fighting ghost brought its palms together, condensing a highly compressed fighting-type energy sphere, which soared skyward. "Interrupt it with warrior bird." Toko, seasoned and composed, altered her strategy with a knowing smile. The warrior eagle immediately ceased its divine bird strike, unleashing a burst of azure energy as it dove towards the incoming aura sphere. Boom. The two blue energies collided violently mid-air, resulting in a fierce explosion. Within the cloud of smoke, a blue figure shot forth like a meteor piercing through the clouds. The warrior eagle, empowered by its warrior bird, struck heavily against the fighting ghost, which had momentarily faltered in its actions due to the release of the aura sphere. The fighting ghost was forcefully propelled backwards, crashing to the ground, struggling momentarily before ultimately succumbing to defeat. As the dust settled, the warrior eagle stood proudly in the center of the arena, bearing the marks of the recoil and explosion, yet its gaze remained sharp. The fighting ghost lay nearby, having lost the ability to battle. The referee waved the flag. Fighting ghost is unable to continue. Warrior eagle is victorious. The champion is competitor Toko. Chapter 478. All advance. The top 8 revealed. In the fourth match, it was once again Little G's turn to take the stage, perhaps due to the previous match's overwhelming opponent. His current adversary was not particularly formidable. In a surprising twist, his opponent had chosen the adorable fluffy Pokémon, Sinnoh. In that case, Yaya, it is you who shall take the stage. With a determined throw, Ash released the Pokeball, and the dainty yet sharp-eyed Yaya made her entrance. Initially, Ash intended to give the opportunity to fire Rock Mouse, considering the latter had just returned and deserved a chance to shine. However, upon assessing the prowess of Chi Nuali Shu, Ash decided it would be more prudent to entrust the battle to Yaya. The match commenced, and Chi Nuali Shu's trainer opted for a preemptive strike. In an instant, a multitude of dazzling star-shaped beams hurtled towards Yaya. Without hesitation, Yaya charged forward, employing her dragon claw to cleave through the onslaught. Ash remained unfazed. The Chi Nuali Shu before him was decidedly weaker than the crimson-faced dragon. With a low growl, Yaya summoned the vibrant green energy of her dragon type, her claws gleaming like two razor-sharp blades. She surged forward, dismantling the incoming starlight with her swiping claws, relentlessly closing the distance to the Chi Nuali Shu. Quickly, Chi Nuali Shu, use Iron Tail, Kate urgently commanded. The Chi Nuali Shu's tail ignited with a brilliant light, sweeping forcefully towards the approaching Yaya. Seizing the moment, Ash called out, dodge, and use Dragon Pulse. Yaya adeptly sidestepped the tail strike, her claws accurately grasping the Chi Nuali Shu's tail, securing it firmly. In the next instant, she gathered a searing blue-purple energy in her mouth and unleashed it at point-blank range. Boom! The Dragon Pulse struck true, sending the Chi Nuali Shu flying from the explosive impact, rendering it unable to continue. With the Chi Nuali Shu incapacitated, Yaya emerged victorious, and the referee swiftly declared Ash the winner. Yaya, having once again secured a win, joyfully approached Ash, seeking his praise, to which he responded with a satisfied smile. With such a performance, Yaya was on the brink of evolution within a month or two. Next up was Xiao Guang, the coordinator, preparing for her battle. It's our turn. Pachirisu, shine bright. She exuberantly summoned her signature electric squirrel. Her opponent, a serious trainer, sent forth a multi-core green Pokémon, the Cell Ball. Cell Ball, use Calm Mind. The opponent began by enhancing their own capabilities. The Cell Ball floated, surrounded by a glow that amplified its special attack and defense. We cannot allow it to strengthen unhindered. Pachirisu, use Angry Fangs. Xiao Guang reacted swiftly. Pachirisu transformed into a streak of white lightning, dashing towards the Cell Ball, its prominent fangs shimmering with destructive energy as it bit down fiercely. The Cell Ball was interrupted mid-comm, emitting a cry of pain as its stamina took a significant hit. Now, use Discharge. Xiao Guang pressed the advantage. Pachirisu erupted with a powerful golden electric current, enveloping the Cell Ball at close range. Cell Ball, use Psychic. The opponent attempted to retaliate. However, the Cell Ball, having been severely weakened by the angry fangs, found its psychic attack considerably diminished in potency. Although it managed to push Pachirisu back a distance, the damage inflicted by Discharge was evidently greater. For the final blow, a flash of electricity erupted. Pachirisu adjusted its stance, enveloped in white light, and charged once more towards the Cell Ball like an arrow released from a bow. Bang! The Cell Ball was sent flying, losing its ability to fight. With that, Pachirisu emerged victorious, and the referee proclaimed Xiao Guang the winner. Fantastic job, Pachirisu. We did it. Xiao Guang joyfully lifted her partner into the air. Xiao Guang won rather swiftly. Mei smiled. It mainly depends on not facing a stronger opponent, Ash remarked, glancing towards the other side where Budger stood, hinting at something more. In stark contrast to Ash and Xiao Guang's effortless victories, Tian Tong faced a daunting challenge. He dispatched his rock shell crab, burdened by a massive rocky exoskeleton, against Eevee, believing it to be a surefire win. However, Budger struck first, and Eevee immediately displayed a pitiful expression as an invisible psychic wave enveloped the rock shell crab, swiftly diminishing its special defense. Despite Tian Tong's unyielding belief in the crab's defensive prowess, the fact remained that its defenses had indeed been compromised. The rock shell crab swung its colossal pincers, launching rock slides at Eevee, but with Eevee's agility, it deftly evaded the falling debris. In a critical moment, Budger's Eevee seized the opportunity. A surge of water energy shot skyward, and the once clear sky was quickly obscured by dark clouds as a torrential downpour began to fall. Following this, Eevee unleashed Weather Ball, a move that altered its properties with the weather, sending a water blue sphere hurtling towards the rock shell crab. Utilizing the overwhelming force of the water, Eevee clinched victory. Budger's Eevee is indeed formidable, That combination of Rain Dance and Weather Ball is astonishing, Ash mused, recalling the impressive EV team Pidgeot possessed, which adeptly utilized various type combinations in battle. Meanwhile, the last two matches of the top 16 continued to unfold. Huche, the foolish lad, enjoyed a stroke of luck as he faced an equally obscure trainer who utilized doubling Dowdu, which was swiftly dispatched by Huche's Riolu in a matter of moments. The most arduous battle, however, belonged to Bailu's Flame Monarch, who faced Xiao Superior. Theoretically, the Fire-type Flame Monarch held a significant advantage over the Grass-type Superior. Yet sometimes type advantages are not the sole determinants in Pokemon battles. In matches where both Pokemon are closely matched, the trainer's individual skill often dictates the outcome. In Ash's eyes, Xiao was marginally superior to Bailu, not to mention Xiao's shrewdness in withholding his true strength until the last moment, when he unleashed Superior's ultimate Grass-type move, Frenzy Plant, securing victory in this match. Thus, the battles of the top 16 in the Youth Cup concluded. Ash, Xiaoguang, Toko, Mei, Bajir, Xiao and Huche advanced into the quarterfinals with great success. The grand screen displayed the upcoming matchups, heralding the onset of even more intense competition. Chapter 479, Mei vs. Xiao, the counterattack of the Ivy Snake. Mei, you must give it your all. Do not lose to Xiao, Salina encouraged, raising her hand. Mei clenched her tiny pink fist, declaring, I will win. The first match of the quarterfinals featured Mei against Xiao. Confidently, she approached the stage, exuding assurance as if she already had a strategy in mind. Ivy Snake, I entrust you. At the referee's prompt, Mei tossed her Pokeball. Superior, defeat him. Seeing Mei send forth Ivy Snake before his own Superior, Xiao felt a twinge of disdain, scoffing at her audacity. Ivy Snake gracefully coiled, undeterred by the commanding presence of the evolved Superior, maintaining its composure. Superior, Magical Leaf. Xiao took the initiative, opting for a guaranteed hit. With an elegant toss of its head, countless shimmering leaves imbued with magical brilliance shot towards Ivy Snake with pinpoint accuracy, disregarding distance. Ivy Snake, Energy Ball. Mei recognized the inevitability of the situation. Ivy Snake hastily conjured a verdant energy ball to collide with the magical leaf. Although the energy ball was sliced by the sharp leaves, the explosion managed to neutralize the remaining magical leaves' advance. Dragontail, however, amidst the smoke from the explosion, Superior suddenly glided into Ivy Snake's vicinity, its elongated tail glowing with deep blue dragon energy, delivering a devastating sweep to the unsuspecting Ivy Snake. The sudden onslaught elicited a muffled groan from Ivy Snake, leaving a crimson mark upon its body. Yet, this was not the end. Superior's assault rained down like a tempest. Grass Mixer. Superior elegantly swung its long tail, conjuring a vortex of sharp leaves that whirled towards Ivy Snake. Be careful, Ivy Snake, Mei shouted. The Ivy Serpent writhed in an attempt to evade, yet the vortex's expanse was too vast. It suffered cuts from several leaves, its form disrupted, leaving it momentarily disheveled. Seizing the moment, amidst the blazing sunlight, Emperor Xiao launched a powerful assault at the instant the Ivy Serpent was ensnared. The Monarch Serpent reared its head, as if commanding the brilliance of the sun, and a tumultuous surge of solar energy rapidly coalesced within its maw. In a bold display, the Ivy Serpent chose to confront this force head-on. How utterly irrational. Little Guang on the platform was bewildered, questioning why, despite the circumstances, one would opt for a direct clash. However, Little Ji discerned the underlying strategy, as the beam from the Ivy Serpent took shape and shot forth. The Monarch Serpent unleashed a more robust and concentrated beam of destructive light. With a thunderous roar, the two beams collided violently. The Monarch Serpent's column of light, wielding overwhelming force, instantaneously engulfed the relatively slender beam of the Ivy Serpent, the residual energy striking it mercilessly. The Ivy Serpent was hurled away, crashing heavily to the ground. Battered and drained, the explosion's dust enveloping the arena. With no avenue for escape, the frenzied Flora fell victim to Emperor Xiao's piercing gaze. As he prepared to deliver a fatal blow, he was convinced that the Ivy Serpent, weakened and bloodied, could not evade this expansive onslaught. With a low growl, the Monarch Serpent summoned spiny roots to burst forth from the earth, crafting a net of death that ensnared the Ivy Serpent amidst the swirling dust. The area covered was nearly half the battlefield. Ivy Serpent, substitute. Mei's face lit up with delight as she promptly commanded. Just as the roots of the frenzied Flora were about to converge, a flash of green light erupted from the dust. An energy substitute materialized instantaneously, taking the Ivy Serpent's place and absorbing the dreadful attack, crushed at once by the violent roots. Meanwhile, The ivy serpent's true form was once again flung by the shockwave of the explosion, landing perilously at the edge of the arena, its condition precarious. The colossal side effects of the frenzied flora rendered the monarch serpent momentarily immobilized. Now was the time. Toxicity. May's strategy of delay activated, allowing the substitute to seize a fleeting opportunity. The ivy serpent, nearly exhausted, summoned its final reserves to accurately unleash a deep violet venom, traversing the distance to splatter onto the immobilized monarch serpent. The potent toxin swiftly infiltrated, causing the monarch serpent's smooth skin to erupt with ominous purple-black hues, writhing in agony. The poison took effect. Damned. Emperor Shio's complexion turned ashen. The ongoing damage from the venom was lethal. Monarch serpent, dragon tail, finish it. The monarch serpent, freed from its paralysis yet enduring the vicious assault of the toxin, allowed its elongated tail to gleam with deep blue draconic energy. With its last vestiges of strength, it swung fiercely towards the ivy serpent, barely clinging to life at the arena's edge. Hold on, hold your ground. May's final link in her delaying strategy was initiated. The ivy serpent's eyes radiated an indomitable will as a vibrant green shield barely materialized before it at the critical moment. With a resounding crash, the dragon tail struck the shield, causing it to flicker violently before shattering. The ivy serpent was sent reeling from the residual force, utterly drained. Its body beginning to emit a faint white glow, yet it stood resolute. Conversely, the toxin's ferocity surged within the monarch serpent, each breath akin to a blade. Its stamina draining away, movements becoming agonizingly sluggish. Photosynthesis. May had initially hoped for the ivy serpent to regain its strength and continue this war of attrition, but suddenly, the creature erupted in a blinding white light, filling May's face with anticipation. Before her eyes, the ivy serpent elongated and transformed rapidly within the radiance. The evolutionary power surging forth, mending its wounds and reshaping its form. As the brilliance faded, a more elongated and elegant monarch serpent, adorned with a regal crown of leaves and golden markings along its neck, emanated newfound strength and authority. It had evolved at this critical juncture. On the platform, Sally and the others rejoiced. The vitality restored through evolution allowed it to stand firm without the need for photosynthesis. Meanwhile, Emperor Shio's monarch serpent, ravaged by the relentless toxin, was on the brink of collapse, struggling even to hold its head high, its body marred by purple-black splotches. For the final blow, sunlight blaze. May's voice resonated with strength and the herald of victory. The newly reborn monarch serpent let out a triumphant roar, resonating with the sun in an unprecedented harmony. Solar energy coalesced at a visible speed, culminating in a pure white beam that erupted forth, striking with precision at the adversary utterly depleted by the venom. With a thunderous explosion, the dust began to settle, revealing Emperor Shio's monarch serpent sprawled upon the ground, its body marred by shocking purple-black splotches and charred wounds. Having completely lost the ability to fight, at last, the spectators comprehended May's strategy. May has learned from Little Ji, resorting to covert poisoning. Little Guang feigned disdain as he cast a glance at Little Ji. It's not corruption, it's strategy. Do you comprehend what strategy entails? Little Ji retorted, exasperated. Little Guang, Sally, and Toko merely smiled in silence. Only Emperor Shio, grim-faced, retrieved his fallen monarch serpent and departed in defeat. Chapter 480. Advancing in succession. The double-edged sword remained steady in hand. Emperor Shio's defeat had not escaped Little Ji's predictions. After all, he was merely a nascent trainer, despite a modicum of talent. His arrogance led him to underestimate outsiders. In terms of raw capability, Emperor Shio might not match the likes of Huqing and Toko's battles against Tiger Che. At this moment, the quarterfinals had commenced. On Tiger Che's side, he dispatched a great sword demon, the ultimate evolution of the double-edged sword, which had transitioned from bipedal stance to a quadrupedal form, its body enveloped in a defensive exoskeleton. However, for employing slashing moves like Shellblade, this form proved less convenient than that of the double-edged sword. For instance, in the current melee, the great sword demon Shellblade was being brutally overpowered by the Flame Warrior in close combat. Even considering the Flame Warrior's hybrid combat attributes, it was undeniable that standing on two legs allowed for better execution of slashing techniques like Shellblade. Otherwise, when the Flame Warrior made a small leap backward, the quadrupedal greatsword demon would either watch as its opponent fled or awkwardly hop in pursuit, evidently lacking the agility of a bipedal stance. Blade Dance. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Tiger Che aimed to quickly bolster his offensive capabilities. It wouldn't be that simple. Surprise attack. Toko reacted with remarkable speed. The Flame Warrior's massive form erupted with an unexpected velocity, crashing into the Great Sword Demon, which was gathering energy, forcefully interrupting its enhancement and pushing it back several steps. Water Stream Jet. Tiger Che promptly switched tactics. The Great Sword Demon transformed into a torrent, leveraging the speed of its priority move to counterstrike the Flame Warrior, inflicting some damage. Heavy impact. Toko refused to yield. The Flame Warrior unleashed a surge of Steel-type energy, utilizing its massive weight as a weapon, akin to a heavy truck, to crush the just-landed water stream. The hefty collision elicited a pained grunt from the Great Sword Demon, proving to be quite effective. Shellblade. Seizing the brief window following the Flame Warrior's charge, Tiger Che retaliated. The Great Sword Demon swung its shell-like blade, delivering a slicing blow to the Flame Warrior, inflicting damage while slightly diminishing its defenses. Close combat. Toko's eyes sharpened as he opted for a full frontal assault. The Flame Warrior roared, its fists and feet enveloped in fighting-type energy, responding with a furious barrage of strikes, each punch landing on the shell with a dull thud, both sides sustaining significant damage. Create distance, water cannon. Realizing the melee was unfavorable, Tiger Che decisively commanded. The Great Sword Demon leapt back to gather energy, concentrating a highly compressed stream of water into a formidable high-pressure jet that tore through the air, hurtling towards the Flame Warrior with immense force. Endure it. Toko gritted his teeth, instructing the Flame Warrior to cross its arms, bracing against the onslaught of the raging water stream, which pushed it back, sending splashes flying, clearly indicating the immense pressure it endured. At this very moment, the dual-headed hammer strikes. As the water cannon ceases, Toko swiftly issues commands, leaving Tiger Che no time to react. After being struck by the water cannon, the Flame King stabilizes its form with great effort, as rock-type energy violently coalesces at its head, forming a colossal energy rock hammer that crashes mercilessly towards the Great Sword Demon, who has just completed its attack and is yet to adjust its stance. A deafening roar reverberates throughout the arena. The power of the dual-headed hammer is unparalleled. The Great Sword Demon is sent flying by this desperate assault, landing heavily on the ground, struggling to rise. The Flame King, shaken by the immense recoil, lets out a muffled groan, clearly suffering significant backlash, yet it remains steadfast. With the Great Sword Demon incapacitated, the Flame King emerges victorious. The referee waves the flag. Toko's audacity is commendable, enduring the water cannon and retaliating with the dual-headed hammer, a truly bold tactic. Salina watches the Flame King in admiration and a tinge of sympathy. This is Toko's style, which May, as a friend, understands all too well. Indeed, Toko is keenly aware that the Flame King can endure critical damage, striking with maximum power at the opportune moment, demonstrating impeccable timing. Even Xiaoji offers rare praise. Toko retrieves the Flame King, proudly posing for May and Salina, who look on. Now it's Xiao Guang's turn to face Alice's Dragonite, and the outlook is not promising. May glances at the match list for the third round, her concern for Xiao Guang's battle evident. Salina concurs. Indeed, although Dragonite is unmanageable, its level is exceedingly high. Xiaoji, silent yet in agreement, acknowledges their sentiments. After all, Dragonite's power is well established at this point, and, years later, it becomes a mainstay for Alice, the champion of Unova. On the battlefield, Xiao Guang strikes first with Ivysaur, sending sharp ice shards soaring towards the airborne Dragonite. Dragonite, evade! Alice shouts urgently. Yet Dragonite stands defiantly, absorbing the ice shards with its scales, shaking its head and emitting a challenging growl. Not listening again, Alice mutters in frustration. The ice pillars descend with a torrent of frigid air, crashing towards Dragonite's head, covering a vast area and limiting escape routes. Flamethrower, Alice commands. Dragonite unleashes a torrent of flames, targeting the ground beneath the ice pillars. The flames melt the ice, creating a thick steam that allows Dragonite to deftly slide away from the core impact, with only fragments of ice grazing its wing membrane. Ancient power. Several rocks imbued with primal energy surge through the mist, hurtling towards the recently stabilized Dragonite. Its eyes narrow as it releases a piercing ice beam, freezing the oncoming rocks and shattering those behind them into icy shards. Well done, Dragonite. Though Alice is vexed by Dragonite's disobedience, she cannot deny that the ice beam has expertly averted disaster. However, this does not concern Alice at all. After several rounds of combat, Dragonite recognizes the formidable Ivysaur below. Eager for a challenge, it transforms into a purple energy dragon, tearing through the air in a powerful dive meant to finish off its opponent. Ice Fong. Xiao Guang grits his teeth in determination. Ivysaur's fangs, cloaked in ice, lunge at the dragon's shadow. At the critical moment, Dragonite's eyes flash with intensity as its massive form abruptly halts mid-air, deftly evading the icy fangs and, utilizing the momentum of its dive, slams its side into Ivysaur's vulnerable flank with the force of a battering ram. A thunderous crash ensues as Ivysaur cries out and loses its balance, collapsing to the ground. Flamethrower. Alice seizes the opportunity. Yet Dragonite continues to exhibit its defiant nature. Once the steam clears, it is seen grappling with Ivysaur's tusks, seemingly engaged in a contest of strength. This infuriates Alice, especially as Dragonite triumphs, executing a shoulder throw that sends Ivysaur crashing to the ground. Ultimately, Ivysaur is rendered unable to battle, and Dragonite is victorious. We won. Alice feels a mix of anger and joy. Dragonite, disdainfully sitting before Alice with arms crossed, displays an air of arrogance. This creature relies entirely on its instinct to win, Xiaoji reflects, recognizing that Xiao Guang's defeat was not unjust. Xiao Guang, feeling helpless yet impressed, congratulates Alice. Chapter 481. The Subtlety of Perception, the Eruption of Fierce Flames in Desperation. Next, let us welcome Xiao Ji from Masera Town in Kanto and the EV Rescue Team's player, Bagger. The final match of the top 8 begins, pitting Xiao Ji against the EV expert, Bagger. Bagger sends forth the elegantly poised Sylveon, its deep purple fur shimmering with an ethereal glow, while Xiao Ji counters with the spirited Fire Rock Mouse, its flames burning steadily and fiercely. Sylveon, use Dark Pulse. Bagger initiates the encounter. A circular wave of dark energy expands outward, targeting the Fire Rock Mouse. Erupt. The volcano on the Fire Rock Mouse's back erupts violently. Thick black smoke mixed with scalding embers envelopes a large portion of the arena, scorching Sylveon while simultaneously obscuring its vision, causing Dark Pulse to lose its direction in the haze. Sylveon, Light Screen. Bagger, a seasoned trainer, opts for defense in the absence of a visible opponent. Sylveon quickly erects a translucent energy barrier, capable of having the power of special attacks. Swift. The Fire Rock Mouse releases a barrage of star-shaped energy projectiles, shining like missiles, piercing through the smoke screen and accurately striking the slightly disoriented Sylveon. Unfortunately, due to the light screen, the impact of Swift is diminished. Aerial Ace. Xiaoji continues his assault. The Fire Rock Mouse transforms into a streak of white light, effortlessly locating Sylveon under Xiaoji's command, its sharp claws slashing at Sylveon. Counter. Bagger attempts to disrupt Xiaoji's rhythm. Sylveon's form becomes elusive, crashing into the Fire Rock Mouse with a malicious surge. Iron Head. Xiaoji seemingly anticipates every move. The Fire Rock Mouse's head gleams with metallic luster as it braces for the incoming attack, meeting Sylveon's charge with a rapid, forceful collision. The heavy sound of metal striking metal rings out as Sylveon is sent flying, letting out a pained whimper. Roar. Bagger unleashes a disruptive tactic. Sylveon, enduring the pain, emits a piercing screech filled with malice, unleashing invisible sound waves that assault the Fire Rock Mouse, while simultaneously diminishing its special attack capabilities. Flamethrower. A searing column of fire erupts. Although weakened by the light screen and further diminished by the roar, it still forces Sylveon into a desperate dodge. Swift. Xiaoji employs this infallible skill once more. Swift. Bagger hastily retaliates. Countless shining star-shaped energies collide, causing explosions throughout the arena. As the battle tilts in Xiaoji's favor, Bagger realizes he must take a risk. After Sylveon is grazed by another aerial ace from the Fire Rock Mouse, he issues the command, Toxic. Sylveon unleashes a strange, viscous purple venom, striking the Fire Rock Mouse's leg during its brief moment of vulnerability post-aerial ace. The toxin swiftly seeps in, casting an ominous purple hue over the flames on the Fire Rock Mouse's back, signaling the poison's effect. Fire Rock Mouse. Xiaoji's heart tightens, yet his gaze sharpens further. Do not give it a chance to breathe. Iron Head. Substitute. Bagger reacts swiftly. Sylveon's energy surges, and an identical energy duplicate instantly appears before it. Read the opponent. Xiaoji hastily changes tactics, as if perceiving everything. The Fire Rock Mouse's eyes gleam with intensity, its senses heightened to the maximum. As the substitute shatters and the smoke billows, it locks onto Sylveon's true position and intentions in an instant. Not good. As the fiery rodent unleashed its piercing gaze, Bajir could no longer maintain his composure. The Iron Head. Despite enduring the excruciating pain and debilitating weakness inflicted by the toxic assault, the fiery rodent charged forward once more with its iron head, crashing into the unsteady moonlit EV, akin to a compact cannonball. A howl escaped the EV. overwhelmed by the searing agony. Moonlit EV, hold on. Use Dark Pulse. Pidgeot shouted. The Moonlit EV staggered back from the impact, but quickly harnessed its dark energy, unleashing a circular shockwave that erupted at close range, sending the fiery rodent reeling and inflicting considerable damage. The purple poison spread rapidly across the fiery rodent's body. With gritted teeth, the fiery rodent summoned extraordinary resolve to overcome the lethargy induced by the toxin, darting across the battlefield with remarkable speed. Its sharp claws, imbued with fighting-type energy, struck the Moonlit EV with precision. The effect was devastating. The Moonlit EV emitted a pained cry, its body marred by injuries. Another iron head. Ash pressed the advantage. Despite being afflicted by the poisonous affliction, the fiery rodent's fervor surged, its assault relentless. Moonlit EV, defend. Pidgeot, in a moment of desperation, conjured the ultimate defense. A sturdy green energy shield materialized before the Moonlit EV. The piercing gaze returned to the fiery rodent's eyes. Focusing intently, it analyzed the energy flow and weak points of the green shield, the light of its piercing gaze swirling in its eyes. Iron head. The fiery rodent's head gleamed with metallic luster, bolstered by the insights gleaned from its piercing analysis. Like a precise siege engine, it slammed into the most sluggish point of the shield's energy flow. A column of fire, though diminished in power, erupted with fervor, crashing down on the weary Moonlit EV, who struggled to withstand the onslaught. Dark Pulse. Pidgeot made a final attempt. The Moonlit EV gathered its last vestiges of strength, launching a pitch-black circular beam towards the fiery rodent. The fiery rodent agilely sidestepped, but the vigorous movement seemed to accelerate the flow of the toxin, causing it to falter as it landed, its flames flickering weakly, as if on the verge of extinguishment, clearly nearing the brink of exhaustion. However, the flickering ember at its core suddenly erupted into a blinding crimson light. The blaze ability ignited in the face of despair. It was over. The fiery rodent unleashed its overheat with every ounce of strength. Ash cast a reassuring glance at the blazing rodent, issuing the final command. The flames upon its back surged like a conflagration, instantly shattering the purple haze of poison. Its eyes burned with indomitable spirit, channeling all its pain, strength, and will into this ultimate strike. An unprecedented, robust crimson pillar of fire, embodying destructive heat and pure power, surged forth like an enraged fire dragon, unleashing a tempest capable of incinerating all in its path. In the face of absolute power, the fiery dragon, alongside the light wall, mercilessly engulfed the Moonlit EV, completely submerging its form. The earth-shattering explosion resonated throughout the arena, the searing shockwave scattering the lingering smoke, illuminating the entire venue in a vivid crimson glow. As the cataclysmic brilliance and dust gradually dissipated, a vast charred crater remained at the center, with the Moonlit EV charred and unconscious at its edge. On the other side, the fiery rodent gasped for breath, its flames dimmed by the overheating and toxic onslaught. Yet it stood steadfastly, its gaze resolute as a rock, proclaiming its victory. Well done, fiery rodent. As the referee announced the victory, Ash rushed into the arena to support the wavering fiery rodent, promptly administering an antidote. The fiery rodent, though weak, affectionately nudged Ash's hand. Meloetta, who had been observing from the sidelines, celebrated Ash's triumph by joyfully bouncing atop Keldio's head. Chapter 482, vs Dragonite, the return of old companions. The results of the semifinals were announced, with congratulations extended to contestants Iris, May, Toko, and Ash. The host shouted at the screen displaying their faces. All were familiar to Ash, with 3 members being part of his team. May and Toko, having successfully advanced, expressed their delight, as the top 3 spots were already secured. What a pity that Serena and Xiaoguang lost. If we had all 4 spots, it would have been something to behold. May exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Not so fast. Iris's Dragonite is rather formidable. May, do be cautious. Don't let your guard down at a critical moment. Xiaoguang warned, recalling Dragonite's ferocious fighting style. Relax. You're all but guaranteed a spot in the top 3, and losing wouldn't be an issue, Ash reassured them, confidently asserting that Toko and May would secure their places in the top 3, which drew a curious glance from Xiaoguang. Ash, do you possess some secret method? Xiaoguang, unable to fathom Ash's ability to guarantee May and Toko's success, was met with Ash's speechlessness, prompting laughter from May, Toko, and Serena, who were in on the joke. Pika. Both Pikachu and Victini erupted in laughter. No, it's that Ash received an invitation from Miss Cynthia, granting him direct entry into the World Championships. Ultimately, Serena explained with a smile, leading Xiaoguang to a moment of realization. Haha, I see now. Xiao Guang laughed awkwardly, perhaps feeling embarrassed, quickly shifting the topic. So Ash, does that mean you're conceding? Pretty much. Ash nodded, regaining his composure. However, I'll assess the situation first. If I face Iris's Dragonite, I'll engage in battle before conceding. He was genuinely intrigued by the Dragonite's strength and saw an opportunity to test the progress of his long-lost partner. The girls immediately grasped Ash's intention. Oh no, Ash, you're really up against Iris. Serena exclaimed in surprise. The large screen displayed the first-round matchups, revealing Ash versus Iris. In the contestant tunnel, Iris's eyes blazed with fierce determination, while Ash wore a knowing smile. They exchanged no unnecessary pleasantries, instinctively moving to their respective command posts. The first round of the semifinals, Ash versus Iris. Please send forth your Pokémon, the referee announced loudly. Go, Dragonite. Iris hurled her Pokeball with vigor, and the orange-hued, robust figure landed with a commanding presence, its wings stirring up a gust of wind as it fixed its sharp gaze upon Ash. This human left a profound impression, akin to that of its trainer, so unique. Long-awaited partner, it's your time to shine, Ash said confidently, throwing his own Pokeball. Kairu, with an imposing roar. The fierce-looking Croconaw, clad in deep red and black scales, landed heavily, its menacing gaze hidden behind dark sunglasses, confronting the Dragonite in the sky without fear. Quite impressive. Your strength has grown significantly, Ash remarked, observing the elevated level of Croconaw, now his strongest Pokémon captured in Unova. Roar. Croconaw excitedly responded, recalling its diligent training in the Johto region. Without effort, Charizard would have sought me out to train harder. Wow, it's Croconaw. May clapped her hands in excitement. Recognizing its prowess, Croconaw was sent back to Professor Oak for training with old companions. I wonder how much stronger it has become, Serena mused, filled with curiosity. Toko and Xiaoguang remained silent, but the palpable aura emanating from Croconaw spoke volumes. Dragonite, unleash flamethrower. With the referee's command, Iris initiated the attack, seizing the initiative. Roar. Perhaps due to their recent communication, Dragonite, usually reluctant to heed commands, unleashed a searing pillar of fire that struck the ground with unerring precision. Aimed directly at the menacing Croconaw, the extreme heat of the flames warped the very air around them. Croconaw, however, erected a barrier of rock to deflect the attack. Ash maintained his composure in the face of the unfolding chaos. Gah! Croconaw growled lowly, its powerful forelimbs digging into the earth before it forcefully heaved upward. Massive boulders erupted from the ground like shields, strategically positioned to intercept the oncoming blaze. Boom! The flames collided violently with the rocks, sending shards scattering and enveloping the arena in a cloud of dust. Yet, the rocky barrier successfully absorbed much of the fire's ferocity, and Croconaw emerged unscathed, sporting a fierce grin amidst the haze. Dragonite, use Dragon Claw, Ash commanded, with a mighty flap of its wings. Dragonite enveloped itself in draconic energy and dove like a cannonball, its colossal fist morphing into a shimmering green claw, aimed directly at Croconaw's face. Now was the moment Ash had been waiting for. Dragon Tail, he shouted, his eyes gleaming with determination. Croconaw's sturdy tail, encased in hard scales, suddenly glowed with a dazzling draconic energy, striking out like a steel whip to collide with Dragonite's wrist. Bang! Dragonite let out a painful cry as its concentrated dragon claw was shattered, the overwhelming force causing it to tumble chaotically through the air before barely regaining its balance. Pain radiating from its wrist, Dragonite gazed incredulously at the sharp-eyed Croconaw below, its mocking smile stripping away any semblance of arrogance. Well done, Ash clenched his fist, seizing the moment. Rock block. Roar. Croconaw, sensing its advantage, once again channeled its power into the earth, summoning a multitude of sharp stones of varying sizes that soared through the air like a barrage of artillery, targeting the still-recovering Dragonite. The attack's extensive range severely limited Dragonite's evasive maneuvers. Dragonite, use Ice Beam to freeze them, cried Iris, desperation lacing her voice as she attempted to defuse the onslaught. Roar. Dragonite stabilized itself mid-air, quickly gathering an ice-blue energy beam. However, as it beheld the overwhelming swarm of rocks hurtling towards it, a flicker of hesitation and impatience crossed its eyes. It deemed Iris's command far too cautious. Mere rocks could easily be obliterated with brute strength, could they not? This thought surged, reigniting its resistance against Iris's instructions. Although the ice beam was unleashed and successfully froze some of the stones, its accuracy and area of effect fell short of Iris's expectations. It resembled a frantic outburst rather than the execution of a precise strategy. The majority of the rocks still careened towards Dragonite's body and wings. Bang! 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 The series of impacts echoed through the arena as Dragonite howled in pain, its body violently shaking in the air, clearly suffering significant damage. It shot an angry glance at Iris, its eyes brimming with dissatisfaction. Dragonite. Iris's heart sank. Recognizing the familiar pattern, Dragonite was beginning to disobey her commands. Observers Sally and May noted the escalating tension, while Dawn silently mourned for Iris. It seemed her opponent was truly about to unleash a devastating onslaught. After all, Dawn was acutely aware of Ash's prowess, which far surpassed her own. Chapter 483, Training Dragonite. The girl's doubts. Now, Dragon Claw. Ash keenly sensed the rift between Dragonite and Iris, as well as the burgeoning anger within Dragonite itself. Roar. Crocona's muscular legs tensed instantaneously, propelling it into the air with astonishing spring, its claws glinting with emerald energy as they sliced through the atmosphere, targeting the now sluggish Dragonite. Hindered by the earlier stone impacts. Dodge, Dragonite. Iris shouted urgently. Yet, engulfed in a tempest of anger from the relentless blows and distrust towards its trainer's commands, Dragonite chose to disregard Iris's plea. Instead, provoked by Crocona's taunt, it was consumed by a fervent battle spirit. Roar. Dragonite roared defiantly, unleashing a torrent of draconic energy, transforming into a colossal energy dragon, radiating an aura of annihilation. Dragon God Dive. The massive energy dragon and Crocona, claws shimmering with green light, were on a collision course that promised to shake the very foundations of the arena. This is madness. Iris's complexion paled. Dragonite had completely lost control, just as I anticipated. A confident smile graced Ash's lips as he relished the unfolding chaos. Crocona, abandon Dragon Claw and execute spikes. In a critical moment, Crocona demonstrated remarkable combat instinct and synchronicity with Ash. It abruptly halted the energy buildup for Dragon Claw, crossing its claws over its chest as it plummeted towards the ground, unleashing a torrent of rock-type energy. Just as the energy dragon was about to collide with it, a multitude of exceptionally sharp rock blades materialized before Crocona, ready to meet Dragonite's full-force Dragon God Dive. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated throughout the arena. The energy dragon crashed into the dense cluster of spikes, blinding light and violent energy shockwaves erupting in a cataclysmic display. Roar. Dragonite emitted an agonizing wail, although the power of Dragon God Dive was immense. Striking nearly 100 indomitable spikes was akin to throwing an egg against a stone, especially given the reality of the formidable rocks. The tremendous recoil and the sharpness of the stones devastated Dragonite in an instant. The energy dragon dissipated explosively, revealing Dragonite's battered form. Its massive body hurled through the air like a broken kite, crashing to the ground below. Gah! Crocona gracefully descended, leveraging the explosion's recoil and its downward momentum, landing lightly on the ground, its eyes beneath the sunglasses gazing down at Dragonite's plight, the characteristic smirk on its face more pronounced than ever. Thunderfang. Ash's command was cold and precise, offering no respite for the opponent. Gah! Crocona propelled itself forward with all four limbs, akin to an arrow loosed from a bow, racing towards the spot where Dragonite was about to crash. As Dragonite fell heavily, struggling to rise, Crocona's gaping maw, brimming with sharp teeth, opened wide, crackling with golden lightning, exuding an aura of destruction. Crack! The colossal mouth, enveloped in raging currents, clamped down hard on Dragonite's shoulder with unparalleled biting force. Brilliant golden arcs immediately enveloped Dragonite completely. Roar! Dragonite let out an unearthly scream of agony, its body convulsing violently as the golden electric serpents danced across its form, the paralyzing pain penetrating deep into its bones. With a fierce shake of its head, Crocona flung the charred and smoldering Dragonite away. Bang! Dragonite's body tumbled across the ground several times, though it managed to rise unsteadily. Its frail appearance suggested that even a single attack could render it incapable of further combat. Crackle, crackle. The remnants of electricity still crackled on its body. A profound silence enveloped the arena, swiftly followed by an eruption of thunderous cheers. All believed the outcome was sealed. The referee raised the flag, poised to declare the result. Dragonite is unable to continue. Wait. Ash's loud and clear voice abruptly cut through the cacophony. He raised his right hand, his gaze unwavering as he addressed the referee. I forfeit. What? Forfeit? Why? You were clearly winning. The audience erupted in disbelief. The referee was taken aback. Ash, are you certain? I am certain, Ash replied decisively. He recalled the still mighty Crocona and strode towards the opposite side of the arena, where Iris stood beside Dragonite. Supporting it as it lay on the ground, her expression a mixture of emotions. However, upon hearing Ash's declaration of forfeit, her head snapped up in shock. Ash approached Iris and Dragonite, crouching down to meet their bewildered gazes, and spoke in a low, direct tone. Dragonite, your strength is impressive, but it is not enough. Ash gazed at the still-conscious Dragonite. Its uncontrolled fury and resistance to commands had resulted in a complete failure, utterly inadequate in the face of my collaboration with Crocodile. I hope that the next time we meet, I will witness the seamless synergy between you and Alice. Ignoring the expressions of both trainer and Pokémon, Ash paused for a moment, his eyes sincerely addressing the audience to explain his decision to forfeit. Ladies and gentlemen, I did not come here solely for victory. I have already secured my place in the World Championship. I am here to help Dragonite understand that true strength emanates from bonds and mutual trust forged in adversity. Rising to his feet, Ash faced the crowd, his voice resonating clearly. Thus, I forfeit. The educational significance of this battle has been fulfilled. Referee, please announce the result. The referee regarded Ash with deep respect before announcing loudly. Due to the voluntary forfeit by contestant Ash, the winner of this battle is contestant Alice. This outcome was unexpected, and after a brief silence, the arena erupted into a more fervent and admiring applause. Pikachu nodded in understanding. Victini joyfully fluttered about. Alice looked at the Dragonite in her arms, then gazed up at Ash's departing figure, her confusion gradually replaced by a fiery determination. Dragonite, I will earn your trust. And when the time comes, I will compete against Ash with all my might. In that moment, the distance between trainer and Pokémon felt much closer than usual. Meanwhile, Ash walked calmly towards the player's passage amidst the applause. At the entrance, he was met by Dawn, Serena, May, and Toko. With qualifications secured and Dragonite having battled, the mission was accomplished. Dawn smiled and remarked, "But Ash, your explanation to Alice was quite thoughtful." May immediately chimed in, teasing, "Wow, so concerned about Alice and Dragonite?" That educational moment was really heartfelt. Toko remained silent, almost like a transparent observer, watching the commotion from the sidelines. Caught off guard by their questions, Ash's smile faltered, his gaze drifting. "Hey, that was just for the audience. I said Dragonite is strong, so I stepped up to battle. Forfeiting was just to secure my qualification without taking a spot unnecessarily." He attempted to sound assertive in the face of the three girls' scrutiny, yet he clearly felt uneasy under their gazes. "Oh, then why did you go to explain?" May probed further. Serena added, "I've never seen you this meticulous before." Beads of sweat formed on Ash's forehead as he scratched his head, evading their gaze. Just clearing things up with an old friend." Abruptly, he pointed towards May and Toko, forcefully changing the subject. "In any case, my interest has been satisfied. It's your turn to step up. Top 3. Make it count." With that, he hurriedly departed without waiting for a response. Pikachu reluctantly followed. The girls laughed as they watched his retreating figure. Chapter 484. The Youth Cup approaches its climax, revealing the resurgence of Team Rocket. The deafening cheers seemed to echo through the corridor as Ash briskly walked toward the stands. Attempting to shake off the girls' teasing glances and laughter, Pikachu jogged along, shrugging in resignation. Ash shook his head, refocusing his attention. With qualifications secured and Dragonite's strength already evident, all that remained was to await the outcome of May and Toko's match. Regardless of the result, they were guaranteed to place in the top 3, allowing him to simply enjoy the spectacle as a spectator. Ash contentedly made his way toward the audience. Upon his return, May and Toko's match had just commenced. May once again sent out her recently evolved Servine, whose elegant and swift form swirled with emerald leaves. Unfortunately, Toko's Pokémon was the formidable Infernape, also a member of the starter trio. During the battle, May commanded Servine to tentatively unleash a powerful whip, launching a sunny day attack against Infernape, but alas, it proved ineffective against the flames of Infernape. The opponent's attacks intensified, causing Servine to be pushed back. May had considered seizing an opportunity to employ Toxic, adopting a stalling strategy, but as close friends, Toko was well aware of May's tactics. Toko remained vigilant against May's potential Toxic strategy, ensuring that each of Infernape's attacks was accompanied by extensive fire damage. If Servine attempted to use Toxic, it would inevitably succumb to Infernape's fiery onslaught. Thus, May found herself in a defensive position throughout this battle. Servine reflect. Under May's command, Servine conjured a translucent energy barrier around itself, aiming to mitigate the onslaught from its opponent. Observing this, Toko calmly remarked, "May, can you withstand the flames?" Infernape, flamethrower. A massive orange-red fire column surged toward the reflect barrier, the intense heat distorting the air, creating a sizzling cacophony upon impact. Leaf Storm, May retorted defiantly. Servine's long tail whipped furiously, summoning a violent whirlwind filled with razor-sharp leaves that clashed fiercely with the flames, causing an explosion of energy and a thick cloud of smoke to envelop the arena. Seizing the opportunity, Toko charged in, shouting, "Flare Blitz!" Infernape roared, transforming into a blazing fireball that crashed through the transparent barrier and struck Servine with tremendous force. Servine, relying on its speed, narrowly evaded the attack. Yet the searing shockwave caused it to emit a pained cry. Toxic, capitalizing on Infernape's moment of vulnerability, May decisively commanded, and Servine raised its head, secreting dark purple venom from its fangs. With no time to waste amidst the overwhelming heat, the audience gasped as Infernape, having missed its Flare Blitz, suddenly morphed into a sphere, utilizing the wall's rebound for acceleration. Boom! Infernape's massive form erupted with astonishing speed, enveloped in seething flames, hurtling towards Servine, which was poised to unleash its toxic venom. A thunderous explosion resonated at the center of the arena, enveloping the area in dust and debris. Servine was sent flying by the brutal impact, collapsing to the ground, rendered unable to continue fighting. The audience erupted into deafening cheers. "Yes!" Toko exclaimed, pumping her fist in excitement as Infernape let out a triumphant roar. Toko had emerged victorious. Dawn looked on with admiration, remarking, "Utilizing the wall rebound to unleash such intense pressure. Who could have anticipated that?" Indeed, Serena nodded in agreement. Just as Ash was about to voice his concurrence, an all-too-familiar and unwelcome disturbance suddenly pierced his awareness. "Team Rocket," Ash muttered to himself. This familiar yet detestable aura could only belong to those three, without any superfluous actions. Even the rhythm of his breathing remained unchanged, yet his body was coiled like a spring, instantly shifting from utter stillness to rapid motion. "Pikachu," he called in a low voice, requiring no further explanation. "Pika." Pikachu understood immediately. The electric sacs sparking to life with faint arcs of electricity as its small body transformed into a streak of golden lightning, darting after Ash like a shadow, racing toward the nearest staircase leading to the upper structure. Ash's movements transcended the ordinary, silent as a whisper, as if he had merged with the very shadows themselves. He did not need to see the path. The power of aura had already mapped out the swiftest route for him. However, just as Ash was about to vanish at the top of the staircase, the owners of the shadows outside seemed to sense something amiss, though unaware of the cause. Team Rocket's trio clearly felt Ash closing in at an alarming speed. "Meowth, we need to run. It's that little brat. That little brat has spotted us. Retreat." The irritating feeling was undeniable. Without a moment's hesitation, sensing Ash's approach, the three shadows erupted into motion, fleeing with astonishing speed. As Ash's figure landed firmly on the steel platform, he observed the trio speeding away, propelled by the exhaust from their backpacks. "TSK, they really can run fast," Ash murmured, his tone flat, betraying no hint of frustration. The Rockets had been lurking nearby, covertly observing Meloetta, a fact that the little one was all too aware of. However, owing to the ongoing Youth Cup competition, and given that these three were acutely aware of their own limitations, they had been relatively subdued and had refrained from taking any hasty actions. Yet, with the conclusion of the Youth Cup on the horizon, it was time to seize the opportunity to deal with them. With his thoughts organized, Ash turned to retrace his steps, only to discover that Meloetta and Keldeo had appeared behind him. Meloetta, the diminutive figure, was quietly floating, her clear eyes betraying a hint of barely perceptible tension. Keldeo stood before Meloetta, half a step forward, his azure eyes vigilantly scanning their surroundings, akin to a loyal guardian. "It's all right now. The villains have fled," Ash said, extending a finger to gently tap Meloetta's small head, hoping to alleviate her fears. In response, Meloetta affectionately nuzzled against his fingertip, even playfully engaging with the mischievous Victini as it flitted above Ash's head. Ash smiled warmly and, accompanied by Pikachu and the others, made his way back to the audience seats. "What's wrong, Ash? I noticed you suddenly ran off," Serena remarked, having keenly observed his brief departure. "Just some annoying individuals. But it's all fine now," Ash succinctly explained as he settled back down. "Annoying individuals?" Dawn echoed softly, involuntarily conjuring images of the notorious Team Rocket trio in her mind. "It can't be those three again, can it?" "Indeed," Ash affirmed with a simple nod. May, returning to the audience after losing her match, cast a concerned glance over Ash and the accompanying Meloetta and Keldeo, cautioning, "You must be careful." "Don't worry, I'll be vigilant," Ash assured, redirecting his gaze to the arena below. "Now let us focus on the final match." At that moment, a new battle was about to commence. with Toko and Alice standing in the arena, ready for the climactic finale of the Youth Cup. Chapter 485, the final chapter of the Youth Cup. Is Dawn preparing to depart? The competition pressed on. After Ash's guidance, Alice had significantly improved her synergy with Dragonite, ensuring that it had not spiraled out of control during the final match. Meanwhile, Toko and her Infernape, having endured a fierce battle with May, were in prime form, their rapport having reached a profound level of understanding. After exchanging blows for over 100 rounds, the match was nearing its conclusion. Infernape, hold your ground. A robust energy barrier withstood Dragonite's clawed assault. Now's the time, unleash Flamethrower. A searing column of fire struck Dragonite's relatively vulnerable abdomen with pinpoint precision. Dragonite let out a pained roar, its ferocity only intensifying, though its attacks became increasingly reckless. Flare Blitz. Seizing the moment when Dragonite was momentarily vulnerable after its dive, Toko issued a decisive command. Infernape unleashed astonishing speed, transforming into a blazing fireball that hurtled toward Dragonite with immense force. The thunderous collision echoed through the arena, enveloping it in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Dragonite lay defeated on the shattered ground, its eyes swirling with dizziness. In contrast, Infernape, though panting and marked with scorch marks, stood resolutely, letting out a low roar that signified victory. With Dragonite unable to continue, the referee announced, "Thus, the champion of this Youth Cup is contestant Toko." "Excellent," Toko exclaimed, having secured the Youth Cup, yet her expression remained remarkably composed. To her, the Youth Cup was merely a minor contest. Had it not been for the opportunity to qualify for the World Championship, she would have been disinclined to participate. Ash felt no sense of loss as Dragonite fell. While it possessed formidable individual strength, the synergy between a trainer and their Pokémon could yield results greater than the sum of its parts. Reliance solely on individual prowess inevitably had its limits. Thus, the Youth Cup concluded, with the top 3 being champion Toko, runner-up Alice, and third place May, all 3 girls securing their qualifications for the World Championship. "Congratulations on your victory, Toko." Ash offered his heartfelt commendations. Dawn, May, and Serena also extended their sincere congratulations to Toko. "Haha, it was nothing special. I merely let Ash win," Toko replied, a hint of pride swelling within her, though she understood that had Ash not forfeited, the championship might not have been hers. "Now, let us invite champion Alder to engage in an exhibition match with Miss Toko." As the champion, Toko was granted the opportunity to challenge the Unova champion Alder, necessitating yet another battle before the Youth Cup concluded. This would be a fierce one-on-one clash, with Toko's Infernape facing Alder's formidable Bufflet. Infernape unleashed its full power, executing fierce attacks that melded fire and fighting techniques. However, the seasoned Alder and his Bufflet showcased championship-level prowess and resilience. Bufflet's head, covered in its formidable skull, seemed impervious, absorbing Infernape's relentless onslaught before ultimately delivering a devastating final strike that shattered Infernape's defenses and secured victory. "Well done, Toko. You've made substantial progress compared to last year," Alder praised. "Thank you, Uncle Alder, for your guidance." Though she faced defeat, Toko's display of skill earned her Alder's admiration and the respect of the audience. Alas, the Youth Cup has come to an end. Indeed, after the match, Ash and his companions gathered in the courtyard by the entrance, relishing the post-competition relaxation. The warm hues of the setting sun bathed the venue in a golden glow, yet the atmosphere carried a tinge of melancholy, hinting at imminent farewells. Dawn, cradling Piplup, stood across from the group, her voice tinged with reluctance. "Everyone, I may have to part ways temporarily and head to Johto." Dawn, are you leaving?" May exclaimed in surprise, all eyes suddenly focused on Dawn. "Are you not going to cheer for us at the Hajawara conference?" Serena questioned, her perceptive mind recognizing that Dawn and Ash were not merely ordinary travel companions. "It's for the Macaulay Cup, right?" Ash, aware of Dawn's intentions, responded. "Yes, the ribbon for the Macaulay Cup is truly special. It grants entry to any grand celebration." "I understand." Though Ash felt a pang of regret, he encouraged her, "Don't worry, I'll be cheering for you." Despite the disappointment of not being able to continue traveling with Dawn, Ash still offered his blessings. He knew they were young and should venture out into the world. "Yes, I will do my best," Dawn affirmed, her resolve unwavering. Toko nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. Dawn, good luck. We will be rooting for your match." "Indeed," echoed Serena and May, offering their well wishes in succession. Ash gazed at Dawn, his eyes resolute. "Dawn, go claim the ribbon medal that belongs to you. Don't worry about the Hajawara conference. We will give it our all." "Pika Pika." Pikachu cheered enthusiastically. "I will," Dawn replied, smiling as she nodded. "Meloetta, sensing the atmosphere of parting, gently hummed a melodious and cheerful tune, seemingly wishing to wash away the sadness of farewell. At that moment, the public screen in the Pokémon Center's lobby broadcast the latest Pokémon news bulletin. The World Championship Committee announces that to attract the illustrious Master and Champion Macaulay from the Hoenn region, he will participate in this World Championship. Macaulay, Dawn gasped, her eyes fixated on the screen. The news continued. Due to Master Macaulay's full commitment to preparing for the World Championship Masters, the glamorous Macaulay Cup originally scheduled to be held in the Johto region has been postponed, as agreed upon by the organizers and Mr. Macaulay. The new date will be announced later. While the voice of the news continued to relay information, Dawn found herself unable to absorb any more. A tremendous surprise instantaneously dispelled the melancholy of parting, as an incredulous and radiant smile blossomed on her face. The delay has been extended. Xiao Guang's voice trembled with excitement, which implied that, indeed, Xiao Guang, you need not venture to the capital just yet. You can remain and continue your journey. Mei Yi promptly grasped Xiao Guang's hand in joyous realization. Wonderful. Salina also cheered. Toko nodded with a smile. It seems even the fates wish for you to linger a while longer, Xiao Guang. Ash too wore a bright smile. Isn't this splendid? Now we can prepare for our respective competitions together. Yes. Xiao Guang nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This is fantastic. I can continue traveling with everyone and cheer for Ash at the Haiguan conference. The melody of Meloetta transformed into a lively and joyous tune, as if celebrating this delightful news. The clouds of farewell were swept away by this sudden burst of happiness. Observing Mei Yi and Salina joyfully surrounding Xiao Guang, a fleeting, faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, almost imperceptible. Chapter 486, A Second Vacation, an Unchallenged Gym. After the conclusion of the Youth Cup, Ash and his companions returned to Ripple Town, preparing to return to Sharona's Grand Villa for a few more days. After all, the gentle sea breeze, soft golden sands, and the allure of a private beach made it a quintessential vacation paradise. Ah, we are finally back. Mei stepped onto the beach, stretching her body in delight, revealing her enviable curves. She felt utterly relaxed. Salina smiled, the gentle sea breeze playfully lifting a few strands of her hair, her movements exuding her usual grace. Xiao Guang, cradling her Bujiman, beamed. We can once again bask in the sun and enjoy the beach. Toko inhaled deeply, savoring the salty air. The Infernape can also relax here. The four exchanged glances, evidently thinking alike, contemplating an extended holiday, and promptly turned their hopeful gazes towards the last of them, Ash, their eyes glistening with anticipation. Faced with four pairs of eager eyes, Ash instantly comprehended their desire for an extended vacation. Xiao Guang, clinging to Bujiman, pouted playfully. We haven't had enough fun on the beach yet. Everyone is quite tired, Salina whispered, her cheeks slightly flushed, and the sunset here is beautiful. Indeed, indeed. Mei Yi obediently concurred. Hey, Ash wouldn't be so unromantic, would he? Toko placed her hands on her hips, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Pikachu wants to soak up the sun too, right? The collective charm of their pleas left Ash momentarily overwhelmed. Pikachu, you too? He glanced at the content Pikachu on his shoulder and then at the eager expressions of his companions, finally raising his hand in jovial surrender. All right. We shall stay a few more days. Hooray. Cheers erupted immediately, radiant smiles illuminating the girls' faces. With the decision to extend their holiday made, the atmosphere on the beach became even more relaxed and joyful. Well then, it's time to settle in. Ash brushed off the fine sand from his trousers. The group strolled along the familiar coastline towards the Grand Champion Villa. Upon pushing open the meticulously maintained garden gate, they indeed found Sharona seated on the open-air balcony overlooking the sea. After all, Garchomp can fly, even if it is primarily a ground type. Miss Sharona, we're back. Xiao Guang greeted energetically, holding Bujiman close. Sharona looked up at the sound, her gentle smile welcoming them. Welcome back, everyone. Your performance in the Youth Cup was commendable. Not at all. It is merely the fruits of our Pokemon's efforts, Ash replied politely. Sharona elegantly set down her book, gesturing for everyone to take a seat. You all seem to have some energy left? Did you enjoy the beach? Hee hee, Toko grinned mischievously, stepping forward to announce for everyone. Weavy decided to extend our vacation a few more days. It would be a shame not to savor such a splendid beach. Absolutely, Xiao Guang immediately chimed in, Miss Sharona. May we impose on you for a few more days? Salina remained silent, as the essentials had already been conveyed, merely awaiting the hostess's response. Of course. You may stay as long as you wish, Sharona replied, as warm as ever. No sooner had Sharona's words left her lips than Ash and his companions erupted in jubilant cheers. Thank you, Miss Sharona. Here we come, beach. Without missing a beat, the lively girls spun around, laughing as they dashed out of the garden, racing towards the captivating sands once more. Miss Sharona, I too shall take my leave. After expressing his gratitude, Ash hurried to catch up. How wonderful it is to be young. Watching the exuberant group, Sharona couldn't help but reflect. Even though she herself was still within the bounds of youth, the joyous beach holiday had commenced once more. After returning their luggage to the villa, the girls swiftly engaged in a game of beach volleyball, their laughter intertwining with the sounds of the waves. A challenging ball soared towards the sideline, and Mei reacted with remarkable speed, her supple waist tensing as her youthful body leaped to save the ball, her movements fluid and elastic. Salina and Xiaowang coordinated seamlessly, while Toko delivered a powerful spike. Ash, however, refrained from participating. He accompanied Pikachu and Squirtle in the shallows, relishing the coolness of the ocean. Most of the time, he lay beneath the shade of an umbrella, his ears absorbing the ethereal hum of Meloetta, while his eyes delighted in the graceful movements of the girls playing volleyball. It was truly a top-tier indulgence. Of course, Ash did not wish to forego the beach volleyball, but due to the presence of Meloetta, he remained vigilant against the lurking Team Rocket. Recently, this group of miscreants had been particularly elusive, demanding his attention to ensure they wouldn't strike. Meloetta was, after all, the embodiment of the three legendary deities, and to prevent her capture, he had to exercise utmost caution. He was unsure whether his growing strength might provoke Team Rocket to deploy their advanced technology to thwart his aura. In his recollection, that gang, if they truly committed, could even restrain Mutewo's psychic abilities. If Team Rocket targeted his aura, they would not be without means. He had to ensure absolute security. This was a paramount concern before the Hyaguine Conference. Subsequently, he could participate in the Hyaguine Conference and the ensuing World Championships. By the way, Salina still had a gym to challenge. Just as Ash was enjoying the melodious strains of Meloetta, his gaze following Mei's energetic volleyball play as it swept past Salina. He suddenly recalled that Salina only possessed 7 badges, leaving her one short for the Hyaguine Conference. That was close. I almost forgot. Ash patted his chest in relief, grateful he had not been too engrossed in the game to recall this important matter. Thereafter, his mind raced, searching for information on the remaining gyms in the Unova region. Which gym was nearest? He furrowed his brow, striving to recollect the map and information he had heard. Ah, the Seaside Wave Gym. This name invigorated him. The Seaside Wave Gym was a water-type gym, wasn't it? Ash stroked his chin, unconsciously articulating the gym's type. The reason he was so familiar with it seemed to stem from a challenge made by an acquaintance, though the memory had grown hazy with time. Never mind. Ash dismissed the thought. Since he had forgotten, it must not be significant. What mattered was that the gym leader's skill appeared to be moderate, making it an easy challenge for Salina. However, on the beach, Salina was fully immersed in the volleyball match. She leapt agilely to spike the ball, and upon landing, she high-fived Xiaowang, her face alight with a carefree, radiant smile. Ash, reclining under the sunshade, watched her pure joy, his heartstrings gently tugged. Although he remembered her urgent need for one more badge, he could not bear to interrupt this rare moment of tranquility. Let it be, Ash thought, a soft smile gracing his lips as he observed the jubilant girls, allowing her to fully relish her holiday. The gym matter could wait until after the vacation. He could also take this time to better appreciate Mei's volleyball skills. Chapter 487. The Fire God Moth Lurking in the Shadows. Within a concealed cavern somewhere in Ripple Town, dim lights cast shadows over the figures of Team Rocket's trio. Meow, the signal capturing device has been calibrated, Meowth announced, tapping away at the keyboard, as the screen displayed a vibrant sound wave spectrum, corresponding to the elusive melody of Meloetta in the distance. Well done, Meowth, Musashi said, rubbing his hands together, unable to conceal his pride. The secret mission had been flawlessly executed, confirming Meloetta's location and capturing the purest fragments of her joyful song. Heh, that little brat would never suspect that we're using a drone submarine to monitor Meloetta, Kojiro chuckled, holding up a specially crafted USB drive. Confident that this audio data would surely please Boss Sakaki, it was time to report back. The two exchanged glances, watching as Meowth continued his relentless typing. Before long, the encrypted communication window lit up, revealing the silhouette of Sakaki seated in a massive office chair, his imposing figure radiating authority from the shadows. The trio stood respectfully at attention. Report, Boss Sakaki, Musashi began. Target, Meloetta. Confirmed location with Satoshi's group at the beach of Sharona's villa in Ripple Town. The frequency of her song is stable, and her emotional state is acceptable. The samples have been successfully collected. Indeed, Boss Sakaki, Kojiro added. brandishing the USB drive as a signal of readiness for transmission. Meow, the little brat is highly vigilant, primarily guarding against direct theft, yet seems oblivious to our passive sound wave collection from a distance. Meowth provided crucial information. Each member of the trio elaborated on the recent developments. After a brief silence, Sakaki's deep, authoritative voice resonated as he tapped his fingers on the desk. Well done. The song samples must be relayed for analysis immediately. Confirming her status and location is paramount. You have performed admirably, he said, a hint of approval in his tone. Concerning the timing of the capture operation, it is approaching maturity, but the variable is the brat's wave-guiding power. Sieg will be researching targeted interference strategies. Until then, continue your concealment and refine Plan B. I require an infallible capture, not a disturbance of the grass to scare the snake. Do you understand? Yes, Boss Sakaki. The trio replied in unison. Continue to lurk. Sakaki commanded. Meloida's song is one of the key keys to unlocking our power. Mastering it is our first step towards dominating the Unova region. There can be no failure. With that, the screen went black, and the communication ended. The trio exhaled in relief, their spirits buoyed. Did you hear that? Boss Sakaki praised us. We're one step closer to promotion and riches. They plunged back into their work, Sakaki's affirmation injecting them with newfound vigor. Above the cavern, amidst the jagged cliffs, a pair of burning, cold compound eyes fixated on the brightly lit entrance below, peering through the rugged stones. It was a fire god moth, albeit one altered in appearance. Its magnificent, sun-like wings had transformed into floating red metallic armor, with details lacking and welding scars visible at the joints. Its golden, fluffy body was segmented by black metal plates, and thick conduits extended from its back, connecting to an energy core at the base of its wings that flickered with ominous red light. Its compound eyes glowed like heated iron, bearing the marks of brutal modification. It was a fire god moth forcibly captured and mechanically altered by Team Rocket, which had escaped its bindings during an experimental accident, dragging its severely damaged body to this secluded place to recuperate. By chance, it sensed Team Rocket's activities below. A low, suppressed growl echoed like metal scraping, and its metallic wings trembled slightly as it observed the figures clad in our uniforms below, its orange eyes turning a deep crimson. Though its life had been prolonged by Team Rocket's mechanical alterations, it felt no gratitude. Instead, a thirst for vengeance ignited within. Fortunately, as an ancient being, the fire god moth could restrain its vengeful emotions, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike after Team Rocket's actions unfolded. The moth understood the principle of the mantis stalking the cicada while the yellow bird lurks behind. It did not know the specific target, but it was determined to thwart whatever Team Rocket planned. For now, its only task was to bide its time for an opportunity, one that could inflict significant damage on the enemy while ensuring it would not be recaptured. On the golden sands of Ripple Town, the sun shone warmly, and the sea breeze was gentle. The volleyball match among the girls had concluded, and they rested in the shade of the trees, while Salina trained her partner a short distance away on the beach. Electro Ball, once more, with a flash of electricity. Graze your cheeks, Salina encouraged. Go, go. The electric flying squirrel transformed into a streak of white light, darting toward the target, its cheek pouches crackling with electricity, releasing precise arcs that danced across the target before executing a flawless return. Excellent work. Salina applauded, noting the improved synergy between speed and power. Pika. The electric flying squirrel proudly circled around and landed on her shoulder, nuzzling affectionately. As the training session concluded, Salina glanced down at her feet. A snow-white cotton ball, resembling a fluffy cloud with a hint of pale blue, bounced eagerly, gazing expectantly at Salina. Cotton Ball, are you ready? Salina crouched down, stroking its soft fluff. To bolster her team's strength, she had decided to evolve Cotton Ball into a Florges. Cotton Ball nodded vigorously, its pure eyes sparkling with excitement, yearning for growth. Salina retrieved a sunstone, its warm and gentle glow radiating as Cotton Ball resonated with it, becoming even brighter. Come forth, Cotton Ball, embrace your new form. Salina gently presented the sunstone before it. A dazzling yet gentle white light erupted instantaneously, reshaping within its brilliance, catching the attention of Sharona at the villa in the distance. As the light faded, the evolved shiny Florges floated gracefully. It was more agile and ethereal than a regular Florges, its pure white fluff dancing in the wind, exuding an air of nobility and warmth, while the signature green curls on its back transformed into a soft blue. Curiously, it inspected its new body and emitted a melodious cry. Florges. It twirled lightly, showering warm, sparkling dust, and joyfully leaped into Salina's embrace. Wow, it's stunning, exclaimed Dawn. The shiny variant is so beautiful. May's eyes sparkled with delight. The evolution was a resounding success. Toko nodded approvingly. Pika, Pika, Pikachu cheered, waving enthusiastically. Salina held her partner, radiating a unique warm glow, her face beaming with happiness and pride. Welcome, Florges. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Florges. The shiny Florges nuzzled against her, its pure white fluff soft and warm. Satoshi also felt joy for Salina. With the grass-type cotton ball evolving into a Florges, combined with the electric-type electric flying squirrel, they were poised to easily conquer a water-type gym. It seems it's time to set off. Chapter 488. The Water Arena, where sunlight and flames evaporate. Bidding farewell to the golden sands of Sharona's villa, Satoshi and his companions set forth along the winding coastline towards the city of Alkai. The shimmering sea surface was kissed by the salty breeze, ruffling the girls' hair as distant winged gulls and polypers called out while skimming over the water. This seascape is magnificent. It fills one with vigor. Dawn inhaled deeply. It truly is refreshing, Satoshi agreed, with Pikachu perched comfortably on his shoulder, chiming in with an agreeable Pika. Meloetta, light as a feather, floated serenely on Satoshi's other shoulder, her gem-like eyes curiously gazing about as she hummed cheerful notes. Meloetta enjoys this too, Satoshi smiled, glancing sideways. Mellow. They continued their journey until they reached the end of the coastline, where a long causeway connected to the island across. The outline of Alkai City clearly visible in the sunlight. It's a bridge. We can walk across and reach Alkai City. Toko pointed ahead. Wonderful. Dawn sighed in relief, brimming with anticipation. I've heard there are numerous luxurious seaside resorts where we can truly relax. I hope that's not the case, Toko interjected immediately, whispering a warning. That's all just media deception to lure outsiders. Alkai City is near Ripple Town, and tourists have been completely robbed of their presence. It's quite remote, and there are hardly any visitors. Dawn glanced around, and indeed, the streets were sparse with pedestrians. It seems that way. Let us go, let us go. We must challenge the gym, Serena urged eagerly, tugging at both Chloe and May. With only her lacking the complete set of 8 badges, it was imperative for her to locate the gym. The trio pressed onward, the sights of Alloy Bay City unfolding before them. Pikachu perched confidently on Ash's shoulder, its tiny paw resolutely pointing towards the distant Alloy Bay Gym, the grandest edifice they had encountered on the island. Yet, to their astonishment, its location turned out to be at the far edge of the island. They had nearly traversed the entire landmass to arrive here. If I had known, I would have taken a boat instead, May lamented. There's no other choice, Ash reassured. However, Serena was undeterred by these obstacles. Her goal was clear. Without hesitation, she approached and rapped on the imposing door of the gym. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her frustration regarding the gym's location and her yearning for badges, then knocked firmly on the door adorned with wave patterns. Enter, Challenger, a vibrant and resonant voice emanated from within. The door creaked open, revealing an extraordinarily expansive battle arena. Most of the area was a deep blue pool, with only circular floating platforms situated at the center and both ends. Oh, now we understand why the gym is built so remotely, Ash remarked, glancing at May, who suddenly comprehended. It's designed with the sea as the battleground. No wonder it's so grand, May realized, deducing that the saved costs had been invested in the gym's appearance. That makes sense. Toy wanted to interject, but abruptly felt that their reasoning was sound. Is it really possible to explain it this way? Chloe found herself bemused. At the edge of the arena stood a young man with sun-kissed skin, clad in a sleeveless blue shirt and beach shorts, showcasing his well-defined arms. His face bore a sunny, cheerful smile. He was the gym leader, Z. Welcome to Alloy Bay Gym. I am the leader, Z. As you can see, this is the stage of the sea. Z spread his arms wide, his voice booming. Who dares to challenge the gym? He gazed at Ash, fully aware of his renowned reputation, and was even more surprised at the number of beautiful girls accompanying him. Ah, youth is indeed splendid. Hello, I am the challenger, Serena. I look forward to your guidance, leader, Serena declared. Ah, Serena, is it? The rules are 2-on-2, and only the challenger may switch Pokemon. Are you ready? Z gestured to the referee beside him. I am ready, Serena replied with determination, stepping into the challenger's position. Go, Electrike. Electrike. The small and adorable Electrike soared into the air, crackling with energy from its cheek pouches, brimming with fighting spirit. What a spirited little fellow. My first choice is Whalemare. Z enthusiastically threw his Pokeball. Whalemare, accompanied by a long, ethereal cry, a hefty, blue jellyfish-like Pokemon plopped into the water, gracefully floating and exuding a unique blend of ghostly and aquatic essence. Whalemare, With a type advantage, Serena felt confident. Use Charge Beam. Electrike. The Electrike instantly concentrated, generating a highly compressed, crackling golden electric sphere, which shot towards Whalemare with great speed. Whalemare, dive underwater. Ze reacted swiftly. Splash. Whalemare's massive body gracefully sank to the bottom. The electric sphere struck the water's surface, exploding into a dazzling display of sparks. Yet most of its energy was absorbed by the water, failing to inflict significant damage. Quite swift indeed, but don't think you can evade easily. Electrike, use Solar Beam. Serena decisively called out. She was well aware of Whalemare's special defense capabilities, but the grass-type Solar Beam was an excellent choice. Electrike. Electrike inhaled deeply, its small body erupting with astonishing energy as a scorching, thick beam of pure white light descended from above, crashing into the water where Whalemare resided. What? Solar Beam? Z was taken aback, entirely unprepared for this tiny Electrike to wield such a powerful grass-type move. Boom. The terrifying energy of Solar Beam detonated in the water, steam instantly enveloping a large portion of the arena. Is she using Solar Beam to evaporate some of the water, limiting Whalemare's evasion space? Ash observed as the water level visibly decreased, nodding in approval. Indeed, quite a clever strategy, May concurred. What an opportunity. Thunderbolt. Serena seized the moment. Electrike. A torrent of furious golden electricity surged from Electrike, striking precisely at the disoriented Whalemare. Zzz. Whalemare was completely engulfed by the powerful current, emitting a pained cry as its massive body stiffened in the water, its eyes swirling, ultimately losing its ability to battle, floating motionless on the surface. Well done, Electrike. Serena exclaimed, pumping her fist in excitement. Electrike. The proud Electrike leaped triumphantly onto the platform. That was an impressive hit. Your Electrike has been trained exceptionally well. Its special attack is astonishing, Ze praised, recalling Whalemare, though his competitive spirit intensified. Despite securing the first victory, Serena remained cautious, carefully observing Z's second Pokémon. Chapter 489. The Battle of the Cautious and Brave Serena. Z recalled Whalemare, his cheerful demeanor still intact, but his gaze sharpened slightly. An excellent opening attack. But the stage of the sea will not conclude so easily. With a flick of his wrist, a new Pokeball arced through the sunlight. Go, Mantine. Woo. With a long cry, a Pokémon splashed into the water. It boasted a deep blue body, with two pointed antennae atop its head, gliding through the water with grace and agility. It's Mantine, May exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she consulted her Pokédex. Water and flying type. Electrike's electric moves will have a fantastic effect. Serena understood the tremendous advantage of type matching. However, Z, as an experienced gym leader, dared to send out Mantine, which was 4 times weak to electric moves. There must be some hidden strategy at play. The prudent Serena quickly made her decision. Electrike. Bolt switch. Electrike. Electrike erupted with a strong golden current, enveloping itself in an electric aura as it darted towards Mantine. Mantine, showcasing its superb swimming skills, evaded the electric current with a swift sidestep, sending up a splash of water. Although the damage was minimal, it successfully fulfilled its mission, vanishing in a flash as Electrike returned to its Pokeball. A small, adorable green Flababy lightly landed on the platform, completing the relay. Flababy, use Tailwind. Serena commanded first. Flababy. The Flababy conjured gentle, yet powerful gusts of wind that swiftly spread across the arena, enhancing the speed of its allies. The current swept across the water surface, creating fine ripples. Next, light screen. Serena ordered promptly, with a wave of its tiny hands. Flababy constructed a semi-transparent energy wall in front of Serena's side of the arena, shimmering with a faint glow. Oh, a double support strategy? Z raised an eyebrow, recognizing Serena's cautious setup. Mantine, air slash. Z quickly countered. Mantine's massive wings flapped forcefully, unleashing sharp, blade-like air slashes that sliced through the air towards the newly landed Flababy. Flababy, make a swift retreat. Flababy endured the pain inflicted by the air slash, transforming into a green flash as it darted towards Mantine. The moment the green flash touched Mantine, it vanished, and Flababy was recalled. Electrike. The small electric squirrel reappeared, bolstered by the Tailwind's speed, surrounded by crackling electricity, its momentum even more formidable than before, with the light screen still standing strong in front. Z couldn't help but roll his eyes at the sight. The young girl has truly gone too far. She possesses such a significant advantage in attributes, yet continues to stack buffs vigorously. She seems to take delight in bullying him, the gym leader, knowing he cannot switch Pokemon. Sighing, Shizzy attempted to initiate an attack. The Gigantamax Gyarados inhaled deeply, unleashing a formidable jet of high-pressure water that roared towards the newly emerged Electrode. Use Thunderbolt. Salina shouted confidently. With the wind at its back, Electrode's release of electricity reached its zenith. A bolt of golden lightning, even more robust and ferocious than before, tore through the air with a deafening crack, unreservedly striking both the oncoming water jet and the Gigantamax Gyarados. The blinding electric light instantly engulfed the water and the Gyarados' graceful form. The terrifying super-effective damage left it unable to even let out a cry of despair, its massive body stiffening violently in the water. Soon, the Gyarados flipped belly up, its eyes swirling, completely losing consciousness. The electric light in the pool gradually dissipated, leaving only the floating Gyarados and a faint scent of charred remnants. The referee's flag fell. The Gigantamax Gyarados is unable to continue fighting. Therefore, the victor is challenger Salina. Shizzy stepped forward, deftly recalling the Gyarados. He gazed at the residual traces of electricity on the water's surface, then turned to the serious-faced Salina. His expression not one of disappointment, but rather one of a more cheerful smile. What a meticulous strategy. He strode confidently to the center of the arena, extending his hand to Salina. Even with an absolute advantage, he remained cautious, not allowing his opponent a moment's respite. This level of prudence and execution is deserving of this wave badge. A deep blue badge, engraved with swirling wave patterns, was placed in Salina's outstretched palm. I look forward to your performance at the tournament. Thank you, Mr. Shizzy. Salina grasped the badge tightly, a relaxed smile finally blooming on her face. The 8th badge. Collected. Shizzy's gaze shifted to Ash and his companions. So, does anyone among you wish to challenge? Ash shook his head no. We are merely accompanying Salina for her challenge. Pikachu also shook its little paw, indicating no. Pikachu. I see. Shizzy nodded, glancing at the distinctive girls beside him, waving cheerfully. Then, I wish you all a pleasant journey. The sea will always welcome you. After bidding farewell to Shizzy, the group exited the spacious gym. The sea breeze, carrying a salty tang, washed away the tension of the recent battle. Finally, we have obtained the last badge. Salina exhaled deeply, carefully placing the wave badge into her badge case, aligning it with the other 7 badges. Congratulations, Salina. Xiao Wang exclaimed with a smile. However, Salina, you were rather cautious. Toko couldn't help but chuckle. With a 4 times disadvantage, combined with favorable winds and light screen, Shizzy's expression at the end was something to behold. Mei also nodded in agreement. Indeed, it felt like the Gigantamax Gyarados had no chance whatsoever. Salina smiled shyly. Since Mr. Shizzy dared to send out the Gigantamax Gyarados, which was 4 times weak to electric, I felt certain he must have had some contingency plan. Being cautious never hurts. Ash looked at Salina's serious demeanor and chuckled. The outcome proves your strategy was quite successful. Meloetta gracefully floated in front of Salina, humming a cheerful melody, as if to congratulate her. Thank you, Meloetta, Salina replied happily. Now that we have the badge, Xiaoguang gazed toward the distant golden coastline, which appeared even more dazzling than before. Miss Sharona's beach in front of her villa seems to beckon for another visit, doesn't it? Huh, a vacation back home. May's eyes brightened. Great idea. Toko immediately agreed. We were so focused on traveling that we didn't get to enjoy the water properly. Sounds good. Salina also found this proposal appealing, thinking about how the gym challenge had left little time for leisure. Meloetta joyfully twirled around, floating back to perch on Ash's head, reclaiming its familiar spot. Just then, a flash of orange light appeared, and Victini, with its enormous V-shaped ears, materialized on the other side of Ash's head. Pikachu. Pikachu leaped down from Ash's shoulder, pointing toward the direction they had come from. Then it settled. Salina stowed away her badge case, her face radiating with ease and anticipation, her goal set on the golden beach as they set off. Chapter 490, Misunderstanding, Pikachu's Moment of Swift Victory. In the days that followed, Ash and his companions continued to enjoy a leisurely routine on the golden beach near Sharona's villa. One day was dedicated to training their partners, honing their synergy and techniques. Every other day was a time for relaxation, basking in the sun, enjoying the waves, and playing beach volleyball. The laughter of Salina, Xiaoguang, Toko, and Mei frequently echoed along the shoreline, while Victini joyfully zipped between them, sharing energy cubes or curiously observing the shells on the beach. This harmonious blend of work and play filled everyone with a sense of fulfillment and joy. On training days, Ash paid particular attention to Meloetta's growth. This melody Pokemon possessed a powerful singing voice, yet lacked effective self-defense measures in direct confrontations. Ash patiently guided it to learn new techniques, focusing on defensive moves such as light screen, reflect, substitute, and protect, hoping to buy it time in critical moments. The girls often cheered from the sidelines. One bright morning, as sunlight bathed the beach, Ash and Meloetta began their routine combat simulation training. Pikachu served as a sparring partner, delivering perfectly measured electric shocks to compel Meloetta to react swiftly, practicing the instant construction of light screens or protective barriers. The reason for using Pikachu was its exceptional control over its power, capable of testing Meloetta's limits under pressure in a real combat scenario. Victini hovered beside Ash, curiously observing the training process, occasionally emitting encouraging sounds or mimicking Meloetta's movements. Meloetta's petite figure darted gracefully across the sand, striving to gather energy and construct a light screen before Pikachu's Thunderbolt simulation could strike. The golden electricity collided with the translucent energy barrier, producing a faint hum. Just as the training was reaching a peak, a deep, hostile voice suddenly rang out. "Let go of Meloetta," accompanied by heavy footsteps. A tall young man dressed simply but with a stern expression appeared at the edge of the beach. Beside him stood a massive golem, exuding an ancient and weighty aura. Slowly raising its rock-like fist, its gaze fixed on Pikachu in front of Meloetta, offering no chance for explanation. "Golem, Shadow Punch." Larry barked sharply. Buzz. Golem's enormous fist was instantly enveloped in dark, purplish energy, howling as it forcefully smashed toward Pikachu without warning. "Watch out, Ash!" The alarmed cries of Salina, Xiaoguang, Toko, and Mei echoed from the nearby villa entrance, clearly startled by the sudden assault as they rushed over. Meloetta, realizing the situation was dire. The resting Keldeo under the tree also dashed forward, positioning itself in front of Meloetta. "Pikachu, Iron Tail. Keldeo, get Meloetta to safety." Ash reacted swiftly, urgently instructing Pikachu to counterattack. Pikachu transformed into a nearly imperceptible yellow flash, its steel-strong tail shimmering with dazzling silver light, meeting the massive Shadow Punch with thunderous precision. Boom! A sound far more thunderous than before erupted. Pikachu's Iron Tail not only completely blocked the Shadow Punch, but the overwhelming force contained within sent Golem's heavy rock fist rebounding forcefully. The colossal figure staggered back, its massive form leaving deep impressions in the sand beneath. Meloetta, startled, was swiftly whisked away from danger by Keldeo. "Indeed, you are compelling it to fight." While Meloetta was merely evading the shockwaves of the attack, Larry perceived it as avoiding Pikachu's onslaught, which ignited his fury. "Hey, calm down." Ash raised his hand in an attempt to explain, but his words fell on deaf ears. "Giant mud doll, earthquake." The mud doll steadied itself, lifting its heavy foot once more, channeling an astounding surge of ground energy, poised to deliver a devastating stomp. If successful, the impact would be catastrophic. "In that case, you shall not blame me for showing no mercy." Ash's voice brimmed with unwavering confidence. "Pikachu, unleash your most powerful Iron Tail." In an instant, Pikachu's tail radiated an unprecedented brilliance, channeling all its strength into the appendage, transforming it into an Iron Tail nearly the size of the mud doll itself. In the blink of an eye, and with speed that surpassed the limits of perception, Pikachu became a golden blur, darting in front of the mud doll just as its foot, charged with terrifying energy, was about to descend. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous crash, Pikachu's tail, infused with its entire might, struck the mud doll's core with the force of a meteor impact. The enormous body of the mud doll trembled violently, the accumulated energy dissipating in an instant. Its rock-hard form emitted a muffled sound of overwhelming strain as the powerful blow forced its feet off the ground, leaving its massive body in utter disarray. After a brief suspension in the air, the mud doll crashed back down, its eyes swirling as it succumbed entirely to incapacitation. "Ash, are you all right?" Serena, Chloe, Toko, and May rushed forward. "With Pikachu by my side, I am unharmed," Ash reassured the girls, gesturing for them not to worry. Upon hearing this, the girls collectively sighed in relief, their gazes now directed at the dazed Larry with a hint of hostility. Mellow. Larry, observing Meloetta's anxious demeanor and listening to its emotionally charged melody, felt his anger and confusion gradually give way to uncertainty. He then looked at Ash and Pikachu. Although they had assumed a battle stance, their eyes radiated clarity and conviction, devoid of any coercive intent. Moreover, Pikachu and Keldeo stood protectively behind Meloetta. "Meloetta, you are willingly accompanying them?" Larry inquired hesitantly, his tone softening. Meloetta nodded vigorously, floating to Ash's side and affectionately nuzzling his cheek before gliding atop Pikachu, emitting a soothing and joyful hum. Larry fell silent, witnessing Meloetta's trustful demeanor among Ash's companions, then glancing at the mud doll, now halted by Pikachu. He finally grasped the magnitude of his error. I apologize. Larry sighed heavily, retracting the mud doll with a face full of regret and a hint of fatigue. I acted too impulsively. As its guardian, sensing Meloetta's energy fluctuations, I mistakenly believed it was in battle, and thus. He looked at Ash and the formidable Pikachu with a complex expression. It's all right, Mr. Larry, Ash nodded in understanding. You were simply concerned for Meloetta. Faced with an inexplicable attack, he could only imagine how displeased he must have felt, but considering he was Meloetta's guardian, Ash chose to forgive him. Chapter 491. Team Rocket launches, the prologue of Black and White. The group returned to the shaded terrace of the villa, where Toko kindly brought over several glasses of chilled fruit juice. Larry accepted a glass with gratitude, his gaze softening as it fell upon Meloetta, who was nestled against Ash's shoulder. This sight caused a peculiar expression to cross Larry's features, akin to that of a father whose daughter had been whisked away after years of guardianship. I am Larry, and my family has been the guardians of Meloetta for generations. Shaking off the odd thoughts, Larry explained his background under the attentive gazes of the group. We have dwelled in seclusion within a valley far from the clamor of the world, living harmoniously with Meloetta for a millennium. I believe this tranquility would persist indefinitely until a few months ago when its demeanor darkened, and that malevolent duo found our whereabouts. They launched a surprise attack with the intent to capture Meloetta. We fought with all our strength, yet they were well prepared and forcibly took Meloetta away, cutting off our connection. Team Rocket actually managed to capture a Pokémon? Chloe mused nearby, showing no regard for Larry's outsider status. May subtly elbowed Chloe, who, upon realizing her faux pas, sheepishly stuck out her tongue. Although Larry felt embarrassed, he chose to ignore it completely. Ash was not surprised. After their training with the Team Rocket trio, their skills in capturing Pokémon had markedly improved. Why did they want to capture Meloetta? Serena asked softly, concern etched on her face. Chloe leaned in closer, her brows furrowed. Larry took a deep breath, his expression turning grave. Because Meloetta is not merely a Pokémon of melody. Its ancient and pure song possesses the power to harmonize and even guide vast forces of nature. Meloetta's song is the key to unlocking the great powers of nature, which is precisely what Team Rocket covets. This formidable force capable of altering the fabric of the world. A key? May gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. That sounds incredibly powerful and perilous. No wonder it has attracted the attention of villains. Toko looked at Meloetta with worry. Meloetta recalled unsettling memories with a hint of sadness. Fear not, Meloetta, Ash comforted, gently stroking its green, note-adorned hair, his heart dismissing Larry's words. Change the world as framework? That seems a bit exaggerated. At least a legendary Pokémon would be required for that. The only truly world-impacting disasters recorded are those caused by Kyogre and Groudon, sparking the land-sea conflict. Most others are merely regional. Moreover, 2 of the 3 legendary Pokémon of the Unova region are already with me. Mr. Larry, please do not worry. Ash's voice carried an undeniable determination as he rose, his gaze sharp. Meloetta is safe with us. I have faced Team Rocket countless times. They pose no threat to me. Larry found himself at a loss for words in response to Ash's bold declaration. He acknowledged Pikachu's formidable strength, yet being a recluse. He was unaware of Ash's prowess or the capabilities of Team Rocket. Perceiving Larry's skepticism, Ash pointed to the floating Victini beside him. You may doubt me, but have you heard of Victini? Larry nodded. Even as a hermit, he had heard of the legendary creature known for wielding the power of victory. It too has been sought after by those coveting its strength, yet we now travel together, free from the shackles of fate. With Pikachu and me, along with our reliable companions, he surveyed the girls and Keldeo present. Anyone who wishes to harm Meloetta shall not succeed. We will drive them away. Pikachu stood resolutely by Ash's side, its cheeks crackling with electricity, its gaze sharp. Pika. Indeed, I can protect Meloetta too. Keldeo stepped forward as well, issuing a clear and resonant neigh to declare its stance. Larry's gaze slowly traversed Ash, Pikachu, then rested on the trustful eyes of Victini, Keldeo, and finally Meloetta. A trace of relief washed over his taut face as a smile broke through, and he nodded heavily. I understand now. Since Victini, Keldeo, and even Meloetta trust you so, I believe you are right. Although Larry was unaware of the identity of the young man before him, the fact that he had been chosen by 3 mythical beasts simultaneously was sufficient to attest to his personal allure. Meloetta, in a joyful display, flitted around the gathering. Ash offered a slight smile. With the endorsement of mythical creatures, the credibility of outsiders was undeniably elevated. Everyone, be cautious. However, the mirth lasted but 3 seconds as a powerful alert from the aura signaled that danger was rapidly approaching. Buzz. Soon, an abrupt and jarring roar of engines shattered the tranquility of the beach. Several bizarrely shaped beach buggies, emblazoned with the letter R, erupted from the thicket surrounding the villa, stirring up clouds of sand. Atop the lead vehicle stood three familiar figures, Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth, striking their signature poses, their eyes glimmering with dark instruments. "You little brat. Hand over Meloetta." Their demeanor was markedly different this time. Emboldened, they not only dared to challenge Ash, but wore expressions of brazen confidence. Following closely behind, several small speedboats surged onto the beach, and a group of 7 or 8 soldiers clad in uniform Team Rocket attire swiftly fanned out, subtly encircling the area. Yet, the most disheartening sight was that of the final figure to appear. A notably larger and sturdier black hovercraft silently glided onto the beach. As the hatch opened, a composed man clad in a dark suit, his slicked-back hair exuding an air of authority, stepped out. His eyes similarly equipped with the same instruments as those of the trio from Team Rocket. He walked with measured steps, each one emanating an invisible pressure, accompanied by a sharp-eyed Persian at his feet. Behind him, several formidable Pokémon, emanating a powerful aura, landed heavily on the sand, causing it to billow. They were Golem, Tyranitar, Nidoqueen, and Nidoking, renowned ground-type Pokémon from Kanto, lined up like a moving fortress, their fierce gazes fixated on Ash and his companions, particularly on the protected Meloetta. The pulsating ground-type energy beneath them clashed with the sea breeze. Ash's demeanor sharpened instantly, every muscle in his body tensed. Pikachu sprang onto his shoulder, tail erect, its electric pouches crackling ominously. Serena, Dawn, Toko, and May instinctively huddled closer to Ash, their faces awash with tension and vigilance. Keldeo lowered its body, its horn aimed ahead, emitting a threatening growl, while Victini nervously sought refuge behind Ash. Ash's gaze swept over Keldeo and Victini, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, but ultimately settled on Meloetta, a cryptic smile curling at the corner of his lips. Fortune favors you with several mythical companions, yet they all now belong to Team Rocket. If you're wise, simply release Meloetta, and we might let the other two go. His tone was calm, as if he were extending a generous offer to Ash. Mr. Sakaki, it's not even evening yet. Are you already dreaming the impossible? Ash retorted without hesitation. A confrontation of darkness and light was imminent. This is bad, Miss Cynthia. The villains attempting to capture Meloetta have arrived, and are currently confronting Mr. Ash and the others. The butler, discreetly observing from a shadowy corner, was stealthily contacting Cynthia. Chapter 492, Chaos, King Against King, Knight Against Knight. Sakaki's gaze lingered on Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder, then shifted to him with an appreciative glint. Ash, your name and deeds have reached even beyond Kanto. Such fervor is commendable, yet overly naive. He shook his head slightly. Why not join us? I can offer you resources and status beyond your imagination. Our paths diverge. We cannot conspire together. Ash's response was resolute. My power is to protect my companions. Meloetta, we will ensure her safety. The atmosphere plummeted to an icy silence. The smile that had graced Sakaki's lips vanished. His eyes turned cold and sharp. Unfortunately, it seems we will have to let our strength speak for itself. In an instant, both sides sprang into action. Lizardin, Metagross, you are chosen. Having anticipated this day's arrival, Ash had already swapped out his Pokémon, launching 2 Pokeballs into the air. With a thunderous crash, the emerald-scaled Lizardin and the silvery, robust Metagross landed, forming a steadfast line alongside Pikachu and the poised Croconaw, confronting Sakaki's 4 colossal beasts. Humph! Sakaki waved his hand lightly, issuing succinct and ruthless commands. Golem, use Rock Tomb to restrain Lizardin. Tyranitar, charge and target Pikachu. Nidoqueen, unleash Earthquake. Nidoqueen, support with Poison Sting. Pikachu, evade with Quick Attack. Lizardin, pierce through the Rock Tomb with Leaf Blade against Tyranitar. Metagross, use Psychic to disrupt Nidoqueen's Earthquake. Croconaw, counter Nidoqueen's Poison Sting with Sand Tomb. Ash's counters were equally swift. The battlefield erupted into a fierce clash of energies. Pikachu transformed into a streak of yellow, effortlessly dodging the terrifying drill of Tyranitar. Just as the massive rock hurled by Golem neared, Lizardin executed an improbable slip at an acute angle, simultaneously unleashing a blinding green flash from its leaf blade, striking Tyranitar beside Pikachu. With a resounding crack, the opposing heavy arm emitted a dull shattering sound. Pikachu seized the opportunity, using Lizardin's arm to launch itself, its metallic tail whipping out to strike Golem's shoulder. Golem roared in agony as cracks splintered across its rocky arm. The 2 Pokémon exhibited seamless cooperation. Simultaneously, Metagross raised all 4 metallic arms, unleashing a powerful wave of psychic energy that slammed into the ground-type energy coalescing beneath Nidoqueen's feet. Nidoqueen's earthquake was momentarily disrupted, the swirling brown energy becoming chaotic and failing to unleash its full might. Croconaw opened its jaws wide, inhaling forcefully, transforming the sand before it into a swirling vortex that ensnared the onslaught of poison stings shot by Nidoqueen. The violet-black venom churned within the sand, unable to break free. With Tyranidar's initial strike missing and Lizardon's leaf blade, the immense inertia propelled it several steps forward. Yet Sakiki's commands were quick to follow. Tyranitar, Rock Blast. It steadied itself, swiftly conjuring sharp rock projectiles that hurtled toward the freshly landed Pikachu and Lizardon. Pikachu, intercept with Thunderwave. Lizardon, Magical Leaf. Ash responded with lightning speed. Pikachu leapt into the air, unfurling a crackling electric net that ensnared most of the rock projectiles. Lizardon, with fierce determination, summoned a plethora of leaves that sliced through the remaining rocks into powder. Meanwhile, Nidoqueen broke free from the psychic interference, roaring as it lifted its foot again, unleashing an even more vigorous wave of earthquakes. Metagross growled, crossing its arms defensively, its metallic body bracing against the shockwave that sank the sand beneath it. Nidoqueen seized the opportunity to spray another volley of poison stings, targeting Croconaw, which was attempting to aid Metagross. Croconaw roared, unleashing another wave of dark energy that clashed violently with the oncoming stream of venom, the sound of energy annihilation echoing throughout. In a moment, the battlefield, rife with chaos, resonated with the din of kings clashing, each maneuver fraught with peril, as deep furrows were carved into the beach. Simultaneously, the trio from Team Rocket surged forward, accompanied by their minions. You little brat, stubborn as ever. Grab Mellow at a meow? Meowth unsheathed its claws, determination etched across its face. With the boss around, let us see where you can run. Go forth, Mighty Bat, and Crying Mask, commanded Musashi as she and Kojiro unleashed their Pokémon. Musashi's Mighty Bat flapped its broad ears, emitting an irksome buzz, while Kojiro's Crying Mask floated like an ethereal specter, its masked eyes glimmering with an eerie light. Toko, May, and Kogain, I entrust those minions and our 3 old acquaintances to you. Ash called out without looking back. Understood. Inferno King, clear the path with your flames. Toko's gaze sharpened. Inferno King roared, unleashing a searing fan of flames that instantly repelled 2 of Team Rocket's advancing grunts. Superior, bind Mighty Bat with your vines. May's command was precise. Superior, with its graceful form, shot out several resilient green vines like whips, ensnaring the flitting Mighty Bat and thwarting its sonic interference. Poliwag, use Bubble Beam to cover Crying Mask. And Dugong, employ Ice Punch to disrupt. Kogain directed with agility. Poliwag puffed its cheeks, unleashing a barrage of bubbles towards the levitating Crying Mask. Meanwhile, Dugong transformed into a white blur, deftly navigating the chaotic battlefield's periphery, and with a glimmer of frost, struck Crying Mask, causing it to stagger. Fennekin, utilize Mystical Fire to distract Meowth, and everyone, guard the flanks. Salina observed the battlefield with calm precision. Fennekin tapped its staff, sending a distorted beam of illusion straight at Meowth, momentarily dazzling it. Simultaneously, Salina commanded Burning Bug to deploy a fiery vortex to block another side where grunts attempted to flank them. Yet, the first wave of Team Rocket grunts, equipped with formidable ground-type Pokémon like Golem and Tyranitar, sought to hinder Superior and Inferno King. Crying Mask skillfully slipped into the shadows to evade the bubble beam, only to emerge from the shadow beneath Inferno King's feet, attempting to strike its legs with a chilling energy attack. The girls, backed against the villa, fought in perfect harmony. The trio from Team Rocket and several grunts were firmly held at bay on the opposite side. Their offense was fierce, yet they struggled to breach the line fortified by trust and synergy. At this moment, the battle was on the brink of eruption, while Cynthia was still en route. Chapter 493, Advantage, a 2-to-1 exchange ratio. The battlefield was in constant flux. Pikachu transformed into a streak of yellow lightning, darting swiftly between Golem and Tyranitar, leaving afterimages that caused their attacks to miss repeatedly. Golem, Earthquake. Tyranitar, Rock Slide. Golem bellowed, stomping down with its colossal rocky foot, sending a powerful shockwave radiating outward, causing the beach to tremble violently, while Tyranitar controlled countless boulders to obstruct Pikachu's advance. Pika, the yellow figure of Pikachu, nimbly navigated through the rocks, even using the moment of landing on a boulder to leap and evade Golem's shockwave, showcasing its adeptness. Solar Beam. Delay for Lizardon. 2 Pokémon ambushed Pikachu. buying time for Lizardin, whose backpack had unknowingly accumulated sunlight, unleashing a brilliant golden energy towards Tyranitar in an instant. Nidoking, Flamethrower. A searing red flame shot forth, intercepting Lizardin's solar beam aimed at Tyranitar. Crocodile. However, the rogue croc was not idle. It crossed its arms and spun, unleashing sharp rocks that pierced towards Nidoking with a fierce thrust. Nidoking attempted to assist, but Metagross's metallic form blocked its path, preventing it from intervening. Tyranitar, Rock Slide. Thus, Sakamoto had no choice but to command Tyranitar to cease its pursuit of Pikachu and redirect its attention towards the rogue croc. Pikachu now? Deception. Ash seized the moment when the attention of Metagross and rogue croc was diverted. Pikachu's eyes gleamed with purple light, its special attack surging dramatically. Arcs of electricity crackling around it, exuding immense power. Golem rollout. Tyranitar, arm thrust. Sakamoto's gaze sharpened. Golem instantly transformed into a sphere, propelled by Tyranitar's powerful strike, and shot towards Pikachu like a cannonball. Surf. A smile broke across Ash's face. On the other side, Sakamoto's expression shifted as he realized Ash's Pokémon were intercepting his reinforcements one by one. Dynamic Punch. Metagross was the first to strike, its four arms gleaming with silver light as it unleashed a meteor mash directly at Nidoking, while Nidoking and Tyranitar were held back by Rogue Croc and Lizardin. They could only watch helplessly as Pikachu leapt high, its tail glimmering with blue light. Boom! A massive wave surged forth from nowhere, sweeping with sand and ferocity to meet Golem's rollout. In the face of the towering tidal wave, Golem's proud rocky body lost all momentum under the pure force of water, being thoroughly submerged. It crashed heavily onto the distant beach, rendered incapacitated. Yay! We defeated the first one. Nearby, Meloetta and Victini couldn't contain their cheers. Golem. Sakamoto's brow furrowed. He hadn't anticipated that Ash's Pikachu could so skillfully wield Surf, seizing the opportunity to eliminate one of his key players first. Nidoking. After being repeatedly disrupted by Rogue Croc's sharp rocks, and following the elbow strike from Metagross, Nidoking, who had endured long enough, finally erupted. It unleashed a torrent of toxic purple energy that encompassed the freshly landed Pikachu, as well as Lizardin and Metagross in front of it. Pikachu, Electroweb to intercept. Lizardin, Shadow Clone to evade. Metagross, Metal Sound to disrupt. Pikachu landed, flicking its tail as a massive electric web ensnared the mud bomb, crackling as it absorbed the toxic sludge. Lizardin blurred, instantly creating several illusory images, allowing the toxic energy to pass through its phantoms without striking its true form. Metagross emitted a deafening metallic screech, unleashing a wave of sound that caused Nidoking and Nidoqueen to clutch their ears in pain, significantly diminishing the mud bomb's subsequent impact. Rogue Croc, Quicksand Hell to trap Tyranitar. Ash offered no respite. Rogue Croc stomped the ground, transforming the beach beneath Tyranitar into a vast whirlpool of quicksand, its powerful suction causing the massive creature to sink, severely hindering its movement. Meowth, Dark Pulse. Sakamoto commanded. A pitch-black ring of energy shot towards Metagross, forcing it to cease its irritating metallic sound, creating a green energy shield to deflect the incoming Dark Pulse. Water Pulse. Then, gathering a water-blue energy sphere in its mouth, Sakamoto unleashed a continuous wave of water towards Rogue Croc, compelling both Rogue Croc and Metagross to assume defensive stances. Meow. Having completed all these actions, Meowth cast a taunting glance at Pikachu, for it was indeed a cat playing with a mouse. Pika. Unfazed, Pikachu kept its gaze fixed on Meowth. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. A dazzling golden bolt of electricity surged forth like the spear of Thor, piercing towards Meowth. Power Gem. Meowth's eyes sparkled with intensity, the ruby on its forehead condensing into a brilliant red beam that raced toward the Thunderbolt. Boom. The electrical energy collided violently with the gem energy, the beach erupting into scorched earth as energy shards scattered. Deception. Sakamoto's voice carried a chill. Meowth's eyes glimmered with cunning, a mischievous aura enveloping it as it heightened its special attack. In a flash of electricity, Pikachu transformed into a streak of yellow lightning, swiftly closing in on Meowth. Tyranitar. Rock Blast. Just as Tyranitar struggled free from the quicksand, it roared, swinging its massive arm. Countless sharp stones materialized from thin air, raining down like artillery shells upon Pikachu's path. Bang, bang, bang. Pikachu was forced to halt abruptly, its electrical assault interrupted. Rogue Croc, Quicksand Hell. Lizardin, Leaf Blade. Metagross, Psychic. In a moment of resolute decision, Ash redirected his focus. At that instant, the Lizard King unleashed its Leaf Blade, the the verdant energy slicing through the air, aimed directly at the armored Tyrannosaurus. With a mighty roar, the Metagross emanated a formidable red light from its 4 eyes, enveloping the armored Tyrannosaurus with an invisible yet immense psychic force, causing its movements to falter. Nidoking and Nidoqueen attempted to lend their support, but the rogue crocodile transformed the ground beneath them into a treacherous quicksand, thwarting their advance. Seizing the opportunity, the Lizard King executed its leaf blade with precision, striking the shoulder of the armored Tyrannosaurus, eliciting a pained cry from the colossal creature. The oppressive psychic pressure further compelled it to emit a sorrowful roar, and at last, its massive form succumbed to the burden, crashing down heavily. Meloetta, Victini. Witnessing the fall of their opponent, Meloetta and Victini erupted in jubilant cheers once more. Now is the moment. Meowth, Water Pulse. Target the rogue crocodile. The command from Giovanni was both ruthless and precise. Just as Ash's team converged their efforts on the armored Tyrannosaurus, Meowth's lips curled into a sinister smile. The surging energy of water had already coalesced within its mouth, not aimed at the nearby Pikachu, but arcing toward the rogue crocodile, which was maintaining its quicksand trap, oblivious to the impending threat. The rogue crocodile, currently controlling Nidoking, was taken aback, hurriedly retracting its power, but it was too late to mount a defense. Just as the water pulse was about to engulf the rogue crocodile, Meloetta leaped into the fray, arms outstretched, conjuring a green barrier before it. The turbulent wave of water collided violently with the invisible sound wall, producing a thunderous boom. Meloetta's small frame leaned back slightly, yet the barrier steadfastly protected the rogue crocodile behind it. With a sigh of relief, the rogue crocodile managed to offer Meloetta a friendly smile, to which Meloetta responded with a nod, and then flew back to perch on Ash's shoulder. Ash affectionately tousled Meloetta's hair, reflecting on how their previous training had not been in vain, while Meloetta felt a surge of happiness from being able to assist Ash. Meanwhile, Giovanni, who had been basking in confidence, found his expression darkening. Chapter 494, Continuous Mega Evolution, Giovanni's Counterattack. As the golem and armored Tyrannosaurus fell one after the other, the tide of battle began to spiral out of control, and Giovanni's expression darkened like storm clouds. On the other side of the battlefield, Team Rocket was also at a disadvantage. After all, the girl's prowess was formidable, bolstered by the presence of the mythical Keldeo. No more delays, Giovanni thought grimly. Time was of the essence. It appears I must take decisive action, he declared, suddenly hurling a Premier Ball. Beedrill Mega Evolve, with a blinding flash of white light. A Beedrill of imposing stature, its twin stingers gleaming ominously, appeared instantaneously, resonating powerfully with the keystone on Giovanni's wrist. The dazzling light of evolution enveloped its form, causing it to undergo a rapid transformation. As the brilliance faded, a larger, more menacing Mega Beedrill hovered in the air. In its mega form, its arms morphed into colossal, glimmering, venomous stingers, while its tail's stinger also expanded, exuding an aura of dread. Indeed, it was the Mega Beedrill. Ash couldn't help but reflect on the familiarity of this formidable bug-type Pokémon. It was no wonder Giovanni exuded such confidence. The Mega Evolution had undoubtedly elevated the already elite Beedrill to new heights. Rumor had it that this Beedrill's might could rival that of the Dragon-type champion's Dragonite. Buzzing with energy, the Mega Beedrill wasted no time. Its crimson compound eyes locked onto the rogue crocodile, and in an instant, its form blurred, leaving behind only a fleeting afterimage that tore through the air. The twin stingers converged, the purple-black venomous energy coalescing into a concentrated point, aimed straight for the rogue crocodile's unguarded back. Giovanni was evidently intent on obliterating the rogue crocodile. Return, Ash commanded. A crimson light enveloped the astonished rogue crocodile, withdrawing it just before the venomous stingers could pierce its skin. Well done. Take a good rest, Ash praised. Recognizing that after being captured in Unova and undergoing rigorous training in the verdant forest, the rogue crocodile had met his expectations by being able to hold its ground against Giovanni's Pokémon. This would serve as a valuable trump card in the upcoming tournament. He then turned his gaze toward Giovanni, his eyes sharp and brimming with confidence. This little game of pretend must come to an end. Come forth, Scyther, Garchomp, and you. Charizard. Garchomp roared, while Charizard joyfully let out a triumphant cry, clearly elated to join the fray once more. The long-absent Scyther had no less enthusiasm. Only Garchomp seemed indifferent, lacking the regal demeanor of Cynthia's counterpart. However, that was merely Ash's perspective. To the onlookers, the sight of 5 powerful Pokémon, each with distinct forms, materializing before Ash was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Yet, this was not the limit of their potential. Raising his arm high, Ash displayed the glimmering keystone on his wrist. Answer my heart, Mega Evolve. Roaring in unison, 5 beams of dazzling light, each representing different types, surged from Ash's team, soaring skyward. The sheer force of their energy rippled through the air. As the brilliance subsided, 5 formidable Pokémon, now in their mega forms, stood proudly. The Super Charizard, adorned in deep blue and indigo skin, with ethereal blue dragon flames. The Super Lizard King, exuding a sharp aura reminiscent of the forest. Its tail blade akin to a razor-sharp sickle. The Mega Scyther, stout and robust like a battering ram. Its 4 metallic wings humming ominously. The Super Metagross, displaying an intellect surpassing others, exuding an aura reminiscent of a Cold War fortress. And the Super Garchomp, its arm blades transformed into massive scythes, each making a grand entrance in succession. Meloetta, Meloetta, Victini chimed in excitement. The first sight of Meloetta left Ash in awe, his mouth agape with astonishment. On the other side, his friends, Xiaoguang and Mei, paused in wonder, bewildered by the spectacle. What is this? The younger Keldeo had never witnessed a mega evolution before. Giovanni's pupils constricted, the smile on his face vanishing, replaced by a deeper shadow of malice. 5 megas? Huh, you truly have an ace up your sleeve. But do you think this will ensure your victory? Dr. Seg, at the edge of the beach, a figure clad in Team Rocket's white lab coat appeared, flanked by 3 peculiar devices flashing red lights. As you commanded, Master Giovanni, he sneered, pressing down on a control button with fervor. Simultaneously, the 3 devices emitted thick energy chambers, revealing 3 massive, yet somewhat lethargic figures with vacant expressions amidst the distorted beams of light. They were ensnared by ominous purple arcs of electricity and metallic restraints. On the left, the Tornadus floated above, resembling a hunchbacked elder draped in green robes, surrounded by chaotic winds. On the right, the Thundurus crouched low, akin to a stooped blue-skinned creature, with faint electrical sparks dancing across its surface. In the center, the Landorus, resembling a stout, earth-toned giant, emitted weak terrestrial vibrations, though it moved sluggishly. The 3 deities of the clouds emitted confused and tormented groans, clearly trapped in a state of severe suppression. The 3 cloud deities? Ash exclaimed, astonished that Giovanni had managed to capture them all. Surprised? Giovanni spread his arms wide, arrogance lacing his tone. With the power of my Mega Bee drill, enhanced by these specially crafted weapons, I systematically defeated them. Now, their strength is mine to command. Giovanni's gaze fixed intently on Meloetta. To restrain me, you captured the 3 cloud deities in advance, Ash realized. As for why Giovanni continued to fixate on Meloetta, it was likely in hopes of awakening the deity's primal forms and gaining control over nature's forces. Yet, with Team Rocket's current strength, wouldn't it be wiser to steadily invade Unova? Why must they contend with him directly? All of you attack. Eliminate them. With Giovanni's command, the vacant-eyed 3 cloud deities let out a feral roar, obediently executing his orders. The tornado cloud spiraled forth, unleashing wind blades upon the formidable Mega Metagross. The thundercloud coalesced into electric orbs aimed at the majestic Mega Charizard X. And the land cloud clumsily summoned stone pillars to impale the powerful Mega Sceptile. Meanwhile, Mega Beedrill transformed into a lethal purple streak, this time setting its sights on Pikachu. A glint of determination flashed in Meowth's eyes as it prepared to unleash the power gem. Hassa! The metallic wings of Mega Scyther vibrated at an extraordinary frequency, instantly erupting with an unprecedented velocity, its enormous pincers shrieking through the air as they crashed down upon the trajectory of Mega Beedrill's assault. Clang! Sparks flew as the attack was forcefully intercepted. The 2 speed-oriented Mega Pokémon engaged in a dazzling display of rapid offense and defense. Pikachu! Ash's gaze shifted towards Pikachu, who once again faced off against Meowth and decided to collaborate with Mega Garchomp to eliminate the remaining threats. Pikachu! Crackling with electric energy, Pikachu locked onto the elegant yet perilous Meowth with an indomitable fighting spirit. Roar! Mega Garchomp let out a low growl, its colossal scythe pointing at the land cloud. Its eyes ablaze with a combative fire, clearly more intrigued by the earth-manipulating foe. Hold on, deal with Nidoking and Nidoqueen first. Fortunately, Ash intervened just in time, compelling Garchomp to reluctantly confront the Nidoking and Nidoqueen duo. Chapter 495. The subtle performance of Pikachu, a stalemate. On the battlefield of the 3 cloud deities, Charizard, Sceptile, and Metagross were engaged in combat with their respective adversaries, each free to unleash their full potential. Given the ever-shifting dynamics of the battlefield, any attempt to impose strict commands would be counterproductive, especially since these Pokémon were Ash's main forces, possessing ample battle experience. Roar! Mega Charizard X unleashed a ghostly blue flame. Clashing head-on with the thundercloud's violent electric sphere, the explosion's shockwave tearing through the beach. Facing the piercing Volt Tackle, Charizard X entwined its claws with the lightning, boldly redirecting the current towards Sceptile. Just then, Mega Sceptile, in perfect synchronization, allowed the electric assault to wash over it. The raging bolts not only failed to harm it, but were instead converted into energy, steadily augmenting its might. Lightning Rod activated. Sceptile promptly slapped the ground, its emerald aura swelling, as numerous sturdy vines erupted, precisely piercing through the sharp stone pillars summoned by the land cloud, amidst the flying debris. The robust vines struck at the earthen giant. The land cloud hastily erected a heavy earthen wall, but the frenzied plant tendrils embedded themselves deeply, only to be pushed back by the seismic shockwaves from its stomps. Meanwhile, Mega Metagross's crimson eyes glowed fiercely as it charged forward with its comet punch. Propelled by the force of a meteor towards the tornado cloud, the opponent's sharp wind blades intertwined and sliced, yet the majority were shattered by Metagross's iron fist, leaving only a few remnants that marked its metallic body with white scars. The three Mega Pokémon launched an onslaught like a tidal wave, each showcasing their strengths and evidently overpowering their respective three cloud deity adversaries. However, Ash's brow furrowed. The vast stamina within the three cloud deities made them akin to tireless machines. No matter how many times they were repelled, they continued to fight under the stimulation of the purple arcs. The advantage of the legendary Pokémon lay in their abundant stamina, enabling them to endure prolonged battles. Whereas the downside of Mega Evolution was its limited duration. Moreover, under Team Rocket's control, the cloud deities exhibited no rationality, impervious to pain, amplifying their advantage infinitely. Although Ash could utilize the power of healing for Charizard and the others, its sustainability remained finite, and Mega Evolution also consumed part of the user's energy. With only one Pokémon in Mega form, the energy expenditure was manageable, but he had pushed 5 Pokémon into Mega Evolution simultaneously, leading to a significant drain. He needed to find a breakthrough. Ash cast a cautious glance at Giovanni, carefully observing the unfolding situation. He turned his attention to the side, where electric sparks clashed violently with the brilliance of the power gem. Pikachu. The diminutive figure of Pikachu transformed into a golden electric streak, launching a Volt Tackle like an enraged dragon towards the elegantly striding Meowth. A glimmer of insight sparkled in Meowth's eyes as it gracefully leaped, the dazzling light of the power gem coalescing to intercept the electric current's trajectory, detonating in a thunderous explosion, scattering energy fragments. Pikachu. Undeterred, Pikachu swung its iron tail, cutting through the air with a whistling sound. Yet, Meowth seemed to anticipate its movement, its supple form twisting impossibly, narrowly evading the strike. Simultaneously, it unleashed a blinding hyper beam, the scorching beam narrowly grazing Pikachu's tail, leaving a charred trench on the beach. Ash frowned slightly. Though Pikachu possessed superior strength compared to Meowth, the situation remained a stalemate, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Was it possible that Pikachu only received boosts when fighting legendaries? It appeared that breaking the deadlock was currently beyond Pikachu's capabilities. Garchomp. The battle with Mega Garchomp was equally intense, its enormous scythe arms gleaming menacingly as it struck down towards Nidoking. Nidoking roared, charging forward with its horn drill at high speed. Clang. The piercing sound of metal grinding echoed, sparks flying. Nidoking staggered back from the overwhelming force. And as Garchomp prepared to pursue, a foul wind surged from the side. Nidoqueen's poison jab, imbued with lethal purple energy, lunged toward its vulnerable flank. Garchomp reacted with lightning speed, pivoting sharply, its scythe arm blocking the attack, deflecting the poisonous strike, but still forced it to take a step back. Roar. Nidoking seized the opportunity. A sharp stone spire formed from the earth's power erupted violently from beneath Garchomp's feet. Garchomp roared, sending seismic waves radiating from its center, shattering the stone spire and pushing Nidoking and Nidoqueen back several meters with a ferocious impact. The battle was fierce, yet it remained a deadlock. Mega Garchomp exuded an awe-inspiring aura, its scythe cleaving through the air with a fearsome dragon's might, yet its attacks fell just short of fully breaking through the opponent's defenses. The Nidoking couple, bolstered by years of fighting alongside each other and their solid ground-type defenses, withstood the brutal dragon-type onslaught. Garchomp let out a begrudging low growl, charging once more, unleashing Dragon Claw, Earthquake, and a series of relentless strikes, while Nidoking and Nidoqueen countered with Horn Drill, Poison Jab, and Earth Power, persistently fending off the assault. Ash observed with a hint of regret. Having recently undergone Unova evolution, their powers still required time to mature. However, managing to suppress the Nidoking couple was already within Ash's expectations. Of utmost concern to Ash were the two swift figures that blurred into near perfection on the battlefield. Clang, 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 clang. Each collision was accompanied by dazzling sparks. The four metallic wing blades of Mega Scyther had been pushed to their limits, producing a resonant hum as they sliced through the air. Its colossal pincers transformed into projectile fists, unleashing a barrage akin to a tempest, attempting to restrict every evasive avenue of its opponent. Yet, Mega Beedrill's crimson compound eyes seemed to penetrate all. Its dual arms, transformed into venomous stingers, struck with remarkable precision, always managing to exploit the slightest vulnerability in Mega Scyther's pincers, deftly redirecting the fierce force of its punches. The purple-black energy flickered at the tips of the stingers, and with every block, even as the steel type immunized itself against the toxin's encroachment, the overwhelming shockwaves still reverberated through Mega Scyther's armor, leaving its arms tingling. It was still too much of a strain. Ash mused. Giovanni's ace, the strength of a seasoned champion, even utilizing Mega Evolution to transcend limits, had placed Mega Scyther, a fellow mainstay with a type advantage, in an unequivocally disadvantageous position. Poison jab. Giovanni seemed to sense the potential for a breakthrough, his voice coldly commanding Beedrill. Mega Beedrill's form suddenly blurred, a purple streak tearing through space, its venomous stingers aimed directly at Mega Scyther's face with an unstoppable force. The speed was astonishing. Hassa! Mega Scyther screeched, its X-Scissor hastily meeting the attack. Boom! The purple flash erupted, propelling Mega Scyther as if struck by a hammer, its massive body careening through the air, carving a long trench across the beach, with its crimson armor cracking slightly at the chest. As it struggled to rise, Beedrill's afterimage descended once more, the piercing scream of its stinger cutting through the air, aimed straight for its target. The Scyther, with its mighty pincers raised in a desperate defense, struggled against the relentless onslaught. Its metallic wings vibrated furiously, attempting to generate thrust, yet it found itself steadily pushed back, each block bringing it closer to defeat. Victini, prepare to charge energy for Scyther, Ash commanded, his aura subtly transmitting his intent. Initially, he had hoped for each Pokémon to grow through battle. However, the formidable strength of Bugsy's Beedrill necessitated alternative tactics. Victini, came the crisp reply, and the tiny creature erupted with a brilliant golden glow, radiating warm and potent victory energy akin to a blazing golden flame, poised to surge across the battlefield to aid the beleaguered Red Warrior. What? Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a familiar aura resonated from the sky, leaving Ash astonished. Buzz! A piercing, high-frequency sound tore through the air as a figure, radiating a searing heat wave, transformed the sky into a crimson canvas, reminiscent of a fiery sunset. Ash's face lit up with joy. It appeared that this newcomer was an ally standing on his side. Chapter 496. The Interloper, the Vengeful Mechanical Volcarona. Buzz! In the heavens above, a mechanical Volcarona glimmered with a cold metallic sheen, enwrapped in flames of vengeance, descending like a scarlet comet, its target set firmly on Bugsy's Beedrill. Its wings unleashed torrents of blinding plasma, a maelstrom of furious red flames hurtling towards Beedrill with fierce intent. What? Bugsy's pupils constricted in shock. He recalled this Volcarona, one of the few Pokémon surrendered by the trio, having escaped after its mechanical transformation. How could it appear at such a critical moment? Ash was equally astonished. According to his aura perception, it was unmistakably the ancestral Volcarona from the ruins of Eindhoek City, now manifested in a steel form. Could it be? Sensing Volcarona's fury towards Team Rocket, Ash's mind began to speculate. Beside him, Tuya, directing Riolu, could not help but glance over, exclaiming in surprise, "Is that the mechanical Volcarona?" Volcarona? How could it have transformed like this? May gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. She vividly remembered the ancient and majestic figure from the ruins in Eindhoek City. Serena also fixated on the cold metallic silhouette, her voice laced with confusion. Indeed, this is quite strange. It must be the doing of Team Rocket, Koharu asserted firmly. Her fists clenched. Given the active malevolent forces in the Unova region, she had only heard of Team Rocket. Buzz, meanwhile, to evade the searing flames. Beedrill's multifaceted eyes glimmered with urgency as it darted away, leaving behind mere afterimages while narrowly escaping the devastating fire column. The scorching heat wave grazed its resilient wings, leaving a lingering warmth in its wake. But that was not the end. Buzz, the cold mechanical voice seemed imbued with burning wrath. as countless fiery vortexes, like living chains of flame, accurately coiled towards the trajectory left by Beedrill's rapid movements. Flame Dance. Buzz. Bugsy's Beedrill quickly assumed a defensive stance, launching 3 gleaming toxic needles, which collided with the flames, erupting into a cloud of acrid smoke. Now Scyther x Scissor. Ash commanded, although uncertain about the reason for Volcarona's appearance. Its involvement had tipped the balance of the battle. With a swift arc, the silver blades of light cleaved through the air, viciously striking Beedrill's exposed flank, allowing the beleaguered Scyther to unleash its pent-up frustration. TCH, Bugsy's expression darkened. Nidoking, Nidoqueen, support Beedrill. The colossal poison-type Pokémon roared in response, charging forth to alleviate Beedrill's plight under the type disadvantage. Not a chance. Garchomp, intercept them. Ash shouted. Garchomp growled, its massive form surging forward with astonishing speed, akin to a steel chariot, positioning itself before the Nidoking couple. Its sharp fins glimmered ominously, exuding an aura of formidable dragonic might that intimidated its opponents. Nidoqueen emitted a shrill cry, unleashing a beam of icy azure light. Blizzard Beam. The chilling aura swiftly enveloped Garchomp, attempting to hinder its movements. Seizing the opportunity, Nidoking burrowed underground, aiming to bypass Garchomp's defenses and charge directly at Volcarona. However, Garchomp's combat instincts surpassed expectations. It endured the frigid assault, its dragonic gaze fixating on the faint tremors of the ground. Dragon Claw. Garchomp's right arm, enveloped by raging dragon energy, morphed into a colossal energy claw, roaring as it targeted the anticipated trajectory of Nidoking's approach, viciously rending the earth. Boom. The ground erupted as if cleaved by a giant axe, violent dragon energy detonating beneath the surface. With a pained reverberation, Nidoking was forcefully ejected from the earth, tumbling and colliding with Nidoqueen, leaving them both battered and dazed, the latter ceasing its blizzard beam. Roar. Though the process was arduous, Garchomp successfully fulfilled Ash's command, blocking Nidoking and Nidoqueen from interfering with the unfolding situation. Having undergone transformation, its strength had notably increased. On the front line, witnessing the relentless barrage from mechanical Volcarona, Ash marveled at the sheer number of fiery projectiles unleashed, recalling their previous encounter. But that was not the end. With a powerful flap of its wings, a colossal, terrifying inferno coalesced into an immense T-shape. Flame burst. Boom. The red and white flames, imbued with destructive heat, crashed to the ground, leaving an indelible mark. Buzz. Beedrill barely managed to evade the attack with its utmost speed. Though the tips of its wings were singed black, its velocity noticeably hindered. Overheat. The core of mechanical Volcarona's engine erupted with blinding red light. A fire column, thicker and more ferocious than any prior, surged forth like a torrent of molten lava, roaring with nearly uncontrollable destructive force. The area was too expansive. Even Beedrill's rapid movements could not fully evade the oncoming inferno. Boom. The fire column grazed past, the terrifying heat wave instantly sending Beedrill flying, leaving scorched marks across its yellow exoskeleton, dimming the luster of its sharp, white stingers. The fire's disadvantage inflicted immense pain, and just beside it, Scyther lay in wait for an opportunity to strike. In a flash of lightning, it surged forward, rapidly closing the distance, its pincers shimmering with lethal cold light as they gathered power. Substitute. Bugsy's command was abruptly interrupted. Mechanical Volcarona seemed to anticipate every move. The moment Scyther charged forward, a precisely aimed stream of fire, like a crimson spear, struck Beedrill at the junction of its thorax and abdomen, severing its last semblance of balance and counterattack. Scyther's X-Scissor followed suit, unleashing all its might as it viciously cleaved into Beedrill's unguarded back. Clang! The sharp sound of metal shattering echoed. The purple glow enveloping Beedrill flickered violently before shattering like glass. It was forced back from its mega evolution form, its eyes losing their ferocity, akin to a kite severed from its string, spiraling down from the sky and crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Amidst the haze, mechanical Volcarona hovered above, its turbines slowly whirring, its cold metallic eyes surveying the fallen adversary, its flames of vengeance seemingly momentarily quelled. Bugsy's expression was grim, dark enough to draw water. In contrast, Ash's face beamed with pride, while Meloetta and Victini cheered atop his head. Scyther, assist Garchomp. Ash directed. He recognized that this was not the moment for celebration. With a powerful ally in play, it was time to consolidate their gains, turning small victories into a larger triumph. Chapter 497. The Super Electric Ball and the Original Intentions of Team Rocket's Trio. Scyther assist Garchomp. In a flash, Scyther transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, darting toward the fray involving the Nidoking couple. The cold, mechanical Volcarona swept across the battlefield, its metallic wings emitting a low, ominous hum. Without the slightest hesitation, it adjusted the angle of its wing-mounted flamethrowers, unleashing a precise and powerful jet of flame that pierced through the air like a scarlet blade, targeting Nidoking, who was being forced back by Garchomp's claws. Nidoking let out a pained roar as the searing flames erupted against its tough hide, the tremendous force causing it to stagger backward, colliding with Nidoking, who was attempting to regroup. Now, Garchomp, use Dragon Claw. Scyther, Bullet Punch. Ash's commands followed swiftly. With fierce determination in its eyes, Garchomp harnessed the raging dragon energy enveloping its fins, striking down on the off-balance Nidoking with the force of 2 colossal axes. Simultaneously, Scyther moved with such blinding speed that its form became a blur, its metallic pincers slicing through the air with a shrill whistle, delivering a flurry of bullet punches precisely to Nidoking's most vulnerable joints in its abdomen. Boom. Bang. The ground shook. Nidoking's massive body was driven into the earth by the might of Garchomp's claws, emitting a cry of anguish. Nido, on the other hand, was battered by the relentless strikes of Scyther's punches, forced to retreat until it finally succumbed and collapsed, rendered incapable of battle. Sakaki's countenance darkened, resembling the ominous clouds before a storm. In a matter of moments, Super Beedrill, Nidoking, and Nido fell, one after another, under the unexpected intervention of Volcarona and Ash's relentless assault. At this moment, the only formidable power left at his disposal was the poised Meowth at his feet. Sakaki realized he had lost, defeated by the disruptive force of Volcarona. Regret not at him. Humph, brats, and that wretched bug of yours. Consider yourselves fortunate today. With a disdainful scoff, he decisively pressed a device on his wrist, but to think he could leave? Not by a long shot. 3 clouds. With his command, the swirling clouds of Tornadus, Thundurus, and Landorus, disregarding the interference of Charizard and its companions, despite their injuries, dragged their battered forms before Sakaki, blocking Ash's advance. Though the 3 Pokémon bore wounds, their irrational natures erupted with a potent aura, instantly stirring the very fabric of the space around them. Cover the retreat. Sakaki's order was cold and direct, clearly indicating his intention to avoid further conflict. Trying to escape? Everyone, free attack. Ash commanded urgently. Pika Thunder. Pikachu's cheeks crackled with electric energy, unleashing a torrent of golden lightning that surged toward the 3 clouds, followed closely by Charizard, Lizardin, and Scyther's attacks, ultimately forming a dazzling array of multicolored lights. However, Sakaki's tactics were ruthless. Tornadus, take the hit. Landorus, Fisher. Thundurus, Thunder. Sakaki's voice was devoid of compassion. To ensure their escape, he ordered Tornadus to absorb the onslaught of Ash's 6 Pokémon and Volcarona's attacks, and astonishingly, the opposing side did indeed withstand the blows due to the legendary Pokémon's resilience. Yet, Tornadus sustained grave injuries. Even under control, it could no longer rise. Boom. But Ash had no time to concern himself with Tornadus. The ground beneath them violently fractured, a gaping chasm spreading like a monstrous maw, ready to devour anything in its path. Everyone, be careful. Ash glanced at Charizard, Lizardin, Scyther, and his other companions, and through the bond of aura. They understood and began to act in unison. Charizard lifted Ash into the sky, while Lizardin and Scyther transformed into flashes of red and green, tightly grasped May, Serena, and Bonnie, allowing them to escape the danger zone. Meanwhile, Metagross utilized its psychic powers to lift the girl's Pokémon, and Garchomp stood firm, unleashing an earthquake to mitigate the chasm's destructive force, buying time for their escape. As for Thundurus's most potent thunder, that responsibility fell to Pikachu. Pikachu! A battle cry filled with unyielding resolve echoed across the battlefield. Pikachu erupted in a blinding golden light, and astonishingly, it harnessed its own body to absorb Thundurus's furious thunder attack. The blue electric serpents danced wildly across its small frame, gradually condensing into its own brilliant golden current. Pika 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 Chu. The energy, compressed to its utmost limit, was unleashed with all of Pikachu's strength. A colossal super electric ball, more magnificent than any before, hurtled through the air like a golden comet, crashing down upon Thundurus and Landorus. The already faltering Tornadus was also caught in the expansive blast radius. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion reverberated through the skies. Golden lightning erupted like blooming flowers, devouring Tornadus, Thundurus, and Landorus in a tempest of fury. The three cloud deities were overwhelmed by this unforeseen assault, their bodies convulsing with errant sparks as their unified force disintegrated. The shockwave from the explosion sent Team Rocket's grunts tumbling in all directions. Meow. What kind of electricity is that? On board the retreating helicopter, Team Rocket's trio was utterly flabbergasted by the earth-shaking spectacle. What a terrifying Pikachu! Jessie exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement rather than fear. James's eyes sparkled with fervor. Truly, it is the Pikachu we have tirelessly pursued. Sakaki, too, was momentarily entranced by the scene, his expression darkening after a few seconds as he glanced at the bewildered Team Rocket members, finally comprehending their obsessive pursuit of Pikachu. As the blinding light of the colossal electric ball faded, the three deities remained standing, albeit severely wounded, rolling in the air and growling, unable to mount an effective counterattack for the time being. On the battlefield, only Ash and his companions stood unscathed upon the beach. Pikachu panted heavily, yet its gaze remained sharp and bright, its tail crackling with electricity. Charizard, Lizardin, Metagross, Scyther, and Garchomp stood protectively in front of Ash and his friends, vigilantly watching the direction from which Team Rocket had vanished. This breathtaking battle concluded with Sakaki's hasty retreat, leaving only the fallen grunts of Team Rocket as a testament to their defeat. Pikachu's stunning counterattack had undoubtedly etched a deeper impression in the hearts of Team Rocket, especially solidifying the trio's nearly obsessive determination to capture Pikachu. Chapter 498, The Ancient Song and the Arrival of Meloetta. Ash. Cynthia rode in swiftly atop Garchomp, her golden hair billowing in the wind. Her keen gaze swept across the battlefield, and upon confirming the safety of Ash and his companions, her tense demeanor softened slightly. "Where is Sakaki? We drove him away," May exclaimed, her face alight with post-battle exhilaration as she recounted the events, particularly emphasizing Pikachu's earth-shattering thunderous strike. "Well done, Ash." Cynthia's eyes moved over to the slightly panting yet bright-eyed Pikachu, revealing a trace of barely perceptible admiration. However, recalling Ash's experiences in Sinnoh, she could only deem it unsurprising. "And what of this Volcarona?" Cynthia inquired, uncertainty flickering in her tone as she called out its name. All eyes turned to the hovering mechanical Volcarona. Its cold metallic shell glimmered under the pale sunlight, standing in stark contrast to the atmosphere of the recently survived battlefield. Ash succinctly summarized his past encounters with Volcarona, noting that the reasons for its mechanization would need to be addressed with the entity itself. Roar. Charizard sensed the immense fire energy and icy pressure, its battle spirit igniting as it stepped forward with a fierce roar. "Roar. Let us battle." "Charizard, not now." Before Volcarona could respond, Ash immediately interjected, "We just fought. It's time to rest." "Roar." The Charizard, with a sense of reluctance, expelled embers towards Ash, suppressing its impulses. Ash deftly evaded the sparks and gently patted it for reassurance before turning to the mechanical Volcarona, speaking earnestly. "Volcarona, I am truly grateful for your presence. Your addition has made this battle significantly easier." The Volcarona nodded in response, harboring a fondness for the trainer who had once entrusted its kin to him. Ash then posed a pivotal question. "How did you come to be this way?" The Volcarona shook its head, its cold, multifaceted eyes shifting towards the vanishing direction of Team Rocket, emitting a low, furious hum. Through the resonance of aura, Ash grasped the fragmented message it conveyed. Team Rocket had forcibly captured it, claiming that its life would soon end unless it underwent transformation. The frigid information was laden with the fury of its alteration, as well as complex emotions regarding its survival. In an effort to soothe Volcarona's turmoil, Serena, May, and Ash exchanged glances and simultaneously released their Pokeballs. 3 Flareon emerged, ablaze with energy. Toko also summoned her own Flareon. Almost instantaneously, the 4 Flareon sensed the potent and icy aura in the air. The 3 offspring instinctively raised their heads, emitting low cries filled with reverence and admiration. The mechanical Volcarona gradually descended, its cold eyes sweeping over the vibrant descendants, lingering longest on the 3 Flareon. A flicker of softness seemed to grace its gaze. At that moment, distant cries of agony and explosive surges of uncontrolled energy echoed through the air. Everyone turned to see the 3 Tornadus, forcibly controlled by Team Rocket and grievously wounded in the recent battle, struggling in anguish. Although they had shed their controlling commands, the violent energy forcibly infused within them, and their injuries plunged them into chaos and suffering. The pain was palpable to all present. Just then, Meloetta, with her pure, large eyes, revealed deep sympathy. She gracefully floated forward, taking a deep breath. Her ethereal song resonated like a gentle spring, imbued with a soothing essence, softly filling the air. The wondrous notes seemed to materialize, transforming into delicate blue ribbons of light, encircling the tormented Tornadus like a mother's embrace. The ancient melody, rich with purifying and calming power, flowed forth. The furious crimson in their eyes receded like a tide, replaced by a radiant blue glow that symbolized reason. The enormous forms of the Tornadus relaxed, their gaze regaining clarity. Though battered, the dignity and rationality befitting legendary Pokémon returned. The restored Tornadus focused their gaze on the floating Meloetta, lowering their massive heads slightly, their eyes reflecting clear gratitude as they emitted deep, gentle calls. Seemingly offering their heartfelt thanks, Meloetta responded joyfully, her small face beaming with the delight of having helped others. After expressing their profound gratitude, the three Tornadus let out a low roar, no longer lingering, and soared into the distance, quickly vanishing from sight. Larry exhaled a long sigh of relief as he watched the Tornadus depart in tranquility. His gaze swept over Victini, Meloetta, and Keldeo, ultimately settling gently on Meloetta. Meloetta, now that the villains have been dealt with, it is time for you to return. Upon hearing this, Meloetta appeared hesitant, glancing back at the smiling Ash, along with the mythical Victini and Keldeo, before making her decision. She gracefully flew to Larry's side, her pure eyes meeting his, gently nuzzling his hand as if to bid farewell. Then, without a moment's hesitation, she returned to Ash, extending her small hand to firmly grasp the hem of his clothing. Looking up at him, Larry observed Meloetta's silent, yet unmistakable declaration, pausing for a moment. His gaze once again traversed the vicinity of Ash, taking in Victini, Keldeo, and that unique Pikachu. I understand now, Larry said, a smile of relief gracing his features. He nodded solemnly at Ash, since this is where her heart lies. I entrust Meloetta to you, Mr. Ash. Please cherish this trust. I will, Ash affirmed, his eyes brimming with determination as he felt the weight of responsibility and Meloetta's faith. Larry spoke no further, summoning his golem and turning to leave. Meloetta emitted a joyful call, cheerfully dancing around the group before finally settling on Ash's shoulder. Victini immediately flew over, excitedly taking Meloetta's small hand and spinning joyfully in the air. Teeny, teeny, teeny. This is wonderful. Welcome aboard. Ash gazed at his pure and adorable new companion perched upon his shoulder, his heart swelling with joy and a sense of responsibility. He produced an empty Pokeball, gently extending it towards Meloetta. Meloetta, let us journey together from now on. I look forward to your guidance. Meloetta regarded the Pokeball, then looked at Ash's warm smile, her face blossoming into an incredibly radiant grin. Without a moment's hesitation, she reached out her small hand and delicately pressed the button at the center of the Pokeball. With a hum, a warm white light enveloped her, pulling her into the sphere. The ball wobbled slightly in Ash's hand before emitting a clear, melodious chime and settling into stillness. Capture successful. Ash raised the Pokeball triumphantly, sunlight dancing upon its red and white surface. I've caught Meloetta. This is amazing. Serena, May, and Koharu gathered around, their faces aglow with happiness. Victini excitedly performed several flips in the air. Cynthia stood quietly at a distance, smiling as she observed Ash's new acquisition. The mechanical Volcarona hovered nearby, its multifaceted eyes silently watching this heartwarming scene, emitting a low hum, lost in contemplation. Chapter 499, Continuous Captures and the Final Moments of Leisure. Ash released Meloetta once more, resuming her familiar position on his shoulder, and though nothing seemed different, Ash distinctly felt their bond had deepened. The capture of Meloetta was not the end, however. Ash turned his attention to the mechanical Volcarona. What about you? What are your plans moving forward? He could not neglect a transformed Volcarona, especially one that had suffered due to his own actions. The suspended Volcarona, caught in a web of complexity, contemplated its existence. Its life was meant to end, yet Team Rocket's interference had granted it an uncertain continuation, leaving it unsure whether to persist in this modified form. Its multifaceted gaze swept over the four Flareon below, who looked up at it, emitting juvenile chirps. Finally, its eyes settled on Ash, conveying a fragmented and complicated message through the aura, lost and without direction. Taking a deep breath, Ash's expression turned bright and earnest. Then allow me to take you to a place where perhaps our human scholars can assist you. Even if they cannot, you could always head to the Evergreen Forest. There are Charizard, Lizardon, and Garchomp to watch over you. Charizard eagerly thumped its chest in agreement, wholeheartedly supporting the idea of the strong Volcarona joining their ranks. The Volcarona's multifaceted eyes seemed to momentarily freeze, as its mechanical heart began to feel a warm current once more. The Flareon below, hearing Ash's words, emitted even more urgent cries, their small bodies straining upward, conveying their desire for the Volcarona to stay. Silence lingered for a few seconds. The mechanical Volcarona gradually descended, its icy wings almost brushing the ground. It subtly nodded in Ash's direction. Fantastic. May and Serena could not contain their cheers. Toko and Koharu also wore expressions of relief. Ash promptly retrieved an empty Pokeball, presenting it to the mechanical Volcarona. Welcome aboard, Volcarona. The Volcarona did not touch the Pokeball, merely gazing steadily at the red and white sphere. Ash understood. He gently pressed the Pokeball against the icy metallic form of the Volcarona. Without a hint of resistance, a brilliant light erupted. And the Pokeball did not even tremble. It emitted a crisp sound indicating successful capture. Roar? The addition of Volcarona brought even more joy to Charizard than to its trainer, Ash, as it unleashed a torrent of blazing flames into the sky. Now with a new sparring partner in the lush expanse of the Viridian forest, Cynthia observed Ash storing the Pokeball, a subtle yet genuine smile gracing her lips, suggesting that your team has gained another remarkable companion. Ash nodded with a smile. Wait, Ash. The group turned towards the voice, where Keldeo was fervently pawing at the ground, its blue eyes ablaze with determination, fixated on Ash. You promised Meloetta that once the matter was resolved, you would take me to the Viridian forest to train and grow stronger, right? Keldeo declared with unyielding resolve, so please capture me as well. It raised its head, the horn atop glinting sharply in the sunlight, though the broken tip, severed by Kyurem, was all too conspicuous. This was also Keldeo's motivation for growth. Rest assured. How could I possibly forget you? Without a moment's hesitation, Ash produced a new Pokeball, his eyes shining brightly in response to Keldeo's fervor. Welcome aboard, Keldeo. The steed let out a resounding cry, unhesitatingly pressing its forehead against the button of the Pokeball. A flash of red light flickered, and much like before, the Pokeball merely shook symbolically before settling into silence. Roar. Charizard, witnessing yet another formidable ally joining their ranks, erupted with excitement once more, spewing flames as if foreseeing even fiercer battles to unfold in the Viridian forest. Cynthia regarded the two Pokeballs resting quietly in Ash's hands, the curve of her smile deepening slightly as she softly mused, tinged with a barely perceptible awe. It appears your team is becoming increasingly extraordinary. After resolving the troubles caused by Team Rocket, Ash and his friends returned to Cynthia's villa, taking a moment to recalibrate before the imminent competition. Meanwhile, Ash's main team had not yet returned. They were resting by the seaside. After all, engaging in daily battles within the Viridian forest warranted a change of scenery for some much-needed respite. Roar. However, Charizard, idling on the sidelines, had an excess of energy, its tail rhythmically thumping against the ground. In its boredom, Charizard deliberately approached the dozing Lizard King, blowing sparks from its nostrils. Humph. Lizard King, barely opening its eyes, swiftly pushed away with its leaf-covered arms. Charizard staggered back, taken by surprise, letting out a disgruntled growl. In another corner beneath the shade, Metagross and Sizer stood like two silent metallic statues. Metagross embraced itself with its four arms, its alloy shell reflecting a cold, hard sheen in the light, while Sizer stood with arms crossed, its red exoskeleton tranquil, compound eyes lowered, each immersed in an invisible aura of cultivation, indifferent to the surrounding clamor. Volcarona had yet to be sent away by Ash, remaining for a while longer before Professor Oak could study it, allowing it to bond with its younger companions. Crack, crack. The most spirited of the bunch, Garchomp, lounged nearby, its robust tail swaying leisurely. Clenching a rock in its jaws, it chewed contentedly, reminiscent of its past as a Gabite. Out of the corner of its eye, it spotted little light-s plump Pachima waddling past, a glint of mischief sparkling in its eyes. Pachima, oblivious to the impending mischief. Whoosh. Garchomp suddenly whipped its head, launching a fist-sized projectile of dragon-type energy. Thud. It struck Pachima squarely on its round head. Pachima. Stunned, Pachima plopped down, fluff exploding outward, irately scanning its surroundings, only to find Garchomp nonchalantly resuming its chewing, as if it had merely burped. Garchomp, little light, passing by with a Pokeball, shot at a warning glance, yet could not suppress a slight smile at the familiar comedic scene. Slow to react, Pachima finally regained its wits and jogged up to Garchomp, short arms flailing in indignation. Crack, crack. Meanwhile, Garchomp feigned a dazed demeanor, clearly not one of the Gibble family, yet relishing in the crunch of stones. Pachima was infuriated, particularly since it could not defeat Garchomp, which only fueled its frustration. Near the rock where Ash sat, a different scene of warmth unfolded. Meloetta nestled beside Ash, her slender hand resting gently on his knee, her greenish-blue hair swaying softly in the breeze, emitting a soothing melody. However, more often than not, Ash was not admiring Meloida's song, but rather engaging in a spirited game of beach volleyball with the lovely girls. After all, the days of constant vigilance against Team Rocket were behind them, and it was only natural to enjoy some leisure time by playing volleyball with May. Chapter 500, Iron Moth. News from the new region. The fifth morning after dealing with Team Rocket, Ash was engrossed in his morning training, with the focus on his Servine and Druddigan. These were the only two Pokémon from the Unova region he had brought along after assembling his main team. In the shallow waters, he simulated a water gun attack, sending a fine jet of water towards Servine. The agile Servine deftly evaded, its lithe body weaving gracefully as it occasionally lashed out with its verdant vines, skillfully dispersing the splashes, its movements elegant and swift. Druddigan, meanwhile, practiced its dragon breath, its small frame brimming with effort as it exhaled a somewhat juvenile, yet potent azure breath, attempting to intercept the simulated attack. It wobbled as it chased the target, its little legs making tiny impressions in the damp sand, appearing both earnest and charmingly awkward. Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder, cheerfully encouraging them. Salina busied herself at a portable cooking station, meticulously preparing breakfast while keeping an eye on Ash's training. Little Light ran barefoot alongside Pachima, clutching uniquely shaped seashells they had collected during their morning beachcombing. Meanwhile, in the azure waters, May and Toko frolicked with a few mischievous starfish and flying fish, their bright laughter mingling with the sound of the waves. Meloida floated nearby, softly humming an ancient and melodious tune, seemingly providing a soundtrack to this joyful scene. Victini flitted about like a small golden flame, darting along the beach while chasing its shadow, occasionally taking flight to curiously poke at the slumbering Krogunk hidden in the sand, eliciting a lazy puff from the latter. Keldeo, in slightly deeper waters, trotted through the waves, sending ripples cascading behind it with each stride. A cluster of burning bugs, under the watchful gaze of the mechanical Volcarona, clumsily chased the foam washed ashore by the waves, producing delicate crackling sounds. Volcarona stood silently, its massive mechanical body erect, its compound eyes occasionally glimmering, quietly safeguarding this tranquility. Yet, the moments of respite inevitably slipped away. 2 days later, Cynthia traversed the soft sands to find Ash, who was just rousing from his slumber. Ash, the date for the Higami conference has been confirmed. It will commence next week, she announced, handing him a communicator that clearly displayed the date. The moment has finally arrived. Ash's eyes sparkled with anticipation. After nearly a month of rest, it was time to embark on their journey. Thank you, Miss Cynthia, for your care over the past month. No trouble at all. Compared to being alone in the vast villa, your presence has certainly livened things up, Cynthia replied with a cheerful gesture. Ash, not one for excessive pleasantries, headed directly to the villa to contact Professor Oak, preparing to switch out his main team before departing. Understood, we are ready to receive. Professor Oak's booming voice resonated, followed by the sounds of equipment in operation. Ash stood on the balcony, recalling the resting Charizard and Lizard King below, the red light of the Pokeballs flickering continuously. Before the Charizard transformed into a radiant beam of light, it emitted a profound and resonant roar towards the stationary mechanical Volcarona, akin to a solemn pact transcending the bounds of time and space. The Lizard King paused momentarily, nodding in acknowledgement before vanishing into thin air. The Metagross and Scyther, as ever, silently melded into the crimson glow. The Garchomp let out a growl, its piercing dragon eyes sweeping across the sandy shore before departing as a streak of red light. Ultimately, all of them reported back to Professor Oak's laboratory. However, as the transmission of Keldeo was initiated, the communication screen suddenly erupted with Professor Oak's astonished exclamation. Wait, Ash, you've captured yet another mythical Pokémon. And it's none other than Keldeo from the Unova region's Three Musketeers. Having witnessed Ash capture numerous legendary Pokémon, Professor Oak had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Will you allow me to study Keldeo first? Yet, upon the mention of research, Professor Oak's demeanor shifted entirely. That is acceptable, but it must first train in the Johto Forest. No problem. The professor's voice remained exuberant. Once it completes its special training, make sure it visits the lab, please. Of course, Professor, I promise. Ash replied with a smile, knowing he could hardly refuse, as they were old acquaintances. Professor, this Pokémon requires your focused study. Ash opened the Pokeball, releasing the mechanical Volcarona that emanated a unique metallic sheen, redirecting the professor's attention. Is this the Iron Moth? Iron Moth. No. It's Volcarona, transformed into a mechanical form after being captured by Team Rocket, which is why it looks this way. Ash hurriedly corrected what he believed to be a misunderstanding. However, within the communication screen, Professor Oak appeared to take a deep breath to calm himself. Striving to maintain his composure as he stated, "I did not misspeak. This is Volcarona's regional form from the Paldea region." Paldea region? Ash's gaze sharpened at the mention. This being a wholly new name. Indeed, the professor's tone regained fervor. It is a distant island far from the mainland, where we have recently established communication with local factions and formed the new Paldea League. A new region. Ash felt a sense of realization dawning upon him. It seemed this was the new region that Game Freak had unveiled following Galar. The iron moth is a rare subspecies of Volcarona, possessing both fire and poison attributes. Professor Oak continued his exposition, ignoring Ash's momentary distraction. "Professor, are there other subspecies of Volcarona?" May, who had just finished packing her belongings, inquired as she came over to listen. "Certainly. There is said to be an ancient subspecies that has forsaken its flying ability, possessing bug and fighting types, and has become fearfully susceptible to fire." May nodded in understanding. Her knowledge expanded. "But what of this Volcarona? This transformation is not a natural occurrence." Ash expressed his concern, intrigued by the bizarre situation of Volcarona adopting a form from another region, which seemed rather unscientific. "I shall need to investigate this. It certainly sounds peculiar," Professor Oak concurred, expressing his curiosity. "Then I entrust this matter to you, Professor. Rest assured, I will handle it. You can place your utmost confidence in me," Professor Oak assured, patting his chest. "Let us hope for the best." Ash responded with a hint of skepticism. After all, Professor Oak had a knack for pinpointing the quirks of Pokémon, and it was only his physical resilience that had kept him out of trouble thus far. After concluding their communication with Professor Oak, May, Toko, and Salina finished packing their belongings, preparing to depart. Go, go, go! Let us set off. Higaki Conference, let us all give it our best. Pikachu. Pikachu perched firmly on Ash's familiar shoulder, its tail raised high like a banner pointing towards the journey ahead. Under the watchful eyes of Cynthia and the butler, Ash and his companions gradually faded from view. Chapter 501, Double Battle, Meloetta, and Victini. After bidding farewell to Cynthia at her beach villa, Ash and his companions embarked on their journey to Higaki City. After days of travel, a tumultuous river appeared before them, with the only passage being a creaking, massive wooden suspension bridge. "This bridge looks a bit old. Everyone should be cautious while crossing," Salina observed meticulously, examining the condition of the bridge. But it feels quite exciting," May exclaimed enthusiastically. Pika Pika. Pikachu, eager to leap into action, was poised on Ash's shoulder. Koharu and Pachima also approached the edge of the bridge, curiously gazing at the rushing waters below. Just as they were about to step onto the bridge, two twin brothers clad in matching mountaineering attire suddenly leapt from the thicket at the bridge's entrance, blocking their path. "Halt!" The elder twin, Abeo, boomed. "Do you wish to cross the bridge?" inquired the younger twin, Aishue. "We are trainers heading to the Higaki Conference. Is there a problem?" Although somewhat perplexed, Ash articulated their purpose, recognizing the two boys in shorts as mere passers-by. "Great. How about a double battle with us?" "Sure, I accept the challenge." Ash readily agreed. As expected, upon hearing Ash's enthusiastic response, the twins eagerly released their Pokémon. In a flash of red light, Abeo's Braviary soared into the air, emitting a resounding cry, while Ashui's Drillbur prepared to dig with its spinning drill. Ash scanned his companions with a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "It's decided. Meloetta, Victini." "Really?" May gasped in astonishment. The four girls simultaneously expressed their surprise, their gazes fixated on Ash. They had not anticipated Ash deploying these two precious mythical Pokémon at such a moment. Perhaps with Team Rocket driven away, Ash feels secure in summoning them, Koharu theorized. The others nodded in understanding. Given Ash's current prowess, attempting to steal these legendary Pokémon from him would be no simple task. Melo, Victini. The two figures materialized, revealing Meloetta and Victini, who regarded Ash with unexpected expressions, surprised by his choice to battle with them. However, Meloetta quickly embraced the reality, joyfully flitting forward, evidently intrigued by the world of human Pokémon battles. Victini exuberantly circled around Ash. Meloetta and Victini. The twin brothers gaped, their earlier bravado replaced with disbelief. Recognizing the legendary mythical Pokémon, their voices trembled slightly. Brotherly unity, first move. Abeo and Aishue suppressed their astonishment, exchanging glances before inhaling deeply and shouting in unison. Drill Wing. What a move. Salina covered her face, unwilling to witness the melodramatic poses the twins struck while calling their attack. Koharu and Toko could only roll their eyes at the absurdity. Nevertheless, Braviary's wings glowed white as Drillbur stood atop its back, spinning its drill, and the two attacks merged into a spiraling drill. What is this? It turns out to be a combination of a straightforward drill and wing attack, May scoffed, having expected something more innovative. Meloetta, hyper voice. Victini help. Ash commanded. Meloetta. The songstress form of Meloetta cradled its heart, unleashing a deafening wave of sound. Victini's golden light, help, timely infused, amplifying the power of the hyper voice. Boom. The sonic blast sent the diving Braviary hurtling backwards, forcibly interrupting Drillbur's drill attack. Don't panic, counterattack. Upon witnessing their first move thwarted, Abeo and Ashue quickly regrouped, once again striking their overly committed poses, their shouts still resounding. Wing attack. Braviary adeptly maneuvered in midair to dissipate the impact, its claws gleaming with a metallic sheen, while Drillbur readied itself, executing Metal Claw from its partner's back. Victini, unleash Flamethrower. Meloetta, stay alert. Victini. Victini released a torrent of searing flames, precisely intercepting Braviary's flight path. Braviary was compelled to swerve, its wing attack disrupted by the flames. Meloetta danced with an ethereal grace, effortlessly evading the tentative strikes of the screwy mole in her singer form. How infuriating! Abeo and Ashue grew anxious. Striking their iconic pose for the third time, Dugtrio. The screwy mole immediately burrowed underground, disappearing without a trace. While the valiant warrior eagle ignited in a blaze of blue flames, diving into the tunnel excavated by the mole. Meloetta, Thunderbolt. Victini, target the ground in front of Meloetta and unleash your flames. Ash's commands were clear and decisive. Melo. In the singer form, Meloetta thrust her hands forward, and a brilliant thunderbolt surged forth like a golden dragon, colliding precisely with the blue energy bird that emerged from the screwy mole's tunnel. Zbuzboom. The warrior eagle was engulfed by the raging current, its body charred as it plummeted to the ground. Simultaneously, Victini's fiery blast struck the screwy mole, which had attempted to assault Meloetta with impeccable timing. The searing flames hit the mole just as it was emerging, causing it to leap back in distress. But it was not over yet, a final desperate gambit. Abeo and Ashue, almost in despair, mustered their last ounce of strength to shout their ultimate combination move, Random Rocks. The bloodied warrior eagle struggled to ascend, its wings flailing wildly as it summoned countless rocks to rain down upon Meloetta and Victini. Now, Meloetta, engage in close combat in your dancer form. Victini, flame charge. Ash seized the opportunity. Mellow, 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 accompanied by a melody that crescendoed from gentle to fervent. Meloetta's long, elegant hair coiled atop her head, her body shifting from green to a vibrant orange, exuding a striking presence. Mellow. In an instant, her petite figure transformed into a swift afterimage, deftly maneuvering through the randomly falling rocks, closing in on the screwy mole. Fist, foot, elbow, and knee became a tempest of relentless strikes, landing with unerring precision. Bang, bang, bang. The screwy mole fell helplessly to the ground, stars in its eyes. Victini, ablaze with flames, charged at the charred warrior eagle, and with a tremendous explosion, the latter lost its fighting capability. Ash beamed a victorious smile at Meloetta and Victini. Perfect coordination. Mellow, Victini. Meloetta and Victini affectionately rubbed against his cheek. Meanwhile, the two brothers, despondent, lamented their misfortune of encountering two mythical creatures as bosses right after leaving the beginner village. Chapter 502, Twin Dragon City, encountering the EV squad. Having effortlessly defeated the twin brothers, Ash and his companions traversed the creaking wooden bridge with ease. Although the twin brothers were defeated, witnessing the legendary mythical Pokémon exhilarated them as if they had won the battle themselves. They watched with delight as Ash and company departed, continuously murmuring how worthwhile the experience had been. After several days of travel, the scenery opened up magnificently. A uniquely charming city emerged amidst the encircling mountains, its architecture a harmonious blend of modern industrial design. Look, that's Twin Dragon City. Toko pointed towards the city ahead, her tone infused with the relief of reaching their destination. Wow, it feels so different from the cities we've passed through before, Xiao Guang observed curiously. Indeed, Toko immediately transformed into a little tour guide, inadvertently sharing. Twin Dragon City is one of the key cities in the Unova region. Do you see those students in green uniforms? What's so special about them? Salina inquired, puzzled. Of course, they are students from the renowned Twin Dragon Academy in the Unova region. Twin Dragon Academy? Xiao Guang's interest piqued. It sounded impressive. Absolutely. Toko nodded vigorously. This academy is one of the top training institutions in the Unova region, specifically recruiting highly promising young trainers and offering systematic instruction in battles and Pokemon knowledge. I've heard that the headmaster of this academy is Mr. Shaka, so the teaching quality should be exceptional. Ash interjected, Toko, you know about it too. But it's not surprising, as the principal of Twin Dragon Academy also serves as the gym leader of the Twin Dragon Gym. One of the rare dragon-type gym leaders and the strongest in our Unova region. Wait, the gym leader also serves as the principal. Xiao Guang blinked in surprise. Isn't that a bit too busy? Exactly. Salina couldn't help but tease. It seems that gym leaders in the Unova region often have multiple roles or specific areas of expertise. The girls once again hit upon an interesting point. Salina, now intrigued, added, reflecting back, the 3 gym leaders of the 3 Sun Gym also run a high-end restaurant. The leader of the 7 Treasure Gym is a librarian. Mr. Yachty from the Flying Cloud Gym is a renowned artist. Miss Kikyo from the Raven Gym is a top model. Master Gio from the Fanba Gym is a mining tycoon. And Miss Fenglu from the Cheeky Gym is an expert in flying types and a captain. Mr. Hachiku from the Snowflake Gym is an action star. And the gym leader of the Liyong Gym is a guitarist. Now, Mr. Shaka, both a gym leader and a principal. She paused before summarizing. Conclusion, the gym leaders of the Unova region are perhaps the most nonchalant or multifaceted individuals in the Pokemon League. Haha. Toko burst into laughter at Salina's earnest critique, finding her observation spot on. However, this is precisely the charm of Unova. It feels like each gym leader leads such a vibrant life. Ash thought otherwise, considering that gym leaders are people too, entitled to choose other professions. Pikachu nodded in agreement, and though Victini and Meloetta did not comprehend, they joined in the joyous atmosphere. Afterward, they took a brief respite in Twin Dragon City, exploring the uniquely named city and soaking in its distinctive ambience before setting off once more. Their sights set on the venue of the Higan Conference in Higan City. After all, they had all collected 8 badges, and lingering was unnecessary. Moreover, there were few natural attractions surrounding Twin Dragon City. The most renowned landmark was perhaps Alice's hometown, the Land of Dragons. However, with the Higan Conference approaching, the group unanimously proposed heading directly to the competition site. Once outside the bounds of Twin Dragon City, the path began to grow rugged. As they navigated the mountain road, a steep slope ahead revealed a massive pile of scattered boulders, completely blocking the already narrow path. Oh no, the landslide has blocked the road. Salina frowned at the obstacle. It seems recent rains or tremors caused the mountain to loosen. Xiao Guang observed the rubble. No worries. Ash replied confidently, pulling out a Pokeball. With the power of Pokemon, we can clear this in no time. Before he could finish, a series of crisp, energetic calls echoed from beyond the pile of rocks. Boy, 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 boy. Then, they witnessed a dazzling spectacle. A water jet precisely striking the crevices of the rocks, scorching flames searing the base of another boulder. A purple shadow ball smashing against the side of a rock, verdant leaves slicing through smaller stones like sharp blades, silvery light crashing down upon the large boulders, and even icy shards freezing the loosened sections for easier demolition. A flash of electricity darted skillfully among the debris, dislodging smaller stones, while purple psychic energy cleverly loosened the roots of the rocks. 7 or 8 EVs, each with distinct appearances, were collaborating with astonishing synchronicity and efficiency, clearing the obstructing rocks as if they were a well-trained engineering unit. Miyuki was utterly astounded, her eyes wide with wonder at the myriad of EVs surrounding her, each evolution represented in splendid harmony. The girls were immediately captivated by this fluffy brigade of EV, whispering soft praises for each one's cuteness and diligence. Ash, too, laid down his Pokeball, enchanted by the lively display of the EV team. Once upon a time, he had aspired to assemble a similar squad of EV. In the Unova region, EV were indeed a rarity. Whose were these, one might wonder? How curious, Miyuki mused. Did you forget about Bajir, who sent out a Moon EV during the Youth Cup? Toko rolled her eyes at Miyuki, whose head seemed filled with cotton. Indeed, it must be him, Ash concurred, nodding in agreement. He had thought of Bajir as well. Almost as if to validate his assumption, a familiar voice, brimming with vitality, rang out from atop the rocky outcrop, directing the EV below. Everyone, give it your all. Solar EV, Lunar EV, focus on loosening that large boulder. Leaf EV, use Leaf Blade to cut through it. Water EV, blast away the debris with Hydro Pump. Fire EV, keep softening it with high temperatures. Thunder EV, clear the stones with Iron Tail. Ice EV, freeze the rocks. With that, a figure nimbly leapt down from a higher rock, clad in a neat orange-red shirt and trousers, with meticulously groomed brown hair and a beaming smile radiating enthusiasm. It was none other than Bajir, who had once battled Ash during the Youth Cup. Chapter 503, A Visit, Interacting with the EV Budger. Ash exclaimed, his voice filled with delight as he waved a greeting. The figure atop the rock turned upon hearing his call, and upon spotting Ash and his companions. His face blossomed into a smile even brighter than before. Ash, and everyone, what a serendipitous encounter. With agile movements, Budger leapt down from the rocks, landing gracefully. The diverse array of EV paused their tasks, drawn by curiosity, and gathered around their trainer's feet, emitting a chorus of adorable sounds. EV, EV. In an instant, the air was filled with the delightful cacophony of various EV calls, their fluffy forms wagging their tails as they regarded the newcomers with their soulful, expressive eyes. The girls found themselves enchanted, ensconced in this adorable army of fluff, their hearts melting. Wow, it's really you, Budger, Miyuki exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Is your EV team here to help clear the path? Amazing. Yes, Budger replied, a hint of bashfulness creeping in as he scratched his head. I live nearby on a ranch and heard that this mountain road was blocked by fallen rocks, so I brought my companions along to lend a hand. They excel at teamwork. Not just excel, they are practically a professional engineering team. Xiaoguang marveled, her gaze lingering on the array of differently evolved EV. Pikachu. Pikachu nodded in agreement. Victini fluttered curiously toward a solar EV, which tilted its head gracefully in response. Meloetta was captivated by the lively EV surrounding her. Budger's attention was inevitably drawn to Victini and Meloetta, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Is that really Victini and Meloetta, the legendary mythical Pokémon? Ash casually explained the situation, and Budger, understanding the unspoken boundaries, refrained from probing further. After a brief exchange, everyone's focus quickly returned to the delightful EV. You're heading to Hygara City for the tournament, aren't you? Budger inquired. Upon Ash's nod of affirmation, he eagerly extended an invitation. Since fate has brought us together, and the path is nearly clear, would you like to rest at my ranch? It's just a short distance ahead, with a pleasant environment, and my companions would be thrilled to welcome new friends. This suggestion was met with enthusiastic agreement from everyone, particularly the girls who yearned for the chance to interact closely with so many adorable EV. Traversing the freshly cleared mountain path, a vibrant, expansive ranch soon came into view. On the verdant hillside, groups of electric zebras grazed leisurely or playfully chased one another. Further in the distance, a robust herd of explode water buffalo flaunted their signature explosive manes, emitting deep, resonant moos. What a splendid ranch. Salina inhaled deeply, feeling her spirit rejuvenate. Those electric zebras run with such vigor. Xiaoguang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Explode water buffalo, one of Unova's symbols, Toko observed with keen interest. Yet, what captivated their attention most was Budger's team of EV. Back in their familiar environment, the EV appeared even more relaxed and lively. Salina was quickly enchanted by the gentle, serene water EV and the graceful, mysterious solar EV. The water EV seemed to resonate with Salina's gentle aura. Nuzzling against her hand with its sleek, cool body, Salina joyfully produced some snacks from her bag to feed it, eliciting a contented rumble from the water EV. Meanwhile, the solar EV, like a noble lady, gracefully trotted alongside Salina, its ruby gem glistening in the sunlight, occasionally using telekinesis to retrieve fallen items, prompting Salina to exclaim in delight, "Thank you, solar EV, you're so thoughtful." The exuberant fire EV and electrifying thunder EV found a kindred spirit in Xiaoguang. The fluffy mane of the fire EV resembled warm flames, and Xiaoguang couldn't resist petting it, causing the fire EV to close its eyes contentedly, purring in delight. The thunder EV, brimming with energy, darted around Xiaoguang excitedly, intermittently dashing off with a spark of electricity, its golden spiky fur crackling with sound. Xiaoguang laughed heartily. Thunder EV, slow down, wait for me, and joined in a playful chase across the grassy expanse. Toko was intrigued by the uniquely graceful leaf EV and the coolly beautiful ice EV. The leaf EV stretched out in the sunlight, its leaf-like tail swaying gently. Toko sat beside it, savoring the tranquility of nature. The ice EV lay quietly a short distance away, emanating a faint chill. Toko approached cautiously, extending her hand. The ice EV lifted its head, its icy blue eyes meeting hers, showing no resistance to her proximity. Toko gently stroked its cool, smooth fur, marveling, what a beautiful Pokémon. The leaf EV also edged closer, affectionately nudging Toko's arm, appearing quite amiable. Miyuki, noticing the moon EV she had seen during the Youth Cup, approached it. It lay quietly in the shade of a tree, its golden rings faintly visible against its dark fur, exuding an air of mystery. Miyuki cautiously approached, softly calling out, "Eevee, and Moon Eevee, may we be friends?" The Moon Eevee lifted its head, its red eyes gazing at Miyuki, seemingly unperturbed by her presence, letting out a gentle buoy as its tail swayed slightly. Miyuki beamed, sitting beside it, and the Moon Eevee, instead of retreating, edged a little closer, allowing her to stroke its silky fur. Nearby, an unevolved Eevee expressed even more enthusiasm, leaping into Miyuki's lap, prompting her to give it affectionate scritches, and she laughed with delight. Such a good Eevee. Ash merely stood by, observing with his characteristic pure and sincere admiration for the Pokémon. As if drawn by this unique aura, several Eevee, including the Fire Eevee and Thunder Eevee, who had just been frolicking with Xiaowang, paused their playful antics, turning their curious gazes toward Ash. One by one, they approached him, the Fire Eevee affectionately nudging his leg, while the Thunder Eevee sniffed at his shoes. Even the more shy Ice Eevee watched from a distance, its curiosity piqued. Pikachu hopped onto Ash's shoulder, greeting the Eevee amicably, indicating that they were all companions. Unable to resist, Ash began to gently pet each of the Eevee that had gathered around him. Ash appears to have a particular fondness for Eevee. Salina observed Ash and seemed to sense his affection for the adorable creature, given Eevee's undeniable charm. Such favoritism is only natural. Dawn readily concurred. In this idyllic moment at the ranch, the weariness from their recent travels dissipated entirely. The girls each established a fleeting friendship with their beloved Eevee, while Ash reveled in the vitality brought by the Eevee squad. Chapter 504. The geometric snowflakes trapped in the power plant. The warm moments at the ranch were abruptly interrupted. Suddenly, a sharp and urgent alarm from Bagil's communicator shattered the tranquility of the meadow. He quickly answered, and his expression shifted to one of grave concern. He abruptly ended the call and turned to the others, speaking rapidly. "There is a significant issue at the nearby power plant. They require my EVs to help clear the way and stabilize the environment." The group, who had just been basking in the warmth of their fluffy companions, were instantly jolted back to reality by this urgent news. "We'll help too," Ash declared without hesitation, his gaze resolute, while Pikachu and Victini stood ready to assist. Indeed, many hands make light work. Dawn, Serena, May, and Toko echoed in unison, voicing their support. Bagil glanced at his dependable companions, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. "All right. Without delay, we set off. EVs," he called out loudly. The EV squad, which had been playfully frolicking by the girls, promptly assembled, their fluffy tails erect, their gazes sharp and focused, shedding their previous languor in favor of a trained rescue stance. "Boy, understood." All the EVs responded in unison, their voices brimming with undeniable determination. Following Bagil, they raced towards the power plant nestled in the valley. From a distance, the once brightly illuminated structure loomed ominously, now cloaked in a chilling, low-temperature fog, with certain areas even shrouded in a thick layer of ice, sharp icicles protruding from the building's seams and pipes. The air was permeated with a biting chill. The main entrance of the power plant had been completely sealed off by a formidable ice wall. Bagil made a decisive call. "Solar EV. Use your psychic abilities to detect the weakest point in the ice layer. Thunder EV. Unleash Thunderbolt on that spot. Fire EV. Prepare to melt a path." The Solar EV gracefully stepped forward, its forehead ruby glowing brightly, powerful psychic ripples emanating outward as it meticulously scanned the ice wall structure. It emitted a low sound, its gaze locking onto a slightly lighter area in the lower right corner of the wall. "Boy, here." Thunder EV's golden spikes suddenly erupted in dazzling electricity, a robust thunderbolt striking precisely at the location indicated by Solar EV. The solid ice trembled violently under the onslaught of electrical energy, shattering as the current coursed through the ice, destabilizing its structure. Following closely, Fire EV inhaled deeply, unleashing a torrent of searing flames, not aimed directly at the ice wall, but rather deftly directed into the fissures and holes created by Thunder EV. The intense flames blazed fiercely within the ice layer, producing hissing sounds as it melted, with white steam rapidly billowing forth. The ice wall softened and collapsed at a visibly accelerated pace, soon yielding an opening large enough for a person to pass through. Water EV stood quietly nearby, its smooth body surrounded by vapor, ever ready to counter any potential steam burns or unexpected fires, prepared to deploy water jets for temperature control. "Well done," Bagil praised. "Everyone, quickly get inside." The interior of the plant resembled a frozen cavern, with pipes frozen solid, the ground slick, and emergency lights flickering in the frigid conditions. The air was intermittently punctuated by errant electric sparks, creating an exceedingly uncomfortable atmosphere. EV. Just as Bagil was about to direct the EV squad, he noticed Ash closing his eyes, his hands slightly outstretched, an invisible force rippling outward. Bagil was astonished by the aura of wave guides emanating from Ash. His expression brightened. With this ability, the search would certainly become much easier. Before long, Ash pointed toward an ice-covered passage. There are powerful ice-type life forms inside, not just one. Their uncontrolled energy is affecting the entire power plant. Melody. Ash called to the little songstress perched on his shoulder. With your voice, try to calm the Pokémon over there. We need to soothe them before we can safely rescue them. Melody. Meloetta nodded earnestly, gently floating to the front of the group, closing its eyes. An ancient melody, capable of cleansing the spirit, flowed from its lips, the gentle sound waves penetrating the frigid air, transcending the barriers of metal and ice, reaching deep into the passage. The song carried a plea for comfort, understanding, and peace. Meloetta's song seemed to have an effect. As signs of calm began to emerge from the previously tempestuous ice-type energy storm, the biting cold slightly abating. Yet, it was still not enough. They remained ensnared in an uncomfortable environment. Bagil, can your EVs dig? Ash suddenly inquired. Yes, Bagil replied. Everyone, coordinate and dig in this direction. The 4 EVs diligently collaborated, their excavation efforts proceeding smoothly and efficiently. The hard frozen earth and concrete were swiftly penetrated as if they were soft soil, thanks to their coordinated skills. Meloetta's song continued to resonate, like a warm stream, washing away the anxiety and aggression that the geometric snowflakes had developed due to their confinement and discomfort. The energy fluctuations from within began to stabilize, and the rate of ice crystal formation noticeably slowed. Finally, Moon EV emerged from the newly excavated passage, emitting a low sound tinged with exhaustion yet excitement. Buoy. The exit it had created was precisely located near the massive low-temperature condensation tower at the back of the power plant, an area that maintained a consistently ultra-low temperature and was distanced from the electromagnetic core zone that could trigger their energy to spiral out of control. Almost simultaneously with the passage's completion, several geometric snowflakes, composed of intricate crystalline ice, quietly and swiftly floated out, guided by Meloetta's song. They appeared somewhat dazed, yet devoid of their previous fury, simply hovering silently in the cold area, their bodies softly shimmering. Wonderful, they have safely exited. Ash sighed in relief. With the primary obstacle removed and the source of the chaotic ice-type energy no longer interfering, the plant's low temperature began to gradually rise, and the erratic currents began to calm. Bagil's brother and other staff members, though shivering from the cold, emerged unscathed. As everyone stepped out into the sunlight, the feeling of having narrowly escaped disaster was particularly profound. Bagil's brother excitedly patted his shoulder, marveling at how his younger sibling had finally proven himself capable. No, brother. Bagil chuckled, shaking his head, glancing at Ash, Meloetta, and his fellow companions. It was the collective effort of everyone. Boy, boy, boy. The EVs emitted cheerful and proud cries, affectionately nuzzling against their trainer's hand. The girls also gathered around, taking the opportunity to pet the adorable EVs before bidding farewell. Chapter 505, Sylvian. The rally before the Hoenns Conference. After rescuing the geometric snowflakes, Ash and his companions returned to the ranch for their final goodbyes. Bagil expressed his intention to participate in the Hoenns Conference, setting a rematch date with Ash to avenge their previous encounter in the Youth Cup. To make their battle more intriguing, before leaving, Ash divulged exciting news to Bagil. There exists an 8th evolution for EV, Sylvian. Is that true? Bagil responded with palpable excitement. His 8th EV had shown no particular fondness for the previous 7 forms and was contemplating whether to let EV remain in its unevolved state. EV. The creature too was curious about what this new form might entail. Indeed, it is true, albeit stemming from recent research in the Kalos region. Yes, indeed. The mystical Sylvian has indeed manifested in our Kalos region. Salina, hailing from Kalos, attests to this, though the conditions for its evolution appear to remain under investigation. Naturally, Salina's curiosity was piqued as to how Ash had come to know of Sylvian's existence in Kalos. However, upon reflecting on Ash's remarkable prowess, she found it rather unsurprising. Thank you for your special insights. Bagil expressed profound gratitude for the good news Ash had brought, waving farewell as Ash and his companions departed. Along the way, Serena, May, and Toko surrounded Salina, inquiring about Sylvian's appearance. What does it look like? Is it adorable? Serena eagerly pressed. May playfully blinked. Does it resemble a fairy? Just as its name suggests? Toko, more focused on specifics, queried, what are its distinguishing colors? With a smile, Salina described. Well, it is incredibly graceful and beautiful. Its body is predominantly white and pink, with fluffy fur that cascades like ribbons, particularly around its neck and head. Imagining such a creature was challenging for Serena, who felt a bit impatient. Oh, by the way, Ash, observing Salina's dilemma, chuckled and reminded her, your Pokédex should have the data from the Kalos region, right? Oh, yes, Salina exclaimed, realizing her oversight, and sheepishly stuck out her tongue. She promptly retrieved her Pokédex, swiftly pulling up Sylvian's data and a clear image to present to the three inquisitive girls. Wow, it's so beautiful. It truly looks like a little fairy. I can't wait to see it in person. The girls' exclamations echoed one after another. Of course, even as the girls engaged in animated conversation, they did not delay their progress. They finally arrived in Haywan City. The following day, a weary Ash and his companions reached the city hosting the Alliance Conference. The air was thick with the tension and excitement preceding the grand event. There are so many people. It seems that no matter which regional conference, the popularity is equally vibrant, Serena remarked, accompanying Ash for the second time. That's only natural. Toko replied with a hint of nostalgia. If we have time, I can take everyone to taste the regional delicacies gathered here. But not now. May interrupted. Indeed, we need to register first, Ash chimed in. They headed straight for the Pokemon Center, and since there were still a few days left for registration, Ash, May, and Salina successfully completed their registration for the Haywan Conference. After confirming their rooms, Ash led his companions to an open training area near the contestants' village. All right, everyone come out. Ash inhaled deeply, raising his Pokeball high. The Haywan Conference is about to begin. Having not seen his Pokemon for a while, he decided to rally their spirits before the official competition commenced. A series of bright lights flashed as Ash's prepared companions emerged energetically into the open space. Zoroark. The illusionary Pokemon encountered in Crown City had evolved from its former petite form into a formidable presence. Quite impressive. It seems you've had excellent training, Ash remarked, stroking its thick fur at the nape of its neck. Kusoal, of course. Though Zoroark had matured into a grand form, it still retained a childlike demeanor. Especially upon seeing Serena, it mischievously transformed into her likeness, playfully linking its arm with Ash's. Zoroark. Serena's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurried after Zoroark, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. Meloetta stifled a laugh, her ladylike demeanor drawing the infatuated gaze of Pidgeot below. Pidgeot. Meanwhile, the two mischievous water types, wielding their clamshells, charged in energetically, engaging in their usual playful skirmish. Ash laughed heartily, allowing the two Pokemon to indulge in their playful antics. Tung. The Servine maintained its signature pride. Head held high, yet as Ash approached, the laziness in its gaze melted away, revealing a hint of affection. Ash crouched down, locking eyes with its emerald orbs. Servine. Let us showcase your strength in this conference. Servine let out a soft huff, its tail subtly curling around Ash's wrist. Bailey, however, the jealous Bayleaf, once again released for the Alliance Conference, glared at the scene with displeasure, its large leaves gently swaying, before playfully knocking Ash to the ground. It affectionately rubbed its head against Ash's cheek, reminiscent of its days as a Chikorita. All right, Bayleaf. Ash struggled to embrace it, acknowledging its joy at participating in the Alliance Conference once more. Tongue. Observing Bayleaf's affectionate display, Servine turned its head, rolling its eyes at the immaturity of its grass-type predecessor. Yet, seeing Bayleaf's unabashed affection sparked a flicker of envy within Servine. Yaya. The shiny Cyndaquil bounced energetically, eagerly leaping into Ash's arms, gently nibbling on the hem of his shirt, radiating an innocent charm. After all, in terms of age, Cyndaquil was still a child, compared to Bayleaf's antics. The other Pokemon stood patiently. Woo. For instance, the shiny Combuskin emitted a soft chirp, affectionately rubbing against Ash's leg, especially after Ash had returned it to its original form. The connection between them deepened. Arrow. The mischievous Croconaw, as a prominent figure of Unova, portrayed a rather mature demeanor, dismissive of any display of affection. Croconaw. I'm counting on you during the finals. Croconaw slightly bowed its head, gently nudging Ash with its massive jaw. By the way, where's the Fennekin? Ash moved away from Bayleaf's embrace, searching for Fennekin's whereabouts. He had included it on the roster, hoping to evolve it into a Delphox, but it seemed to have vanished. Ash, your Fennekin is over there, Salina kindly pointed out. Spotting it cozied up with Serena's Fennekin, Ash felt a wave of exasperation. Ultimately, he decided against interrupting the two lovebirds. After all, love is free, and he was quite open-minded about it. Overall, Ash's participation in the Haywan Conference relied on these 8 Pokemon, while the remaining members would await their turn on a more suitable stage for the championship. Chapter 506, Salina's Small Ambitions, News of New Types. The interaction between Ash and his companions ignited enthusiasm on the training grounds. Observing this, May released her Pokémon, Shedinja. May's first appearance was with her Vine, which retained its innate elegance and pride, coiling gracefully as it surveyed the surroundings with calm eyes. It exchanged glances with Ash's Vine, whose expression appeared somewhat peculiar. Being outdone by its junior in achieving final evolution left Vine feeling a bit unsettled. Next came her Sprigatito, which stepped lightly forward, the pink flower atop its head swaying gently with its movements, exuding a fresh, natural aura and appearing vibrantly alive. The energetic Fuecoco bounced forth, spotting Ash's shiny Cyndaquil and friendly shot out a spark to greet it. Due to their differing species, Fuecoco did not mind that Cyndaquil was in its shiny form. The two fire types seemed to get along splendidly. Cyndaquil followed suit, appearing somewhat bashful. Emitting a soft chirp, its patterns glowing faintly as it curiously surveyed its surroundings, before bounding over to Salina's Cyndaquil. Clearly, these two Cyndaquils formed a pair. Siri. The electrifying Blitzel pranced a few steps forward, crackling with static energy, appearing both spirited and a touch juvenile. Evidently, May's Blitzel had yet to evolve into a Zebstrika. Finally, she showcased her aerial ace, the shiny Swanna. It gracefully unfurled its wings as it descended, distinct from the ordinary swan dancers clad in pure white. Its plumage radiated a soft, golden sheen. Chirp. It emitted a crystalline call, its posture exuding utmost elegance. Toko, a professional photographer, swiftly raised her camera to capture this vibrant hue, while Xiaoguang assisted in positioning the speckled zebra. In stark contrast to the lively corner occupied by Xiaoji and May, Salina's area appeared remarkably tranquil. Her gaze swept over her Pokémon, the long-tailed fox, the shiny Klefki, the burning bug, the electric flying squirrel, the shiny Flababy, and the Rockruff. Compared to both Xiaoji and May, her team seemed excessively juvenile. Thus, Salina did not share their unwavering ambition for first or second place. Instead, she spoke with a pragmatic and resolute tone. Everyone, this is our first time participating in the conference. Let us not be anxious. Consider it an opportunity for experience and growth. As long as we make it into the top 32, it will be a splendid victory. This sentiment was not only directed at her Pokémon, but was also a reassurance to herself. The fox, Klefki, and electric squirrel all nodded in agreement, clearly aware of their own capabilities, just as trainer Salina was. Nearby, Xiaoji and the others quietly observed, refraining from mocking Salina's modest goal. After all, recognizing one's own strengths is a form of personal growth. In this pleasant atmosphere, time passed gradually. The day before the Hoshikage conference, as the competition drew near, Xiaoji and his companions ventured to nearby streets to indulge in culinary delights. They revisited previously savored treats, such as the cloud ice cream and the unstable train order. Meloetta and Victini were utterly absorbed in the human delicacies, reclining in May and Salina's arms as they licked at the cloud ice cream. Just as Xiaoji was feeding Pikachu, he suddenly spotted an approaching figure. Xiaoji! A powerful shout echoed, and there was Kenny, charging towards them with his striking Jengar, fire burning in his eyes. It's Kenny. He has successfully acquired all 8 badges. Of course, at this Hoshikage conference. My Jengar will utterly crush you. Are you ready? I shall eagerly await that, Xiaoji calmly replied. However, before his words could fully settle, another direction erupted in exclamations. Wow! Wait for me. Bai Lu rushed over in a fluster, nearly stumbling. Xiaoji quickly reached out to steady her. You fool. I told you not to be so reckless. You truly have a penchant for charging ahead. Phew, Xiaoji, thank you so much. I made it. Bai Lu stood upright, awkwardly scratching her head. Beside her stood the seemingly mature and composed Alice, along with the elegant Pokémon sommelier, Tian Tong. Xiaoji, you all have indeed arrived. Alice greeted with enthusiasm, casting a glance at Xiaoguang behind Salina and May. This conference is sure to be spectacular. It seemed this event would be filled with rich aromas of wine and floral fragrances. Tian Tong inhaled deeply, smiling in the manner of a sommelier. Haha, Xiaoguang, sporting a deadpan expression, awkwardly chuckled, feeling the profession of Pokémon sommelier was rather peculiar. At that moment, the whir of propellers resonated above. A small aircraft descended gracefully, its door opening to reveal Bajur, sporting his signature gentle smile, accompanied by an EV, curious about the fairy type. Xiaoji, it seems I have arrived just in time for our rematch. He gently stroked EV's fur. Have you discovered the evolution conditions for the fairy type EV? Indeed. I read about it in the latest issue of Professor Blatano's journal. It requires learning the move Fairy Wind and achieving a high affection level with Eevee, Bajur replied. Excitement evident in his tone. Moreover, Professor Blatano from Kalos appears to be collaborating with other regional professors to research a new type, which should soon be made public. A new type? Yes, it seems it is intended to be named the Fairy type, and Eevee is among its ranks. The specifics have yet to be disclosed. All eyes turned to Salina, who shook her head in confusion, indicating she was unaware of this, even as a local from Kalos. Xiaoji found it unsurprising. The announcement of the Fairy type might very well come after the conclusion of the Hashikage conference. It was only natural that Salina, having traveled from Kalos, would be uninformed. Just as their pleasantries were not yet concluded, a dramatic sound of running and shouting echoed from afar. Make way. Make way. Registration is about to close. There was Toru, sprinting in a most disheveled manner, his backpack askew and his tie flapping wildly, with his signature Riolu striding swiftly behind him, seemingly exuding a hint of exasperation. Oh no, there are only 10 minutes left. I absolutely cannot miss it, he shouted in a panic. The group chuckled softly, for as both friends and rivals, they all headed towards the Pokémon Center together. Above Hashikage City, the horn of the competition seemed to have sounded. Chapter 507, Preliminary Round. Versus Su D, a battle of opposing types. The following morning, the Hashikage conference commenced as scheduled. The audience was already packed to capacity, the clamor of voices merging into a vibrant ocean of energy. We extend our gratitude to all the trainers who have traveled from afar to gather here. After rigorous scrutiny, a total of 128 exceptional trainers have emerged, earning the prestigious right to compete for the title of Hashikage Conference Champion. The host, Zhu Guang, waved his arm, causing the enormous circular electronic screen behind him to illuminate instantly, displaying a rapid scroll of participant avatars and names. In the arena, Xiaoji, Mei, Salina, Bailu, Kenny, Bajur, Toru, along with Xiao Guang, Toko, Tiantong, and Alice, were all poised in their respective competitors' zones or among their support teams, holding their breath in anticipation. Is this the league conference? It feels entirely different from the usual gym battles. Indeed, there are far too many people here. Previous competitions like the fighting tournament cannot even compare to the league conference. The first-time participants, Salina and Mei, stood nervously side by side, their hands unconsciously gripping the hems of their garments. Don't be anxious. Drown out the noise of the crowd and focus solely on the Pokemon battles. Xiaoji, as a seasoned participant, offered soothing words and shared his wisdom. Okay. Mei took a deep breath, striving to maintain an outward calm, though the slight paleness of her knuckles revealed her tension. Salina, on the other hand, exhibited a much stronger mental fortitude. One could only commend her as the future queen of Kalos. It's about to begin, Salina murmured, her gaze fixed intently on the screen, attempting to locate her name among the rapidly scrolling list. The pace of the scrolling began to slow. Look, I found it, Mei exclaimed, pointing to a corner of the screen. Salina, your opponent is Luringia. She pronounced the name, which was evidently a pseudonym or nickname. Soon after, Mei's name appeared as well, her opponent being a passerby named Lurini. Both girls exhaled in relief. That's great. Our first-round adversaries don't seem too formidable. Salina patted her chest, attempting to calm her racing heart. As long as we perform normally, we can win. Exactly. Let us harness our spirit. Mei bent slightly, as if rallying herself and instilling confidence in her partners. Provided they did not encounter Xiaoji too soon, they were confident of achieving their desired ranks. Let us do our best. Xiaoji smiled encouragingly at the girls, who accepted his support with delight. However, when Xiaoji glanced at his own avatar, he unexpectedly found himself facing an old rival. Xiaoji, Pallet Town, versus Su Di, Lure Town. What a start. Tiantong gasped. The first round is between them. Xiao Guang also displayed a look of astonishment. How interesting, Toko remarked as she pointed her camera towards Xiaoji, capturing the moment with fervor. Alice wore an expression of eager anticipation, exclaiming, wow, the thrilling battle is about to commence. Standing to Ash's left, Mei patted her chest with a hint of schadenfreude, saying, wow, drawing Xiodi in the first round? You'll surely eliminate him decisively. She glanced towards Serena, adding, Xiodi must be regretting his fate now, facing the ultimate boss right in the preliminaries. It seemed that the memory of Xiodi's rebellious nature lingered, as Mei could not help but display a hostile demeanor upon seeing him. On the other side, Serena elegantly adjusted the brim of her hat, casting a glance in Xiodi's direction, her tone imbued with unwavering faith in Ash. What a pity for Xiodi's luck to face Ash in the first round. It truly is a death match. Her gaze softened as it turned towards Ash, the implication clear. Feeling the support from the two women, Ash beamed with confidence. Thank you. If you win, I will too. He confidently declared his victory, fully aware of his prowess and certain that he could easily handle the debuting Shodi this year. Almost simultaneously, in a nearby competitor zone, a cold, piercing gaze cut through the crowd, locking onto Ash with precision. It was Shodi, standing straight with his hands in his pockets. He wore no extraneous expression, only his eyes ablaze with a vengeful fire. The formal tournament featured several sub-venues to expedite the preliminaries, and the Hwang Conference followed suit. Thus, in the sub-venue known as the Green Fields, the third round unfolded, pitting Ash against Shodi in a decisive battle. The host's impassioned voice resonated through the loudspeakers. Ladies and gentlemen, the focal battle of the third round at the Greenfield sub-venue is about to begin. The combatants are. He deliberately elongated his tone to stir the crowd's emotions. Representing Pallet Town, we have Ash, the reigning champion of the Sinnoh region's Lily of the Valley Conference. With unfathomable strength and one of the top contenders for this year's Hwang Conference title. The audience erupted in a tsunami of cheers, Ash's name reverberating through the air. The camera focused on Ash, who stood in the command zone, his gaze sharp as an eagle. A confident smile gracing his lips as he waved to the audience. Pika Pika. Pikachu mimicked Ash's wave with delightful precision. In this setting, Victini and Meloetta remained absent, instead resting in Xiao Guang's embrace as mascots, appearing merely as exquisite Pokémon dolls in the eyes of passers-by. His opponent, the formidable Shodi from a Krutik city, could not be underestimated. When Shodi was introduced, the cheers were noticeably subdued, overshadowed by discussions centered on Ash. After all, Ash's performance at the Lily of the Valley Conference had gradually captured the attention of the entire world. Shodi stood in the opposing command zone, hands tucked into his pockets, maintaining a rigid stance, his face devoid of expression, save for the intensity of his gaze fixed on Ash, who would emerge victorious in this pivotal clash. Let us await the outcome. The match commenced as the host dramatically lowered his arm. Go, Crocodile! Ash wasted no time, promptly tossing out a Pokeball. A flash of red light illuminated the arena as the robust and fierce Crocodile landed with a thud. Its maw filled with sharp teeth opening wide to unleash a primal roar, its formidable aura instantly enveloping the surroundings, causing dust to swirl at its feet. Superior, you shall be the one. After a brief pause, feeling underestimated, Shodi's voice was cold and resolute. The elegant yet imposing Superior materialized on the field, its emerald body shimmering like jade under the sunlight, its golden eyes exuding pride and scrutiny, its long tail swaying gracefully. Upon its arrival, it locked its gaze onto the dangerously potent Crocodile, its expression sharp. Ah, Crocodile. In the spectator area, Bailu could not contain her astonishment, noting that Ash's Crocodile, being a ground dark type, was at a significant disadvantage against Shodi's grass-type Superior. Indeed, grass-type moves were highly effective against ground types. Tian Tong also wore a worried expression, resting her chin in contemplation. Shodi's Superior is incredibly well-trained and remarkably swift. Can Ash handle this? Alice crossed her arms, her brow furrowed. Yet recalling how Crocodile had previously triumphed over her Dragonite, she resolved not to fret unnecessarily. Beside them, Xiao Guang remained remarkably calm, smiling as she remarked, "It's all right. Type disadvantages have never posed a problem for Ash." Her gaze followed the familiar figure on the field, filled with unwavering conviction. She had witnessed Ash triumph against the odds countless times, overcoming type disadvantages through his tactical ingenuity and the bond with his Pokémon, which defied conventional reasoning. Chapter 508. Shodi's Anticipation and Crocodile's Might. Superior, Energy Ball. Without a moment's hesitation, Shodi initiated the attack, a vivid green energy ball hurtling towards Crocodile with a sharp whistle. Ash's eyes remained steady. Rock Tomb. Gah! Crocodile slammed its forelimbs into the ground, countless boulders erupting with a thunderous roar to stand as a precise barrier before the energy ball. The collision was deafening, the energy ball crashing against the rocks, erupting in a blinding green light and a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the rocks lay shattered, but Crocodile remained unscathed behind its protective wall, casually brushing off the dust and issuing a defiant growl. Impressive. A perfect defensive barrier. Ash has skillfully neutralized the type disadvantage with Rock Tomb, Zhu Guang exclaimed, and the audience responded with enthusiastic applause and cheers. Moreover, the seemingly broken rocks had merely transformed into additional obstacles scattered across the arena, hindering Superior's speed. Noticing this, Shodi's expression darkened, prompting him to change tactics. Superior, grassy terrain. Hiss. Superior's long tail touched the ground, a vibrant green aura rapidly expanding, blanketing the entire arena in lush grass, invigorating the air with grass-type energy. Coil. Shiodi commanded immediately, denying Ash any respite. Superior elegantly coiled its body, muscles taut, its scales glistening, exuding an oppressive aura that simultaneously enhanced its attack, defense, and accuracy. Ash did not attempt to counter, instead opting to employ a strengthening technique. As the saying goes, offense is the best defense. To kill in order to stop killing is always the most effective strategy. Crocodile. Crocodile struck various poses, enhancing its muscle density and strength, dark red energy swirling around it, signifying the surge of power. Dragontail. A glint of cold light flashed in Shiodi's eyes as he seized the moment when Superior was coiled up at its most potent. Superior. Superior's coiled body sprang forth like a spring, its elongated tail, now gleaming with metallic sheen, sliced through the air at a sharp angle, mercilessly striking towards Crocodile's flank. This attack was impeccable in speed, power, and angle. Could Ash's Crocodile withstand this enhanced onslaught? Aerial Ace. Ash's voice rang out decisively. Gah! Crocodile's massive form surged forth with astonishing speed, transforming into a deep brown blur, executing an uncanny low aerial arc to narrowly evade the strike of Superior's tail. The gust from the tail's passage left cracks on the ground where Crocodile had just stood. Boom. Not only that, but after circling around, Crocodile, now skimming the ground, forcefully collided with Superior's back, injecting a wave of kinetic energy into it. Superior. The sharp sensation caused Superior to emit a piercing cry, its serpent eyes fixated on Crocodile. The effectiveness was remarkable. It had evaded the attack, an unbelievable dodge. Aerial Ace was not merely an offensive move, but also an exquisite displacement skill, causing Shiodi's meticulously planned ambush to falter, and even allowing Ash's Crocodile to retaliate. Zhu Guang's voice brimmed with astonishment, with the relentless assault thwarted. A flicker of anxiety crossed Shiodi's eyes. The oft-defeated Emperor Xiao, consistently bested by Ash's team, was gripped by a foreboding sense, akin to the ominous prelude of failure. Cursed. Repeated setbacks had eroded his confidence, and in a moment of desperation, he roared, "Superior!" Frenzied Flora. The golden pupils of Superior constricted, channeling its amassed power into a cataclysmic eruption. Its long tail struck the earth, which was blanketed in verdant grass, unleashing the full force of its augmented capabilities. The ground trembled violently. Countless robust, menacing vines, adorned with vicious thorns, erupted from the soil, resembling a frenzied green python, converging mercilessly upon the rogue Crocodile in the center of the arena. The view was instantly engulfed by a tempestuous sea of green. The might of this attack surpassed any previous attempt. Frenzied Flora, the ultimate grass-type secret technique, fortified by the coiling enhancement and the lush terrain, unleashed a devastating strangulation that enveloped the entire battlefield, leaving Ash and his rogue Crocodile with no avenue of escape. The voice of the commentator, Zhu Guang, rose to a near scream, synchronizing the audience's heartbeats to a fever pitch. Watching intently, Xiao Guang held her breath, as all eyes fixated on the eye of this destructive storm. In the face of this calamity-like onslaught, Ash merely smiled faintly. Dragon Claw, shatter them. Roar. The rogue Crocodile bellowed to the heavens, its ferocity soaring. Deep violet draconic energy surged wildly upon its massive forearms, forming two colossal energy claws, imbued with the essence of destruction. It surged forward, meeting the oncoming storm of constricting vines with a defiant strike, unleashing a violet claw that tore through the fabric of space. Slash, slash, slash. Boom. The violet tempest of annihilation clashed fiercely with the rampaging green serpent, as the colossal energy claws cleaved through the thick vines like brittle twigs, reducing them to mere dust. The cacophony of explosions and shattering sounds echoed relentlessly, as fragments of deep purple and emerald energy rained down like a torrential downpour. The rogue Crocodile, akin to an invincible war deity charging into the fray, wielded its dragon claws with both steadiness and ferocity amidst the vine storm, each strike ruthlessly dismantling the strangulation. It forged a path through the maelstrom of death, its violet claw shadows leaving devastation in their wake. As the final massive vines were mercilessly torn apart and flung aside by the violet dragon claws, the thunderous roars gradually subsided, and the remnants of the vines fell like raindrops, crackling with residual energy. In the center of the arena, the rogue Crocodile's immense form heaved slightly, its chest heaving rapidly. Yet its colossal violet claws remained resolutely poised, exuding an oppressive aura. Its fierce gaze pierced through the falling debris, locking onto the Superior, which was now gasping for breath. rendered rigid from unleashing its ultimate technique. The coiling enhancement had long since crumbled, and its eyes were filled with unmistakable horror. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence, as if time itself had been suspended. The audience, dumbfounded, forgot to cheer, forgot to breathe, utterly shaken by the astonishing sight before them. The rogue crocodile, previously at a disadvantage, had directly shattered the augmented grass-type ultimate technique. Zhu Guang inhaled deeply, his voice filled with awe and incredulity as he broke the silence. It has withstood, and in fact, has countered head-on. Ash's rogue crocodile, with its unmatched dragon claw power, has forcibly torn apart the frenzied flora unleashed with all of Xiao's might. Zhu Guang's impassioned commentary ignited the audience like a lit fuse, unleashing a tsunami of applause, screams, and cheers that engulfed the entire arena. So powerful. Ash! 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 The synchronized cries resonated thunderously, electrifying Ash's companions in the viewing area. Chapter 509, Flamethrower. Xiao's second defeat. Zhu Guang's fervent commentary still echoed through the venue, the audience's cheers yet to subside. But the last flicker of hesitation in Xiao's eyes was now fully consumed by a frenzied determination. Not yet over, superior, ensnare it with Vine Whip. Xiao's voice, hoarse with desperation, echoed with the conviction of a man who refused to fall before Ash once more. Hiss, superior. Suppressing the immense exhaustion and rigidity brought on by frenzied flora, unleashed two emerald vines that shot forth like venomous serpents from its neck, swiftly coiling towards the panting rogue crocodile that had just shattered the vine storm. Grr. Though the rogue crocodile was fatigued, its reflexes remained sharp. With a swift motion, it swung its dragon claws, severing one of the vines in an instant. However, another vine cleverly bypassed the defense of its claws, coiling around its right leg like a cunning serpent. Now, Leaf Blade. Xiao's eyes sparkled with the glimmer of hope. Superior, summoning every ounce of strength, gathered radiant green energy around its neck, transforming it into a razor-sharp energy blade. Utilizing the vine's momentum, it surged toward the ensnared rogue crocodile like an arrow released from a bow, aiming directly for its vital points. Rogue crocodile, bite it. Ash's gaze was sharp, unwavering. Roar. The rogue crocodile, ensnared by the vine, exhibited no sign of panic. Instead, its ferocity surged. Its maw, lined with fearsome teeth, opened to an astonishing degree, as dark brown malevolent energy swirled around its fangs, and it lunged toward the oncoming superior, aiming to bite down on the glimmering leaf blade. Clash. The jarring sound of impact rang out, as malevolent energy collided violently with grass-type energy. The rogue crocodile's enormous jaws clamped down on Superior's leaf blade, the force of its bite even causing fissures to appear in the energy form. The momentum of Superior's assault was forcefully halted, and the immense recoil elicited a simultaneous grunt from both Pokémon, equal in strength. Xiaoguang gasped. Xiao, witnessing Superior's leaf blade ensnared, showed no sign of dismay. Instead, a glimmer of resolve crossed his face. You cannot escape. Leaf Storm. He disregarded the significant reduction in special attack that would follow the use of Leaf Storm. All he desired was to unleash his strongest special attack and send the rogue crocodile, which was clinging tightly to Superior, flying. Hiss. A final resolute light ignited in Superior's golden pupils. It relinquished its ensnared leaf blade, erupting with frenzied grass-type energy. Countless razor-sharp leaves coalesced, forming a devastating green tornado around its body. The radius of this storm was immense, instantly enveloping the tightly coiled rogue crocodile, with the sharp leaves poised to tear everything apart. My goodness, to unleash Leaf Storm at such close quarters, Xiao is truly gambling with his life. The rogue crocodile has nowhere to evade. Zhu Guang's voice brimmed with shock and concern. The audience's hearts surged to their throats once more. In the center of the chaotic leaf storm, the massive silhouette of the rogue crocodile could be faintly discerned, enduring countless cuts. However, Ash's voice rang out with a hint of amusement. Now, Sky Return. Roar. Within the eye of the storm, the deep brown form of the rogue crocodile, like a wraith, found a barely perceptible gap amidst the dense flurry of leaves. In that instant, the rogue crocodile showcased an astonishing agility and speed. It abruptly released its grip on the leaf blade and, almost hugging the ground, deftly slid out from the storm's most ferocious core. Countless razor-sharp leaves grazed its skin, leaving a trail of scratches but failing to inflict any fatal wounds. What? It evaded the core attack amidst such a storm, using Sky Return. Xiao's pupils contracted suddenly, unable to believe his eyes as he watched the deep brown figure slip past the edge of the green tempest. Xiao, it is my rogue crocodile that restricts your superior. How dare you gamble everything in a passive situation? Ash chuckled lightly. Did he truly think the rogue crocodile would let go? It was bound to endure the brunt of Superior's leaf storm. Regardless, this would be the end. Ash declared with finality. Finish it, flamethrower. Roar. The rogue crocodile, having just escaped the storm, showed no signs of hesitation. Leveraging the momentum from Sky returned as it lunged once again toward Superior. This time, the gaping maw lined with serrated teeth was no longer imbued with the deep brown malevolent energy. Instead, it blazed with roaring flames. The searing heat distorted the very air itself, while the orange-red flames danced wildly upon the fangs. Boom. The inferno-ridden mouth. Fueled by Ash's unwavering belief in victory and the full might of his crocodile, sank its teeth mercilessly into the unguarded form of the Superior. Hiss. Superior emitted a chilling, heart-wrenching cry as the fire-type's super-effective damage erupted in an instant. The fiery fangs delivered not merely a physical bite, but also a savage infusion of fire energy, causing Superior's resilient body to writhe in agony amidst the flames, its figure soon engulfed by the dazzling light. The explosion of fire shot skyward, casting a crimson hue across the entire arena. As the flames receded and the smoke settled, in the center of the battlefield stood Crocodile, proudly erect. With embers still flickering in its mouth, panting slightly, its fierce gaze undiminished, bearing a few scars from the leaf storm. Before it lay Superior, collapsed on the ground. Eyes shut tight, its body charred in multiple places, utterly devoid of combat capability. A brief silence enveloped the arena. With Superior incapacitated, Crocodile emerged victorious. Thus, the winner of this match is Ash. The referee's voice rang out loudly, proclaiming the final result. He had triumphed. Ash had won. Misty leaped up in excitement, tightly embracing the Meloetta and Victini in her arms. The two small creatures mirrored her joy. Though constrained by the presence of onlookers, they had to remain silent, lest they be discovered as anything other than mere dolls, forcing them to maintain their invisibility. Ash! 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 Crocodile! So cool! The cheers and applause surged through the arena like a tsunami, unrelenting. Ash waved, a radiant and confident smile illuminating his face as he ran to give a hearty high-five to his battle-worn yet spirited Crocodile. Well done, Gur. Crocodile responded with a low growl, its eyes sparkling with the joy of victory and trust in its trainer. Meanwhile, across the way, Emperor Shio stared blankly at the fallen Superior, a look of begrudging defeat etched upon his face. Once again, he had succumbed to Ash's prowess. Chapter 510, A Grueling Battle. The long-tailed Vulpix learns new techniques from Superior. Misty, cradling her plush Meloetta and Victini, scampered over, her face radiating pure delight. Meloetta stirred gently in her arms, and Victini's small horn flickered subtly, conveying silent congratulations. Ash smiled as he affectionately stroked the two Pokémon, and Misty reciprocated without hesitation. The girl's cheeks flushed crimson as her gaze shifted towards the other battle arenas. Let's go see how May and Serena are faring. All right. The two hastened towards the yellow arena where May was competing. As they approached, they heard Toko's energetic and slightly excited voice cutting through the crowd. Everyone, did you see? May's Superior is simply too elegant and powerful. The opponent's Amalga, though fierce, is utterly toyed with. Toko was holding her phone high, the camera closely tracking the battle on the field. Toko is live-streaming, Misty exclaimed with curiosity. Indeed, it is her job. How could she miss such a high-traffic event at the Hoenn conference? Ash, accustomed to Toko's live broadcasts, merely observed the scene. This was not her first time doing so, though previous viewership had been modest. However, upon glancing at the screen, Ash noted over 100,000 viewers. Wow! Toko beamed with joy. Even as she noticed Ash and Misty behind her, she could only nod in acknowledgement before continuing her commentary. With no choice, Ash and Misty settled to watch. On the field, May's Superior displayed a shimmering green glow from the leaves on its neck. Opposite it, Amalga roared, its massive fists charged with terrifying fire energy, launching a fiery punch with tremendous force. Superior, evade and use grassy terrain. May's voice rang clear and calm. Superior's elongated form showcased astonishing agility and speed, gliding gracefully like a willow in the breeze, deftly dodging the enormous punch that slammed into the ground, creating a blackened crater. Simultaneously, its neck leaves radiated a vibrant glow, spreading a soothing and revitalizing green aura across the arena as grass flourished, brimming with life. Now, use Solar Beam. May's command flowed seamlessly. Bathed in the energy of the grassy terrain and sunlight, Superior's previous fatigue rapidly dissipated, its condition visibly improving. The Amalga trainer, clearly anxious, shouted, Don't let it recover. Charge in with Dragon Claw. Imalga roared and charged once more, its claws crackling with purple dragon energy, tearing through the air. May's eyes narrowed. Now Leaf Blade, aim for its footing. Superior surged forward, its body shooting forth like an arrow, its neck leaves transforming into razor-sharp energy blades. Not targeting Imalga's body directly, but instead skillfully sweeping towards its recently launched front ankle. Roar! Imalga's balance faltered instantly, its momentum interrupted as its massive body stumbled. Final blow, Dragon Tail. May's voice carried the weight of determination. Superior's golden eyes locked onto the target, its powerful tail cloaked in rich dragon energy, resembling that of a true dragon, struck fiercely against Imalga's side, which had lost its equilibrium. Bam! A heavy thud resounded. Imalga let out a pained cry. Sent flying by the force of the strike, crashing down at the edge of the grassy terrain, struggling for a moment before ultimately failing to rise again. Imalga is unable to continue battling. The victor is May. The referee swiftly raised the flag. Wow, everyone! May has effortlessly claimed victory. Superior expertly utilized the rapid recovery from grassy terrain to wear down its opponent, maintaining pressure throughout the match. Let us shower her with gifts. Toko exclaimed excitedly into her phone, the live stream inundated with gift effects in an instant. May let out a sigh of relief. A confident smile gracing her face as she approached to gently stroke Superior's neck in reward. Well done, May's Superior is not inferior in speed to Emperor Shio's. And its recovery ability is even stronger, Ash remarked with sincere admiration. Indeed, it feels more resilient than Emperor Shio's. Misty searched for the right words. Let's go see Serena. Ash called out to May as they all hurried towards the C-Zone arena where Serena was competing. Everyone, I'm taking you to witness another match featuring a beautiful girl. Don't go just yet. Toko continued her live broadcast. After all, as the entire event was being streamed live, having Toko cover it would be inconsequential for Serena. Upon arriving at the Red Arena, they immediately noticed the atmosphere was starkly different from the light-hearted victories of Ash and May. Serena's long-tailed Vulpix was under immense pressure. Its opponent was a fierce Zebstrika, crackling with dazzling electric energy, moving at blinding speed. Zebstrika, use Volt Switch, commanded the opponent, Rurangia, with aggressive authority. Zebstrika neighed and charged, enveloped in a furious golden current, barreling towards long-tailed Vulpix like a lightning chariot, its speed so great it nearly left an afterimage. Serena furrowed her brow, clearly struggling to cope. Long-tailed Vulpix, quickly use Reflect. With determination, long-tailed Vulpix gripped its branch wand tightly and swung it forward, conjuring a translucent energy wall constructed from psychic power that sprang up before it. Boom! Zebstrika, propelled by the force of thunder, crashed violently against the reflect wall. The light barrier trembled violently, spiderweb cracks spreading across its surface. Although it successfully mitigated most of the physical impact, some of the ferocious current still penetrated the shield, surging onto long-tailed Vulpix and causing it to cry out in pain as it staggered back, momentarily paralyzed. Hang in there, Serena cried out, her heart aching. She understood that the long-tailed Vulpix, in its intermediate form, lacked the strength and endurance of its final evolution, making a direct confrontation highly disadvantageous. Keeping her distance, she unleashed a torrent of flames. The long-tailed Vulpix, enduring its discomfort, pointed its wand at the Electrode Zebra, releasing a scorching pillar of fire. Evading the attack, the Electrode Zebra's trainer reacted swiftly. With a powerful push from its four hooves, the Electrode Zebra nimbly leaped to the side, avoiding the brunt of the flames. While the electric energy converged at the tip of its horn, radiating with a crackling energy as it charged toward the long-tailed Vulpix. Substitute, Salina thought quickly. The long-tailed Vulpix reacted with remarkable speed, enveloped in a flash of white light, transforming into an illusion that dissipated the moment the Electrode Zebra collided with it. However, the Electrode Zebra abruptly halted, pivoting to occupy the center of the arena, its hooves shimmering with electric light, clearly gathering strength for a more ferocious assault. It had firmly locked onto the long-tailed Vulpix's position. Watching from the sidelines, May felt a surge of concern for Salina, knowing that the ongoing battle could easily tip in favor of the Electrode Zebra due to its speed and power. Yet, Ash remained remarkably calm, aware that Salina's long-tailed Vulpix had learned a special technique from his own gloom. Below, Salina took a deep breath, her gaze becoming resolutely determined as she decided to initiate that newly practiced tactic. Long-tailed Vulpix, now, charm. With grace, the long-tailed Vulpix spun lightly, its wand tracing a pink heart-shaped trajectory in the air, its eyes and the gem atop the wand glowing with an alluring light. An invisible, enchanting wave of pink energy enveloped the poised Electrode Zebra, Family, the tide has turned, she thought as the Electrode Zebra fell prey to the long-tail Vulpix's charm. Caught off guard, the Electrode Zebra's eyes became glazed, transforming into a lovesick demeanor as it gazed adoringly at the long-tail Vulpix. What an opportunity! Salina's eyes sparkled with excitement, recognizing this as the moment she had been waiting for. Now, unleash the magical flames. The long-tail Vulpix raised its wand once more, a swirl of starlit, deep purple flames drifting toward the Electrode Zebra, which was now dazed and unable to evade the attack. The magical flames, infused with psychic energy, erupted upon contact with the Electrode Zebra, which let out a pained cry as its electric aura became chaotic, the entranced state seemingly wavering under the intense agony. Final blow. Overheat. Salina commanded with fervor. She knew this move carried immense power, albeit at a significant cost to the long-tail Vulpix itself. Yet it was the pivotal moment that could determine victory. The long-tail Vulpix inhaled deeply, its eyes ablaze with determination. The fiery patterns across its body transformed into a searing crimson, the flame atop its wand shifting from ethereal purple to a blinding, incandescent white. With a resounding boom, a cataclysmic pillar of white-hot fire erupted forth, akin to a miniature sun, engulfing the Electrode Zebra, which, overwhelmed by pain and enchantment, was unable to emit even a cry before being completely consumed by the ferocious heat. Its body was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, rendered unconscious. With the Electrode Zebra incapacitated, Salina emerged victorious. "We did it. I'm so proud of you, long-tail Vulpix," she exclaimed, rushing into the arena to embrace her Pokémon tightly. The long-tail Vulpix leaned against Salina, exhausted yet content. Ash, May, and Koharu, who had been watching, breathed a sigh of relief, their faces brightening with smiles. "See, everyone. Long-tail Vulpix has triumphed. Let us shine the spotlight on our friend Salina from Kalos." Toko skillfully directed the camera as the live chat erupted with excitement. Fortunately, the opposing Electrode Zebra was male. Otherwise, my long-tail Vulpix might not have secured the victory. Rejoining Ash and the others, Salina felt grateful for her good fortune as she gently stroked long-tail Vulpix's head. "Not necessarily," May interjected, raising an eyebrow and adopting a tactical analysis tone. "Doesn't your long-tail Vulpix also have the move Trick Room? If the speed dynamics shift, it could catch the opponent off guard, thus increasing the odds of victory significantly." As a close companion, May was well aware of Salina's core partner's move repertoire. Indeed, Ash nodded thoughtfully. The Electrode Zebra's advantage lies in its speed. But once ensnared by Trick Room, that advantage becomes a liability, allowing long-tail Vulpix to seize the initiative. "Why didn't you use it earlier?" Ash inquired curiously, glancing at Salina. A blush crept across Salina's cheeks. "I was so focused on successfully charming it that I momentarily forgot about the powerful follow-up move. I got a bit nervous," she admitted sheepishly, sticking out her tongue. "Regardless, you won, and that's what matters." Koharu chimed in cheerfully, genuinely happy for her friend. "Plus, in the upcoming battles, you'll be able to use more than 2 Pokémon, so the pressure won't be as intense." "Yes," Salina nodded vigorously, her eyes rekindling with fighting spirit. She had finally endured the most challenging one-on-one battle, with the presence of a fairy type. "Your team is better suited for dynamic teamwork rather than one-on-one showdowns where full potential cannot be realized," Ash remarked. Then, directing his gaze toward other arenas still filled with fierce battles, he suggested, "All right, while we have a moment of respite, let us check out the matches of our friends and rivals. Understanding our opponents is crucial." "Agreed." May and Koharu responded immediately. Toko swiftly adjusted the camera, declaring, "Everyone, let us follow Ash's perspective and observe the duels of other skilled trainers." The group made their way to other ongoing matches, their attention first drawn to Shiryuki's arena. Upon arrival, it appeared that the battle was nearing its conclusion, with the Flareon roaring in triumph. "Finished? Looks like Shiryuki won," Koharu exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, the Bidoof is normal type. But as long as Flareon connects effectively with its fighting type moves, the outcome is sealed, Ash analyzed with a nod. May added, Shiryuki's commands were also quite steady. One could say Shiryuki had a high probability of winning, especially against a starter Pokemon, she continued. Next, they proceeded to Toru's arena, where the combat style was strikingly different. "Wow, Toru's Bounsweet can take quite a beating," Koharu remarked in astonishment, observing the resilient green figure enduring relentless hits. The opponent was a Mariani, a water type against Toru's grass-type Bounsweet, which posed quite a challenge. May swiftly analyzed the type dynamics, noting Bounsweet's renowned defensive capabilities. Indeed, Ash observed intently. Mariani's water-type moves would be significantly less effective against Bounsweet, and given its Iron Barb's ability, the damage inflicted might be counterproductive. Theoretically, with a steady approach and leveraging its bulk, complemented by its ultimate absorption move, victory should have been within reach. However, it seemed Toru preferred a more aggressive strategy, frequently employing Pin Missile and Metal Claw, yet failing to deliver effective output against the Marini. Ultimately, Toru had a moment of inspiration, launching a Pin Missile straight into Marini's open mouth, leading to an unexpected victory, leaving the onlookers impressed by Toru's ingenuity. Finally, they arrived at Bakir's arena. Vaporeon against Araquanid. Water type has a distinct advantage, Koharu exclaimed immediately. Yes, Vaporeon holds the upper hand in terms of type, May confirmed with a nod. However, Araquanid has formidable defense, and it might employ moves like Liquidation to enhance its capabilities. If Vaporeon's attacks fail to penetrate, it could easily be countered. As May predicted, Vaporeon ultimately triumphed through its agile maneuvers and precise water-type assaults, breaking through Araquanid's solid defenses to secure victory for Bakir. After watching several pivotal matches, Ash and his companions gathered to discuss their thoughts. Everyone is so formidable, Dawn exclaimed, reflecting on the power of White Dew, the speed and flair of Tiger Che, and the steadiness of Barkill, noting that each individual possessed a unique style. Kenny's team also triumphed. His Thunder Zebra remains as fierce as ever, May added, expressing her sentiment that the upcoming opponents would not be easy to contend with. That's what makes it exciting, isn't it? Ash confidently crossed his arms. Pikachu leaped onto Ash's shoulder, its cheeks sparkling with electricity, brimming with fighting spirit. Even though Pikachu had limited appearances in the Hwang tournament, merely making a fleeting appearance in the finals, it did not diminish its enthusiasm. Everyone, did you hear? The upcoming Hwang tournament is going to be even more thrilling. Be sure to tune in to my live stream. Toko timely directed the camera towards her spirited companions. Chapter 512, Soaking in the Hot Springs. After an intense session of watching and analyzing battles, the tension in their nerves needed to be alleviated. Ash stretched widely, exclaiming, after witnessing so many exhilarating matches, I feel invigorated. But right now it's time to relax. Dawn chimed in, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I've heard the hot springs at the competitor's village are absolutely fantastic. Indeed, Serena added with a gleeful smile, cradling her Fennekin, eager to help it recover. May nodded in agreement, stating, post-battle relaxation is crucial. Let us head for the hot springs and sauna. We need to be in top shape for tomorrow's battles. The group, laughing and chatting, made their way toward the well-equipped competitor's village. Ash's Pikachu trotted alongside him, while two small figures floated affectionately nearby, curiously observing their surroundings. As they reached the entrance of the inn, a familiar figure emerged from within. With light brown hair and a signature sharp gaze, it was none other than Sho. The two parties exchanged glances at the door, and for a fleeting moment, the atmosphere grew tense. Sho's gaze swept over Ash and then his two exceedingly rare mythical Pokémon, revealing a hint of complexity before he quickly regained his composure. Instead of the usual sharp retorts, there was an air of detached calmness after his scrutiny. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement, passing by without lingering, leaving behind a decisive silhouette. It's Sho, May remarked, observing his departure with a casual tone. Do you think he has changed quite a bit? Serena whispered. Ash shrugged. Perhaps his journey in Unova has led to personal growth. At least he is not provoking others like before. Dawn nodded in agreement. Yes, that is quite positive. To her, Sho was akin to a Unova version of Shinji, having heard from May that Sho had sought Ash for battles after receiving his Snivy, only to face repeated defeats. In a comparison, she believed Shinji surpassed Sho. Nevertheless, regardless of who it was, encountering a former rival with a more mature demeanor signified progress. The group fell silent, stepping into the warm inn. In the changing room, the girls donned their yukatas and happily made their way toward the outdoor hot spring area. The air was infused with a subtle scent of sulfur and the gentle embrace of steam, surrounded by meticulously arranged stones and greenery. Ah, this feels amazing. Dawn was the first to step into the hot spring, the warm water enveloping her entirely, as she sighed in satisfaction, nearly melting into the liquid. Her Pachama dove into the Pokemon-exclusive section of the spring. Serena cautiously entered the water, the warmth eliciting a contented sigh from her. This truly alleviates fatigue. Her Pokemon, Fennekin, Emolga, and Flababy, joined Pachama in the soothing waters. May gracefully slipped into the water, leaning against the edge and stretching her limbs. I feel as though all the fatigue from today's battles has been washed away. The only downside was her body's buoyancy preventing her from fully submerging. The reason was evident. Her buoyancy exceeded that of Dawn and Serena, who both glanced at her curiously. Toko was the last to join them, having to set up her live stream equipment, while her Riolu quietly enjoyed the warm spring water. Overall, the atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant as the girls savored this rare tranquility. The warm spring seemed to dissolve their inhibitions, and conversations quickly shifted from Pokemon battles to lighthearted topics. May, have you never secretly had milk as you grew up? Dawn teased, causing May to blush slightly. I really haven't tea, she retorted. I don't believe that, Toko interjected playfully, splashing a bit of water toward May. Ah, you're picking on me, May protested, splashing back in response. Just teasing you, big milk can, Toko quipped, half-jokingly dodging the water. It was unclear who initiated the playful water fight. Perhaps it was Toko's mischief or May's retaliatory splash, but soon, little droplets began to fly among the girls. Ah, May, that was an ambush. Dawn laughed, shielding her face from the splashing water. Haha, this is what I call hot spring vitality. May giggled, tossing another handful of water. Hey, don't mess around. Serena chided, though she couldn't resist joining in, gently splashing water back at May. Wow, Serena, you've also gone rogue, May exclaimed dramatically, immediately counterattacking. Toko watched with amusement. Haha, the elegant image of Kalos ladies is collapsing right here. The small hot spring erupted with splashes, the girls' laughter and exclamations intertwining in a celebration of youthful exuberance. The Pokemon at the edge of the spring were also swept up in the joyous atmosphere. Victini spun excitedly in the air, while Meloetta's song took on a lively rhythm. Meanwhile, in the sauna room, Ash, Tiantong, and Kenny were luxuriating in the warmth, transitioning to the sauna where the steam opened their pores. This heat feels like it could vaporize all our fatigue. Ash wiped his brow, feeling refreshed. This is indeed an excellent way to unwind, Tiantong remarked, savoring the sauna's ambience as if tasting fine wine. Noting the energy within the steam that aids in rejuvenating both Pokemon and trainers, akin to a perfectly brewed hot tea. Haha, Tiantong. You can even extract philosophy from the sauna. Kenny chuckled. As everyone felt revitalized and famished, they headed to the inn's dining hall to enjoy dinner, only to encounter familiar faces once more. Hey, Ash, Serena, everyone. White Dew greeted energetically, standing next to Alice. Ash and his friends cheerfully reciprocated the greeting, naturally gathering around the same table. Pikachu hopped onto the chair beside Ash, while Victini and Meloetta settled obediently on Ash's shoulder. How was the hot spring? Alice inquired, her hair still slightly damp, with Yaya perched atop her head. Absolutely fantastic, Dawn interjected, gently stroking Pachama's head resting on her knee. Feeling ready to battle 300 rounds again. And we even had a water fight, Toko added with a grin. Serena and May exchanged smiles, with Serena's Fennekin letting out a cheerful cry. We're quite comfortable over here too, she said with a smile, pouring everyone a special berry juice. Did White Dew and Alice just arrive? Yes, we soaked until we were nice and warm, and now I'm starving, White Dew replied, rubbing her belly while her eyes fixated on the menu. Me too. Only a hearty meal will give us the strength to face tomorrow's challenges, Kenny declared with determination. Especially looking at Ash, I want to lose to you again. Haha, bring it on, Ash replied confidently, patting his chest. It wasn't mere bravado. With the current prowess of his Gyarados, it could rival even a top-tier ground-type Pokemon like Giovanni S. While he might not yet be able to defeat them outright, being able to hold his ground was a testament to his strength. Winning the Hwang tournament would be no simple feat, and then, another legendary Pokemon made its entrance. Chapter 513, The Transformation of Assets from Deficit to Surplus. The following day, the fierce battles continued among the 64 contestants of the Hajawara tournament. From this round onward, both sides were permitted to deploy 2 Pokemon. The first match featured a duel between Ash's familiar friend, Suji, and Bailu. At the outset, Suji's Gyarados, leveraging its speed and strength, swiftly overcame Bailu's Snail Knight with a combination of Water Gun and Shell Blade. In response, Bailu summoned her Embor, which, with an unexpectedly charming synergy and intense heat, successfully countered Gyarados, claiming a victory. However, Suji's newly captured Ryu subsequently displayed exceptional prowess, accurately exploiting Embor's weakness with a well-timed Force Palm, rendering Embor incapable of continuing the battle and securing Suji's advancement to the top 32. Family. May is about to begin her battle. Come and watch. After several rounds of combat, May was set to commence her first match against the local trainer, Toko. As a photographer, Suzy immediately initiated a live stream, attracting a throng of onlookers who flooded into the broadcast to cheer for May, the enchanting maiden. It shall be you. Bidoof. May promptly sent forth her first captured Pokemon, Bidoof, while Toko unleashed the Unova region's bug-type Pokemon, Sinnoh. With a steely gaze, May commanded, Bidoof, sunny day. Instantly, The blazing sun enveloped the arena, transforming the air into a sweltering haze. Sinnoh darted forth like a crimson lightning bolt, its sharp limbs glinting ominously. Poison jab. Mewtwo narrowly evaded, the venomous claw grazing its delicate fur. Iron tail. Wood horn. Sinnoh swiftly pivoted, its tail slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh, but Mewtwo, in a moment of panic, managed to block with its wood horn, albeit being pushed back several steps by the sheer force. Fear not, energy ball. Mewtwo steadied itself, conjuring a verdant energy sphere that struck Sinnoh's flank. Yet, Sinnoh, faster still, closed in once more, delivering a precise cross poison that made Mewtwo emit a pained cry. Impressive damage. Toko noted as he recalled Sinnoh, decisively sending forth his next Pokémon. Duraludon, it's your turn. The hefty Duraludon entered the fray, immediately employing Iron Defense. Its metallic exterior gleaming ominously as its defenses surged. Enduring the pain, Mewtwo unleashed another energy ball. Toko, ever decisive, commanded, Euro Ball. Seizing the opportunity, Duraludon began to spin. Its weighty Euro Ball, accompanied by a thunderous roar, disregarded the incoming energy ball and slammed into Mewtwo with tremendous force. Mewtwo let out a mournful wail, sent flying by the impact, and lay incapacitated, unable to continue the battle. Quite decisive, Ash observed with surprise. With a heavy heart, May recalled her partner, her resolve unwavering. Charcoal Pig, it's your turn. Charge up for Flame Burst. Charcoal Pig erupted into flames under the sunny sky, transforming into a blazing fireball as it charged toward Duraludon. The sound of the collision resonated as Charcoal Pig's speed surged. Duraludon swung its vines to deliver a powerful whip, but the accelerated Charcoal Pig adeptly maneuvered to the side. Now, May shouted, Flame Burst. Charcoal Pig took a deep breath, its chest swelling before unleashing a robust column of fire that expanded dramatically in the sunlight. The flames roared like a furious dragon, instantly engulfing Duraludon. The intense heat caused its metallic body to glow and warp, and as black smoke billowed, Duraludon collapsed, losing its ability to battle. Toko swiftly deployed Sinnoh once more. As Sinnoh emerged, the flames from Charcoal Pig had yet to dissipate, and May commanded, once more. High temperature, heavy pressure. With the residual flames and enhanced speed, Charcoal Pig crashed into Sinnoh like a cannonball. Sinnoh was propelled by the fiery force, crashing heavily to the side, and after a brief struggle, succumbed to defeat. With fists clenched in excitement, May exclaimed, Amazing, Charcoal Pig. What a splendid comeback. Following this, Salina faced off against another Unova trainer, Reina. Burning Bug, it's your turn. Salina called forth her Burning Bug, while Reina unleashed the elegant Swablu, securing an aerial advantage. A Swablu? It seems our competitor has visited Hoenn, Ash remarked, surprised. Salina's gaze sharpened, Burning Bug, string shot. The Burning Bug expelled a torrent of viscous white silk, entangling Swablu's wings and tail feathers, significantly hampering its flight speed. Infuriated, Swablu emitted a melodic cry, exhaling a pale purple dragon breath. The Burning Bug, capitalizing on the speed disparity, rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. Unfazed, the Burning Bug's jaws glimmered with sharp bug-type energy. Scissor. It leaped with tremendous force, striking Swablu's wings with a resounding impact. The blow was potent, causing Swablu to emit a painful cry as its altitude plummeted. Swablu sing, Reina urged, her voice tinged with urgency. Enduring the agony, Swablu released a melodious tune imbued with hypnotic power. The excruciating pain from Scissor seemed to imbue the song with a tremor, causing the Burning Bug to appear dazed and sluggish. Seizing the moment, Reina recalled the injured Swablu, replacing it with Golem. Golem rock slide. Countless massive boulders materialized from thin air, crashing down upon the entranced Burning Bug with devastating force. Salina swiftly recalled her Burning Bug, exclaiming, Frostless, I entrust this to you. The mischievous Frostless appeared in a flash of green, disregarding the rules to act first. Tailwind. A fierce wind surged, enveloping Salina's half of the arena, significantly boosting her team's speed. Golem's heavy stomp shattered the ground, yet the accelerated Frostless soared like a feather, evading the attack. Cotton Spore. Frostless erupted with a flurry of fluffy white spores, resembling a blizzard as it engulfed Golem, firmly adhering to its rocky body and drastically slowing its speed. Salina, seizing the opportunity, commanded, Burning Bug, prepare. With the tailwind still in effect, Salina summoned the Burning Bug once more, shaking off its hypnotic state. Burning Bug, Solar Beam. Under the radiant sun, the Burning Bug required no prolonged charge, Golden light erupted from the seams of its shell as it absorbed the scorching solar energy, transforming into a miniature sun that radiated blinding light and heat. Fire. Serina's clear voice pierced the arena. The sunlight-infused solar beam struck Golem, and as the beam dissipated, Golem emitted clouds of white smoke, numerous rocks shattering as it let out a pained groan, yet astonishingly, it remained standing due to its incredible endurance. Flame burst. Without hesitation, the burning bug opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of searing flames far more ferocious than before. The successive waves of intense heat surpassed Golem's threshold of endurance, and it emitted a deep, mournful cry before collapsing heavily, its eyes swirling, rendered incapable of battle. Reyna sent forth her injured Swablu once more, yet, bolstered by Tailwind. The burning bug's speed far exceeded that of its opponent. As Swablu attempted to take flight, the burning bug dashed forward like a crimson bolt, executing another precise X-scissor. Swablu, unable to evade, fell heavily to the ground, losing its fighting capability. Observing Serina's graceful bow, Ash's eyes sparkled with pride. Indeed, with Frostless's support, the double battle was considerably easier. Meanwhile, Suzy found even greater joy than the victorious May and Serina. Thank you, dear family, for your heartfelt intentions. More attention, more love. With the substantial rewards pouring in, Toko could distinctly sense her assets turning from deficits to profits. Observing the exchanged glances between Xiaoji and Xiaoguang, May could only smile with resignation. Chapter 514. The exceptional Yaya, triumphing in a double victory. Congratulations to contestant Salina for advancing, the referee declared. Salina gracefully exited the stage, exchanging a joyful high-five with May. Toko excitedly leaned in, the camera focusing on them. Family, do you see this? This is the prowess of our united twin stars. With both May and Salina advancing, she expressed her gratitude for the 10 rockets from her beloved May-chan, exclaiming, "What a generous boss," and acknowledged the luxurious yacht from Salina's fan club. Let us shower the gifts and ramp up the attention. As Toko busily engaged with the virtual screen, Xiaoguang shook his head with a chuckle. Toko is busier as a photographer than you two are in the competition. Xiaoji couldn't help but laugh as well, but she indeed possesses some talent, given her high streaming popularity. Next match, contestant Xiaoji against contestant Taixiong. Please welcome both competitors. The announcement resonated. Xiaoji's gaze sharpened instantly. He patted his cheeks and strode confidently toward the arena. Xiaoji, you got this. May, Salina. And Xiaoguang shouted in unison, with Pikachu also waving its tiny fists. In the audience, Alice cradled Yaya, her eyes sparkling. Look, it's Xiaoji's Yaya taking the stage. Go for it. Toko swiftly shifted the camera to Xiaoji. Family, look. The heavyweight contestant has entered, hailing from Pallet Town. It's Xiaoji. His Pikachu is legendary. But whom will he send out this time? Take a guess. Thanks to the supercar from the GF fan club. As Xiaoji stepped onto the field, his opponent Taixiong was a seasoned veteran. Xiaoji, I've heard of your prowess. Let me witness it, old man Xiaoxian. With that, the burly old repairman entered, hoisting a concrete pillar, his massive arms embodying explosive fighting strength. Xiaoji flashed a confident smile. Then allow me to show you. Yaya, the slightly yellow dragon, bravely made an entrance, creating a stark contrast against the old repairman. Yaya, courageous indeed, but the size difference is overwhelming. Taixiong frowned, opting for an offensive approach. Repairman. Rock slide. Several stones rained down from above, relentlessly crashing toward Yaya. Yaya, dodge and use Dragon Dance. Xiaoji's command was clear and strategic. A gleam sparked in Yaya's eyes as its petite form erupted with astonishing coordination. It danced an ancient war dance, skillfully leaping and twirling, narrowly evading the falling stones. With each elegant maneuver, a deep blue dragon-type energy aura shimmered around it, its momentum escalating with each graceful movement. Both speed and attack power were significantly enhanced. What a fluid dragon dance. Alice couldn't help but exclaim, with Yaya in her arms emitting soft cries in response. Humph, what good is enhancement against absolute power? Taixiong's eyes narrowed dangerously. Repairman, use dynamic punch to crush it. The repairman roared, his massive right fist enveloped in an explosive fighting energy, crashing down like a meteor toward the just-enhanced Yaya. Don't be afraid, trust your strength, counter with Dragon Claw. Yaya felt the surge of power within and stood firm against the colossal fist. The deep green claws coalesced once more, radiating the sharpened dragon's might as it struck out fiercely. Boom. The resulting shockwave intensified. Yaya only slid back half a step, standing resolutely. The attack boost from Dragon Dance significantly narrowing the power gap between it and the repairman. What? The effect of Dragon Dance is so remarkable. Taixiong was taken aback. Well done, Dragon Pulse. Xiaoji seized the moment of his opponent's astonishment. Yaya inhaled deeply, its chest swelling, and unleashed a powerful, deep blue dragon-type shockwave at close range, striking the repairman squarely in the chest. Boom. The explosion enveloped the repairman in dust, causing him to stagger back, his chest charred and darkened, dropping to one knee, gasping for breath. Not yet, engage in close combat. Taixiong roared, determined to go all out. The repairman struggled to rise, his fists raining down like a tempest, a flurry of fighting punches aimed at Yaya. This was a desperate strategy forsaking defense for ultimate offense. Yaya dodged. Enhanced by speed, Yaya darted like lightning, finding a sliver of space amidst the barrage of punches. Nimbly retreating. Now, Dragon Claw. Yaya halted its retreat, using the momentum to rebound, its deep green claws shining like a drawn sword, slicing accurately at the repairman's exposed side. Ugh! The repairman emitted a pained groan, his massive body crashing to the ground, completely incapacitated. The repairman is unable to battle. The referee signaled. Well done, Yaya. Yaya hurried over to Xiaoji, bumping fists in a gesture of camaraderie. The livestream flooded with comments exclaiming, "What a brilliant dragon dance tactic. The commander is a genius." Toko shouted excitedly, "Did you see that, family? A perfect counterattack, thanks to the Dragon Dance Master's shower of rockets." Taixiong, with a solemn expression, withdrew his partner, reluctantly acknowledging Xiaoji's victory over the divine beast without a hint of doubt. Go, Crystal Lamp Fire Spirit. The ghostly Pokémon, composed of eerie blue flames, floated silently, a chilling aura permeating the air. Shadow Ball. Taixiong initiated the attack. The dark purple energy orb whistled through the air. Dig. Yaya instantly burrowed underground, the Shadow Ball missing its target. In the next moment, Yaya erupted from the earth below the Crystal Lamp Fire Spirit. Dragon Claw. Defend. However, just as the Dragon Claw was about to make contact with the shield, a peculiar glimmer crossed Yaya's eyes. The exceptional ability was triggered. The seemingly indestructible green shield shattered like fragile glass before the shimmering claws of unwavering dragon might. The Dragon Claw continued unabated, fiercely striking the lamp body of the Crystal Lamp Fire Spirit. What? The shield was broken. Taixiong was horrified. The Crystal Lamp Fire Spirit emitted a pained hum, evidently unprepared for its defense to be so brutally breached. Will-o-wisp quickly. Taixiong thought fast. The moment the shield shattered, several wisps of eerie blue ghost fire hurriedly emerged. The proximity was too close. Despite Yaya's best efforts to evade, its left leg was scorched by a wisp, leaving a burn mark. Oh no! Gasps arose from the sidelines. Unexpected as it may be, a burn is still a burn. Taixiong's eyes turned steely. Crystal Lamp Fire Spirit, make it disappear. A deluge of pale, ghostly energy tendrils lunged toward the burned Yaya. Yaya, don't give up. Use Dragon Rage aimed at the ground. Yaya roared in pain, transforming its agony into strength, unleashing an unprecedented torrent of Dragon Rage toward the earth. Boom. The terrifying explosion and shockwave surged forth, shattering the ghostly energy tendrils, enveloping the Crystal Lamp Fire Spirit in thick smoke and turbulence. Now, Xiaoji's voice cut through the haze. Dragon Dive. Yaya, cloaked in deep blue dragon energy, burst through the smoke, embodying unwavering will and exceptional brilliance. Crashing into the startled Crystal Lamp Fire Spirit. Boom. The brilliance exploded, extinguishing the eerie blue flames, and the Crystal Lamp Fire Spirit plummeted to the ground. The Crystal Lamp Fire Spirit is unable to battle. The victor is contestant Xiaoji. Toko shouted excitedly. A counterattack from the brink. Xiaoji 666, Yaya 666. Let us shower the bosses with gifts. Alice, astonished, murmured, Xiaoji's Yaya has been trained exceptionally well. That gaze and presence, she glanced at her own Yaya, pondering whether it was time to consider some training. Chapter 5:15. The amplification of Victini. Is Xiaoji still human? After Xiaoji's victory, the remaining 16 contestants list was gradually revealed, including Kinney and Bagger, both advancing with overwhelming advantages. As the final match concluded, the list of the top 16 competitors was officially unveiled. The colossal electronic screen illuminated with the matchups, instantly capturing the attention of all present. In the first round, Ash versus Kinney. In the third round, Serena versus Mei. In the fifth round, Baji versus Yizha. And in the sixth round, Hu Che versus Yu Yi. Oh, Kinney in the first round. Ash, observing his old rival, nodded in satisfaction. Kinney approached with purposeful strides, a bright smile adorning his face as he clapped Ash on the shoulder. Finally, it's our turn again. This time, I shall reclaim my honor. Just you wait. His eyes sparkled with an intense desire to win. Ash's lips curled into a confident smile as he replied nonchalantly, I wouldn't have it any other way. Meanwhile, Dawn and Toru also glanced at the lower half of the bracket, both releasing a simultaneous sigh of regret. Oh dear, how could this happen? Dawn lamented, noting how closely Salina and May were matched up. To think they would meet in the third round. What a pity. Toru exaggeratedly moaned. No way. My Unova twin stars are clashing too soon? I was hoping for more moments of them working together. She looked heartbroken. Salina, noticing the concern from her friends, smiled gently. It's all right, Dawn, Toru. The competition is structured this way. Besides, making it to the top 16 is already beyond my expectations. My original goal was merely to reach the top 32. She gazed at May, her eyes gleaming with sincere blessings and a hint of challenge. To battle May on such a grand stage is an incredible experience and an opportunity for growth. Regardless of the outcome. ISNT that right, May? May nodded vigorously, responding with enthusiasm. Absolutely, Salina. As the tournament was nearing its end, Dawn couldn't help but express her feelings. Wow, it feels like the Unova League is progressing so quickly. Just a few days, and the top 16 are already decided. She recalled the lengthy process of the Sinnoh Lily of the Valley Conference, where the preliminary and early stages consumed so much time. Ash chuckled, explaining, That's because the tournament structures differ. The 128 competitors in the Hone Conference begin with one-on-one battles, sending only one Pokémon into the fray. In contrast, events like the Lily of the Valley Conference or our Kanto Quartz Conference often feature 3-on-3 matches, and in Johto and Hoenn, with so many participants. There are even point-based competitions. All right, let us think about the matches tomorrow, Toru suggested, tucking away her devices. After a busy day, let us unwind in a hot spring and then enjoy the fireworks festival. I heard tonight's fireworks are specially designed and absolutely stunning. Dawn, May, and Salina's attention was immediately captured by this proposal, which received unanimous agreement. Ash also saw no objection, relaxing in a hot spring, enjoying a sauna, and watching fireworks were among the few anticipated highlights of the Hone Conference. Their weary bodies found solace in the warm waters, and the day's tensions dissipated. After the hot spring, they donned comfortable yukatas and set off together to find the best spot for viewing the fireworks. Along the way, they encountered a visibly anxious Alice and Tian Tong. Have you seen my Yaya? Alice exclaimed, nearly in tears. It was just beside me a moment ago, and now it's vanished. Bai Lu and Tian Tong joined in the search, stating, We scoured the area nearby, but found nothing. Yaya is missing? Ash immediately took the matter seriously. Everyone, let us split up and help search. Of course. Dawn, Salina, May, and Toru responded without hesitation. At that moment, Baji, freshly showered and accompanied by his EV, passed by and, upon learning of the situation, joined the search party. With more hands on deck, the search area expanded. Ash closed his eyes, concentrating to channel his aura. Victini, originally curious and hovering beside Ash, quickly understood his intent. It tilted its little head, a playful yet earnest glint in its eyes. It gently flew behind Ash, its tiny paws lightly resting on his back, as a warm, boundless energy began to flow into him. Suddenly, Ash felt a powerful surge of energy unlike anything he had experienced before. With Victini's assistance, his aura expanded tenfold, and his vision became extraordinarily clear and vast. Shocked, Ash's mind raced. It became evident to him that humans are indeed a form of Pokémon. Otherwise, how could Victini's infinite power amplify his aura? Both Ash and the onlookers, Dawn, Salina, and the others, were astonished by Ash's ability to harness Victini's boundless energy. Is Ash still even human? Alice remarked, incredulous. Dawn and Salina wished to argue, but found themselves at a loss for words. Victini, noticing Ash's stillness, emitted a soft chirp, seemingly asking, is this enough? That is sufficient. Victini, no need for more. Ash quickly snapped back to reality, interrupting Victini's attempt to continue channeling energy. Moments later, Ash abruptly opened his eyes and pointed toward a small tree hollow, partially concealed by bushes. Over there. There's a faint life signal. It resembles Yaya. The group rushed over. Alice cautiously parted the foliage and, indeed, discovered her little Yaya curled up inside the tree hollow, seemingly frightened and trembling. Yaya, Alice exclaimed, her heart aching as she scooped it up. Thank goodness, you scare me to death. Yaya, feeling Alice's warmth and safety, finally relaxed, emitting a plaintive yet affectionate sound. As long as we found it, everyone sighed in relief, their faces lighting up with smiles. Just then, whoosh. The first magnificent firework burst forth in the deep blue sky, brilliantly illuminating the night and signaling the commencement of the festivities. Countless radiant beams shot skyward, painting fantastical patterns against the dark canvas. Blooming flowers symbolic of Unova. The adorable silhouettes of Pikachu and Snivy, and even a multicolored trophy representing victory. The dazzling spectacle instantly brightened every face, dispelling the earlier tension. Ash and his friends paused in the open space to admire the display, eagerly awaiting the next day's events. Chapter 516, the Hone Conference Top 16 Matches. The performance of the Fire Rock Mouse. Following the splendid fireworks display, the group returned to their lodging, filled with satisfaction and anticipation for the upcoming matches. A night of silence passed. The following morning, as the sun once again bathed the Hone Conference Arena in its warm glow, the atmosphere transformed into one of tension and excitement. The stands filled rapidly, with waves of cheers rising. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Hone Conference, where the top 16 vie for a place in the top 8. The announcer's fervent voice resonated throughout the venue. Today's format would escalate to a 3v3. The spotlight was about to shine on the highly anticipated match between Ash, the trainer from Pallet Town, and the Unova-based fighting trainer, Kenny. The spotlight illuminated the competitors' entrances on either side of the battlefield. Ash and Kenny emerged simultaneously, their gazes clashing in a spark of rivalry. Kenny vigorously waved his fist at Ash, brimming with fighting spirit. Ash bore a confident smile, showing no signs of fear. The rules are 3v3. The match concludes when all 3 Pokémon on one side are rendered unable to battle. Now, both competitors, please send out your first Pokémon. Go, Fire Rock Mouse. Ash was the first to throw his Pokeball. As the white light flickered, Fire Rock Mouse emerged, poised and ready for action. Its flames blazed brightly on its back, exuding a searing aura, its eyes sharp and resolute. Humph, impressive momentum. But speed is the key to victory. Kenny Yang, unwilling to yield, commanded, "Go, Cool Leopard." The elegant and swift figure landed gracefully, revealing the evolved form of the pickpocket cat, Cool Leopard. It stood poised like a noble predator of the night, its gaze sharp and wild. The competition commenced as the referee waved the flag. Cool Leopard, disrupt it, provoke. Kenny Yang initiated the first strike, intending to block any transformative techniques. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Cool Leopard's mouth as it made a derogatory gesture and noise towards the Fire Rock Mouse. Instantly, an unnamed fury surged within the Fire Rock Mouse. Don't let it affect you. Unleash Flamethrower. Ash commanded decisively. The Fire Rock Mouse, suppressing its rage, opened its mouth and released a scorching column of flame directly at Cool Leopard. Dodge and use Shadow Ball, Kenny Yang instructed. Cool Leopard exhibited astonishing agility, elegantly leaping aside to evade the fire column. Simultaneously, it quickly gathered a dark purple energy sphere, emanating an ominous aura, and shot it toward the Fire Rock Mouse with a swift motion. Boom! The Shadow Ball detonated beside the Fire Rock Mouse, the ghostly energy bringing a chill and impact, causing the Fire Rock Mouse to grunt in pain and stagger back a few steps. A perfect opportunity, strike at its weak point. Kenny Yang seized the moment, launching a deadly ambush. The glint of cold light flashed in Cool Leopard's eyes as its body transformed into a ghostly purple shadow, swiftly closing in on the Fire Rock Mouse. Its claws, imbued with lethal dark energy, viciously slashed toward the vulnerable areas of the Fire Rock Mouse. Fire Rock Mouse, evade. Ash reacted swiftly, opting against a direct confrontation. The Fire Rock Mouse demonstrated remarkable agility, leaping sideways just in time to narrowly evade the deadly attack as Cool Leopard's claws grazed its fur. Now, Big Dubayen. Ash seized the fleeting moment of Cool Leopard's brief vulnerability after missing its attack. The Fire Rock Mouse steadied itself midair, inhaling deeply as the flames on its back surged into its mouth, coalescing into a massive fiery letter shaped like the character Da, brimming with terrifying heat. This flame, carrying the might to incinerate all, erupted explosively, covering a vast area. Cool Leopard, evade quickly, Kenny Yang urgently shouted. Just as Cool Leopard regained its balance from the missed attack, it found itself confronted by the overwhelming torrent of flames. In a desperate attempt, it rolled sideways to escape. Boom! The fiery letter exploded violently beside Cool Leopard. Although it narrowly avoided the core impact, the surrounding flames and shockwaves struck it fiercely, sending its body tumbling. Don't give it a chance. Unleash Dark Pulse. Kenny Yang aimed to suppress with a long-range attack. Cool Leopard, enduring the pain, opened its mouth as dark waves of malicious and chaotic energy spread outward like ripples, targeting the recently landed Fire Rock Mouse. Fire Rock Mouse, charge in with Flare Blitz. Ash observed that the Dark Pulse required time to expand and decisively commanded the charge. This is the chance to end it. Fire Rock. The Fire Rock Mouse roared, its flames erupting to their maximum intensity. It transformed into a dazzling meteor of flames, trailing a long tail of fire, charging headlong toward the expanding dark pulse with astonishing speed. The energy of the dark pulse clashed against the blazing meteor, emitting a sizzling sound. Yet it could not fully halt its advance. What? Kenny Yang exclaimed in disbelief. Boom. In the incredulous gaze of Cool Leopard, the fire rock mouse, ablaze with fierce flames, collided violently with it like divine retribution. Cool Leopard's form was entirely engulfed in the crimson flames, instantly propelled away by the tremendous force, landing like a rag doll at the edge of the arena. Its body charred and smoking, eyes swirling, it had utterly lost its fighting capability. With Cool Leopard incapacitated, the first round concluded with Ash declared the victor as the referee decisively waved the flag. Fire Rock Mouse, well done, Ash exclaimed excitedly. Fire Rock. The Fire Rock Mouse responded, panting. Despite the residue of explosive smoke and scars from the dark pulse, the recoil from Flare Blitz made it tremble slightly. Yet its eyes shone brightly, and the flames on its back burned proudly, proclaiming its victory. Return, Cool Leopard. Well done, Kenny Yang said gravely as he recalled his partner. He gazed at Ash and the Fire Rock Mouse, who, despite their fatigue, radiated an unyielding spirit, his eyes sharpening with determination. An impressive display of evasion and counterattack. However, the match has only just begun. Go, Thunder Zebra. A brilliant white light flashed as a majestic and powerful zebra, its mane and tail crackling with electric energy, proudly entered the arena. With the advantage of facing a fatigued Fire Rock Mouse, Thunder Zebra held an absolute edge. The atmosphere in the audience was equally fervent. That was so cool. Did you see Fire Rock Mouse's incredible dodge just now? Sally, look. May exclaimed, excitement bubbling over. Even Victini in her arms echoed her enthusiasm with a few calls. I know, Sally replied sheepishly. Meloda also felt that May's reaction was quite exaggerated. It wasn't until Xiaoguang playfully poked May's sensitive spot that she blushed and returned to reality. Of course, the most exaggerated reaction came from Toko. Having already set up her live streaming equipment, she excitedly shouted at the virtual screen, "Did you all see that? A textbook-level counterattack. Ash and Fire Rock Mouse are unbeatable." Chapter 517, Facing Thunder Zebra, the Agile Fire Rock Mouse. As the referee's signal dropped, Kenny Yang's command thundered forth, "Thunder Zebra. Charge up Flame Charge to seize the initiative." Thunder Zebra's hooves erupted with blinding flames, its entire body engulfed in fire as it surged across the arena with astonishing speed, launching a powerful assault on the Fire Rock Mouse. Fire Rock Mouse, sidestep to the left. Ash's command was precise and rapid, seemingly anticipating Thunder Zebra's trajectory. With sharp focus, the Fire Rock Mouse instinctively executed a nimble sidestep to the left just as Ash finished speaking. The movement was fluid and swift. Thunder Zebra almost grazed its right shoulder, the gust of wind stirring the flames on its back, yet it remained unharmed. Don't stop, unleash Volt Tackle. Kenny Yang aimed to suppress with a series of rapid attacks. Thunder Zebra halted abruptly, its body once again enveloped in a violent golden thunder, surging with destructive momentum. Like a falling thunderball, it charged back with increased speed. Smoke screamed to obstruct its vision, then dig. The Fire Rock Mouse acted decisively, unleashing a dense cloud of black smoke. The thick smoke erupted between it and Thunder Zebra, forming a barrier to vision. Thunder Zebra's furious thunder crashed into the smoke, but the target once again vanished. Simultaneously, a digging sound echoed from below as the Fire Rock Mouse utilized the cover of the smoke to swiftly burrow underground. Trying to ambush from below? Not so easy. Thunder Zebra, discharge electricity to flush it out. Kenny Yang reacted swiftly, commanding a broad and indiscriminate electric attack. Thunder Zebra neighed loudly, and dense currents surged like a violent golden tide, flooding into the hole the Fire Rock Mouse had dug. Countless jumping arcs of electricity crackled and surged deep underground. Fire Rock Mouse, keep moving underground, sense the direction of the current, and evade in advance. Ash's voice was steady as he guided the Fire Rock Mouse to predictably dodge underground. Thunderous roars reverberated as powerful currents rampaged beneath the surface. The Fire Rock Mouse could distinctly feel the intense energy fluctuations and the path of the current above. With Ash's guidance and its keen sensitivity to energy, it swiftly darted underground, gracefully avoiding the main paths of the electric currents like a swimming fish. Only a few stray arcs grazed its body, delivering a slight prick of paralysis, but the core damage was entirely evaded. Now, Fire Rock Mouse, unleash Flamethrower. Ash seized the opportunity as Thunder Zebra experienced a brief moment of vulnerability after executing its area attack. Boom. The fire rock mouse emerged from the ground with the precision of a master assassin, erupting mere meters from the unsuspecting thunder zebra. A searing column of flame shot forth at point-blank range, delivering a punishing blow to the zebra's vulnerable back and hindquarters. The thunder zebra emitted a pained shriek, staggering forward as it fell, leaving behind charred marks across its body. Kenny's face paled in alarm. Thunder zebra, quickly, rise and unleash thunderbolt. Struggling against excruciating pain, the thunder zebra attempted to stand, summoning a powerful surge of electricity aimed directly at the recently landed fire rock mouse. Despite its injuries, the thunderbolt retained formidable strength. Fire rock mouse, evade, Ash called out, opting for agility rather than confrontation. The fire rock mouse, its gaze focused, sprang into action, utilizing its remarkable speed and agility to execute erratic zigzag movements. The golden beam of thunderbolt shot forth, but could only pursue the fire rock mouse, continuously striking the ground where it had just been, creating charred craters, but never managing to connect. Damn it, how can this fire rock mouse jump so effectively? Kenny lamented, while Ash remained unfazed. During its time as a fireball mouse, this creature had already displayed exceptional evasiveness, and post-evolution, its swiftness had only intensified, further elevating its dodging capabilities. Thunderbolt. Kenny switched to a broader area attack. The thunder zebra twisted its head, unleashing rapid arcs of electricity towards the darting fire rock mouse. Yet the fire rock mouse maximized its agility, occasionally halting abruptly to change direction, skimming close to the ground, and executing small jumps to evade as if weaving through a tempest. Each dodge was exhilarating, and with its reflexes, it successfully avoided every electric strike. Fire rock mouse now. Fake an attack to its left front. Ash whispered a deceptive command. The running fire rock mouse abruptly halted and pivoted, feigning a lunge towards the left front. This maneuver immediately captured the thunder zebra's attention, redirecting its focus and prepared attack. You've fallen for it. Flame charge. Ash's voice rose sharply. The fire rock mouse's eyes gleamed as it retracted its feigned attack, unleashing a tremendous eruption of flames. Instead of lunging left, it combined the momentum from its prior charge with the explosive force of flame charge, transforming into a crimson comet that crashed into the thunder zebra's chest. The resounding explosion echoed through the arena as the thunder zebra was struck with the full force of the fire rock mouse's speed and power, lifting all four hooves off the ground and sending its massive form flying backward. It landed heavily, struggling momentarily before the sparks in its mane flickered out, its eyes glazing over, clearly on the brink of collapse. The fire rock mouse, too, was knocked down by the tremendous recoil, its flames flickering weakly, gasping for breath. Its stamina nearly depleted. Thunder zebra, rise. With your last will, unleash a final thunderbolt. Kenny, unwilling to concede defeat, made one last desperate attempt. The thunder zebra heeded its trainer's call, a flicker of defiance igniting in its eyes as it summoned its dwindling strength to gather electricity. A faint but resolute golden glow enveloping it as it struggled to charge at the fallen fire rock mouse. Final strike. Overheat. Ash commanded coldly. The fire rock mouse's eyes seemed to ignite with determination, tapping into its last reserves of energy to unleash a blinding beam of crimson and white light, roaring forth with terrifying heat. Instantly, it engulfed the thunder zebra's final thunderbolt and its entire form. The blinding white light flooded half the arena, and the deafening explosion caused the entire battleground to tremble. As the brilliance and searing steam gradually dissipated, in the center of the arena, the fire rock mouse remained poised in its launching stance, though its flames had completely extinguished, its body succumbing to exhaustion. Before it lay the charred thunder zebra, motionless and devoid of consciousness. With the thunder zebra incapacitated, the fire rock mouse emerged victorious. Well done, Ash praised, as the fire rock mouse had successfully defeated two of Kenny's Pokémon, aligning perfectly with his expectations. The fire rock mouse weakly opened one eye, emitting a barely audible sigh of satisfaction before surrendering to fatigue. Meanwhile, Kenny was left with only his final Pokémon, the striking ghost, while he still had two remaining. 2-1, the advantage is mine. Chapter 518, Dual Dragon Dance, the signature move of the master of flying types, Dragon Return. Ash gently recalled the exhausted fire rock mouse, turning his gaze to the serious expression on Kenny's face. It's your turn now, Yaya. With a crisp and battle-ready cry, Ash's Yaya burst forth in a brilliant flash of light. Clenching its claws tightly and eyes sharp, though small in stature, the consecutive victories had instilled in it immense confidence. Yaya, you must be vigilant. Ellis, fond of dragon types, was thrilled to see Yaya take the stage and eagerly observed alongside her own Yaya. Kenny, however, regarded the petite dragon-type Pokémon with no hint of disdain. He had witnessed Yaya's prowess firsthand and understood the formidable nature of this little dragon. Ghost, do not be deceived by its appearance. Give it your all, he commanded, deploying his final ace, the Ghost. The Ghost landed with composure, fists clenched, adopting a standard fighting stance. Heeding Kenny's warning, the Ghost approached Yaya with utmost seriousness. The match continues. The referee signaled, Ghost, engage in close combat. Do not afford it any opportunities. Kenny was acutely aware of the need to prevent Yaya from gaining any buffs, launching an immediate and ferocious assault. Huh! The Ghost let out a fierce shout, its form vanishing from sight, reappearing before Yaya like a specter. Aura, aura, aura. Its fists, knees, and elbows turned into a tempest of shadowy afterimages, howling through the air and engulfing all space around Yaya. Yaya, evade! Ash shouted, refraining from direct commands. Trusting in Yaya's experience after the preceding battles, Yaya, undeterred by the overwhelming barrage of fists, displayed astonishing flexibility and explosive power. It danced as if on the edge of a blade, sometimes ducking under fierce knee strikes, at other times flipping to avoid heavy elbow blows, and occasionally using its small claws to deflect some of the force, all while weaving through the Ghost's frenzied assault with breathtaking precision. Each evasive move was executed flawlessly, sending thrills through the audience. More astonishingly, amidst the high-intensity dodging, Yaya's body began to move rhythmically. Its motions flowed with grace and rhythm, seamlessly integrating into an ancient and majestic dance. Azure Dragon energy began to coalesce and rise with each movement. What? Kenny's pupils constricted in shock. Even Ash was taken aback. He had not commanded Yaya to perform Dragon Dance. It seemed the little dragon had figured it out on its own. Increase the intensity, Ghost. Do not allow it to complete. The Ghost sensed the rising momentum emanating from Yaya and intensified its onslaught, the strikes becoming more ferocious and numerous. Yet Yaya appeared to enter a state of extraordinary focus, its evasions becoming even smoother, its dance steps more agile and powerful. The shimmering light from the first round of Dragon Dance flickered around it momentarily, showcasing a significant enhancement in both speed and attack power. Yaya, hold steady, and let us execute another Dragon Dance. Ash observed that Yaya had adeptly adapted to the rhythm of battling the Hitmonlee and decisively commanded for another enhancement. Yaya, brimming with determination, showcased an even more exquisite fusion of evasion and footwork. Amidst the ferocious onslaught of the Hitmonlee, it moved like a nimble azure dragon, once again gathering a more potent surge of dragon-type energy. The radiance of the second Dragon Dance intensified, catapulting Yaya's speed and attack power to astonishing new heights. 2 rounds of Dragon Dance. How infuriating. Kenny, feeling the pressure, executed a low kick. The Hitmonlee reacted with remarkable swiftness, instantaneously altering its attack. With a heavy right leg slicing through the air like a steel whip, it aimed a rapid and brutal sweep at Yaya's lower body, intent on crippling its evasion speed. Jump, Yaya. Ash anticipated this maneuver. Yaya, now endowed with dual enhancements, exhibited remarkable leaping ability. Soaring high like a spring-loaded mechanism just as the leg sweep approached, effortlessly evading the attack. Now's the time for wide-area destruction. Ash seized the fleeting moment of the Hitmonlee's brief vulnerability after the missed kick. In mid-air, Yaya's eyes gleamed with fierce determination, using its downward momentum. Its tiny tail became enveloped in a rich dragon-type energy, expanding to resemble a fiery dragon's tail, and it struck down fiercely at the unsteady Hitmonlee below. Brace yourself, Kenny. Realizing the futility of evasion, resolutely opted for reinforced defense. The Hitmonlee crossed its fists above its head, its muscles tensing to absorb the impact with enhanced resilience. The tail collided solidly against the Hitmonlee's defensive stance, sending shockwaves that cracked the ground beneath it. A grunt escaped the Hitmonlee as, despite its bolstered attack being mitigated by the wide-area destruction, its enhanced defense successfully withstood the formidable blow. Now as the opportunity. Ice Punch. Kenny's eyes flashed with intent, waiting for the precise moment of Yaya's landing. The Hitmonlee's right fist coalesced with frigid energy, causing the surrounding air to plummet in temperature, transforming its fist into an icy cannon, imbued with the chill of freezing everything in its path. Just as the audience braced for what seemed like an impending defeat, Ash smiled, unleashing a special move prepared specifically for the Hitmonlee. Yaya, use quick attack. What? Kenny gasped in astonishment. Yaya's petite form was enveloped in a brilliant azure-white glow. It did not retreat, but instead transformed into a streak of light, moving faster than the eye could perceive. This light traced a graceful yet lethal arc, skillfully evading the Hitmonlee's frenzied punches. The Hitmonlee barely sensed the azure-white flash before an immense force collided with its vulnerable side. Boom. The Hitmonlee's massive frame was struck as if by a high-speed train, its expression one of disbelief as it careened away like a kite severed from its string. It failed to mount any effective defensive maneuvers. The quick attack, bolstered by dual dragon dances, unleashed unimaginable power, striking precisely at the Hitmonlee's weakest defense. It cast a resentful glance towards the fading azure-white glow at the center of the arena, where Yaya, slightly panting, re-emerged, only to succumb to darkness, losing consciousness entirely. With the Hitmonlee incapacitated, Yaya emerged victorious, thus declaring Ash as the winner of this match. The audience erupted into a cacophony of cheers and applause, a tidal wave of excitement sweeping through the venue. Ash embraced the slightly fatigued yet brightly gleaming Yaya, exclaiming, "Well done, little one. You are getting closer to becoming a worthy dragon." Yaya, brimming with exuberance, waved its tiny claws, relishing the trainer's praise and the audience's adulation. Meanwhile, Kenny could only concede with respect. Whether it was his fire mouse, Crocodile, or Yaya, they all managed to perform the quick attack. How could he feel anything but admiration for such a master of the flying type? Chapter 519, The Underestimated Serena and the Targeted Stealth Rock. Amidst the deafening applause, Ash descended from the arena, immediately surrounded by his excited companions. "Incredible, Ash. Yaya's evasion and that perfectly timed quick attack," exclaimed Alice, her eyes sparkling with admiration, while her own Yaya cheered alongside. "Keep it up. I look forward to your growth, Alice," Ash encouraged, equally eager for Yaya's development, especially since Alice was the future champion of Unova. "What a brilliant strategy. Your strength remains formidable," remarked Dawn with genuine admiration. Toko joined the group, her phone still streaming live, with comments flooding the screen. Serena and May stood nearby, wearing smiles of admiration. Surrounded by so many girls, Ash humbly scratched his head, saying, "It's all thanks to Yaya's hard work. But soon, it'll be your turn, May and Serena." At his words, May and Serena's spirits surged, and the group's attention shifted to the imminent battle, Serena versus May. Ladies and gentlemen, the duel between the two beautiful girls, May and Serena, is about to commence. Show your support on the screen. Toko transformed into a content creator, diving into this spectacle of excitement. Soon, the third round of the top 16 commenced. "Now, Serena and May, please send forth your first Pokemon." The referee gestured. "Go, Flababy." Serena was the first to release her Pokeball, and the dainty Flababy twirled gracefully onto the field. "Chespig, you're up first." May responded, sending out her spirited chase-spin. "Flababy, use Tailwind." Serena had a distinct strategy in mind, aiming to boost her team's speed right from the outset. "Chase-spin, charge up Flame Charge." May reacted swiftly, intent on disrupting Serena's rhythm and enhancing her own speed. However, Serena seemed to have anticipated this. "Hold your ground." Flababy instantly enveloped itself in a sturdy green shield, effortlessly blocking Chespin's fiery advance. Without missing a beat, Serena commanded, "Quick attack." Flababy transformed into a streak of light, colliding with Chespin and instantly returning to its Pokeball, while another red light emerged, revealing a graceful Finnegan, elegantly landing with a branch in its grasp. "What a splendid relay." Dawn couldn't help but exclaim. "Not done yet. Return, Chespin." May showed no hesitation, immediately recalling her unaccomplished Chespin, and summoned a new ally. "Go, Gorgiest." With heavy footsteps, the evolved and more massive Gorgiest entered, its rocky body adorned with energy patterns, exuding a calm aura. "Oh, Gorgiest?" Both Serena and Ash expressed surprise. Pikachu tilted its head, evidently taken aback by Gorgiest's evolution. Before Serena could voice her question, May commanded, "Stealth Rock." Gorgiest slammed its fists into the ground, summoning countless sharp rock fragments that glimmered ominously, floating ominously above Serena's half of the field. "Oh, so it's targeting my rotation strategy." Serena quickly grasped May's intent, her expression growing serious. This move, Stealth Rock, posed a significant restriction on her agile tactics that relied on quick attack and tailwind. "Hee, I did this just the day before the battle," May cheerfully explained. "I initially aimed for Gorgiest just to lay down Stealth Rock, leaving the offense to my other partners. I never anticipated it would evolve. You've certainly outsmarted me this time." Serena chuckled wryly, her resolve unwavering. "But I won't concede easily. Finnegan, use Reflect." With a swift motion of the branch, Finnegan erected a transparent barrier, covering Serena's half of the field, effectively mitigating any physical damage, including that from Stealth Rock. Gorgiest, Rock Slide. May initiated her attack. The geothermal rock amassed its formidable strength, hurling colossal boulders towards the long-tailed fox with a thunderous roar. The long-tailed fox, with unwavering resolve, managed to fend off the onslaught. Salina remained composed amidst the chaos. The long-tailed fox's eyes glimmered with a cerulean light as it exerted its powerful psychic energy, seizing control of the incoming rocks and shattering them to pieces. After several intense exchanges of attack and defense, the fire-type long-tailed fox found itself at a distinct disadvantage against the rock-type geothermal rock, despite having a reflect barrier. Its stamina was relentlessly dwindling. Return, long-tailed fox. Realizing the precarious situation, Salina decisively opted for a substitution, calling upon the Wind Fairy once more. As the Wind Fairy re-entered the fray, a barrage of invisible rocks descended upon it like a hail of arrows. Bang, bang, bang. The Wind Fairy let out a pained cry, sustaining damage. Although its grass-type attributes granted it some resistance against the rock-type hidden rocks, the harm was nonetheless palpable. Wow. The hidden rocks have taken effect. The chat in Toko's livestream erupted in a frenzy, with comments praising Mei-chan's cunning strategy. Salina's substitution had been meticulously anticipated. Xiao Guang observed with rapt attention. However, the grass-type's resistance and the reflect barrier mitigated the damage. Salina's voice carried a faint sense of relief. The Wind Fairy's grass attributes inherently shielded it from the rock-type hidden rocks, and combined with the reflect barrier's reduction of physical damage, the harm sustained was within manageable limits. Wind Fairy, Energy Ball. Seizing the opportunity for a counterattack, Salina commanded. The Wind Fairy conjured a dazzling, vibrant green energy ball at its chest and hurled it forcefully toward the geothermal rock. Mantle Rock, Sandstorm. Mei reacted instantly. Yet her command did not direct a counter, but rather transformed the entire battlefield's environment. The geothermal rock let out a low growl, slamming its fists into the ground. With a thunderous boom, a violent sandstorm erupted around it, engulfing the arena in a whirlwind of dust and debris, obscuring visibility and creating a deafening gale. The Wind Fairy's energy ball struggled to navigate through the howling storm, its speed and accuracy severely compromised. Ultimately, it struck the geothermal rock, delivering substantial damage. But the storm's presence bolstered the geothermal rock's special defense, and the interference from the sandstorm diminished the attack's potency. The geothermal rock emitted a muffled grunt, its rocky form swaying, yet still standing resiliently. Pikachu gazed in astonishment at the swirling sands. Tian Tong, stroking his chin, mused, an unforeseen tactic using the sandstorm. Mei's ingenious use of environmental skills to avert crisis, albeit at the cost of some damage, would alleviate the pressure in subsequent battles. In the long run, the geothermal rock would become more robust and capable of enduring. Ugh, a sandstorm, Salina grimaced, her brow furrowing. This sudden tempest not only diminished the previous strike, but also signified that the Wind Fairy would incur continued damage from the sandstorm in every subsequent turn. Moreover, the visual obfuscation would hinder her commands and the Pokémon's actions. The reflect barrier and tailwind had time limits, and Mei evidently aimed to employ a strategy of attrition. Chapter 520, A Mutual Destruction Explosion. Salina found herself at a disadvantage. Wind Fairy, Hurricane. Salina reacted swiftly, determined not to let the sandstorm wreak havoc unchallenged. The Wind Fairy vigorously flapped its downy wings, conjuring an even mightier turquoise tempest that temporarily suppressed the sandstorm stirred by the geothermal rock, allowing visibility to improve slightly. Rock Slide. Mei retaliated immediately. The geothermal rock launched several boulders with a fierce howl. Utilizing the residual speed from Tailwind, the Wind Fairy adeptly evaded the chaotic onslaught. Wind Fairy, Solar Flare. Seizing the brief opportunity to absorb sunlight, the Wind Fairy concentrated radiant energy at its chest. Rock Block, Disrupted. The geothermal rock summoned several massive boulders, accurately crashing them around the Wind Fairy, constraining its mobility. Boom. The charge was complete. A robust beam of blinding white light tore through the air, imbued with devastating energy, hurtling toward the geothermal rock, which was now confined by the rocky barricades. Hold on. Mei's voice rang with determination. In a moment of peril, a remarkable red aura erupted around the geothermal rock, engulfing it as the solar flare's beams struck with ferocity, enveloping the battlefield in a cloud of dust. As the haze began to clear, both the Wind Fairy and the geothermal rock lay defeated on the scorched ground, having lost their combat abilities. Wind Fairy, geothermal rock, both have fainted, the referee announced loudly. Well done, Wind Fairy, you performed admirably, Salina said, recalling her Pokémon with a tinge of regret. She had indeed fallen into her opponent's trap, underestimating the geothermal rock's tenacity, bolstered by the sandstorm and its enduring capabilities. Excellent work, Geothermal rock. You executed the mission flawlessly, May exclaimed, her face radiant with a victorious smile as she withdrew her partner. Her strategy had succeeded, using the sandstorm to wear down her opponent, luring them into unleashing a counterattack, and then utilizing the last stand explosion for a dramatic exchange. She had neutralized the most functional threat, the Wind Fairy, thereby establishing a significant advantage for the ensuing battle. Wow, an extreme exchange. May's tactical design is extraordinary, Toko excitedly summarized, noting that Salina's tailwind had been disrupted and the reflect barrier's duration was nearly over, rendering the situation increasingly favorable for May. With the tide of battle shifting, the outcome was becoming increasingly evident. After the referee announced the results, the battlefield lay in disarray. Salina took a deep breath. Her gaze resolute, though a hint of gravity surfaced. The fall of the Wind Fairy, especially in such a manner, undeniably disrupted her rhythm. "Thank you, Wind Fairy, rest well," she whispered as she returned the Pokeball, unhesitatingly tossing out the next one. "Electro Mouse, I entrust you with this." The petite, adorable Electro Mouse leapt into the arena, sparkling with electric energy from its cheek pouches. May's smile widened. The first phase of her plan had been executed perfectly. Now was the moment for her to press the advantage. Fry Pig, it's your turn to shine and expand the lead." With a thud, the Fry Pig landed, its sturdy bristles bristling with fervor, exhaling hot breaths as it set its sights on the nimble Electro Mouse. Electro Mouse, swift movement. Salina aimed to seize the speed advantage. The Electro Mouse flickered, transforming into a bolt of lightning that darted across the battlefield, leaving behind an afterimage. Charging flame attack. May issued a concise command. The Fry Pig roared, engulfed in fierce flames, as if donned in a fiery armor, its massive form surging forward with astonishing speed, thundering towards the Electro Mouse. The fiery propulsion not only augmented its velocity, but also imbued it with tremendous momentum. The Electro Mouse skillfully evaded the frontal assault, leveraging its agility to both dodge and counterattack. It unleashed a barrage of electric-type moves, including Discharge, Air Slash, and Electric Net, continuously targeting the Fry Pig. In an instant, the Fry Pig's surface was marred with numerous wounds, as the Electro Mouse briefly gained the upper hand. However, with the continuous use of Charged Flame Strike, Chow Pig gradually matched the speed of the Electrode Flying Squirrel. 100,000 volts. A dazzling golden current shot forth from the Electrode Flying Squirrel, striking Chow Pig with tremendous force. "Hold on, one more Charged Flame Strike." May remained unwavering. Chow Pig let out a painful roar, electricity dancing across its body. The effect remarkable, yet its robust physique endured the onslaught, its eyes now glinting with ferocity. Once again, Chow Pig transformed into a fiery battle vehicle, its speed surpassing that of before. This time, it anticipated the Electrode Flying Squirrel's evasion route, its massive form charging forward with a crushing momentum. "Quickly dodge," Salina cried out anxiously. The Electrode Flying Squirrel desperately attempted to evade, but Chow Pig's speed had reached its pinnacle after several charged flame strikes, and the expansive collision still grazed it. The Electrode Flying Squirrel was sent flying by the immense force, crashing to the ground and sustaining significant injuries. "Now's the time. Arm Hammer." May's pursuit was precise and merciless. The stout arms of Chow Pig gleamed with a white light, striking down with the force to shatter mountains and split stones. Aimed directly at the Electrode Flying Squirrel, which was struggling to rise. There was no escape. Boom. The Electrode Flying Squirrel was heavily smashed into the ground, losing its ability to fight. The Electrode Flying Squirrel is unable to battle, the referee announced. Salina pressed her lips tightly together, swiftly recalling the Electrode Flying Squirrel. "Thank you for your hard work, Electrode Flying Squirrel." The situation took a swift turn. Both the Wind Fairy and the Electrode Flying Squirrel had fallen, while the opponent still had two healthy Pokemon, and she was left with only her last long-tailed Vulpix. She gazed at her final Pokeball, her eyes filled with trust. "Long-tailed Vulpix, the final battle is entrusted to you." The elegant Fox-type Pokemon landed gracefully, clutching a branch engulfed in flames, its tail ablaze, and its gaze sharply fixed on the opponent. May's momentum reached its zenith. Sovereign Serpent, the final battle. The noble grass snake coiled up, looking down imperiously at the long-tailed Vulpix, its gaze indifferent and proud. Chapter 521. May advances, Ash's kind reminder before the match. The third round of the top 16 tournament concluded with May's victory. Although long-tailed Vulpix had an advantage over the grass type, May's Sovereign Serpent was far more formidable, and the flames of long-tailed Vulpix could not shake the Sovereign Serpent. Additionally, the Sovereign Serpent rapidly recovered its stamina through photosynthesis, using overwhelming strength to unleash Solar Beam and forcefully suppress its opponent. Faced with the Sovereign Serpent's formidable defense and endurance, the Vulpix's attacks proved ineffective. Ultimately, in a situation where the attribute was advantageous, long-tailed Vulpix was completely overwhelmed by the Sovereign Serpent's violent leaf storm and lost its ability to battle. We won. May clenched her fist, a radiant smile blossoming on her face. The Sovereign Serpent glided over to her, elegantly raising its head, accepting the cheers of the crowd. In the stands, Ash, Dawn, and Serena, among others, applauded May's splendid performance. Afterwards, they went to watch other competitors who had advanced to the top 8, including the familiar Hikari and the EV Team S-Bagger. In the evening, the contestant village was ablaze with lights, the atmosphere lively. The trainers who advanced to the top 8 and their friends gathered in the spacious buffet restaurant, with the air filled with the aroma of food and excited conversations. A corner of the restaurant erupted with gasps and laughter. Ash and Kenny, who had narrowly lost in the top 16, were engaged in a unique food competition. Their plates were piled high like small mountains as they puffed their cheeks, striving to consume the food before them. Go, Ash. Kenny, don't give up. Dawn, Salina, and May surrounded them, watching with great interest, while Toru even held up the Rotom Pokédex, broadcasting the joyous scene live. Meloetta sat on Dawn's shoulder, softly humming a lively melody. Victini floated beside Salina, curiously eyeing the mountain of food in front of the two, its small eyes glimmering with interest. Of course, it had no impulse to taste any of it. As the group's pet, Victini had already been fed in turns by Salina, May, and Dawn, and could no longer consume another bite. Speaking of which, Ash, you're quite inconsiderate, capturing both Meloetta and Victini without letting me observe them sooner. Kenny had initially intended to reclaim his pride through a competition of appetite, only to unexpectedly encounter 2 mythical Pokémon. Ash, who had just swallowed a bite of his cola puff, retorted irritably. Who told you to laze around in the sauna all day? Our dining times are always staggered. Haha, is that so? Ignoring Kenny's awkward laughter, Ash lifted a large cup of juice, ready to gulp it down during the break. When he caught sight of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye, Hikari seemed to have finished his meal. Walking boisterously towards the restaurant entrance with his Riolu, patting his belly. Ash paused, nearly choking on his juice. He recalled Hikari's somewhat careless nature, as well as the crucial battle rules for the next day. Swiftly swallowing the food in his mouth, he placed the cup down on the table, telling Kenny to wait a moment before quickly pursuing Hikari. Dawn, Salina, and May immediately became intrigued, unsure of Ash's intentions. Hikari. Ash intercepted him near the restaurant entrance. Oh, Ash. Hikari turned around, still wearing that cheerful and confident smile. What is up? Are you already planning how you'll lose tomorrow? Of course, I have a secret weapon. Your Croconaw might not even be a match for me. Hikari confidently placed his hands on his hips, and Ash did not perceive him as arrogant. After all, raising a level 64 three-headed dragon was no small feat. Both skill and luck were indispensable. However, at this moment, he simply wanted to remind him to prepare 6 Pokémon for tomorrow. Tomorrow's battle is a 6-on-6 showdown. You should have that prepared, right? He deliberately emphasized the term 6-on-6 clearly. With his current strength, the three-headed dragon posed no significant threat to him. He only wished for Hikari to bring a full team of 6. Otherwise, if he only managed to secure 5 Pokémon, he would feel uneasy about his victory. He could just imagine being criticized for Hikari not bringing a full team, making the win seem insufficiently thorough. Hikari's smile seemed to freeze for a brief moment, and he instinctively scratched the back of his head. That goes without saying. Of course, it's a 6-on-6 showdown. Riolu looked on in disbelief, knowing as an old partner that Hikari had definitely forgotten. It was truly embarrassing to need reminding. The girls nearby exchanged glances, unable to contain their surprise at the conversation between the two. May exclaimed in astonishment. Hikari can't possibly not know that a full battle is 6-on-6, right? Perhaps. Given Hikari's character, Dawn hesitated to finish her thought. This is even more childish than Hikari. Alice, how am I being childish? Hikari pouted in protest, though it lacked persuasiveness. Ha ha ha. Everyone clearly understood the personalities of Hikari and Ash. However, this was merely a small episode of the night, as Ash and Kenny's buffet competition continued until Kenny, overwhelmed with food, conceded defeat to Ash, the Aura hero. Afterwards, everyone returned to their homes to rest for the awaited day ahead. The next day, the main venue was packed to capacity. In the audience, Dawn, Salina, May, Alice, Kenny, and Toru, who was broadcasting with a camera, were all present. Meloetta sat quietly on Dawn's shoulder, while Victini floated beside Salina, curiously and excitedly observing the vast battle arena below. The commentator's passionate voice resonated throughout the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, the top 8 matches of the Hwang Conference, the first pinnacle showdown, is now officially underway. In a thrilling confrontation, Ash, hailing from Pallet Town, faces off against Toru from Hiwashi City. Let us summon our Pokemon, Ash declares. Go, my ace, Hydreigon. Toru confidently tosses his Pokeball into the arena. With a thunderous roar, the fierce Hydreigon ascends into the air, its 3 menacing heads unleashing a terrifying growl. While its obsidian wings stir a powerful gust, the overwhelming might of its dragon and dark types envelopes half the battlefield, and Toru's face radiates absolute confidence in this formidable dragon. Ash's eyes sharpen, a smirk gracing his lips. This battle against Toru carries profound significance for him. With precision, he presses the button at the center of his Pokeball. It's time, Croconaw. A flash of red light reveals a robust Croconaw, its fierce gaze complemented by a characteristic wicked grin. Its powerful tail impatiently lashes against the ground, kicking up clouds of dust, while its orange-yellow eyes fixate on the menacing dragon above, undeterred by Hydreigon's presence. Having trained in the Viridian forest alongside stalwart companions like Charizard and Sceptile, Croconaw does not regard Toru's Hydreigon as particularly daunting. Besides, Ash has already captured one, despite its initial bravado upon entering the forest. It had learned humility under the watchful eyes of Scyther and Metagross, and now, Croconaw is well aware of its capabilities against Hydreigon. Chapter 522, The Battle Against Toru. The Showdown of Titans versus Hydreigon. Toru strikes first, brimming with confidence as he gestures towards Croconaw. The 3 heads of Hydreigon simultaneously ignite with different hues, searing flames, bone-chilling frost, and crackling electricity. These disparate yet equally perilous energies converge into a formidable spiral beam, tearing through the air and heading straight for Croconaw. Facing this daunting onslaught, Croconaw's eyes glint with ferocity. Instead of retreating, it lets out an excited growl. With remarkable agility, it sidesteps, its robust tail enveloped in vibrant green dragon energy. Akin to a colossal whip, it lashes out against the incoming barrage. The clash between the dragon tail and the triple attack erupts in a cacophony of sound and dazzling energy. The explosion sends shockwaves across the arena, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Croconaw, jolted by the force of the blast, slides back several meters, its claws carving deep grooves into the ground. Yet it maintains its stance. Its orange-yellow gaze pierces through the haze, unwaveringly locking onto its airborne opponent. Though the dragon tail could not entirely nullify the impact of the triple attack, it successfully diverted its trajectory, averting catastrophic damage. What? It altered the attack's direction with its tail? Toru is taken aback, astonished by Croconaw's ferocity and swift reactions. Don't give it a moment's respite. Dragon Pulse. The central head of Hydreigon rears back, coalescing a deep indigo dragon energy into a violent shockwave that roars towards the unsteady Croconaw. Muscular. Ash's voice is calm, yet resolute. At his command, Croconaw tenses every muscle in its body. Croconaw. With a low growl, a powerful surge of strength envelopes it, its muscles defined, bolstering its offense and defense. Dragon Claw. Just as the Dragon Pulse threatens to engulf it, Croconaw executes Dragon Claw. 2 massive, sharp energy claws, infused with vibrant green dragon energy, tear through the shockwave of Dragon Pulse, redirecting the ferocious energy to either side of its body, creating 2 deep craters in the ground behind it. Although the remnants of the torn energy still batter against Croconaw, leaving it with scorch marks. The fortification from its muscular defense and the Dragon Claw's counter vastly mitigates its injuries. With a defiant roar, Croconaw seems to challenge its opponent, as if to say, "Is that all you've got?" Toru furrows his brow, feeling the pressure. The Croconaw's power and resilience exceed his expectations. Hydreigon, unleash your full might. Dragon Dive. With a thunderous roar, Hydreigon envelopes itself in a tempest of deep blue dragon energy, manifesting into a colossal energy dragon that surges towards Croconaw with a devastating force. Akin to a meteor descending from the heavens, the very air trembles under the pressure. Yet, Ash remains unfazed. Brick Break. Meet it head-on. With a powerful leap, Croconaw springs into action, its strong hind legs propelling it skyward like a cannonball. Gathering fighting-type energy on its claws, it prepares to collide with the descending Dragon Dive. The clash reverberates like 2 meteors colliding mid-air, as the deep blue dragon energy collides with the brilliant white fighting energy. A blinding light engulfs the battleground, sending shockwaves that even reach the front rows of the audience. As the dust settles, it becomes evident that Hydreigon has been propelled upward by the tremendous recoil, its 3 heads displaying shock and fatigue. Meanwhile, Crocodile lands heavily on the edge of the crater, its claws trembling slightly, chest heaving from the exertion. Yet it holds its head high, its gaze unwaveringly fixed on the foe above. The power of Brick Break has successfully mitigated the brunt of the Dragon Dive's destructive force, preventing Crocodile from being overwhelmed in a single blow. Absolutely astonishing, the commentator exclaims, his voice quivering with excitement. Ash's Crocodile has countered Toru's formidable Dragon Dive with a powerful Brick Break. Toru observes the defiant Crocodile, a sheen of sweat forming in his palms. His Hydreigon has unleashed formidable assaults, the triple attacks pressure, the relentless pursuit of Dragon Pulse, and the finishing blow of Dragon Dive, all deftly countered by this Crocodile through clever tactics and sheer strength. When did Crocodile become this powerful? Even my Hydreigon cannot subdue it. Determined not to grant it a moment to recover, Toru resolves to amplify his own Pokemon's strength once more. Hydreigon, self-empower. As all three heads of Hydreigon emit low roars, a radiant energy envelopes it, enhancing its attack and special attack. Crocodile roar. Ash swiftly responds. The freshly landed Crocodile opens its maw wide, inhaling deeply, its chest swelling. A terrifying roar, imbued with malevolent intent and pure soundwave power, manifests as a tangible black soundwave, sweeping across the battlefield. As the soundwave distorts the air and rattles the ground, it strikes the Hydreigon, which was in the midst of focusing its self-empowerment. Hydreigon is abruptly interrupted, its gathered energy dissipating as all three heads display expressions of pain and confusion, the effects of self-empowerment forcibly terminated. Not only that, but its imposing aura visibly wanes. Special attack decreased. Toru gasps in dismay, taken aback by the unexpected disruption caused by Crocodile's sonic attack. His ace's relentless assault proved ineffective, and instead, the opponent seized the opportunity to diminish his strength. This was utterly despicable, leaving Huche in dismay, observing the formidable close-quarters combat prowess of the rogue Crocodile. He had presumed it lacked proficiency in ranged attacks. In a bid to bolster his own strength through self-motivation, he did not anticipate this hidden capability. How could he possibly engage? He had previously boasted to Xiaoji about the formidable nature of his secret weapon. Could it truly be that he was unable to defeat even the rogue Crocodile? Should he switch to the nut dumbbell to exhaust the rogue Crocodile instead? Chapter 5:23. The rogue Crocodile's obstruction and the unyielding three-headed dragon. A switch was imperative. He needed to utilize the nut dumbbell to deplete its stamina. Huche, observing the rogue Crocodile in good condition, swiftly made a decision. His right hand darted towards the pokeball at his waist. Three-headed dragon, return. Huh. The three-headed dragon in midair paused momentarily, its three heads displaying fatigue and a hint of reluctance. Yet, unable to overcome the rogue Crocodile, it ultimately acquiesced to Huche's command, preparing to transform into red light and return to the pokeball. Rogue Crocodile obstruct. Croc. In the center of the battlefield, the rogue Crocodile abruptly raised its head, its pupils beneath the sunglasses igniting with a menacing glare. It dug its claws fiercely into the ground, leaning forward, and opened its gaping maw. An invisible wave of energy radiated from it, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield like a viscous swamp. This malevolence was not directed at the physical realm, but struck at the very essence of spirit and rules. As the three-headed dragon prepared to return to its pokeball, its body suddenly froze, ensnared by the deep purple energy that bound it to the battlefield like chains. It emitted simultaneous low growls of agitation and anger from its three heads, but could not break free from the constraints of these rules. What? An obstruction? Huche's outstretched hand froze midair, his expression shifting dramatically. He never imagined that Xiaoji's rogue Crocodile harbored such a secret. How infuriating. He could not even make a switch. Alarm bells rang in his mind. This rogue Crocodile not only excelled in both offense and defense, but also possessed the ability to impede the opponent's substitutions, completely disrupting his rhythm. Roar. The three-headed dragon sensed its trainer's anxiety and realized there was no retreat. The three heads turned in unison towards the rogue Crocodile on the ground, their fatigue replaced by a deeper battle fervor. If escape was impossible, then it was time to fight to the bitter end. There was no other choice. Huche gritted his teeth, his gaze sharpening once more. Three-headed dragon. Since we cannot retreat, let us resolve this once and for all with crunch. Roar. The central head of the three-headed dragon illuminated with dark energy, while the two flanking heads gathered their strength. Its massive form dove down again, targeting the rogue Crocodile. Xiaoji was undeterred. Dragon Claw, counter. Croc. The rogue Crocodile's claws coalesced into verdant dragon claws, bravely enduring its injuries to meet the attack head-on. The ensuing battle escalated into a fierce and brutal confrontation. Both sides were acutely aware that this was a fight at the final juncture. The three-headed dragon attempted to create distance, unleashing 3 waves of dark energy, while the rogue crocodile roared, hurling massive boulders into the sky. The three-headed dragon manipulated ancient rock energy to strike, but the rogue crocodile swiftly burrowed underground, narrowly evading the attack, only to emerge from an unexpected angle. The close-range clash of dragon energy and dark bites collided once more, energy intertwining and exploding, leaving both combatants with fresh wounds. The three-headed dragon's tricolored beams re-emerged while the rogue crocodile struck the ground with its claws, generating intense shockwaves in an attempt to disrupt its airborne adversary and inflict damage. Each clash of abilities was accompanied by deafening roars and blinding flashes. The rogue crocodile's breaths grew increasingly labored, its movements noticeably slower than at the beginning, its once vibrant glow now dulled. Yet the ferocity and fighting spirit in its eyes remained undiminished. The three-headed dragon was equally exhausted, its altitude decreasing, and the roars from its 3 heads turned hoarse. Now, Puche seized the moment. Three-headed dragon, deliver the final blow with Ice Fawn. He issued the decisive command as the 3 heads enveloped in piercing icy energy, their sharp fangs glimmering with lethal cold light, lunging towards the rogue crocodile's relatively vulnerable side. This ice-type move would prove devastating against the rogue crocodile. Croc. In a dire moment, the rogue crocodile's eyes beneath its sunglasses flickered with ferocity. It chose neither to defend nor evade, but instead channeled all its remaining strength into its right claw. Dragon Claw. Xiaoji's command echoed almost simultaneously. Swoosh. The 2 enormous, verdant dragon claws, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, struck fiercely against the 3-headed dragon's side heads just as Ice Fong was about to make contact. Crack. A sound that made one wince echoed as the ice shattered instantaneously. Ultimately, the tremendous force contained within the dragon claws slammed solidly against the 3-headed dragon's head. Roar. The left head of the 3-headed dragon emitted a heart-wrenching cry, the immense impact slamming its entire body to the ground. As the dust settled, the colossal form of the 3-headed dragon lay defeated, its 3 heads drooping lifelessly, the left head bearing visible injuries and its eyes spiraling in defeat, losing the will to fight. Meanwhile, the rogue crocodile panted heavily, its sunglasses askew, clearly on the verge of collapse. The 3-headed dragon is unable to battle. The referee's flag was waved decisively. Puche swiftly recalled the 3-headed dragon, his face grave, yet his gaze sharper than ever. He hadn't anticipated that the 3-headed dragon would truly fall. His secret weapon was outmatched by Xiaoji's rogue crocodile. Was the rogue crocodile truly this formidable? Poor 3-headed dragon, to have faced Xiaoji's rogue crocodile. On stage, Alice, who adored dragon-type Pokémon, felt a pang of regret at the 3-headed dragon's exit. However, Xiaoji's friends erupted in cheers at the outcome. After all, the 3-headed dragon had undeniably been Puche's trump card. With its defeat, the scales of victory tipped decidedly in Xiaoji's favor. Off the stage, the match was far from over. Go, Greatsword Ghost. Puche threw his second Pokeball, and with a flash of white light, a lithe Greatsword Ghost appeared on the field. Its shell blades glimmered with a chilling light, its gaze sharp as a blade, instantly locking onto the fatigued rogue crocodile. Clearly, it aimed to claim the weakened rogue crocodile. Yet Xiaoji, having discerned that the rogue crocodile was nearly out of stamina and not one to offer an easy target, promptly recalled it. The red light enveloped the struggling rogue crocodile, drawing it back into the Pokeball, evoking a sense of regret in Puche for the lost opportunity. Without a moment's pause, Xiaoji had already prepared another Pokeball, tossing it high into the air, a confident smile gracing his face. Now, it's your turn, Bayleaf. Bayleaf. The vibrant cry resonated throughout the arena. In the glow of light, Bayleaf, adorned with a large leaf atop its head and fragrant vines coiling around its neck, gracefully landed. It shook its head, the leaves shimmering with health under the sun. Gazing unflinchingly at the imposing Greatsword Ghost, its eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Bayleaf. Puche was taken aback at Xiaoji's choice of this Johto starter, surprised that he had summoned this veteran. A twinge of frustration washed over him. After all, Xiaoji was deploying a veteran, indicating the importance he placed on this battle. Taking a deep breath, Puche's gaze regained its determination. Greatsword Ghost, Water Gun. Bayleaf, Magical Leaf. The new battle was set to ignite, with water and green leaves poised for an explosive clash. Chapter 524. Greatsword Ghost vs. Bayleaf. The grass assault begins. Greatsword. The Greatsword Ghost let out a growl, instantly enveloped in a swirling torrent of high-speed water. transforming into a white streak that shot towards the recently landed Bayleaf with astonishing velocity. Bayleaf. Bayleaf's large leaf flickered with a vibrant green light as countless sharp leaves materialized, swirling in a radiant green aura, perfectly poised to meet the oncoming torrent. Puff, 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 puff. The clash between magical leaf and water gun erupted in a fierce confrontation. The blades sliced through the water flow, producing a series of muffled sounds in an attempt to diminish its impact. Although some blades were dispersed by the torrent, a considerable number pierced through the aqueous curtain, cleaving against the formidable shell armor of the great sword demon, leaving faint white marks in their wake. The force of the water spray was substantially mitigated, ultimately being firmly grounded by the Bayleaf's forehooves, which braced itself with its resilient leaves, swaying only slightly. Such potent magical leaves managed to counteract a significant portion of the water's force. A chill ran down Tiger Che's spine, the great sword demon, with its shell blades. Unfazed by the initial failure, the great sword demon wasted no time. Its right arm's shell blade instantly enveloped in blinding white light, emitting a shrill cry as it struck down towards the crown of the Bayleaf. Vine whip defense, Xiaoji commanded clearly. Bailey. The two vine whips coiling around the Bayleaf's neck shot forth like lightning serpents, intertwining above its head, infused with potent grass-type energy. Adopting a stance to seize the white blade barehanded, the shell blade came crashing down upon the crossed vine whips, the immense force causing the ground beneath the Bayleaf to crack slightly. Yet, having evolved, the Bayleaf's robust physique, combined with the tenacity of the vine whips, withstood the crushing blow. Water jet. Tiger Che swiftly adapted, not allowing a moment's respite. The left arm of the great sword demon glimmered with a deep blue light, compressing a ferocious torrent of water that sliced horizontally towards the Bayleaf's midsection like a high-pressure water knife. Dodge, then seed bomb. Xiaoji understood that it could not withstand this attack. Bailey. At the moment the vine whips held off the right blade, the Bayleaf agilely leaped backward. Utilizing the recoil, the azure blade of the water jet narrowly grazed its abdomen, carving a deep trench into the ground. Simultaneously, a colossal seed filled with surging grass-type energy formed atop the Bayleaf, hurtling down like a cannonball towards the great sword demon, which had just swung its attack wide. Boom. The seed bomb exploded with tremendous force upon nearing its target, generating a powerful shockwave and scattering grass-type energy that pushed the great sword demon back several steps, eliciting a muffled grunt from it, clearly indicating substantial damage. The effect is remarkable. Use Ice Beam to restrain it. Tiger Che, witnessing the Bayleaf's agility, sought to alter his strategy. The great sword demon steadied itself, its mouth gathering a bone-chilling energy. A stark white beam of light shooting forth with the essence of freezing everything it touched, aimed directly at the Bayleaf's landing spot. Light wall. Xiaoji had prepared for this. Bailey. A translucent golden energy wall sprang up before the Bayleaf. The ice beam struck the wall, emitting a sizzling sound as frost crystals swiftly spread across its surface, having a negligible effect on the Bayleaf. Super Horn Attack. Tiger Che launched another fierce assault. The great sword demon's forehead horn glowing white, its entire body charging forward like a battering ram. Reflect Wall, then Leaf Blade to disrupt. Another translucent barrier emerged before the Bayleaf, simultaneously unleashing a flurry of sharp leaves that rained down upon the charging great sword demon. Bang! The great sword demon collided with the Reflect Wall, its momentum significantly diminished, while the Leaf Blade assaulted it like a multitude of tiny knives. Though not fatal, the barrage thoroughly disrupted its charge, leaving it somewhat disheveled. Water Jet. Tiger Che attempted to break the deadlock with a high-speed strike. The figure of the great sword demon flickered, transforming into a column of water, evading the frontal defenses at an acute angle. Its blade aimed directly at the Bayleaf's side. Bailey. The Bayleaf suddenly emanated an intensely rich floral fragrance, causing the great sword demon, in its high-speed assault, to inevitably inhale a trace of it, resulting in a barely perceptible delay in its movements, allowing the Bayleaf to twist and evade. Now's the time, Mountain Crush. Xiaoji seized the moment as the great sword demon was affected by the aroma. Bailey. The Bayleaf leaped high, enveloped in a heavy earth-toned glow, akin to a small mountain, crashing down towards the great sword demon below. The overwhelming sensation of weight bore down. Quick, defend! Tiger Che exclaimed. The great sword demon reacted swiftly, a layer of pale green energy shield materializing instantly. The Bayleaf struck the shield with tremendous force. The barrier vibrated violently, groaning under the strain, yet it resolutely withstood the heavy blow. However, the immense impact still reverberated through the shield, shattering the ground beneath the great sword demon. forcing it to kneel upon one knee, clearly drained. Huff, huff. The great sword demon gasped as it rose, its gaze remaining sharp. Yet its body was marred with scars and singe marks. The bay leaf also descended back to the ground, breathing heavily. The continuous high-intensity offense and maintenance of the light wall and reflect wall had drained considerable stamina, its verdant leaves losing some of their luster. Nevertheless, its eyes remained resolute, its fighting spirit undeterred. Both sides were heavily fatigued, the battle reaching a fevered climax. Tiger Che resolutely issued the command. Final push? Ice beam. The great sword demon roared, its blue light surging. It concentrated all its ice-type energy, unleashing an unprecedentedly thick ice-blue beam that tore through the air, imbued with a bone-chilling aura, hurtling directly towards the bay leaf. Simultaneously, Xiaoji had yet to call out the move when he witnessed, in an instant, the bay leaf erupting with dazzling emerald light. Has Overgrow activated? Xiaoji was somewhat surprised. Yet, considering the bay leaf's exhaustion, everything fell within the realm of reason. Solar flare. Bailey. The bay leaf roared defiantly, its crown of leaves fervently absorbing sunlight under the clear sky, gathering blazing energy at an alarming rate. A thicker, searing pure white beam erupted violently. Hiss. The solar flare collided thunderously with the ice beam. Bolstered by its growth, the solar flare exhibited overwhelming power. It pierced through the icy beam as if a red-hot iron were thrust into the frost, instantaneously melting the ice-blue beam, generating a plume of steam. Yet it could not halt the unstoppable onslaught of white light. In the astonished gazes of Tiger Che and the great sword demon, the solar flare, though diminished, still struck the great sword demon with ferocity. Boom! A thunderous explosion ensued, the white light consuming all. As the brilliance faded, the bay leaf stood, panting slightly, yet upright. In the center of the crater, the great sword demon lay charred and defeated. The great sword demon was rendered incapable of battle. The bay leaf triumphed. The referee declared in astonishment. The crowd erupted in cheers. The commentator shouted in exhilaration. The flourishing solar flare has overwhelmingly penetrated the ice beam. Such incredible power. Tiger Che sighed with a wry smile as he recalled the great sword demon. You've worked hard. Meanwhile, the bay leaf affectionately nudged Xiaoji, its crown of leaves gently swaying, reveling in the joy of victory. Chapter 5:25. Curiosity killed the cat, Zoroark. Despite having lost 2 battles in a row, Tiger Che took a deep breath, suppressing the frustration of the great sword demon's defeat, readjusting his focus, and pressed another pokeball. It's your turn, Swanna. A flash of white light revealed the Swanna, its feathers as white as snow, gracefully descending onto the field. Observing the slightly panting bay leaf, Xiaoji decisively recalled it. You've done well, bay leaf. Now take a good rest. He whispered tenderly to the pokeball before unhesitatingly tossing out another. As the red light coalesced, a deep brown magcargo appeared steadily on the field, its rocky body appearing heavy and solid under the sunlight. Tiger Che's eyes sparkled. A rock-type magcargo, facing his water and flying-type Swanna. This is an excellent target. What a great opportunity. Tiger Che rejoiced internally, almost immediately unleashing his most fervent attack. Swanna, water pulse. GA. Swanna let out a melodious cry, a massive aqua-blue energy sphere rapidly forming before its beak. In the next moment, a colossal high-pressure water column surged forth like a floodgate bursting, roaring towards the center of the field where magcargo stood. The sound of the water tearing through the air was sharp and piercing. Should this strike land, the effect would be devastating, and the rock-type magcargo would scarcely be able to withstand it. However, just as the water cannon was poised to engulf the mantle rock in a cataclysmic deluge, the seemingly cumbersome figure of the rock adeptly glided sideways, evading the onslaught with remarkable agility that belied its stony nature. The colossal column of water barely grazed past, erupting into a muddy crater upon impact, yet it did not so much as brush the edges of its target. What? The smile on Hu Che's face instantly froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend the astonishing speed of the mantle rock. A peculiar light flickered in Xiaoji's eyes as a subtle smile graced his lips. Unfazed after dodging the water cannon, the mantle rock's eyes gleamed with a mischievous brilliance. It lifted one rocky forelimb, and a vibrant orb of light coalesced within its grasp, radiating a disquieting aura. The orb was unleashed in silence, striking the bewildered Swanna, which had just executed its grand move, with incredible swiftness. Swanna was struck by the strange light, its body stiffening abruptly, its gaze turning vacant and disoriented. It began to flap its wings erratically in midair, completely losing its sense of direction and coordination in battle. Swanna, snap out of it. Hu shouted anxiously, his heart sinking. This was undoubtedly not a technique that the mantle rock could wield. A flash of insight struck him, and an unbelievable name surfaced in his mind. Could it be that one? Meanwhile, in the stands, Xiaoguang, Mei, and Salina, along with others who had been closely observing Xiaoji, wore expressions of dawning realization and amusement at the spectacle. Zoroark, the embodiment of wickedness. The moment had arrived. Zoroark shed its pretense, the ruse dissolving instantly. The deep brown rock melted away like a mirage, revealing Zoroark's true form, tall, elegant, and exuding an aura of mischief. Dark purple. Chaotic energy surged between its claws, coalescing into ripples of ominous waves that accurately struck the disoriented Swanna. With a resounding boom, the waves of malevolence erupted, the dark energy creating a tempest that overwhelmed Swanna, which let out a mournful cry as its feathers scattered, its body uncontrollably tumbling backward. Continue, misfortune befalls. The assault ensued before Swanna could regain its composure, leaving Hu no chance to rouse it. Zoroark's eyes gleamed with a fierce crimson light, as it summoned an even more sinister force at the tips of its claws. A shadowy beam of energy shot forth soundlessly, instantly catching up to the disoriented Swanna, now reeling from the previous onslaught. Enhanced by its chaotic state, this strike's power reached its zenith. With a sickening thud, the shadow energy penetrated Swanna's body, triggering a violent secondary explosion. The bewildered Swanna was rendered unable to struggle, emitting a brief, feeble lament before its eyes dimmed, plummeting from the sky like a marionette with severed strings. Thud! Swanna crashed heavily at the edge of the arena, completely unconscious. Such a decisive conclusion left the entire venue momentarily silent, as the audience grappled with the rapid turn of events. It is an illusion ability. The commentator's excited voice reverberated throughout the arena, dispelling everyone's confusion. Xiaoji had not deployed a mantle rock, but rather, Zoroark had executed a flawless disguise using its ability. This unprecedented duel captivated the spectators, for Zoroark was a rare Pokémon in the Unova region, coupled with its elusive nature around humans, rendering its illusion ability scarcely known. Hu recalled his incapacitated Swanna, casting a glance at Zoroark, which flaunted its vibrant crimson mane with grace, his face flushed with embarrassment from being outwitted. He inhaled deeply, forcing down the tumult of emotions, his gaze sharpening with resolve. Well done, Zoroark, Xiaoji lauded generously. Zoroark grinned with satisfaction, its demeanor as whimsical as before its evolution. On the other side, Hu sent forth his fourth Pokémon, Conkeldurr. This Pokémon, clad in a deep, somber green hue, resembled a colossal metal nut, its surface armored with tough scales. 3 stout, spike-covered vines extended from its base, firmly supporting its hefty frame, renowned for its formidable defense. Conkeldurr. Use iron defense. Perhaps due to consecutive defeats, Hu approached with caution, immediately employing Conkeldurr's most adept defensive strategy. In an instant, a blinding silver-gray metallic sheen enveloped Conkeldurr, its physical defenses soaring to unprecedented heights. Like a thickening steel barricade, it anchored itself firmly to the arena floor. Now, use Euroball. The heavy rotation commenced again, the spiked metal fortress barreling forward with destructive momentum. Zoroark relied on its utmost speed to evade, yet the arena was scarred with deep furrows from the Euroball's onslaught. Dodge! Xiaoji shouted urgently. Zoroark displayed astonishing agility, narrowly avoiding the whirling spikes. The winds generated by the Euroball ruffled Zoroark's mane. See that? This is our defense. Huche's confidence surged as he commanded, don't let it catch its breath. Use Euroball. Conkeldurr's substantial body began to spin rapidly in place, its spiked vines swinging like massive steel whips, transforming it into a jarring, heavy metal top that charged towards Zoroark. The power of Euroball was intricately linked to the speed of both the user and the opponent. The faster Zoroark moved, the more devastating the attack became. At that moment, the high-velocity Conkeldurr resembled an unstoppable steel hedgehog, exuding a palpable sense of threat. Faced with the relentless assault of the spinning metal behemoth, an audacious strategy crystallized in Xiaoji's mind. Zoroark, unleash your maximum power shadow claw on the ground before you. Without a moment's hesitation, Zoroark's claws were enveloped in shadowy energy as it plunged them forcefully into the ground. With a resounding crash and a shower of debris, the arena was violently torn asunder, creating a gaping chasm that plunged half a meter deep and stretched several meters long. Immediately, Zoroark exerted tremendous force, heaving a massive, slanted slab of rock from the chasm, which stood upright in the center of the arena like a colossal springboard. What? Huche's pupils constricted, a wave of trepidation surging within him. At that moment, the rapidly spinning conkeldurr was upon them. The heavy steel body, burdened with immense inertia, collided forcefully with the abruptly tilted rock slab. The cumbersome gyroscopic creature struggled to change its course, surging upward along the inclined surface, momentarily lifting its weighty form off the ground. Success! A glimmer of excitement sparked in Ash's eyes. The colossal metal gyroscope continued to spin, yet its devastating crushing impact was significantly diminished due to the loss of ground support, rendering it incapable of swiftly altering its trajectory. This was the moment Ash had been waiting for, an evil wave of energy. Caroso, the Zoroark, let out a piercing howl, as a dark ring of light accurately struck the suspended Nutcracker Pokémon, which was devoid of leverage. The Nutcracker emitted a painful roar, its high-speed rotation abruptly halted, its entire body trembling violently. Finish it, flame burst. Zoroark's crimson eyes ignited with fervor, its chest swelling as a searing column of fire erupted forth, instantly engulfing the Nutcracker, whose special defense had been compromised. With a heart-rending scream, the heavy form was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the ground, releasing a plume of thick, white smoke. As the flames subsided, the Nutcracker lay charred and blackened, exuding wisps of smoke from its seared form. Its three vine-like appendages drooping helplessly, consciousness lost. The Nutcracker is unable to battle. Zoroark is victorious. The referee's declaration echoed through the arena, igniting a fervent uproar among the crowd. This tactical maneuver, exploiting the terrain to create opportunities, was nothing short of textbook brilliance. Yet, only Toru's face remained tense. His fists clenched tightly. Another comrade had fallen, and the weight of his thoughts felt insurmountable. Well done, Zoroark, Ash praised, recalling his Pokémon. Mindful of granting others the chance to shine, he swiftly replaced the Pokeball. It's your turn now, Servine. The slender, verdant figure descended gracefully, Servine lifting its head proudly, its emerald eyes glinting with arrogance. Return, Nutcracker. Toru's voice was heavy as he withdrew his partner. You did well. Taking a deep breath, his gaze sharpened as he tossed out his fifth Pokeball. Go, Blue Toad. A blue-skinned, handless toad appeared. Indeed, the water and ground type, Blue Toad. Is that it? Ash was taken aback, realizing Toru's sixth Pokemon was merely a Blue Toad, not even a Toxicroak. Blue Toad, Mudshot. Toru, aware of the immense type disadvantage, sought to disrupt from afar. Goa. Blue Toad unleashed several high-velocity mudballs. Leaf Storm. With Toru initiating the assault, Ash wasted no time in issuing his command. Vine Whip. Servine's tail, adorned with leaves, elegantly swung, conjuring a violent green leaf storm that effortlessly shredded the incoming mud shots, continuing its relentless advance toward Blue Toad. Dodge. Toru shouted urgently, but the vast radius of leaf storm meant Blue Toad could only evade partially, still being struck by numerous leaves, emitting cries of pain. Follow-up. Vine Whip. Servine's vine-like appendages lashed out like serpents, striking Blue Toad and causing it to stagger. Use Mud Bomb. Toru attempted to counter with a poison-type move. Blue Toad emanated a purple hue, forming a violet water column aimed at Servine. Another leaf storm. Ash seized the moment, enveloping Servine in a whirlwind of rapidly rotating, sharp leaves. The mud bomb collided with the swirling leaf storm, only to be scattered by the powerful green tempest, leaving Blue Toad battered and retreating amidst cries of distress. For the final strike, Leaf Blade. Ash capitalized on the opening. Servine's tail glimmered with blinding light, coalescing into a massive energy blade that struck down upon Blue Toad with an aura of severing force. Boom. The hefty body was sent flying, crashing to the ground, rendered unable to battle. Blue Toad is unable to battle. Servine is victorious. The referee waved the flag once more. Under quadruple effectiveness, Servine had afforded Blue Toad no chances. Toru silently recalled his Pokémon, taking a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Only one partner remained. I entrust you with my last ace. Riolu. He turned to the steadfast blue pup at his side. Riolu. This loyal creature nodded earnestly, ready to fight alongside Toru until the very end. Chapter 527. Complete Victory. The struggling Toru and the evolution of Fire Rock Mouse. Servine, Leaf Storm. Servine leapt high, surrounded by cascading green leaves, gradually forming a verdant tempest of energy that surged toward Riolu. Undaunted by the approaching whirlwind of leaves, the diminutive blue figure charged forward with fearless resolve. Riolu Forcepalm. At the brink of being engulfed by the leaves, Riolu crouched low, exerting all its strength to dart to the side, clasping Servine's elongated body and executing a perfect shoulder throw. Taken by surprise, Servine was forcefully slammed to the ground. Boom. Dust billowed. Vine whip. Servine pained. Displayed a flicker of anger, springing to its feet as the leaves on its tail glowed green once more. Magical leaf. Ash immediately countered. Countless shimmering leaves homed in on Riolu with precision. Imitate. A spark of inspiration ignited in Toru's mind. With a focused gaze, Riolu thrust its palms forward, mimicking Servine's movement and generating a similar array of sparkling leaves that shot forth. Bang, bang, bang. The two waves of magical leaf clashed violently in midair, negating each other and erupting into a shower of green sparkles. Although Riolu managed to mitigate the onslaught through imitation, the power was evidently inferior to the original, and the explosive force pushed it back several steps. Energy ball. Ash seized the opportunity without granting respite. Servine quickly formed a highly compressed green energy sphere in its mouth, launching it toward the unsteady Riolu with an unsettling surge of energy. Dodge. Toru refrained from a direct confrontation. Riolu gathered white fighting energy in its palms, nimbly evading the energy ball. Leaf blade. With the opponent closing in, Ash was pleased to oblige. Servine's gaze sharpened as the green energy blade took shape, sweeping horizontally to strike Riolu's hand, rendering it unable to unleash its attack. In a swift follow-up, exploiting the moment of pain, Servine aimed to deliver a decisive blow. Riolu. Dodge. Toru's heart raced. Riolu. As the verdant blade descended menacingly, a fierce survival instinct and the conviction to protect its trainer surged within Riolu. In an instant, it erupted with a blinding light of evolution. A powerful wave of energy radiated outward from its form, forcefully dispersing the descending leaf blade. It evolved. Toru was initially taken aback, then elated. Amidst the radiance, Riolu's stature rapidly increased. As the light dissipated, a tall and poised Lucario emerged, its gaze sharp as a blade. Lucario. The newly evolved Pokémon let out a powerful howl, its strength surging with its evolution, as if its previous injuries had lessened significantly. It assumed a battle stance, an invisible aura of energy enveloping the arena, its focus unwaveringly locked on Servine. Fantastic, Lucario! Toru exclaimed, fists clenched in excitement, confidence soaring as he realized the newfound power they possessed. Although slightly surprised, Ash remained composed. Well done, Servine. As Ash beheld the completion of his opponent's evolution, he hesitated for a moment before recalling his Servine. It was time to rest. Now, it was your turn, Fire Mouse. With a fiery flourish, Fire Mouse made its entrance, flames surging from its back, brimming with determination as it faced the newly evolved Lucario. For Ash, the addition of Steel-type to Lucario made it an even more manageable opponent. However, the rationale behind deploying Fire Mouse extended beyond this alone. Lucario used Aura Sphere. Upon confronting Fire Mouse, Turtor's expression grew tense, and he initiated the attack. Lucario, having evolved, exhibited a remarkable surge in speed and power, transforming into a blue blur as it charged at Fire Mouse. Ash, maintaining his composure, countered with precision. Fire Mouse lowered its body, propelling itself along the ground with vibrant agility, tracing a graceful arc in the air to deftly evade Lucario's fierce punches. In the fleeting moment of their brush, Fire Mouse harnessed the momentum of its spin, crashing into Lucario's side with a resounding impact. Ugh! Lucario emitted a muffled groan. Caught off guard by this unexpected strike, Turtor felt a pang of frustration. How could Fire Mouse perform such a maneuver? Kenny, who had previously suffered on stage, empathized with Turtor's plight. After all, Ash was a master of flying types. Look at this. In a moment of desperation, Turtor attempted to utilize the red bandana atop his head. But it seemed that against Ash, this tactic had lost its efficacy. Forget it. Lucario used Aura Sphere. Turtor steadied himself, commanding Lucario to execute its newly acquired signature move. With hands clasped before its chest, Lucario conjured a brilliant blue energy sphere composed entirely of pure aura energy, launching it with a determined roar towards Fire Mouse. Flamethrower. Ash retorted sharply. Fire Mouse inhaled deeply, its chest swelling as it unleashed a robust torrent of flames, meeting the oncoming aura sphere head-on. The collision of fire and energy ignited a deafening explosion, the red and blue energies clashing violently before ultimately obliterating each other in midair, scattering intense heat waves and shock waves throughout the arena. Once more, use Quick Attack. Seizing the opportunity amidst the lingering smoke, Ash pressed forward with renewed vigor. Fire Mouse darted from the edge of the smoke, tracing the same swift arc, now aiming for Lucario's vulnerable flank. Watch your back, Turtor urgently warned. Lucario reacted swiftly, pivoting sharply to generate energy in its palms to defend. However, Fire Mouse was quicker still. With an agile maneuver in midair, it altered its trajectory. executing a wider arc that cunningly circumvented Lucario's defensive stance, striking at its side with a powerful blow. Now, flame charge. Ash's voice resonated with the resolve to conclude the encounter. Fire Mouse's flames erupted, enveloping its form in an inferno, the blue flames crackling with electric arcs. With an impact far surpassing its previous quick attack, it charged fiercely at the recently battered Lucario. Lucario, quickly! Turtor's shout was drowned out by the roar of the explosion. Boom! The blazing figure collided decisively with Lucario, the sound of the impact reverberating throughout the arena, accompanied by the crackling of flames. Lucario was forcefully propelled backward, crashing to the edge of the arena, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the flames dissipated, Fire Mouse panted heavily, its fiery aura still vibrant. Meanwhile, at the arena's edge, Lucario lay unconscious. The referee's flag fell decisively. Lucario is unable to continue. Fire Mouse is the victor. Consequently, the champion of this match is Ash from Pallet Town. The audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. It seemed that the experiences accumulated over recent days had borne fruit, as Fire Mouse was enveloped in a radiant white light amidst the jubilant uproar. In that illuminating glow, its form elongated and grew more robust. Ash gazed at Fire Mouse, now bathed in the light of evolution, a smile of satisfaction spreading across his face. Chapter 528, The Semifinals, May's Journey Ends. As the light faded, a brand new Infernape stood proudly in the arena. It was tall and powerful, flames roaring from the back of its neck. Infernape let out a deep, resounding roar that proclaimed its transformation and rebirth. Ash, filled with joy, patted Infernape, saying, "Well done. You've won the match and evolved." Pikachu, too, shared in the delight of its companion's evolution. Infernape affectionately lowered its head, nuzzling Ash and Pikachu. Despite the common belief that evolution often leads to a more tempestuous nature, it retained its amiable demeanor towards Ash, its beloved trainer. Thus, while it may sound somewhat paradoxical, Ash triumphed in a 5-6 battle against Turtor. In the stands, Dawn, May, and Serena waved their hands in excitement. Meloetta danced joyfully upon Dawn's shoulder. Meanwhile, Toko enthusiastically addressed the live broadcast. Did everyone see that? Ash has advanced forcefully, and Fire Mouse evolved right on the battlefield. This is the magic of the tournament. After a brief wave to his companions, Ash returned to the audience to focus intently on the upcoming matches. In the second round, it was May's turn to face a trainer named Fujino. Compared to Ash, May's battle was exceptionally intense, with her Servine's Vine Whip controlling the field and Leaf Storm launching a powerful offensive. She managed to defeat her opponent's Golem and unexpectedly incapacitated their Lickitung with a toxic attack. However, her opponent proved formidable, and one by one, May's Servine, Deerling, and Regirock fell to the might of the opponent's Chandelure and Ms. Dress. Fortunately, her Volcarona fought valiantly, managing to take down both the opponent's Beartic and Ms. Dress. But the advantage remained elusive. The opponent still had a Dunsparce and a Toxicroak left, while May was down to only her Emboar and Swanna, leading to a precarious standoff. Just when things seemed dire, Emboar, enduring a powerful water pulse from Toxicroak, erupted with the light of evolution at the moment her opponent believed victory was assured. Transforming into her Emboar, its power surged dramatically, turning the tide of battle with its fierce close-range combat, and alongside Swanna's brave bird attack, it decisively overcame Toxicroak and Dunsparce, allowing May to secure a hard-fought victory. What a close call. May patted her heaving chest. If Emboar hadn't evolved at that critical moment, I might have lost. Thank goodness we won, Dawn exclaimed from the sidelines. Ash nodded subtly, recognizing that as they approached the semifinals, the trainers they faced were of a higher caliber, and even a slight misstep could lead to a reversal of fortune. May's Emboar's evolution was indeed a delightful surprise. Phew. Serena felt a wave of relief. Indeed. At this level of competition, Pokémon like Electrode and Litten were hardly on par. The victor of the third round was a trainer with striking red hair, whose ace Pokémon was a Charizard. The appearance rate of Charizard is quite high, Dawn remarked, having seen it more than once. After all, it is a Dragon-type Pokémon. Ash chuckled, and it doesn't even need to consider evolution, giving it a significant early advantage. The fourth round featured a battle led by Pidgeot, commanding a dazzling team of evolutions: Flareon, Vaporeon, Jolteon, Leafeon, Glaceon, and Sylveon. With the distinct attributes and abilities of each evolution, combined with Pidgeot's masterful strategy and seamless transitions, the evolution team showcased a mesmerizing synergy. Ultimately, through type advantages and coordinated tactics, they successfully defeated their opponent, advancing smoothly to the semifinals. Thus, the semifinalists emerged: Ash, May, the red-haired trainer, and Pidgeot, The matchups were soon displayed on the grand screen. The referee announced loudly, "After an intense morning of competition, our final 4 contenders have been decided, and the matchups for this afternoon are as follows. Match 1, May vs. Pidgeot. Match 2, Ash vs. the red-haired trainer." The audience erupted with an even greater uproar and anticipation. May glanced at the battle chart, a hint of regret in her gaze as she looked towards Ash. "What a pity, we didn't draw each other in the semifinals." Ash smiled broadly. "No worries. Just defeat Pidgeot and we'll meet in the finals." May nodded vigorously. "Yes, I'll give it my all." After finishing lunch and a brief rest, the semifinals commenced. In the first round, Pidgeot's lead Pokémon was Vaporeon, while May unfortunately sent out her Mantine. As the match began, Mantine boldly set up Stealth Rock. But Vaporeon quickly unleashed a scalding torrent of water, yielding exceptional results. Mantine's cries of pain echoed as it fell before May could issue a command, leaving Pidgeot with the first point. May's mere placement of Stealth Rock had cost her dearly, as Mantine lost its combat capability. Fortunately, May subsequently sent out her ace, Superior, which ensnared Vaporeon with its Vine Whip to great effect. Superior's offensive continued unabated, unleashing a ferocious leaf storm that engulfed Vaporeon, allowing May to reclaim a point. However, Pidgeot retaliated by calling forth Glacian. Though it initially took damage from the Stealth Rock, the frigid Ice Beam relentlessly targeted Superior, which narrowly evaded the attack. Yet, Glacian showed no signs of relent, unleashing a barrage of Ice-type moves, each proving highly effective against Superior. Recognizing the dire situation, May urgently switched her Pokémon. She sent out Infernape, intending to overpower Glacian with Fire-type moves. However, Pidgeot reacted swiftly, substituting Glacian for Espeon. Under Pidgeot's command, Espeon's violet eyes glimmered with psychic energy, manifesting invisible shackles that relentlessly assaulted Infernape. The psychic type held a distinct advantage over fighting types, rendering Infernape battered and bruised. As powerful psychic strikes continued to rain down, May, realizing her Pokémon was at a disadvantage, gritted her teeth and recalled Infernape. She sent out Charizard, attempting to attack with moves like String Shot and Bug Buzz. Unfazed, Pidgeot withdrew Espeon and summoned Eevee, immediately utilizing Rain Dance to create a favorable terrain. Dark clouds gathered, and raindrops began to fall. Soon after, Eevee concentrated its energy into a weather ball, which, enhanced by the rain, struck Charizard with immense power. Charizard fell. May called forth Infernape once more, who, though battered, summoned its final strength to engage in close combat, unleashing a flurry of attacks upon Eevee. Fighting-type attacks were exceptionally effective. Eevee could hardly withstand the onslaught. Yet before it succumbed, it managed to retaliate with a final water-type weather ball, resulting in both Pokémon's demise. At this point, May was left with a severely injured Superior, Mewtwo, and Swanna, while Pidgeot retained a near full-strength Glacian, Espeon, Flareon, and Jolteon. With such overwhelming numerical and type advantages, the outcome was inevitable. The injured Superior fell victim to Glacian's Ice Beam, while Mewtwo was unable to withstand Flareon's fiery onslaught. Swanna succumbed to the combined might of Espeon's psychic energy and Jolteon's Thunderbolt. May's entire team was rendered incapable of battle. Chapter 529, Ash's Semifinals, the Performance of Dual Blade. Cheers erupted from Pidgeot's fan club, yet many male spectators expressed their disappointment at May's defeat. May silently recalled Swanna, letting out a soft sigh as she turned to exit towards the player tunnel. Upon returning to the audience, her face bore an unmistakable expression of despondency. Ash, Misty, Serena, and Toru immediately surrounded her. "May, you did great," Misty said with genuine concern. "Your Infernape and Charizard performed wonderfully," Serena added comfortingly. May looked at Ash, her eyes filled with regret. "I'm sorry, Ash, I couldn't defeat Pidgeot, so I won't see you in the finals." Ash stepped forward, his face adorned with an understanding smile, placing a reassuring hand on May's shoulder. Reaching this stage as a newcomer is already impressive. Besides, there is still the third-place match, which holds significant importance as a stage to showcase your strength. Yes, May nodded firmly, feeling a lift in her spirits from Ash's encouragement. "You must do your best in the upcoming matches too, Ash." Pika Pika. Pikachu chimed in, waving its tiny paw to cheer May on. At that moment, Toru set down her live streaming equipment and approached, wrapping her arm around May's shoulders. In a deliberately exaggerated tone, she said, "Oh dear, our culinary princess has reached the top 4, but third place is still impressive. It's just a notch lower than the runner-up position I achieved back in my day." Winking playfully at May, Toru clearly aimed to console her with tales of her own past experiences, conveying that achieving third place was also a remarkable accomplishment. May felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance at Toru's words and lightly punched her. Toru, are you comforting me or taking a jab at me? Of course, it's comfort. Toru laughed cheerfully, but May, looking for a target for her frustrations, seized Toru and let loose. Look, Ash is about to take the stage. May finally set aside her small fists and quietly settled down to watch the match. Toru rolled her eyes at the swift change in mood. Meanwhile, she quickly resumed her live streaming duties. On the sidelines, amidst the audience's fervent cheers, Ash and the red-haired trainer were already in position. The second semifinal match commenced, pitting Ash against Zay, and the referee announced the start of the battle. Go, Dual Blade. Ash was the first to throw his Pokeball. Darumaka, prepare for battle. The red-haired trainer almost simultaneously sent out his Pokemon. As the white light faded, Dual Blade, wielding two sharp shells, stood confidently in the arena, while its opponent, a Darumaka enveloped in crimson fur, appeared as though ablaze. This time, Ash found himself fortunate, holding the advantage in types. Dual Blade, Hydro Pump. Ash seized the initiative. Darumaka, Ember. The red-haired trainer reacted with remarkable speed. Dual Blade transformed into a swift stream of water, charging forward, while Darumaka unleashed a fiery column of flames. As water and fire clashed, a tremendous cloud of steam erupted, enveloping a significant portion of the field. Now, Shellblade. Ash's voice pierced through the steam. Darumaka, Hammerarm. The red-haired trainer was unyielding. The metallic clash of Dual Blade's Shellblade against Darumaka's energy-infused punch resonated through the steam, with Darumaka evidently holding the upper hand in sheer strength, sending Dual Blade staggering back. Don't let it catch its breath. Flame Charge. The red-haired trainer pressed the attack. Flames engulfed Darumaka, propelling it forward like a blazing war chariot towards the unsteady Dual Blade. Hydro Pump to evade. Ash responded swiftly. Dual Blade transformed again into a stream of water, narrowly avoiding the path of the raging flame charge. Now's your chance. Water Tail. Reckless. Dual Blade understood instantly. As torrents of water surged forth, not merely from its tail, but instead extending the energy to its shells, forming two formidable water tails that struck Darumaka with tremendous force. The heavy water tail connected solidly with Darumaka, yielding exceptional results. Darumaka was forced to retreat, emitting a painful roar as steam rose from its body. Darumaka, use Earthquake. The red-haired trainer, clearly incensed, decisively commanded. Darumaka, enduring the searing pain, roared fiercely, channeling immense ground-type energy into its fists before slamming them into the ground. With a thunderous boom, the arena trembled violently, and a terrifying shockwave radiated outward from Darumaka. Dual Blade, jump to avoid it. Ash urgently shouted. Dual Blade leaped into the air, barely evading the most intense area of impact. Now, finish it. Hyper Beam. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Tetsuya's eyes as he seized the moment when the dual-edged blade was suspended in mid-air to issue his command. Boom. In the next instant, a colossal flame erupted skyward, engulfing the freshly landed dual-edged blade. Dual-edged blade, Water Pulse. Ash's voice rang out just in time. Sake. At the critical juncture, the dual-edged blade snapped its two shells shut before it, forming a massive, highly compressed water sphere in an instant, which it propelled with all its might. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The water pulse collided violently with the fiery explosion, sending a massive cloud of steam billowing upwards, instantly obscuring much of the arena. None could discern the situation shrouded within the mist. Yet, it was not over. Ash's voice pierced through the steam, the power of aura granting him clear sight of the unfolding events. Surf. Within the vapor, the dual-edged blade emerged, standing atop a swiftly gathering giant wave. Countless minuscule droplets of water, lingering in the air and on the ground, were rapidly coalesced under the precise control of the dual-edged blade's water energy, transforming into a surging tidal wave. What? Tetsuya's expression shifted dramatically. Daruma Monkey, evade. He shouted urgently. However, the Daruma Monkey had no comprehension of how to escape the overwhelming wave. Sake. The dual-edged blade rode the tide, crashing down upon the Daruma Monkey with an unstoppable force towards the center of the arena. The merciless wave engulfed the Daruma Monkey, transforming the entire arena into a watery expanse. As the waves receded, the arena lay in disarray, water flowing everywhere, with the Daruma Monkey soaked to the skin, unsteadily standing in a puddle. Final strike, Shellblade. Ash offered no respite to his opponent. The two shells of the dual-edged blade gleamed with a sharp white light, slicing through the air to deliver two ferocious, intersecting beams of cold light that accurately cleaved into the Daruma Monkey. The Daruma Monkey let out a low grunt, collapsing utterly, unable to rise again. Chapter 530, Two Believers in Ash as a Master of Flying Types. Tetsuya withdrew the Daruma Monkey. his gaze sharp as he regarded Ash and the spirited dual-edged blade in the arena, sighing, truly, a master capable of defeating legendary Pokémon. He understood that the odds of his victory were bleak, yet at this moment, Tetsuya could not swallow his pride and concede. He could only brace himself to continue the battle. Let us go, caretaker bug. The emerald figure gracefully descended, its delicate wings fluttering slightly, while Ash's dual-edged blade remained spirited, its shells deftly rotating in its claws, awaiting commands. This slight attribute disadvantage was not enough to deter the dual-edged blade from the fray. Caretaker bug, leaf blade. Tetsuya could not restrain himself and launched the first attack. The caretaker bug crossed its arms before it and swung them fiercely. In an instant, countless sharp-edged green leaves were flung forth, accompanied by a piercing sound as they surged towards the dual-edged blade. Dual-edged blade, defend with leaf dance. Ash's command was clear and decisive. Sake. The dual-edged blade let out a low cry, crossing its shells before its chest, and suddenly began to spin at an astonishing speed. The fierce airflow, entwined with the cold light of the shells, formed an impenetrable silver barrier around it. The leaf blade collided against this whirling barrier of sword dance, producing a cacophony of sound like a torrential downpour, as the leaves were either deflected or shredded to pieces, with none able to breach the defense. This unreasonable display of sword dance left Tetsuya momentarily stunned. He could only continue to mount a vigorous assault. Seed machine gun. He understood the immense threat of the dual-edged blade enhanced by the sword dance, and knew he must suppress it, offering no breathing room. The caretaker bug crossed its arms. Hard seeds infused with grass-type energy erupted forth like bullets from a machine gun, targeting the dual-edged blade which had just completed its sword dance. Dual-edged blade, ice beam. Ash opted for the most unexpected counter. The dual-edged blade, in the instant it ceased spinning, did not attempt to evade or withstand the seed barrage. Instead, it aimed the tips of its shells at the water-soaked ground beneath it. A beam of icy blue light shot forth. Crackle, crackle. Wherever the icy light passed, the ground instantly froze into a smooth sheet of ice. Sake. Utilizing the slick surface, the dual-edged blade deftly sidestepped much of the seed barrage with an agile slide. Beautiful. Aerial ace. Ash seized the moment of opportunity. Sake. With the momentum from the ice slide, the dual-edged blade abruptly twisted its body, the white light on its shells surging. It transformed into a sharp stream of white light, darting at the caretaker bug from an acute angle. The power of the flowing light was a manifestation of the enhancements from the sword dance. Caretaker bug, meet it head-on with leaf blade. Tetsuya hastily instructed. The caretaker bug's arms radiated a dazzling emerald light, sharp as renowned blades. Crossing its arms, it advanced rather than retreating, launching two massive emerald energy blades towards the oncoming white light. Clang. The piercing sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the arena. The aerial ace's white light collided fiercely with the green light of the leaf blade, erupting into a strong energy shockwave. The standoff lasted but a moment. Ultimately, the enhanced aerial ace prevailed. Fueled by the momentum of the impact and the sharpness of its shells, the dual-edged blade forcefully cleaved through the intersecting leaf blades, striking against the inner side of the caretaker bug's crossed arms. The caretaker bug, it cried out, staggering back several steps from the immense force, leaving clear gashes on its arms, yet it did not fall. Final strike, aerial ace. Ash granted no opportunity for respite, swiftly following up. Sake. As the dual-edged blade landed, its shells radiated an even more resplendent white light than before, transforming into two intersecting beams of cold light, akin to scissors, viciously slashing towards the caretaker bug that had just steadied itself. Bang! The caretaker bug was sent flying by this overwhelming strike, crashing to the ground, utterly bereft of combat capability. The caretaker bug is unable to battle. The referee's flag fell decisively. The dual-edged blade, with a flourish, flicked its shells and sighed in relief. Its gaze instinctively drifted towards a certain direction. On the stage, Melodietta was perched on Xiao Guang's shoulder, cupping her cheeks with both hands, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at it, her little face awash with awe and delight. Sensing this gaze, the dual-edged blade swelled with pride, deliberately puffing out its chest, the shells clacking together in a victorious display, as if to say, "Look, am I not impressive?" Melodietta responded accordingly, sending the dual-edged blade into a joyous frenzy. Oh, does this dual-edged blade misunderstand that Melodietta's cheers are for Ash? Salina rubbed her forehead, slightly exasperated. Mai Ai chimed in. Absolutely, Ash's dual-edged blade is just like Xiao Wang's Pachima. Hey, can't you show some respect to Pachima, even though it is indeed like that? Xiao Wang wished to retort, But looking at the Pachama nestled in her arms, gazing adoringly at Melodietta, her argument lost all conviction. The dual-edged blade can also utilize aerial ace. It truly is worthy of being the future master of flying types. Indeed, nearby, Kenny, who had been vanquished by Ash, marveled at Ash's prowess in the flying type. Even Toru and his Lucario deeply acknowledged this. You flashy show-off, go rest well. Below, Ash smiled as he recalled the dual-edged blade, which was still busy showing off to Melodietta. This creature remained ever so whimsical. Now, it's your turn, Burning Bug. Ash produced another Pokeball and hurled it with vigor. A flash of red light heralded the entrance of the golden shiny Burning Bug, instantly captivating the attention of the entire arena. The already rare Burning Bug, combined with its shiny features, ignited the audience's anticipation for its prowess. Meanwhile, Tetsuya's electric spider fidgeted nervously, rubbing its pincers, feeling a significant threat due to the type and level disadvantage. Electric Spider, Thunderbolt. Tetsuya gritted his teeth and launched an aggressive attack. Burning Bug. Use Flamethrower as a counter shield. Ash's command left the entire arena momentarily stunned. The Burning Bug stood resolutely, evading neither attack nor retreat, as it unleashed a torrent of flames that did not directly target its adversary, but rather spun rapidly before it, forming a spiraling wall of fire. The golden electricity of 100,000 volts collided with this fiery barrier, only to be violently repelled, swirling back in a torrent of energy that intertwined lightning and flames. Surging towards the electric spider. Amidst the cacophony of shrieks, the electric spider was engulfed by its own electric currents and flames, its form charred and trembling. Finish it. Flame charge, commanded Ash. The Burning Bug ignited in a celestial blue blaze, resembling a meteor as it hurtled forward. With a resounding explosion, the smoke cleared to reveal the electric spider lying defeated on the ground. With its combat capabilities extinguished, Ash emerged victorious. The battle concluded in merely 2 rounds, showcasing the prowess of the shiny Burning Bug. This was the Return Punch Shield, a tactical maneuver innovated by Ash during his travels in the Sinnoh region, which certainly warrants caution from Tetsuya. The knowledgeable commentator immediately focused on the peculiar strategy of the Return Punch Shield, which, in some respects, overshadowed even the capabilities of the Burning Bug. Chapter 531, Ground to Air, Bug to Flying, the Master of Flying Types approaches. Tetsuya opted for the Flying type Vulture, unaware if it could best the Burning Bug. Let us await the outcome. As the commentator narrates, Tetsuya's penultimate Pokemon makes its entrance. This was a Vulture Pokemon, soaring menacingly with an oppressive aura, its sharp gaze fixed intently upon the golden Burning Bug below. It was uncertain how Ash would overcome this type disadvantage. Concern flitted across the face of Kenny, who leaned toward Tetsuya's strategy. In response, Toru waved dismissively. What is there to fear? Perhaps the Burning Bug will use Yawn and counterbalance the situation. Beside them, Alice rolled her eyes. What bug would use Yawn? That is not even feasible. Even if it could, the advantage of air over ground is self-evident. Merely relying on Yawn would not suffice. And even a true master of flying types cannot guarantee a victory in a bug versus flying type matchup. Seizing the opportunity, Tetsuya launched a fierce assault. Vulture. Use Dark Pulse to suppress. The piercing cry reverberated as dark purple waves of sinister energy cascaded from above like a tidal wave, covering a vast area. Burning Bug. Unleash your flames. Ash retorted defiantly. The Burning Bug tilted its head back, releasing a scorching pillar of fire that collided precisely with the Dark Pulse. The clash of purple and red energies erupted in a fierce explosion, sending ripples of energy through the air. The Burning Bug's strength evidently surpassed that of the Dark Pulse, with its flames beginning to overpower the dark energy. Do not allow it to breathe. Unleash a barrage of air slashes. Tetsuya was acutely aware that he could not afford to let the Burning Bug execute its Return Punch Shield easily. The Vulture flapped its wings with great intensity, unleashing a relentless storm of razor-sharp air blades that rained down upon the battlefield, blanketing a significant portion of the arena. Charge up and evade. Ash opted for a nimble response. Faced with the aerial dominance of the Vulture, the slower Burning Bug appeared clumsy, necessitating an increase in speed to counteract the assault. With a low hum, the Burning Bug ignited in a vibrant orange flame, its diminutive form erupting with astonishing velocity as it darted across the field. The air blades sliced through the ground where it had just been, leaving deep scars, yet the Burning Bug adeptly evaded with each passing strike. Even when a few hit their mark, the enveloping flames mitigated the damage. Tempest. Observing the ineffectiveness of long-range suppression, Tetsuya decisively unleashed a broad-scale attack. He needed to disrupt the Burning Bug's rhythm. The Vulture emitted a shrill cry, its wings flapping with all its might. conjuring a massive tornado that enveloped the burning bug entirely. The burning bug struggled against the raging winds, its swift movements severely hampered, as the relentless gusts inflicted pain upon its small body, leaving minuscule scratches on its golden exoskeleton. Though it fought to maintain its footing, its breathing grew labored, clearly drained from the ongoing evasions and the onslaught of the storm. A glimmer of triumph sparkled in Tetsuya's eyes. He sensed victory within reach. With the burning bug's stamina dwindling and its speed suppressed by the tempest, the moment to strike was ripe. Now, vulture, brave bird. Tetsuya issued a desperate command. The vulture screeched, its body erupting with brilliant blue and white light as it dove from the sky like a falling star. The wind pressure from its brave bird attack momentarily overpowering the remnants of the storm, targeting the faltering burning bug at the eye of the cyclone. However, Tetsuya failed to notice that the burning bug's multifaceted eyes were fixated on the descending vulture, devoid of fear. Ash's lips curled into a subtle smile. He awaited this very moment when his opponent believed they were delivering a decisive blow. Burning bug, spin your silk. Ash's voice pierced through the cacophony of wind. Clear and resolute. Just as the brave bird was poised to strike, the burning bug emitted a triumphant cry, unleashing a torrent of thick, resilient silk that spun rapidly before it, forming a colossal, tenacious cocoon barrier. The vulture collided forcefully with this seemingly soft, yet remarkably resilient silk barrier. The immense impact caused the barrier to deeply indent, yet the anticipated penetration failed to occur. The silk displayed astonishing resilience and elasticity, absorbing the force of the brave bird's assault and, upon contact, ensnaring the vulture as if it were a living creature. The vulture, now ensnared, found its wings tightly bound by the silk, swiftly transformed into a massive, immobile package. The recoil damage from the brave bird combined with the silk's binding left it in agonizing distress. Opportunity. Burning bug, unleash your overheat with all your might. Ash commanded without hesitation, understanding the necessity of a decisive strike. The burning bug gathered its final and most ferocious reserves of fire-type energy, releasing a torrent of flames redder and more intense than any previous eruption, crashing down upon the vulture ensnared by the silk. With a deafening explosion that resonated throughout the arena, crimson and gold flames shot skyward, completely engulfing the vulture. The scorching waves of heat washed over the audience, enveloping them in warmth. As the fire dissipated, thick smoke billowed. The vulture plummeted from the sky, charred and lifeless, crashing to the ground like a broken kite, utterly unconscious. With most of the silk burned to a crisp, the vulture was rendered incapable of battle. The referee's flag once again signaled for Ash. Burning bug, splendid work. Ash exclaimed joyfully, hastily retrieving the pokeball. Come back and rest. Yet, to Ash's astonishment, the panting burning bug stubbornly shook its head. It struggled to stand, its gaze fixed intently on Tetsuya, emitting a low but resolute hum. Huh. Ash halted, the pokeball in his hand pausing midair, sensing something amiss with the burning bug. He had intentionally allowed the burning bug to reveal a vulnerability to draw out the vulture's brave bird, significantly depleting its energy in the process. At this moment, it was ill-advised for the burning bug to continue battling. Given its mature and composed nature, it should have realized its limits. However, after considering all possibilities, Ash quickly understood the burning bug's intent. A realization dawned upon Ash. I see now, then let us continue the fight. Resolute, he opted to let the burning bug remain in battle. It seemed he would have to postpone Zoroark's debut until next time. Zoro, came the protest from the pokeball in Ash's hand, shaking in defiance. Though ultimately, it proved futile. Chapter 532, Evolution, the first Pokémon to fall in this tournament. Tetsuya gazed at the ongoing battle with the blazing insect, a sense of displeasure swelling within him, as if he were merely a stepping stone. Yet, upon witnessing the overflowing confidence of Satoshi, he silently clenched his fists and drew a deep breath, releasing his penultimate Pokémon. Go forth, Coffin of Death. The heavy, coffin-like Pokémon materialized on the field, enshrouded in an eerie, purplish-black mist, its sinister gaze seeping through the crevice of the coffin lid, causing Koharu in the audience to instinctively clutch her Bogeman. Serena, too, fixated on the golden figure in the arena, her brows furrowing, with the considerable energy expenditure. Why doesn't T. Satoshi recall the blazing insect? Below, Tetsuya opted for a cautious approach with long-range suppression. Coffin of Death, Shadow Ball. Twisting beams of purplish-black energy surged forth like the tendrils of vengeful spirits, racing towards the blazing insect with alarming speed. However, the blazing insect's counterattack was unexpectedly ferocious. Blazing insect, maximum range heat wind. Satoshi's command was imbued with a sense of desperation. In that moment, he harbored no thoughts of conserving energy. Instead, he aimed to unleash as much as possible before the blazing insect succumbed. With dwindling stamina, the blazing insect had no choice but to fight relentlessly. A tremendous heat erupted from its body, a scorching golden-red wave radiating outward, distorting the air like a tsunami. This was not a precise attack, but a sheer display of area-wide firepower. The Shadow Ball's energy beams collided with this fiery tempest, akin to ice plunging into a furnace, instantly dissolving most of them, with only a few piercing through the heat wave to strike the blazing insect, eliciting a muffled groan. Yet, this could not disrupt the raging firestorm. The temperature in the arena soared, dispersing much of the mist surrounding the coffin of death. What? Tetsuya's expression shifted. Taken aback by the opponent's audacious use of such an energy-draining area attack to neutralize his assault. Shadow Ball. The coffin of death gathered a sphere of purplish-black energy, hurtling it towards the epicenter of the heat wind. Big word blazing flame. Satoshi's command followed swiftly, as the blazing insect's energy dwindled rapidly. He needed to conclude the battle swiftly. The blazing insect frantically compressed its remaining fiery energy, erupting in a fierce blast. A massive flaming symbol, imbued with a destructive aura, charged towards the incoming Shadow Ball. Boom. The Shadow Ball collided with the big word blazing flame, triggering a violent explosion. But the energy contained within the big word blazing flame was too formidable, surging relentlessly towards the coffin of death. The terrifying heat caused the coffin of death to emit a strained groan, sliding back in a desperate attempt to evade. With scorched black smoke billowing from the crevice of its lid, Mei raised her hand in excitement. Hooray, we suppressed the opponent. Yet the cost was exorbitant. Koharu noticed the blazing insect staggering after its release, breathing heavily as if it might collapse at any moment. Now's the time, coffin of death, phantom ambush. Tetsuya seized the opportunity, his silhouette melding into the shadows, stealthily maneuvering behind the staggering blazing insect, launching a fierce assault. Blazing insect, flare charge. A fierce light ignited in the blazing insect's eyes, and with Satoshi's encouragement, the azure flames turned, colliding fiercely with the coffin of death. Boom. The flare charge ripped through the phantom ambush, crashing violently into the coffin of death itself. With a thunderous sound, the coffin of death was sent tumbling, while the blazing insect was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. After repeatedly executing powerful moves, the blazing insect now felt utterly drained. Clearly at the end of its rope, those on stage, including Koharu, felt a pang of sympathy for the blazing insect. Go, blazing insect. Satoshi continued to silently pray. As a trainer, all he could offer the blazing insect was his unwavering support. Just when everyone believed the end was nigh, a faint white light flickered around the blazing insect. Soon after, a dazzling light of evolution erupted like a volcanic explosion, forming a colossal cocoon of light, casting away the chill with its intense warmth, enveloping the arena in a majestic aura. Evolving. In this state, the announcer exclaimed. In the audience, Koharu, Serena, and Mei all widened their eyes, holding their breath in disbelief as they beheld the resplendent cocoon of light. As the radiance receded, a regal and dignified Volcarona hovered in midair. Its 6 magnificent wings, resembling fiery totems, unfurled, glistening with golden-red scales, emanating a halo of warmth that bathed the entire arena in the glow of the rising sun, truly deserving of the title as the embodiment of the sun in the Unova region. Bulk. Its proud and majestic cry heralded a new beginning, warmly acknowledging Satoshi, clearly sensing the support he had bestowed. Well done, Volcarona, Satoshi exclaimed, delighted by the blazing insect's evolution. After all, having absorbed a significant amount of experience, it had finally evolved. With this, Satoshi regarded the coffin of death with newfound disdain, issuing a decisive command. In this battle, overheat. Volcarona's 6 wings flared dramatically, distorting the air with a terrifying heat wave as a cataclysmic white energy sphere coalesced in its mouth. Tetsuya had no means to counter. He cast a knowing glance at the coffin of death. The latter understood, and a glimmer of mutual destruction flickered in its ominous gaze. Bulk. A torrent of blinding white energy surged forth, engulfing the coffin of death in an instant. Moments later, an explosion erupted, sending forth a fireball mushroom cloud. As the smoke cleared, only a scorched pit remained, with the coffin of death spinning helplessly within it. As the referee began to declare the battle's conclusion, a purplish-black energy beam shot forth from the coffin of death's swirling eye, piercing accurately into Volcarona's body. Bulk. Volcarona's form suddenly stiffened, the light in its eyes extinguishing rapidly, its magnificent wings drooping weakly, its substantial body plummeting from the sky. Thud. With a heavy thud, the lifeless Volcarona crashed onto the charred ground, shrouded in ominous purplish-black glimmers. The referee's flags were raised slowly in unison. Coffin of death, Volcarona. Both have lost their ability to battle. You've done well, Volcarona. Rest easy, Satoshi said as he retrieved the blazing insect into its pokeball. Immersed in the joy of Volcarona's evolution, Satoshi initially failed to register the implications of the mutual destruction technique. However, even had he anticipated it, there would have been no effective countermeasure against the Ghost-type Pokemon's notoriously crafty battle style, where such one-for-one techniques were nearly impossible to counter. At last, Satoshi's first Pokemon to fall in this tournament has emerged, the announcer proclaimed loudly. Meanwhile, as Satoshi recalled the fallen Volcarona, he observed Tetsuya's excitement, a smirk of pride gracing his lips. It turned out that his strength had reached a level where defeating even a single Pokemon brought joy to others. Chapter 533, Advancing to the Finals, Viewers from Around the World. In the Unova region, at the main venue of the Pokemon League in Higari City, a massive central screen broadcasted the intense match. The audience was abuzz with excitement, countless eyes fixated on the pivotal confrontation on the screen. Tetsuya withdrew his coffin of death, still emanating smoke, his expression not one of despair, but rather tinged with satisfaction. Satoshi's expression remained unchanged as he quietly retrieved another Pokeball. Zoroark. A flash of red light heralded the graceful, enigmatic Zoroark as it landed lightly, shaking its crimson mane, its scarlet eyes locking onto its opponent. Knowing that the same move could not be used against a trainer twice, Zoroark revealed its true form this time. Satoshi believed that any contender who had reached the semifinals possessed a semblance of skill. Charizard, it's your turn. Tetsuya unhesitatingly tossed out his final Pokeball. With a wild roar, the formidable and fierce Charizard slammed onto the arena. However, this display of might held no sway over Satoshi and Pikachu, for throughout their journey in Unova, they had encountered Charizard countless times, becoming all too accustomed to the shame of this dragon type. The red-faced dragon unleashed a roar, striking the ground with its powerful claws, causing massive boulders to materialize from thin air. With a thunderous sound reminiscent of raindrops, these stones descended upon Zoroark, attempting to confine its movement. Clearly, the opponent sought to restrict Zoroark's advantage in speed. Zoroark, however, moved with remarkable swiftness. In the blink of an eye, its form became indistinct, transforming into a shadowy specter that deftly navigated through the gaps between the falling rocks. The heavy stones crashed futilely behind it, producing a resounding echo. Yet not a single strand of fur was touched. Impressive speed. Tetsuya's pupils constricted. It seemed that in his battle against Toritachi, Zoroark had been concealing its true velocity. The elusive figure of darkness troubled Tetsuya greatly. Fortunately, as the boulders continued to descend, numerous obstacles began to hinder Zoroark's pace. Do not give the opponent a chance to breathe. Dragon Pulse. Tetsuya commanded an immediate offensive. The red-faced dragon inhaled deeply, gathering a tempestuous surge of purple dragon energy in its maw, unleashing a formidable beam that tore through the air in pursuit of Zoroark. Dark Pulse. Intercept. Ash swiftly responded. Zoroark abruptly halted, pivoting sharply, its claws crossing before its chest as it concentrated the profound dark energy, manifesting a tumultuous ring-shaped shockwave that shot forth with ferocity. With a thunderous clash, Dragon Pulse collided with Dark Pulse midair, the two powerful energies clashing against one another, creating a shockwave that engulfed the arena in swirling dust. In the chaotic aftermath, Zoroark's silhouette vanished once more. Where is it? Tetsuya scanned the arena warily. Claw sharpen. Ash's command resonated amidst the dust. Utilizing the cover of the explosion, Zoroark had stealthily positioned itself at the edge of an undamaged area, its sharp claws glinting ominously, as dark energy surged within. Beware behind you, red-faced dragon. Tetsuya sensed a shift in the air, but Zoroark's speed, augmented by its rapid movements, had reached an extraordinary level. Strike at its vital spot. Ash's command echoed like a death knell. In a flash, Zoroark emerged from the smoke like a phantom, appearing suddenly at the unguarded flank of the red-faced dragon, delivering a vicious slash with its enhanced purple blade-like claws to the dragon's relatively vulnerable side. With a pained roar, the red-faced dragon staggered, its massive form reeling from the powerful strike that left deep, bone-revealing gashes along its ribs. Overpower it. Grapple it. Tetsuya bellowed, attempting to turn injury into opportunity. Enduring excruciating pain, the red-faced dragon summoned a terrifying strength, its arms bursting forth with combative energy as it lunged towards Zoroark, now within arm's reach. Now, Ash's eyes sparkled with insight. This moment, when the opponent was eager to retaliate, marked their greatest vulnerability. Zoroark, deliver the final blow. Night burst. With a resounding roar, Zoroark unleashed a cataclysmic surge of dark energy, expanding into a colossal, purplish-black sphere at its center. The terrifying shockwave engulfed the red-faced dragon's massive body entirely, rendering its attempts at resistance futile against the explosive dark energy. The deafening explosion and blinding violet-black light sent tremors throughout the entire arena. As the devastating dark energy gradually dissipated, it revealed a scene of utter devastation, with cracks and destruction strewn across the battlefield. Zoroark knelt on one knee, panting softly, bearing the marks of the explosion, yet its crimson eyes remained sharp and resolute. Not far before it lay the red-faced dragon, its colossal frame seemingly devoid of all strength. Collapsed into a massive crater, its eyes tightly shut, utterly unconscious. Without hesitation, the referee brandished the flag toward Ash's side. The red-faced dragon has lost its fighting capability. Zoroark is victorious. Thus, the champion of this match is Ash from Pallet Town. Victory. Ash had triumphed. In the audience, Serena, May, and Bonnie embraced in excitement. Meloetta, nestled in May's arms, joyfully high-fived the Victini in Serena's embrace, but their exuberance nearly drew the attention of nearby spectators. The two small beings froze momentarily, then quickly lay still as if they were lifeless plush toys. This sudden stillness left the curious onlookers bewildered. Surely, they could not continue to stare at May's ample bosom. Despite being in the midst of a live broadcast, Toko was acutely aware of the gazes upon her and shot a fierce glare at the bystanders. The group could only exchange awkward smiles. Meanwhile, May and Serena remained blissfully unaware, celebrating with Bonnie for Ash's victory. Among those congratulating Ash were not only friends present at the venue, but also countless viewers before their screens. Far away in Kanto's Pallet Town, Hanako, Professor Oak, and even Shota beamed with pride. Brock in Pewter City was unfazed by the spectacle. Misty in Cerulean City pumped her fist in excitement at Ash's triumph. While Kiyo and Sharpedo and Lily Cove spun joyfully, Kana and her father exchanged knowing smiles, and Hikari, who had returned to Orange Islands for a vacation after the cancellation of the Macaulay Cup, shared a sincere smile with her brother, Shinji, revisiting Kanto. Smiled approvingly as he witnessed Ash's victory at the Pokémon Center. Friends from all corners gathered silently to cheer for Ash's success. Chapter 534, The Finals. A battle against the EV Brigade. The finalists were swiftly determined, with Ash facing off against Bajir, and the match was scheduled to take place that very day rather than the following one. With Nurse Joy's exceptional medical skills and state-of-the-art healing equipment, the Pokémon were rejuvenated and prepared to face the ultimate championship. Finally, it's the finals. May and her friends made their way to the competitors' lounge to offer Ash their encouragement. Though Toko found their efforts superfluous, she could not resist the fervor of her companions. Wow, this tournament has progressed rather swiftly. Bonnie jested. Perhaps there were no obstacles like Darkrai to challenge Ash, allowing him to breeze through. Ash nodded in agreement, noting that the caliber of competitors at the Hawaii conference was still lacking. Even though Kenny and Toritachi are remarkable, I hope to encounter more opponents of Shinji's caliber. Eevee, do you think we lack presence? Eevee. The creature glanced at the bustling Ash and his companions, then at the solitary Bajir, nodding its head in affirmation. Though both were in the same competitor's lounge, Bajir felt invisible, sitting quietly in a corner while Ash basked in the company of beautiful girls. Oh, the perks of youth and achievement, Bajir sighed enviously, casting a glance at Ash's entourage of lovely ladies. Eevee, but you have your Eevee brothers. Indeed, I am fortunate to have you and your Eevee brothers by my side, Bajir remarked, affectionately rubbing Eevee's creamy fur to alleviate his feelings of neglect and the pressure of facing Ash. An hour of respite passed in the blink of an eye. With Nurse Joy's expert care and the league's top-notch healing facilities, both Ash and Bajir's Pokémon were restored to peak condition, invigorated and ready to confront the final showdown. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. The host's passionate voice ignited the atmosphere of the venue. On our left, we have Ash, hailing from Pallet Town, who has triumphed through numerous battles, aiming for the championship title. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. On our right, we have Bajir, equally formidable, commanding a remarkable brigade of EVs. With a smile, Bajir waved to the audience, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of competition. Who will ultimately lift the trophy that symbolizes the highest honor of the United Alliance? Let us await the outcome. Competitors, please send forth your first Pokémon. In Pallet Town, Hanako clasped her hands in anticipation, nervously watching Ash compete. Doctor, stop studying Keldeo. The finals have begun. It's happening. Fresh from her bath, Misty, wrapped in a towel, joined Mari for the match, while Brock, diligently studying, put down his notes to watch the battle alongside several siblings. Meanwhile, May was already comfortably sprawled on the sofa with her family. Brother, the finals are about to start. All right. Far away in Kalos, a pair of blonde siblings quietly watched the event unfold. Returning to the battlefield, two beams of white light flashed. Pidgeot, Ash's opening Pokémon, was double-A'd. Its gaze sharp and claws poised with glimmering blades. Buoy. Pidgeot's Vaporeon exuded an air of elegance, its soft blue body gliding smoothly, its long tail swaying like a ribbon. The match commenced. The referee waved the flag. Vaporeon, dissolve. Pidgeot issued his command first. Vaporeon's body instantaneously transformed, becoming transparent and flexible, its outline blurring as its physical defense surged. Attempting to bolster defense? Double-A'd, use Sacred Sword. Ash immediately launched a fierce assault. Pidgeot. Double-A'd let out a low growl and leaped high, its blades enveloped in a torrent of water, forming two gigantic azure energy blades that sliced toward Vaporeon with the force to part waves. Water Pulse. Pidgeot chose to confront the attack head-on. Vaporeon swiftly concentrated a highly condensed sphere of water in its mouth and thrust it toward the approaching Double-A'd. Boom. The clash between the Sacred Sword and Water Pulse erupted midair. Energy and water splashed everywhere, despite Double-A'd's utmost effort. The impact of the water greatly diminished the force of its attack, causing Double-A'd to momentarily falter. Such formidable power, May thought, astonished. It was her first time witnessing an attack that Double-A'd could not cleave through. Yet, considering both moves were water type, it was reasonable that the attack couldn't break through without a type advantage. Water Gun. Pidgeot seized the opportunity to counterattack. Vaporeon steadied itself, gathering a torrent of water energy, launching a thick, high-pressure water column toward the freshly landed Double-A'd. Water Pulse, block it. Ash countered swiftly. Pidgeot. Double-A'd crossed its claws before its chest, conjuring a massive rotating water sphere that was thrust forward. Boom. Water Gun collided violently with Water Pulse, creating a cloud of mist. Double-A'd was pushed back by the force, but successfully defended itself. Air Slash. Ash directed, penetrating the mist. Double-A'd's blades swung in a cross motion, unleashing two sharp vacuum blades that screamed toward Vaporeon. Icy Wind. Pidgeot immediately shifted tactics. Vaporeon exhaled a chilling gust, accurately striking one of the air slashes with an icy blue beam. Crack. The icy wind successfully froze one air slash mid-air, shattering it into icy shards. However, the other air slash was already closing in. Buoy. Although Vaporeon twisted its body to evade, the sharp vacuum blade grazed its sleek flank, leaving a shallow scratch that elicited a soft cry of pain. Well done, Double-A'd. Continue the assault with Sacred Sword. Ash urged, pressing the advantage. Pidgeot. Double-A'd's blades danced like the wind, the dense azure light resembling surging waves, relentlessly slashing toward Vaporeon. Keep your distance, Water Ring. Pidgeot commanded. Instantly, a circle of healing water surrounded Vaporeon, allowing it to deftly weave through Double-A'd's frenzied attacks while recuperating its stamina, though it inevitably took a few hits. The field was a whirlwind of splashing water and flashing blades, as the two water-type Pokémon engaged in a dazzling and intense battle. In the audience, May crossed her arms. Pidgeot is playing a war of attrition. Indeed, Xiaowang nodded. The Water Ring restores and enhances his defense, a very steady strategy. I'm a bit worried. Serena added, Double-A'd's attacks are fierce, but this will significantly drain its stamina. Chapter 535, Volcarona vs. Vaporeon, Fire vs. Water, showcasing strength. As the war of attrition unfolded, Ash's gaze sharpened, and he made a decisive call. Double-A'd, retreat rapidly. Pidgeot. Double-A'd's blades were enveloped in white light as it transformed into a swift streak. Before Vaporeon could pursue with another water gun, it precisely struck Vaporeon's supple form, gracefully bouncing back to Ash's side. Simultaneously, a pokeball at his waist automatically opened, a flash of white light sweeping the battlefield, dispersing the lingering mist. Having evolved in the semifinals, Volcarona flapped its 3 pairs of blazing wings, descending upon the arena like the sun, radiating an astonishing heat wave that continuously evaporated the surrounding moisture. Oh no, Ash's luck seems to be turning. He summoned a fire-type Volcarona, Bailu remarked regretfully. Yet, she noticed Alice rolling her eyes, seemingly disagreeing with her sentiment. It's hard to say, she responded, though Ash's Volcarona has just evolved. The rich aroma accumulated during its Larvesta stage has already transformed into exquisite power, rivaling Pidgeot's Vaporeon. Tian Tong. Ever the discerning sommelier made a sound judgment. According to gamers, Volcarona's evolution level is 64. While Vaporeon may have evolved earlier, its level might not match that of its opponent. Bajur, confident in his longtime partner Vaporeon, gleamed with determination and shouted, "Vaporeon, Water Gun, full power." Water type against fire type, the elemental advantage was undoubtedly in his favor. Facing the oncoming torrent of high-pressure water, Ash's voice remained remarkably calm, devoid of panic. "Volcarona, heat wave." Huh. Volcarona emitted a clear cry, its massive wings flapping abruptly. Not flames, but a visible wave of crimson heat surged forward, akin to a scorching wind. The robust water gun collided violently with the searing heat wave. Sizzle. The deafening sound of steam explosions erupted. A vast cloud of white steam enveloped most of the arena. The water gun was forcefully evaporated by the extreme heat, while the heat wave, albeit diminished, still carried a residual scorching impact that slammed into Vaporeon. "Booey." Vaporeon cried out in pain, pushed back by the heat wave, leaving noticeable burn marks on its smooth body. The glow of the water ring flickered urgently, striving to mend the damage, but it was evidently insufficient. Oh no. This heat wave jolted Bajur awake. Ash's Volcarona seemed extraordinarily powerful. The intensity of this flame was absurd. Could it be enhanced by a hidden characteristic? Not yet finished. Ash's voice pierced through the steam. "Fiery dance." Volcarona gracefully twirled in the air, its intense flames forming a splendid fire ring that soon transformed into multiple spiraling fire columns, accurately targeting the position of Vaporeon amidst the steam. "Water ring, brace yourself." Bajur's brow furrowed as he calmly commanded Vaporeon to bolster its defense and continue recovering. "Booey." Vaporeon's body once again became fluid-like and indistinct, while the water ring's glow intensified. The spiraling fire columns from Fiery Dance crashed down upon it, erupting into a massive fireball. Water vapor and flames intertwined, emitting a fierce, sizzling sound. Vaporeon valiantly endured amidst the flames, sustaining significant damage but refusing to fall. As the water ring continued its efforts to heal, in the audience, May swiftly assessed the situation. "Hee, the tides have turned. The immense power of the fire god Moth is overwhelming. The water EV's consumption exceeds its recovery." Xiaoguang, gazing at the rising mist on the battlefield, remarked. As expected of Ash, who delights in showcasing strength through type disadvantages. Serena found it hard to disagree. Meloetta. Meanwhile, the two little ones watched with gleaming eyes. The most captivated was the live-streaming Toko, her face flushed with excitement as rockets soared across the screen. As the steam gradually dissipated, it revealed the weary yet resolute figure of Water EV, still striving to maintain its water ring. "Well done, Fire God Moth," Ash thought, glancing at Water EV, aware that its condition was rapidly deteriorating. To avoid any further delays, a decisive blow was necessary. "Meditate," Ash commanded after a moment of contemplation. With a hum, Fire God Moth hovered midair, its 3 pairs of fiery wings slightly folding, while its crimson compound eyes radiated a profound light. A potent mental force began to surge forth. Fire God Moth's special attack and special defense rose swiftly during meditation, the heat waves and oppressive aura surrounding it multiplying. Ding. Special attack 1, special defense 1. Bajur felt a chill in his heart, realizing the decisive moment had arrived. Water EV. It's time for a final push. Water cannon. He knew he had to interrupt the opponent's enhancements. However, it was already too late. "Finish it, Fire God Moth," Ash exclaimed, his hands slicing through the air with impressive force. Overheat. With a deafening roar, Fire God Moth unleashed a cataclysmic scream. The terrifying fire energy accumulated through meditation, along with all its awakened powers post-evolution, erupted without reservation at that moment. Boom. An unprecedented crimson fire pillar, exuding an aura of annihilation, erupted from Fire God Moth's mouth. The air warped under the extreme heat, and it felt as though space itself was ablaze. This fire pillar surged forth, instantly engulfing the water cannon shot from Water EV, evaporating it completely, before crashing mercilessly into Water EV. With a blinding brilliance, the flames shot skyward, and a tremendous explosion resonated through the heavens. Thick smoke and steam were instantaneously dispelled, causing the entire arena to tremble violently from the impact. As the flames and smoke gradually cleared, Water EV lay in the center of the scorched battlefield, its eyes swirling, having lost the ability to battle. The water ring surrounding it had vanished without a trace. The referee's flag fell. Water EV is unable to continue. Fire God Moth emerges victorious. Bajur gazed at the fallen Water EV, a hint of disappointment on his face. Yet, Having witnessed Ash's battles multiple times, he was well aware of Ash's reputation and strength. The frustration in his heart quickly dissipated as he retrieved Water EV into its Pokeball, calmly saying, "You did well. You fought valiantly." Ash nodded slightly, thoroughly pleased with the performance of the evolved Fire God Moth, which had perfectly showcased its power through the fire-water confrontation. With a graceful flutter of its red wings, Fire God Moth hovered in the air, fully acclimated to the formidable strength of its new form, showing even greater appreciation for Ash as its trainer. No wonder the ancestors always praised humanity as beneficial. While Ash and Fire God Moth exchanged knowing glances, Bajir was left pondering which EV to send out next. The Water EV, with the highest odds of winning, had not faced Fire God Moth, so whom should he choose now? He could not simply mimic Ash and send out Leaf EV to raise the stakes. Oh, but wait, he hadn't brought Leaf EV. The reason being he was wary of his Leaf EV being countered by Ash's dual-edged blade, trained in the art of flying types. Chapter 536, Dual-Edged Blade vs. Fire EV, a showcase of countering. After a moment's thought, Bajir called out, "Fire EV, it's your turn." A flash of red light revealed a Fire EV with fur resembling blazing flames, positioned low to the ground. Its fluffy mane along its neck and tail moving as if stirred by an unseen wind, like flickering flames, its sharp gaze locked on a Fire God Moth, radiating intense heat. "Oh, Fire EV is it?" A glimmer of understanding crossed Ash's eyes as he recalled Fire EV's ability, quickly grasping Bajir's intent. After all, among the EV family, Fire EV was less practical than the others and had long been jokingly referred to as the only king due to its limited move pool. Fire EV, use Flamethrower. Bajir initiated the assault. Booey. Fire EV unleashed a scorching orange-red fire pillar aimed straight at Fire God Moth. "We'll also use Flamethrower." Ash promptly reciprocated, opting for a direct confrontation. Fire God Moth, not to be outdone, released a torrent of flames that were even thicker, with a more concentrated and higher temperature white-red hue. The two ferocious fire pillars clashed violently in midair. Yet, the stalemate lasted less than a second before Fire God Moth's flames overpowered Fire EV's attack. The first round of pure firepower revealed a clear superiority of Fire God Moth in both strength and momentum over Fire EV. Such powerful flames. Bajir felt a jolt of concern, but he remained composed in the face of Fire God Moth's advancing flamethrower. Booey. Just as the flames reached Fire EV, its fiery fur suddenly shimmered with an even more brilliant glow. Fire EV's body then twisted like a vortex, drawing in the incoming flamethrower with fervor. This not only left Fire EV unscathed, but also elevated its own aura significantly. Indeed, the flash fire ability, Ash remarked coolly. It appeared that for Fire God Moth to triumph in this internal fire battle would not be so simple. Nevertheless, Ash refrained from recalling Fire God Moth, wishing to test whether its flames could exceed Fire EV's absorption limit. Fire God Moth, use Heat Wave. With a vigorous flap of its massive wings, Fire God Moth unleashed a searing heat wave that swept across a vast area, covering most of the battlefield. Fire EV, charge up for Fire Blitz. Bajir countered calmly. With a low growl, Fire EV erupted in intense flames, transforming into a blazing comet that surged toward the incoming heat wave. The flash fire ability absorbed some of the heat energy, making Fire EV's flames even more vibrant while accelerating its speed. It braved the onslaught of the heat wave, maneuvering through the flames with increasing velocity, colliding fiercely with the airborne Fire God Moth. Fire God Moth was jolted by the swift impact. Though the damage was not severe, being countered by its own flames left it feeling somewhat thwarted. Flame Dance. Ash swiftly retaliated. Fire God Moth steadied itself and began to dance once more, spiraling fire pillars howling towards the just-landed Fire EV. Big character Fire Explosion. Bajir boldly commanded, unleashing a more powerful single-target fire move. Fire EV concentrated all the energy accumulated from its flash fire, exhaling an enormous, fiery character that surged forth with an overwhelming force, heading towards the spiraling fire pillar. Boom. A more intense explosion erupted as the big character Fire Explosion clashed with the Flame Dance's spiraling flames, sending shockwaves that created a charred pit in the arena, engulfed in smoke and dust. Flamethrower. Fire God Moth unleashed a rapid succession of golden-red fire pillars. We'll also use Flamethrower to counter. Bajir gritted his teeth and shouted, "Booey, booey." Fire EV's flash fire ability remained in effect, absorbing part of the opponent's flames with each exhalation, causing its own flames to grow hotter and shift from orange-red to a more intense golden-red hue. Though each exchange pushed Fire EV back due to the overwhelming force, its flame power and momentum, bolstered by the flash fire, grew stronger. After several rounds, the battlefield lay in ruins, the air thick with the acrid scent of sulfur. The fiery clash between the two fire-type Pokémon ignited the audience's fervor, each explosion eliciting gasps of astonishment. The flash fire ability had instilled Fire EV with an indomitable spirit. May watched, utterly captivated. The Fire Moth's assault is indeed more potent. Yet each strike inadvertently replenishes its opponent, leaving Xiaoguang with a furrowed brow. Ash nods regretfully. His Fire Moth and Flareon are not vastly different in level, and relying solely on fire-type moves, the Blaze ability of Flareon proves far more challenging to contend with than that of Vaporeon. After all, absolute high temperatures can evaporate water. Although the Fire Moth's flames are formidable, facing an opponent that can absorb fire to bolster itself only complicates matters further. Unable to resolve the situation, Ash decisively commands, "Fire Moth, retreat swiftly." With understanding, the Fire Moth glows with white light once more, transforming into a streak of luminescence that collides with the Flareon, which has just expelled its flames. The impact sends Flareon staggering. Utilizing the rebound, the Fire Moth swiftly returns to the Pokeball at Ash's waist. At that moment, a flash of white light reveals the agile form of the dugong, its shell blades glinting ominously. "Ah, fortune smiles upon Ash once again," exclaimed Xiaolu in astonishment. "Watch out. Flareon, be careful." Bajir's expression shifts sharply. "Dugong, use Whirlpool." Ash's command is as swift as lightning. Iced wine. The dugong's claws strike the ground forcefully, unleashing a surge of powerful water energy. Centered around Flareon, a massive, turbulent whirlpool materializes, instantly engulfing it. The chill of the water colliding with the searing heat of the battlefield emits a hissing sound, sending plumes of steam rising into the air. Flareon struggles valiantly within the whirlpool, its Blaze ability proving ineffectual against the water-type assault. The frigid currents relentlessly batter its searing form, inflicting immense pain and draining its stamina. Its proud flames are suppressed by the water, and its movements are unyieldingly constrained by the whirlpool's force. "Shellblade, finish it," commanded Ash. Iced wine. The dugong lunges into the whirlpool it has conjured, moving with an innate affinity for the water, its shell blades transformed into two colossal, azure energy blades, poised to cleave at the struggling Flareon at the vortex's center. With a swift slash, the whirlpool is cleaved in two, collapsing with a thunderous crash. Flareon is hurled backward, crashing heavily onto the scorched ground, marked by two distinct water streaks across its body, its fur dampened and dull, its eyes swirling, rendered unable to continue fighting. Bajir is left in a state of frustration. Unable to defeat Ash's water with fire, he finds himself in a similarly unfavorable position. Chapter 537. The Transition to Sylveon. The Evolution of Servine. Observing the fallen Flareon, Bajir promptly switches his Pokemon. "Sylveon, I entrust you." The elegant black Sylveon graces the battlefield, adorned with enigmatic, shimmering rings. "Dugong, execute double slash." Ash intends to seize the initiative with a bug-type advantage. Iced wine. The dugong grips its shell blades tightly, radiating a vibrant green light as it performs a series of dazzling sword flourishes before unleashing a flurry of slashes at the Sylveon. Shadow Ball. Sylveon swiftly dodges, conjuring a dark shadow ball in its claws to retaliate. The collision between the shadow ball and the shell blades erupts in a ripple of energy. Continue with cross cut. Ash presses the attack. Iced wine. The dugong's claws cross, forming a more potent bug-type crossblade, crashing down with ferocity. Dark Pulse. Bajir counters resolutely. The dark purple energy collides violently with the bug-type cross-cut, the two forces locked in a momentary standoff. The cross-cut begins to gain the upper hand, tearing through the dark pulse and forcing Sylveon to retreat a step. The effectiveness of bug-type moves against dark types becomes evident. Water gun close in. Ash seizes the momentum. Iced wine. The dugong, propelled by the water, accelerates forward. Ambush. Bajir reacts swiftly. Sylveon, once again, strikes first, transforming into a shadowy figure to interrupt the dugong's advance. Shellblade. As the dugong lands, its shell blades gleam once more. Sylveon nimbly jumps back, coalescing another shadow ball to disrupt the assault. Double slash. Ash commands the dugong to strike swiftly. Enduring the edge of the shadow ball's damage, the dugong's bug-type claws relentlessly pursue Sylveon. Though Sylveon relies on speed and defense to evade, it begins to be overwhelmed by the increasingly ferocious barrage of bug-type double slashes, accumulating numerous wounds. Dark Pulse. Bajir attempts to push back. Cross-cut. Breakthrough. Ash's resolve surges. Iced Wine. The Dugong's crossed bug-type blades again tear through the dark pulse, pressing towards Sylveon. Sylveon, in a desperate attempt to evade, finds its breath growing labored. The Dugong's relentless assault, empowered by the bug-type advantage, begins to dictate the tempo of the battle. While Sylveon struggles with shadow balls and ambushes, the situation grows increasingly dire. I can't believe Dugong can wield bug-type moves, Bajir muses inwardly. However, he knows that protracted combat is not in his favor. He must find a breakthrough. Roar. Bajir seizes the moment, commanding Sylveon to unleash a mighty roar, forcing a switch. Sylveon emits a commanding roar, and the Dugong freezes momentarily, its gaze clouded, as it is drawn back into its pokeball by a red light. Servine. In a flash, the vibrant green form of Servine materializes on the field, casting a cool glance at Ash before turning its attention to Sylveon. Servine, Leaf Storm. Ash promptly initiates the assault, utilizing a counter strategy to boost its special attack, aiming to take down Sylveon. Servine. A tempest of frenzied green leaves erupts forth. Light Screen. Bajir is prepared. A transparent barrier rapidly rises, diminishing the Leaf Storm's power by nearly half. The remnants of the storm collide against Sylveon's resilient form. It merely shakes its head, its gaze still sharp. Meditate. Bajir seizes the opportunity to fortify Sylveon. With closed eyes, it concentrates, the yellow glow of its rings intensifying. Energy Ball. Interrupted. Ash commands. The energy ball shoots forth rapidly, but Sylveon has already completed its meditation. The energy ball is diminished by the light screen, striking Sylveon with minimal effect. Tag in. In an instant, Sylveon transforms into a red light, retreating to its Pokeball to rest, while Bajir's waist automatically opens another Pokeball, replacing it with another. Ice EV. The Ice-type EV, radiating a chilling aura, enters the fray. The temperature of the battlefield plummets, and it bears the glow of the meditation boost along with a faint light screen. Ice-type, this is bad, Xiaowan gasps. Servine is in danger. Mei and Salina grow tense. The live broadcast by Toko closely monitors Servine on the battlefield. The icy chill emanating from EV causes Servine's body to tense instinctively. With its type completely countered and the opponent bearing dual enhancements, Servine faces significant pressure. Servine, confronted by the fully buffed Ice EV. The green eyes of Servine blaze with an indomitable spirit as it emits a battle cry directed at the Ice EV. Ash shows no intention of recalling Servine. Since Servine is determined to persist, he respects its resolve, hoping to convert the pressure into motivation for evolution. Alright, Servine, Energy Ball. Freeze Dry. Bajir shows no mercy. The frigid breath unleashed by Ice EV instantly shatters the incoming Energy Ball, the piercing cold continuing unabated as it strikes Servine. Fine. Servine cries out in pain. Frost rapidly coalescing over its form, rendering its movements stiff and sluggish. Stubbornly, Servine uses its vines to steady itself, continuing to engage Ice EV under Ash's guidance. Dodging the freezing beams from Ice EV while retaliating with Solar Flare, the match drags into a tense stalemate. Bajir swiftly altered his strategy, commanding his Glacian to unleash an icy wind that enveloped the entire battlefield, visibly diminishing the speed and evasion of the Vine Snake. With an icy beam, Bajir pressed his advantage, sending forth a lethal azure light. Hold fast, Ash shouted calmly. The Vine Snake struggled to twist its frozen body, erecting a verdant shield before it. As the blue beam hurtled toward it, a fierce yearning for power surged within the Vine Snake, spurred by the evolution of its majestic counterpart, the Sovereign Serpent. A dazzling light of evolution erupted from within the Vine Snake, akin to the dawn's first light, causing the shield to dissipate and completely nullifying the incoming icy beam. As the brilliance faded, the elongated and regal silhouette of the Sovereign Serpent emerged, standing tall and proud. The golden crown upon its neck and the deep green leaf blades at its tail shimmered resplendently, its gaze remaining aloof, having dispelled all frost and chill with its newfound power. It's evolved, the Sovereign Serpent. Mei and her companions exclaimed in delight. What? Bajir gasped. Taken aback at this critical moment, Ash exchanged a reassuring smile with the Sovereign Serpent before declaring, Leaf Storm. The Sovereign Serpent raised its head elegantly, unleashing a tempest of verdant fury, tenfold more ferocious than before, which tore through the remnants of the light wall, sending the empowered Glacian hurtling away. Simultaneously, its special attacks surged uncontrollably. Glacian struggled to rise, now at the end of its strength. Solar Flare, Ash commanded, leaving no room for respite. The leaves atop the Sovereign Serpent absorbed the sun's radiant light, erupting in a blinding column of brilliance. Glacian, in a desperate attempt to weaken and slow the attack. Unleashed an icy wind, but was swiftly engulfed by the reinforced solar flare. The scorching beam struck true. Glacian was sent reeling back, its body marred with scorch marks and ice crystals. Yet due to its enhanced special defense and type resistance from meditation, it remained standing. Final strike, frenzied Flora, Ash shouted, invoking the ultimate grass-type move. The Sovereign Serpent was bathed in surging grass energy. Countless robust thorns erupted from the ground, resembling a furious green dragon, utterly consuming the Glacian that attempted to evade. The ground trembled violently, dust and shattered plant fragments soaring into the air. As the dust settled, Glacian lay amidst the countless broken thorns, its eyes swirling, completely incapacitated. The Sovereign Serpent, though slightly panting, maintained its regal stance. Chapter 538, The Seal. The forthcoming showdown of adorable creatures. The Sovereign Serpent cast a gaze imbued with both authority and a hint of affection towards Ash and his Pikachu, to express its joy. Its elongated body coiled around Ash, a stark contrast to its previous aloof and proud demeanor as a vine snake. Ash was momentarily taken aback by the Sovereign Serpent's change in personality, surprised that it had learned to be affectionate, a rarity indeed. The sensation of its firm embrace reminded him of his beloved water snake, Milotic. "Well done, Sovereign Serpent," he exclaimed. "Pika Pika." Pikachu joyfully waved its tiny paws, celebrating its companion's evolution and victory. The Sovereign Serpent gently tapped its tail on the ground, responding with a soft sound. Meanwhile, seeing the Sovereign Serpent's heightened aura, Bajir rubbed his temples in frustration. The evolved Sovereign Serpent's special attack had reached alarming levels, and with its ability to counter, a direct confrontation was ill-advised. "I can only rely on this once more," Bajir thought, his gaze sharpening. "Lunar Eevee, I entrust this to you again." The figure of Lunar Eevee reappeared, having noticeably recuperated after a brief rest, yet still unable to match the vigor of the evolved Sovereign Serpent. With the referee announcing the commencement of the match, Bajir wasted no time and initiated a force switch. Lunar Eevee unleashed a piercing roar, enveloping the Sovereign Serpent in an invisible force that momentarily halted its majestic form, which then transformed into a red light, being forcibly returned to Ash's Pokeball. Concurrently, Ash's Pokeball automatically opened once more. A flash of white light heralded the entrance of the illusory ruler, Zoroark, a sly smirk adorning its lips as its sharp gaze fixated on Lunar Eevee. "Oh, this tactic again," Ash remarked nonchalantly. He did not perceive any efficacy in this maneuver. Any strategy must be bolstered by strength. "Meditate," Bajir intended to repeat his previous tactic, empowering Lunar Eevee once more. Lunar Eevee closed its eyes, gathering energy to enhance its special attack and special defense. However, the same strategy could not be employed twice in Ash's presence. "Zoroark Seal." Ash's voice resonated with an air of calm confidence. Zoroark's crimson eyes erupted with an eerie purple light, an intangible force immediately enveloping Lunar Eevee. The latter jolted, its meditative glow extinguishing abruptly, as if snuffed out like a candle. It was stunned to find itself unable to gather the energy for meditation any longer. "What?" Bajir's expression shifted dramatically. The sealing effect prevented the opponent from utilizing the same move. Did this imply that Zoroark could also meditate? Provocation. Ash's command followed swiftly, leaving no opportunity for contemplation. Zoroark emitted a shrill, mocking cry, unleashing an invisible psychic shockwave that pierced through Lunar Eevee. Anger ignited in Lunar Eevee's eyes, reason overtaken by fury, entirely disregarding support and enhancement as it yearned to dismantle its adversary. Ambush. Witnessing Lunar Eevee's enraged reaction to the provocation, Bajir was left with no choice but to adopt an aggressive approach. Lunar Eevee, fueled by its wrath, transformed into a shadow and lunged at Zoroark. Shadow Claw. Zoroark, poised and unyielding, met the attack with claws wreathed in profound shadow energy. The impact sent energy scattering, yet Zoroark remained steadfast, while Lunar Eevee was repelled, clearly overmatched in strength. Lunar Eevee's advantage lay in its resilience, excelling in defense, a stark contrast to Zoroark's prowess. Lunar Eevee Shadow Ball. Lunar Eevee, brimming with rage, coalesced a sphere of dark energy. Brick Break. Zoroark advanced rather than retreating, its claws enveloped in fighting energy, crashing down upon the approaching Shadow Ball with devastating force. The Shadow Ball exploded violently, and Zoroark's other claw still had the strength to strike at Lunar Eevee with a Brick Break. Lunar Eevee cried out in pain as the fighting-type energy proved effective against its dark type. Dark Pulse. Bajir attempted to retaliate. Aerial Ace. Zoroark blurred, tracing a sharp, zigzagging trajectory like a phantom. Not only did it perfectly evade the dark pulse, but it also swiftly maneuvered to Lunar Eevee's flank, delivering a fierce slash with its claws. Now imbued with flying energy. Nearby, Kenny was left bewildered. Could Zoroark also utilize Aerial Ace? With a resounding crash, Lunar Eevee was struck hard and sent flying. Finish it. Night Burst. Ash commanded decisively. Zoroark raised its claws high, condensing a sphere of destructive energy, the center swirling with dark red hues, emanating a pulse that sent shivers down the spine. With a swift motion, Zoroark hurled the Night Burst toward the recently risen Lunar Eevee. An explosive cacophony engulfed everything. The dark red energy shockwave sweeping across the arena. As the dust settled, Lunar Eevee lay defeated in the charred crater, devoid of its fighting capability. Budger silently gazed at the fallen Lunar Eevee before glancing at the two remaining Pokeballs in his hand, Solar Eevee and the still-in-training partner Eevee. It was unrealistic for the Psychic-type Solar Eevee to contend against Zoroark's Dark-type prowess. Budger took a deep breath, his gaze resolute, ultimately selecting another Pokeball. Eevee, this is our final battle. I entrust you with this. Buoy. The adorable brown Eevee joyfully leaped onto the field, its large curious eyes observing Zoroark, its tail gently swaying. A stark contrast to the grim atmosphere of the arena. Gazing at this cute Eevee, Ash could not help but smile, a brilliant idea inadvertently sparking in his mind. You've done well, Zoroark. Return and take a rest. He recalled Zoroark, turning his attention to his partner perched on his shoulder. For this match, it shall be you, Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu gracefully leaped into the arena, its cheeks crackling with tiny golden arcs of electricity, its eyes bright and filled with determination. Though their opponent appeared to be merely a charming girl, Pikachu's current prowess made it a rare privilege to compete. An ultimate showdown of adorable creatures? The audience erupted in good-natured laughter and cheers. Of course, any spectator familiar with Ash knew that this seemingly adorable Pikachu harbored power rivaling that of a champion's ace. Budger watched the diminutive electric mouse, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Chapter 539, Pikachu's Leisure, the Emergence of Fairy Eevee. Pika. On the field, Pikachu playfully wagged its little tail, electricity crackling on its cheeks as it exuded an air of relaxation. After all, the opponent was merely a soft and adorable brown Eevee, which made the seasoned Pikachu feel as if it were merely engaging in a friendly spar. Eevee, use Swift. Budger understood that this yellow rodent was far from ordinary, steeling himself for the battle. Buoy. Eevee summoned its courage, countless golden star-shaped energies cascading towards Pikachu like a meteor shower. Just from this swift attack, Ash could tell that this Eevee was formidable. Too bad it encountered Pikachu. Pika. In the face of this dazzling assault, Pikachu yawned nonchalantly, appearing effortlessly composed. It didn't rush to evade until the swift attack approached. Then it executed a quick attack, transforming into a streak of golden lightning, skillfully weaving through the gaps in the starry barrage. Despite Swift being an infallible move, it could not bend to evade Pikachu's ultimate dodging. It merely crashed futilely against the edges of the arena. Imitation. A glimmer ignited in Eevee's eyes as it imitated Pikachu's recent maneuver, surging forward at the speed of a quick attack, surrounded by electric sparks. Shadow Clone. Ash's voice held a hint of amusement. Just as Eevee was about to collide, a multitude of Pikachus suddenly appeared in the vicinity. They all mirrored each other's movements and expressions, surrounding the oncoming Eevee. Buoy. Eevee abruptly halted, its large eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment, glancing left and right, utterly unable to discern which was the real one, anxiously spinning in place. Cuteness. Budger shifted strategies, attempting to diminish Pikachu's offensive strength. Eevee chose one Pikachu, immediately adopting the most pitiful expression, its big eyes glistening with moisture as it emitted a soft, plaintive cry, trying to soften its opponent. However, its target was merely a clone, which dissipated with a puff under the energy fluctuations. The real Pikachu was sitting nearby next to another clone, covering its mouth with its tiny paws, shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. This light-hearted display provoked hearty laughter from the audience. Pika. Pikachu even had the leisure to wave its tiny paw at Eevee, as if greeting it. It was evidently relishing this battle, enjoying the sport of toying with its adversary. Swift. Buoy. Eevee gathered its strength, unleashing a barrage of golden meteors sweeping across Pikachu's area, rapidly shattering clone after clone. Buoy. Finally, Eevee cast a bewildered glance around the arena, persistently unable to locate Pikachu's true form. Electric Net. Pikachu. The real Pikachu had leaped into the air at some point. Its cheeks burst forth with intense electricity, A dazzling network woven from golden arcs of lightning manifested, descending directly upon the unsuspecting EV, still propelled by inertia. The electric net was not fast, but its coverage was vast. EV had nowhere to evade. Ensnared thoroughly by the electric net, a potent current coursed through EV, inducing a powerful sensation of paralysis. Buoy! EV cried out in pain, overwhelmed by the force of the electric net, struggling to rise. EV! Bajur cried out in distress. He watched his partner ensnared in the electric net, writhing in agony. A surge of unwillingness and a fierce desire to protect it swelling within him. Pikachu volt tackle. After several rounds of holding back, and sensing the time was ripe, Ash prepared to let Pikachu conclude the match. Pika! As Pikachu's cheeks crackled with electricity, readying to deliver a decisive blow, Bajur clenched his fists, continuing to encourage EV. Don't give up, EV. Buoy! It seemed EV sensed the profound bond and determination of its trainer. Or perhaps their camaraderie had reached its zenith amidst the challenges of battle. Suddenly, the EV enveloped in electricity erupted with a brilliant glow of evolution. This radiance was more resplendent than ordinary evolution light, imbued with a pink, dreamy hue. Ash's eyes brightened. This EV can be quite charming. Its bond with Bajur must be strong. Could it be evolving into Sylveon? Pika! Pikachu tilted its head curiously, halting its discharge. The light swiftly faded, revealing a transformed Pokémon in the arena. The originally brown fur had turned into a pristine white, resembling the finest silk. A grand pink ribbon, akin to a bow, elegantly flowed from its ears and neck, gently swaying in the breeze. Its sapphire blue eyes sparkled with a gentle, yet resolute demeanor. Its presence exuded an unparalleled nobility and grace, as if surrounded by a refreshing aura. Sylveon! Sylveon, the latest discovery by Professor Bretano from the Kalos region, marked Eevee's 8th evolution and introduced an 18th type. The announcer excitedly briefed the audience about Sylveon. Wow, how beautiful! Oh my goodness! Evolving at such a moment. The audience erupted in fervent applause. Flashes of cameras capturing the stunning and hopeful moment of evolution. Bajur was equally ecstatic, barely able to contain himself. Amazing, Sylveon! Meef! Sylveon gracefully leaped, freeing itself from the remnants of the electric net, the pink ribbons tracing elegant arcs in the air. Feeling the newfound strength of its fairy powers coursing within, its confidence surged. Sylveon, let them witness our might, Moonblast. Bajur felt invigorated, immediately commanding his new partner to unleash a powerful fairy-type move. Meef! Sylveon tilted its head back. A cool and potent pink beam of light coalesced, radiating with a lunar-like brilliance, hurtling towards Pikachu in midair. The power was far beyond that of the previous EV. However, in the face of this magnificent and newly empowered assault, the lightheartedness and mockery in Pikachu's eyes vanished entirely. It sensed that the game was coming to an end. And coincidentally, Ash felt the same. Pikachu, electric net. The synchronization between Ash's command and Pikachu's action was flawless. Pikachu erupted with golden thunder tenfold stronger than before, once more weaving a massive, solid electric net before it. Boom! The pink moonlight collided forcefully against the golden net, erupting into a deafening roar. Energy clashed violently, pink sparks and golden lightning flying in every direction. The power grid trembled violently, yet it resolutely remained unbroken. Just as the luminous force of the moon was obstructed by the grid, Pikachu, situated behind it, sprang into action. Pikachu volt tackle. The figure of Pikachu transformed into a resplendent golden comet, composed entirely of raging thunder. The power grid not only failed to impede Pikachu, but seemed to be absorbed, becoming a component of its charging energy. One of Pikachu's most formidable physical moves, now infused with the residual force of the grid, shattered the dissipating energy flow of the moonlight with overwhelming might. The newly evolved Sylveon barely had time to react before Pikachu collided fiercely with its elegant form. The golden electric light engulfed Sylveon's delicate pink figure, and the ferocious energy sent it hurtling across the arena, crashing heavily at the edge. Its pristine white body was marred with scorched marks, the pink ribbons drooping limply, eyes tightly shut, having completely lost consciousness. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Just a moment ago, the audience had been cheering for the dazzling evolution, but now they stood in disbelief, mouths agape at the sudden reversal of fate. Chapter 540. Victory at the Haiku Conference, the second champion. Ash had secured Bagel's 5th EV, but the cheers that erupted for him were markedly less fervent than before. The reason was simple. Many of the female spectators were unequivocal admirers of beauty. They were still entranced by Sylveon's stunning appearance. And before they could relish its graceful form for a few more seconds, Pikachu delivered a merciless volt tackle that left it charred. Ah, my Sylveon. That was too swift. Pikachu was far too ruthless, such a beautiful creature. Numerous murmurs of lamentation arose from the female audience. Xiaoguang, Mei, and Serena expressed their regret, underscoring the significance of beauty. Fortunately, no one truly blamed Pikachu for its heartlessness, as the adorable electric mouse also possessed an unparalleled charm. Returning to Ash, Pikachu casually brushed off non-existent dust from its fur, as if it had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. Its expression reverted to the relaxed contentment it had previously exhibited, even bearing a hint of satisfaction from the playful encounter. Bagel, with a pained expression, recalled Sylveon, took a deep breath, and his gaze became resolutely determined as he produced his final ally. Espeon. The elegant, pale purple figure leapt gracefully into the arena, its forehead jewel gleaming, the long forked tail gently swaying, a powerful psychic field silently expanding around it. As Bagel's last partner, Espeon's presence was calm and collected. Pikachu, you may continue, Ash instructed. Pika-Pi. Pikachu nodded without hesitation. Since Ash allowed it to continue, Pikachu gladly seized this opportunity, knowing its appearances were limited. Primarily, Ash felt that sending out Crocodile would be too unfair and wished to grant Espeon some dignity. Alright, I entrust you with this final match. In the climactic battle, Bagel initiated a fierce assault. Espeon, use Psychic. Espeon's eyes glimmered with a blue light, an invisible wave of psychic force sweeping across the arena. Ash reacted swiftly. Thunderbolt. Pikachu transformed into a flash of golden lightning, narrowly escaping as the ground was carved by the psychic wave. Psybeam. Espeon unleashed a spectrum of beams from its eyes. Electro Ball. Pikachu's golden electric sphere countered, colliding midair with a resounding explosion. Bagel's eyes flickered. Future Sight. Espeon's ruby gem blazed brightly, channeling a formidable psychic force into the future, laying the groundwork for a devastating attack. Following this, Light Screen. Espeon's forehead jewel illuminated, conjuring a crystalline, multicolored wall that shielded it. Ash discerned the strategy, trying to stall for time. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. The clash between Thunderbolt and the Light Screen was intense, with the latter quaking and fracturing, yet Espeon steadfastly held its ground, still capable of fighting after absorbing the Thunderbolt. Seizing the moment when the Light Screen shattered, Ash commanded, now, Bolt Tackle. Pikachu. Once again, Pikachu morphed into a cataclysmic golden thunder comet, hurtling towards Espeon. Bagel shouted urgently, reflect wall, hold strong. Espeon's forehead jewel gleamed once more, creating a transparent barrier designed to mitigate physical attacks, attempting to withstand Pikachu's volt tackle. However, the reflect wall shattered upon impact, and Pikachu surged forward unabated, diving towards Espeon. Fortunately, Pikachu's future sight was nearly at hand. As long as Espeon could endure, there was still hope. Iron Tail to deflect future sight. Alas, Ash undermined Bagel's hopes. Just before impact, Pikachu's thunder-wrapped Iron Tail merged with the current of Volt Tackle, transforming into a golden whip that struck the side of the future sight wave with a powerful blow. The psychic force was violently deflected, a significant portion erupting in a deep crater in the ground. Pikachu spun past Espeon as it landed, merely grazed by the dissipating energy. Espeon was momentarily astounded as its attack fell short. Yet Pikachu had already locked onto its target, and Ash issued the final command. Finish it with Thunderbolt, maximum power. The frenzied golden lightning swiftly engulfed the bewildered Espeon. The blinding golden light flooded the arena, thunderous roars echoing. As the radiance subsided, Pikachu stood, panting, arcs of electricity dancing across its body. Espeon lay in a charred pit, its once lustrous lavender fur dulled, eyes shut, having completely lost its fighting capability. After a brief, electrifying silence, the crowd erupted into a thunderous cheer that could lift the roof off. With Espeon incapacitated, Pikachu was declared the victor. The referee waved the flag excitedly, his voice booming. Thus, the ultimate champion of this Haiku conference is Ash. We did it. Ash has won. Long live Pikachu. Incredible. That last Iron Tail deflecting future sight was phenomenal. Ash rushed into the arena, lifting the somewhat fatigued yet elated Pikachu high. We've done it again, Pikachu. We are the champions of the Haiku conference. Pikachu. Pikachu joyfully responded. Though Bagel felt disheartened, he quickly composed himself, admiration shining in his eyes as he approached Ash, sincerely extending his hand. Congratulations, Ash. Ash gently set down Pikachu and shook Bagel's hand firmly. Not at all. Your EV squad is impressive as well. Congratulations on adding Sylveon to your rescue team. Speaking of Sylveon, A soft yet slightly puzzled smile graced Bagel's face. Honestly, I'm still a bit surprised. My EV-Hen-T learned the move Fairy Wind prior, so it shouldn't have been able to evolve into Sylveon. How did that happen? Understanding dawned on Ash. As long as EV learned a Fairy-type move and met the friendship threshold, evolution was possible without specifically needing Fairy Wind. However, Ash could not articulate this directly. He could only respond with an understanding smile, vaguely saying, "The power of bonds can sometimes transcend our known logic." Bagel nodded thoughtfully, though his confusion remained. Ash's words warmed his heart. Bonds, indeed. Thank you, Ash. I will continue to grow stronger alongside Sylveon and Espeon. Next time we meet, I will challenge you again. Yes. I look forward to it. Ash replied with a hearty laugh. Chapter 541. Serina's departure, clarifying intentions. The deafening cheers seemed to resound within the arena. Yet the Haiku conference, belonging to Ash, had officially drawn to a close. At the grand closing ceremony, the newly crowned champion Ash stood atop the highest podium, triumphantly raising the trophy that symbolized honor. Pikachu, perched proudly on his shoulder, radiated golden sparks that shimmered under the venue's lights. May, having realized her aspirations, secured a place on the third-place podium thanks to her formidable superior and the outstanding performances of her companions, her face beaming with satisfaction and confidence. After the ceremony, it was time for celebration among friends. The exuberant companions, Koharu, Toko, Elisa, Tiantong, and Bailu, immediately rushed forward, excitedly patting Ash on the shoulders and back. Former rivals also joined in the joyous gathering. Kenny, with his signature cheerful smile, boisterously thumped his chest, declaring he would win next time, while Bajur offered sincere congratulations, shaking Ash's hand once more. Outside the arena, the square was ablaze with lights, laughter, and cheerful chatter. Come, come. This is a rare opportunity. Let us take a picture together for memories. Someone suggested. What a splendid idea. Everyone responded enthusiastically. With the help of an enthusiastic passerby trainer, they quickly arranged themselves in front of the grand entrance of the Hiwa Arena. Naturally, Ash took center stage, with Pikachu comfortably resting atop his head. Koharu animatedly occupied Ash's left side, while May, with a gentle smile, stood to his right. Serena positioned herself slightly behind Ash, her gaze tenderly falling upon him and Pikachu, a serene smile gracing her lips. Everyone, look at the camera and smile. On the count of 3, 1, 2, cheese. Click. The flash illuminated the scene, capturing a moment brimming with youth and friendship. Ash's smile was radiant, Pikachu's ears perked up, Koharu and May beamed like flowers, and Serena's eyes were filled with blessings and a hint of unnoticeable affection. The faces of Elisa, Tiantong, Bailu, Toko, Kenny, and Bajur all glowed with the joy of victory and hopeful anticipation for the future. The Hiwa conference concluded with perfection. The night of revelry eventually settled into tranquility. The following morning, just as the horizon began to blush with dawn, Hiwa City remained in slumber. Serena quietly packed her modest belongings, choosing this tranquil morning to depart. Wishing to avoid tearful farewells, she gently pushed open her door and, like a delicate new leaf, made her way toward the entrance of the Pokémon Center. The cool morning air invigorated her, yet it also carried the chill of parting. However, just as she was about to step out of the Pokémon Center, a somewhat dazed but familiar voice called out from behind her, "Serena?" Serena froze, her heart racing. She turned to see Ash, rubbing his eyes and wearing pajamas, gazing at her in surprise. "Serena, where are you going so early? You're not heading home, are you?" Ash, having been awakened by a need to relieve himself, was still a bit groggy. "Little Ash?" Serena hadn't expected him to notice, and she became flustered. "I am preparing to return to Kalos, as I promised my mother." She struggled to keep her voice steady, but the slight tremor at the end and her reddening eyes betrayed her. "Leaving already? Why not say goodbye to everyone?" Upon hearing that Serena truly intended to leave, Ash fully awakened, hastening to stand before her, filled with confusion. "So soon? Aren't you going to discuss it with everyone?" Serena was sincerely earnest. She intended to head home right after the competition, even though the Hiwa International Airport was quite nearby. "I dislike the feeling of parting, so I plan to leave this morning." Gazing into Serena's resolute eyes, Ash could only muster a simple, "Be careful on your journey." "Well, then I shall take my leave." Serena fought back the sting in her nose, waving vigorously at Ash, forcing a smile as she turned to hastily depart from this place that made her heart race. Ash watched her slender figure turn away, feeling powerless to stop her, recognizing that Serena's reasoning was indeed valid. He could only silently share a glance with Pikachu until she vanished around the corner. However, just as Ash was about to return to his room, a sudden flurry of hurried and determined footsteps echoed behind him. He clearly observed a girl with shining golden brown hair, like a gust of wind, rushing towards him. After much hesitation, Serena approached with newfound courage, extending her arms to embrace him tightly. She stood on tiptoe, swiftly pressing her face against Ash's. Her fair cheeks blushed fiercely, akin to a fever, and even her little ears turned crimson. Their faces were pressed closely together. Ash felt her warm skin, her lips soft and bouncy, and caught a faint, sweet fragrance wafting from her. This unexpected display of affection lasted only a few seconds before Serena, having expended all her strength and courage, blushed deeply and retreated a few steps as if she were about to flee. "Goodbye, Ash," she stammered, her heart racing as if it might burst, turning to escape once more. Yet this time, Ash did not remain frozen. Since Serena had been so brave, he couldn't remain a mere bystander. He swiftly grasped her delicate wrist with one hand while his other arm encircled her slender waist. "Serena," Ash spoke in a low, powerful voice, his gaze brighter and more focused than ever. Serena turned back in astonishment. Ash looked at the exquisite girl before him and, without hesitation, leaned down to kiss her. Their lips met. Serena's pupils widened instantly, her mind blank. It felt as if all the blood in her body surged to the point of contact, and she found herself enveloped in this warmth. Ash's bold hand heated her body rapidly, making her feel breathless. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. A delicate, glistening silver thread lingered between them before breaking and dissolving into the morning light. Serena stood frozen in place, her cheeks aflame, fingers clutching her clothing, her eyes reflecting Ash's ardent gaze. "Wait for me," Ash said, observing the bashful girl, a smile creeping onto his face. "Once the World Championship concludes, I will come to Kalos to find you." Serena nodded vigorously, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. "Yes, I will wait for you." She cast one last deep glance at Ash before dashing into the bright morning light, her golden hair flowing behind her. Ash remained rooted in place, his fingers brushing against the lingering sensation on his lips, his eyes shining with brilliance. He gazed in the direction she had disappeared, a smile playing on his lips. "Pika?" Pikachu glanced at Ash, then at the distance, as if understanding, and joyfully chirped in response. Ash gave a simple acknowledgement, then continued to savor the sweetness of the moment. Chapter 542. The Journey Ahead, Destination Hiwa City. As the sun climbed high in the sky, the Pokémon Center's dining area was filled with the enticing aroma and lively chatter of breakfast. Sunlight streamed through the large windows, illuminating the plates piled high with food on the tables. "Wait, Serena has already left?" Koharu exclaimed, her fork dropping a pancake back onto her plate, her eyes wide with shock. May and Toko immediately set down their utensils, equally astonished. "When did this happen? Why didn't anyone wake us?" Ash, sipping his orange juice, calmly placed his cup down. "She left before dawn. She mentioned she didn't want the sadness of a farewell and preferred to leave quietly." He too wished for Serena to stay, but there was little he could do. "Pika." Pikachu nodded in agreement, corroborating Ash's words. "I see," May replied, nodding in understanding as she speared a piece of fruit. "That really does sound like Serena's style, always so considerate, not wanting to burden anyone with her emotions." Though the sudden news of her departure left a void in her heart, Toko understood her feelings. With a gentle sigh, she found solace. "Next time we meet, I shall certainly give her a proper lesson." Xiaoguang feigned anger, shaking her fist, yet a smile swiftly illuminated her face. How could she sneak away like that? "At least let us bid her farewell." Pikachu, recalling the morning's events, couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Xiaoguang. Just as Xiaoguang waved her fist, a small orange figure joyfully zipped across the table like a bolt of lightning. It was Victini. With unwavering determination, it lunged for the piece of muffin teetering on the edge of Xiaoguang's plate, snatching it up triumphantly and hovering in the air, its large eyes squinting in satisfaction while its tiny legs swung merrily. "Ah, Victini, that belongs to me," Xiaoguang exclaimed, torn between amusement and exasperation. Unfazed, Victini soared to the other side of Ash's head, blissfully devouring the muffin. It seemed that the departure of Serena had transformed Victini's sorrow into an insatiable appetite, consuming everything in sight. After all, Serena was its favorite human, second only to Ash. How could she leave them like this? Victini took a hearty bite of the muffin, tears of nostalgia mingling with its joyous feast. The group, keen to avoid dwelling on melancholic topics, swiftly shifted their focus to future endeavors. The World Championship was approaching, and they needed to prepare. "There's no rush. The venue is in Lavin City. A direct train will get us there in no time," Toko remarked. Lavin City. Xiaoguang's attention was instantly piqued, her excitement palpable as she slapped the table. "The Grand Metropolis. I must explore it thoroughly. As a coordinator, Xiao Wang was deeply interested in anything that could enhance her performances. With approximately half a month remaining until the championship commenced, Mei, who had previously visited Lavin City, calmly suggested, I plan to return to Hunami City first. I've been away for quite a while and wish to see my mother and the Pokemon school, as well as organize my team to give my superior and the others a chance to rest and recuperate. Hunami City, Ash replied with a nod, showing no objection. As the distance was not great, just a week's round trip. Sounds good. Toko responded nonchalantly, eager to prepare her Pokemon for the World Championship. Indifferent to the destination as it would not hinder her training. The route back is quite close to Lakoko Town. Why don't we head back there together first? We could also have a chat with Professor Yu about our recent travels, Mei suggested, patting the Pokeballs at her waist. Absolutely, Ash agreed enthusiastically. Let's set that plan in motion. We'll return to Lakoko Town together, and then I'll make my way to Hunami City before we reconvene in Lavin City. Pika. Pikachu raised its tiny paw, brimming with energy and affirmation. Thus, their remaining travel plans were finalized, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. Ash's journey through Unova would conclude after the World Championship, paving the way for their adventure in the Kalos region. Lifting his cup, Ash's gaze drifted to the empty seat where Salina had sat the previous night, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Pika? Pikachu keenly noticed Ash's expression and mischievously blinked. Ash cleared his throat, feigning concentration on the fried egg on his plate. After breakfast, Ash and his companions tidied up and set off back to Lakoko Town. The journey was smooth, devoid of any incidents, and they swiftly arrived at the Tranquil Research Institute town. Welcome back. Professor Yu greeted them warmly. Congratulations, Ash, on your victory, and Mei, for your third place. She had watched the live broadcast of the tournament and was particularly impressed by Ash's Pikachu and Mei's superior. Oh, it was nothing, Ash replied modestly. The group gathered in the Research Institute, sharing amusing anecdotes from the tournament and their travels. You encountered Meloetta and Victini? Professor Yu exclaimed, astonished by the two legendary Pokemon that had appeared so boldly in her presence. The two Pokemon, accustomed to interacting with humans, showed no fear in front of Professor Yu. Victini circled above the snack tray, occasionally snatching a piece, while Meloetta sat by the window, humming a soothing melody. Their innate sense of security allowed these legendary creatures to seamlessly integrate into human society. So, what are your plans moving forward? Professor Yu inquired. We're mainly here to rest, Ash explained, before heading to Lavin City for the World Championship. Right, and Mei will be returning to Hunami City, Toko added. I see, Professor Yu nodded. Lavin City. Now that's a grand stage. However, there is still half a month to prepare. Suddenly, her expression brightened as she recalled something. My father has recently been investigating near the Dragon Spiral Tower. He claims to have discovered new leads regarding the White Ruins. The White Ruins? Mei asked, intrigued. Yes. It's said to be connected to the legendary dragon Reshiram, Professor Yu explained. Oh, I see, Ash replied in a neutral tone, though the topic seemed to pique Mei's interest more. That sounds impressive, she responded politely, though her mind was clearly focused on her return to Hunami City. Xiao Wang and Toko were playfully engaging with the water-type starters, Oshawott, Tepig, and Snivy, within the Research Institute. Noticing the group's calm reaction, Professor Yu expressed her surprise. You all seem rather unfazed. The collective gaze of the group shifted towards Ash, the true hero acknowledged by Reshiram. With his presence, who would still be curious about the leads on the ruins? In any case, my father is still conducting research, Professor Yu said with a smile. Not pushing the matter further. Please make yourselves comfortable, and let me know if you need anything. Chapter 543, A Chance Encounter, Seeking Wisdom from Black. Hunami City is located on the opposite side of Lakoko Town. Geographically, it lies on the western coast of Unova, separated from Lakoko Town by the sea. However, compared to the latter, Hunami City boasts a more prosperous economy, a fact evident from the names of the two places. The morning sea breeze carried a hint of saltiness as Ash and his companions boarded a large ship, bidding farewell to Professor Yu, slowly approaching Hunami City's modern dock. Sunlight bathed the meticulously arranged buildings, their glass facades reflecting dazzling rays, while the bustling port area thrived with a lively crowd. Wow, it's so vibrant here. There seem to be many intriguing little shops, Xiao Wang exclaimed as they disembarked, captivated by the city's energetic atmosphere. Her eyes sparkling as she surveyed the surrounding stores and windows. Mei, shall we take a moment to explore? No way. We'll do that next time. Mei firmly grasped Xiao Wang's wrist, almost dragging her forward with urgency. I want to find my mother at the rescue center first. Toko, Ash, hurry up. It was Mei's first extended time away from home, and her longing to return was palpable. Toko smiled understandingly and quickened her pace, while Ash hurried to catch up. "Wait for us, May." Under May's lead, the group practically jogged down the neat streets, swiftly arriving at a building adorned with a Pokémon Rescue Center sign. In stark contrast to the city's hustle and bustle, this place exuded a tranquil ambience. According to May, her mother had once been a member of Team Plasma, but had left after realizing the truth, establishing the rescue center as a form of atonement. Upon entering, the scent of disinfectant mingled with that of Pokémon filled the air. The interior was bright and clean, yet both the reception and examination areas were deserted. "Mom." May's voice echoed in the empty room, tinged with uncertainty and a hint of unspoken disappointment. Unfortunately, no one responded. Instead, in the corner, several Pokémon exhibiting visible injuries or signs of stress drew attention. A bandaged Lillipup curled up, trembling slightly, a terrified fungus hiding behind a food bowl, its tail barely visible, and a suspended Woobat, wings unnaturally folded, emitting a faint, uneasy hum. "She had to step out for a bit. I'm taking care of things in the meantime." A composed male voice resonated from the treatment room. The door swung open, revealing a bespectacled youth with short black hair. Dressed in a pristine white shirt complemented by a tie, paired with blue trousers, exuding an air of refinement. His identity was that of the newly appointed gym leader of Hyoshi City. With a gentle and amiable demeanor, he radiated an approachable charm. "Brother Koroyan." Both May and Toko exclaimed in unison, clearly recognizing him. After all, May had grown up in Hyoshi City, and Toko, being May's close friend, naturally became acquainted with Koroyan as well. "May, Toko," Koroyan greeted with a smile and a nod, his gaze sweeping over Satoshi and Hikari before finally resting on Satoshi. "Brother Koroyan is the new gym leader of Hyoshi City." May introduced him to Satoshi and Hikari, also presenting the two to Koroyan. Koroyan adjusted his glasses, and a glimmer of recognition flickered in his eyes. "I know, you are Satoshi from Masera Town, champion of the last Lillipad Conference and this year's Hyoshi Conference, along with your partner Pikachu. It's a pleasure to meet you. And this is Miss Hikari, the champion of the previous Sinnoh Grand Festival," he added. Satoshi was taken aback, and Hikari was equally surprised that this gym leader was familiar with her. Koroyan spoke calmly, with the World Championship approaching. "I never anticipated encountering you here. Isn't it's still half a month away?" May interjected, her longing for home evident as she added. "I thought I'd visit Hyoshi City since I miss my family." This sentiment brought May a sense of regret, as she lamented. "It's unfortunate that my mother is away on a trip during my rare visit home." Understanding her mother's busy schedule, May knew she would not be returning anytime soon. However, the attention of the group soon shifted to the anxious Pokémon cowering in the corner. Hikari remarked sympathetically, "What's the matter with these little ones? They are mostly rescued from illegal captures or unfortunate incidents, and they bear significant psychological scars," Koroyan explained, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. "Without my mother here, they are quite wary of strangers." As if to validate Koroyan's words, a startled bubble squirrel darted behind its food bowl at the sudden influx of voices, while the shrill cries of the Zubat escalated, and the Lilligant huddled even closer. "Don't be afraid, little ones," May, Hikari, and Toko whispered softly, cautiously crouching down to soothe them with gentle voices. Yet, their efforts bore little fruit, as the Pokémon's tension remained palpable. Observing his companion's struggle and the distressed Pokémon, Satoshi felt a spark of inspiration. In the midst of Koroyan's astonished expression, Satoshi gently patted his shoulder and softly said, "Meloetta, please help them." "Mellow," came the response, and in a flash of light, the petite Meloetta appeared beside Satoshi. She surveyed the anxious Pokémon, nodding lightly before closing her eyes, her body gently levitating as she opened her mouth to release an ancient melody that could cleanse the soul. The song flowed through the air like warm spring water, instantly filling the entire rescue station. Before their eyes, the tense atmosphere began to dissipate. The trembling Lilligant gradually calmed. The bubble squirrel cautiously peeked out, and the piercing cries of the Zubat faded away. All three Pokémon looked curiously at Meloetta. "Mellow," she signaled kindly upon completing her task, then offered Satoshi a gentle smile, welcoming his touch. "No matter how many times you witness it, it always feels magical," Hikari exclaimed, captivated by the transformation before her. May gazed gratefully at Satoshi and Meloetta. "Thank you, Satoshi, Meloetta." Koroyan adjusted his glasses, admiration evident in his gaze. "The power of the ancient songstress is indeed remarkable." They seemed to feel much better now. Clearly, the knowledgeable Koroyan was well acquainted with Meloetta. At that moment, the door to the treatment room was forcefully pushed open with a loud bang. "Hello, Brother Koroyan." What was that wonderful song just now? A vibrant pink-haired girl burst out. She boasted striking pink locks, her curvaceous figure accentuated by a snug sports tank top that drew attention, rivaling May's allure. The dramatic entrance caused Hikari and Toko to widen their eyes in surprise once more. Wow, Satoshi, is that really you? The pink-haired girl exclaimed, pointing at Satoshi, her voice rising with disbelief. What brings you to Hyoshi City? This is such a surprise. Akane, this is something I should be asking you. Satoshi replied, equally astonished. Minamigawa City is so far from here. What are you doing here? Of course, I'm here for the World Championship. Akane declared energetically, her chest rising and falling with her animated gestures. Ah, as a gym leader, you certainly have the invitation. Satoshi nodded slowly, realizing he would encounter many familiar faces at this championship. So what brings you to Hyoshi City? I heard the new gym leader specializes in the normal type, and I couldn't resist coming to learn from him. Brother Kuroyan is truly impressive. She chirped as she turned to Kuroyan. Kuroyan, exasperated, adjusted his glasses again, rolling his eyes in resignation. If you cannot speak sensibly, it would be wise to refrain from speaking at all. Chapter 544, The Insecure Kuroyan and a Proposal for Battle. Faced with Akane's blunt remarks, the typically composed Kuroyan seemed somewhat overwhelmed, adjusting his glasses and promptly redirecting the conversation. Ahem. Since Meloeda's assistance has temporarily calmed the children here, and my mother is not returning anytime soon, why not visit my gym? He looked at the group. Satoshi nodded. Sure, let us check out your gym. May glanced at the now calm Pokemon before looking at her companions. That sounds good. Sorry for the trouble, Brother Kuroyan. Toko and Hikari naturally had no objections. The Hyoshi gym was not far from the rescue station, a minimalist yet architecturally pleasing building with white walls and a blue roof. Upon entering, the interior revealed a scene quite different from their expectations of a pure battle gym. The first thing that greeted them was a bright hall, with one side featuring a standard battle arena equipped with brand new facilities. The opposite side resembled a small classroom, neatly arranged desks and chairs, with a podium and blackboard at the front, still marked with diagrams of Pokemon-type advantages. Faint sounds of children's innocent voices reciting, seemingly memorizing knowledge about Pokemon traits, drifted from the classroom. Wow, your gym also serves as a school? Hikari marveled at the classroom direction. Satoshi, already accustomed to such arrangements, thought it peculiar that a gym leader in Unova would not have a side job. Kuroyan adjusted his glasses, a gentle smile gracing his face. Yes. I believe that nurturing young trainers requires a solid knowledge base and the correct battle concepts, which are even more fundamental. His tone carried a scholar's earnestness, emphasizing that strength must be guided by wisdom. That truly fits your style, Brother Kuroyan. May smiled. Indeed, this side job is commendable. Satoshi concurred, recognizing the value in such a role. However, Kuroyan's gentle smile faded, and an imperceptible frown creased his brow, revealing the weight of his thoughts. The observant Toko noted Kuroyan's unusual demeanor and quietly asked May, "Does Brother Kuroyan seem a bit unhappy?" May, sensing the same, nodded in concern, "Yes. He seems to be under a lot of pressure." Akane, overhearing their conversation, boldly chimed in, "Brother Kuroyan has fallen victim to his perfectionist tendencies." With hands on her hips, she addressed Kuroyan. He is always feeling like he hasn't done enough. He claims that a gym leader's duties go beyond merely guarding badges. They must also guide trainers' growth. He believes his teaching methods for the children's theories aren't comprehensive enough, and that his battle techniques could be optimized. Akane mimicked Kuroyan's glasses, pushing gesture and serious tone, doing so with remarkable accuracy. As Halian's thoughts were publicly exposed, a fleeting embarrassment crossed his face. Habitually adjusting his glasses, he cleared his throat in an attempt to mask his discomfort. Indeed, Halian, do not feel overly pressured. The very presence of such thoughts is a testament to your excellence as a gym leader. Xiaoji reassured him. As a challenger, he was justified in offering such words. Having encountered a myriad of gym leaders along his journey, some were withdrawn following defeats, others preferred to travel sporadically, disappearing for weeks or even months at a time. And there were even those who distributed badges indiscriminately. In comparison, Halian's dedication was indeed commendable. Mei, Xiaoguang, and Tuzi exchanged knowing glances, clearly in agreement with Xiaoji's sentiments. Despite the genuine acknowledgement from Xiaoji and his companions, Halian's doubts lingered. "Halian, you are overthinking it." Xiaoqian interjected without hesitation. "Prove it to yourself through action." Halian abruptly raised his head, determination flashing in his eyes. Turning to Xiaoji, he took a deep breath and declared, "Xiaoji, let us engage in a one-on-one battle." "Absolutely." Xiaoji nodded in agreement, thrilled to encounter a worthy gym leader and eager to address his uncertainties. I hope you will permit my students to observe. This is not only a test for me, but also an invaluable practical lesson for them. He gestured towards the classroom, where countless eyes were intently focused on them. Of course, the more spectators for the battle, the better, Xiaoji replied nonchalantly. Soon, news of Halian's upcoming battle against the champion of the Hinoki Conference spread far and wide. The battleground quickly filled with excited young faces, their eyes fixed on the arena in hushed anticipation. The gym's lights focused on the field. Halian took his position, adjusting his tie to conceal his inner tension before tossing the pokeball. Long Mega, it's time to prove ourselves. A flash of white light erupted as the robust Long Mega landed gracefully, its fur thick and bushy, eyes sharp like those of a police dog. Growling low as it locked onto its target. Blaziken, it's time for its first battle after evolution, Xiaoji declared, the pokeball tracing an arc through the air. Blaziken appeared, flames roaring with intensity, its tail blazing like a fiery torch, clearly brimming with combat spirit. The children gasped in suppressed excitement. Let the battle commence, Xiaoqin announced, taking on the role of referee. Scent detection, Halian commanded. Long Mega immediately crouched low, its large nose twitching rapidly as it captured the intangible information. Its hind leg muscles tensed, ready to spring into action. Flame burst. Xiaoji waved his arm. Roar. Blaziken opened its massive mouth, unleashing a furious column of fire that surged forth like a furious dragon emerging from the depths, aimed directly at Long Mega. Halian quickly dodged, unwilling to confront the onslaught head-on. At the moment the flames threatened to engulf him, Long Mega's form blurred. Anticipating the move, it exploded into action, its brown-yellow afterimage narrowly skimming past the fire column. Singeing a few strands of fur, wrapped in a white glow, it launched towards Blaziken's vulnerable flank like a cannonball. If you want to close the distance, then use fire spin, Xiaoji shouted. Roar. Blaziken's flames surged dramatically, enveloping its body instantly, transforming it into a colossal fiery wheel, charging fiercely towards Long Mega. Hold your ground, Halian called out decisively. Long Mega's eyes gleamed with determination as it halted abruptly, conjuring a resilient light shield of pale green energy before it. With a resounding boom, the fiery wheel collided violently with the energy shield, blinding light and shockwaves exploding outward, sending fragments of energy scattering and clothes fluttering. The children gasped in unison. As the brilliance and dust settled, Long Mega panted lightly, standing firm behind its shield, its gaze still sharp. Blaziken staggered back a step, its flames flickering uncertainly, yet its fighting spirit intensified. Impressive reflexes. Xiaoji grinned, his battle fervor ignited. Blaziken, gather your energy for another flame burst. Roar. Blaziken let out a low growl. Enveloped in a high-speed crimson glow, surging towards Long Mega with astonishing velocity, faster than before. Shadow clone. Halian responded calmly. Long Mega shimmered, creating multiple indistinguishable afterimages across the battlefield. Blaziken's charged flame burst shattered one of the illusions, flames scattering, yet it struck nothing. Now, Long Mega, bite through. Halian seized the opportunity as Blaziken's attack fell short. The real Long Mega sprang from behind Blaziken, its fangs cloaked in dark, sinister energy, sinking into Blaziken's shoulder. Use flamethrower to push it back. Roar. Blaziken twisted its body sharply, unleashing a torrent of flames from its mouth at close range, aiming directly at Long Mega's face. At such proximity, Long Mega could hardly evade entirely. Awoo. Long Mega howled in pain. Propelled backward by the force of the flames, its once lustrous fur now singed, yet it adjusted its posture mid-air and landed firmly, defiance still gleaming in its eyes. Remarkable. Using a mighty roar, Halian understood the necessity of preventing Blaziken from mounting a continuous assault. Long Mega raised its head and unleashed a thunderous roar. The invisible sound waves reverberated throughout the arena, causing even the children at the sidelines to cover their ears. This roar, imbued with special power, disrupted Blaziken's rhythm, momentarily slowing its movements. Do not be swayed. Blaziken, unleash overheat. Xiaoji seized the brief moment of vulnerability as Blaziken's roar subsided. Roar. Blaziken's eyes ignited with flames as it gathered terrifying heat energy in its mouth, releasing a massive fiery wave that surged forth with the force to incinerate everything in its path, nearly engulfing half the arena. Dig. Long Mega displayed remarkable execution, its forepaws rapidly burrowing into the solid ground, narrowly evading the full brunt of the overheat attack. Scorching flames erupted on the surface, leaving behind charred imprints. Come out. Use tackle. Halian's voice rang with determination. The ground beneath Blaziken suddenly erupted as Long Mega erupted from the earth, crashing into Blaziken with tremendous force. Roar! Blaziken was caught off guard, staggering backward, its flames flickering violently. After all, Longmeaga's tackle was enhanced by its attributes, inflicting greater damage. Now, unleash your ultimate strike. Halion adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting light, a last-ditch attack. Awoo! Longmeaga radiated a brilliant white light, concentrating all its power into a single point, hurtling forward like a cannonball with indomitable momentum, charging once more at the unsteady Blaziken. We'll join in. Flare Blitz. Xiaoji chose not to evade, opting for a direct collision. Roar. Blaziken let out a thunderous roar, flames erupting around it, transforming into a colossal fiery meteor, trailing a long tail of fire as it barreled towards Longmeaga's ultimate strike. With a resounding crash, the two titanic forces collided, blinding light and explosive shockwaves engulfing the entire gym. Dust and energy swirled chaotically, whipping Xiaoguang and Mei's clothes as their astonished gasps were drowned out by the deafening noise. As the dust settled in the center of the battlefield, both Blaziken and Longmeaga knelt, panting heavily. The flames on Blaziken's back had dimmed considerably, while Longmeaga's fur was disheveled and marked with scars. They locked eyes fiercely, both burning with indomitable fighting spirit, yet neither could muster the strength for an immediate follow-up attack. After a brief silence, Xiaoqian's voice rang out. Both sides have simultaneously lost their ability to battle. It's a draw. A draw? The children were momentarily taken aback before erupting into thunderous cheers and applause. That was spectacular. Longmeaga is incredible. Blaziken is so strong. Teacher Halion is amazing. Listening to the heartfelt cheers of the children and witnessing the long-haired dog standing tall after giving its all, Halion's previously tense face finally broke into a look of relief and genuine joy. He swiftly approached the long-haired dog, crouched down, and gently stroked its head, saying, "Well done. Long-haired dog, you have performed splendidly. It seems our path is indeed the right one." The long-haired dog affectionately nudged against his hand, emitting a contented hum. Xiaoji also recalled his fiery beast and approached Halion, extending his hand with a radiant smile. "Halion, that was an exhilarating battle. Your command and the long-haired dog's determination were beyond remarkable. I believe you will undoubtedly be an excellent gym leader." Halion rose and grasped Xiaoji's hand. The doubts and pressures that once clouded his eyes dissipating, replaced by resolute confidence and gratitude. "Thank you, Xiaoji, for helping me realize that the pursuit of perfection may be unattainable, but the joy reflected in the children's eyes is more than sufficient." He gazed lovingly at the excited students surrounding him, his eyes filled with strength. "Is this what you taught them?" Xiaoji pondered, slightly bewildered. Could such profound insights arise from a single battle? That's wonderful. Xiaoji nodded vigorously. Regardless of the details, as long as the other party understood, that was enough. The next time they met would likely be on the grand stage of the World Championship, right? Although Xiaoji was merely reacting, his tone brimmed with conviction. With Xiaoqian from Chengdu also participating, how could the Unova gym leader not join the competition? Halion nodded affirmatively, determination igniting in his eyes. Indeed, the World Championship awaits. And we shall meet again. Seeing Halion regain his confidence filled Mei with joy for her friend. The only regret was that her mother was not home. They had made the trip in vain. With the World Championship imminent, there was no reason to delay Xiaoji and the others, so she remarked, "Now that everything is settled with Halion, I believe it's time for us to continue our journey. My mother will likely be busy for a while longer." Toko and Xiaoguang nodded in agreement. Xiaoji readily replied, "Absolutely. It's time to set off again. If regional gym leaders are indeed participating in the World Championship, we ought to properly adjust our team and send out our old companions for some practice. We should head to Liong City. We can take a cruise from there." Mei glanced at the map and noted that they would pass by the Sunwood Ranch on the way. Sunwood Ranch. It sounds like a place that raises many Pokémon. Xiaoguang inquired curiously. "Yes, it is renowned for breeding small Yorkies and Awoks, and the environment is quite spacious," Halion added, displaying his familiarity with various locales in Unova. The group unanimously agreed. Bidding farewell to Halion and Xiaoqian, the party departed the vibrant Hifeng Gym, advancing toward the Sunwood Ranch. Chapter 546. The remaining Riolu clan and familiar faces in Liong City. Before long, an expanse of open hills unfolded before them. The verdant pastures rolled gently, dotted with windmills and wooden fences. True to Halion's words, numerous fluffy little Yorkies frolicked joyfully across the grass, while a few sturdier Awoks leisurely patrolled the area. The air was infused with the refreshing scent of grass and earth, with distant flocks of Mareep grazing, creating a serene pastoral scene. "Wow, so many little Yorkies. They are adorable," Xiaoguang exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the lively little creatures. Are you interested in capturing one? Mei teased with a smile. No way, Xiao Guang replied, not wanting to take on too many responsibilities, with Pokemon, Pachirisu, and a few other troublemakers already on her hands. Adding a lively little Yorkie was a scenario she couldn't even imagine. Xiaoji had even less desire to capture any. Having already caught a sufficient number of Pokemon in the backyard of Professor Oak's lab, he wouldn't casually capture more unless a special experience or appealing Pokemon presented itself. Thus, he merely glanced over the little Yorkies without much thought. However, as his gaze swept past a sparse grove at the edge of the ranch, he suddenly felt a faint resonance of his aura within. Huh. Xiaoji halted, closing his eyes to concentrate. What's wrong, Xiaoji? Mei inquired. Pikachu, Victini, and Meloetta also watched curiously from his shoulders and head. There seems to be a presence of Rolu beyond those trees. Xiaoji opened his eyes, pointing towards the grove. Not just one, but they are quite cautious and hiding. Riolu? Toko's eyes brightened. Speaking of which, my Riolu was captured near Sunwood Ranch. They are incredibly intelligent and perceptive Pokemon. However, a hint of regret tinged Toko's tone as Riolu evolves into the powerful and striking Lucario. And this area used to be a popular spot for trainers to capture Riolu. Over time, the remaining Riolu grew increasingly wary and resistant to humans, rarely revealing themselves. It took me quite some time to earn the trust of my Riolu, she added. I see, Xiaoji nodded, refocusing his energy to convey friendly and respectful intentions through his aura towards the grove. He could distinctly sense several Riolu's auras, hiding deep within the trees, filled with vigilance. They had evidently sensed Xiaoji's probing aura, yet there were no signs of response or approach. In fact, they seemed to withdraw their presence further, blending seamlessly with their surroundings. It seems that approach is unfeasible, Xiaoji chuckled ruefully, retracting his aura. They clearly had no desire to engage with them. It would be best to allow them to live peacefully. Mei expressed her understanding. Since the Riolu were disinclined to reveal themselves, and the group was eager to move forward, they did not linger at the ranch any longer, merely appreciating the scenery and the vitality of the little Yorkies before continuing along the path. After departing the tranquil Sunwood Ranch, Xiaoji and his companions journeyed for another day. When the silhouette of the towering smokestacks and familiar port facilities came into view, they knew they had arrived in Liyong City. Phew, we have finally arrived. It feels just as bustling as before. Xiao Guang inhaled deeply, sensing the pulse of the city. Pokemon stood before her, mimicking her actions. Just like their last arrival in Liyong City, the crowd was still bustling with activity. The only notable difference for Xiaoji was that their party was one member short this time. Let us take a break first. We can board the ship after lunch, Toko suggested, to which everyone readily agreed. As they proceeded along the main thoroughfare of the port area, searching for a place to rest, two familiar figures in the crowd caught Xiaoji's eye, prompting him to abruptly halt, his eyes lighting up instantly. Hey, Kasumi, Takashi, Xiaoji exclaimed excitedly, waving his hand vigorously. Not far ahead, the two individuals, engrossed in a discussion at a stall selling specialty takoyaki, turned at the sound. Upon recognizing Xiaoji and his companions, their faces broke into delighted smiles. Xiaoji, Kasumi exclaimed joyfully. What a coincidence, Xiaoji, Takashi added, beaming as he quickly approached. Pikachu chimed in happily, greeting them. It's really you. Xiaoji ran forward, excitement radiating from him. What brings you here? Kasumi placed her hands on her hips, a hint of pride in her voice. Well, it's because of a certain fool participating in the Hifong conference. We saw you winning the championship on TV. Congratulations, Hifong conference champion. Though her tone carried its usual teasing, the joy in her eyes was unmistakable. Congratulations, Xiaoji. That final match was truly spectacular. Takashi sincerely praised. You've made significant progress since our parting in Sinnoh. Then he turned his gaze to Xiao Guang, his smile warm. Xiao Guang. It's been a while. Yes, Xiao Guang, you look great. Kasumi nodded in agreement. Because Xiao Guang had traveled through Kanto and had previously been introduced by Xiaoji, their shared experiences forged a bond of companionship. Xiaojing. Xiaoxia. It's been a long time. Xiao Guang cheerfully waved in response. Indeed, I've been diligently traveling. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. Xiaoji immediately remembered his two companions nearby. This is Mei, a rookie trainer this year, yet she has performed remarkably well, securing third place. And this is Toko, a trainer who also dabbles in social media. They are both wonderful friends I met during my travels in the Unova region. Hello, I am Xiaoxia, the gym leader of Hualan City. Xiaoxia introduced herself, her gaze lingering on Mei for a few moments longer than intended. Mei's well-proportioned figure evoked a twinge of envy within Xiaoxia. Such splendid development. Greetings, I am Xiao Jiang, the former gym leader of Nibi City, and now a Pokémon doctor," Xiaojing politely stated, adjusting his glasses as his eyes swiftly scanned Mei and Toko. With a knowing glance, he leaned toward Xiaoji, teasingly whispering in a tone only understood among close friends, "Xiaoji, your romantic fortune is truly abundant." Xiaoji could only feign ignorance, scratching his head in confusion. "Hello. I am Mei. It's a pleasure to meet you all," Mei responded with vivacity, completely oblivious to the subtle scrutiny and barely perceptible wariness in Xiaoxia's gaze. After all, she was the new female companion by Xiaoji's side. "I am Toko, pleased to meet you," Toko added with a smile and a nod. "By the way, are you two here in Unova for travel?" Xiaoji inquired curiously. "Sort of," Xiaojing explained. "Since the World Championships invited many gym leaders to participate, we both received invitation letters. A few days ago, we toured around Raven City, experiencing the splendor of cities like Fanba, Suijian, and Chihuahua. And we're just about to take a boat back to Raven City for final preparations when we unexpectedly ran into you. Indeed, when I encountered gym leader Xiaoqian in Huishan City, I suspected you might also be competitors. We'll see each other at the World Championships. Of course. I won't hold back," Xiaoxia declared, her competitive spirit ignited as she momentarily set aside her wariness towards Mei, striking a defiant pose. The Victini perched on Xiaoji's shoulder curiously peeked out, while Meloetta floated gracefully. "Wow, this Pokémon is adorable." Xiaoxia's attention was immediately captivated by Victini. Its aura is so unique. Xiaojing was equally awestruck by Meloetta. "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce them." Xiaoji quickly interjected. "This is Victini, the victory Pokémon. And this is Meloetta, a Pokémon that expresses emotions through song and dance." Victini shyly shrank back, while Meloetta elegantly bowed. "Xiaoji, you always encounter such extraordinary Pokémon," Xiaojing remarked sincerely. Having traveled with Xiaoji across numerous regions, he was well aware of Xiaoji's uncanny ability to attract legendary Pokémon, especially after their separation. He felt this even more profoundly. The victory Pokémon? Expressing emotions through song? What remarkable companions! Xiaoxia exclaimed, though her gaze subtly flicked back to Mei, adding in her mind, yet another delightful female companion has joined the fray. Chapter 547. Xiaojing is steel-type and fearless of poison. Meanwhile, not far from where Xiaoji met Xiaoxia and Xiaojing, three pairs of eyes were intently observing them through a meticulously disguised observation hole made from a rust-colored can. Ever since their last mission had ended in failure, they had rekindled their initial plan to capture Pikachu, remaining true to their origins. They had been tailing Xiaoji and his companions for a full 3 days. Why just 3 days? Because the Rocket Trio, aware of Xiaoji's formidable strength, understood that their current team of Crying Mask and Rolling Bat would not be sufficient to challenge him. Consequently, during the time Xiaoji was competing in the league, they not only intensified their training with Crying Mask and Rolling Bat, which enabled them to evolve into Death Coffin and Heart Bat, respectively, but they also captured additional Pokémon, including Spore Mushroom and Floatzel, significantly enhancing their battle prowess. While they couldn't claim to be able to defeat Xiaoji, they believed they could delay him long enough to capture Pikachu. They should be able to. The Rocket Trio felt somewhat uncertain, but to validate their month-long efforts, Musashi, Kojiro, and Nyarth resolutely prepared to take action. Just as they were about to move, Musashi suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, that violent girl and the squinty-eyed one are also here." Musashi, frustrated, tugged at her vibrant red hair, lamenting, "We finally mustered the courage for special training and even captured a new powerful ally. Yet, with Xiaoxia and Xiaojing's appearance, our hard-won resolve is thrown into disarray. What was once a 3-4 scenario has now shifted to an overwhelming 3-6 disadvantage. With the water-type girl and the squinty-eyed one joining forces, if we go all out, it will be a 1-2 situation, which is unfavorable for us, meow." Nyarth calmly assessed the situation. This was considering Nyarth viewed himself as part of the team. For Musashi and Kojiro, should it come down to a direct confrontation, they would face a dire 1-3 predicament. After a brief moment of contemplation, adhering to the survival principle of retreating when outmatched, the Rocket Trio reached a tacit agreement to bide their time. Meanwhile, Xiaoji remained blissfully unaware of Team Rocket's lurking presence. Engrossed in boasting to Xiaojing and Xiaoxia about the thrilling adventures of their travels, such as defeating Zekrom, capturing Reshiram, and delivering a flying kick to Kiram. Grr! A rumbling sound, akin to that of a Kingdra's roar, abruptly interrupted his tale. Xiaoji sheepishly clutched his stomach, realizing he had unwittingly let out a growl of hunger. The corners of Xiaojing's mouth curled into a knowing smile. "It seems it's time to replenish our energy." With a flourish, he produced a pristine white chef's hat from his seemingly ordinary backpack and donned it with grace. Xiaojing is cooking. Xiaoji's eyes lit up. While Mei and Serena were both rather skilled in the culinary arts, when it came to the pinnacle of cooking among traveling companions, that title undoubtedly belonged to Xiaojing. Pika! Pikachu exclaimed joyfully, its tail wagging excitedly like a fan. Mei and Toko exchanged curious glances. Is Xiaojing really that good at cooking? Why are Xiaoji and the others so eager? They wondered, observing Pikachu's transformation from an ordinary yellow mouse into a culinary enthusiast. Soon, the delectable aroma dominated the salty scent of the harbor. Golden tempura shrimp piled high, their crispy shells glistening under the light. Seafood fried rice, each grain distinct. With plump shrimp and squid rolls subtly peeking through, exuding a steaming heat. Mei cautiously picked up a piece of tempura, and as she bit into it, a satisfying crunch echoed in her ears, the sweet shrimp mingling perfectly with the delicate batter. Heavens! She gasped, her eyes widening. This is even more delicious than the high-end restaurants in Feiyun City. Meanwhile, Toko scooped a spoonful of chawanmushi, the silky egg custard quivering delicately on the spoon's edge, melting in the mouth with layers of flavor unfolding. The precision of the cooking was astonishing. Toko discreetly pulled out her Rotom phone to capture this culinary masterpiece. After a long absence from Xiaojing's cooking, Pikachu, Pachima, and other Pokémon began to devour the food ravenously, and even Meloetta struggled to maintain her ladylike demeanor. Hee. Xiaojing's cooking is top-notch, Xiaoxiao exclaimed, picking up a piece of beautifully glazed teriyaki sea bream. Xiao Wang mischievously winked and grinned. Well, this might just be one of the few genuine merits he possesses. Mei and Toko simultaneously paused their chopsticks, casting curious glances at Xiao Wang, then at the cheerful Brock, who was smiling while serving rice to Ash. Genuine merits? What about the flawed ones? Brock's smile faltered slightly. Hey, do we really have to ruin the positive image I've just cultivated? Before he could defend himself, the ship's whistle blared, followed by a broadcast. Passengers heading to Raven City. Please board the Kaishan ship promptly. Hurry up and eat. The group hastily increased their pace, striving to board the vessel just in time. That was close. All thanks to Mei, we almost missed it. Hee, it's just that Brock's cooking is simply too delicious. Mei patted her round belly, surprisingly refraining from retorting against Toko. With their lunch still warming their stomachs, Ash and his companions leaned against the ship's railing, enjoying the sea breeze and engaging in light conversation. The only thing piquing Mei and Toko's curiosity was what Brock's flaws might be. Judging by their expressions, it appeared to be a significant detriment. You'll find out soon enough. Ash awkwardly chuckled, hesitant to divulge directly. However, upon noticing a striking older sister in his line of sight, he suddenly exclaimed, "Here comes Brock's flaw." No sooner had he spoken, a figure zipped past them with astonishing speed, creating a gust of wind. Before they knew it, Brock was on one knee before a graceful beauty, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. In his hands, he magically presented a stunning red rose. His eyes squinting with a hint of affection as he spoke earnestly, "Esteemed lady, as elegant as a Lugia, permit me, Brock of Nibby City, to become part of your life's journey." Uft. Mei nearly spat out her digestive plum juice, her eyes wide as saucers. Toko's Rotom phone slipped from her grasp and tumbled onto the deck, the screen still illuminated with the recording interface. Ash instinctively spread his hands. See? Here we go again. Xiao Wang calmly glanced at his Pokemon watch. That's 45 seconds faster than in Sinnoh. There's improvement. Pikachu and Piplup simultaneously covered their eyes with their paws. Though the gaps between their fingers were quite large, Misty wore a blank expression, tinged with a hint of familiar fatigue. In the past, she would have to exert herself to pull Brock away. But now, she simply called out, "Bad Froggy." With a swift motion, a purple figure darted out like a wraith. A single hand glowing with purple energy, and precisely at the moment of Brock's heartfelt confession, it landed a playful jab on his back. Oh, this is what it feels like to be smitten. Brock maintained his perfect proposal pose, his gaze dreamy, a blissful smile gracing his face as he slowly slumped down. The bad Froggy adeptly grasped the back of his collar, leading him away to a secluded corner. Ribbit. However, as it approached Ash, the bad Froggy paused for a moment, leaving Mei and Toko utterly perplexed. "This is a way of greeting," Ash replied, as an old friend. He had a decent understanding of Brock's bad Froggy's quirky personality. Now that is indeed something special. Toko marveled, capturing a sneak photo for keepsake, astonished at this unexpected side of the seemingly reliable Brock. Now, Misty turned to the petrified Mei and Toko, shrugging her shoulders nonchalantly. "Do you understand what an abnormal flaw is?" The two eagerly nodded like chicks pecking at grains. "But will Brock be alright after being jabbed like that?" Mei expressed her concern. "Don't worry, Brock will be fine." "Why?" Mei gazed at Ash, who appeared utterly confident. while Xiaowang and Misty exhibited the same demeanor. Brock is a rock type. He's immune to poison-type attacks. Ash delivered a dry quip, though no one found it particularly odd. This was merely due to Brock standing up shortly after, ready to pursue the next older sister. Chapter 548, Ash's Defeat, A Chance for Revenge. Ash and his companions ceased to pay attention to Brock's flirtation. Their attention was swiftly drawn to a cacophony of intense collisions and the cheers of the crowd. Following the sounds, they discovered that the deck of the ferry had been transformed into a designated battlefield, where an exhilarating Pokémon battle was underway. Crobat, Air Cutter. A cool female voice rang out. On one side of the arena stood a girl clad in a magenta ninja outfit, her eyes sharp and fierce. Unlike traditional ninjas, her attire exuded a blend of allure and cuteness. She was Aya, the younger sister of the shallow red gym leader, Aki. Her Crobat traced a fierce trajectory in the air, its forewings vibrating rapidly as it unleashed razor-sharp wind blades toward its opponent. Whoa, now that's powerful. Wheezing. Use Sludge Bomb to block it, came the response, delivered in a vibrant punk rock tone. The leader of the dueling gym, Hamika, with her signature white hair, pointed assertively toward the sky. Floating before her was a wheezing that emitted a deep hum, both heads simultaneously opening wide to unleash a barrage of noxious purple sludge balls. Boom, boom, boom. The sludge balls collided with the air cutters in midair, producing a series of thunderous explosions. Toxic sludge splattered everywhere, corroding the sharp wind blades, filling the air with a noxious odor that made one frown. Wheezing hovered steadily, toxic fumes swirling around it. Is this the leader of the shallow red gym? Indeed. Recently, Aki has been promoted to the poison-type champion of the Chengdu region, and so the shallow red gym has been entrusted to her sister. Ash, being from Kanto, you wouldn't happen to be unaware of this, would you? Haha, it's just that being away from home, the news hasn't reached me like it does back in Kanto. Ash chuckled awkwardly, finally recalling that he had indeed heard about Aki's promotion but had paid it little mind. Well, that certainly fits your personality. Misty shot him a sidelong glance. Meanwhile, Ash was absorbed in the prospect of encountering gym leaders from other regions. After all, according to Misty, gym leaders from Kanto would typically be present, meaning those from Johto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh would likely be as well. He just wondered if the gym leaders from the Kalos region would attend. Miss Aya and Miss Hamika are warming up for the tournament. The now composed Brock approached, squinting his eyes in observation, though his gaze was primarily fixed on the alluring and mature Aya. After all, Brock was only vaguely familiar with Hamika and wasn't particularly fond of her unconventional style. He healed up from that so quickly. Mei exclaimed in astonishment at Brock's remarkable recovery ability, while Ash, Xiaowang, and Misty took it in stride. After a brief pause, Ash's gaze lingered on Aya and Hamika before calmly shifting to another battle circle at the far end of the deck. There, another intense battle was attracting a sizable crowd. The sounds of moves clashing and trainers shouting equally fervent. With an undercurrent of familiarity, he quietly approached a few steps closer, using his height advantage to clearly see both battling sides. One was a trainer donned in distinctive Hoenn attire, commanding a swift and powerful Blaziken. Each kick emanated a scorching wave, demonstrating exceptional training. Blaziken, Fire Kick. On the opposing side stood a young man wearing a signature cowboy hat, with a remarkably agile Meowth darting around, utilizing speed and sharp claws to outmaneuver Blaziken, employing a flexible and varied strategy. Meowth, use Iron Tail to block. Ash's eyes flickered, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He refrained from exclaiming, merely confirming the identities of the trainers with calm assurance. Hey, Ash, do you know those trainers? Xiaoguang, perceptive as ever, immediately noticed the change in Ash's expression and inquired curiously. I can't believe they're on the ship too. Ash, with a sense of unexpected composure born from experience, nodded slightly and spoke with a steady tone. Indeed, the gentleman on the left is Yi Yu, hailing from Hoenn. We faced off during the Silver Conference. His gaze settled upon Yi Yu. Back then, although his Charizard had triumphed over Shigeru's Blastoise, he had anticipated securing the championship with Charizard, only to be outmatched by Yi Yu's Blaziken. And the young man on the right? Koharu inquired, sensing an extraordinary aura emanating from the cowboy-hatted youth. That would be Tetsuya, from the Johto region, Ash explained. His ace is Meowth. He possesses remarkable talent. During the Hoenn Conference, Pikachu was defeated by this very cowboy Meowth. Is that true? Toko exclaimed, astonished. Even Pikachu can lose? Throughout their travels, she had witnessed Pikachu's formidable prowess, particularly its effortless performance against Raikou. How could such strength possibly fall to Meowth? Tetsuya's Meowth is indeed quite formidable. Brock affirmed from the side. Ash had previously succumbed to this youth, who relied on his Meowth, during the Hoenn Conference. Pikachu, recognizing the pressure once exerted by Meowth, crackled with tiny arcs of electricity from the sacs on its cheeks. That is all in the past. Against the current Pikachu, the outcome would surely differ. Pika Pika. Ash and Pikachu declared resolutely. Wow, all of them are your opponents in significant battles, Ash. May exclaimed, her excitement palpable. It feels like this world championship is teeming with hidden talents. If we were to encounter them, wouldn't it be a chance for revenge? Koharu elbowed Ash playfully, her tone teasing. Indeed, I never anticipated my former rivals would also be present, Ash chuckled. Koharu had struck a chord with him. The losses from their previous encounters had always lingered in his mind, and now, the opportunity for redemption had finally arrived. Chapter 549. Yiyu's emotional intelligence and Tetsuya's nonchalance. Hey, why have these two stopped battling? May, curious about the talents of Yiyu and Tetsuya, mused. Even Ash's former self was formidable. However, the clash between Yiyu's Blaziken and Tetsuya's Meowth had been brief, abruptly halting after reaching a climax, leaving May slightly displeased. It's likely due to the deck's constraints. They wouldn't dare unleash their full power, Ash reassured May. Exactly. May, you're quite foolish. Toko seized the opportunity to tease May, adding that battling on the deck certainly posed greater safety risks than on solid ground. Ash nodded in agreement, expressing his desire to avoid damaging the deck and disrupting the cruise ship's operations. After all, he did not wish to relive the experience aboard the St. Anno. May, frustrated yet unable to counter Ash's logic, soon found her attention captivated by Yiyu and Tetsuya, who had approached them unbeknownst. I can't believe after all this time. You still remember me, Ash remarked, surprised that they could locate him on such a grand cruise ship. Who could ignore you with so many beautiful girls by your side? Yiyu responded with an earnest charm, causing the girls around Ash to giggle. Tetsuya, accompanying him, maintained a smile, internally impressed by Yiyu's social finesse. Blaziken, taken aback by its trainer's words, widened its eyes but had to concede that Yiyu spoke the truth. Ash's entourage was indeed captivating. With Koharume and Toko, three lovely maidens, along with Misty, they made quite the striking impression. Long time no see, Ash. Yiyu laughed heartily, extending his hand. We haven't crossed paths since the Silver Conference. Time flies, doesn't it? Ash reciprocated the handshake with a smile. Indeed, Yiyu, your Blaziken remains as powerful as ever. Those flame kicks earlier were as potent as ever. Haha, you flatter me. Yiyu scratched his head, glancing at Pikachu on Ash's shoulder. And you, I've heard you've clinched victories at both the Lily of the Valley Conference and the Unova Conference. Pikachu must be even stronger now. Pika. Pikachu confidently tapped its cheek. Indeed, it has improved significantly. Ash nodded, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable conviction. He had encountered numerous battles and learned much. He yearned to declare that defeating Blaziken would be a trivial task, yet he restrained himself from sounding too boastful. We saw Pikachu's performance at the Lily of the Valley Conference, Tetsuya remarked, stepping forward with a hint of admiration, his gaze sweeping over Ash and Pikachu. The last Lily of the Valley Conference was truly spectacular. Pikachu has become remarkably powerful, even managing to defeat legendary Pokémon. His gaze finally settled on Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu proudly raised its head, affirming its strength. Tetsuya, your Meowth is equally impressive, Ash commented, glancing at the Meowth at Tetsuya's feet, adorned with specially designed little boots. Its speed remains as sharp as ever, effortlessly maneuvering on the deck. Tetsuya's Meowth nodded modestly, its tail swaying elegantly. Are you also participating in the World Championship? Ash inquired, his eyes igniting with competitive spirit. Of course. Yiyu patted his Blaziken. Such a grand stage cannot be missed. I'm eager to face stronger opponents. Me too. Tetsuya tipped his hat, a confident smile on his face. On a world-class stage, I look forward to battling you again, Ash. That suits me perfectly. Ash grinned broadly, instinctively clenching his fist. If we meet again, it will be my chance for revenge. Pika. Pikachu echoed, brimming with enthusiasm. As sparks flew between the three of them, May, Toko, Koharu, and Misty intuitively stepped back slightly, creating space for the three seasoned rivals. Their curiosity shifted toward the Pokemon partners of these trainers. May gazed at Blaziken's long, powerful legs and the flames flickering at its ankles, exclaiming, so cool. The muscle definition and the flames are even more imposing in person than on television. Blaziken, flattered by the praise, seemed pleased and playfully posed for May. Toko, meanwhile, focused entirely on Tetsuya's Meowth, particularly admiring its exquisite little boots. Is this the Meowth that defeated Pikachu? It looks so gentlemanly. It even wears boots. It's nothing like that silly Meowth we know, always talking and trying to steal Pikachu. She couldn't help but compare it to Team Rocket's Meowth. Koharu nodded in agreement. The temperament is entirely different. This Meowth feels so composed. Misty concurred. Team Rocket's Meowth appears rather cunning, lacking in power, whereas Tetsuya's Meowth is clearly a master. Meow. The cowboy Meowth remained aloof, arms crossed, coolly observing the group. Even when several girls petted it, it offered no reaction. At that moment, the battle between Aya and Hamika concluded in a tie, prompting both gym leaders to withdraw their Pokémon. Observing the gathering crowd around Ash, they approached him. Well, if at ISNT Ash, Hamika greeted energetically, waving. The commotion during the Hiwamura conference was quite something. I look forward to an exhilarating battle at the World Championship. Aya, appearing more reserved, nodded slightly. Ashkoin, it has been a while. Congratulations on your victory at the Unova conference. She remembered this exceptional trainer well. Despite their last encounter at the Ninja Academy in the Johto region, the memories of Ash have been rekindled with his newfound fame at the Lily of the Valley conference. According to his brother, Ash is a champion on par with the likes of Lance, Cynthia, and others. After all, training Pokémon capable of overpowering legendary creatures is no ordinary feat for a trainer. Miss Ayaka. Before Ash could respond, Brock had already darted towards the beautiful gym leader, his eyes transforming into heart shapes as his voice brimmed with affection. Has the fatigue of travel marred Miss Ayaka's moonlit beauty? I, Brock, offer my lifelong massage skills to alleviate your weariness. Brock, not again. Misty swiftly intervened, seizing Brock by the ear and dragging him back before the mischievous Frogadier could make an appearance. I apologize, he has a tendency to behave this way. Oh, it's quite all right, Ayaka replied with a professional smile, discreetly stepping back. Hamika found the scene amusing, chuckling. What an entertaining fellow. Ayaka, why not accept his goodwill? Allow me to extend the invitation on your behalf. No, thank you, Hamika decisively declined, earning a sharp glance from Ayaka. As they watched Brock being dragged away in a comical display, both Yue and Tetsuya couldn't help but laugh. Ash had long grown accustomed to such antics. After the commotion, the atmosphere lightened, and the reunited group engaged in lively conversation aboard the cruise ship, continuing until the setting sun cast a golden hue over the sea. Gurgle. A timely stomach growl broke the momentary silence. Chapter 550. Jengar, the normalized Narsi. The following morning, the cruise ship, Poseidon, glided into the port of Cloudy City, its horn piercing the dawn. On the dock, the moment for brief farewells had arrived. Miss Ayaka, Miss Hamiga, I wish you both success in finding your ideal poison-type companions in the cloudy forest. Ash waved goodbye. During their conversation yesterday, he learned that Ayaka intended to capture the unique poison-type Pokémon native to Unova, hence her extended stay in Cloudy City, with Hamiga accompanying her as a host. Their shared specialization in poison types provided them with common ground. Thank you, Ashkoin. I look forward to seeing your splendid performance at the championship, Ayaka said with a slight bow. Her demeanor graceful. Hamiga energetically waved goodbye. Ash, and everyone else, see you in Raven City. Absolutely, Ash replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Yue and Tetsuya were also preparing to depart. They did not intend to accompany Ash's group, as they were eager to explore the journey from Route 4 to Raven City on foot, hoping to encounter various Pokémon along the way. Ash and his companions watched as Yue and Tetsuya, with their respective partners, headed toward Route 4. Let us go, we should catch the intercity train. Go. Having already explored Cloudy City, Ash's group showed little interest in revisiting it. Instead, May, still eager to solidify her skills, hurriedly aimed to reach the competitor's village, wishing to dedicate the remaining 10 days to training. Thus, they planned to board the swift and comfortable intercity train to their destination. 2.5 hours later, time flew by amidst the changing scenery outside the window and the chatter of companions. As the train smoothly approached Raven City, renowned for its entertainment and competition, the modern ambience enveloped them. In the distance, a colossal Ferris wheel turned leisurely. However, Ash and his friends had already witnessed such sights after completing the Unova conference. After a brief moment of nostalgia, they shifted their focus. Let us head to the World Championship Resort. Under the guidance of Misty and Brock, who had previously visited, the group navigated effortlessly to the World Championship competitors' village. The sight before them was nothing short of breathtaking. This was not merely a common lodging area, but a meticulously planned cluster of villas, modern and comfortable, adorned with lush greenery and various training facilities. The wide avenues were sparsely populated, underscoring the exclusivity of the village, akin to a wealthy enclave. Wow! Both May and Toko exclaimed in unison, their eyes sparkling as they took in their surroundings. Is this truly the competitor's village for the World Championship? It's far more luxurious than the one at the Unova conference, Ash remarked, his arms crossed, embodying a seasoned traveler. Pikachu and Victini, perched on Ash's shoulder, were equally entranced by the vibrant environment, curiously gazing around. In this tranquil setting, Meloetta sat quietly atop Ash's head, swinging her legs and observing the surroundings. "All right, let us head to the service center to check in." Misty skillfully led the way. As they approached the service hall, a familiar voice boomed with excitement. "Hey, Ash!" They turned to see a tall, burly man clad in a sleeveless jacket with a bright yellow buzz cut and a broad, jovial smile striding toward them. It was none other than the gym leader of the Viridian city, Koga. Beside him was a robust Pokémon, Electivire, whose tail resembled a thick black cable and whose head was akin to a massive plug, emanating an aura of strength with crackling currents of electricity. "Koga!" Ash exclaimed, surprised to encounter such a memorable acquaintance. It was the same Koga who had once left Pikachu questioning its existence, even contemplating evolution. Thankfully, Pikachu had cleverly redirected Thunderbolt into the ground, turning the tables. Otherwise, the outcome could have been quite different. Of course, Pikachu today presented an entirely different scenario. "Ha ha ha, it's truly you, kid," Koga exclaimed, giving Ash a hearty pat on the shoulder, the force of which nearly knocked Ash off balance. This made Ash wonder just how well they knew each other. The Electivire beside Koga glimmered with excitement, letting out a low growl as sparks danced around its body. "Pika Pika." Pikachu puffed up its cheeks defiantly, a spark of electricity flickering within its cheeks. Koga's gaze shifted to the new faces among Ash's companions. "Oh, a few new, beautiful trainers in your entourage, Ash. Your team is becoming more impressive." His eyes playfully scanned through the group, landing on Dawn, May, and Toko. Misty sighed in exasperation. "Koga, you haven't changed a bit." Dawn and the others exchanged awkward smiles at Koga's familiar banter. Fortunately, over the years, Koga had matured emotionally, refraining from excessive chatter and instead taking on the role of a guide. With his enthusiastic leadership, Ash, May, and Toko completed their registration for the competition. They then proceeded to an outdoor lounge area furnished with comfortable tables and chairs. From a distance, they could hear two familiar voices engaged in conversation. The first figure they spotted was the gentle gym leader of the Rainbow Gym, grass-type specialist, Ligia. Dressed in an elegant kimono, she exuded a warm aura, accompanied by a beautiful Venusaur. However, Ash had little opportunity for conversation with her, as Brock's infatuation with the lovely Ligia led him to disturb her, prompting Misty and Froakie to intervene and drag him back to reality. Yet, as the group's attention turned to the quiet figure opposite Ligia, the atmosphere seemed to pause momentarily. It was Narcy, the gym leader of the Goldenrod Gym and a master of psychic-type Pokémon. Dressed in her signature bodysuit, she sat serenely, exuding an innate aura of tranquility. "Narcy!" Both Misty and Brock exclaimed simultaneously, a hint of unspoken tension evident in their voices. There is no denying that this is the formidable master of powers, who once transformed them into mere puppets, leaving an indelible impression. Particularly for Brock, he exhibited an unusual decorum in the presence of Nessa, regardless of her alluring appearance. Not a single thought of impropriety crossed his mind. Her aloof demeanor piqued the curiosity of both Dawn and May, while Misty discreetly inquired of Iris. However, in contrast to the cold and reclusive persona etched in their memories, Nessa now emanated a serene tranquility that was ineffably profound, even though her icy demeanor remained perceptible to Ash. As her gaze swept over the assembly and finally settled upon Ash, she greeted him. "It has been a long time." "Ash." Her voice remained as crystalline as ever, yet the previous air of detachment had softened, imbued with an unexpected warmth. "Indeed, it has been a while, Miss Nessa." Ash responded, steadying himself and replying earnestly. He could palpably sense the marked transformation within Nessa. If the Nessa of yore had resembled a tempestuous soul, the present one exuded the essence of an enigmatic ice queen. As the architect of this metamorphosis, he clearly understood the reasons behind it. Just then, an unexpected figure emerged from the shadows behind Nessa, a rotund, mischievous purple Pokémon, Jengar, grinning widely. "Hee hee." Jengar emitted its characteristic chuckle, twirling gracefully in the air before affectionately nuzzling Nessa's shoulder and playfully winking at Ash, exuding exuberance and mischief. "What is this?" Ash was momentarily taken aback, observing the vibrant Jengar, which stood in striking contrast to Nessa's frigid elegance. Suddenly, realization struck him. "You are that Jengar from years ago?" Jengar nodded affirmatively, clearly recognizing Ash as the one who had gifted it to Nessa. Nessa also inclined her head slightly, a rare and delicate smile curving her lips. Reminiscent of glacial thaw, though subtle, it was profoundly beautiful. Her gaze softened upon Jengar, a gentleness that her former self would never have revealed. Thanks to Jengar's cheerful disposition, mischief, and companionship, I have emerged from the shadows of my past, healing the emotional turmoil that plagued me for years. Ash, I owe you a belated gratitude. No need for that. I am simply delighted to see you and Jengar so well together. Hee hee. Jengar floated before Ash, extending its plump hand as if to initiate a high five. Without hesitation, Ash reached out, their hands meeting softly, a chill accompanied by a hint of playfulness coursing through him. Watching Ash's sincere smile and the joyful Jengar dancing beside him, Nessa nodded gently, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet, the gratitude conveyed was already abundantly clear. Chapter 551, Ash. The Undermined encounters familiar faces at the upcoming competition. After a brief exchange, Ash and his companions made their way to a vacant villa to stow their luggage. Ash deliberately selected one that was somewhat secluded, yet closer to the battle facilities. Although this villa was positioned farther away, it boasted a serene environment, with enormous floor-to-ceiling windows that opened onto a private training ground. The girls expressed their satisfaction upon setting down their belongings. May appreciated the battle facilities. Iris favored the tranquility, while Dawn raved about the spacious and comfortable decor of the villa. By the way, have the gym leaders from the Tojo and Johto regions not arrived? Once the girls settled in, Ash turned to Misty and Brock with newfound inquiries. Isn't it a bit sparse for gym leaders participating in the Kanto region? The previous leader of the Tojo gym, Giovanni, had been the head of Team Rocket, which had led to a prolonged vacancy in the gym, as a suitable successor had yet to be found. After all, the Tojo gym had long held the title of the most formidable gym, with its reputation established. Finding a competent trainer to take the helm was no simple task. For a time, the esteemed champion Koga had served as the Tojo gym leader, leading Ash to quietly dismiss the prospect of the Tojo gym's participation. But what of Chuck from the Johto gym? Is he not participating? Wouldn't that leave Kanto short of representation? As Ash pondered aloud, Misty was about to explain when a cultured, steady voice interjected at that moment. Chuck is quite advanced in years. The burden of long travel is too great for him, and he has little interest in such competitive events. Hence, he declined the invitation. The group turned towards the source of the voice to find a poised, elegantly dressed woman with slender-framed glasses striding towards them. Her meticulously groomed light red hair framed a calm, discerning gaze. It was none other than the Ice-type champion of the Kanto region, Kona. But what truly captivated Dawn and Iris was Kona's strikingly graceful figure, leaving them astounded. Is this the physique one should possess? May felt a pang of self-doubt, experiencing firsthand what it meant to be dwarfed by greatness. Miss Kona, Ash greeted her, recalling their brief encounter during his travels in the Orange Archipelago. Kona responded with a warm nod. Champion Kona. Brock, unable to restrain himself, was instantly besotted, his eyes transforming into two pulsating hearts as if struck by Cupid's arrow, falling into a state of infatuation. Pikachu could not help but cover its face in embarrassment. Brock. Enough already, Misty exclaimed, veins popping on her forehead, deftly coordinating with her ever-prepared Frogadier. Frogadier's poisonous barbs jabbed accurately at Brock's side, while Misty adeptly tugged at his ear to pull him back. Ouch. I apologize, Miss Kona, Brock stammered, clutching his side as he regained his composure, offering a sheepish apology. Kona appeared unfazed, merely smiling with indulgence. With Brock's infatuation quelled, Ash's curiosity persisted. Miss Kona, doesn't the Kanto League care about rankings? With two gym leader-level representatives absent, wouldn't that be a concern? As a Kanto native, he hoped for a respectable standing for the region. Kona's cool voice resonated. This World Championship is, after all, the inaugural event. The regulations are still in the process of being refined. For many gym leaders, the competition is secondary. It serves more as a rare opportunity for league-sponsored vacations. Her tone remained neutral, yet Ash sensed a hint of satisfaction behind her words. This sentiment reminded him of Miss Cynthia, who was still enjoying her holiday in Ripple Town. Miss Kona is correct, Brock interjected, rubbing his side. Especially since the league meeting has been postponed due to the championship. This means that we gym leaders are essentially on official leave, exploring the world and witnessing its strongest trainers. Such an opportunity is something most invited gym leaders would not decline. That sounds promising, Ash remarked, pleased to hear that the caliber of competitors at this World Championship would be uniformly high, with most being gym leaders. However, for him, the more gym leaders present, the better, as it would afford his Pokémon more opportunities for battle. After all, he had an extensive roster of Pokémon capable of engaging in a full-scale battle of 56. And that's not even enough to distribute evenly, Misty added, nodding in agreement. As for rankings, we all understand the unspoken truth. With so many regions participating, there will inevitably be a range of outcomes. As long as we don't lose too embarrassingly, even finishing last isn't a concern. It's all about participation and exchange. This was also why Ms. Kono was leading the Kanto delegation. Other regions would similarly have their champions or esteemed figures at the helm, primarily to maintain their league's reputation and avoid embarrassment. In essence, it was a safeguard mechanism to prevent any region from being utterly humiliated. Kona affirmed their sentiments. Indeed, the league prioritizes opportunities for exchange and display. As for the 2 vacant spots, rest assured, replacements will be found. She paused momentarily, her gaze sweeping over Ash, accompanied by a barely perceptible smile. Among them was an old acquaintance of yours, Ash. An old acquaintance? Ash was taken aback for a moment, but his eyes soon brightened as images of trainers from the Kanto region flashed through his mind. The pool of potential candidates to fill the gym leader vacancy was quite limited, and he almost instantaneously formed a conjecture. Could it be? A look of surprise and anticipation spread across his face. Kona smiled and nodded at Ash, saying, "Actually, the league had intended to send you an invitation. Considering your prowess and reputation are more than sufficient to represent the burgeoning strength of Kanto." "What? An invitation for me?" Ash responded, somewhat astonished. "Indeed," Kona affirmed with a gentle nod. "In light of your outstanding performances at the league conferences, we believe you would be an excellent addition to Kanto's strength. So, what do you say? Are you interested in representing Kanto?" Her gaze held a glimmer of expectation and encouragement. The use of "we" referred to the Elite Four, underscoring Kona's regard for Ash. Ash scratched his head, beaming a sunny smile. "Ah, thank you, Miss Kona, and the league for your consideration. However, I already possess an invitation." He patted his backpack. "It was given to me by Miss Cynthia." "Oh, Cynthia?" Kona's eyes, peering from behind her glasses, sharpened instantly, her brow arching slightly as if she had encountered an unexpected yet reasonable name. "Ah, so the champion from Sinnoh has been rather lazy." Her tone was laced with teasing, clearly aware of Cynthia's character. How swift of her to poach our most promising recruit before the Kanto League could officially extend an invitation. She adjusted her glasses, and although her words were lighthearted, a sense of displeasure lingered within her. Chapter 552, The Classic Land Duck Cannot Swim. Having failed to secure Ash's commitment, Kona left him with a remark. "If you have any questions, feel free to find me next door," before hastily departing. "Kona is truly in a rush," Xiao Wang exclaimed. Ash wholeheartedly agreed, noting the evidence of her busy nature in her bouncing curls. "All right, everyone come out. Let us take a day to rest today. We must commence training earnestly tomorrow." Once Kona was gone, May eagerly released her 6 Pokémon: Superior, Finnegan, Emboar, Garchomp, Zebstrika, and Shiny Swanna. Among them, her Flareon had been sent to Professor Oak's lab to accompany Serena's Flareon. After all, the two had been a couple, and prolonged separation would not bode well for them. Moreover, due to the high evolution level of Flareon, May would not be able to nurture it to the requisite level in the short term. Hence it remained at Professor Oak's lab, similar to Serena's. May also did not have to worry about Flareon's progression in strength, as it was training alongside Ash's Charizard in the Viridian forest. The notion of idly passing time was simply not an option. As for Toko's Flareon, it too was not with her, as she was currently focused on adjusting the main team's status with the imminent World Championships approaching. Therefore, it was being cared for at her home, avoiding becoming a third wheel. "Riolu, you must also strive to improve." Riolu, the small blue dog, looked up at Toko, who towered over him, nodding earnestly. Currently, Toko's focus was on the Riolu she had captured from the Satsuki Ranch, which had been with her for some time and was now a key member of her preparatory team. Once evolved, it could become a central figure in her team, even possessing the potential to be a trump card, given that Lucario could mega-evolve. As for Emboar, Leafeon, Snorlax, Bravebird, and Zebstrika, their potential had largely been tapped, with the remaining progress dependent on the passage of time. The feathers of Swanna are truly beautiful. Snorlax's form is particularly elegant. Xiaoxia's gaze was firmly fixed on the shiny Swanna and May's Snorlax, her fondness for water-type Pokémon evident in her appreciative and affectionate eyes. Unable to resist, she stepped forward to gently stroke Swanna's smooth neck and curiously poke Snorlax's semi-transparent body. Seeing Xiaoxia so enamored with water-type Pokémon, May smiled and suggested, "Xiaoxia, why don't you show us your water-type companions as well? There's a sizable swimming pool behind the villa, ample enough for water-type Pokémon to frolic." "Sure," Xiaoxia readily agreed. "Come forth, my partners." With practiced ease, she tossed out 5 Pokeballs, and with a series of flashes, 5 figures appeared in the pool. Familiar faces," Ash remarked with curiosity. The first to emerge was Maril, who, upon appearing, joyfully leapt into the water, splashing around with its long tail creating cheerful ripples. Undoubtedly, It had evolved from the Hoenn version of Azrael. Following this was an old member, Goldeen, Stereo, a rather goofy frogadier, and the star of the show, Gyarados. With a thunderous roar, its massive frame crashed into the pool, sending waves surging and surveying its surroundings with a commanding gaze. Its substantial size occupying a considerable portion of the water. Wow, is that Gyarados? It looks so fierce. The intimidating gaze of the creature made May instinctively take a step back. Heh, this is my ace, Ash remarked, curious as he surveyed the scene. The water-type Pokémon's ability to unleash Hydro Pump indeed qualified it to be Xiaoxia's ace. Any trainer arriving with grass-type Pokémon would likely find themselves bewildered by Gyarados' Hydro Pump attack. Have you captured any new water-type Pokémon, Ash? Xiaoxia inquired, her curiosity piqued. Aside from Doublade, I haven't, Ash admitted candidly. He had quite a few Pokémon with him. Aside from Pikachu, the others included Zoroark, Doublade, Serperior, Shiny Volcarona, Shiny Totodile, Croconaw, Blaziken, and Bayleaf. Not bad. Doublade looks quite impressive, Xiaoxia exclaimed, her joy evident as she affectionately rubbed Doublade's head. Xiaowang sighed, suddenly struck by how Xiaoxia at that moment resembled the novice trainer from the Baidao gym. Boom. As he released the final Bayleaf, it expertly tackled Ash to the ground. Bayleaf is here too. Xiaojang smiled, pleasantly surprised to see Ash had brought Bayleaf along. Bayleaf. Recognizing Xiaojang and Xiaoxia, Bayleaf squinted its eyes and greeted them warmly. Having been an old companion of Ash's, as Xiaoxia's words faded, everyone who had experienced Bayleaf's clinging nature nodded in agreement. Just as all eyes turned to Ash and Bayleaf, a pokeball at Xiaoxia's waist suddenly opened on its own, transforming into a red light that splashed into the pool. Psyduck, wait. Xiaoxia's warning was caught in her throat. Plop. Water splashed everywhere as a wholly yellow, somewhat goofy Psyduck surfaced in the pool. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the Psyduck did not swim about joyfully. Its excited expression instantly froze, morphing into sheer terror. Quack, 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 quack. Its little legs flailed chaotically in the water, its two paws frantically slapping at the surface as if it were drowning. Its rotund form resembled a yellow beach ball, and instead of floating, it began to clumsily spin in place, gradually sinking. The splashes it made sent water flying high, and its signature dazed expression was now filled with panic and helplessness. It simply could not swim. Despite being a water-type Pokémon, it was a thoroughbred land duck. Toko was the first to burst into laughter. Xiaowang and Mei, too, were left dumbfounded before they could contain their amusement. Ha ha ha, the classic land duck cannot swim. Ash and Xiaojang couldn't help but join in the laughter. With a sigh, Misty pressed her forehead, wearing an expression that was both exasperated and amusing. Here we go again. Psyduck, how many times must I tell you not to leap around the pool if you can't swim? The atmosphere around the pool in the villa's backyard was lively and cheerful. Misty's uniquely independent Psyduck brought an unexpected joy to this leisurely day. Chapter 553. A relaxing routine, the accidental encounter with the fateful dancer. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows into the living room. Mei and Toko were clearly eager to commence their training. On the lush lawn of the villa's backyard, Mei focused intently on directing her partner. Zebstrika, lightning speed. Maintain your pace and maneuver around the obstacles. Zebstrika galloped with vigor, tiny arcs of electricity dancing around it as it deftly weaved through the makeshift training poles. Gigalith, brace for impact. Iron defense. On the other side, Gigalith's rocky exterior shimmered with a metallic sheen, becoming even more formidable. Under Mei's command, Zebstrika made a sharp turn, crashing into Gigalith's solid side with a resounding thud. Gigalith remained steadfast, while Zebstrika was slightly rebounded, shaking its head but undeterred. Excellent. This is how we enhance your speed and Gigalith's defense, Mei exclaimed, her fists clenched in encouragement for her two Pokémon. Not far away, in another open area, Toko was conducting special training with her Riolu. Fully concentrated, the small creature endeavored to harness its inner aura power, a faint yet determined blue light beginning to coalesce at the tips of its tiny claws. In stark contrast to their strenuous efforts, the scene beneath the poolside umbrella was one of utter relaxation. Ash lounged leisurely on a recliner, a glass of juice in hand. A Meloetta nestled in his arms humming a little tune, his eyes squinting contentedly in the morning sun. Occasionally, he glanced at his Pokémon at play. For instance, Tynamo scampered over to observe and learn from Mei and Toko, eager for further training and battles. Meanwhile, Doubleblade quietly admired Meloetta from a distance, exhibiting the same infatuation as Brock, though it often found itself at odds with Dawn's Piplup. In the distance, Dawn squatted by the pool, attempting to lure Pachirisu with food. However, Another Dawn suddenly popped up nearby, and the two began to chase and playfully tussle upon seeing the other making silly faces. Pachirisu looked left and right, its little head filled with question marks, spinning around in confusion, unable to discern which one was the true trainer. Zoroark, don't cause too much mischief. Ash reminded with a smile. One of the Dawns cheekily stuck out her tongue at him, her form shifting in a cascade of light to reveal Zoroark's elegant figure, proudly flicking its dark red mane. This drew a mock display of anger from the real Dawn, hands on her hips. Zoroark, you're teasing Pachirisu again. On the other side of Ash's recliner sat a gentle-looking girl clad in a graceful outfit. She softly pushed a small plate of cut fruit towards Ash, her gaze warm. This was none other than Latias, transformed into the likeness of the girl from Ash's memories of Altamari. She seemed to relish this tranquil companionship. Bailey. The nearby Bayleaf called out, slightly disgruntled, wrapping its vine around Ash's arm and resting its head against him, seemingly envious of the attention Latias garnered. Bayleaf. You're adorable too, Ash chuckled, ruffling its large leaves, appeasing the jealous plant. In contrast, Superior, Volcarona, and Croconaw lay quietly basking in the sun, enjoying the warmth. Misty and Brock exchanged gentle glances towards Latias, their eyes filled with nostalgia rather than the shock of first meeting. After all, Ash had long regaled them with tales of his adventures in Altamari and the capture of Latias, prompting them to reminisce about the story of the Water of the Heart and its guardian. Latias must feel quite lonely without her brother. Misty reflected on the conclusion of Altamari from a few years prior. It was Latios's sacrifice, transforming into the Water of the Heart, that saved Altamari. Thankfully, with Ash by her side, she would surely feel somewhat better. Brock contemplated Latias's integration into Ash's life with a sigh. Amidst this blend of leisure and training, a vibrant voice pierced through the tranquil atmosphere like a pebble tossed into a still lake. Wow, what a lively gathering. Pikachu, Ash, Brock, Misty, and Dawn, you're all here. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, catching sight of a girl clad in a red sleeveless top, orange shorts, and a red bandana. Her smile radiant like the sun of Hoenn, energetically waving her arms. Accompanying her was a spirited Blaziken, its keen gaze surveying the scene. Misty and Dawn instantly recognized their formidable friend and rival from the Hoenn region, May. Brock smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. What a delightful surprise. May. Ash's eyes lit up, a beaming smile spreading across his face as he sat up straight, waving at her. What brings you here? May and Toko paused their training, curiously eyeing the suddenly vibrant newcomer. It appeared she was yet another of Ash's former companions, and she certainly looked impressive. Toko nudged May, but the latter remained unresponsive. May approached quickly, Blaziken following with steady strides. Surprise. My dad was invited to the World Championship, and since the Johto Master Cup got postponed for some reason, I decided to tag along with him for some sightseeing. She paused, her gaze fixed on Ash with a glimmer of knowing pride. Such a grand stage as the World Championship? There's no way you would be absent. I just didn't expect to run into you guys so soon after arriving at the competitor's village. This was the unique intuition of May, the captain of her own exploration team. Little did she know, Ash's entourage had expanded significantly. Not only were Misty and Dawn present, but two additional stunning girls joined the mix. One possessed fair skin and long legs, while the other was impressively robust. Thankfully, she had also achieved considerable accomplishments, or she might have felt overshadowed. Yet, despite this, May couldn't help but sigh inwardly, wondering if she had gained two new rivals. Fortunately, Brock was oblivious to the fact that he had been grandly overlooked by May. In any case, May's arrival instantly infused this leisurely yet slightly tense morning with a burst of vitality from Hoenn. May and Toko regarded this uniquely styled coordinating trainer, clearly familiar with Ash and his friends, their eyes brimming with curiosity and intrigue. Chapter 554, Brock's Quest for His Own Wings. As evening approached, the villa's dining room was filled with an enticing aroma. Brock, the world-class chef, had indeed lived up to expectations, meticulously preparing a sumptuous feast that blended flavors from Kanto, Johto, Unova, and even Hoenn to welcome May. As an old companion, he was well aware that despite her appearance, May possessed an enormous appetite, always eager to find good food upon arriving at a new location. The long dining table buzzed with a lively atmosphere. Ash, his mouth full of food, mumbled indistinctly to May, "May, your timing is impeccable. Brock's cooking is just perfect for a celebration." Brock's culinary skills are still as impressive as ever. Xiao Yao contentedly swallowed a mouthful of her specially prepared seafood curry rice, her eyes narrowing into blissful slits. This dining experience far surpasses what I had when I first arrived at the competitor's village. You truly know how to indulge. Of course. Xiao Ji proudly patted Xiao Gang on the shoulder. Our chef is a golden signboard wherever he goes. And being a love-struck fool is also a golden signboard among gym leaders, was Xiao Xia's immediate retort. Speaking of which, Xiao Yao, when did you arrive at the competitor's village? Xiao Guang inquired with curiosity. I just got here this morning. Xiao Yao set her spoon down, adding that during the World Championship, gym leaders are not obliged to attend to challengers, but my father takes it quite seriously. There was a hint of regret in her tone. Had her father left a bit earlier, she might have encountered Xiao Ji sooner. Just like Xiao Guang and Xiao Xia did. The diligent gym leader is indeed commendable. The trainers who visit are fortunate. Xiao Ji felt a surge of admiration. Although welcoming challengers is a gym leader's duty, it is hard to ignore the contrasting experiences of peers. He recalled how he had made several trips to challenge the Yuan Dao gym, only to find gym leader Melissa absent. This was back when there were no official holidays. Now, with the World Championship approaching, he could hardly fathom whether Melissa might use that as an excuse to close her gym early and venture out. However, the competitor's village is rather dull, so upon arrival, I was searching for suitable companions. She mischievously blinked at Xiao Ji, saying, Luckily my intuition told me that it's such a grand event, you'd definitely be here. Her affectionate words and focused gaze momentarily startled Xiao Xia. While Mei Yi tilted her head in curiosity, and Xiao Guang raised an eyebrow. She then turned to Zoroark and Xiao Guang, as well as the Meloetta perched on Xiao Ji's shoulder. Coincidentally, while strolling nearby this afternoon, I heard a melodious song and followed the music, only to find two Xiao Guangs playing with Pachirisu by the pool, an utterly conspicuous scene. The real Xiao Guang chuckled with mild exasperation, saying, This guy Zoroark just loves to tease me. So that is how it is. Xiao Yao realized the unique friendship between Zoroark and Xiao Guang. Huso, Humph, were you surprised? The nearby Zoroark elegantly groomed its mane with a paw, emitting a soft, somewhat smug hum. Indeed, who would have thought that Xiao Ji now possessed a talking Zoroark? Xiao Yao remarked, her bright eyes falling upon Meloetta. And you even have this adorable Meloetta singing for you. I feel very fortunate. Mello. Xiao Ji affectionately stroked Meloetta's hair, which seemed to revel in the attention. So, Toko interjected with curiosity. Is your residence close to ours, Xiao Yao? Yes. Xiao Yao nodded vigorously. Our villa is located in the upper left corner of this area, designated by the Hoenn League. I noticed on the map that it is quite near the Kanto area. So I thought I might try my luck by coming over, and surprisingly, my intuition and clues led me right here. The upper left area? Hoenn's villa? Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang exchanged astonished glances, their faces revealing surprise and a hint of embarrassment. We were the first to arrive, preoccupied with settling in and shopping. And we didn't even notice who our neighbors were. We had no idea the representatives from Hoenn resided right next door. Seeing their expressions, Xiao Yao quickly waved her hands to alleviate their discomfort. No need to worry. It's not strange. I made sure to pay attention to the few villas in the Hoenn area when I arrived. It seems that aside from us father and daughter, the other gym leaders, like Dooku and Miss Naki, although their luggage is here, are currently not in the house. They must have gone out to scout their opponents or prepare for the competition. So it's quite normal that you didn't encounter them. No. It's likely they ran out to enjoy the sights of Unova, just like Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang. The group unanimously shared this perspective, but to spare the gym leaders some dignity, they refrained from clarifying the matter for the oblivious Xiao Yao. Yes. Xiao Gang nodded emphatically. Gym leaders are always quite busy. By the way, Xiao Ji swallowed the food in his mouth and looked at Xiao Yao. What about Xiao Sheng? Didn't he come with you? I haven't seen him in ages. He recalled the younger Xiao Yao, who always teased him. A smile of contentment spread across Xiao Yao's face. Xiao Sheng is not here this time. He said there are too many skilled competitors at the World Championship and feared that if he came, he would constantly pester Dad or you all with questions, inadvertently disrupting everyone's preparations. Plus, with Mom home alone, he wants to spend more time with her. That kid has really matured. Xiao Ji's eyes lit up, genuinely marveling. Really? Xiao Sheng has become so considerate? It seems he has truly grown up. His tone was filled with recognition and a touch of nostalgia for his former travel companion's growth. Dinner drew to a close amidst this relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Xiao Ji contentedly patted his belly, gazing out at the gradually darkening sky and the twinkling lights of the competitor's village, when a thought suddenly struck him. Having eaten and drunk enough, he stood up, stretching lazily, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Since there is still plenty of time, why don't we explore the vicinity? This suggestion was met with immediate enthusiasm. They also wanted to see which neighbors resided in this area. Perhaps they might encounter familiar faces. Great idea. It's just the thing to aid digestion. Xiao Xia agreed. I'm curious too. Xiao Guang nodded. An adventure? That sounds delightful. Xiao Yao was eager to join. Mei Yi and Toko also displayed expressions of interest. Xiao Gang, meanwhile, was tidying up the dishes, glancing at the 5 girls surrounding Xiao Ji, instinctively wanting to decline. But when he thought of potentially encountering Amy, Duku, Yasha, Naki, Kaizhong, and Xiao Song among other female gym leaders, he quickly changed his mind. He too wanted to find a pair of wings for himself. Chapter 555, The Expansive Competitor's Village, Fairy Meishu. Subsequently, the group, under Xiao Yao's eager guidance, headed towards the Hoenn Villa area near Kanto. After traversing a meticulously planned garden path, a cluster of villas with slightly differing styles came into view. Xiao Yao pointed to one of them. There it is. The villa was brightly lit, yet eerily quiet outside, just as Xiao Yao had mentioned. She rang the doorbell. Soon, a mature-looking man with a buzz cut opened the door. It was none other than the gym leader of Orange, Xiao Yao's father, Qianli Dad. Oh, Xiao Yao. And Xiao Ji too? Upon seeing the familiar faces behind his daughter, Qianli's stern expression softened into a warm smile. It's been a while, Xiao Ji and Xiao Gang. Hello, Mr. Qianli. Xiao Ji quickly greeted him, and Xiao Gang respectfully followed suit. Come in and sit. Qianli gestured aside. No, thank you, Dad. Xiao Yao waved her hand. We're just out for a post-meal stroll, bringing them to familiarize themselves with the area. The other gym leaders are indeed absent, right? MHM. Qianli nodded. Only Duku and Naki's luggage is here. They haven't returned yet, saying they went to familiarize themselves with the venue and gather information. Qianli scanned the group and finally fixed his gaze on Xiao Ji, saying, Xiao Ji, I have seen your progress over the years through various reports. It's quite remarkable. His tone carried a sense of recognition from a senior to a junior, coupled with a barely perceptible pride. In the World Championship. Give it your all, and leave no regrets. Yes, I will do my utmost. Xiao Ji straightened his posture, responding with respect. Pika. Qianli briefly inquired about their recent happenings before not prolonging their stay, reminding Xiao Yao not to play too late. After bidding farewell to Qianli, Xiao Yao led everyone onward in their exploration. Just as she had predicted, most of the villas in the Hoenn area were dark and quiet, with the occasional light on. Yet no signs of life, confirming the absence of occupants. Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang exchanged knowing glances, whatever gathering information meant. It was likely they were out enjoying the sights of Unova. After all, they had engaged in similar activities. Let us go, Xiao Yao's exploration team. Let us check out the neighboring Kalos area. Xiao Yao, brimming with enthusiasm, led the group towards an adjacent villa district, characterized by its European style and exquisite decor. This area was equally tranquil, yet one villa emanated a warm, soft, lavender glow from its windows, accompanied by the faint strains of gentle music. In an instant, Xiao Zhang's senses were heightened, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Lights. There are people inside. As they approached the villa, Xiao Zhang was about to ring the doorbell when the door was gently pushed open from within. A figure appeared at the threshold, instantly captivating everyone's attention. She was an extraordinarily beautiful young woman, with flowing black hair cascading like silk and a doll-like visage adorned with a dreamlike smile. She wore a splendid, lace-trimmed Lolita dress in hues of lavender and pink, the voluminous skirt resembling a blooming hydrangea. Her demeanor was both elegant and enigmatic, infused with a unique charm. Xiao Zhang's reaction was the most intense. He stood as if struck by lightning, petrified, with eyes transforming into enormous hearts, his cheeks flushed and breath quickening, as though he might faint at any moment. Could she be a celestial being descended to the mortal realm? This enchanting aura has awakened something deep within my heart and soul. It senses the call of destiny. He clutched his chest, swaying dramatically, poised to kneel and deliver a classic confession. However, Xiaoxia, quick-witted, seized his ear, yanking him back to reality. Xiao Zhang, calm yourself. The beautiful woman at the door seemed accustomed to such reactions. She covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Greetings, esteemed trainers, and welcome to the temporary residence of the Kalos region. I am Maris, the gym leader of the Aroma Gym. Her voice was gentle and melodious, imbued with a distinctive cadence. Aroma Gym? Miss Maris? Ash inquired politely. Hello, I am Ash from Pallet Town. These are my companions. The others also introduced themselves in turn. Miss Maris, did you say you are the gym leader? What type do you specialize in? May asked curiously. Your outfit is so unique and beautiful. Xiao Guang cast a glance at the fairy-like Eevee, Aromatus, and Swadloon beside Maris, yet he could not discern the type she specialized in. Maris smiled softly, her expression tinged with mystery. Thank you for your kind words. The type I specialize in may be somewhat unfamiliar to you all. It is the brand new fairy type, soon to be officially announced to the world by Dr. Bratano of Kalos. Fairy type? A brand new type? What is that? Except for Ash, the others, including Xiaojing, who was still being tugged by Xiaoxia, displayed expressions of shock and bewilderment. The type system is fundamental to Pokemon battles, and the sudden emergence of a new type was nothing short of revolutionary. Maris patiently elucidated, indeed, this is a new type, possessing some exceptionally unique characteristics. For instance, she paused dramatically, then dropped a bombshell. Fairy-type Pokemon are completely immune to Dragon-type moves. What? Immune to Dragon-type? How can that be? Dragon-type is, in the minds of countless trainers, synonymous with being the strongest, the rarest, and the most formidable. Dragon-type moves are immensely powerful, and Dragon-type Pokemon often boast formidable physiques and potential. Now, a type that can completely neutralize their attacks? This is utterly fantastical. Xiaoxia and Xiaojing's reactions were particularly direct and unanimous. Xiaoxia gasped, instinctively exclaiming, "Heavens! Does that mean Mr. Dado?" Xiaojing swiftly transitioned from infatuation to tactical analysis, his expression grave as he interjected, "Exactly. Mr. Dado's main team predominantly comprises dragon types." Xiaojing was about to point out that the fairy type posed a lethal threat to the Dragon Master, Dado, but upon reconsideration of Dado's main Pokemon, it seemed there were more flying-type elements than dragon-type. Was there really cause for concern? In contrast, Ash remained composed, remarking, "Surely, the fairy type must have its own weaknesses?" "Indeed, it does have its vulnerabilities, such as steel and poison types," Maris acknowledged, glancing at Ash and nodding. His perceptiveness was commendable, befitting a recent rising star. The specific details will soon be disclosed in a comprehensive report by Dr. Bratano. Perhaps at the World Championship, everyone will witness the power of the fairy type firsthand. This revelation allowed everyone to regain their composure, realizing it did not pertain to them directly. After all, they were not trainers who specialized in dragon types. The ones to worry were those adept in dragon types, such as the Johto champion, one of the Kanto Elite Four, the Dragon Master, and the Hoenn Dragon Master, Genji, along with a certain future Unova champion. After exchanging a few more pleasantries and learning that Maris was the only one from Kalos who had arrived early at the competitor's village, while the others were still en route or occupied with other matters, Ash and his companions bid farewell to the enchanting and mysterious fairy gym leader. Poor Alice is going to have a tough time, may couldn't he help but lament, being thoroughly countered by this new fairy type. True, Alice's main Pokemon are indeed dragon types, but it's not as if she has no recourse. She still has a ground-type Dugtrio. Ash reminded her. That's valid. As they conversed, they had already entered the Villa district of the Johto region. The situation appeared even grimmer than in Hoenn and Kalos. The villas in Johto were predominantly shrouded in darkness, with few illuminated. Occasionally, one or two villas had lights on, but knocking went unanswered, evidently indicating that the occupants had merely dropped off their belongings before departing even more hastily than the gym leaders of Hoenn. The Sinnoh villas were similarly desolate. Xiao Wang had initially hoped to encounter familiar Sinnoh gym leaders, but was met with disappointment. Only the Alliance insignia hanging at the doors attested to their affiliation. It seems that the trainers from Johto and Sinnoh are even more, well, focused on pre-competition preparations than we anticipated. Xiaoxia shrugged helplessly, her tone laden with unspoken sarcasm. Or perhaps they are simply more adept at savoring the pre-competition moments. Xiaojing added, further validating everyone's suspicions. Ultimately, they traversed the central villa area of Unova, which was even more exaggerated in its emptiness, resembling a ghost town. The villa doors stood wide open, revealing piles of luggage and supplies within. Yet not a single trainer or staff member was in sight. It appeared that, being so close to home, the Unova competitors felt they had ample time to arrive before the competition. May looked at the desolate villas and shrugged. Perhaps some are still at the gym dealing with challengers? If it's black, then that is indeed a possibility. Ash recalled that responsible gym leader. As for the others, he refrained from making any judgments. After a lengthy stroll, the sky had darkened, adorned with stars twinkling in the night. The initial excitement of the group had dwindled, leaving them with a sense of ennui as they made their way back. Who would have thought, Xiaoxia mused, gazing at their brightly lit and bustling Kanto villa, that after such a long detour, we would actually have the most people in our Kanto group. Not only were there the young trainers, but also the earlier arrivals, Natsi, Rika, and Maki, the three gym leaders. They seemed to prefer remaining in the villa, meditating, tending to plants, or studying battle data. Their behavior was typical of homebuddies, unexpectedly making them the most dedicated representatives in this competitor's village. Now that you mention it, that is quite true. Ash chuckled, recalling his earlier worries about lingering too long in Hiwata City. It seemed he had overthought it. Indeed, it would have been better to arrive a few days prior to the competition. May expressed her exasperation, observing the gym leader's overly relaxed demeanor. Upon returning to the Kanto Villa, Xiao Yao exhibited no intention of heading towards the Hoenn region. Instead, she seamlessly followed the group inside. With a cheerful smile, she addressed Ash and Misty, exclaiming, "Oh, it's just my dad over there, and it's so quiet. May I join you all tonight? It's been ages since we had a good chat." "Of course. No problem at all. You're most welcome." Misty and Max immediately responded, their affection for the lively companion evident. Remembering the desolate atmosphere of the other villas, Mei and Toko nodded in agreement with smiles. Meanwhile, far away at the Hoenn Villa, Chihiro was about to inquire when her daughter would return when she received the news that Xiao Yao intended to stay with Ash. After reading the message, Chihiro fell silent for a few moments before sighing in resignation. Wasn't she supposed to keep me company? Why did she end up with that Ash kid? In the days leading up to the commencement of the World Championships, Ash and his companions flowed through their routines on this lively little island of the Kanto Villa, each at their own pace. Mei and Toko maintained a rigorous discipline, unwaveringly engaging in training every day. Xiao Yao and Max, as coordinators, delighted in their daily splendid performances, adding a touch of joy to their lives. Misty and Brock, on the other hand, adopted a more laid-back approach, as their Pokemon's potential had already been largely tapped. Unlike Mei's Feel and Toko's Riolu, which still held room for development. As for Ash, his daily life was filled with leisurely interactions. He began rotating his Pokemon, first sending away the formidable Crocodile with instructions to return for more intense combat training. In its stead, the fiery Infernape took the stage, exuding a fierce battle spirit. "Cool!" it exclaimed with a vigorous shout, eagerly bumping fists with Ash, its fiery gaze seemingly declaring, "Finally, the moment to fight side by side has arrived." "All right, you'll have plenty of chances to battle when the time comes," Ash replied with a smile. Given that the average level of participants in this World Championship was that of gym leaders, the key players in battle would predominantly be Infernape, Crocodile, and Volcarona, all regional champions. Thus, Ash also sent Volcarona back for rest, to gather more practical experience in the Ilex forest while keeping company with its ancestor, the Iron Moth. Suddenly, a melodious cry resonated through the sky, as the majestic Talonflame swooped down gracefully to land before Ash, affectionately nudging its beak against his cheek. "Good to see you again. I'll be counting on you," Ash greeted. The bond between the two was evident, with Pikachu leaping onto Talonflame's head, prompting the latter to soar into the sky. Ash did not intervene, instead turning his attention to the icy Glacian, which, upon its appearance, instinctively attempted to greet Ash with a frosty nuzzle, only to be deftly evaded by Ash's laughter. "Haha, Glacian, that trick won't work on me anymore, but I'm genuinely happy to see you." Floating gracefully, Glacian emitted a satisfied purr, its cold body radiating warmth from their reunion. Replacing Glacian at Professor Oak's lab was Gabite, as the current competitors lacked sufficient battle experience. To expedite its evolution into Garchomp, Charizard was assigned to train in the Ilex forest. Lastly, the mischievous Zoroark was temporarily sent away, not to Professor Oak's lab, but to the Pokemon Center in the nearby Mirage Forest, where it could reunite with its mother. "Wait for me to return," it seemed to say before departing, playfully transforming into Max's likeness and making a face at him, while the elegant Milotic took its place. As Milotic made its entrance, its stunning form and shimmering scales captivated everyone's attention. It affectionately coiled its long neck around Ash, its smooth scales brushing against his face, producing a soft, melodious sound that conveyed deep affection. All right, Milotic, I've missed you too." Ash chuckled, slightly breathless yet beaming with joy. Nearby, Bayleaf expressed mild annoyance, clearly wanting to join in, while Superior merely scoffed, rolling its eyes at the display of childish exuberance. Time flowed gently amidst the alternation of Ash's new and old companions, the sweat of Mei and Toko during their training, and the laughter shared in moments of respite. Chapter 557. All set, the World Championship begins. The days slipped by quietly within the daily rhythm of the Kanto Villa. The competitors' village resembled a lake's surface disturbed by thrown stones, finally beginning to ripple. As the date of the World Championship approached, the elusive gym leaders from various regions began to appear one after another. The villa in Hoenn brightened with more lights as Xiao Yao's father, Chihiro, arrived, bringing a touch of liveliness. Despite this, Xiao Yao remained blissfully entrenched in the Kanto Villa. The Sinnoh region also buzzed with activity as Max finally encountered a few familiar faces. Meanwhile, the Unova region transformed from an empty villa into a bustling hub. As expected, Black arrived last, dragging a fatigued yet satisfied frame, evidently busy with challengers until the very last moment. On the morning just a few days prior to the opening, Ash, accompanied by Pikachu and the freshly rotated Infernape, warmed up in the communal training area. Infernape, brimming with determination, sent forth waves of scorching air from its fire punch, starkly contrasting the cool morning air. At that moment, a familiar figure stepped onto the training grounds. Clad in a deep blue coat with neatly cropped hair, eyes sharp as an eagle, it was none other than Shinji, Ash's formidable rival from the Sinnoh region. He had just concluded his morning workout with Electivire and was purposefully heading towards a battle arena. However, as his gaze swept over the area, it unexpectedly met Ash's. Shinji's footsteps faltered ever so slightly, his expression remaining that of his perennial stoic demeanor. Yet Ash keenly observed a barely perceptible lift at the corners of Shinji's tightly pressed lips upon spotting him in the battle-ready Infernape. "Hey, Ash." Shinji's voice was flat and devoid of emotion. "Shinji," Ash replied, grinning with excitement at the encounter with an old rival. "You're here too." Infernape is in prime condition. Shinji's gaze lingered on Infernape for a moment, sharp as if assessing its prowess. "I can see that," he replied succinctly. "It seems you haven't stopped." His gaze returned to Ash, his tone imbued with his characteristic certainty. "I will catch up." His words were brief, yet powerful, devoid of superfluous embellishments, as if declaring an inevitable outcome soon to unfold. "Huh, I'll be waiting." Ash encouraged his rival, undeterred. Just then, a chorus of cheerful laughter approached from afar. Mei, Toko, and their companions, Max, Xiao Yao, and Misty, who had also come for some activity, made their way towards Ash. The gathering of these youthful and vibrant girls created an eye-catching spectacle. Shinji's gaze swept over the suddenly enlarged group of girls around Ash, and his already expressionless face seemed to stiffen further. The cold aura surrounding him intensified, clearly signaling his withdrawal from the scene. Without uttering another word, Shinji offered a faint nod to Ash before decisively turning on his heel and striding away from the training ground. "Hey, Shinji." Ash reached out, but the figure had already vanished into the distance. "Wow, he sure is quick." Max chuckled. Mei, tilting her head in curiosity, asked Max, "Who was that just now?" "Oh, that's Shinji, a trainer we met during our journey in Sinnoh. He's quite strong, but his personality is, well, rather unique," Max explained succinctly. Ash stared at Shinji's disappearing figure around the corner, feeling a wave of incredulity. Was it really necessary to react that way just because there were more people? He scratched his head, utterly perplexed by Shinji's capricious demeanor. Just as this minor incident on Ash's side had yet to fully settle, another duo of contrasting styles approached. The iconic explosive hair, reminiscent of a blazing inferno, belonged to Daisuke, the fire-type champion of the Sinnoh region. Beside him stood a composed and heavy-set blonde man, the gym leader of Ocean City, Electa. The two close friends were inseparable, renowned as a dynamic duo. "Hey, Ash," Daisuke boomed, heartily slapping Ash on the shoulder. His gaze, however, lingered with keen interest on the group of girls behind Ash, ultimately landing on Misty, Dawn, Mei, and Toko. "Wow, you've got quite the entourage, Ash," Daisuke exclaimed, shaking his head with an unmistakable mischievous grin. Electa, sporting a smirk, added with a hint of amusement, "Looks like quite the spectacle, doesn't it?" Before Ash could respond, Dawn's face flushed with embarrassment. "Hey, Daisuke, Electa, what are you talking about? We're all just here to support Ash during the competition." Mei, Toko, and Misty also wished to assert their status as competitors, yet the teasing nature of Daisuke's comments was too apparent to ignore. To make matters worse, Brock was off somewhere else, pestering a female gym leader and unable to provide support for them. "Friends, huh? I see. Daisuke winked at Dawn and the others. Adopting an expression of camaraderie, he patted Ash on the back again, adding, "Ah, youth. It's splendid to see such charm. But remember not to get distracted during the competition." With that, he didn't wait for Ash's retort and, with a hearty laugh, linked arms with Electa as they made their way to another training station. The girls had varied reactions, yet they tacitly chose to let the moment pass without further comment, maintaining the playful atmosphere among themselves. Meanwhile, Ash stood there, caught between laughter and exasperation, awkwardly ruffling his hair. "Those two," he muttered, initially wanting to inquire how Daisuke ended up in the competition. However, it seemed the league had chosen to send Daisuke, the fire-type champion, in light of Cynthia's absence from the tournament. As the day before the opening ceremony arrived, Ash and his friends strolled through the Villa district. They encountered a familiar figure clad in a fitted lab coat, wielding a Pokémon analyzer with an air of calm confidence. It was Blue. The two halted in unison. For a brief moment, the atmosphere seemed to pause, the echoes of past rivalry intertwining with the silence of the reunion in their shared gaze. Blue broke the silence first, his tone steady yet powerful, I recently clinched a new championship. Quite an achievement, I must say. Ash's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Likewise, you're making great strides in your research. How could I possibly stagnate on my path as a trainer? Blue nodded slightly, raising his analyzer. Interesting. I hope to encounter you in the competition, so I can witness your recent progress. Ash extended his hand, his tone resolute. Absolutely. I look forward to another clash on stage. Blue regarded Ash's outstretched hand, then surveyed the companions and Pokémon at Ash's side, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He grasped Ash's hand firmly. Perfectly agreeable. See you on the battlefield. With that, he released Ash's hand, his gaze sharp. Don't let me down. Leaving behind this succinct challenge, Blue turned and strode away with purpose. Ash watched as he melded into the expanse of the Kanto villas, taking a deep breath. The World Championship was finally about to commence. Chapter 558. The Rules of the World Championship and Ash's First Battle. The long-anticipated day of the World Championship's opening had arrived. The grand main venue buzzed with fervent voices, colorful banners fluttering, as trainers and spectators from around the globe ignited the atmosphere with their enthusiasm. May stood at the entrance of the contestants' corridor, gazing into the seemingly endless sea of faces, unable to suppress a gasp as she instinctively tightened her grip on Ash's arm. There are so many people. This is even more extravagant than the Unova League. May's voice trembled slightly. Despite having endured the Unova League, the sheer scale and grandeur of this stage, showcasing the pinnacle of the world's top trainers, sent her heart racing. Ash nodded, affirming her observation. Of course. Look at all those gym leaders from various regions, each one accompanied by numerous supporters and challengers, making for an immense audience. You can even hear the fervent cheers of Kamizuri's fans from afar. Yet not every gym leader attracted such a following. For instance, the infamous Nessa, who, despite being healed by Jengar, was still reluctant to transform others into dolls, had only slightly improved her reputation. Moreover, the venue wasn't solely populated by gym leaders. Former champions such as Kina and Daisuke were also present, not to mention the notorious Dark-type champion, Li Hua, from Johto, and the Fire-type champion, Passira, from Kalos. The presence of the champion Mikoli from Hoenn further underscored the electrifying atmosphere. Ladies and gentlemen, trainers and Pokémon enthusiasts from across the globe. At that moment, a resonant voice boomed through the loudspeakers, momentarily silencing the cacophony of voices. All eyes turned to the center stage, where the Unova champion, Alder, stood beaming under the spotlight. His fiery red, explosive hair resembled flames, and he donned a vibrant outfit characteristic of Unova. Flanking Alder were the four members of Unova, the Ghost-type champion, Caitlyn, clad in a Gothic-style dark gown, exuding an aura of mysterious tranquility. The Fighting-type champion, martial, muscular, and poised like a pine tree in his combat attire. The Dark-type champion, Grimsley, draped in an elegant dark coat, wore a devil-may-care grin. Lastly, the well-known Psychic-type champion, Gardevoir, appeared as a delicate doll, with golden hair and azure eyes. Adorned in a magnificent gown and levitating gracefully, surrounded by a faint glow of psychic energy. Welcome to the highest stage of the Pokémon World Championship. Alder's voice resonated with infectious enthusiasm. Here, strength, wisdom, bonds, and dreams converge. The classic opening words, which Ash and his companions had grown accustomed to during previous tournaments, were met with routine indifference. Thankfully, Alder was succinct, swiftly transitioning to the iconic lighting of the sacred flame. As the lights dimmed, a beam illuminated the grand torch platform. The torchbearer precisely cast the searing flame into the enormous sacred cauldron. Boom! Golden flames erupted skyward, instantly illuminating the entire venue and igniting the fervor and anticipation within all hearts. I hereby declare, Alder proclaimed, raising his arm high, the Pokémon World Championship is officially underway. The light of the sacred flame reflected on every excited face. Following this, a colossal battle schedule appeared on the holographic screen, rapidly displaying the match groupings. Soon, the first-round matchups were clearly revealed. Group A, Shota vs. Ash vs. Yue. Group B, Electa vs. ASU vs. Xiaoli. Huh? 3 people? Xiao Yao blinked in surprise at the screen. Is the competition format a 3-person team? This is my first time seeing such a battle style. Donne and Toko nodded in agreement, astonished, as they were accustomed to the standard 1v1 elimination format of the league. Only Misty and Brock appeared unfazed. Misty, who had accompanied Ash in the Johto League, explained, this is the World Championship's method to streamline the initial selection while simultaneously increasing the variety of battle combinations. Each group consists of 3 participants, engaging in a round-robin competition, where the final scores or outcomes will determine who advances. Xiaojing added, indeed. This is a format occasionally utilized in larger tournaments, providing a comprehensive assessment of a trainer's overall prowess. At that moment, a calm yet authoritative female voice resonated, indeed. This is the very tournament structure that was once employed in the Johto region's Silver Conference. The crowd turned to see a striking woman clad in deep blue attire. Draped in a crimson cloak, her cerulean hair cascading elegantly. She was Xiaochun, the dragon-type gym leader of the Johto region's Yinma gym. Accompanying her was a formidable Dragonite. Oh, the former Haxorus has evolved. Indeed, Ash, you are growing, and we, as gym leaders, must not remain stagnant, Xiaochun remarked, her gaze towards Ash imbued with admiration. Almost simultaneously, another figure appeared on the grouping screen. With dark skin and a sharp bob haircut, his eyes exuding a steadiness born from experience. This was Yiyu, Ash's formidable rival who had previously bested him in the finals of the Silver Conference. Ash, long time no see. Yiyu's voice was calm, yet his gaze was filled with competitive spirit. Who would have thought we would meet again in the first round? I am quite familiar with the rules of Johto. Yes, it was back in Johto that I lost to you. Reflecting on the Silver Conference, Ash felt a twinge of regret. His Charizard had fallen to Blaziken, and it seemed a pity that a fire-flying type like Charizard could lose to a fighting type like Blaziken. Nevertheless, he resolved to reclaim victory today, especially in the opening round, a promising start. Haha, go for it, Ash. The first battle will surely be a tough one. A hearty laugh echoed. It was Xiao Yao's father, Qianli, who patted Ash on the shoulder with an encouraging smile. However, upon glancing at Ash and the support crew, including Xiao Yao, he found his words of encouragement faltering. Do not succumb to the past, young one. Day and Densi approached, with Day giving Ash a hearty pat on the back. Show your spirit. Densi nodded with a smile. These old friends were genuinely supportive of Ash. Just as Ash leaned on his support team and prepared to head toward the player tunnel, a clear and serene voice echoed in his mind, imbued with an ethereal quality. Ash, give it your all. I look forward to our duel. Ash paused slightly, instinctively searching the crowd, only to spot Nashi, the gym leader of the Goldenrod City Gym, in the shadows of the player tunnel, clad in her signature attire. She appeared like a finely crafted doll, her expression calm and inscrutable, yet her deep-set eyes were fixed upon him. After sharing a few glances, she offered a slight nod before her figure gracefully disappeared into the throng. Nashi. Ash felt an emotional stir, realizing that this reticent psychic was cheering for him in her own unique manner. A group, match 1, contestant Xiaochun versus contestant Ash. Please welcome the participants. The announcement reverberated, heralding the commencement of the World Championship's inaugural battle. Pikachu, let us go? Pika. Together, they strode confidently into the spotlight of the prestigious world stage. Ladies and gentlemen, trainers and Pokémon enthusiasts from around the globe, the commentator's impassioned voice resonated through the venue's speakers. The first battle of the World Championship will commence now in Group A. Let us focus on the central arena. First to enter is Ash, the contestant from Pallet Town in the Kanto region. This young trainer is no stranger to us. He is the champion of the previous Sinnoh League and the victor of the Unova Conference. As Ash was introduced, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Misty, Dawn, Xiaoyao, Mei, and others were particularly animated, waving their arms in excitement. His opponent is none other than Xiaochun, the gym leader of Yinma City in the Johto region, the guardian of the ancient dragon legacy. In this clash of dragon and fire, who will emerge victorious? Xiaochun, with her high ponytail, composedly acknowledged the audience. The referee raised the flag. Match 1 of Group A. Contestant Ash against contestant Xiaochun. The battle format is 3 versus 3. The match concludes when all 3 Pokémon of one side can no longer battle. Now, please both contestants send out your first Pokémon. 3 versus 3. Xiao Guang exclaimed in astonishment. This is indeed different from ordinary tournaments. Yes, Xiaojing nodded. The standards of the World Championship are significantly higher, with increased battle intensity. In the center of the arena, Ash and Xiaochun locked eyes and simultaneously threw their Pokeballs. Go, Dragonite. Infernape, it's you. 2 beams of white light flashed. Xiaochun's ace Dragonite hovered in the air, exuding an imposing dragon might, its gaze regal. Meanwhile, Ash's Infernape, ablaze with the fire of determination, landed heavily, its fists colliding, sparking a burst of flames. Cool. It was filled with a fervor more intense than ever. Xiao Yao noted Infernape's entry with surprise. Ash is sending out Infernape first? Wouldn't it be more advantageous to use an Ice-type Pokémon against Xiaochun's Dragonite, which is a Dragon-flying type? Indeed. Ice-type moves are 4 times effective against Dragon-flying types, Misty analyzed, but Xiaochun's Dragonite possesses an extensive move set. After all, type advantages are not absolute. Xiaojing added, exactly. And Infernape is Ash's mainstay that he has cultivated in Sinnoh, which increases the odds of victory against Dragonite. Both had experienced Xiaochun's previous Haxorus firsthand and acknowledged Ash's strategy. On the battlefield, Xiaochun regarded Infernape with a glimmer of appreciation, quickly replaced by a serious demeanor. Infernape, bullet punch. Without hesitation, Ash initiated the first strike. Cool. Infernape responded eagerly, relishing the rapid tempo. In a flash, Infernape blurred into a crimson afterimage, its massive fist aimed at Dragonite's face with astonishing speed. This is a priority attack. Dragonite, extreme speed. Xiaochun smiled. In an instant, Dragonite's massive form unleashed in unimaginable speed upon receiving the command. Enveloped in a white aura, it surged forward, intercepting Infernape before the bullet punch could connect. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Infernape was struck by the forceful impact, stumbling backward and carving 2 grooves into the ground, a hint of pain etched on its face. The speed and power of extreme speed rendered the bullet punch ineffective. So fast, Ash marveled inwardly. Dragonite's reputation for speed was indeed well-deserved. Infernape was unable to seize the tempo. Do not give it a breather. Dragonite, hurricane. Xiaochun pressed the attack. Dragonite's enormous wings flapped violently, conjuring an immensely powerful whirlwind that surged toward the off-balance Infernape, encompassing almost the entire arena. Dig! Infernape swiftly reacted, claws moving like lightning to burrow into the ground, narrowly avoiding the oncoming tempest. The wind blades carved deep trenches into the ground. Now Infernape. Ash seized the moment as Dragonite experienced a brief moment of stillness after unleashing Hurricane. Flare Blitz. Boom. Infernape erupted from the earth, enveloped in dazzling white flames, trailing a long blue flame as it charged skyward toward Dragonite. The air shimmered with heat distortion. The momentum was breathtaking. Dragonite, quickly evade. Xiaochun called out urgently. Dragonite twisted its body desperately to dodge, but the range of Flare Blitz was too vast, grazing Dragonite's side as it whooshed past. Sizzle. The intense heat of the flames clashed with Dragonite's scales, creating a piercing sound. Dragonite let out a roar of pain, charred marks appearing where the flames had brushed against it. Dragonite, water gun. Dragonite endured the searing pain in its side, its massive jaws suddenly gaping wide as a powerful jet of water surged forth, targeting the recently charged Infernape. The speed was astonishing, leaving Infernape no time to evade. Steeling itself, Infernape braced for impact, while simultaneously unleashing a thunder punch in retaliation. Ash's pupils constricted. Recognizing the futility of avoidance, he promptly opted for an offensive approach, willing to risk mutual destruction. With a fierce roar, Infernape displayed no fear. Its fists enveloped in raging golden lightning as it charged forward to meet the devastating water cannon head-on. A resounding crash echoed as the thick jet of water struck Infernape squarely, the overwhelming pressure and force propelling it backward with brutal intensity. Infernape emitted a muffled groan of anguish, as if every bone in its body protested. Yet, in that moment of immense suffering, buoyed by sheer willpower and the momentum of the impact, Infernape surged forward against the torrent. The golden thunder punch, fueled by all its fury and defiance, slammed into Dragonite's chest, a target rendered vulnerable by its own attack. The air crackled with energy. The double thunder punch unleashed a torrent of electrical fury that coursed through Dragonite's colossal form. Dragonite howled in a more piercing cry than before, as the electricity ravaged its body, wreaking havoc. More perilously, after the electrical onslaught, Dragonite began to flicker with unstable golden sparks, its movements growing rigid as the paralysis effect of Thunder Punch took hold. Meanwhile, Infernape, drenched and panting heavily after being blasted back, bore the marks of a severe injury. However, the flames that had previously extinguished on its body flared back to life with explosive intensity, igniting like a gasoline-soaked inferno. No longer a mere orange hue, they transformed into a terrifying blaze nearing white-hot intensity. This inferno shot upward, vaporizing the surrounding mist and radiating a disquieting heat and energy. To withstand the water cannon and still retaliate, this was undeniably Ash's style. Kiawe excitedly waved his fists. Wow, Inferno! Super Inferno! Meanwhile, Lily jumped in delight at the activation of Infernape's blaze ability, thrilled by its resurgence. Furthermore, with the paralysis triggered, Infernape's attack power soared. While Dragonite's movements were hindered, Ash held a significant advantage. Brock quickly assessed the situation, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. In a distant corner, observing silently, Gladion felt a sense of relief at Infernape's super blaze transformation. Conversely, the expression on Chica's face shifted dramatically. Dragonite's agonized convulsions, and the flickering electric lights, coupled with the fierce heat radiating from Infernape, made her acutely aware that the tide of battle had turned drastically. Dragonite, return, Chica commanded without hesitation, decisively recalling her beleaguered Pokémon within the safety of its Pokeball. Her actions were swift and unambiguous, leaving the newly empowered Infernape bewildered, as if it had unleashed its ultimate move yet found no opponent to confront. Chapter 560. The Astonishing Blaze, Scorching Electric Strike, Dries Up the Rain. Clutching the Pokeball containing Dragonite, Chica felt a bead of sweat form in her palm, her gaze fixating gravely on the humanoid form engulfed in white flames before her. She could palpably sense the terrifying heat emanating from that fire, causing her to sweat profusely beneath her cloak. With a determined glint in her eyes, she made a swift decision. Kingdra, engage. In a flash of light, a majestic Pokémon adorned in deep blue scales and bearing a distinctive cannon-like mouth materialized on the battlefield. Kingdra's dual typing theoretically granted it quadruple resistance to fire-type moves, making it one of the most ideal choices to counter Infernape. Kingdra, water gun. Chica commanded without a moment's delay. She needed to ascertain the extent of Infernape's firepower bolstered by Blaze. Once more, a high-pressure jet of water erupted from Kingdra's mouth, hurtling toward Infernape with a resounding whoosh. Facing the oncoming water cannon, Ash's expression remained resolute, his lips curling into a confident smile. Infernape, flamethrower. Infernape let out a thunderous roar, its chest heaving as the surging flames found their outlet, coalescing into a robust column of fire that charged toward the water cannon. There was no grand explosion, only the sound of fierce evaporation. The powerful water jet, capable of shattering stone, was met with an overwhelming heat that vaporized it at an astonishing rate upon contact with the flamethrower. White steam enveloped the arena in an instant. Yet within a heartbeat, the subsequent, even more ferocious flames consumed it entirely, crashing down upon Kingdra's water-scaled body with relentless force. Kingdra uttered a pained groan, sliding back several meters under the sheer weight of the onslaught. The expected quadruple resistance should have rendered it unharmed. However, the area struck by the flames bore glaring blackened marks on its deep blue scales. What? Chica's pupils dilated in shock, her heart sinking, despite her prior mental preparations. Witnessing Kingdra sustain such visible burns from Infernape's flames sent a chill down her spine. The potency of this fire had utterly shattered the principles of type advantages. Infernape's blaze was no trivial matter. At the previous Lily of the Valley conference, Infernape's capabilities had already begun to surface, though overshadowed by the mega-evolved Charizard and Sceptile, which had diverted attention from Infernape's prowess. Kingdra, Rain Dance. Chica immediately adjusted her strategy. If a direct confrontation was futile, she would alter the battlefield conditions, seeking to diminish the flame's temperature and potency. Simultaneously, she aimed to activate Kingdra's ability, Swift Swim, significantly enhancing its speed to outmaneuver Infernape during this perilous burst phase. Kingdra let out a triumphant cry, thick clouds gathering overhead as heavy raindrops began to fall, the temperature of the arena seemingly dropping several degrees. Kingdra's form became a blur amid the rain, agile and elusive. However, Ash did not display the urgency Chica anticipated. Instead, he maintained an air of calm confidence, a deeper smile gracing his lips. He issued no commands to hinder the rain, merely watching the clouds accumulate and the rain begin to pour. Huh. Why isn't Ash stopping it? Kiawe exclaimed from the audience, concern etched on his face. Rain was highly disadvantageous for fire types. Moreover, Kingdra's speed would become extraordinarily heightened. Brock's keen gaze pierced through the tension. No, Ash likely intends this. Chica felt a flicker of unease. Ash's composure was unervingly serene, but the command had been given. The arrow was loosed. Kingdra, water gun. Empowered by the rain, Kingdra moved with ghostly swiftness, repositioning to the flank and gathering formidable water energy to unleash a powerful jet toward Infernape. Now, Ash's eyes gleamed with determination. It was as if he had been anticipating this moment all along. Infernape, let the rain dissipate entirely. Inferno Electric Strike. Maximum power. Infernape let out a furious roar, the flames enveloping its body condensing inward, as if compressing a miniature sun within. Then, it erupted with a blinding radiance, transforming into a humanoid meteor of incandescent light, not aimed at Kingdra, but soaring toward the heavens. The air trembled with a cataclysmic energy, radiating outward from Infernape, the torrential rain evaporating in an instant, leaving not even a trace of vapor. The scene appeared frozen for a moment. As everyone squinted against the blinding light and opened their eyes once more, the sky was clear, devoid of clouds. The overcast skies, shrouded in rain, were abruptly dispelled in an instant by the terrifying energy unleashed by the Infernape. Sunlight cascaded down unobstructed once more. Remarkable. The intensity of this Infernape's flames is extraordinary, having evaporated the rain-soaked atmosphere. The host, in a tone of disbelief, remarked that in all his years of hosting, this was the first time he had witnessed a non-weather move disrupt a weather-related phenomenon. However, the spectacle was far from over. The blazing figure of Infernape, propelled by the explosive force of its flare blitz, executed a sharp turn mid-air, descending with immense power, aimed directly at the bewildered Sharpedo below. Stunned by the sudden change in weather. Watch out. Xiaochun's warning was drowned out by a resounding crash. Boom. The flare blitz, infused with the might of the evaporated rain, struck Sharpedo squarely. The ground trembled violently. A cloud of dust mixed with scalding air surged upwards. As the haze began to clear, Sharpedo lay at the center of a vast charred crater, its deep blue scales marred by cracks and burn marks, its jaw hanging limply, eyes swirling. Having lost all combat capability, in a single blow, in its blazing state, the physical impact of Flare Blitz combined with extreme fire damage had utterly defeated the Sharpedo, which theoretically possessed 4 times the resistance to fire. Xiaochun, witnessing Sharpedo's incapacitation, turned her gaze back to the still breathing, but now less fiery Infernape, and the last vestiges of hope vanished from her heart. She fully comprehended Ash's earlier confidence. He had no fear of her rain summons, for he possessed an absolute strength capable of evaporating both rain and cloud the moment her pleas were granted. What a domineering power and self-assurance. Well done, Infernape. Your flames have grown even more formidable, Ash praised candidly, noting that it seemed Infernape had undergone rigorous training in the Johto Forest. He had initially intended for Infernape to deliver another fiery explosion, but it appeared unnecessary. Cool. In response, Infernape nodded somewhat ruefully, acknowledging that Charizard, his elder brother, was simply too enthusiastic. Chapter 561, Mega Gyarados, Fire's Call to Glory. The power of flames in its blazing state had surpassed all reason. Xiaochun's gaze sharpened as she tightened her grip on the third Pokeball in her hand. Yet, Infernape's vulnerabilities were equally evident. Its blazing state relied on its remaining health. A single well-aimed strike could terminate its explosive prowess. Without hesitation, Xiaochun raised the Pokeball high. Now it's your turn. Gyarados, Mega Evolve. The earth-shattering roar tore through the air as the colossal Gyarados descended, exuding a fierce, tempestuous aura. Simultaneously, the keystone on Xiaochun's chest and the Mega Stone embedded in Gyarados' tail erupted in a dazzling light of evolution. The radiance enveloped Gyarados' massive form like a cocoon. As the brilliance faded, a more imposing Mega Gyarados emerged before all present. Its size had increased, and the spines on its head and back had sharpened and thickened. Its jaw extended with a terrifying bony structure, the deep blue scales glinting with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. A ferocious dragon's might now commanding the arena. Mega Gyarados. Xiaochun's ace had undergone Mega Evolution, and with its water-dark typing facing the blazing Infernape, the outcome remained uncertain. The oppressive aura of Mega Gyarados is overwhelming. Mei gasped. Xiaochun is going all out. Xiao Wang nervously clenched his fists. On the battlefield, Ash's expression turned serious. Mega Gyarados was indeed a heavyweight contender. However, glancing at the fervently spirited Infernape, it appeared ready for another round. Caution was warranted to avoid being struck by Mega Gyarados' water-based attacks. Gyarados, Waterfall. Xiaochun's command sounded like the clarion call to battle. The enormous Mega Gyarados instantly summoned a torrent of surging water, charging towards Infernape with the force of a tsunami. The impact of the water against the ground sent shards of stone flying, a fearsome spectacle. Infernape, unleash Flamethrower. Cool. Infernape, undeterred, opened its mouth and unleashed a concentrated column of searing flames. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of vaporization echoed sharply, reminiscent of a red-hot iron plunging into ice water. The overwhelming torrent of water from Mega Gyarados was met with the terrifying heat, evaporating at a visibly accelerated rate, vast plumes of steam billowing skyward. Mega Gyarados' momentum faltered. As if hindered by an invisible force, the impact of the waterfall significantly diminished. Emerging from the steam, the water that had enveloped it had nearly vanished, leaving only scattered droplets clinging to its scales, emitting wisps of vapor. Water tail. The ferocity in Gyarados' eyes intensified, its massive tail, now infused with renewed water energy, swung with tremendous force towards Infernape. Back, Heatwave. Ash's command followed swiftly. Infernape executed a series of somersaults, retreating several meters. Once at a safe distance, it inhaled deeply, its chest swelling, then unleashed a torrent of heated air. No longer a concentrated pillar of fire, it transformed into a vast wave of scorching heat. Whoosh! The searing airflow surged forward. The oncoming water tail, laden with water energy, was met with this intense heat wave, rapidly evaporating and significantly weakening its impact. Simultaneously, the powerful heat wave collided violently with Mega Gyarados' sweeping tail, Thunder Punch. Confronting the now waterless water tail, Infernape coalesced its fist, crackling with electricity, and struck directly at the incoming tail. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as Mega Gyarados was forced backward by the impact of the Thunder Punch. Even worse, the heat from the wind seemed to seep into its scales, causing the tail's once gleaming scales to take on an unnatural red hue. Roar! Mega Gyarados let out a cry that was a mix of pain and fury. The searing sensation at its tail only heightened its rage, flickering flames appearing across its body. A burn has been triggered. Ash's expression brightened. The physically offensive Gyarados had ignited a burn, significantly diminishing its offensive capabilities. Had fortune finally turned in his favor? First, there was Dragonite's paralysis, and now Gyarados had been afflicted with a burn. Alas, Xiaochun sighed. The waterfall attack had evaporated, and her close-range assault was thwarted and now compounded with a burn. Infernape's flames were utterly unreasonable, transforming the advantage of type resistance into a tool of attrition. The scales tipped once more in favor of Infernape. This cannot continue. Xiaochun's thoughts raced. Gyarados' Dragon Dance. Mega Gyarados, enduring the searing pain, twisted its body, gathering the ferocious dragon energy, attempting to execute the ancient dance that would enhance its power. Not so fast. Infernape, taunting. Ash would not grant her this opportunity. Cool. Infernape flashed a smirk full of derision, beckoning Mega Gyarados with a finger, its gaze brimming with disdain and contempt. An invisible mental wave enveloped Mega Gyarados in an instant. Roar! Mega Gyarados' movements came to an abrupt halt. The energy for Dragon Dance was interrupted, and an uncontrollable rage surged, overwhelming its rationality. The provocation had succeeded. For the next few turns, it could only resort to offensive moves. Xiaochun's heart sank. In the ensuing rounds, she found herself entirely at the mercy of Infernape's rhythm. Mega Gyarados unleashed a furious barrage of attacks, Hydro Pump, Crunch, and Giga Impact. Yet the Hydro Pump was largely evaporated by the Flamethrower, its power drastically reduced. Although Crunch and Giga Impact were formidable, their accuracy suffered greatly against Infernape's agile maneuvers. In the intervals between each assault, the Flamethrower monkey's fiery blasts and jets of flame consistently struck true upon the majestic figure of the Mega Gyarados, leaving behind fresh scorch marks that compounded the agonizing burns. After several exchanges, the once imposing deep blue form of the Mega Gyarados was now marred with numerous charred blemishes, its labored breaths growing increasingly ragged. The searing pain continued to sap its vitality, causing its movements to noticeably slow. In stark contrast, although the Flamethrower monkey also gasped for air, its eyes remained alight with indomitable spirit. Now was the moment. A glimmer of determination ignited within Ash's eyes. The Flamethrower monkey was nearly spent, and this strike must conclude the battle. Flamethrower monkey, unleash your final explosive flames. With a fierce determination, the Flamethrower monkey struck the ground with both fists, the remnants of its flames igniting in a furious blaze, which it then channeled into the earth beneath it. Boom! Gyarados, surf, block it! Shouted Xiaochun in a desperate final plea. Yet this last-ditch effort to surf was destined for failure as it collided with the explosive flames that embodied the ultimate fury of the Flamethrower monkey. Sizzle! The massive wall of water shattered like fragile ice, instantly vaporized. The white steam existed for but a fleeting moment before being engulfed entirely by the subsequent inferno that consumed the colossal form of Mega Gyarados. Boom! A mushroom cloud of flames rose slowly into the air. When the smoke and flames finally dissipated, the arena was left with a vast, charred crater. At the bottom of this pit lay the Mega Gyarados, its Mega Evolution now undone, its body blackened and emitting wisps of smoke, eyes tightly shut, utterly devoid of combat capability. On the edge of the pit, the Flamethrower monkey knelt on one knee, panting heavily, clearly at its limit. What an extraordinary display! In a state of intense fire, the Flamethrower monkey overcame its type disadvantage, evaporated the rain, and even triumphed over the Mega Gyarados. The commentator exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. The audience erupted in cheers and applause, a cacophony akin to a roaring tsunami. Chapter 562. First Victory, the overzealous Super Ice Guardian, combined. In the Champions Lounge, the Unova champion, Alder slammed his hand on the table, his boisterous laughter echoing. Huh? What a remarkable lad. What a splendid flamethrower monkey. His eyes sparkled with admiration. Truly, Ash had inherited the charm of his youth. Beside him, Gardevoir's eyes lit up. No wonder Cynthia holds this boy in such high regard. The Sinnoh Elite Four member, Leaf, appeared utterly astonished, murmuring, "Is this really the same flamethrower monkey from before?" Its intense flames were formidable, but they lacked such destructive power. Ash had certainly grown stronger. The Kalos Fire-type Elite Four member, Pyra, watched with gleaming eyes, elegantly lifting her teacup and casting a playful glance at her companions, Kona and Bonnie. Oh dear, it seems our ice-type expert might face significant challenges against this unreasonable flamethrower monkey. The intensity of those flames could even breach absolute zero. Kona adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the image of the flamethrower monkey on the screen, a calm smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it is stunning. However, my Clawitzer and Lapras rely on more than just ice. With an unwavering confidence characteristic of an ice-type champion, Bonnie added, the abundant power of water can easily extinguish those flames, balancing or even suppressing them, given comparable levels. Kona crossed his arms, his expression cool yet thoughtful. The Hoenn champion, Michael, remained quietly focused on the screen, not engaging in the discourse. A contemplative look graced his handsome features as he observed the flamethrower monkey, his gaze seemingly transcending the immediate scene. He believed that at this moment, his Milotic, with its elegant and potent water-based prowess, could easily suppress or extinguish the weakened flames. Yet, the future was far less certain. On the battlefield, the blinding white flames gradually subsided. The flamethrower monkey stood tall, but its heaving chest and trembling legs signaled its limits. Ash wasted no time, swiftly raising a pokeball. Return, flamethrower monkey. You were magnificent. Rest well. A red light enveloped the weary warrior. To have taken down two formidable foes, Kingdra and Gyarados, in its weakened state far exceeded expectations. Although Ash yearned to witness the flamethrower monkey unleash its full power in a glorious display, such aspirations would have to wait. Now it's your turn, Ice Guardian, he declared, hurling a new pokeball. A brilliant icy blue light flickered, revealing the Ice Guardian, radiating an aura of chilling intensity. Its eyes sparkling with excitement after a long absence from battle. Despite its level being significantly lower than Dragonite's, the fourfold type advantage, coupled with the occasional flickers of paralysis coursing through Dragonite, brought a smile of ease to Ash's face. These two immense advantages could sufficiently bridge the gap created by level and experience. In stark contrast to Ash's composure, Xiaochun wore a grave expression. With only Dragonite remaining as her final ace, she faced a dire type disadvantage. The paralyzed state further exacerbated Dragonite's plight. Dragonite, hold on. We have not lost yet, she urged her partner, her gaze sharp as she searched for any potential breakthrough. As the ace companion of Xiaochun, Dragonite nodded with stable emotions. Ice Guardian, take the initiative. Blizzard, Ash commanded decisively, intent on leveraging the absolute advantage of type effectiveness to secure victory in one fell swoop. Roar. The Ice Guardian's icy crystals swirled rapidly, a formidable cold front coalescing into a sweeping blizzard that unleashed its freezing might upon Dragonite. The fourfold advantage theoretically held the power to end the battle in a single strike. Xiaochun's pupils dilated. She knew that withstanding it was futile, and in a split second, she resolved to gamble on the paralysis not activating, hoping that the hasty flames could diminish the lethal frost. Dragonite, Fire Blast. Block it. Dragonite inhaled deeply, a searing column of fire erupting from its mouth. Though its power paled in comparison to the flamethrower monkeys, it was more than sufficient to counter the oncoming blizzard. Fire and ice clashed violently, erupting in a cloud of scalding steam. The ferocity of the blizzard was significantly diminished. The residual flurries that penetrated the fiery barrier, while still bone-chilling, failed to completely overwhelm Dragonite's defenses. We did it. Xiaochun felt a surge of joy, only to be followed by a tightening in her chest as the flickering paralysis once again coursed through Dragonite, the paralysis status yet to lift. Ash's smile faltered, his lips twitching slightly. No way. What terrible luck. Did the flamethrower monkey exhaust all our good fortune in its previous battle? Ice Guardian, once more. Blizzard, he commanded, refusing to succumb to despair. The Ice Guardian gathered the icy power anew. Yet, history repeated itself. Dragonite, hindered by the paralysis, still managed to unleash flames with tenacity. Again, Blizzard. Ash's frustration mounted, his expression darkening. In a third attempt, just as the Ice Guardian was about to coalesce its frosty energy, Dragonite's paralysis unexpectedly did not activate. Fire Blast. Xiaochun seized this precious moment. Dragonite smoothly expelled the fiery column, this interception proving even more effective, nearly nullifying the blizzard entirely. Such a pity. On the stage, Xiaoguang shook her head in disappointment. Indeed, I never anticipated that Dragonite would not be paralyzed even once and successfully executed Fire Blast. Mei marveled at Xiaochun's luck. As the paralysis flickers on Dragonite subsided, its mobility appeared to be returning. Ash knew they could not afford to prolong this any further. Since luck was not on their side, they would have to overpower their opponent with sheer strength. Ash's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he raised his wrist high. The keystone embedded in his bracelet erupted with brilliant light, resonating intensely with the Mega Stone carried by the Ice Guardian. Ice Guardian, heed my call. Mega Evolution. A dazzling white light swiftly enveloped the Ice Guardian. In the dazzling light, the form of Mega Glalie remained unchanged, still sporting its large head. But the energy surging from its super evolution left its counterpart, Glalie, agape in awe. A faint chill could be seen seeping from Glalie's gaping maw. Upon witnessing Glalie's ability to Mega Evolve, Xiaochun's eyes flickered with surprise, but she quickly regained her composure. After all, Ash had already showcased multiple Mega Evolved Pokemon at the Lily of the Valley Conference, so possessing a Glalie Megastone was hardly surprising. However, the battle that lay ahead would undoubtedly be excruciating. A chill ran through her as she vividly recalled the terrifying ability of Mega Glalie, which could convert regular-type moves into Ice-type attacks through its frigid skin ability. Mega Glalie, Blizzard, Ash commanded, seizing the opportunity. The newly evolved Glalie gathered the power of ice at an accelerated pace, unleashing an even more formidable force. Dragonite, Extreme Speed. She barked. Whoosh. Dragonite's form instantly transformed into a blurred streak of golden lightning. Its astonishing speed allowed it to traverse half the battlefield almost simultaneously with the command's utterance. Just as the blizzard of Mega Glalie began to coalesce, not yet fully unleashed, it was struck violently from the side by the hauntingly swift Extreme Speed. Bang! A deep thud echoed as Mega Glalie's massive form staggered from the impact, its charged blizzard veering off course and shooting towards the audience, sending a bone-chilling wave of cold air toward the nearby spectators. Fire Punch. Dragonite pressed on, harnessing the momentum of its extreme speed, its fiery fist hurtling forward. Glalie, Substitute. Ash cleverly shouted in a moment of desperation. At the critical juncture, Mega Glalie's form blurred, creating over a dozen indistinguishable illusions. Dragonite's Fire Punch shattered only one of the illusions, scattering ice crystals. Now's the chance. Ultimate Impact. Ash's eyes sparked with determination. Mega Glalie's true form concentrated all its strength into a singular point, erupting in a terrifying icy blue energy that was aimed squarely at Dragonite. Under the enhancement of its frigid skin ability, this ultimate impact transformed from a mere normal-type move into a fearsome ice-type attack, quadrupling its effectiveness. Should it connect, Dragonite would have no chance of survival. Xiaochun's heart raced, acutely aware of the lethal nature of this blow. Dragonite, create distance. Rock Tomb, she shouted, opting to evade the impending peril while simultaneously crafting an obstacle. Dragonite exhibited the resilience of Xiaochun's ace, enduring the immense psychological pressure of the type disadvantage, flapping its wings ferociously to narrowly evade the ultimate impact. Simultaneously, it clasped its claws together, summoning a tremendous rock formation that rose to block Mega Glalie's pursuit. TSK. Ash felt a pang of frustration. The seemingly inevitable strike of Mega Glalie had gone awry, leaving it momentarily stiffened by the sheer inertia. Now's our chance. Dragonite, Fire Punch. Xiaochun would not let this fleeting opportunity slip away. In an instant, Dragonite maneuvered around the rock, its blazing fist striking with force against the stunned Mega Glalie. Roar. Mega Glalie let out a deafening roar, ice shards scattering from the impact, its colossal form tumbling away in disarray, carving a deep furrow in the ground. Excellent. A smile finally graced Xiaochun's face. It seemed she still had a shot. If she could defeat Mega Glalie now, she would only have to contend with a weary Infernape and Ash's final unknown Pokemon, tilting the scales of victory back in her favor. Glalie, Icy Wind. Ash shouted. He needed to restrain Dragonite's terrifying speed. Steadying itself, Mega Glalie exhaled a frigid stream laden with ice crystals, attempting to slow Dragonite's movements. Dragonite, Heat Wave. Dragonite flapped its wings, unleashing a scorching gust that collided violently with the icy wind. The hissing of evaporating air filled the arena as the two opposing currents neutralized each other, creating a vast cloud of swirling steam. In the midst of the steam, Dragonite spun rapidly through the air, enveloped in draconic energy. Dragon Dance. Ash's eyes lit up with an opportunity. He aimed to create an icy terrain while his opponent was busy enhancing their power, allowing for a prolonged battle of attrition. He believed that with patience, Mega Glalie still had a chance. However, this time, Glalie did not heed Ash's command. Instead, it abruptly turned toward him, letting out a fervent cry. Ash locked eyes with it, instantly comprehending the unspoken plea. Glalie wished to execute the mutually destructive move, explosion. Glalie, no? We can still. Ash instinctively sought to refuse, believing there was still a window for victory. Yet, Glalie's gaze was resolute, even tinged with a hint of longing, as it subtly shook its head, conveying its desire to win. Having finally returned to the battlefield, it was unwilling to accept defeat so easily. It truly yearned for victory. In that fleeting moment of mental connection, Dragonite completed its final spin of Dragon Dance, its momentum reaching a zenith, preparing to unleash a devastating blow. All right. Ash was ignited by Glalie's determination, with no time left to hesitate. As hope for victory illuminated Xiaochun's face, Ash issued a command that left everyone utterly astonished. His voice resonating throughout the arena. Glalie now? Explosion. Xiaochun's smile froze instantly. Roar. Mega Glalie unleashed a thunderous roar, its body erupting in an unprecedented azure light. The brilliance quickly enveloped its massive form, and then, boom, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated through the arena. With a staggering power of 250. Transformed into pure ice type due to the frigid skin ability, the explosion erupted from Mega Glalie's core. The terrifying icy blue energy surged across the entire battlefield, indiscriminately consuming everything within its range. Dragonite's proud speed appeared utterly insignificant in the face of this all-encompassing AoE attack. It barely managed to shield itself with its arms, eyes wide with terror, only to be completely engulfed by the freezing tidal wave. On the sidelines, Ash, Pikachu, and Xiaochun felt the overwhelming pressure of the explosion in an instant. With no time to think, they instinctively dove to the ground, covering their heads. The cacophony of the explosion and the biting chill ravaged the battlefield for several seconds before slowly subsiding. Dense clouds of icy dust mingled with smoke gradually settled. As visibility returned, a massive, charred pit marred the center of the battlefield, crisscrossed with spiderweb-like fissures. Mega Glalie reverted from its mega evolution, its eyes swirling in confusion. Meanwhile, Dragonite lay at the edge of the pit, its body encrusted in thick frost, eyes closed, having lost all combat capability. The ice-type explosion, under a 4 times effectiveness, was indeed terrifying. After a considerable time, the referee finally emerged from the rubble, wiping sweat from his brow and somberly declaring Ash the victor. You've won. Ash rose from the ground, dusting himself off, gazing at the pokeball of Glalie in his hand, his eyes filled with a mix of compassion and regret. Thank you, Glalie, you were magnificent. Xiaochun also stood, gazing at her incapacitated Dragonite with a bemused expression. She recalled Dragonite's pokeball. Walking to the center of the arena to shake Ash's hand, her tone imbued with helplessness and profound reflection. Congratulations, Ash, but you went a bit too far, don't you think? I merely wished to win a match. Was it necessary for Glalie to use explosion? The high ponytailed woman, cloaked in mystery, cast a deeply resentful glance. Ash, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head, his smile sincere yet tinged with apology. I'm truly sorry, Xiaochun. It was Glalie's choice, after all. He yearned fervently for victory, for his team to secure this triumph, and thus I respected his unwavering determination. Chapter 563, Finding an Elegant and Mature Big Sister for Brother. The main venue lay in disarray, a chaotic battlefield. The host, brushing off the ice shards and dust from his uniform, cast a wary glance at the referee and announced, due to severe damage to the primary battlefield, urgent repairs are required. The remaining matches will be relocated to the first, second, and third auxiliary venues. We apologize for the inconvenience caused to our esteemed audience. The announcement reverberated throughout the venue, which had just endured a calamity. Ash stared at the charred, deep pit, thickly coated with ice, and Pikachu blinked in astonishment. The explosive power of the Super Ice Golem had exceeded expectations. Was it the enhancement provided by its ice body ability? The only solace was that the main venue was spacious enough that the shockwave hadn't reached the spectators. Misty was the first to rush forward, her hand covering her mouth as she chuckled teasingly. Ash, did your ice golem consume explosives? The explosion obliterated your half of the battlefield. The surrounding crowd stifled their laughter. Ash, feeling a flush of embarrassment, scratched the back of his head, his face a canvas of mortification. I didn't anticipate it would result in this. It was my first time using Ice Golem, so I miscalculated its power. He was at a loss. Typically, he would not consider a Pokémon employing a self-destructive move. Witnessing Ice Golem's detonation for victory was a first for him. Brock stroked his chin, donning an analytical expression as he sought to provide Ash with an exit. The Ice Body ability transforms normal-type moves into Ice-type moves. Benefiting from the same type bonus, and Ice Golem's inherent ability also amplifies the power of Ice-type moves. All things considered, the destructive energy of that explosion likely approached twice that of a standard explosion. Truly remarkable. Twice, Toru exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. No wonder the arena has turned into this. It was indeed a level of destruction that bordered on foul play. May also nodded with a smile. Yes. While the spectacle was a tad exaggerated, it truly reflects Ash and Ice Golem's style. To be precise, it was 12, 15, 18. However, Brock was unaware of the exact figures. His rough estimate sufficed. Yet, May was indifferent to the state of the battlefield. With wide, admiring eyes, she gazed at Ash. Her voice filled with admiration. Am I the only one who finds that explosion incredibly cool? The determination to risk everything for victory and the profound bond with his Pokémon is truly touching. Hearing May's praise, Ash felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed that May was indeed his devoted fan. However, it was little Chuan's Dragonite that bore the brunt of the impact. After all, it was subjected to a 4 times effective ice body explosion. It must have been quite painful. He recalled that Chuan had hurriedly taken Dragonite to Miss Joy for emergency treatment. Unable to shake off a twinge of guilt, Ash mourned for Dragonite in silence. Returning to reality, Koharu curiously inquired, "So, Ash, what will you do for the upcoming matches? I heard from the host that you won't be able to compete until the venue is repaired." Ash glanced at the announcement board. "Well, it's fortuitous. We can go watch the matches at the other venues. Delayed or not, at least he wouldn't have to pay for repairs to the explosion-damaged arena. Speaking of which, May, I believe you're in the 4th round." "Yes, it was initially scheduled for the afternoon, but thanks to you, Ash, it might be moved up," May teased, leaving Ash both amused and exasperated. Yet, from a certain perspective, May's statement bore truth. Originally, the Unova League intended to use only the main venue for viewership ratings, extending the competition while avoiding the lower ratings that multiple auxiliary venues might incur. However, now it seemed Ash's Ice Golem had shattered their plans. Surely, the league wouldn't be so petty as to make him pay for repairs, would they? One could hope. Meanwhile, in the Kalos region, in the town of Chaoyang, Salina and her Pokémon, Fennekin, Shiny Thief Cat, Electrike, Shiny Flababy, and Shuckle, were gathered around the television. He won. Ash is amazing. Upon witnessing Ash's victory over Chuan, Salina leaped from the sofa, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Miss Sachi, observing her daughter's exuberance, couldn't help but tease, "Oh, it seems our little Salina's boyfriend is quite formidable, defeating the Dragon-type expert from the Chengdu region in his first match." "Mom, no, he's not my boyfriend." Salina's face turned crimson as she hurriedly retorted, yet her lips betrayed a smile. Fennekin stifled a giggle, its eyes sparkling mischievously, while the other Pokémon chimed in with playful sounds. Particularly the mischievous Thief Cat and Electrike exchanged knowing glances, as if sharing an inside joke. "You guys are incorrigible." Salina stomped her foot in frustration, feeling exasperated yet helpless, burying her flushed face in a cushion. At that moment, the television host explained that the main venue was temporarily closed due to the overwhelming power of Ash's Ice Golem explosion, and his match would be delayed. "Oh, we can't watch it now," disappointment etched across Salina's features. Ms. Sachi remarked in surprise, "Wow, Ash's Ice Golem is that powerful? It could even damage the World Championship venue?" Salina quickly rallied, seizing the remote. "No worries. Since we can't watch Ash's match, let's tune into the gym leaders' battles in Kalos. It's a perfect opportunity to gather intelligence." She calculated eagerly in her mind. The more she learned, the better she could guide Ash when he arrived in Kalos, allowing for more conversation. Swiftly, she changed the channel to the gym leaders' battle broadcast. At one of the auxiliary venues, the specially arranged arena in Kalos, the host's enthusiastic voice rang out. "Thank you for waiting, dear viewers. We now present to you the thrilling battles among the gym leaders of the Kalos region. Featuring the vibrant Violet gym leader from Sanalun City, pitted against the 3rd-place contestant from this tournament, May from Hoenn City, alongside a mysterious substitute, the Blaziken Mask. It is said to be replacing the leader of Mier City, who could not attend due to unforeseen circumstances." The television screen shifted to the 3 trainers. The stunning blonde with fair skin, the Violet gym leader, posed energetically for the camera. "Dear viewers, be sure to capture these exciting moments with your eyes." May waved enthusiastically, quickly adapting despite the larger audience compared to the tournament. The Blaziken mask, donned in a red outfit, struck a peculiar pose, voice altered, burned brightly. The flames of justice. I shall vanquish evil. Serena watched intently, exclaiming in delight, it's Miss Violet and May. But who is this Blaziken mask we haven't seen before? What happened to the Mier gym leader? Miss Sachi pondered. I believe I heard that they forgot an important password and couldn't return home, thus unable to compete. What an amusing predicament. Meanwhile, far away in Mier City, Hitron, locked out due to forgetting the password, sneezed loudly. You foolish brother. It's all your fault for forgetting the password to the stinky robot. Now we can't obtain the certification badge. Otherwise, we could have participated in the World Championship. As he gazed at the Blaziken mask on the television, the envious and resentful golden-haired girl, Yulika, scolded her brother Hitron. The latter couldn't help but timidly correct her about the robot. It's called Hiddleroyd. It's my perfect creation. A perfect creation that got kicked out of the gym? Speaking of which, Yulika fumed. Had it not been for Dad's business trip leaving us to look after the house, we would have almost ended up on the streets. However, that was not the most infuriating part. It was the Blaziken mask, who had mysteriously filled in for the Mier gym leader. Her brother was indeed a constant source of trouble. We must find a beautiful big sister. The precocious Yulika sighed as she looked at her remorseful brother Hitron. Chapter 564, The Fiery Fowl Mask, May's Defeat. The competition at the third venue swiftly concluded. The single-type gym leader faced a distinct disadvantage against the well-prepared trainers. Although the Violet gym leader exhibited remarkable skill, her Swablu, Rain Moth, and Vivillon were cultivated exceptionally well, displaying elegant movements and intricate techniques. Their bug-type vulnerabilities were glaringly evident. May's Thunder Zebra and Shiny Swanna easily dismantled the defensive tandem of Swablu and Rain Moth with absolute dominance. Despite Vivillon's butterfly dance attempting to alter the course of the battle, May's subsequent deployment of Blaziken, with its overwhelming power and flames, withstood Vivillon's onslaught and decisively concluded the match with a powerful blaze kick. Vivillon lost its ability to battle. Thus, the victor is May from Hyoshi City. The referee waved the flag. Hooray, we won. May jubilantly leaped up, high-fiving her Blaziken in celebration. The defeated Violet, however, did not exhibit any signs of discouragement. Instead, she brandished her camera, incessantly clicking snapshots of May and her Pokémon, her face beaming with excitement. How wonderful! Whether it be Blaziken, Thunder Zebra, or Swanna, they all make for perfect photographic subjects. To Violet, it seemed that even defeat was a treasured moment in her journey. She put away her camera and approached May, sincerely congratulating her. Congratulations, May. That was an exhilarating battle. Thank you, Miss Violet. Your Pokémon are quite formidable as well. May responded politely. Meanwhile, Toko, who had been spectating, joined them, sharing her own insights into photography, and the two photographers quickly found common ground, exchanging tips on capturing Pokémon battles. Violet even playfully stuck out her tongue. Actually, losing isn't so bad. It grants me an extended vacation courtesy of the League, an opportunity to travel and shoot across Unova. I can't let this rare public expense go to waste. It's a business exploration opportunity. This candid remark elicited laughter from everyone. After a brief respite, May prepared for her second battle against the enigmatic Fiery Fowl Mask. This peculiar figure, donned in a mask, exuded an eccentric charm, yet possessed an astonishing prowess. His Electrike's Thunderbolt was both precise and ferocious. His Brellum unleashed its sonic punch with lightning speed, often striking before the opponent could react. May exerted her utmost effort, her superior showcasing its elegant vine whip and leaf blade, while her newly evolved Golem endeavored to control the battlefield with Sandstorm and Rock Slide. And Blaziken roared back into action. However, the Fiery Fowl Mask's responses were impeccable, his tactical acumen crystal clear, mastering the timing with perfection. Ultimately, the Fiery Fowl Mask's ace, Blaziken, delivered a fierce blaze kick, vanquishing May's beleaguered Golem, thus concluding the match. Golem lost its ability to battle. Therefore, the Fiery Fowl Mask is the victor. The referee announced. Alas, I lost again. Although May felt somewhat disheartened, she quickly recalled Golem, gently stroking the Pokeball, acknowledging that everyone had performed admirably, and it was they who needed to strive harder. That was an exhilarating battle, May. I truly felt the bond between you and your Pokémon. The Fiery Fowl Mask struck his signature pose, his processed voice tinged with admiration. The watching Dawn sympathized with May. What a pity. May worked so hard. Both Golem and Thunder Zebra have become significantly stronger after evolving. Ash observed intently, remarking, that Fiery Fowl Mask is impressive. His Pokémon exhibit solid fundamentals, hardly granting the opponent a moment's respite. May's loss is not unjustified. The Fiery Fowl Mask, even among gym leaders, belongs to the elite tier. After all, he still has a mega evolution in reserve, doesn't he? Pikachu nodded in agreement. As May stepped off the battlefield, everyone quickly gathered to console her. She remained remarkably magnanimous, smiling and saying, "It's all right. Just being able to participate in the World Championships and witness so many skilled trainers compete is already a wonderful experience. Next, I'll cheer for Ash." As she spoke, she cast a glance at Ash, tinged with admiration. Thus, the competitions at the first venue concluded. The fiery foul mass triumphed over both Violet and May, advancing to the next round with an impressive record of 2 victories, accumulating 6 points. Concurrently, news arrived from the other 2 venues. The top gym leader from the Sinnoh region, Electra, and the psychic queen, Nasi, from the Johto region, also emerged dominantly from their respective groups. Their prowess places them among the elite echelon of gym leaders, with their advancement unquestionable. In the afternoon, the sun dispelled the lingering chill of the morning. Following emergency repairs by the engineering team, the massive pit in the main venue was filled, and the charred marks and thick ice were cleared away. Although the newly laid ground appeared somewhat hasty, it had at least regained its functionality for the competition. The announcement echoed throughout the venue. "Thank you for your patience, esteemed audience. The main venue has been restored, and we shall now continue with the second round of today as first match, featuring Ash from Pallet Town facing off against Yeyue from White Town. It's my turn again." Ash waved goodbye to everyone, along with Meloetta and Victini nestled in the girl's arms, and made his way to the competition arena. At the entrance of the competitor's tunnel, Ash unexpectedly encountered Yeyue, who had been waiting there. "Ash." Yeyue greeted him with a smile. Ash reciprocated with a radiant and confident grin, extending his hand in response. Their hands clasped tightly, and it felt as if an electric spark ignited in the air. A long-awaited revenge battle from multiple regions was about to commence in this Unova main venue. In the living room of Chaoyang Town in the Kalos region, the atmosphere surged anew as the television screen transitioned. Serena's eyes sparkled upon seeing Ash's figure appear at the entrance of the restored main venue. Her cheeks flushed, hands unconsciously clasped before her chest as she softly murmured, "Ash." Chapter 565. The Dual-Edged Sword's Dual Purpose, Still a Practical Sword Dance. The atmosphere in the main venue ignited instantaneously. Ash and Yeyue, 2 trainers who had left regrets and legends in different regional tournaments, finally stood once more in opposition. "This settles it. I choose you, Dual-Edged Sword." Ash was the first to send out his Pokémon, and in a flash of white light, the sharp-eyed Dual-Edged Sword, wielding 2 Shellmet, made its entrance. "Breloom, prepare for battle." Yeyue responded calmly, his fighting and grass-type Breloom brandishing its fists with a fierce demeanor. "Breloom, Sonic Punch." Yeyue struck first. Breloom's form flickered, almost transforming into an afterimage, its right fist enveloped in fighting energy, striking Dual-Edged Sword's face with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The priority of Sonic Punch was exceptionally high, often allowing it to seize the initiative. Dual-Edged Sword. To the left, Shellblade. Ash commanded. In a split second, the left Shellmet of Dual-Edged Sword conjured a brilliant blue water blade, accurately blocking the incoming Sonic Punch with a resounding clash, halting the powerful strike in midair. The collision of water and fighting energy ignited a shower of sparkling points of light. Before Yeyue and the audience could react in astonishment, Ash's command followed swiftly, Aerial Ace. In a fluid motion, Dual-Edged Sword's right arm swung, the other Shellmet shimmering with white, flying-type energy, its body spiraling like a nimble swallow, slicing toward Breloom, who was momentarily stunned by the blocked attack. "What?" Yeyue exclaimed in surprise. He had never witnessed a Pokémon capable of executing 2 skills of differing attributes and functions simultaneously. Fortunately, Breloom reacted swiftly, utilizing its exceptional flexibility and speed, executing a timely backflip to narrowly evade the swift Aerial Ace, stepping back a few paces to create distance. "Ash, your Dual-Edged Sword can actually unleash 2 skills at once?" Yeyue couldn't help but marvel. With a confident smile gracing his lips, Ash declared, "This is the culmination of my intensive training with Dual Blade." Inspired by the formidable rivals of the past, the primary challenge lay in Dual Blade's frequent distractions, often fixating on Meloetta. Yet he managed to fulfill the training tasks assigned to him. Although it felt somewhat peculiar, it marked the inception of Ash's desire to have Dual Blade practice multitasking. "Remarkable inspiration and execution," Yeyue exclaimed with genuine admiration, although his gaze sharpened, aware that such tactics wouldn't always yield results. "Shroomish, enhance your punches." In a flash, Dual Blade surged forward, unleashing its swift strike. Shroomish, now prepared, gathered fighting energy in its fists, transitioning from mere offense to a formidable defense. The impacts resounded with a series of dull thuds as Shell Smash and Shroomish's fists collided, creating a cacophony of sound. The swift agility of Dual Blade intertwined with the brute force of Shroomish's enhanced punches, resulting in a fierce close-range exchange where neither Pokémon seemed to gain the upper hand. Shroomish, relentless punches. Yu seized the moment to escalate the pressure. Shroomish's punch speed abruptly surged, each strike delivering considerable power, enveloping Dual Blade in a flurry of punch shadows. Dual Blade valiantly wielded Shell Smash to defend, but still, some blows landed, eliciting a grunt of discomfort. Ash furrowed his brow, keenly observing Shroomish's onslaught. So this is the nature of such powerful consecutive strikes. Is it a trait of a technical master? Without explicitly stating so, Yu continued, Shroomish, maintain the pressure. Under the influence of its ability, even the ordinary consecutive punches became significantly threatening. Dual Blade found itself pushed back relentlessly by the barrage of strikes. Dual Blade, retreat, and interrupt its rhythm with Water Pulse. Ash decisively altered his strategy. With a powerful leap, Dual Blade inhaled deeply, launching a robust Water Pulse directly at the pursuing Shroomish. See through it, Yu commanded calmly. Shroomish's eyes glimmered with blue light, its body twisting with uncanny prediction and flexibility to evade the Water Pulse at the critical moment. Now Spore. Yu seized the fleeting opportunity after Dual Blade unleashed its Water Pulse. Shroomish's cap quivered, dispersing a cloud of shimmering spores that rapidly enveloped Dual Blade. If this attack landed, it would almost certainly induce a slumber, tipping the battle's scales dramatically. I anticipated this move, Ash shouted. Without hesitation, Dual Blade burrowed into the ground, vanishing from sight as the spores cascaded harmlessly to the ground. Underground? Yiyu's expression sharpened. Shroomish, be vigilant of your surroundings. Shroomish focused intently, sensing the vibrations beneath. Suddenly, the ground beneath it erupted as Dual Blade sprang forth, a highly compressed sphere of water energy forming in its right hand, ready to unleash Water Pulse. Now strike. Ash seized the opportunity. Dual Blade forcefully hurled the Water Pulse at Shroomish. Yet, Yiyu made a seemingly reckless decision. Shroomish, take it head on, then unleash Seed Bomb. Shroomish stood its ground, crossing its arms to guard its vital points. The Water Pulse exploded upon impact, sending a torrent of water crashing against Shroomish, which let out a muffled grunt, yet endured the blow, bolstered by its grass-type resistance. Simultaneously, it opened its mouth wide, unleashing a barrage of glimmering green seeds like machine gun fire towards the now-closed Dual Blade. The technical mastery of Shroomish rendered this flurry of seed bullets extraordinarily potent. At such a close range, evasion seemed impossible. However, a victorious smile illuminated Ash's face. Dual Blade, spin, and perform Swords Dance. Without missing a beat, Dual Blade initiated a rapid rotation, its two shell smashes whirling like a tempest of blades. Not only did it enhance its attack, but it also transformed Swords Dance into an impeccable physical barrier. The seeds collided against the rapidly spinning shell smashes, bouncing off harmlessly, failing to damage Dual Blade in the slightest. What? Using Swords Dance for defense? Yi was once again astounded by Ash's imaginative tactics. This revelation sparked contemplation in the resting room for Shinji. Isn't that the strategy of my Sizer? Meanwhile, in Johto, a hen recognized that Ash had learned from his technique, taking a measure of pride in it. As the brilliance of Swords Dance began to fade, Dual Blade's rotation ceased. Enveloped in a radiant white glow that signified a significant increase in attack power, its gaze sharp as a blade. It's over, Dual Blade, why return? Ash clenched his fists, issuing the decisive command. Dual Blade moved like lightning, crossing its gleaming shell smashes, executing the enhanced Y-return with a cross-shaped trajectory aimed fiercely at the now vulnerable Shroomish. The speed was astonishing, and the proximity too close for Shroomish to react. With a swift motion, the cross-shaped white light struck true. Shroomish, Yiyu gasped. Shroomish's body stiffened, eyes swirling, before it collapsed to the ground. The referee immediately raised the flag. Shroomish is unable to battle. Dual Blade is victorious. Absolutely spectacular, echoed the announcer's voice over the speakers, as Ash's Dual Blade displayed remarkable multitasking prowess. Utilizing elegant Swords Dance for defense and reversing the tide against Yiyu's technically adept Shroomish. The arena erupted in thunderous applause. This battle, in terms of tactical maneuvering and skill application, was nothing short of legendary. Well done, Ash celebrated with a high five to Dual Blade, casting a determined glance towards Yiyu and his next Pokemon. Chapter 566, The Critical Moment of Doubt for Dual Blade. The atmosphere of the main venue surged with excitement due to Dual Blade's stellar performance. Yet Yiyu's gaze remained increasingly composed. He recalled his incapacitated Shroomish, offering a quiet word of encouragement before unhesitatingly retrieving his next Pokeball. Ash, you have indeed grown stronger, but I shall not concede easily in this battle. Come forth. My partner. Chimchar emerged, a flash of light revealing its agile form, radiating a fierce aura. Its plume of feathers, piercing gaze, and the flickering flames on its wrists and feet bespoke its formidable prowess. This was Yiyu's ace, the fiery companion that had fought alongside him through countless battles. Deploying Chimchar early, Ash's eyes narrowed, instantly grasping Yiyu's intent. The opponent aimed to leverage Chimchar's absolute strength to swiftly eliminate the fatigued Dual Blade, thus reclaiming momentum and morale. Though Chimchar was the final evolution, Dual Blade held the advantage of its water type, and having just enhanced its attack power through Sword's Dance, it was in prime condition. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ash resolved, Dual Blade, we shall continue the fight. Unfazed, Dual Blade brandished its shell smashes, filled with determination. It sensed that despite the slight elevation in Chimchar's stature, the pressure it exuded was akin to that of a mere Krogok. I hold the advantage in type. Dual Blade felt ready for the challenge. Taking the initiative, Ash commanded, Dual Blade, unleash Water Gun. In an instant, Dual Blade was enveloped by a torrent of water, shooting forth like a cannonball towards Chimchar, leaving a long trail of water in its wake. Flame Punch, counter. Chimchar ignited its right fist, meeting the surging wave head-on with a powerful strike. The clash between water and fire erupted violently, producing a cloud of steam that enveloped the arena. The impact of the water gun was forcibly stifled by the explosive power of Flame Punch, revealing Dual Blade's silhouette through the vapor. Yet, Ash's follow-up was as swift as lightning. Now, Shell Blade. The dual-bladed shell, wielded by the left hand, had already coalesced into a resplendent azure water blade. Under the guise of steam, it slashed horizontally towards the Flame Chicken's flank. Flame Chicken, engage in close combat. Yiyu commanded decisively, opting for a direct confrontation. The Flame Chicken's eyes narrowed with intensity, and its combat energy erupted instantaneously. Its fists, feet, and elbows transformed into formidable weapons, striking with astonishing speed and power. Not only did it deflect the shell blade, but it also launched a tempestuous counterattack. Clang! The shell blade collided violently with the energy-infused strikes of the Flame Chicken, producing a cacophony of muffled sounds. The Flame Chicken's ferocity in close quarters was unparalleled, yet the shell blade, enhanced by the dance of the sword, proved even more potent, subtly forcing the Flame Chicken to slide back a half-step. What? Yiyu was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the shell blade's augmented might. Observing the Flame Chicken slightly at a disadvantage in sheer power, Yiyu swiftly altered his strategy. Flame Chicken, leap. At once, the Flame Chicken comprehended the command, propelling itself off the ground with an astonishing leap capable of easily surpassing 30 stories. In the blink of an eye, it soared into the air, evading the dual-bladed shell's range of attack. Harnessing the force of its descent, it executed a fiery kick. The Flame Chicken's legs were engulfed in searing flames as it spun, resembling a burning meteor, and descended with tremendous force towards the dual-bladed shell. Do not absorb it directly. Xiaoji remained composed, his mind racing as he devised a countermeasure. Tidal Vortex. The dual-bladed shell clasped its two shell blades before it, unleashing a torrent of water energy. Instead of targeting the descending Flame Chicken, it forcefully injected energy into the ground beneath. With a thunderous roar, a colossal vortex formed instantaneously around the dual-bladed shell, rapidly expanding as surging waters shot upwards, creating a miniature whirlpool in the arena. The Flame Chicken's fiery kick descended fiercely, yet just before contact with the tidal vortex, its speed and force were significantly diminished by the swirling water currents. Compounding the issue, the massive vortex generated an overwhelming suction, ensnaring the Flame Chicken, which found itself momentarily trapped within the turbulent waters. The contact between its flames and the water produced hissing sounds, vaporizing into thick clouds of steam. Oh no! Flame Chicken! Break free! Yiyu had not anticipated that Xiaoji would employ such a wide-ranging control technique to counter the aerial strike. With a fierce struggle within the vortex, the Flame Chicken roared, unleashing its vast reservoir of fire energy in a desperate attempt to disperse the water. However, the tidal vortex was too expansive, and the relentless flow of water made escape difficult. Yiyu understood that he could no longer hesitate. In that case, Flame Chicken, unleash explosive flame shock. With a thunderous cry, the Flame Chicken at the vortex's center released an unrestrained surge of fire energy, a blinding white light intertwined with fierce crimson flames, creating a cataclysmic explosion that erupted outward with reckless abandon. The deafening roar of the explosion rang out as water and fire clashed violently, enveloping the arena in a dense veil of steam. The terrifying power of explosive flame shock forcefully evaporated a significant portion of the water, blasting a gap in the tidal vortex. As the steam began to dissipate, the flame chicken emerged from the tumultuous clouds, landing gracefully before Yiyu. It panted lightly, still slightly damp, clearly having endured considerable strain from the intense elemental clash, even suffering backlash from the explosive flame shock. On the other side, the dual-bladed shell was also pushed back by the shockwave of the explosion, though its injuries were comparatively minor. Yiyu gazed at the brightly determined expressions of Xiaoji and the dual-bladed shell across the arena, filled with myriad emotions. He had not anticipated that even with a level advantage, his flame chicken could not swiftly overpower the dual-bladed shell. Xiaoji, since our last encounter at the Silver Conference, I never imagined your strength would grow to this extent, Yiyu remarked sincerely, his tone imbued with respect for his opponent. Xiaoji smiled subtly, offering no response. Yet, my partner has also broken through its limits, and for that, I must thank you, Xiaoji. Xiaoji, puzzled by Yiyu's gratitude, understood the next moment as he raised his right hand high. Upon his wrist, a hand ring embedded with a keystone sparkled brilliantly. The flame chicken regarded him with unwavering resolve, a powerful bond resonating between them. Illuminate our bond, Yiyu declared, flame chicken, mega evolution. The keystone and the mega evolution stone on the flame chicken shone simultaneously, intertwining in a dazzling display of light that enveloped it in a cocoon of brilliance. A tremendous surge of energy swept across the arena. As the radiance faded, the super flame chicken emerged. Its form appeared sharper, with flames around its wrists and ankles blazing more vigorously, while the feathers atop its head danced like flames, exuding an aura that was profoundly distinct from before. Chamo. The super flame chicken let out a triumphant cry, its formidable presence causing the pooled water on the ground to ripple slightly. Xiaoji and the dual-bladed shell felt an unprecedented pressure. Mega evolution is intriguing. Xiaoji adjusted his cap, his smile radiant. The stronger the opponent, the more exhilarated we become, right, dual-bladed shell? He awaited the familiar, spirited response from his partner. Yet, a second passed, then another. No spirited reply came from the dual-bladed shell. Mijio QAQ. Instead, the dual-bladed shell turned its head, gazing at Xiaoji with large, pleading eyes, even giving a slight shake of its head, as if to say, maybe we should switch partners since I can't win? This stark contrast in demeanor instantaneously diffused the tension in the arena, eliciting stifled laughter from the audience. Xiaoji's fervor was doused by this unexpected cold splash of reality. 3 black lines seemed to appear on his forehead as his previously striking pose froze. Dual-bladed shell. How could you back down at such a crucial moment? Xiaoji felt both exasperated and amused, finding himself at a loss with his occasionally reliable, yet timid partner. Despite the dual-bladed shell's honest acknowledgement of its limitations, Yiyu and the super flame chicken exchanged bemused glances at this sudden comedic turn of events. The flames engulfing the super flame chicken seemed to flicker awkwardly, as if embarrassed. Chapter 567, Super Pidgeot vs. Super Flame Chicken. Observing the dual-bladed shell's reluctance to fight, Xiaoji sighed in resignation, yet he respected his partner's wishes. All right, return and rest, dual-bladed shell. He withdrew the visibly hesitant Pokémon into its Pokeball, patting it gently. Next time, be braver. In the audience, Mei couldn't help but facepalm. That dual-bladed shell, so gallant for just 3 seconds. It was battling so beautifully against the flame chicken just moments ago. Bojejia. On the railing, Bojiamon mocked the dual-bladed shell's timidity, only to be met with a disapproving glare from Xiaoguang. She wanted to retort that while the dual-bladed shell might be timid, it could easily best Bojiamon, so he shouldn't take too much pride in this. However, considering Bojiamon was her longtime partner, Xiaoguang refrained from hurting his feelings. Down below, facing the imposing super flame chicken, Xiaoji showed no hesitation as he swiftly reached for his waist. Then it shall be you, Pidgeot. With a flash of light, a robust Pidgeot with gleaming feathers soared into the arena, its piercing gaze locked onto its formidable opponent across the field. Beside Xiaogang, Xiao Xiao's eyes sparkled. Pidgeot? It has the advantage in type, and having trained in the Johto Forest for so long, Xiaoji's Pidgeot must be incredibly strong. In the audience, renowned flying-type experts ASU, the leader of the Kikyo Gym, and Naki, the leader of the Inu Gym, cast intrigued glances at the unfolding battle. The prowess of this Pidgeot is truly remarkable, Asu remarked, crossing his arms in admiration. Its gaze was sharp, its physique impeccable, and the fluidity of its muscular lines exuded an undeniable sense of power. Naki concurred, stating, "Indeed, one can sense a wild, untamed essence within it. Clearly, it has undergone extensive combat training, not merely a sheltered bloom in a greenhouse." Although Naki was unaware of Pidgeot's upbringing in the wild, the leader-like charisma it emanated was unmistakable. "Yiyu, your Mega Blaziken is formidable. I shall respond with Mega Evolution," Ash declared loudly, simultaneously raising his left hand to reveal a powerful bracelet encrusted with a keystone on his wrist. "Answer my heart, Pidgeot. Mega Evolution." With a resounding cry that soared to the heavens, Pidgeot's keystone resonated intensely with the one on Ash's wrist, unleashing a myriad of brilliant light strands that enveloped it in a colossal cocoon of radiance. As the brilliance faded, Mega Pidgeot emerged. Its feathers became even more resplendent and elongated, particularly its crown and tail feathers, shimmering with the brilliance of a rainbow. Its size had increased significantly, its gaze sharp as an eagle, surrounded by powerful currents of air, its presence rivaling that of the opposing Mega Blaziken. As Yiyu's expression grew solemn, the battle commenced. Blaziken, quick attack. Yiyu initiated a tentative strike first. The silhouette of Mega Blaziken blurred, transforming into a streak of red that dashed forth with remarkable speed. "Pidgeot, let us also employ quick attack." Ash countered without hesitation. Pidgeot let out a sharp cry, enveloped in a white glow, charging forth like a released arrow. Meeting the challenge head-on with superior velocity, the two figures collided violently in midair, producing a muffled thud before they veered apart. Mega Blaziken slid back a step, while Pidgeot elegantly stabilized its position in the air. In this initial contest of pure speed, Pidgeot held a slight advantage. Its speed is indeed impressive. Fire Spin. Yiyu altered his strategy, aiming to restrict Pidgeot's mobility. Mega Blaziken unleashed a torrent of swirling flames, forming a colossal fire vortex that enveloped Pidgeot in an attempt to ensnare it. Hurricane. Pidgeot flapped its powerful wings with a sudden force, generating a terrifying airflow that tore through the fire vortex, scattering it into mere sparks. Moreover, utilizing the wind's recoil, Pidgeot dove towards Blaziken like a fighter jet. Jump. Mega Blaziken showcased astonishing leaping ability, propelling itself into the air with a burst of power, effortlessly evading the direct onslaught of the hurricane and causing Pidgeot's dive to miss its mark. The spectators in the stands noted that Mega Blaziken's movements seemed to have quickened ever so slightly. It must be its speed boost ability. Brock quickly realized that Mega Blaziken's speed would increase over time, prompting Ash to resolve the battle swiftly. Aerial Ace. Pidgeot obeyed, tracing a graceful arc in the air, swiftly maneuvering to Blaziken's flank. Its beak and wing edges shimmered with the energy of the flying type, striking towards Blaziken at an acute angle. Blaze Kick. Blaziken reacted with remarkable speed, barely managing to deflect with its arm, yet still sustaining a shallow cut from the aerial ace, letting out a pained grunt. The damage inflicted by the type advantage was evidently substantial. Thunder Punch. Counterattack. Yiyu commanded as Pidgeot closed in. Blaziken's fist erupted with dazzling golden electricity, delivering a powerful blow towards Pidgeot. Dodge. Ash shouted. Pidgeot, with its exceptional speed and agility, tilted its body, narrowly avoiding the searing current that grazed its feathers. In the following rounds, Pidgeot skillfully employed Aerial Ace for rapid hit-and-run tactics, repeatedly landing successful strikes and inflicting numerous wounds on Mega Blaziken. However, as Mega Blaziken's speed boost ability continued to activate, its speed visibly increased, and its movements became increasingly swift and fluid. What Pidgeot could once evade with ease now required all its effort to dodge. The threat posed by the electrically charged fist grew ever more daunting. Now, Thunder Punch. Yiyu seized the opportunity, ordering just as Pidgeot attempted another aerial ace. Mega Blaziken's speed surged. The Thunder Punch launched with unprecedented velocity, appearing poised to strike Pidgeot, whose strength was waning. Whirlwind. Ash thought quickly. Pidgeot instinctively flapped its wings with all its might, conjuring a tightly spun mini-tornado between itself and Blaziken. While the powerful suction and swirling winds did not inflict significant damage, they successfully impeded Blaziken's movements, causing the sure-hit Thunder Punch to veer slightly off course, momentarily limiting its actions. Feather Dance. Seizing this opportunity, Pidgeot was enveloped in a flurry of soft feathers that adhered to Mega Blaziken, which was momentarily hindered by the tornado. Blaziken suddenly felt its body weigh down, the force of its attacks mitigated by the gentle feathers. Blaziken, break free with Eruption and then unleash Thunder Punch. Yet, Mega Blaziken's strength remained formidable. Aerial Ace. It erupted with fiery energy, forcibly freeing itself from the lingering restraints of the tornado. However, the thunder punch, albeit slightly off target, still bore down upon Pidgeot. Zap! The golden electricity firmly struck Pidgeot's chest. Pidgeot emitted a cry of anguish, being knocked back by the force of the thunder punch. Arcs of electricity dancing across its body, clearly sustaining significant damage. The two combatants once more distanced themselves. Pidgeot gasped for breath. A patch of feathers singed from the electric attack, visibly injured. "This isn't looking good," Brock remarked gravely. Pidgeot has been struck with a highly effective thunder punch, depleting its stamina significantly, while the accelerating Blaziken will only grow faster. Fortunately, Mega Blaziken's condition was equally precarious. Moreover, the feather dance had diminished its attack power, at least reducing the ferocity of Blaziken's assault. Chapter 568, Feather Dance and Injury, a draw's conclusion. Observing that Blaziken's speed had established an absolute advantage, Yu seized the opportunity, commanding, "Blaziken, Thunder Punch." Aerial Ace. Mega Blaziken launched itself, propelling forward with astonishing speed, its electrified fist barreling down upon Pidgeot. "Pidgeot, move at high speed." Ash swiftly countered. Pidgeot's figure became increasingly blurred, its speed surging dramatically as it narrowly evaded the crackling blow of the thunder punch. Yet, with the augmentation of its speed boost ability, Blaziken's rapidity escalated, and after the initial miss, it immediately pivoted to pursue once more, unleashing a relentless series of thunder punches. The arena transformed into a breathtaking chase. Golden lightning and the brown figure intertwined in a frenetic dance both in the air and on the ground. Pidgeot maximized its speed, employing its aerial advantage to change directions continuously, while Mega Blaziken, fueled by its terrifying explosive power and leaping ability, remained hot on its heels. Each landing and subsequent leap resembled cannon fire, leaving spiderweb-like cracks in the ground. The audience was riveted, their hearts racing, observing that despite the increased speed, Mega Blaziken still struggled to capture the exceptionally agile Pidgeot. Yuyu's eyes flickered with insight, altering his strategy. "Blaziken, bulk up." Mega Blaziken immediately ceased its pursuit. Striking a powerful pose, its body enveloped in a radiant red glow, muscles taut, instantly restoring its previously diminished attack power and even enhancing its presence. It deliberately presented an opening, attempting to entice Pidgeot into a counterattack. However, Ash, experienced in battle, saw through Yuyu's intentions at a glance. "Don't fall for it, Pidgeot. Come down and use Feather Dance." With a piercing cry, the majestic Pidgeot swiftly descended to a corner of the arena, emanating a gentle white glow. Its wings folded slightly, resembling a creature at rest. The shimmering orbs of light floating in the air quickly merged into its body, replenishing the stamina it had expended in the fierce battle and mending the damage sustained from withstanding a thunderous punch. What an opportune moment. Blaziken Thunder Punch. Yuyu would not allow the Pidgeot's moment of stillness to go unexploited and immediately launched a vigorous assault. The Mega Blaziken transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, hurtling forward with a fist charged with the might of thunder. Bang! This time, the attack struck with undeniable force. Electricity crackled. Pidgeot emitted a muffled grunt, its body swaying slightly. However, a sly smile crept across Ash's face, a testament to his cunning strategy. "Now, Pidgeot, use Hyper Beam," Ash shouted. Just as the radiant light from Feather Dance faded, Pidgeot disregarded the lingering electrical shocks coursing through its body and gathered a heart-stopping orb of orange energy before its beak. At such close range, it was nearly face-to-face. "What?" Yuyu gasped, taken aback by how swiftly Pidgeot had recovered and how decisively it retaliated. "Quick dodge!" Yuyu shouted urgently. Blaziken intended to accelerate to an incredible speed to evade, but the distance was too short. It only managed to move halfway. Whoosh! Boom! A colossal beam of light roared forth, instantly engulfing the nearby Blaziken. The explosion sent shockwaves that kicked up the dust in the center of the arena, enveloping it in smoke. "Blaziken!" Yuyu exclaimed in alarm. As the smoke began to clear, a sight emerged. Blaziken was kneeling on one knee, its body marred by injuries, clearly having suffered significant damage from the point-blank hyper beam. Its breaths came in labored gasps, and the brilliance of its mega evolution seemed to have dimmed slightly. In the audience, Xiao Guang blinked in confusion. "Huh? That thunder punch didn't seem as effective as before, did it?" Beside her, Brock, arms crossed, explained calmly. "It's Feather Dance. While restoring its stamina, it temporarily loses its flying type. So, Pidgeot has essentially transformed from a dual type to a pure normal type." In the arena, Yuyu quickly grasped the crucial point. "So that's it. By utilizing the side effect of Feather Dance to avoid its type weakness, Pidgeot could withstand the Thunder Punch, a bold strategy indeed. Blaziken, can you still battle? Chamo. Blaziken growled defiantly, summoning its strength to rise again. Its eyes burning with an even fiercer fighting spirit. The speed boost ability kept its velocity terrifyingly high. All right, let us settle this head-on. Blaziken, engage in close combat. Yiyu, filled with fervor, commanded the strongest fighting move. He noted that Pidgeot would experience a brief moment of vulnerability after using Hyper Beam, an impeccable opportunity. Blaziken transformed into a red meteor, charging forward with unyielding momentum, its fists and kicks laden with fighting energy, descending upon Pidgeot like a tempest. Pidgeot, don't lose to it. Use Mimic. Ash, also inspired by the heated exchange, opted for a direct confrontation. Pidgeot's gaze sharpened as it emulated Blaziken's movements. A surge of fighting energy enveloping it as it prepared to counterattack in close quarters. Bang, bang, bang. The arena echoed with a series of bone-rattling collisions as the two Pokémon engaged in a rapid exchange, their forms nearly entwined. Ultimately, however, Blaziken proved to be the more adept fighter. Its close combat skills were significantly more refined. While Pidgeot's imitation was impressive in form and strength, it lacked the finesse required, continuously taking blows from Blaziken, leaving fresh scars in its wake. Yet, compared to the stamina it was regaining, these injuries were mere trifles. Now, in a fleeting moment of separation, Ash, sensing Pidgeot's return to its flying type, shouted, "Hurricane!" Pidgeot, gritting its beak against the pain, propelled itself forward, furiously flapping its wings with all its might. Boom! At such proximity, evasion was impossible. The formidable hurricane energy erupted at point-blank range, fully unleashed upon Blaziken. The impact was devastating. Chamo! Blaziken was struck hard, letting out a pained cry as it was violently hurled through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, it gasped for breath, clearly on the brink of exhaustion. Yiyu realized the final moment had arrived. Clenching his fists, he poured all his conviction into a powerful shout. Blaziken, this is our last strike. Blaze kick. Chamo! Blaziken let out a triumphant roar, igniting all its remaining strength. Enveloped in a destructive flame, it surged forth like a meteor towards Pidgeot. Ash's eyes gleamed with determination as he pointed forward with fervor. Pidgeot, we will also deliver our final blow. Sky attack. Pidgeot soared into the air, spiraling high above to gather its energy, enshrined in a dazzling and potent blue-white flying energy, transforming into a divine bird blade descending from the heavens. Boom! A cataclysmic collision erupted. The explosion unleashed a torrent of intense air currents and blinding light, momentarily rendering the spectators unable to open their eyes. As the brilliance and smoke began to dissipate, in the center of the arena stood two figures, back to back. In the next moment, the evolution glow surrounding Blaziken faded, returning it to its original form. And it was the first to collapse. Pidgeot swayed slightly before also succumbing to the ground in exhaustion. The referee rushed forward to assess the situation and then waved the flag. Blaziken and Pidgeot have both lost their combat ability. Due to Yiyu's Blaziken being unable to continue, please send out your next Pokémon. It's a tie. An intensely fierce battle concluded with both powerful Pokémon being unable to continue fighting. After a brief silence in the venue, thunderous applause erupted. Chapter 569, An Unexpected Surprise Pokémon. Yiyu took a deep breath. Although he felt slightly disheartened by the exit of his ace Blaziken, he steadied his emotions out of respect for himself and Ash. Preparing for the final round, he retrieved Blaziken, murmured a soft compliment, and without hesitation, withdrew another Pokeball. I leave it to you, my new partner. A flash of white light erupted, accompanied by a deep, resonant roar that seemed to emanate from ancient times, shaking the entire venue. A massive, formidable bear Pokémon appeared on the field, covered in thick, deep brown fur, with crescent-shaped white markings adorning its neck and back. Most striking was its extraordinarily large nose and robust limbs, as it stood on all fours, exuding an ancient and heavy aura of dominance. Is that a Munabear? Ash instinctively exclaimed, recognizing this familiar, yet unfamiliar Pokémon. The audience erupted in a chorus of astonished whispers. This Pokémon bore a resemblance to the Teddiursa, yet was distinctly different. Imbued with a primal essence, it has appeared. Yiyu has sent out his final Pokémon. The announcer's voice resonated, filled with astonishment and excitement. According to the tournament's provided data, this was a newly confirmed evolutionary form of Teddiursa, recently recognized and announced by Dr. Yamazaki from the Sinnoh region. Is this Dr. Yamazaki's research achievement? Ash was taken aback, exceeding his expectations. The announcer continued to elaborate. According to Dr. Yamazaki's research report, the Moon Bear evolves from Teddiursa only on nights of the full moon, utilizing a special ancient substance known as peat block. In the audience, Xiaoguang gasped, covering her mouth. Moon Bear? Teddiursa can evolve again? This is the first time I've seen it. Beside her, Misty couldn't resist teasing. Xiaoguang, you're a local from Sinnoh. How could you be unaware of your own region's latest discoveries from the doctor? Xiaoguang sheepishly explained. I've been challenging the Grand Festival in Hoenn recently. I haven't been keeping up with the news. She immediately turned to her companion from Hoenn, Xiaoyao, and said, weren't you recently traveling in Sinnoh? Have you heard anything about it? Xiaoyao tilted her head, straining to recall. Well, I've been so focused on the Pokemon showcase that I haven't paid much attention to the research by Professor Shin. However, I believe I've heard in the news that certain areas in Sinnoh, such as Jubilife City, Celestic Town, or near MT Coronet, occasionally exhibit peculiar zones enveloped in semicircular energy shields. The terrain, architecture, and even the Pokemon that appear there seem to be quite ancient. Ah, now that you mention it, I remember, Xiaoguang exclaimed. My mother has mentioned something similar. She said it is a phenomenon being studied under the guidance of the official Elite Four and Professor Yamazaki. According to my mother's friends, there's a Pokemon that resembles a Teddiursa but is distinct, probably the Moon Bear. Brock, with arms crossed, pondered, considering this information. The evolution method of Moon Bear must be the latest outcome derived from Professor Yamazaki's research into these strange ancient zones. Xiaoxia, along with Mei and Toko, nodded in agreement. Convinced by this hypothesis, in the arena, although Ash was astonished by the emergence of Moon Bear upon hearing that it was the result of Professor Yamazaki's research, much of his confusion dissipated. Professor Yamazaki is an undisputed authority. His discoveries are beyond question. Despite the timing being somewhat off, it felt exhilarating to compare with Pokemon from the Sinnoh region. Ash's fighting spirit reignited, and he declared, "It's you, Milotic." With a graceful entrance, the elegant Milotic swirled into the arena, its elongated body shimmering with aquatic radiance, starkly contrasting with the robust Moon Bear across from it. Upon seeing Milotic, Yiyu's heart leaped with joy. Milotic had performed adequately at the Lily of the Valley conference, and while Moon Bear had a slight advantage in typing, there was still a chance of victory. Milotic, take the initiative with Water Pulse, Ash commanded. Milotic raised its beautiful head, a sphere of concentrated water energy swiftly forming, hurtling towards Moon Bear with a fierce whoosh. Yiyu narrowed his eyes. Moon Bear, stomp. As the water pulse rushed in, Moon Bear, grounded on all fours, appeared somewhat sluggish in its response, but it did not opt to evade, as evasion was not its forte. It emitted a low, guttural roar, raising a front paw cloaked in thick fur, and then slammed it down onto the ground. Boom. With a resounding thud, the ground before Moon Bear instantly cracked open, the fissure precisely extending beneath the path of the water pulse. The surging water energy struck the earth, yet instead of exploding outward, most of it was absorbed into the sudden chasm. Only a minimal splash emerged, inflicting nearly no damage on Moon Bear. Impressive. Ash's eyes sparkled. By utilizing a ground-type move to alter the battlefield, Yiyu had cleverly neutralized the water-type attack. Yiyu smiled slightly, but his offensive was unrelenting. Moon Bear, earthquake. Roar. Moon Bear obeyed, lifting its massively powerful front limbs high before bringing them crashing down onto the earth. The entire arena shook violently. A wave of destructive seismic energy radiating outward from Moon Bear, rapidly closing in on Milotic. Milotic, use Hydro Pump on the ground, Ash shouted urgently. In this critical moment, Milotic showcased its exceptional battle acumen. Instead of trying to flee the earthquake's range, it quickly pivoted, directing its immense water energy towards the ground beneath it, unleashing a thick, powerful column of water. Bang! The tremendous recoil of the hydro pump struck the ground, creating a massive plume of water and dust while also generating an astonishing upward thrust. Milotic, aided by this force, elegantly ascended, narrowly evading the most intense shockwave of the earthquake, leaping into the air. Now Moon Bear, go for a tackle. Yiyu's follow-up command came swiftly, offering no respite for Milotic. Having just executed Earthquake, Moon Bear surged forward without hesitation, like a mountain in motion. Then, with a powerful leap, it launched itself, its massive paw imbued with all its weight and force, crashing towards Milotic, who was just beginning to descend. Not so fast. Ash's gaze sharpened. Milotic, use Water Tail with the momentum of your fall. With a graceful demeanor, Milotic faced the oncoming attack from below, remaining calm and adjusting its position. Its elongated tail became enveloped in surging water, transforming into a colossal azure whip. With the acceleration from its descent, It poured all its strength into this strike, meeting Moonbear's massive paw head-on. Bang! The water tail collided with the diving Moonbear in midair, producing a deafening sound. Countless droplets burst forth, creating a momentary mist of water, with the tremendous force shaking both Pokémon. However, the advantage of type effectiveness became apparent. The powerful water force of Watertail clearly overpowered the tackle. Moonbear let out a low grunt, its hefty body being pressed downward by the powerful water wave. Its momentum abruptly halted, even staggering slightly as it clearly felt the impact. Meanwhile, Milotic, propelled by the reaction force from the collision, executed a graceful backflip in the air, landing back on the ground with poise, evidently gaining the upper hand. Well done, Milotic. Ash clenched his fist. Milotic wore a serious expression, mirroring the determined mindset of Ice Ghost. It was a rare opportunity to participate in the competition, and losing was not an option. Chapter 570, Milotic's Graceful Resilience and Yi's Relief. Do not give it a moment's respite. You scald. Ash commanded. With a determined cry, Milotic immediately complied, spewing forth scalding hot water like a high-pressure hose aimed at the now steady and somewhat dazed Moonbear. Yi's expression changed. Quick, use Dig to evade. However, Moonbear, being hefty and having just endured a heavy blow, reacted sluggishly and could not entirely evade. The scalding water struck its side with tremendous force. Roar! Moonbear let out a roar blending pain and fury, the scorching water washing over its thick fur, rising in a cloud of steam, inflicting substantial damage. Its sturdy limbs trembled slightly, clearly affected by the impact. But it's not over yet. Ash seized the opportunity to press the advantage. Determined not to let it slip away, Milotic, Hydro Pump. Milotic's elegant neck arched backward, condensing a colossal hydro pump that erupted forth like a high-pressure water cannon, aimed directly at the already wounded Moonbear. Yi's pupils contracted, fully aware that it could not withstand another hit. Moonbear, dig. In a critical moment, Moonbear unleashed an incredible instinct for survival, its massive form burrowing into the ground with surprising speed, vanishing from sight. The powerful hydro pump struck the ground where it had been, creating a muddy pit but failing to land a direct hit. Has it gone underground? Ash scanned the arena with keen eyes, fully alert. Milotic, stay vigilant. Milotic hovered in the center of the arena, its elongated body swaying slightly as it sensed minute vibrations from the ground, its jewel-like eyes calmly observing every inch of terrain. Suddenly, a disturbance emanated from the ground to Milotic's left. There, scald. Ash pointed decisively. Milotic responded swiftly, unleashing scalding water once more. However, it turned out to be a feint. The scalding water fell short, merely dampening the ground. The true threat came from directly beneath Milotic. Boom! The ground suddenly erupted, and Moonbear emerged from the earth, propelled by a tremendous force from below. Its robust fists crackled with golden electricity as they struck mercilessly towards Milotic's body. Milotic, use Iron Tail to strike the ground and evade. Ash resorted to his familiar tactics once more. With a swift motion, Milotic brought its shimmering metallic tail crashing down onto the ground beside it, utilizing the recoil to shift its body sideways. Moonbear's enormous fist grazed past its smooth scales. Don't let it escape. Hyper Beam. Yi's commands flowed seamlessly. A glint of ferocity flashed in Moonbear's eyes as it harnessed the inertia from its excavation, showcasing its explosive power once more. Its colossal form barreled sideways, colliding fiercely with Milotic before it could regain its stance. Milotic! Ash exclaimed, as the sudden impact caused Milotic to slide backward with a cry of pain. Now's your chance. Yiyu clenched his fists, summoning all his strength for the ultimate strike. Moonbear unleashed a deafening roar, its massive body enveloped in a blinding white light, transforming into a colossal energy projectile brimming with destructive force, charging toward the unsteady Milotic. The momentum was unstoppable, as if it could annihilate everything in its path. Gasps echoed from the audience, witnessing the terrifying power of this strike. However, faced with this overwhelming assault, a sharp glint flickered in Ash's eyes as a long-forgotten strategy resurfaced in his mind. Milotic, he called out, his voice clear and confident. Activate Hydro Pump. Understanding his intent, Milotic's elongated form spun rapidly, not retreating, but instead facing the oncoming impact head-on. The powerful torrents of water swirled around Milotic, resembling a spinning top in the water. Moonbear's ultimate strike, charged with energy, was upon them. Yet, just as it was about to collide with Milotic, the high-speed rotating water curtain produced a remarkable effect. It did not withstand the impact directly, but rather cleverly diverted and dissipated the force. A resounding thud echoed. Moonbear felt as though it had crashed against an impossibly smooth, spinning shield, with a significant portion of its strength redirected. Its massive body was unwittingly drawn by the rotational force, skimming past Milotic's elegantly spinning form, perfectly evading the potentially fatal blow. Now, Ash's voice rang with determination. Unleash the most powerful hydro pump. Boom. A colossal torrent of water erupted at point-blank range, far more substantial and concentrated than any previous attempt. The principles of type advantage were unmistakably evident at this moment. Moonbear emitted an incredulous howl of agony as its entire strength was obliterated by the oncoming deluge. The devastating water energy cascading over it without restraint. Its enormous form was propelled into the air by the overwhelming force, hurtling backward before crashing heavily onto the ground. Stirring up a cloud of dust, struggling to rise, Moonbear was overwhelmed by the streams of water and intense pain. Its limbs giving way as the spark of vitality in its eyes dimmed, ultimately unable to stand again. As the dust settled, it became clear that Moonbear had lost the ability to fight. The audience erupted in a frenzy of applause and cheers, a thunderous ovation echoing throughout the venue. On the battlefield, Milotic, though panting from the massive exertion of energy, still stood gracefully. The joy of victory surged within, and it emitted a melodious call. Its long, beautiful form gently curled toward Ash, affectionately nudging his cheek with its head, the cool, smooth scales radiating a sense of reliance and pride. "Haha, that's enough, Milotic. I know you're amazing." Ash laughed, embracing Milotic's neck and returning the affectionate gesture. Meanwhile, Yiyu silently recalled the incapacitated Moonbear, his fingertips brushing over the smooth surface of its pokeball. What a complete defeat, he mused, observing the young trainer immersed in the euphoria of victory. His heart stirred with emotion. In a brief span of time, he had grown to this extent, both in the strength of his Pokémon training and the decisiveness and precision in battle command. He had transformed utterly from the trainer he was during the Silver Conference. A bittersweet smile crossed Yiyu's lips, a sense of relief washing over him. However, this battle was indeed exhilarating. Moreover, he felt a tinge of solace. At least his Blaziken had fought to a standstill against Ash's formidable Pidgeot, unlike the embarrassing shutout faced by Little Chun at the Smoke Ink Gym. With that thought, Yiyu's spirits lifted considerably. Chapter 571, The Temporal Distortion in Sinnoh. Having defeated Yiyu and successfully advanced, Ash's spirits soared. Yet, he did not immediately exit the competitor's corridor. Instead, he hurried to catch up with Yiyu, who was preparing to leave. "Yiyu, please wait a moment." Yiyu halted upon hearing the voice, turning to see Ash, a knowing smile gracing his face. "Ah, it's you, Ash. Congratulations on advancing." "Thank you." Ash replied politely before eagerly voicing his curiosity. "Your Moonbear is truly remarkable. I was just wondering, the research results from Professor Yamazaki must have been released not long ago, right? Did you manage to evolve it into a Moonbear so quickly?" Ash began with congratulations, using it as an opening to the conversation. Yiyu chuckled and shook his head. "No, you've misunderstood. My Moonbear did not evolve using the method published by Professor Yamazaki." Really?" Ash's curiosity deepened. "Well," Yiyu recollected, "about 6 months ago, while traveling in the Sinnoh region, I stumbled upon an ancient forest. The weather suddenly turned peculiar, and a massive translucent energy dome appeared out of nowhere, enveloping a vast area." Ash listened intently, sensing that this description closely resembled the game scenes he had witnessed. Intrigued, I ventured inside. Yiyu continued. What I encountered left me astounded. The trees, rocks, and even the air felt ancient and primordial. It was within that realm that I encountered Moonbear. At that time, I had no knowledge of this Pokémon, but I sensed its immense power and unique form, which was exceedingly rare, prompting me to challenge and capture it. I initially believed it to be a special species exclusive to the Sinnoh region. As Ash listened, it became increasingly familiar. This was indeed the phenomenon of temporal distortion in the Johto region, unexpectedly manifesting in modern Sinnoh. Soon after, that strange energy dome vanished, and everything returned to normal. When I brought Moonbear to the Pokémon Center in a nearby city for recovery, it caused quite a stir, drawing the attention of Champion Wusong and Professor Yamazaki, who were investigating in the vicinity, Yiyu explained. It was from them that I learned I had inadvertently entered a remarkably rare temporal distortion phenomenon, and that Moonbear had never been officially recorded in modern times. Tracing its origins back to ancient Sinnoh, they seem to refer to it as a Pokémon from the Johto region. Much of Professor Yamazaki's research was based on this Moonbear I captured, as well as subsequent similar phenomena and ancient artifacts. Temporal distortion in ancient Sinnoh, Johto region. Yiyu's narrative unfolded like pieces of a puzzle, gradually aligning with the information Ash possessed. Indeed, it appeared that all of this pointed toward a common direction. The shadows of ancient Sinnoh, or rather the Johto region, were occasionally projected into the modern era through some unknown temporal phenomena. It seemed that the ancient scenes of Johto would randomly manifest in modern Sinnoh through this temporal distortion. Thus, Yu had stumbled into that realm and captured a moon bear that should have existed solely in antiquity. Yet, it remained uncertain whether this temporal distortion still existed. Some Pokemon from Johto had intriguing forms. For instance, the washing green form of the Dragon-type and Steel-type hybrid, Dragapult, possesses distinct characteristics that surpass those of a mere Dragon-type. Similarly, there exists the Ghost and Normal-type Pokemon, Zoroark, as well as the Water and Dark-type, Gyarados. Ash, stroking his chin, found himself lost in contemplation, pondering the mysteries of the Sinnoh region, hoping for an opportunity to explore its secrets in the future. "Hey, what are you two babbling about?" A melodious voice interrupted Ash's musings. He looked up to find Misty, hands on her hips, accompanied by Brock, May, Dawn, and other members of their support crew, all gazing at them with curiosity. Upon noticing this, Leaf smiled and remarked, "Your friends have arrived. I shall take my leave now, Ash. Let us battle again next time." "Thank you for sharing this information with me, Leaf." Ash expressed his gratitude and bid farewell. Once Leaf departed, Ash was immediately encircled by his companions. Dawn was the first to inquire, "Ash, what were you and Leaf discussing in such a mysterious manner? Were you exchanging exclusive strategies?" "Not at all." Ash shook his head and excitedly recounted everything he had learned from Leaf regarding the Moonlight Bear and the space-time distortion. So, Leaf captured her Moonlight Bear in that strange, abruptly appearing space, and it was only later that Professor Rowan discovered the evolution method based on these findings. May summarized in astonishment. "Is the space-time distortion connected to ancient times? How marvelous." Leaf's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "It sounds like an exceedingly complex and rare phenomenon of time and space," Brock stated, crossing his arms with a serious expression, acknowledging the need for an Elite Four member or a professor-level figure to investigate such a matter. The group engaged in spirited discussions about this incredible phenomenon, all marveling at the unknown aspects of the Pokemon world. Following this, Ash and his friends returned to the main venue to watch the upcoming matches. The next battle featured a chaotic showdown among 3 female gym leaders, Kamajir from Raven City, Nagi from Inyu City, and Xiaoqian from Manjin City. These 3 gym leaders not only exhibited exceptional strength, but also possessed striking beauty. Kamajir's model-like charm, Nagi's gallant demeanor, and Xiaoqian's lively cuteness captured the attention of a vast audience, eliciting fervent cheers from the sidelines. The battle itself was indeed thrilling. Kamajir's electric-type Pokemon held a clear advantage over Nagi's flying-type. Her electric flying squirrel and thunder zebra displayed remarkable vigor, although Xiaoqian's Blissey proved to be as formidable as ever. Employing a rolling strategy with immense power, Nagi's flying-type Pokemon effectively countered with agility and aerial superiority. Ultimately, leveraging her type advantage, Kamajir triumphed over Nagi, drawing even with Xiaoqian, and secured 4 points to advance to the next round. After witnessing this visually stunning and exhilarating duel, Ash and his friends decided to return to the Pokemon Center. The remaining 2 matches featured battles between male gym leaders, which did not particularly interest Ash and Brock, while the girls naturally preferred to accompany Ash back to rest and prepare for their upcoming matches. After all, Misty, Brock, and Toko's contest would not take place until the following day, necessitating some rejuvenation. Thus, they returned to the competitors' village to relax and unwind. It seems that few are watching the World Championship. Perhaps everyone is eager to see the Kalos region. I will gather statistics and adjust the storyline accordingly. Skipping the World Championship plot. Do not skip, continue writing. Comment on the 2 options above. Deduct 1 for option 2. Chapter 572, Daily Competition, Toko's Pursuit of Wealth. Over the next 2 days, Ash chose not to rush into rigorous training, but rather embraced a relatively relaxed approach to his days. Of course, this relaxation was also filled with sweet troubles for him. Gao. Bayleaf affectionately nudged Ash with her large head, her tail wagging joyfully, nearly toppling him over. Milotic elegantly bent down, her smooth neck gently encircling Ash, providing a refreshing sensation. Latias leaped directly onto Ash's back, gleefully wrapping her arms around his neck. Though she resembled a cannon, the warmth of her presence and the slight pressure were undeniably real, even if Ash felt a chill creeping down his back. Meloetta floated before Ash, her tiny hand tugging at his clothing as she sang an ethereal and cheerful melody. The 4 Pokemon vied for his affection, leaving Ash somewhat overwhelmed, his face adorned with a bittersweet yet blissful smile. Only the superior exhibited maturity, thoughtfully assisting Milotic in alleviating Ash's pressure, yet the majority of them were less considerate. Pikachu. Pikachu had long since grown accustomed to this scene, sitting nonchalantly atop Ash's head, exasperatedly calling out as if trying to maintain order, albeit with little success. This spectacle elicited laughter from Dawn and the others. Ash's Pokémon are truly enthusiastic. May chuckled. Well, he is just that kind of person, Misty remarked. Her tone laced with playful sarcasm, though her eyes sparkled with amusement. Aside from indulging in this daily display of affection, Ash's primary focus was on watching his friends' matches. On the second day of competition, the first to take the stage was Misty. Fortune smiled upon her as her opponents in the same group were Porygon from the Sinnoh region's Black Gold City and Sin from the Wetland City. In her battle against Porygon, the type advantage proved crucial. Porygon's rock-type Pokémon, while sturdy, found itself somewhat passive against Misty's powerful water assaults. Even when Porygon unleashed his Mega Tyranitar, which he had previously battled against Ash, Misty stood her ground and revealed her trump card, Mega Gyarados. The fierce clash of the two titans shook the arena. Ultimately, Gyarados, with its relentless momentum and slight type advantage, managed to narrowly overpower Tyranitar, securing a pivotal victory for Misty. When facing Sin, also a water-type trainer, Misty showcased her signature surprise tactics. Her Starmie executed a precise thunderbolt amidst the intense water battle, catching Sin's dive weasel off guard. Following this, with a stunning thunder attack, she decisively clinched the victory, prompting gasps from the crowd. As it was indeed rare for a water-type Pokémon to wield such mastery over a powerful electric-type move, Misty concluded her matches with an impressive 2 victories, advancing effortlessly to the next round. In contrast, Brock's luck was less favorable. He easily defeated the rock-type gym leader, Duiying from Kalos City, demonstrating solid skills with his Steelix and Trevenant. However, his next opponent was the Ice-type Elite Four member, Kanna, hailing from the Kanto region. Faced with this formidable opponent, despite Brock's rock type having an advantage over Ice, the vast disparity in level and experience was insurmountable. Kanna dispatched a single Lapras, with precise control and formidable Ice-type power dominating the battle's rhythm. Although Brock fought valiantly, he ultimately succumbed to defeat. Nevertheless, Brock did not appear disheartened. Apart from the fact that he lost to a regional champion, which he deemed not shameful, he even wore a peculiar blush after the match, his gaze drifting towards Kanna as she departed, murmuring, "Miss Kanna is truly strong and beautiful. It is such a blessing to battle with her, he. Misty couldn't help but shiver, retorting, "Brock, you better not be awakening any strange attributes." Ash wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling that Brock's state indeed resembled a peculiar inclination. On the third day, it was Toko's turn to shine. Her opponents were Asu, the flying-type gym leader from the Johto region's Hibitown, and Yuji, the chief trainer representing the Orange League in place of the Kanto region's Hoenn Gym. Toko's prowess remained as formidable and explosive as ever. With the remarkable strength of both Riolu and Infernape, she engaged in a captivating battle of opposite attributes. Achieving an unexpected victory, she narrowly triumphed over Asu, a master of swift attacks. However, her duel with Yuji proved to be more arduous. Utilizing the valiant warrior Eagle and Riolu, she had previously vanquished both Venusaur and Ditto, successfully knocking out all Pokémon except for Dragonite. The final confrontation with Dragonite, however, was considerably more challenging. Thanks to Infernape's endurance in a wheeled battle and Riolu's evolution into Lucario, bolstered by a victory buff, she ultimately overcame Dragonite and advanced to the next round. Yet, even more captivating than her battles was her attire. Toko had somehow procured a specially made sports jacket, adorned with an array of logos from Energy Cube brands to Pokémon food. It resembled a walking advertisement for a mysterious app. May, watching from the sidelines, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, wishing she could disappear into a crack in the ground. "Why are you dressed like that? It's so humiliating." After the match, Toko returned with a beaming smile, twirling with pride. "What do you think? Quite effective, isn't it? This was all at the sponsor's request, and the advertising fees are substantial. This will significantly bolster our club's operational funds." Kogain and Haruka exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of complexity. Kogain hesitantly spoke. Toko, your appearance during battles is also quite important." Haruka added, "Yes, coordinators might find this approach difficult to accept." Misty and Brock shared a polite chuckle, acknowledging that Ash's companion, Toko, had a peculiar affinity for making money. While money is certainly important for trainers, Ash had no intentions of disparaging her entrepreneurial spirit. He merely wanted to quip. "Advertising during the tournament? Toko, you truly are a business genius." Only you could conceive such an idea, especially with the advertisements plastered on her clothing. The maneuver felt quite familiar. Toko waved her hand dismissively. Don't worry. Our club is already in the black, so next time I won't have to dress so ostentatiously. You needn't be concerned, May. May finally exhaled in relief, but still murmured softly. Thank goodness we managed to turn things around early. Otherwise, I would have to endure wearing such ugly clothing in battle alongside you. As the evening deepened, the Pokémon Center's hall displayed the freshly released first-round matchups. Divided by region, the contenders were as follows: Kanto, Ash, Misty, Natsum, Green, and Kona. Johto, Kosuka, Amity, and Rika. Hoenn, Tetsuya, Chisato, Atom, Bonnie, and Mikoli. Sinnoh, Shinji, Denji, and Daika. Unova, Toko, Hecarim, Iris, Kamajir, and Adak. Kalos, Blaziken and Mask, Dano, and Pachira. What a plethora of familiar names. Kogain leaned closer to the screen, scrutinizing the formidable competitors from various regions. Indeed, the lineup felt far more luxurious than that of the preliminary rounds. Haruka nodded in agreement, scanning the lists of competitors from Kanto and Johto, noting that they were predominantly renowned trainers. Ash crossed his arms, his gaze sharp as it traversed each name, the fervor of battle igniting within him. It seems that most participants are either powerful gym leaders or have demonstrated exceptional prowess at the league conference. Brock added, the criteria for official invitations appear quite stringent. There are no weaklings among those who advanced. He paused, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. However, not every formidable trainer is present, such as that Dakudo. At the mention of this name, everyone nodded in agreement. Dakudo, the legendary trainer who possessed 6 legendary Pokémon at the Lilac Conference, despite being defeated by Ash, still stood among the strongest gym leaders. Ash felt a twinge of curiosity about whether Dakudo received an invitation and, if so, why he hadn't appeared. It became an inconsequential, yet intriguing mystery. Next, the specific rules and format of the tournament were announced. With 24 participants advancing, the competition would still be a round-robin format involving 3 trainers per group. However, the number of Pokémon each trainer could use increased from 3 to 4. Though it was only 1 additional Pokémon, it signified greater tactical options and depth to the lineup, presenting a more considerable challenge for both the trainer's command and their Pokémon's endurance. For Pokémon means more combinations. Green had approached, wearing a confident smile. Ash, just don't capsize before you face me. I look forward to an all-out battle with you. I'll return those words to you, Green. Ash retorted defiantly, firmly believing he wouldn't falter now. Meanwhile, Shinji stood silently at a distance, occasionally casting a challenging glance at Ash. Tetsuya approached with a friendly demeanor, attempting to greet Ash. Ash, it's been a while before he could finish. A chilling aura approached, causing him to instinctively halt. The interloper was Natsum. She walked directly toward Ash. Her previously expressionless face softened upon looking at him, even hinting at the faintest semblance of a smile. Ash, her voice was calm, yet carried an undercurrent of unspoken anticipation. I am eagerly looking forward to our battle tomorrow. I hope you can provide me with a delightful challenge. Natsum's distinctly different demeanor toward him caught the attention of Misty, Kogain, and the other girls, who exchanged wary glances. This special treatment felt unsettlingly peculiar. However, Natsum maintained her decorum, leaving them with little to say. Brock, witnessing Natsum's smile, instinctively felt his heart flutter, but was abruptly jolted back to reality by the fleeting coldness in her gaze, resulting in an awkward chuckle as he scratched the back of his head. Ash, however, did not dwell on such thoughts, enthusiastically accepting the challenge. No problem, Miss Natsum. I'm also looking forward to a serious battle with you. He recalled his previous experience at the Goldenrod Gym, where he had largely relied on Jengar's humor to succeed. This time, he aimed to confront her with his true strength. Tetsuya, recognizing Natsum's commanding presence, wisely retreated momentarily, deciding to find Ash for a conversation later. When the final battle roster appeared on the large screen, the results were somewhat unexpected. Ash's trio included Natsum and Tetsuya as his opponents. Oh, it's Miss Natsum and Mr. Tetsuya, Ash exclaimed, feeling a surge of excitement. This arrangement seemed tailor-made for a revenge match. Whether to address the unfinished battle with Natsum or to redeem himself for his loss to Tetsuya at the Hoenn League Conference. Green, observing, sighed and shrugged. What a pity we couldn't face off in the first round, but it's fine. Ensure you advance smoothly. Don't squander my long-anticipated duel. Shinji also quietly withdrew from the scene. Misty and Brock leaned closer to Ash, their expressions serious. Ash, be cautious against Natsum. Her psychic abilities have become even more profound, and her synergy with Pokémon has become increasingly unpredictable. Misty lowered her voice, Rumor has it she's now considered one of the strongest gym leaders in the Kanto region, with some even comparing her to the former leader of the Goldenrod Gym, who was the leader of Team Rocket. Brock nodded. Her alakazam is particularly formidable. Her strategic thinking is unlike that of ordinary trainers. Kogain and Haruka gasped in astonishment at the label of the strongest gym leader. In contrast, Mei and Toko remained relatively composed. Toko, munching on a snack, mumbled indistinctly, "Psychic types, I get it." Indeed, Miss Gardevoir, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Unova region, is also a wielder of extraordinary powers. In her past battles, the destruction wrought upon the arena was nothing short of terrifying. Mei snatched some snacks, sharing them with her partner, the squirrel-like Victini. After expressing her anticipation to Ash, Naza reverted to her aloof demeanor, turning away and leaving behind an enigmatic silhouette. The following day, the atmosphere at the main venue of the tournament remained fervently vibrant. The enormous display screen showcased an ever-scrolling list of battles, accompanied by the resounding cheers of the audience. Ash was scheduled to compete in a later round, while the current match featured the newly appointed gym leader of Unova, Black, facing off against the season leader of the Orange League from Hoenn, Chisato. Xiaoyao excitedly waved a flag, despite the fact that her father was oblivious to her enthusiasm. As Ash awaited his turn, he noticed numerous familiar faces gathered in the stands. Many gym leaders who had faced unfortunate defeats in earlier matches, such as Aya, Xiaoqian, ASU, Abi, Saizhong, Li Jia, and even Yuji, had not departed. They were seated comfortably, as if attending a grand gathering, exchanging insights and observing the ongoing battles, creating an atmosphere rich with camaraderie and mutual improvement. Everyone has stayed to watch the matches, Xiao Guang remarked with a smile, appreciating the rare caliber of the encounters. Indeed, Ash replied, observing and learning is always beneficial. Pikachu nodded in agreement. Chapter 574, Pikachu's vengeful match on the battlefield. Mr. Chisato's Monferno executed a powerful aura punch, accurately striking Black's Herdier and concluding an intensely tactical bout. With his profound understanding of normal-type Pokémon, Chisato secured a victory for the Hoenn region. "Dad, you were amazing," Xiaoyao exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Ash felt joy at Mr. Chisato's triumph, but quickly steeled himself for his upcoming match. "Let us go, Pikachu," he declared, his gaze resolute as he patted his partner's shoulder. "Pika," responded Pikachu, its cheeks shimmering with electricity, brimming with fighting spirit. The host's exuberant voice resonated throughout the arena. Next up is a highly anticipated showdown between Ash, the champion of the Lilac and Pinecone conferences from Pallet Town, and Tetsuya, who shone brilliantly at the colorful conference in Hoenn. This is truly a battle of vengeance that transcends time. Amidst the fervent cheers, Ash and Tetsuya stepped forward to assume their positions. Tetsuya regarded the youth before him, who had matured significantly since their encounter at the colorful conference, his expression serious. In contrast, Ash gazed at Tetsuya with fervent determination, a smile gracing his lips. "Tetsuya, we've finally met again. I've eagerly awaited the chance to battle your Meowth once more." "As you wish," Tetsuya replied, taking a deep breath before tossing forth his Pokeball. "Go, Meowth." In a flash of light, the confident Meowth, adorned with a cowboy hat, made its entrance once more, its gaze sharp as it focused on Ash and Pikachu. "Meow," it proclaimed, exuding a fierce battle spirit. Ash and Pikachu exchanged knowing glances, sharing a tacit smile. "Pikachu, you're the one," declared Ash. With a nimble leap, Pikachu descended from Ash's shoulder, landing gracefully, its tail striking the ground with a crisp sound. "Oh, it's indeed Pikachu against Meowth. This promises to be the ultimate cat-and-mouse showdown," the host enthusiastically remarked. The audience erupted with excitement, memories of the colorful conference rekindled in many of them. Tetsuya, well aware of Ash and Pikachu's formidable growth, commanded Meowth without hesitation. "Meowth, use agility." Meow. With astonishing speed, Meowth blurred into motion, darting around Pikachu, leaving behind a series of afterimages in an effort to confuse Pikachu and find an opening. Unfazed, Ash called out, "Pikachu, focus on it. Quick attack." "Pika." Pikachu's eyes narrowed, locking onto Meowth's true form, enveloped in a brilliant white light as it launched forward like an arrow. Pikachu's speed was such that it eclipsed even Meowth's agility. "This won't do," Tetsuya exclaimed, startled by Pikachu's extraordinary velocity. In a moment of urgency, he instructed, "Meowth, create a barrier with water pulse." "Meow." Meowth abruptly halted, conjuring a massive water sphere that crashed to the ground, unleashing a torrent that formed a wall between itself and Pikachu. "Pikachu, charge through," Ash commanded without hesitation. Pikachu faced the surging waters fearlessly. "Pika." It skillfully maneuvered atop the waves, gliding through the torrent with grace, seemingly unaffected by the flow, possibly due to its mastery of surfing techniques. "Watch out, evade!" Tetsuya shouted in alarm, but it was too late. Pikachu's quick attack collided solidly with Meowth. Meow? The force sent Meowth flying backward. "Pursue it, Iron Tail." Pikachu executed a mid-air turn, its steel-like tail gleaming as it struck down toward the still-falling Meowth. "Meowth, block it with Iron Tail," Tetsuya urged, just in time. In a tense moment, Meowth reacted swiftly, hardening its tail and swinging it upward. The two Pokemon's tails clashed with a resounding metallic crash. While they appeared evenly matched in strength, Pikachu leveraged its downward momentum, gaining the upper hand as it pressed Meowth toward the ground. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Tetsuya commanded, "Counter with Power Gem." As Meowth landed, the coin atop its head radiated a dazzling orange light, releasing a searing beam toward the close-approaching Pikachu. Electroweb. Ash's command came almost simultaneously. Pikachu executed a stylish tail whip, casting a massive golden web that enveloped the Power Gem's beam. The energies clashed violently, emitting crackling sounds as they canceled each other out, dispersing into a cloud of energy smoke. From within the smoke, Pikachu burst forth, its paws aglow with fighting-type energy. Brick Break. Meow. Unprepared, Meowth was struck fiercely by the fighting-type move, suffering significant damage but refusing to retreat. Meowth slashed wildly. Tetsuya gritted his teeth, attempting to regain control. Meowth, enduring the pain, extended its claws, shimmering with icy light, and lunged at Pikachu with a tempest of strikes. Faced with Meowth's relentless assault, Pikachu was momentarily caught off guard, sustaining several hits that elicited pained expressions from it. The audience gasped at the ferocity of this cowboy Meowth's prowess. Its frenzied slashes were indeed formidable. However, Pikachu's endurance had been honed to an exceptional level. It absorbed the blows, its gaze sharpening with determination. Tetsuya's heart sank as he realized that throughout their battle, Pikachu had yet to unleash its signature electric-type moves, while Meowth was beginning to show signs of fatigue. "It's over, Mr. Tetsuya," Ash declared, recognizing his opponent's vulnerability. "Raise your right hand, Pikachu. Use Thunderbolt." Pikachu. The pent-up electricity erupted from Pikachu. A robust golden lightning bolt striking forth like the whip of a thunder god, aimed unerringly at Meowth. Tetsuya's pupils dilated as he shouted, "Meowth, unleash thunder." Meow. Meowth channeled all its strength into the coin atop its head, summoning a rivaling torrent of violent electricity that surged skyward to meet Thunderbolt head-on. Boom. Two bolts of extreme lightning clashed violently in the air, producing a deafening roar, while golden electric serpents danced wildly, their blinding brilliance compelling many spectators to instinctively shut their eyes. However, the standoff lasted but a fleeting moment. Pikachu's Thunderbolt surged forth with even more ferocious power, overwhelming Meowth's thunder. The golden lightning column completely engulfed its opponent's electric attack, ultimately striking the panting Meowth directly. Meow. Accompanied by a reluctant wail, Meowth collapsed to the ground, charred and devoid of battle capability. The referee waved the flag. Meowth is unable to continue. Pikachu is victorious. Thus, the winner is Ash Ketchum. What an astonishing display. Pikachu triumphed in this cat-and-mouse clash with overwhelming superiority. Ash and Pikachu have successfully avenged themselves, the host exclaimed with fervor. The arena erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Ash lifted the somewhat fatigued, yet exhilarated Pikachu. "Well done, Pikachu. We reclaimed our victory." Pika. Pikachu nuzzled Ash's cheek affectionately. Chapter 575. The most useful lightning rod ever. Pika. It's not over yet. Pikachu leapt from Ash's arms back onto the battlefield, its cheeks sparking anew, its gaze intensely fixed on Shoya. Clearly, the previous battle had not quenched its thirst for a stronger adversary. Ash paused momentarily, then smiled knowingly, sensing his partner's fervent battle spirit. He readily consented. Although Pikachu's strength vastly exceeded that of its opponent, since they were already here, it was perfectly fine to let Pikachu face another challenge. Shoya retrieved his incapacitated Meowth, casting a complex glance at the spirited Pikachu and Ash. Taking a deep breath, he sent forth a strategically chosen Pokémon. "Let us go, Sceptile." In a flash of light, a commanding and powerful Sceptile appeared on the field. A vividly colored gemstone adorned the collar around its neck, glimmering conspicuously in the sunlight. "That is a Mega Stone." Ash immediately recognized the stone and understood Shoya's intentions. "Indeed, this symbolizes the bond between Sceptile and me." Shoya raised his wrist, revealing a Mega Glove embedded with a keystone. "Respond to my heart, Mega Evolution." A brilliant glow erupted between Shoya's keystone and Sceptile's mega stone, intertwining into countless beams of light that enveloped Sceptile. A tremendous wave of energy swept through the arena as Sceptile's form transformed amidst the radiance. Its back sprouted larger seeds, its tail grew thicker, sharp leaf blades extended from its wrists, and the leaves on its forehead became sharper and more pointed. Its entire aura turned incredibly fierce, imbued with draconic majesty. Ash was no stranger to this. After all, he too had a Sceptile. Yes, the Mega Sceptile let out a triumphant roar, the energy of the dragon type subtly pulsating. Here it comes. Shoya's Sceptile is mega evolving into a grass and dragon type Mega Sceptile, the host announced excitedly. The ability of Mega Sceptile has transformed into Lightning Rod, rendering Pikachu's electric type moves utterly ineffective. Concerns spread among the audience, including Koyuki and others. With their ace and electric types neutralized, this was an almost fatal blow for Ash and Pikachu. Ash gazed at the imposing figure of Mega Sceptile, his lips twitching involuntarily. Indeed, this was the most advantageous use of Mega Sceptile's lightning rod yet. Pikachu, use quick attack, Ash commanded decisively. Since the type match was unfavorable, they would seek a breakthrough through speed. Pika. In an instant, Pikachu's figure blurred, transforming into a streak of golden lightning as it darted across the battlefield with increasing velocity. Trying to win with speed, are we? Sceptile, Rock Tomb. Shoya waved his hand, altering his strategy to attempt to restrict Pikachu's movement. Mega Sceptile let out a low growl, slamming its claws into the ground, conjuring a multitude of massive rocks that fell like meteorites toward Pikachu's path. Not only did this serve as an attack, but it also created rock barriers around the field, attempting to compress Pikachu's operational space. Pikachu, keep moving and smash through the rocks with Iron Tail. Ash remained calm under pressure. Pikachu zipped through the air, its steel-formed tail striking with precision to shatter the obstructing rocks one by one. Debris flew everywhere. However, its speed was inevitably affected to some extent. Dragon Breath. Seizing the opportunity, Shoya commanded. Mega Sceptile unleashed a terrifying dragon breath imbued with paralysis effects, covering a vast area. Dig underground to evade. Ash reacted swiftly. Pikachu instantaneously halted its movement, claws flashing as it burrowed underground just before the dragon breath arrived, perfectly avoiding the attack. Sceptile sensed the vibrations in the ground. Shoya, experienced and composed, did not panic. Mega Sceptile closed its eyes, attuning itself to the tremors beneath. Suddenly, it opened its eyes wide and leaped to the right, almost simultaneously as Pikachu burst forth from the ground but missed its target. Now, Leaf Blade. Shoya precisely seized the moment. The leaf blades on Mega Sceptile's wrists surged instantaneously, gleaming with a chilling emerald light, resembling two exquisite swords that crossed to strike at the freshly landed Pikachu. Pikachu, counter with Iron Tail. Ash shouted. Pika. Pikachu forcefully twisted in midair, its steel tail slicing through the air with a whoosh, colliding fiercely with the crossing leaf blades. The sound of metal clashing with energy rang out sharply. The power of the leaf blades was beyond imagination, yet Pikachu's Iron Tail proved even more formidable. Pika. With a surge of energy, Pikachu's tail output skyrocketed, causing Mega Sceptile to stagger back several steps. Light scratches adorned its body, indicating it had suffered damage. This left the audience utterly astonished. The power of Mega Sceptile post-evolution was still unable to match Pikachu. Sceptile. Shoya felt a twinge of anxiety. Why does this seemingly ordinary Pikachu possess such strength? On the other side, Pikachu flicked its tail and resumed its battle stance. Ash pressed the advantage. Pikachu, don't give it a moment to breathe. Use Iron Tail continuously. Pika. Pikachu, brimming with confidence, showed no fear against the Mega Sceptile that had a type advantage. Dragon Claw. Shoya retaliated without hesitation. Mega Sceptile's claws were enveloped in rich draconic energy, forming enormous green claws that fiercely resisted Pikachu's Iron Tail. Initially believing that a dual claw attack would suppress Pikachu's Iron Tail, the reality was that Pikachu's energy output was so immense that it required both claws just to barely hold its ground. Furthermore, Pikachu was capable of executing astonishing maneuvers midair. Rather than suppressing Pikachu, Mega Sceptile was merely trying to avoid severe damage. This only heightened the anxiety in Mega Sceptile's eyes. Finding itself at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation was a rare occurrence post-evolution. Shoya observed this keenly, knowing he could not afford to fall into his opponent's rhythm. Sceptile. Create distance and use Dragon Dance. He decisively altered his command, seeking a breakthrough. Mega Sceptile understood immediately, utilizing the force of Pikachu's Iron Tail impact to agilely backflip. Simultaneously, it began to move in an ancient and mysterious rhythm, enveloped in a pale blue draconic energy aura. Its momentum surging as both speed and attack power were set to amplify. A flash of lightning interrupted it. Pikachu transformed into a white streak of light, erupting with speed far beyond its usual capacity, colliding forcefully with the newly dancing Megaseptile. Boom! The lightning struck precisely, disrupting the rhythm of Dragon Dance and sending Megaseptile staggering. Although it did not inflict significant damage, it successfully halted the enhancement of its abilities. This is troublesome. Tetsuya clicked his tongue, astonished by the remarkable speed of his opponent's reactions. The Super Lizard King was compelled to interrupt its dance, letting out an angry roar as it quickly steadied itself, assuming a combat stance, its gaze warily fixed on Pikachu. This could not continue. Despite Pikachu's ongoing pressure on the Lizard King, Ash remained furrowed in thought. Other than the earlier Iron Tail attack, the Lizard King had yet to suffer any direct damage, and Pikachu's electric moves were being constrained. If this stalemate persisted, it would spell trouble for Pikachu. A different strategy was necessary. Ash's eyes scanned the arena, landing on the water stains left by Meowth's water pulse. A bold idea began to take shape. Chapter 576. Pikachu, now a creature of monstrous caliber. Pikachu, follow my lead, Ash said, his eyes brightening as he continued to move rapidly, circling the field and utilizing those puddles. Pikachu asked, perplexed but unwavering in its execution. Once more, it transformed into a golden light, purposefully landing on those damp or water-stained areas. Lizard King, enclose it with rocks. Tetsuya commanded again, sending more rocks crashing toward Pikachu. Now, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt, Ash suddenly shouted. What? Tetsuya was taken aback. Why employ an electric move that he knew would be ineffective? However, Pikachu instantly grasped Ash's intent. It was not attacking the Lizard King. Rather, Pikachu unleashed a powerful surge of electricity into the puddles beneath its feet. ZZZZT. The golden current rapidly spread through the water stains, creating a localized electric field, smaller than an electric terrain, but far more chaotic. The thunderbolt infused into the puddles and damp areas sparked with electricity. Although the lightning rod ability rendered the Lizard King immune to harm, the rocks conjured by the Super Lizard King experienced slight disturbances as they passed through the electrified area. While they could not be shattered, their trajectories were altered. Meanwhile, Pikachu adeptly maneuvered through the electric field with flawless control, enhancing its speed and even executing two astonishing right-angle turns to evade most of the rocks, utilizing an ineffective electric move to alter the environment, thereby disturbing the opponent and aiding its own movement. The commentator exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm. Iron Tail, strike the ground. Ash's command followed closely. Pikachu leaped, its iron tail crashing down upon the damp ground previously electrified. Boom. The slick mud, mingled with electricity, was sent flying like a vast net towards the Super Lizard King. What? Both Tetsuya and the Super Lizard King were blindsided, their vision obscured by the mud. Pikachu, play rough. Ash seized the moment, employing a relatively seldom used move. Upon hearing the command, Pikachu was enveloped in an enchanting pink glow, radiating a joyful yet perilous aura, swiftly closing in on the Super Lizard King with astonishing speed. Tetsuya's instincts screamed danger. Though somewhat perplexed by the play rough move, he felt an innate sense of peril. Lizard King, retreat. The Super Lizard King strained to discern its surroundings, backing away a few meters. However, hindered by the mud obscuring its view, it was far less agile than Pikachu. In an instant, Pikachu, wrapped in pink energy, collided directly into the Super Lizard King's embrace. Bam! With a dull thud, the Super Lizard King staggered back, a flicker of pain and astonishment crossing its face as it felt the unexpected and significant impact of that energy. Now, Ash seized the opportunity, his tactical clarity sharp as ever. Electric Net. Without a moment's hesitation, Pikachu performed a somersault, unleashing a massive, shimmering electric net. The colossal net ensnared the Super Lizard King, who was still reeling from the impact of play rough. Although the lightning rod ability rendered it completely immune to electric damage, the net's formidable binding force effectively restrained the Super Lizard King's movements. Oh no! Lizard King, break free! Tetsuya exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. The Super Lizard King roared, unleashing draconic energy in an attempt to tear apart the electric net. The net quivered violently under the golden flashes, threatening to be torn asunder. I want to give you that chance. Pikachu, Iron Tail. Ash's voice thundered. Pikachu soared into the air, its tail gleaming with a chilling light. seizing the perfect opportunity while the Super Lizard King was hindered by the electric net. It struck down with tremendous force. Wham! The Super Lizard King took the brunt of the blow, howling in pain as its attempt to escape the electric net was thwarted once more. Final blow. Pikachu plummet. Ash commanded, his energy surging. Pika. Pikachu leapt high into the air, enveloped in a fierce airflow and radiant white light, surrounded by flying energy. It became as light as a feather, yet bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Like a soaring raptor, it descended with precision upon the Super Lizard King, momentarily ensnared by the electric net and battered by the prior strikes. What? Tetsuya and the audience were left in awe, astonished that a mere Pikachu could unleash such a fluid and unprecedented combination of moves. Boom. The plummet struck perfectly. The effect was astounding. The Super Lizard King staggered backward, its body marred with injuries. It struggled to regain its footing as draconic energy surged once more. But ultimately, the glow around it faded, its mega evolution state dispelled. Reverting to its ordinary form, it swayed and crashed to the ground, losing the ability to continue fighting. The referee paused momentarily before vigorously waving the flag. The Lizard King is unable to battle. Pikachu wins. Incredible. Unbelievable. The commentator shouted hoarsely. Tetsuya, with a complex expression, recalled the Lizard King and took a deep breath. He had not anticipated that even with the strategically summoned Mega Lizard King, he would still be defeated by this extraordinary Pikachu. Yet, being an experienced trainer, he quickly adjusted his mindset and produced another Pokeball. A flash of light revealed a Pokemon emanating a chilling metallic sheen, a Metagross, heavily landing on the field, its 4 massive metallic claws glinting ominously. Upon seeing the Metagross, Ash couldn't help but recall the metallic creatures he had seen roaming in the Viridian forest, wondering how the shiny Metagross had fared with them. Had any evolved into Metagross? Then, Ash snapped back to reality, glancing at Pikachu, who was slightly panting. The recent series of intense battles had indeed drained much of its stamina. Pika. Yet, Pikachu turned its gaze to Ash, its eyes ablaze with unwavering determination, expressing a fervent desire to continue fighting. It was eager for more. Ash, seeing his partner's exhausted yet resolute expression, instantly understood its intent. He couldn't help but smile wryly. What am I going to do with you? Well, since you're eager to battle, let us carry on, Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu perked up, swiftly turning to face the formidable Metagross, once again assuming a combat stance. This scene caused Tetsuya to twitch at the corner of his eye, his headache intensifying. Was this Pikachu's stamina and fighting spirit truly at a monstrous level? It had just endured such a fierce battle. Chapter 577. Pikachus are abundant along the roads of Kanto. Pikachu seized the initiative. Electric Net. After the previous 2 battles, Pikachu had expended considerable energy, so Ash decided to end the battle quickly. Pikachu. Pikachu concentrated fiercely, vigorously launching yet another massive golden electric net towards the imposing Metagross. The golden net successfully enveloped its target, and powerful electric currents instantaneously coiled around the heavy metallic body of Metagross, emitting a crackling sound. Although the force was not particularly high, Ash valued the formidable binding strength of the net. Pikachu, employ your trick, Ash commanded clearly. A mischievous and ominous black energy flickered atop Pikachu's small head. Pikachu's special attack was rising, incrementing by 1. Oh no, Tetsuya thought. Alarm bells ringing in his mind as he quickly grasped Ash's intent. He aimed to allow Pikachu to enhance its special attack from a safe distance. Should this succeed, the consequences would be dire. Pikachu's special attack would escalate significantly, amplifying the already potent electric moves it possessed to an extraordinary level. Metagross. Tear through the net with Meteor Mash. Tetsuya's voice was tinged with palpable urgency. With a dull metallic thud, Metagross's 4 massive iron arms were enveloped in brilliant silvery energy, resembling 4 miniature comets as they struck out with astonishing speed. The resilient electric net was effortlessly torn apart before the might of Meteor Mash. Use Psychic to disrupt it, Tetsuya instructed. The colossal form of Metagross was immediately shrouded in a powerful blue-violet psychic glow, hurtling towards Pikachu with the velocity of a cannonball, incongruous with its weighty frame. Block it with Iron Tail, Ash called indifferently. Responding to his voice, Pikachu's tail gleamed with a metallic sheen as it swung fiercely to intercept the oncoming Metagross. The clash of steel against psychic energy erupted with a deafening roar. This time, however, Pikachu's Iron Tail failed to repel Metagross. Its focus had been primarily on enhancing its trick, rendering Pikachu's Iron Tail insufficient to fully counter the force of the psychic attack. With Ash's guidance, Pikachu adjusted its position. its small body propelled into the air by the overwhelming force. In this manner, it not only alleviated the impact, but also created an opportunity. After all, being knocked back, while passive, temporarily extricated it from Metagross's melee range. Now, continue with the trick, Ash shouted. Though Pikachu could not maneuver skillfully in the air, it gained a fleeting moment of relative safety. Pikachu concentrated once more, completing the trick it had previously initiated, as its special attack surged higher. Tetsuya's brow furrowed. Metagross. Use Giga Impact. Metagross's crimson eyes locked onto the airborne Pikachu, and a massive metallic arm swiftly gathered highly compressed steel energy. A formidable beam was unleashed, hurtling directly towards Pikachu. Block it with Iron Tail. Pikachu twisted in midair, positioning its shimmering tail like a shield in front of itself. The Giga Impact struck solidly against the Iron Tail, the explosion's shockwave propelling Pikachu even higher. Thanks to its elevated level compared to Metagross and the Iron Tail's resistance to Steel-type moves, Pikachu withstood the onslaught of this ranged attack. As the smoke cleared, Pikachu bore some scratches, but had successfully completed the enhancement of its trick. Utilizing the force of the explosion, Pikachu adjusted its posture and landed steadily on the ground, surrounded by an invisible yet formidable aura generated by the trick's augmentation. We did it, Ash exclaimed, buoyed with enthusiasm. Let us settle this, Pikachu. Unleash your full volt tackle. With all its remaining strength and the overwhelming energy from the trick enhancement, Pikachu unleashed a previously unseen, robust golden lightning bolt that surged skyward, subsequently tearing through the heavens in a destructive arc towards Metagross. The power far exceeded that of its earlier volt tackle. Tetsuya's expression shifted dramatically. Metagross, hold your ground. Metagross planted its four legs firmly, instantly conjuring a green shield that enveloped it securely. The ground trembled as an earth-shattering noise erupted. The golden thunderstorm completely engulfed the green barrier, the wild energy wreaking havoc throughout the arena, with blinding light rendering the spectators nearly unable to open their eyes. The protective barrier wavered violently under the onslaught of such a terrifying electric strike, emitting a strained hum. As the lightning dimmed, Metagross's silhouette reemerged, the barrier dissipating along with it. It appeared severely drained, arcs of electricity dancing across its metallic body, crackling audibly. However, even against Pikachu's ultimate strike, the barrier ultimately faltered, leaving Metagross gasping for its last breath. For the final blow, Iron Tail, Pikachu declared. It soared high into the air, transforming its tail into solid steel once more to deliver a decisive strike against the beleaguered Metagross. With a resounding crash, the Iron Tail struck heavily against the metallic torso of Metagross. A deep, mournful roar escaped Metagross as its massive form swayed, its crimson eyes flickering before finally dimming. With a thunderous crash, Metagross's weighty body toppled forward, crashing onto the arena floor, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. The audience erupted in cheers, their fervor for Pikachu swelling to unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, in the distant Kalos region, the siblings residing at their father Limwan's place were captivated by the spectacle. Wow, did you see that, brother? Ash's Pikachu is incredible, Eureka exclaimed, leaping from the sofa, pointing at the television screen where Ash and Pikachu were basking in their triumph. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. However, Citron seemed engrossed in his inventions, his eyes barely able to divide attention between the television and his mechanical modifications, leaving him unable to respond to Eureka's enthusiasm. Moreover, as an older brother, Citron understood well what was on Eureka's mind. She simply desired to capture a Pikachu as adorable and powerful as Ash's. For Citron, capturing a Pikachu was a trivial matter. After all, Pikachu was quite common alongside the roads in Kanto, and Kalos was not devoid of them either. However, nurturing a Pikachu was a far more complex endeavor. Adhering to his principle of being responsible for any Pokemon he captured, Citron resolutely ignored Eureka's request. Observing her brother's indifference, Eureka crossed her arms defiantly and declared, "Humph. Regardless, I will definitely capture a Pikachu when I grow up, one as strong and adorable as Ash's." Watching his sister completely absorbed in her fantasy, oblivious to the disparity with reality, Citron sighed helplessly as a bead of sweat rolled down his forehead. Well, as long as she is happy. Chapter 578. Let Pikachu become the Elite Four of Kanto. The referee's voice echoed throughout the arena. Metagross is unable to continue fighting. Tetsuya, please send out your next Pokemon. Tetsuya took a deep breath and threw his final Pokeball. I'm counting on you, Arcanine. A flash of white light illuminated the field, revealing a uniquely shaped Pokemon. It possessed grayish-white fur with orange stripes, and its mane formed a crest on its head, resembling a stone lion. This was the Hoenn form of Arcanine, Ash remarked. Tetsuya has also traveled to Sinnoh. It seems everyone has a Pokémon from Hoenn. He pondered, is the phenomenon of time-space distortion in Sinnoh prevalent? Perhaps I should find an opportunity to contact Professor Rowan to see if I might encounter a Pokémon from the Hoenn era. Pikachu tilted its head curiously, its ears quivering slightly, clearly having never seen this form of Arcanine before. It turned to Ash, its tiny paws excitedly gesturing, its eyes brimming with a desire to continue battling. Ash smiled knowingly. Pikachu had already defeated 3 opponents in succession. It might as well aim for a 4th victory. The Hoenn Arcanine, being a fire-rock-type Pokémon, would be swiftly dealt with by Pikachu's Surf. Alright, Pikachu, let us finish this final match, Ash declared, tipping the brim of his cap. The speed of the Rapidash surged, darting swiftly across the field as Gia issued his command. The figure of the Rapidash became a mere blur, weaving rapidly through the arena, leaving behind phantoms of its movement, its velocity evidently heightened. Pikachu, with a flash of electricity, kept pace with it. Transforming into a streak of white light, Pikachu pursued the shadow of the Rapidash, and the 2 Pokémon engaged in a contest of speed. Now, Rock Slide. Gia seized the moment. The Rapidash abruptly halted and pivoted, its spiky mane glowing as several sharp rocks shot towards Pikachu. Iron Tail. Pikachu executed a graceful spin in midair, its tail gleaming with a metallic sheen, accurately shattering the incoming rocks. However, while it dealt with the Rock Slide, the Rapidash had already accelerated once more. Flame Charge. Gia pressed the advantage. The Rapidash was engulfed in searing flames, hurtling towards Pikachu with astonishing speed. Jumping to evade, Pikachu unleashed a golden electric net. Leaping high, Pikachu narrowly dodged the flame charge while casting out the net. Yet, the Rapidash, bolstered by its swift movements, made a sharp turn to evade the net's grasp. After several skirmishes, Gia exhaled slightly, noticing that the continuous battle had indeed drained Pikachu's stamina, rendering its speed and reflexes somewhat slower than at the outset. Nevertheless, Ash's lips curled into a slight smile. It's almost time, Pikachu. Let's finish this with Surf. Pikachu suddenly surged with energy. Its petite form leaped high, a colossal wave materializing behind it like never before. Bolstered by the earlier trick, this Surf had an immense range, nearly enveloping the entire arena, the surging waters rushing towards Rapidash. Watch out, Rapidash. Use Flame Charge with all your might, Gia shouted anxiously. The Rapidash ignited in even more intense flames, attempting to break through the giant wave. However, the collision of water and fire generated a significant amount of steam, and the advantage of the water type effortlessly overpowered the flames. Despite the Rapidash's valiant resistance, all efforts proved futile against the enhanced Surf. The colossal wave mercilessly engulfed the Rapidash's figure. As the waters receded, the Rapidash lay defeated on the field, devoid of fighting capability. The referee proclaimed, "The Rapidash is unable to battle. The victor is Pikachu, thus the winner is Ash from Pallet Town. Hooray!" In the audience, Misty, May, Dawn, and Toko exchanged high fives. The crowd erupted in excitement, rising to their feet to cheer for Pikachu's spectacular performance. Incredible! Pikachu single-handedly took down 4 opponents. That Rapidash seemed so formidable. Yet it was defeated in a single blow? Pikachu is both adorable and powerful. I want one too. Especially among the viewers in the Kanto region. The response was particularly fervent. In the VIP section, Maris and her opponents, Aya and Ami, were discussing the match. Though I didn't advance this time. Witnessing such a battle was worthwhile, Maris smiled. Ash's Pikachu has been trained exceptionally well. It even knows the Fairy-type move Play Rough. Ami nodded in agreement. Indeed. Before the Fairy-type was officially announced, many trainers believed it to be a standard move. A glimmer of curiosity shone in Maris's eyes. What intrigues me is how Pikachu learned Play Rough. Was it self-taught, or did Ash train it specifically? Regardless of the method, it was evident that this Pikachu was extraordinary. Aya's curiosity piqued. This electric mouse's talent is simply remarkable. Its electric-type moves are terrifyingly strong, and its steel-type Iron Tail is equally impressive. It has also dabbled in fighting, water, dark, and the newly introduced fairy types, and even possesses an unprecedented flying-type move. This Pikachu is truly versatile. I suddenly feel the urge to catch one. Not just Aya, many trainers watching Ash's Pikachu shared the same sentiment. In a Pokémon Center far away in Jubilife City, trainers gathered around the television, cheering with enthusiasm. Incredible! This is our Kanto Pikachu, exclaimed a boy, excitedly pounding the table. Pikachu is everywhere in Kanto. Why can't it be a starter Pokémon? Complained a girl. Exactly. Pikachu is as common in Kanto as stray dogs, so it should simply become our regional mascot. Adorable and capable. A girl with a thunderous personality exclaimed. her eyes sparkling with pink hearts. You're right. I'm off to catch one in the Viridian forest. Wait for me, I'm coming too. This discussion sparked not only in Jubilife City, but also in Cerulean City, Pewter City, and Goldenrod City. Trainers across Kanto began to fervently seek out a Pikachu, as they were abundantly available, almost like a common sight on the streets, with minimal cost. The authorities would not intervene. This was beneficial for both Pikachu and the ecosystem. At Professor Oak's lab in Pallet Town, Ash's mother, Hanako, along with Professor Oak and Tracy, watched the match. Ash and Pikachu are truly becoming more formidable, Hanako remarked with pride. However, with Pikachu's outstanding performance this time, I fear it will attract many trainers eager to capture one. Tracy recalled the frenzy surrounding Pikachu captures during last year's Lily of the Valley conference, chuckling softly. Professor Oak adjusted his glasses. Pikachu is indeed a remarkable Pokémon. But if it were to become a starter Pokémon, he imagined the scene of countless novice trainers being zapped by wild Pikachu and couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Ash's Pikachu is truly one of a kind. Chapter 579, Halftime, Shigeru's Defeat. The referee's whistle marked the conclusion of this intense battle, and the arena erupted in thunderous applause. Jie recalled his incapacitated Rapidash, his expression tinged with regret yet maintaining composure. As he walked towards the player's tunnel, he encountered the observing Yiyu, and the two exchanged smiles, naturally delving into a discussion about their battle experiences. Your Mega Lizardin executed splendidly, Yiyu complimented, but Ash's Pikachu was simply beyond imagination. Jie could only smile wryly. Shaking his head, I did my utmost to counter it, yet Pikachu proved to be unfathomably strong. As they conversed, Ash made an unexpected decision that took everyone by surprise. He did not immediately proceed to the next battle against Naji. Instead, Ash opted for a halftime break. The commentator's voice echoed, stating that, according to league regulations, players are entitled to a reasonable rest period, indicating that Ash's Pikachu was likely nearing exhaustion. May tilted her head in the audience. This isn't typical of Ash. Isn't he usually more relentless in battle? Brock, arms crossed, smiled knowingly. He might be waiting for Shigeru's match. Indeed, Ash headed straight to the player's observation area, his gaze fixated on the impending showdown between Shigeru and the Kalos Fire-type champion, Pyra. This World Championship featured 7 champions, and without a champion battle in the top 24, it was highly likely that the remaining competitors would be eliminated by the champions. Oh, so concerned about my match. Shigeru noticed Ash's arrival, raising an eyebrow with a smile, elegantly twirling a strand of hair. Ash tipped his cap and smirked, of course. I want to see how you get beaten. His words were sincere, devoid of any pretense. Humph, don't be too shocked by my performance later. Shigeru confidently strode towards the arena, his researcher's white lab coat billowing behind him. Although Shigeru spoke with flair, he privately harbored low expectations for his advancement. After all, his opponent was a champion, and given that his primary profession was not a trainer, his chances of advancing were merely 40%. Ash, perceiving the underlying worry in Shigeru, chose not to reveal it. After watching the competitor enter the arena, I dashed back to the spectator area to join his support team. Just as Ash settled into his seat, the referee waved the flag, signaling the official start of the match. Padala was the first to send forth her opening Pokémon. As Coalossal made its entrance, the clear blue sky was instantly enveloped in brilliant sunshine, a clear indication of its ability to harness the sun's rays. Show them our might. Electivire, shouted Shigeru, as his Electivire roared onto the field, adept in electric-type moves and close combat. However, under the sunny conditions, Padala's Coalossal unleashed formidable fire-type moves, landing a smoke attack that left Electivire struggling amidst the searing flames. With decent defensive capabilities, Coalossal significantly curtailed Electivire's melee potential. Electivire gathered all its strength, launching a golden bolt of lightning towards Coalossal. Yet, under the sun's influence, Coalossal withstood the thunder attack and retaliated with powerful moves like Heat Wave and Flamethrower. Seizing the opportunity, it unleashed an overheat that decisively knocked out Electivire. Shigeru recalled Electivire and sent forth his next Pokémon, the Fire-type Houndoom, eliciting a slight frown from Padala. Coalossal, use smoke. As expected, Shigeru's Houndoom boasted the Flash Fire ability. A vortex of flames enveloped Houndoom, absorbing the energy from the smoke attack, which then transformed into a fireball that barreled toward Coalossal. Following up with a series of potent moves, Houndoom forced Padala's Coalossal into a defensive position, ultimately leading to its defeat. Houndoom looked magnificent in battle. Ash watched in admiration, suddenly wishing to capture one as a mount. He recalled that riding Pokémon seemed to be a trend in Alola. On the other side, Padala recalled Coalossal and promptly sent out her next Pokémon, Talonflame. With its Gale Wings ability, Talonflame exhibited astonishing speed upon entering the fray, executing aerial strikes with moves like Air Slash, Acrobatics, and Brave Bird. Houndoom struggled under the relentless barrage, eventually succumbing to a powerful Brave Bird attack. Shigeru took a deep breath and summoned his ace. Come forth, Blastoise. The audience erupted in gasps as the robust Blastoise appeared. Paddle's Talonflame attempted another Brave Bird, but Blastoise bravely absorbed the blow, sustaining only minor scratches. Hydro Pump, commanded Shigeru. Blastoise retracted into its shell and spun rapidly, evading Talonflame's next assault, before unleashing a formidable jet of water that accurately struck the airborne Talonflame. However, Shigeru's Blastoise also fired a chilling beam from its cannon, which collided with Talonflame's Air Slash, resulting in a dazzling explosion of icy crystals. Talonflame, unable to evade, was struck on its wing, causing a significant decrease in speed. Finish it with Hydro Pump, Shigeru gestured, and Blastoise unleashed a powerful torrent of water that hit the now-slowed Talonflame squarely. This decisive blow determined the outcome. What an exhilarating match, exclaimed Koharu from the stands, applauding. Shigeru's Blastoise is incredible. Kana nodded in agreement. It managed to defeat a Pokémon belonging to a champion. Truly, Shigeru was a worthy rival, having grown up alongside Ash. Even May, witnessing this for the first time, was astounded. Though Ash remained silent, he silently acknowledged Shigeru's prowess. Recalling that Shigeru's Blastoise had once faced off against a Charizard at the Johto Silver Conference, Padilla recalled Talonflame, her expression growing serious. It seems I must take this seriously. Houndoom, let them witness our bond. Almost simultaneously, Shigeru declared, Blastoise, let us showcase the fruits of our training. Two radiant lights erupted as Mega Evolution took place. Mega Blastoise and Mega Houndoom appeared simultaneously, prompting a deafening cheer from the audience. The two engaged in an intense exchange of long-range attacks. Mega Blastoise's massive cannon gathered energy, unleashing a torrent of azure water that surged forth, while its Mega Launcher ability amplified the power of the water pulse, colliding fiercely with an onslaught of flames in the air, creating a whirlwind that swept through the arena. The confrontation escalated further, with Mega Houndoom darting about, alternating between Flamethrower and Dark Pulse. Mega Blastoise took a defensive stance, using its tough shell to absorb the assaults, waiting for the perfect moment to counterattack. Hydro Pump, Shigeru commanded, seizing the opportunity. All of Mega Blastoise's cannons converged energy, unleashing a colossal water column akin to a dragon. Aimed at Mega Houndoom. Agile, Mega Houndoom leaped into the air to evade the main attack. Surrounded by dark energy, it dove down fiercely towards Mega Blastoise. A green shield materialized instantly, absorbing the impact. The two Mega-evolved Pokémon were locked in a stalemate, their powers evenly matched. Ultimately, after a fierce clash, both Pokémon collapsed to the ground, reverting from Mega Evolution. A tie, the referee announced. The crowd erupted in applause, celebrating the spectacular showdown. Shigeru recalled Blastoise and sent out his final Pokémon, Umbreon, while Padilla summoned her last fighter, Incineroar. Despite Umbreon's agile dodges, it ultimately could not withstand Incineroar's might. A powerful overheat concluded the match, declaring Incineroar the victor and Padilla the champion. Shigeru recalled Umbreon, letting out a gentle sigh, yet a satisfied smile adorned his face. He glanced up at the audience, locking eyes with Ash. The two exchanged smiles across the battlefield, with Shigeru silently mouthing, "Next time, I will win." Understanding, Ash nodded, his eyes brimming with anticipation beneath his cap. Briefly noting Shigeru's exit, he pondered that perhaps he wouldn't arrange a match with Shinji and Shigeru, but rather challenge the champion. He would select a few captivating encounters, and others could choose as well. Considerations would be made later. Additionally, he would post one more update later, as he was preoccupied with other matters. Chapter 580. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then give it your all in battle against me. The referee's whistle echoed through the arena as Shigeru composed himself, heading toward the player's tunnel. As a supportive friend, Ash left the stands to greet him in his distinctive manner. "It seems the life of a researcher has made you quite complacent," Ash remarked sincerely, eliciting an exasperated facepalm from Pikachu. Shigeru chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "Well, I'm still a bit behind you, the dual champion. However," he deftly shifted the conversation, "I can't quite match your prowess, but do ensure you don't lose to Natsum. Otherwise, I'll have to mock you for eternity." With that, he elegantly turned away. "Rest assured," Ash responded confidently from behind. "Natsum is merely a minor obstacle, no more than a level akin to Gardevoir." Just then, a purple figure silently appeared at the end of the corridor. It was none other than Natsum, causing the surrounding air to feel momentarily stagnant. A feat only a psychic could achieve. Unexpectedly, the main character had arrived. Thankfully, Ash had refrained from boasting about defeating Natsum earlier. Natsum also noticed Ash. Her wine-red eyes seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, a subtle blue glint flickered in her gaze, and an invisible wave of psychic energy shot toward Ash's face. Though the force was not particularly strong, neither Ash nor Pikachu sensed any hostility from Natsum. Nonetheless, Ash instinctively activated his aura, forming a faint blue energy barrier that effortlessly dissipated the sudden probe. "What are you doing?" Ash began to question, only to see a smile grace Natsum's face. That smile brought a vibrant liveliness to her previously cold demeanor, with the corners of her eyes slightly lifting, showcasing a rare touch of warmth. "Ash, you are certainly no ordinary individual," Natsum remarked, a hint of admiration lacing her cool tone. Was this a test? Ash was unclear about the intention behind her actions. "I sensed it during our encounter at the Golden Gym. There is a unique energy emanating from you," Natsum stated cryptically, leaving Pikachu somewhat puzzled by her sudden shift to the topic of the Golden Gym. Nevertheless, it is utterly inappropriate for Ash to indiscriminately unleash psychic powers. Had it not been for Ash's silence, Pikachu would have eagerly retaliated with a swift iron tail aimed at Nessa. Meanwhile, Ash suddenly grasped the situation. "So that's why you were so intent on targeting me during the challenge at the Goldenrod Gym?" He vaguely recalled the firm insistence of the opponents to keep them there when they first challenged the Goldenrod Gym. Nessa nodded gently, her flowing violet locks swaying like a cascading waterfall. A psychic can sense the presence of others of their kind, or rather, those who possess the potential to be. She stepped closer, lowering her voice slightly. "At that time, I was genuinely pleased to see you, also a special abilities user, continuously making progress." "Heh," Ash chuckled awkwardly, for he had not felt the slightest joy at that moment. Speaking of which, Nessa revealed a faint smile of gratitude. "I owe you a debt of thanks for helping me rediscover myself back then." As she spoke, Nessa suddenly took a step forward, her delicate hand gently resting on Ash's shoulder. Before Ash could fully comprehend the gesture, she rose onto her toes, her soft lips lightly pressing against his. The kiss, sudden yet tender, carried a subtle fragrance of violet. It was a fleeting moment that seemed to suspend time itself. "Pikachu." Pikachu's eyes widened in astonishment, tiny sparks of electricity involuntarily crackling from its cheeks. Ash was completely stunned, his mind a blank slate. He could still feel the lingering softness of Nessa's lips and the unique, mysterious fragrance that enveloped her. This expression of gratitude was utterly unexpected. Nessa stepped back, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, yet her gaze remained clear. "This is my most sincere thanks." As he regained his composure, Ash realized that today, Nessa seemed different from usual. Her smile was far more enchanting than her typically aloof demeanor. However, he quickly reverted to his usual spirited self, grinning widely. "If you truly wish to thank me, then let us engage in a fierce battle." Nessa appeared momentarily taken aback, but then a brighter smile blossomed on her face. What an intriguing individual. The blue light in her eyes intensified. "As you wish, I shall unleash my full strength." They exchanged smiles and headed towards the arena. The next event was a battle between Ash and Nessa. The announcer's voice rang out, both being trainers from the Kanto region. This local rivalry promised to be particularly thrilling. Nessa was the first to throw her Pokeball, her movements elegant and fluid. "Sunshine Eevee, prepare for battle." The graceful purple Pokemon alighted lightly, the red gem on its forehead shimmering with psychic energy, its fur gleaming healthily under the lights. Without hesitation, Ash sent forth his superior, "You shall be the one." The proud grass snake Pokemon raised its head high, its emerald body sparkling in the sunlight. The match commenced. Nessa made the first move, a glint of blue light flashing in her eyes. Psychic. Sunshine Eevee's eyes glowed intensely. A powerful wave of psychic energy surged forth towards Superior, creating visible ripples of energy in the air. Leaf Storm. Ash countered immediately. Superior flicked its long tail, conjuring a storm filled with razor-sharp leaves. To everyone's astonishment, Sunshine Eevee's psychic wave formed an invisible barrier in midair, effectively blocking the Leaf Storm's assault, and even beginning to push the storm back. A wave of gasps erupted from the audience. To be able to directly control and reflect an attack requires an extraordinary mastery of psychic abilities. Again, Leaf Storm. Ash urgently commanded upon witnessing the event. Superior's eyes gleamed sharply as it unleashed a second Leaf Storm, thanks to the effects of its countering ability. This Leaf Storm was even more ferocious than the last, emitting a sharp sound as it tore through the air, instantly dispersing the reflected storm and hurtling towards Sunshine Eevee. Nessa's eyes flashed with surprise. yet she quickly regained her composure. Light screen. Just as Superior's enhanced leaf storm approached, a translucent light wall appeared before Sunshine EV. The leaves collided with the light wall, producing a crisp sound. Their power significantly diminished. Simultaneously, Ash issued his command, Grassy Terrain. Superior's long tail tapped the ground. Green energy swiftly radiating outward, rejuvenating the entire arena as grass grew at an astonishing rate. Grass Oath. Harnessing the grassy energy from Superior's tail, vines emerged at Sunshine EV's feet, attempting to ensnare it. Dodge and use Shadow Ball. Nessa responded calmly. Sunshine EV's form became a blur as it swiftly sidestepped the Grass Oath's attack. Meanwhile, it gathered a sphere of shadow energy, emitting an ominous aura as it shot towards Superior. Leaf Blade. Superior, as if already anticipating its opponent's trajectory, elegantly turned, its tail glowing with a sharp green light, precisely slicing through the Shadow Ball. Energy scattered explosively, leaving dark traces on the grassy terrain. The momentum of Leaf Blade remained unabated, continuing its assault towards Sunshine EV. Sunshine EV hastily leapt back to evade, its movements as light as a feather, yet it was still grazed by the residual force of Leaf Blade, letting out a soft whimper as a small tear appeared in its otherwise pristine fur. In this clash, Superior initially held the upper hand. Chapter 581. Superior's special attack is formidable, yet I desire it. The arena was in a constant state of flux, although Sunshine EV found itself at a disadvantage. Its gaze remained sharp, and under Nessa's silent command, it began to gather powerful psychic energy once more. Psyshock. Nessa's cool voice rang out. Sunshine EV erupted with intense psychic waves, transforming into invisible psychic projectiles hurtling towards Superior. Energy Ball. Ash responded with composure. Superior. Superior raised its head high, a sphere brimming with rich grass energy forming effortlessly, which it then shot forth, easily nullifying the Psyshock. Aurora Beam. Nessa swiftly changed tactics. The red gem on Sunshine EV's forehead sparkled, and a kaleidoscopic beam of light twisted as it shot towards Superior, attempting to disrupt its focus. Dragon Pulse. Superior unleashed a wave of dragon-type energy, precisely tearing through the dazzling yet perilous Aurora Beam, the energy's residual force even forcing Sunshine EV to take a half-step back. With 2 consecutive attacks effortlessly neutralized by the opponent, Nessa showed no sign of impatience, calmly stating, Trick Room. Miffy. Sunshine EV emitted a gentle cry, and a transparent energy field composed of countless distorted cubes suddenly expanded from its center, enveloping the entire arena in an instant. Huh. Ash was momentarily taken aback. Trick Room? He quickly scanned the 2 Pokémon on the field. Both Superior and Sunshine EV excelled in speed. While Superior might be slightly faster, under the influence of Trick Room, the dynamics of speed would be reversed. However, given their comparable velocities, the impact on both sides would be minimal, thus Ash initially failed to discern Nessa's intentions. Forget it. Not dwelling on Nessa's motives, Ash chose to let Superior break through with force. Leaf Storm. Vine Whip. Superior's long tail swung, conjuring an even more ferocious and expansive green storm than before. After 2 rounds of amplification from its countering ability, its special attack had risen by 4 levels, making this leaf storm truly terrifying. The Emerald Tempest violently crashed against the distorted Trick Room. The transparent cubic walls emitted a sound of distress, cracking like shattered glass, instantly becoming riddled with fractures before collapsing with a thunderous crash. The effects of Trick Room were forcefully nullified. Consequently, Superior's special attack was further elevated by 2 levels, reaching an astonishing 6-level maximum. We did it. Huh. Just as Ash prepared to press the advantage, he noticed that rather than displaying frustration at the shattering of her strategy, a sly smile crept onto Nessa's lips. The capabilities of the Sovereign Serpent, the Counterflow Monarch, are indeed formidable. However, I shall seize it now. Naz's voice exuded a calm confidence, as she commanded her Solar EV to engage in self-suggestion. The eyes of Solar EV sparkled with an unusual light, fixating intently on the Sovereign Serpent, whose power had surged and overflowed. An invisible connection was established between the 2 Pokémon, and the energy surrounding Solar EV began to escalate wildly. In an instant, its special attack capabilities fluctuated, mirroring the terrifying 6-level enhancement of the Sovereign Serpent. What? Ash was genuinely astonished this time. The audience fell into a moment of silence before erupting into a cacophony of awe. The commentator's voice resonated throughout the venue. My goodness. It turns out that Naz's trick space was not intended to limit speed at all. She anticipated that Ash would attempt to break the space with sheer power, thus luring the Sovereign Serpent to employ Leaf Storm again, pushing its special attack to the extreme. Then, through Solar EV's self-suggestion, she perfectly replicated the Sovereign Serpent's horrifying special attack enhancement. Such a marvelously intricate strategy. In the stands, Misty, Dawn, May, Hikari, and others gasped in astonishment. What a brilliant tactic! Dawn marveled. Completely anticipated. Misty exclaimed in surprise. Is this the battle mentality of a psychic? Hikari's eyes brimmed with disbelief. May and Tsubaki exchanged glances, sharing the same shock reflected in their expressions. Ash quickly grasped Naz's intentions, unable to refrain from murmuring, as expected of Naz. However, his astonishment was fleeting. Ash swiftly regained his composure, a determined smile gracing his lips. What of special attacks? My Sovereign Serpent will not falter. Yet, Naz's chain of tactics was far from over. Just as Solar EV possessed world-shattering special attack power, Naz issued her final command without hesitation. Pass the baton. A flash of light enveloped Solar EV as it transformed into a red beam and returned to its pokeball. Another pokeball opened, revealing a yellow figure holding curved spoons, the very embodiment of Naz's ace, Alakazam. Even more astonishingly, the luminescent energy symbolizing the enhancement did not dissipate with Solar EV's exit. Instead, it was precisely transferred to the newly summoned Alakazam. Alakazam's spoons bent slightly, emanating a terrifying wave of energy as it flawlessly inherited the 6th-level enhancement in special attack. The purpose of the baton pass became clear. Ash's gaze sharpened, his demeanor growing increasingly focused. With the 6th-level special attack boost, Alakazam posed a greater threat than the previous Solar EV. However, he noted that Alakazam did not carry a Mega Stone. No Mega Evolution? Ash's heart settled slightly. Even with its heightened special attack, Alakazam's overall strength remained within the realm that the Sovereign Serpent could contend with. Alakazam, Psychic, Naz calmly commanded, unleashing her offensive. With the 6th-level special attack enhancement, Alakazam's psychic attack reached an unfathomable magnitude. The immense psychic force surged forth like a tangible tsunami, bearing down upon the Sovereign Serpent, causing the air to vibrate with a deafening hum. Leaf Storm. Ash dared not delay, immediately instructing the Sovereign Serpent to retaliate. The Sovereign Serpent unleashed a powerful torrent of grass-type energy, colliding fiercely with the devastating wave of psychic energy. The explosion of energy resonated in the center of the arena, the shockwave causing even the judges at the sidelines to stagger. As the smoke cleared, the Sovereign Serpent panted slightly, clearly having endured a taxing blow, while Alakazam floated serenely. Its spoons crossed, radiating an even greater aura. Impressive, Naz's cool voice echoed, seemingly satisfied with the power displayed in their clash. Alakazam, inheriting the 6th-level special attack, indeed exhibited an astonishing level of destructive capability. Yet, her ambitions extended beyond this. Under Ash's watchful gaze, Naz's wine-red eyes suddenly burst forth with resplendent azure light. A surge of psychic energy erupted, transforming into a visible chain of energy that instantly connected with Alakazam before her. Chapter 582. Mega Alakazam vs. Inferno Monkey. Ash's eyes narrowed. In the next moment, an even more dazzling blue radiance erupted from within Alakazam, completely enveloping it. Within this pure evolutionary light, instigated by psychic powers, Alakazam's form underwent a dramatic transformation. Its body, now adorned in a purple robe, bore longer whiskers that floated like wisps of wisdom, exuding an overwhelming sense of dominance. The 2 spoons it once held multiplied to 5, swirling around it like living entities, constructing a domain of psychic energy imbued with destruction. Mega Alakazam takes the stage. The torrent of psychic energy surged outward from Mega Alakazam like a tide, distorting the air and producing a low, resonant hum due to its terrifying force. Its might surpassed that of ordinary Mega Evolutions. Naz was enveloped in a gentle blue aura, perfectly synchronized with Mega Alakazam's energy. She gazed at Ash, a hint of pride gracing her features as she explained, Ash, this is my full power. Alakazam, without the need for a Megastone, surpasses a typical Mega Evolution. Ash observed this scene, not overly astonished, but rather nodding in understanding. He recalled the future of Kalos, where Greninja could achieve a transformation without a Megastone, relying solely on a bond of mutual understanding. Though the circumstances differed, the essence remained similar. Its strength indeed surpassed that of a standard Mega Evolution. The only question lingering in Ash's mind was whether this constituted a form of bond evolution. Ash, you must be cautious. My psychic abilities can further amplify Alakazam's power, Naz warned, reminding him that at this moment, Alakazam's strength had transcended that of an ordinary champion-level Pokémon, capable of rivaling the elite. Sensing Naz's goodwill and expectations, Ash hesitated momentarily before breaking into a grateful and determined smile. Thank you for the warning. It seems I can no longer hold back. He truly felt an unprecedented weight upon him. The Mega Evolution had significantly enhanced Alakazam's base stats, and coupled with that terrifying 6th-level boost in special attack, it equated to 4 times its original special attack capability. Its output potential had reached an unfathomable level, engaging in a battle of special attacks, even with the 6th-level enhancement. The Sovereign Serpent would likely struggle to contend. The Sovereign Serpent, too, appeared aware of this reality. A flicker of gravity crossed its proud gaze as it turned to Ash, emitting a soft cry, signaling its willingness to substitute. It understood that against such an opponent, it lacked the strength to overcome Alakazam. Ash chuckled at the display. How considerate of you. However, he had intended to do just that. The Sovereign Serpent's proactive retreat spared him the dilemma of hesitation. In that case, Sovereign Serpent, pass the baton. The Sovereign Serpent glowed briefly, transforming into a red light and returning to its Pokeball. The 6th-level special attack enhancement it had worked hard to achieve remained intact, awaiting transfer to the next ally. Ash bypassed Pikachu, who had just shone brightly, opting not to send it into battle. His finger slid over the Pokeballs at his waist. It's your turn, Inferno Monkey. A flash of light revealed the vibrant Inferno Monkey, landing gracefully on the battlefield, its tail ablaze with flames and its spirits soaring high. The enhancement energy transferred from the Sovereign Serpent surged into its body, causing Inferno Monkey's aura to swell, its special attack similarly reaching a terrifying 6 levels. Inferno Monkey? Naz raised an eyebrow slightly. In terms of type, Psychic has an advantage over fighting. However, considering the sheer might of Infernape's blaze, it stands as a worthy adversary. Forge ahead, Infernape. This is the perfect challenger to elevate you further. Infernape's prowess has yet to reach the caliber of a champion, as it currently only matches that of an average Elite Four member. In comparison to the supremely empowered Alakazam, Infernape's raw strength falls significantly short. Nonetheless, with the assistance of Superior's Baton Pass, the disparity in special attack enhancement between the two Pokémon diminishes considerably. Coupled with Blaze, Infernape is granted the opportunity to challenge beyond its current tier. Both combatants find themselves at a tenuous equilibrium in terms of strength. In understanding, Infernape clenches its fists, and as they collide, a cascade of searing sparks erupts, undaunted as it gazes upwards at the Alakazam, which resembles a deity of psychic prowess. Psycho Boost. Nessa initiates the assault. The spoons surrounding Alakazam align towards Infernape, and a torrent of psychic energy akin to a tsunami surges forth. This time, the force exceeds that of previous encounters, as the very fabric of space seems on the verge of being torn asunder. Flamethrower. Ash bellows. Infernape inhales deeply, its chest swelling, then unleashes a torrent of nearly white-hot flames. This Inferno, imbued with the destructive energy of a 6th-tier special attack, far surpasses its usual potency, eclipsing even the might of a Hyper Beam. A thunderous roar ensues as the blazing torrent collides violently with the intangible wave of psychic energy at the center of the arena. The explosion is unprecedented, with a colossal fireball and a blue shockwave soaring into the heavens. The entire arena trembles, the very surface scoured by the aftermath of this clash of titanic forces. Fire Blast. Ash continues the onslaught. Infernape swiftly sketches an enormous kanji character of fire in front of it, both in scale and energy intensity utterly astonishing, akin to a miniature sun hurtling towards Alakazam. Psychic. Nessa remains composed. Alakazam's eyes shimmer with a kaleidoscope of colors as a beam of illusory light, equally amplified to its zenith, shoots forth, colliding precisely with the fire blast. A thunderous explosion erupts, scattering vibrant energy shards and fiery sparks in a dazzling yet perilous display akin to a spectacular fireworks show. Psycho Shock. Nessa's voice pierces through the cacophony of the explosion. Alakazam conjures countless tangible psychic projectiles, raining down upon Infernape like a torrential downpour. Burn them all with Heat Wave. Infernape roars, launching a blazing tempest that envelopes the incoming psychic projectiles, igniting or vaporizing them upon contact. Each clash of techniques exceeds the ordinary power of a Hyper Beam, even more exaggerated than the previous self-destruct of the Ice-type Pokémon. The entire venue trembles with each confrontation, the audience rendered speechless by the extraordinary display of power. The two Pokémon, having maximized their special attacks, engage in a climactic confrontation capable of cataclysmic devastation. The intensity of the battle is such that even the referee retreats to a safer vantage point. Chapter 583. The Audience. They merely wish to spectate in safety. The exchange of energy persists in a stalemate, Yet Nessa and Alakazam's psychic connection grants them unparalleled control and calculation. Following each clash, Alakazam consistently manages to amass its next assault more swiftly. The alternating use of Psycho Shock, Illusion Beam, and Psycho Boost weaves an invisible and lethal snare. The disadvantages of type matchups begin to manifest. Infernape, facing the vast ocean of psychic power, expends immense energy with each defense. A sudden Psycho Shock precisely tears through Infernape's attempts to conjure a torrent of fiery energy, hurtling toward it with relentless force. In a moment of urgency, Ash's command and Infernape's instinct synchronize. Hold fast. Protect. A verdant barrier bursts forth, barely intercepting the lethal strike. The barrier flickers violently before shattering, the dissipating energy still sending Infernape staggering backward, breath coming in quick gasps. Teleport, then Psycho Shock. Nessa's voice is cold and efficient, offering no respite. Alakazam's form vanishes from its position. To the left, Ash's keen eyes catch the flicker of Alakazam's silhouette. Infernape whips around to unleash flames, only to find it passing through Alakazam's afterimage. The true assault strikes from the right, a psychic projectile crashing down upon Infernape's back. Nessa's strategy unfolds in its entirety. Alakazam's figure flickers across the arena like a wraith, each appearance accompanied by a powerful Psycho Shock from various angles. Infernape struggles to keep pace, its wounds accumulating. This cannot continue. Ash's mind races. Infernape, counter with a protective punch. In understanding, Infernape spins rapidly on the spot, a blazing inferno erupting from its mouth. The ferocious flames spiral together, forming a fiery tornado that shields its center. The onslaught of psychic shocks collides with this tempestuous barrier, triggering explosions, momentarily unable to penetrate. Have you found a means of defense? Yet it is insufficient. A glint of blue light flickers in Nessa's eyes. Alakazam, Psycho Boost, control those flames. All 5 spoons point towards the fiery vortex, and the whirling flames appear to be seized by an unseen hand, abruptly halting their rotation. Now cloaked in a perilous blue psychic sheen. Now redirected. The energy, now more potent than before, surges forth like a celestial body of intertwining blue and red, hurtling back towards Infernape at an accelerated pace. In this moment of crisis, Ash's eyes flash with sharp determination, charge forth with Flamethrower. Without a hint of hesitation, Infernape bellows skyward, erupting with astonishing flames, advancing rather than retreating, and brazenly lunging towards the reflected energy sphere. Nessa's brow furrows slightly at this turn of events. The collision of Flamethrower and the mixed energy sphere ignites a violent explosion. Yet, the next moment, Infernape bursts forth from the blaze and smoke. Its form intertwined with electricity and fire, enduring the backlash of psychic energy and its own attack's recoil. A flicker of pain crosses its features, yet its speed remains unimpeded. Its target fixed on Alakazam above. Nessa quickly comprehends Ash's intent, a trade of blows, a close-quarters decisive strike. Alakazam has fortified its special attack, yet its physical defense remains exceedingly fragile. Should it be struck by this sacrificial Flamethrower, the consequences would be dire. Not on my watch. Nessa's psychic powers surge forth. Just as Infernape's energy-infused Flamethrower is about to connect with Alakazam, its form flickers, vanishing from sight, reappearing at the farthest end of the arena, unscathed. Simultaneously, Nessa's command rings out once more, Future Sight. Alakazam's eyes shimmer with enigmatic light as an intangible force permeates the space. Ash's aura resonates with the fluctuations of Nessa's psychic energy, yet within the rules. The league tournament indeed permits trainers to utilize their abilities for assistance. Wave, be with me. As Nessa initiates her move, Ash closes his eyes, channeling the aura, forging a close bond with Infernape's spirit. Continuously unleash Flamethrower, confine its movement. Guided by Ash, Infernape blasts forth scorching pillars of fire towards the potential locations of Alakazam's reappearance. Yet Nessa and Alakazam deftly alternate their teleportation, narrowly evading the onslaught. At times, it becomes impossible to entirely evade, and Super Gardevoir swiftly erects an imposing psychic barrier, forcibly obstructing the expansive flames. Offense proves ineffective, while defense succumbs to passivity. The situation appears once again under the control of Naza. Just then, the foreseen attack descends silently. Without warning, a terrifying, intangible force erupts from the void, striking fiercely at the back of Infernape's heart. The impact is exceptional. In a moment of agony, Infernape emits a pained roar, staggering forward several steps, half kneeling upon the ground. Its body marred with wounds, breathing heavily, clearly suffering grievous injuries. Is it over? Murmurs a voice from the audience. Naza breathes a slight sigh of relief. Yet, Ash's voice remains resolute, even tinged with excitement. Not yet, stand up Infernape. This is only the beginning. Almost as if responding to his words, the half-kneeling Infernape suddenly lifts its head. Its gaze is ablaze with an indomitable fire, more fervent than ever before. A palpable and indescribable wave of intense heat erupts from within. The flames on its tail swell instantaneously, and the fire atop its head shifts from a deep orange to an almost blinding white, dancing wildly. Super Flare Blitz, activate. A deafening roar reverberates as an overwhelming heat wave radiates from Infernape, spreading like a tsunami in all directions. The rocky surface of the battlefield begins to visibly melt. The air distorts under the extreme temperature, crackling with explosive sounds. The front row spectators turn pale, as if suddenly thrust into the proximity of a steel furnace. Struggling to breathe and instinctively retreating, they merely wish to observe, not to risk their lives. At this moment, Infernape radiates an overwhelming light and heat, its energy level momentarily suppressing the psychic pressure emanating from Super Gardevoir. Naza's delicate face pales, truly sensing the threat. Gardevoir, do not allow it another chance. Foresee the future. Super Gardevoir once more employs its ability to foresee the future, attempting to replicate its previous strategy. However, Ash and Infernape refuse to grant them any time. Blast Burn. Ash cannot contain his fervor as he shouts. A beam of white flame, no thicker than a human arm, yet honed to perfection, hurtles forth towards Super Gardevoir with the velocity and might far exceeding its prior attack. Light Wall. Naza does not hesitate, fortifying her defenses. 5 spoons whirl rapidly around Super Gardevoir, as a torrent of psychic energy surges forth, constructing an immensely thick barrier in front of them. The white destructive flame collides violently with the psychic wall, producing an ear-piercing shriek. The psychic barrier quakes violently, faint cracks appearing, yet it ultimately manages to hold firm. Send it back. Naza grits her teeth. The blue light in Super Gardevoir's eyes intensifies as its psychic power erupts once more, straining to reflect the terrifying white flame back. Explosive Fire. Ash commands without hesitation. Infernape bellows, launching an immense character engulfed in azure-white flames, colliding fiercely with the reflected blast of fire. Boom. A horrific explosion engulfs the entire arena once again. The searing energy of the flames rages, transforming the entire battlefield into a sea of molten lava. Rocks melt. Crimson magma flows freely, and the shape of the arena is irrevocably altered. Amidst the smoke and heat haze, the silhouettes of the 2 Pokémon flicker in and out of visibility. The white flames continue to burn, and Super Gardevoir's psychic energy remains tumultuous. Chapter 584, Naza's Surrender and Compensation. Now Infernape. Ash's aura synchronizes perfectly with Infernape's will, unleashing a final roar. Let us unleash all our power and ignite an explosion. Infernape emits a roar that reverberates throughout the venue, releasing all of its boiling energy without reservation. It is no longer merely flames. It is a tsunami of azure-white energy that encompasses the entire arena, moving at a speed surpassing that of instantaneous teleportation. This cataclysmic surge of destructive energy collides directly with the foreseen attack that had just emerged from the void, poised to strike Infernape once more. There is no stalemate, no explosive collision. The foreseen future is forcibly obliterated into ashes. The devastating azure-white inferno consumes the premonitory energy, surging inexorably towards the stunned Super Gardevoir. Naza's expression shifts dramatically. Her psychic abilities push to their limits. Gardevoir, unleash all your psychic strength. Super Gardevoir channels its entire psychic might, attempting to block the onslaught, its 5 spoons spinning madly, nearly fracturing under the strain. Yet, before this strike, which embodies everything Infernape has to offer, its psychic barrier crumbles as easily as paper, disintegrating upon contact. The brilliance of teleportation flickers to life, only to be wholly engulfed by the endless azure-white flames. The thunderous roar of the explosion erupts, shaking the entire venue violently. As the protective shield flickers erratically, on the verge of shattering, everyone's vision is filled with that blinding azure-white light, rendering all else invisible. As the radiance gradually dissipates, the battlefield is left with flowing lava and rising steam. Super Gardevoir lies amidst the lava, having reverted from its mega evolution, its eyes spiraling and devoid of combat capability. Meanwhile, at the center of the arena, Infernape remains poised, enveloped in scorching steam and gradually calming azure flames. Its body heaves with labored breaths, rendered immobile by the aftermath of the explosive conflagration. Yet, its gaze remains sharp, fixated on its fallen adversary. The referee cautiously peeks from behind cover. skillfully avoiding the surrounding lava, and ultimately waves the flag decisively. Gardevoir is unable to continue. Infernape is the victor. Naza recalls Gardevoir, gazing at the immobile yet resolutely standing Infernape, and at Ash, whose eyes blaze with fervor. Ultimately, a complex yet relieved and admiring smile graces her face. To lose to such power is not unjust. Amidst the thunderous applause of the crowd, she raises her head, her gaze sweeping over the still-flowing lava, locking onto the fervent-eyed youth across from her. She slightly raises her hand, her voice piercing through the clamor. "Referee, I concede." The raucous venue seems to have been muted, falling into a subdued silence. The excitement and battle spirit on Ash's face visibly falters, replaced by a hint of astonishment and dissatisfaction. Just as the battle reached its zenith, it concludes unexpectedly. Infernape shares a similar expression of surprise, having rarely faced an opponent who would concede outright. The referee pauses for a moment before officially announcing. Due to Naza's concession, the winner is Ash from Pallet Town, advancing to the top 8. The cheers erupt once more. Yet both Ash and Infernape feel a lingering sense of incompletion. Ash recalls Infernape, his emotions tangled as he walks towards the contestant passage. Upon entering the dimly lit corridor, a tall figure leans against the wall, quietly awaiting him. The wine-red eyes, illuminated by the light filtering in from the corridor, appear particularly profound. It is Naza. Ash halts, and before he can speak, Naza's cool voice resonates, imbued with an air of detached understanding. "You wish to inquire why I conceded so suddenly?" Caught off guard, Ash nods vigorously. "The solar EV is no match for your superior," Naza states calmly, as though declaring an established truth. "But," Ash wishes to argue, "aren't there still 2 slots remaining? Shouldn't we at least face off?" Naza's gaze flickers slightly. "Aside from Gardevoir and solar EV, I have no Pokémon left to counter you." Ash's expression is one of confusion, still processing her words. She paused for a moment, her tone imbued with a hint of unapologetic nonchalance. "For this World Championship, I have only brought 2 Pokémon, Hoodie and Solar EV." "What?" Ash was utterly taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. "You only brought 2? What about Jengar?" At the mention of Jengar, Nessa gently shook her head. "It's different, it's family. Besides, I excel in psychic abilities. With Hoodie and my psychic powers, I believe I can handle most situations." Indeed, she had progressed effortlessly until now, until she encountered Ash, this unconventional and unpredictable trainer. Ash opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately resigning to a shrug. This powerful yet headstrong demeanor was indeed reminiscent of the Nessa he remembered. Observing his expression, a fleeting glimmer of mischief danced in Nessa's wine-red eyes. She leaned in slightly, lowering her voice to a mysterious cadence. "I apologize for not being able to provide you with more excitement." Ash nodded honestly. "It was a bit lackluster. I expected an intense battle." As soon as he finished speaking, a barely perceptible flash of blue light flickered in Nessa's eyes. Ash suddenly felt an invisible, yet gentle force enveloping him. Not confining but compelling him to instinctively retreat a step, his back pressed against the cold wall of the corridor. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Nessa stepped closer, resting one arm lightly against the wall beside his ear, effectively cornering him in the narrow space between her and the wall. "Then allow me to offer you a different kind of compensation." Nessa's voice was low and laced with a rare allure, a stark contrast to her usual cool demeanor. Before Ash could decline, her cool, soft lips found their way to his slightly parted mouth, stunned by the unexpected kiss. "Huh." Ash's mind went blank in an instant. All thoughts, the unsatisfied longing, and his understanding of psychic powers shattered under the impact of this sudden, vividly tangible kiss. He could distinctly feel the softness of her lips and the coolness of her body temperature, a subtle, elusive fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose. This kiss did not end abruptly. Nessa kept her eyes closed, as if patiently performing some ritual. Initially, the contact was gentle, imbued with a tentative chill. Gradually, that chill seemed to be warmed by their mutual body heat, and she began to move slowly, the friction of their lips sending shivers of exhilaration coursing through him. Time stretched infinitely. All that filled Ash's ears were the thunderous beats of his heart and the soft sounds of their breathing. After an indeterminate duration, Nessa finally withdrew, concluding the lengthy and intricate kiss. Her wine-red eyes met Ash's gaze once more, a hint of playful amusement flitting across them. Nessa's cheeks were slightly flushed, yet her tone resumed its usual calmness, though the subtle rise at the end of her sentence hinted at a playful undertone. "How was that for compensation?" Ash, still a bit dazed from Nessa's kiss, could only mumble incoherently. "Well, Miss Nessa, just remember to train a few more Pokémon in the future." A fleeting smile on Nessa's face seemed to falter momentarily as her wine-red eyes scrutinized the boy whose thoughts seemed to leap to the heavens. Pika Pika? Pikachu, peeking from around the corner of the corridor, poked its little head out, puzzled as to why the two had suddenly fallen silent. Chapter 585, The Advancement to the Top 8, Misty vs. Kona. Ash returned to the audience area, still somewhat dazed, and just in time for the next battle to commence. The roar of the crowd had not yet fully subsided when it surged again with the entrance of the new competitors. Next up, we have Misty from Cerulean City, facing off against Master Kona of the Kanto Elite Four. The commentator's voice echoed throughout the arena. Ash hastily made his way over to his friends, where he found Dawn, May, Iris, Brock, and Tracy gathered together. Go, Misty! Dawn cheered, pumping her fist. Relax and enjoy the battle with your idol. Iris encouraged. Show Master Kona what you're made of? Tracy exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. We'll be cheering for you. May smiled warmly. Misty took a deep breath, revealing a determined smile. She turned and strode confidently toward the contestant area, her gaze focused and serious. You've got this, Misty. Pikachu chimed in. I'll give it my all. Just returned. Ash and Pikachu offered timely encouragement, and Misty nodded earnestly in response. On one side of the arena, the poised Master Kona was already in position, adjusting her glasses, her wine-red hair cascading around two large fire bunnies, her demeanor calm and professional. Facing the champion of her hometown, Misty felt a mix of excitement and overwhelming pressure. The referee waved the flag. The match begins. Master Kona sent out her cloister first, its shell tightly shut, radiating an aura of invincibility. Misty countered with her Frogadier, which immediately attempted to change the weather with Rain Dance, launching Water Gun, Razor Leaf, and Aura Sphere attacks. However, Cloister's defense was astonishingly formidable, deftly deflecting the onslaught. After a swift shell smash, Cloister's speed and attack power surged dramatically, delivering a sharp and precise ice shard that swiftly defeated Frogadier. Without hesitation, Misty sent out her Starmie, adept in electric-type moves. Yet Master Kona's command was unwavering. Cloister instantly erected a light screen, significantly diminishing the impact of Thunderbolt and Thunder. Once again, it used Shell Smash, unleashing a relentless barrage of pinpoint ice shards that overwhelmed Starmie. The situation was dire for Misty. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her seemingly adorable yet vastly potent Psyduck. Indeed, in this critical moment, Psyduck unleashed a powerful psychic force, effectively disrupting Cloister, whose defense had weakened from continuous combat. Seizing the opportunity, Psyduck successfully knocked Cloister down with a Psy Strike, bringing Misty back into the game. The audience erupted into gasps and applause. It all comes down to Psyduck. Ash couldn't help but exclaim, though he wondered aloud, has Misty's Psyduck already mastered psychic abilities? Curiously, he glanced at Brock. In his recollection, Psyduck's psychic powers seemed to develop only in the Alola region. Everyone progresses, kid. You didn't think we were standing still, did you? Brock replied matter-of-factly. True. Ash pondered and nodded, realizing that perhaps, during this period, Psyduck's abilities had indeed been cultivated. In any case, everyone was pleasantly surprised by Psyduck's outstanding performance. However, Master Kona's second Pokémon was a Hippowdon. While Psyduck's psychic powers were remarkable, it faced the seasoned psychic strength and ice beam of an elite-level Hippowdon. Ultimately, Psyduck succumbed to the battle. Now, Misty was left with only one Pokémon. She gripped her Pokeball tightly, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. It's you, Gyarados. Misty's Gyarados emitted a deafening roar, its massive form exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Meanwhile, Hippowdon appeared unfazed, moving at a sluggish pace, seemingly indifferent to Gyarados. Observing this, Master Kona adjusted her glasses with interest, her years of experience leading her to conclude that Misty's Gyarados was considerably stronger than her previous Pokémon. The decisive moment had arrived. Misty's expression grew serious. Gyarados, respond to my heart. Mega Evolve. She raised her wrist high, the keystone radiating a brilliant light. Hippowdon, respond to my sentiments. Master Kona nearly simultaneously lifted her hand, the glow of her keystone resonating with Misty's. The evolution light enveloped both Pokémon simultaneously. Mega Gyarados transformed into a more fearsome and terrifying form, its jaw becoming disproportionately large, its type changing to water dark. The Mega Sloth Hippopotamus retains its signature vacant expression, its massive shell-like armor formed by the great tongue shell enveloping its entire body, yet its attributes remain water and psychic. From a tactical perspective, the Mega Gyarados undoubtedly holds the upper hand. Dragon Dance, Misty commanded first. The Mega Gyarados roared, moving with an agility that belied its colossal frame, momentarily suspended in midair. Its attack power and speed surged dramatically. Kona adjusted his glasses, his gaze calm. Seal it off. Use ice wind. The mega sloth hippopotamus leisurely exhaled a frigid gust of icy wind, sweeping across the arena in an attempt to diminish the mega Gyarados' speed. Although the dragon dance had boosted its velocity, the slowing effect of the ice wind was still evident, curtailing its agility. Rush in and bite down. Dodge. Then use Aura Sphere. The mega Gyarados lunged forward, its massive jaws snapping at its opponent. Yet the mega sloth hippopotamus appeared clumsy as it shrank back, effortlessly evading the Gyarados' ravenous maw. Simultaneously, it gathered a pale blue energy sphere in its hands and shot it back at the mega Gyarados. The impact was astounding. Roar. The mega Gyarados winced in pain, but its fury intensified. Do not let anger cloud your judgment. Once more, Dragon Dance, Misty shouted in time. The mega Gyarados danced again, augmenting both its attack and speed. Kona, with a hint of indifference, ordered, Sloth Hippopotamus, Blizzard. Instantly, a terrifying blizzard capable of freezing everything engulfed the arena. Its power formidable and its reach vast, leaving little room for escape. The mega Gyarados was instantly ensnared in ice, its movements becoming exceedingly sluggish. A thick frost forming upon its body. Gyarados! Misty cried, Waterfall. The mega Gyarados unleashed all its might, shattering the ice encasing it, surrounded by a torrent of rushing water. Akin to a waterfall defying gravity, it charged with resolute force towards the mega sloth hippopotamus. Bite down. Concurrently, the Gyarados' gaping maw radiated dark energy. Kona commanded simultaneously, maximum power, ice beam. The great tongue shell on the mega sloth hippopotamus coalesced an unprecedented cold aura, unleashing a robust ice blue beam far mightier than a standard ice beam. The clash of the biting jaws and the ice beam resulted in a violent explosion of energy. Ice shards and vapor filled the air, obscuring everyone's view. When the tumult subsided, the mega Gyarados' immense form was entirely encased in ice, frozen in a charging stance. Resembling a magnificent ice sculpture, the light in its eyes rapidly dimming. On the other side, the mega sloth hippopotamus reverted to its original form, collapsed upon the ground. It was evident it had been severely injured by the earlier sacrificial bite. They had both perished in battle. The referee promptly assessed the situation and raised the flag. Both Gyarados and sloth hippopotamus have lost their ability to fight. Thus, the victor is Kona. The crowd erupted in fervent applause. Ash nodded slowly in acknowledgement. Though Misty had lost, she managed to secure Kona's Shelder and sloth hippopotamus, rendering her defeat not too disheartening. Chapter 586, Battle with Lihua, the ever-promoting Toko. Following Misty, the competition unfolded between the Ice Kings, Kona and Bonnie, particularly as both were beautiful champions. The male audience expressed an unimaginable fervor. However, unlike the fervent spectators, the duel between the two champions was as frigid as a glacial cave. Exchanging an array of ice-type moves, the two battled fiercely, but ultimately, it was Kona, the Ice King, who proved superior, clinching victory after an intense struggle. Afterwards, the two, recognizing each other's strengths, amicably descended from the stage, as if their battle had merely been a formality. With Kona advancing, the competition continued. Next up was Toko from the Unova region, facing off against the Dark-type Queen, Lihua from the Johto region. Bursting with energy, Toko leaped onto the arena, presenting a stark contrast to the languid, yet slightly menacing aura of Lihua. Amusingly, Toko did not immediately prepare for battle. Instead, adeptly donning a striking jacket adorned with various brand logos. Striking several vibrant poses at the sidelines, she unapologetically seized the focus of all cameras. May, watching from the stands, couldn't help but facepalm, her cheeks flushing. Ash and the other girls shared embarrassed yet understanding smiles. In such a world-class arena, Toko's unabashed advertisement was truly one of a kind. Quite amusing. Lihua, on the opposite side, showed no displeasure. Rather, her lips curled into a knowing smile, as if she found Toko's unique commercial acumen entertaining. She even lightly applauded, seemingly appreciating Toko's distinctive flair for promotion. It was not until the referee urged her repeatedly that Toko reluctantly withdrew her poses, her gaze sharpening with determination. The match commenced. Lihua sent forth her elegant and enigmatic Umbreon first. Without hesitation, Toko dispatched her ace, Infernape, intending to seize the initiative with the fighting-type advantage of its Flare Blitz and close-range combat. Infernape roared as it accelerated with a blazing energy, then unleashed a ferocious barrage of arm strikes. However, Lihua's commands were astutely calculated. Umbreon moved with grace and agility, constantly utilizing deceptive tactics to sap Infernape's strength. Seizing an opportunity, it stealthily inflicted toxic damage. Despite the type disadvantage, Umbreon, with its remarkable evasion skills and the trainer's strategy, ultimately executed a surprise attack that felled the weary Infernape. Toko stared in disbelief and concern. She hadn't anticipated her ace would falter so early in the battle. Meanwhile, Ash remained unfazed. Although Toko's Infernape had the type advantage, at the level of champions, trainers typically possessed counter-strategies. More often, success hinged on the trainer's tactical prowess. Toko quickly recalibrated, sending out her brave bird, aiming to finish off the nearly depleted Umbreon with powerful close combat. Yet Lihua had foreseen this move, recalling Umbreon and deploying the incredibly swift Weevil in its stead. Under the dual disadvantage of type and speed, Brave Bird had barely begun its assault when Weevil's Ice Punch exploited an opening, delivering a decisive blow. Losing 2 Pokémon in quick succession, Toko felt immense pressure. Taking a deep breath, she sent forth her recently evolved Lucario. Raising her wrist, a Mega Stone shimmered brilliantly. Lucario, Mega Evolve. The evolution light shone brightly as Mega Lucario emerged, its aura pulsating with energy. Transforming into a bolt of blue lightning, it closed in on Weevil with astonishing speed. A boosted aura sphere struck true, and without allowing the opponent a moment to react, it unleashed a flurry of bone strikes like a tempest, swiftly dispatching Weevil. At least she hadn't completely disgraced herself. May finally breathed a sigh of relief. Toko's earlier flamboyance had genuinely touched May, flushing her cheeks even if it wasn't an embarrassment. However, Lihua's lips curled into a sly smile. So, you had this up your sleeve. Now it's our turn, Houndoom. Respond to my call. Another beam of evolutionary light soared into the sky. Mega Houndoom, with its menacing horns and skeletal tail, radiated a chilling dark energy and intense heat. Mega Lucario versus Mega Houndoom, a clash of aura and malevolence. Lucario, Aura Sphere. Houndoom, Dark Pulse. The azure aura sphere collided violently with the dark crimson energy, the explosion generating shockwaves that swept across the arena. The metallic sound echoed. Mega Lucario emitted a piercing sound that disrupted its opponent. Flamethrower. Mega Houndoom roared, unleashing a scorching pillar of fire, forcing Mega Lucario to evade with great urgency. Closing in swiftly, it initiated close combat. Toko shouted. In an instant, Mega Lucario's form blurred, suddenly approaching Mega Houndoom, as fighting energy surged violently. Yet, Pear Blossom had already anticipated. Now was the time for deception. Mega Houndoom cunningly exploited the momentary outburst of power from Lucario, allowing dark energy to rebound. Mega Lucario staggered back, struck by the combined force of its own strength and the treachery. The final blow, Flamethrower. Pear Blossom calmly commanded. A torrent of red flames completely engulfed the fatigued Mega Lucario. It struggled momentarily before reverting from its mega form and collapsing to the ground. Toko's last Pokémon, Zebstrika, fought valiantly, yet ultimately succumbed to a flamethrower from the formidable Mega Houndoom. The referee waved the flag. Zebstrika is unable to battle, and the victor is contestant Pear Blossom. With the match concluded, the Dark-type champion Pear Blossom showcased her formidable prowess and strategic depth. Although Toko faced defeat, the stunning performance of Mega Lucario earned her a round of applause from the audience. Regretfully, Toko returned her Pokémon, shrugged helplessly, yet soon regained her composure, seemingly calculating the advertising revenue this exposure could generate. Chapter 587. The List of the Top 8. The Return of Old Companions. In the afternoon, the final match for the entry into the top 8 was unfolding. Among them, Shinji unfortunately faced the champion Macaulay. With a stern expression, he commanded his last Pokémon, Metagross. With slim chances of victory, Shinji directly Mega Evolved. Instantly, Metagross erupted into a silver meteor, striking at Milotic with a comet punch. Alas, Milotic's form was as fluid and graceful as if it were gliding through water, evading the powerful blow by the narrowest of margins. The core of Mega Metagross immediately concentrated a blinding white light, followed by a fierce steel-type energy hyper beam. Milotic swiftly surrounded itself with a flowing aquatic shield, ingeniously mitigating the beam's damage. Simultaneously, an ethereal and enchanting voice spread, as invisible sound waves penetrated Metagross's psyche, causing substantial disruption. Mega Metagross's iron arms unleashed a flurry of bullet punches at an almost imperceptible speed. However, Milotic always managed to gracefully evade the onslaught at the most critical moments, either curling its body or flicking its long tail to dissipate much of the force. An icy blue beam suddenly erupted from Milotic's mouth, striking Mega Metagross, which had exposed a vulnerability due to its relentless assault. Theoretically, steel types possess high resistance against ice types, But in the face of absolute strength, Milotic's frigid energy rapidly spread, freezing a significant portion of Metagross's massive body. A powerful hydro pump followed, crashing down upon the frozen Metagross like a colossal hammer. The ice shattered, and with a mournful cry, Metagross fell heavily to the ground, reverting from its mega form and losing its ability to battle. Metagross is unable to battle. The winner is Mr. Macaulay, the referee announced. Ash watched with a hint of regret from the stands. Shinji had grown considerably, even nurturing a mega-evolving Metagross, which was unfortunate. Koharu expressed sympathy, recognizing that Shinji had improved significantly since the Lily of the Valley Conference. Indeed, Ash nodded, acknowledging the vast gap between him and Mr. Macaulay. Although Macaulay was a coordinator, his mastery of battle rhythm and Milotic's nearly flawless defense and counterattacks demonstrated a champion-level prowess. Ash initially wished to have another battle with Shinji, but it now seemed there would be no opportunity. It appeared the upcoming matches would solely feature the champions. May eagerly gazed at Ash, having discerned early on that the top 8 of the World Championships was a stage for trainers of the highest caliber. The successive eliminations of gym leaders only confirmed this assertion. Amy, Kosuka, and Kamajir, along with others, regrettably fell short, unable to breach the barrier of the champions. Daisuke's performance, particularly, stood out. His electric-type team posed a significant challenge to Pear Blossom, nearly toppling the dark-type champion. The battle between Blaziken and Daisuke was a spectacle, with Super Blaziken clashing against Infernape in a dazzling display. Unfortunately, Daisuke's ace, Infernape, ultimately proved superior. It is noteworthy that Alice faced the former Unova champion, Alder, in her match. This confrontation between past and future champions ended with Alice's defeat. Strangely, however, as Alice descended from the stage, she bore not a trace of disappointment, but rather an exuberant and satisfied smile. Even as she passed by Ash, she hummed a tune, as if deriving immense benefit from the encounter, radiant with joy. This left Ash puzzled. Did Alder grant you the title of champion? How could one be so happy after losing? Regrettably, Alice mysteriously stated that she would keep it under wraps for now, expressing excitement about defeating Ash with Dragonite in their next encounter. Though Ash was curious, he looked forward to their next battle. As the final match concluded, the list of the top 8 for this World Championship was finalized. The Ice-type champion Kana from Kanto, the Dark-type champion Pear Blossom from Johto, the esteemed gym leader Chiri and champion Macaulay from Hoenn, the Fire-type champion Daisuke from Sinnoh, the champion Alder from Unova, the Fire-type champion Pyra from Kalos, and Ash from Pallet Town. This list sparkled with brilliance, a gathering of champions, heralding that the forthcoming matches would escalate into even fiercer competition. In the evening, at the Pokémon Center, after enjoying a delightful dinner with the girls, Ash contacted Professor Oak to prepare for a change in his Pokémon. After all, his upcoming opponents were no weaklings. Doublade and Bayleaf were no longer suitable for the forthcoming battles. Thus, he decided to let these Pokémon return to Professor Oak's lab for rest, while also swapping in several others to prepare for the upcoming top 8 matches. Though they may not be the strongest, they could still be considered a formidable group of 8 masters. Doublade, Superior, Bayleaf, and Embor, you've worked hard during this time. Please take a good rest. Ash gently stroked their Pokeballs, encouraging them to return for a well-deserved break. Bayleaf, filled with reluctance, nuzzled Ash's hand with its head but obediently nodded in agreement. Superior also showed no dissent, having never left the team during their Unova journey. Subsequently, with Professor Oak's assistance, the 4 Pokeballs were sent back, and 4 designated Pokemon were exchanged for Ash. Come on out, everyone. A flash of light revealed new companions before him. What caught the eyes of May and Toko was a massive mound of flesh that astonished them. Is this Snorlax? It looks so plump and round, May commented diplomatically, while Ash and the others remained noncommittal. Wake up, Snorlax, Ash smiled at the massive figure. Snorlax, still drowsy, rubbed its belly and let out a hearty call. Snorlax. It appeared not fully awake, eliciting laughter from May and Toko nearby. Next was the rascally Croconaw, who had undergone special training for a while, as a regional mascot. Its strength was sufficient for the champion matches. Then there was Heracross, the bug-type king from Johto, and the reliable Sizer, with arms like steel, silent yet dependable. Dear friends, we shall now require your formidable strength to face the impending adversaries. Snorlax, the mighty creature, stands ready. All 4 Pokémon responded with enthusiasm, even the ever-sleepy Snorlax. Pikachu leaped onto Ash's shoulder, offering a warm welcome. Meloetta glided curiously nearby, gently humming a melodious tune. Victini clutched a bag of snacks, munching on chips while sneakily observing the new, hefty Snorlax, seemingly assessing its appetite. Chapter 588, the news of the Plasma team's annihilation. Following the intense preliminaries and the top 24 matches, the tournament has graciously arranged a day of respite. This allows the advancing competitors and their Pokémon to recuperate properly, preparing to meet the upcoming quarterfinals in optimal condition. Ash, relishing this rare day of relaxation at the villa, basked in the sun filtering through the garden, while his Pokémon unwound in their unique ways. Snorlax, with its colossal form, occupied nearly half the corner, lying on its back, emitting deep, rhythmic snores, its belly rising and falling with each breath like a soft trampoline. Pikachu joyfully bounced atop it, each descent causing Snorlax's resilient belly to sink and rebound. Observing this, Victini and Meloetta joined in the merriment, transforming Snorlax into a delightful trampoline. Latias, taking the form of a cannon, curiously perched on the edge of Snorlax's belly, experiencing this peculiar tremor with a gentle smile adorning its face. Joy and Pachirisu, intrigued by the joyous scene, were drawn to it, albeit for different reasons. Pachirisu sought pure fun, while Joy aimed to get closer to Pikachu and play with it. Regardless of their antics, Snorlax remained utterly undisturbed, lost in a deep slumber. Milotic elegantly coiled beside Ash's lounge chair, its smooth, cool scales gently brushing against his arm, replacing the place of laurel leaves and enjoying the trainer's affectionate touch. Sensing the afternoon warmth, the nearby Glacian thoughtfully conjured delicate ice crystals, exuding a refreshing aura that rendered the small area particularly comfortable. The battlefield in the backyard was alive with fervor. The restless Infernape's eyes burned with combat spirit as it beckoned to Sizer and Croconaw with a finger. Sizer, its steel-like arms crossed over its chest, nodded silently, its wings fluttering slightly. Croconaw grinned widely, releasing a low, intimidating growl. In the next moment, their figures collided fiercely, fists and feet striking, unleashing a stunning wave of energy. The sonic punches of Infernape, the bullet punches of Sizer, and Croconaw's dragon claws collided, a dazzling display of raw power and speed. Pidgeot circled above, occasionally emitting a resounding cry, seemingly cheering them on or perhaps assessing the battle's dynamics. Meanwhile, Heracross was irresistibly drawn to the sweet aroma, circling around May's Venusaur, its gaze fixated on the nectar nestled within the flower's core. A suspicious liquid at the corner of its mouth. Heracross, it called in a somewhat pleading tone, attempting to inch closer. Venusaur sighed in exasperation, swishing its vines but refraining from any real attack, merely signaling it to maintain distance. Had Ash not sternly cautioned it beforehand, Heracross would have lunged at once. Ash reclined comfortably in his chair, observing the harmonious and vibrant scene before him, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. His gaze shifted to May and Dawn nearby, admiring their elegant battle rehearsals in preparation for the upcoming Mikoli Cup. Piplup, Bubble Beam. May commanded. Squirtle, Ice Beam. Dawn ordered simultaneously. The brilliant bubbles and icy blue rays intertwined and clashed in the air, dispersing into shimmering specks of light, a sight of sheer beauty. The duel between the two coordinators resembled a splendid performance, captivating Ash's attention and feasting his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, Misty had approached, unable to resist teasing Ash at his leisurely demeanor. Hey, Ash, tomorrow is the quarterfinals, you know? Your opponents are all top-tier experts. Aren't you going to do some special training? Ash grinned confidently, pointing a thumb at himself. Training? Not necessary. Pikachu and everyone else are in great shape. Just top tier. It's a piece of cake. His boastful demeanor mirrored that of the spirited youth he once was during his journey in Kanto. Misty rolled her eyes in response. Honestly, your overconfidence hasn't changed a bit. Be careful not to trip in the gutter. You might end up crying later. May immediately stepped forward, her eyes shining in defense of Ash. Not at all. Ash is the strongest. I believe he can defeat all the top-tier trainers and face the champion in the end. Her admiration for Ash bordered on blind devotion. Misty understood that Ash's current strength far surpassed what it once was. Ordinary top-tier trainers truly posed little threat to him. Her intent was merely to puncture Ash's inflated ego. However, May's support for Ash was unwavering. Misty sighed, shaking her head. All right, I get it, you're impressive. Meanwhile, Toko nodded in agreement with May. Yes, Ash's strength is indeed formidable. However, she did not engage deeply in the conversation, as she was engrossed in her laptop, fingers flying across the keyboard, the screen filled with complex reports and contracts. The immense attention brought by the World Championship kept her, the president of the Toko Association, exceedingly busy, managing various advertisements and endorsement offers, calculating profits. Despite her busyness, a content smile graced her face. The day passed peacefully and pleasantly. During this time, friends like Denji and Porygon also came by to cheer Ash on. Natsum had quietly stopped by as well, simply standing at a distance. The psychic lady's gaze was profoundly fixed on Ash, distinctly different from how she regarded others, seemingly harboring a hint of unspoken anticipation and concern. However, she glanced at the lively group of girls and chose not to intrude, departing quietly after a moment. Soon, the sun set, and night enveloped the scene. "Everyone, dinner is ready," Brock announced, tying on an apron with a ladle in hand, appearing at the doorway with a gentle smile. He had meticulously prepared a lavish spread of dishes, featuring both human delicacies and specially crafted Pokémon food for various tastes. "Wonderful, I'm digging in," May exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she dashed to the table and began to eat heartily. Ash, matching May's pace, soon filled his belly to satisfaction. As everyone relished the feast, a special news segment interrupted the television broadcast in the living room. "Breaking news from our station. The International Police of Unova has achieved a significant breakthrough. The once resurgent evil organization, Team Plasma, has had numerous members successfully apprehended. It is reported that this organization attempted to exploit the revived ancient Pokémon, Genesect, for illicit activities, endangering the safety of the Unova region. This operation was led by the handsome inspector of the International Police, alongside Miss Caitlin, one of the Unova Elite Four, and received substantial support from Miss Cynthia, the Sinnoh champion, who is currently on vacation." The screen displayed blurred images of some apprehended Team Plasma members alongside a hazy figure of Genesect. "It's Team Plasma," May exclaimed, her excitement causing her to drop her chopsticks. "Those detestable fiends have finally been caught. This is fantastic." She had often heard her mother recount tales of Team Plasma's misdeeds, harboring a deep-seated disdain for the organization. Dawn, equally surprised, slurped up some syrup, mumbling, "I didn't expect Miss Cynthia to be involved. Isn't she's supposed to be on vacation?" Ash and Dawn shared a moment of realization that golden-haired champion, the alluring lady, should not be leisurely enjoying her vacation in Ripple Town. They then pondered, indeed. Handling a Genesect is no trivial matter, especially with Mr. Attiku competing and Cynthia lending her assistance. It's only natural. He speculated that this might be a temporary task during Cynthia's holiday. Suddenly, a thought struck Ash. He had almost forgotten to help Genesect find its companions. Chapter 589, The Top 8 Tournament, vs. the Dark-type Master, Lihua. "I almost let that slip my mind," Ash murmured to himself. They had initially agreed to assist Genesect in locating its companions. However, its companions had only just escaped the grasp of Team Plasma, so it wasn't too late. After all, Team Plasma had recently been apprehended, and the aftermath was still unfolding. There would be ample time to search for them after the World Championship concluded. Moreover, tomorrow marked the crucial Top 8 tournament, and he needed to devote himself entirely to it. "Ash, what's the matter? Is the food not to your liking?" Brock inquired with concern, noticing Ash's sudden stillness with his chopsticks. No. Ash quickly snapped back to attention, donning a radiant smile as he picked up his bowl and chopsticks, transforming once more into an enthusiastic eater. "Brock's cooking is the best. I could devour 3 more bowls." With the speed of a whirlwind, he polished off his dinner, patting his full belly in satisfaction. As night deepened, he exchanged goodnights with Dawn, May, Misty, and the others. "Ash, give it your all in tomorrow's match," Dawn encouraged, shaking her fist. "Let's show them our strength, Pikachu." May chimed in with a smile. "Just don't lose in the first round," Misty teased, though her gaze was filled with trust. "Ash is the strongest. He will surely win," May declared, ever his #1 fan. "Go for it," Toko said, holding her laptop with a smile. "Don't worry, everyone. Watch me," Ash replied confidently, giving a thumbs up. With Pikachu dozing on his shoulder and a tired Meloetta and Victini floating beside him, he cheerfully returned to his room. Soon, the sound of Ash's even breathing filled the space. Pikachu curled up beside his pillow, while Meloetta hummed a soft lullaby, and Victini clutched Ash's hat, drifting off into a deep slumber, all gathering strength for the fierce battles ahead. The following day, the main venue for the World Championship Top 8 was alive with an uproar, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. The colossal circular arena was filled to capacity, with trainers and supporters from around the globe waving flags and chanting the names of their favored competitors. The spotlight shone on the central host, who passionately began introducing the 8 elite contenders. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the World Championship Top 8. They are the Ice-type Queen from the Kanto region, King Kona; the Dark-type Master from the Johto region, Master Lihua; the top gym leader from the Hoenn region, Mr. Chiamli; and the splendid champion from Hoenn, Mr. Macaulay; the Fiery Flame Master from the Sinnoh region, Mr. Day; our enigmatic champion from the Unova region, the record-holding Mr. Attiku; the Fire-type master from the Kalos region, Miss Pachura, and last but not least, the young champion from Kanto's Masera town, who constantly surpasses legends and ascends to the peak, Ash. With each name announced, the venue erupted into deafening cheers, the excitement escalating with each introduction. When Ash's name was called, the applause was particularly fervent, with May's cheers nearly piercing through the cacophony. After the introductions, the first round of battles commenced with a draw. The names scrolled rapidly across the massive screen. In the first match, we have Ash from Masera town, facing off against the Dark-type master, Miss Lihua, a Dark-type master as the first opponent. Misty exclaimed in surprise, while Dawn and May were equally taken aback. Bug and fighting types are particularly effective against dark types, Toko analyzed. Ash has plenty of options in his lineup, Brock agreed. Go Ash, May shouted excitedly. The Dark-type master presents a significant advantage for Ash's newly swapped Pokémon. As Ash made his way through the contestant tunnel, he encountered Lihua approaching, their eyes locking. A playful smirk graced Lihua's lips, her gaze languid yet sharp as she delicately licked her lips. Oh dear, you drew the hottest new star for your first match. Little brother, you must be gentle with your elder sister, she teased, her demeanor seemingly frivolous. Yet, the narrowed eyes betrayed a flicker of serious intent. She sensed the immense power within this young boy, honed through countless battles, far exceeding the ordinary mastery of a champion, not to be underestimated. Ash tipped his hat down, his gaze burning with determination. Master Lihua, I will give it my all. That is the respect I owe to a master. Hee, what a charmingly earnest young man. Lihua chuckled lightly, though her body had already tensed in readiness for battle. As they reached the end of the contestant tunnel, Ash and Lihua stepped onto the elevated platform leading to the central rocky arena. The terrain was composed of massive, jagged rocks, fraught with unpredictability. The referee waved a flag, now commencing the 6 versus 6 full battle between contestant Ash and Master Lihua on rocky terrain. Both sides, please release your first Pokémon. It's your turn to shine, Heracross, Ash exclaimed, throwing his Pokeball with conviction. Heracross, the horned beetle Pokémon landed heavily, exuding an impressive aura. Lihua simultaneously released her first Pokémon. A flash of red light revealed a two-legged, feline-like creature with sharp claws and fierce eyes, Mytena, standing atop the rocks. The battle begins. Heracross, charge in and use tackle. Ash initiated the attack. Heracross surged forward, its massive strength shattering the ground beneath it as it raced at incredible speed towards Mytena, its arms glowing white as it prepared for a barrage of strikes. Oh, impressive speed, Lihua remarked with her usual levity, but her commands were precise. Mytena, use Shadow Clone, followed by Icy Wind. Mytena, with a swift movement, Mytena melded into the shadows, utilizing the rocky terrain's complexities and its own agility to evade Heracross's powerful charge. Simultaneously, it unleashed a chilling gust filled with icy particles, its range extensive. Heracross, the momentum of Heracross was too strong. It could not completely evade, and the icy wind brushed against it, causing its speed to noticeably diminish, a thin frost forming on its body. This is detrimental, Ash grimaced, realizing the rocky terrain's inherent ruggedness compounded by the loss of speed. But that's not all, dear brother. Lihua's voice carried a playful tone. Yet her onslaught was as venomous as a serpent's bite. Mytena, pursue with malicious intent. Mytena vanished like a specter into the rocky shadows. In the next instant, it reappeared from Heracross's side, its claws imbued with dark-type energy, slicing down with ferocity. This strike was cunningly executed. However, Ash's reflexes were quicker. Heracross, counter with Brick Break. Just as Mytena's claws were about to make contact, Heracross seemed to anticipate the move. It spun around fiercely, its fighting-type energy enveloping its fist, perfectly slicing through the dark-type energy, delivering a powerful blow to Mytena's paw. Bang! Mytena. It yelped in pain, the overwhelming force sending it skidding back, struggling to regain its footing on the rocky surface. Lihua's playful smile faltered slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. What a rapid response. Not only did he predict the malicious pursuit, but he also perfectly countered with an effective fighting-type move. Truly, he is the most dazzling new star of recent years. Chapter 590. I excel at disrupting others' plans. Mytena, use Ice Beam. Lihua swiftly changed tactics, her fingertip lightly tapping. Mamoswine swiftly retreated to create distance, gathering a chilling energy in its mouth, and unleashed a dazzling yet perilous ice-blue beam that hurtled towards Heracross. The ground trembled as rocks shattered. Ash reacted immediately. With a low growl, Heracross rapidly conjured several sharp stones, firing them like cannonballs, which collided violently with the oncoming freezing beam. A resounding boom echoed as ice shrapnel and debris scattered, the explosion's shockwave rippling outward. Ultimately, the icy energy failed to completely penetrate the dense rock assault. However, the dispersing chill enveloped the jagged rock surface, cloaking it in a smooth, hard layer of thin ice. Li Yuan smiled in satisfaction. Her primary objective wasn't to engage her across, but to establish this icy terrain. Mamoswine would significantly enhance its sliding speed on the ice. Ash instantly grasped the tactical intent behind this maneuver, yet he remained unperturbed. Heracross, robust and muscular. Ah, but my goal has been achieved, Li Yuan chuckled, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. Mamoswine, sharpen your claws. Mamoswine gracefully leaped onto the ice-covered rocks, its claws crossing and grinding against each other, emitting a sharp, hissing sound, thereby augmenting its attack power and accuracy. Coupled with the speed gained from gliding on the ice, it became even more elusive than on the rough rocks. Heracross, use pin missile, Ash commanded vehemently. Heracross immediately unleashed a barrage of hard seeds towards the icy surface ahead of Mamoswine. Futile, in the face of absolute speed. Strength becomes a burden. Li Yuan's voice resonated with confidence. Mamoswine's figure traced a white afterimage across the ice, its speed astonishingly swift. Utilizing the acceleration from the icy surface, it effortlessly evaded the onslaught of pin missile. Continue attacking the ice, Ash ordered, undeterred by the miss. Soon, however, Li Yuan's smile began to fade as she observed the relentless barrage pummeling the ice, creating numerous pits that significantly reduced its smoothness and hampered Mamoswine's sliding speed. A moment's inattention could lead to stumbling over the uneven depressions. Li Yuan, I excel at disrupting other strategies, Ash replied with a smirk, prompting Li Yuan to roll her eyes. Fully aware of his capabilities. Ice shard, change tactics, Li Yuan commanded. Mamoswine launched several sharp ice shards towards her across. Aerial ace. Its form followed closely. Resembling a phantom as it approached, claws glimmering with white light, aiming for Heracross's vital points. Heracross, anticipate and use brick break, Ash calmly ordered, exuding absolute confidence in Heracross's reflexes and strength. Just as Mamoswine's claws were about to strike, Heracross predicted its trajectory, and with a hand covered in fighting-type energy, it executed a precise downward chop. The impact sent Mamoswine sliding backward, yet it swiftly regained its balance, sustaining no significant damage. Meanwhile, the aerial ace proved equally effective against Heracross, causing its arm to tremble. Aerial ace, keep attacking. Li Yuan seized the advantage, relentless in her pursuit. Mamoswine's claws, now imbued with a white brilliance, launched a rapid series of strikes at Heracross from various angles, propelled by astonishing inertia. Heracross, defend against close combat, Ash shouted. Heracross planted its feet firmly, its arms transforming into numerous shadowy fists, meeting Mamoswine's aerial ace with a cacophony of thuds. Each blow landed with force. Mamoswine's onslaught was swift and fierce, yet Heracross's defense remained steadfast, absorbing the majority of the assault. In their fierce exchange, Heracross surprisingly held its ground against Mamoswine's aerial ace. Its superior strength, bolstered by experiences from battles against formidable wild Pokémon facilitated by Charizard in the verdant forests, had honed its close combat skills and endurance beyond previous limits. After a series of intense confrontations, Heracross gradually acclimatized to Mamoswine's rhythm on the ice. It began to leverage its greater strength and type advantage, turning the tide. Each punch heavier than the last, forcing Mamoswine to retreat, its breath becoming increasingly labored. Now end it. Ash seized upon a slight opening in Mamoswine's defense, gesturing with fervor for close combat. Heracross, with an explosive surge of fighting spirit, Heracross's body radiated with fighting-type energy. It ceased to defend, charging at Mamoswine like a descending tiger, its fists, feet, elbows, and knees transforming into the most ferocious weapons in a desperate, all-out assault. Li Yuan's expression shifted. Quick, evade. Yet at such close quarters, facing a strike that harmoniously fused power, speed, and technique, Mamoswine could not fully evade. Thuds echoed as the relentless strikes landed, the fighting-type energy erupting in full force. Mamoswine, it let out a piercing cry, its body hurled backward by the final, crushing blow, shattering the ice-laden rocks behind it and collapsing to the ground, incapacitated. The referee's flag dropped. Mamoswine is unable to battle. Thank you. Mamoswine, you performed admirably. Li Yuan called back her Pokémon, her demeanor now entirely serious, even tinged with gravity. This Heracross is formidable indeed. Such astonishing power. Now, for the next contender. Please treat it well. Li Yuan elegantly tossed forth her second Pokeball. Go, Jengar. Gum. A ghostly light flickered, accompanied by its signature eerie laughter. As a purple, ghostly Pokémon materialized on the battlefield, its rotund form floated mid-air, grinning broadly. Its mischievous smile complemented by white hands and crimson eyes that flickered in and out of view, exuding a disconcerting ghostly aura. The arrival of Gengar seemingly dropped the temperature in the arena by several degrees. Chapter 591. The Devious Tactics of Ghost-type Pokémon. As the glow of the Pokeball faded, Gengar's iconic spectral silhouette and piercing laughter reverberated throughout the arena. Ash and his companions exchanged glances of palpable surprise. Gengar? Isn't Miss Liyuan a specialist in Dark-type Pokémon? May pondered instinctively. That's quite normal. A champion's Pokémon are not always of the same type, Brock chuckled. The Elite Four of Kanto is a classic example. For instance, Master Koga's massive Weezing, Kanna's Hippowdon, and even Champion Lance's Dragonite, predominantly Dragon-type. May could empathize, recalling her own experience when her Psyduck was defeated by Hippowdon, only managing to draw with Mega Gyarados due to its type advantage. At the elite level, it is quite common to have one or two Pokémon of different types in a team to counterbalance weaknesses or execute specific strategies. I see, May realized. So this Gengar is prepared to counter powerful physical attackers like Heracross or bug types. Precisely. Brock nodded. Gengar used Curse. Liyuan did not grant Ash much time for contemplation, issuing her command first. Gum. Gengar's crimson eyes ignited, and an intangible, shadowy energy coiled around Heracross like a shackle. Ash's heart sank. This meant Heracross could not be easily swapped out and must confront this troublesome Gengar head-on. And that's not all. Will-O-Wisp. Liyuan's offensive flowed seamlessly. Several clusters of eerie blue flames drifted from Gengar's hands, meandering toward Heracross. They appeared slow, yet their erratic trajectories blocked most of Heracross's evasion routes. Be careful. Use Rock Slide to disrupt it. Ash shouted urgently. Heracross vibrated its wings in an attempt to create distance while launching stones of varying sizes. However, the Will-O-Wisp seemed to possess a life of its own, deftly weaving through the gaps between the stones, ultimately landing precisely on Heracross's body. A pained growl escaped from Heracross as flames of a vivid orange erupted around it, signifying a state of burn. This not only drained Heracross's stamina, but, more critically, an overwhelming sense of weakness swept over it, drastically diminishing its physical attack power. Indeed, as Ash clenched his fists, he recognized the classic trap combination of Will-O-Wisp and Dark Pulse. He could almost predict Gengar's next move. Certainly, it would be Curse. This technique doubles in power against opponents in abnormal states, and given Heracross's current condition, it could scarcely withstand a few hits. What sent a chill down his spine was the notorious Ghost-type move, Destiny Bond. If Gengar had this move, even if Heracross managed to unleash a powerful attack and defeat it, it might still be dragged into a mutual demise. In light of this, a double knockout seemed preferable to a solitary defeat. Ash raised his right hand high, revealing the mega ring adorned with a keystone on his wrist. Heracross, respond to my heart. The keystone erupted with dazzling light, resonating with the Heracronite that Heracross possessed. Mega Evolution. A spectrum of colors enveloped Heracross, as immense energy surged into its body, transforming its form amidst the brilliance. When the glow of evolution faded, Mega Heracross emerged, exuding an even greater sense of power and presence. Most importantly, the comprehensive enhancement brought about by Mega Evolution, particularly the substantial increase in attack power, temporarily countered the effects of the burn status, which had halved its physical attack. Was he attempting to forcibly reverse the disadvantage of an abnormal state through Mega Evolution? Li Hua expressed her admiration. However, unlike the Lily of the Valley Conference, the World Championship explicitly allowed Mega Evolution to be used only once. Yet, Ash remained unconcerned. He simply did not want Gengar to emerge victorious. Gengar Curse. Gengar thrust its hands forward, unleashing a dark purple wave imbued with misfortune and calamity, hurtling towards Mega Heracross at great speed. Dodge the pin missile. Ash shouted decisively. Heracross utilized the nearby rocks as cover, evading the wave of curse energy. Then, with its entire body shimmering with white light, it unleashed a barrage of pin missiles upon Gengar, maximizing the power of the move through its multi-hit nature. Lurking ambush. Li Hua cackled, as Gengar instantly sank into the shadow beneath it, perfectly evading all the pin missiles. In the next moment, it lunged from the shadow behind Mega Heracross, launching a surprise attack. Turn around, Mega Horn. Ash anticipated Li Hua's move. Mega Heracross reacted with remarkable speed, its colossal horn suddenly enveloped in resplendent bug-type energy, thrusting backward with tremendous force. However, Hypnosis. Li Hua's lips curled into a cunning smile. Jengar, emerging from the shadows, did not emit an offensive light, but rather a strange beam that instilled drowsiness. At such close range, Mega Heracross had no time to react or withdraw its attack. The Mega Horn struck Jengar, pushing it back, while simultaneously causing Mega Heracross to sway as an overwhelming sleepiness washed over it, plunging it into slumber. Success! Li Hua pressed the advantage, Dream Eater. Jengar, suppressing the pain from the Mega Horn's impact, reached out with its hands to extract wispy strands of ethereal light from the sleeping Mega Heracross, consuming them. Yet, at that moment, Ash's voice rang out simultaneously, Heracross. Sleep talk. The slumbering Mega Heracross seemed to have heard the command, instinctively springing into action. It charged forward, its horn once again radiating an even more brilliant bug-type energy. Executing another Mega Horn. What? Li Hua exclaimed in shock. She had not anticipated that Ash's Heracross had mastered the move Sleep Talk. Bang! This time, the Mega Horn landed solidly. Jengar was propelled high into the air by this formidable force, sustaining severe damage. Sleep Talk continues. Ash seized the moment. The slumbering Mega Heracross, driven by its dreams, unleashed an astonishing torrent of bug-type energy, sending a flurry of pin missiles flying forth. However, Li Hua's cool voice preemptively sounded, tinged with a hint of resignation, yet laced with cunning, destiny bond. On the brink of losing consciousness, Jengar revealed a peculiar smile in its final moments. A faint ghostly light flickering around it, linking it to Mega Heracross. As Jengar crashed to the ground, rendered unable to battle, Mega Heracross too seemed struck by an invisible force, the glow of evolution rapidly dissipating, reverting to its original form, its eyes swirling as it collapsed. Jengar and Heracross both lost their ability to continue battling simultaneously. Ash felt a tinge of helplessness at this outcome. Indeed, Ghost-type Pokémon were notorious for their underhanded tactics. Chapter 592, The Bulk of Snorlax, Standing in the Way with Colors. On the sidelines, Dawn couldn't help but stomp her foot in frustration. What a shame. Heracross worked so hard to hit Jengar, only to be taken down by Destiny Bond. That's the troublesome aspect of Ghost-type Pokémon, May sighed. So many unpredictable moves and strategies leading to mutual demise, Xiaoyao lamented, spreading her hands helplessly. Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. Exactly. It feels like stepping into a sticky web, unable to break free, ultimately leading to a joint downfall. In the arena, Ash retrieved his incapacitated Heracross, gently caressing the Pokeball. Well done, Heracross. You performed splendidly. Although the result was somewhat disappointing, Heracross's achievement of taking down both Mytina and Jengar exceeded expectations. Meanwhile, Li Hua also recalled Jengar, her expression calm. Sacrificing her non-type Jengar to eliminate Ash's Mega-evolved Heracross, which held a type advantage, was a tactical and strategic gain for her. Without a moment's pause, Li Hua swiftly threw out her next Pokeball. Your turn, Houndoom. A low, raspy howl echoed as the hellish Houndoom made its entrance, its spines glinting ominously, its tail thrashing restlessly. Ash's gaze sharpened as he dispatched his next Pokemon. It's you, Snorlax. The massive Snorlax landed with a thud, causing the ground to tremble slightly. It patted its belly amiably, producing a dull sound, yet its gaze immediately locked on a Houndoom, entering a battle-ready state. At least it's not asleep. Otherwise, we'd have to wake it up again, Ash remarked, pleased at Snorlax's alertness. After all, Snorlax was known for its eating and sleeping habits, and it wasn't guaranteed to be battle-ready at all times. Houndoom, Flamethrower. Li Hua initiated the assault. A searing column of fire erupted from Houndoom's mouth, rushing towards Snorlax. Yet, Snorlax stood its ground, allowing the flames to engulf its colossal form. However, as the fire dissipated, Snorlax remained largely unscathed, merely sporting some charred marks, casually patting its belly. Ah, the thick fat ability, I see, Li Hua quickly deduced. This trait halved the damage from fire-type moves, and with Snorlax's already impressive stamina, it was as if it had donned a layer of fiery armor. In that case, Dark Pulse. Li Hua swiftly adjusted her strategy. Houndoom raised its head, unleashing a malicious ring of energy that surged towards Snorlax. Snorlax, use rest. The small eyes of Snorlax blinked, and a faint luminescence seemed to envelop its form, concentrating its mental prowess to an extraordinary degree. The dark pulse struck home, yet its effect appeared negligible, causing Snorlax to merely sway slightly. With a swift, stealthy strike aimed at its vital points, Li Hua utilized the Dark-type move to continue her offensive. Houndoom transformed into a shadow, darting towards Snorlax with remarkable speed. Block it. Snorlax. Reacting swiftly, Snorlax crossed its massive arms before its body, securely intercepting Houndoom's assault. Although it slid back a short distance, it sustained minimal damage. With a quick retreat, Houndoom leaped backward, leveraging the force of its attack. Observing this, Lihua immediately raised her hand, launching a pokeball that emitted a beam of red light, accurately encapsulating Houndoom. Return. Clearly, Lihua deemed it futile for Houndoom to remain on the field when it could not effectively penetrate Snorlax's defenses. She was determined not to let you succeed. Ash's reaction was as swift as lightning. Almost simultaneously with Lihua's gesture, he commanded, "Snorlax, block the path." Snorlax's small eyes widened, and it let out an authoritative growl, "Snorlax." In an instant, a peculiar wave of binding energy erupted from its body, swiftly enveloping the entire arena. The red beam directed at Houndoom collided with this energy field, akin to crashing into an invisible wall, and was instantly repelled. Houndoom remained on the field, feeling an intangible shackle constricting it, rendering it unable to escape the battlefield. This was a fitting response to Jengar's dark gaze. However, Ash keenly observed Lihua's expression. Despite the predicament of failing to recall her Pokémon, her eyes, though serious, bore no trace of panic, nor did she immediately consider Mega Evolution for Houndoom. A realization dawned upon Ash. Lihua believed that even with Mega Evolution, Houndoom would struggle to swiftly overcome the significantly bolstered special defense of Snorlax. Perhaps she had alternative strategies, willing to sacrifice Houndoom to reserve the might of Mega Evolution for a partner who could better harness its potential in subsequent encounters. Regardless, Houndoom had to fall here. "Snorlax, continue the assault." Heavy slam. Ash commanded. "Snorlax." Snorlax emitted a battle cry filled with determination, raising its colossal paw and bringing it down onto the ground with tremendous force. Boom. The ground trembled violently, and shockwaves radiated outward in a fan shape, causing even the agile Houndoom to stagger, its speed compromised. Houndoom relied on its swiftness, executing a series of alternating moves such as Flamethrower, Smog, and Bite. Snorlax rolled to the left to evade the Smog, and then unleashed its arm hammer. In response, Snorlax's massive body surprisingly demonstrated remarkable agility as it rolled to the left, skillfully avoiding the toxic mist. Following this, its arm glowed with white light, swinging powerfully toward Houndoom, which was attempting to use Bite. Houndoom narrowly ducked its head to evade. Yet the pressure from the wind generated by the arm hammer stung painfully. As the battle raged on, Houndoom's breaths grew heavier, its speed diminishing due to exhaustion and the repeated heavy slams. During one of its bites, Snorlax blocked with a fist charged with electricity, exposing a significant opening. Although the Thunder Punch was only moderately effective, it fortuitously triggered paralysis, successfully interrupting Houndoom. "Now's the time, final blow, Mountain Crusher." Ash seized the opportunity, shouting, "Snorlax." A glimmer of determination sparked in Snorlax's eyes as it unleashed a deafening battle roar, erupting with astonishing instantaneous power. Its massive form shot into the air like a cannonball, casting a shadow that completely enveloped the struggling Houndoom. This time, evasion was impossible. Boom. The earth shook violently, dust billowed, and the arena echoed with the weighty sound of impact. As Snorlax moved aside, Houndoom lay defeated in the shattered crater, unable to continue the battle. "Well done, Snorlax." Pikachu. Snorlax happily patted its belly in response to Ash. Chapter 593, The Soaring Snorlax. Houndoom was rendered incapable of battle, leading to Snorlax's victory, promptly declared by the referee with a swift wave of the flag. Lihua calmly recalled her fallen Houndoom, without uttering a single word, and swiftly threw her fourth Pokeball. A resounding and intimidating cry reverberated through the arena as Honchkrow shot into the air like a streak of black lightning, its sharp gaze locking onto Snorlax. Trickery. Lihua, no longer playful, had clearly become exceptionally serious after 3 consecutive losses. The cunning glimmer in Honchkrow's eyes intensified, its surrounding energy waves coalescing into a tangible force, significantly enhancing its special attack capabilities. "Snorlax, Rock Tomb." Ash commanded immediately, seeking to restrict the opponent's movements. "Snorlax." With a roar, Snorlax slammed its giant paw to the ground, causing sharp rocks to erupt and soar into the air. Honchkrow evaded with remarkable speed, then unleashed Dark Pulse. Honchkrow's form blurred in the air, effortlessly weaving through the rocks with astonishing velocity. Simultaneously, it concentrated a dense, ominous dark energy in its mouth, launching an amplified Dark Pulse that roared towards Snorlax. "Endure it," Ash shouted. Snorlax crossed its arms in front of itself, taking the hit head-on, its body shaking violently as pain etched across its face, clearly sustaining significant injury. Fortunately, Snorlax's resilience was considerable, and it could withstand this level of force. Ash then attempted to diminish Honchkro's speed. Snorlax, Rock Tomb. Yet Li Hua's commands flowed seamlessly, leaving Ash no opportunity to breathe. Just as the dark pulse dissipated, Honchkrow transformed into a black blur, utilizing dark energy to surge forward with preemptive speed, colliding forcefully with Snorlax. The sudden impact caused Snorlax to stagger backward. Now Dark Pulse. Li Hua's assault surged like a tide, one wave crashing upon the next. Honchkrow unleashed another jet of inky black energy. Snorlax emitted a low groan of pain. Snorlax. Ash felt a tightening in his chest. Not over yet, air slash. Li Hua's voice remained steady. Honchkrow spiraled, its wings slicing through the air to unleash countless transparent, yet razor-sharp air slashes, cascading down like a rain of blades upon Snorlax's vicinity. Curl up, Ash urgently commanded. Snorlax quickly curled into a ball, enhancing its defense and withstanding the majority of the air slashes, yet it still bore numerous fine wounds, its breaths growing heavier. On the sidelines, the girls held their breaths in suspense. In the arena, Li Hua assessed the struggling Snorlax, rendering her final judgment. Finish it. The last blow, Dark Pulse. Honchkrow gathered all its dark energy, unleashing a dark pulse of colossal scale that roared toward the now sluggish Snorlax. Faced with this decisive strike, Ash suddenly had a brilliant idea. Snorlax, harness that energy and roll. Snorlax. The curled Snorlax was not merely defending, it began to spin rapidly in place. The formidable dark pulse slammed into its swiftly rotating and elastic body, producing a sound that grated on the teeth, as most of the energy was deflected by its incredible elasticity and rotational force. What? For the first time, a clear look of astonishment crossed Li Hua's calm face. She had not anticipated Snorlax's fat elasticity and body control to reach such an extraordinary level. Not done yet. Ash's voice brimmed with determination. Use that power, launch upward. Snorlax. The rolling Snorlax perfectly absorbed the impact of the dark pulse, combining it with its own rolling momentum and the potential energy of its plump body. Launching upward like a shot put released with full force. With an explosive sound, it soared into the sky in an incredible parabolic arc. Its speed far surpassed Honchkrow's expectations. Quick, ascend, Li Hua commanded in a hurry. In a state of shock, the Corviknight flapped its wings vigorously. But the proximity it had chosen for the sake of maximum offense, coupled with the Snorlax's astonishingly illogical propulsion speed, rendered it unable to evade entirely. A resounding crash echoed through the air as the massive, flesh-like form of Snorlax collided with Corviknight. The creature let out a piercing scream, feeling as though it had been struck by a mountain of meat. The impact was such that Corviknight felt as if the energy cubes it had consumed the previous day were expelled from its body, instantly losing its balance. It was sent crashing toward the ground by the overwhelming force. Pursue. Let the weight of the world descend, Ash commanded with ruthless finality. Just as Snorlax landed, it summoned the last of its strength to leap once more, casting an immense shadow over the dazed Corviknight. A thunderous roar resonated, the ground trembling as the colossal weight was fully unleashed. As dust and debris filled the air, Snorlax, panting heavily, struggled to move aside, revealing Corviknight ensnared in the center of a spiderweb-like crater, completely unconscious. After a brief silence, the arena erupted in a cacophony of astonished gasps. Incredible! Has it truly managed to reverse the situation in such a manner? The commentator exclaimed with fervor. Under such immense pressure, Snorlax not only endured but also harnessed the force of its opponent's strongest strike to retaliate. The synergy and adaptability of Ash and Snorlax were truly formidable. In the arena, Ash sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Well done, Snorlax. You performed admirably. Now rest well. Swiftly recalling the exhausted Snorlax, he reflected on the previous battle with Tsukasa, knowing that Sylveon would likely employ toxic moves. Without hesitation, he raised another Pokeball high. Now it's your turn, Sizer. The Steel-type Pokemon emerged, perfectly immune to poison, significantly curtailing Sylveon's favored strategy of attrition. The Crimson Lightning surged forth, and Sizer's metallic pincers gleamed ominously as it landed with poise, its gaze fixed intently on Sylveon. Noticing Sizer, Li Hua narrowed her eyes, instantly discerning Ash's strategy. Fully aware of the type disadvantage, she wasted no time. As Sizer adopted an offensive stance, she commanded, Sylveon, use Hyper Voice. Sylveon unleashed a deep, resonant cry, a strange force compelling Sizer back into its Pokeball. Ash's other Pokeball automatically opened, but instead of the expected flash of red light, Pikachu appeared, looking bewildered. Pikachu? Ash exclaimed, surprised at the sudden lightness on his shoulder. Li Hua also appeared momentarily stunned, her lips twitching. How did this electric mouse get summoned? Although Pikachu was common in Kanto and Johto, Ash's was anything but ordinary. No matter, it seems we shall pit ace against ace. Lihua reacted swiftly, recalling Sylveon with a flash of red light, while tossing another hefty Pokeball into the air. Then, it's your turn, Bangyras. With a thunderous roar, the monstrous Bangyras descended heavily onto the battlefield. Its innate Sandstream ability activated, unleashing a fierce sandstorm that mercilessly battered Pikachu's petite form. Squinting against the swirling sands, Pikachu's expression turned serious. Lihua had evidently reserved her Mega Evolution for this moment. Ash quickly grasped Lihua's strategy. Having a Dark-type Bangyras as her trump card and saving the Mega Evolution opportunity for it was indeed a prudent choice. Bangyras, use Stone Edge. Lihua initiated the attack. With a ferocious roar, numerous sharp rocks materialized from thin air, raining down like cannonballs upon Pikachu. Pikachu, dodge with quick attack. Ash commanded. The little electric mouse transformed into a streak of white lightning, deftly maneuvering through the barrage of stones and evading the main assault. Though the sandstorm continued to sap its energy. Dark Pulse. Lihua pressed the offensive. Bangyras unleashed a torrent of Dark-type energy, forming a black ring that shot toward Pikachu's position. Defend with Iron Tail. Pikachu leaped into the air, its tail shimmering with a brilliant metallic sheen, resolutely cleaving through the Dark Pulse. With a mighty snap of its jaws, Bangyras lunged forward, its maw aglow with a fierce white light, aiming to bite Pikachu. The clash of steel rang out, resounding even above the howling sandstorm. To everyone's astonishment, Bangyras emitted a pained grunt, reeling back slightly as Pikachu's powerful Iron Tail struck true. Utilizing the momentum, Pikachu performed a backflip, landing gracefully. Lihua observed the faint mark on Bangyras' face, her pupils constricting, but her expression turned serious as she acknowledged Pikachu's remarkable strength. Such power is indeed impressive. It seems I must unleash my full might. She raised her wrist high, revealing the keystone that radiated a dazzling light. Bangyras, Mega Evolve. With a primal roar, Bangyras was enveloped in a brilliant glow, transforming dramatically. Its back sprouted fearsome spikes, its body adorned with blade-like plates, and its tail grew thicker and more robust, exuding an even more terrifying aura of dominance. As the Mega Evolution completed, its Sandstream ability reignited, intensifying the storm to a ferocious level. As if seeking to consume all in its path, the Mega Bangyras' blood-red eyes locked onto Pikachu with relentless focus. Pika. Facing this mountainous adversary, Pikachu's cheeks sparked with fierce electricity, its resolve unwavering. Pikachu, it's time to strike. Though the battle had taken a surprising turn, the enthusiasm remained undiminished. Electric terrain. In this stormy battlefield, Ash commanded Pikachu to create a favorable environment. Stone Edge. Lihua attempted to intercept. With a roar, Mega Bangyras summoned even larger and sharper rocks, raining down with devastating force. Yet, before the onslaught could commence, Pikachu unleashed a surge of electric energy, bathing the rocky terrain in a golden hue. Quickly evade and close the distance. Ash shouted. Pikachu's form became a dazzling bolt of golden lightning, weaving through the storm and the falling stones, relentlessly approaching Mega Bangyras. Dark Pulse. Lihua changed tactics. Super Bangyra unleashed a vast, circular wave of darkness, effectively sealing off all possible paths of advance for Pikachu. Without hesitation, Ash commanded, dig. In an instant, Pikachu burrowed underground, narrowly evading the sweeping attack of the malevolent wave. The next moment, it erupted from the ground right beside Super Bangyra's feet. Iron Tail. Pikachu leaped, its metallic tail slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh, aimed directly at the joint of Super Bangyra's leg. Defend. Lihua reacted with astonishing speed. A light green barrier materialized instantaneously, intercepting the sudden strike. Now crunch. The moment the attack was blocked, Lihua swiftly countered. Super Bangyra's immense fangs, charged with sinister energy, lunged toward the nearby Pikachu. In a flash of electric light, Pikachu darted backward, narrowly escaping the bite, though the fierce energy gust still stung it painfully. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. Super Bangyra, leveraging its colossal size, fearsome strength, and the cover of swirling sand, unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, including Sharp Stone, Dark Wave, and Crunch, forcing Pikachu to dodge continuously. Meanwhile, Pikachu relied on its incredible speed, agility, and Ash's precise commands to narrowly evade each assault, seeking opportunities to employ Iron Tail in close quarters. The sandstorm steadily sapped Pikachu's stamina, while Super Bangyra's defenses had reached an exceedingly formidable level post-Mega Evolution. Even several successful Iron Tail strikes from Pikachu failed to inflict decisive damage. Chapter 595, The Raging Surf, Paralytic Surge, Banjira, Earthquake. With a roar, Super Banjira lifted its massive paw, gathering terrifying ground energy, poised to stomp down violently. Pikachu, use your tail as a fulcrum and jump. Ash's reaction was as swift as lightning. Pika. In an instant, Pikachu thrust its hardened steel tail into the ground, using its petite body as leverage to vault high into the air, narrowly avoiding the impending destructive shockwave. Dark Wave. Lihua's pursuit followed closely. In midair, Pikachu had no means to gain leverage and was on the brink of being engulfed by the encroaching dark circular wave. Use Iron Tail against the Dark Wave. Pikachu's eyes sharpened with determination as it summoned all its strength, the tail gleaming with metallic luster, cleaving downwards like a battle axe against the approaching malevolent wave. The collision of energies erupted with a thunderous blast, sending debris flying. Yet, in the next instant, a figure broke through the smoke. Descending at an even swifter velocity, it was Pikachu. It had harnessed the recoil from its Iron Tail strike to accelerate like a golden meteor towards Super Banjira. Banjira, Dragon Tail. Sensing the threat, Lihua quickly altered her strategy. Super Banjira's robust tail was enveloped in indigo dragon energy, howling through the air as it lashed upwards at the descending Pikachu, the force so immense it caused a pressure wave. Pikachu, suspended in the air, faced this powerful counterattack not with retreat, but with intensified resolve. It channeled all its strength and the momentum of its descent into its tail, which once again glowed with radiant white light. Iron Tail versus Dragon Tail. The clash resounded with a deafening explosion, far surpassing any prior collision. Good heavens! The commentator's astonished voice echoed throughout the arena, incredulous that Lihua's Super Banjira had been pushed back. Pikachu's strength was truly monstrous. Although its prowess had been evident against Gia's formidable Metagross, this was the first time it had faced a champion head-on. Super Banjira emitted a pained, incredulous growl, losing its balance from the impact of Pikachu's diminutive yet formidable Iron Tail. Its massive form staggered backward, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Lihua's pupils constricted, but her elite trainer instincts kick in, prompting her to remain composed. Banjira, Dance of the Dragons. The fallen Super Banjira roared, a vortex of dragon energy swirling around it, enhancing both its attack power and speed. Pikachu, Trickery. Ash, undeterred by Banjira's boost, commanded with confidence. Pika. The grounded Pikachu's eyes gleamed sharply as it tapped its head with its tiny paw, significantly amplifying its already formidable special attack. A surge of electricity erupted around it. Raging Surf. Ash initiated the offensive. Pikachu. With a resounding cry, Pikachu summoned an astonishing torrent of water, forming a massive wave that surged towards the freshly risen Super Banjira. Empowered by the electric terrain, the surface of the water even danced with golden sparks of electricity. Lihua maintained her cool under pressure. Super Banjira raised its massive foot, gathering ground energy to stomp down. A tremendous crack split the earth as the oncoming wave was largely consumed by the fissure, its power diminished. However, Ash's assault was far from over. Electric Ball, then charge in with Iron Tail. The weakened wave had not yet fully settled when a highly compressed, crackling golden electric ball was launched by Pikachu, following closely behind with its own electric form surging towards Super Banjira. Banjira, block it! Lihua shouted. Super Banjira crossed its arms, bracing for the impact. The electric ball struck first, exploding violently, engulfing the upper half of Super Banjira in a dazzling display of golden electricity. Amidst the explosion, Pikachu's figure shot forth unexpectedly. Pika. With all its might, its Iron Tail struck solidly against the arms that Super Banjira had raised to defend itself. The second explosion resounded, a double impact. Super Banjira let out a pained roar, its massive body sliding backward once more. Now Banjira stomp, Lihua urgently commanded, preparing for Banjira to deliver a decisive blow to defeat Pikachu. Super Banjira struggled to lift its foot, aiming to stomp down on the ground. Yet, at that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. Its body suddenly stiffened, golden arcs of electricity wrapped around it, triggering a paralysis effect. Final blow, Raging Surf. Ash seized the decisive moment, gesturing forward. Paralyzed, Super Banjira found itself ensnared in a state of paralysis at this critical juncture. The previous Raging Surf, laced with electric arcs, was this the surf that induced paralysis? The commentators were filled with astonishment. Though the Raging Surf bore a paralyzing effect, did it not miss? Pikachu's static ability was likely a contributing factor. Pika. With all its strength, Pikachu conjured an even more colossal wave, reminiscent of a tsunami, rushing forth to overwhelm the unsteady Super Banjira. It could only watch helplessly as the golden tidal wave thunderously engulfed the immobilized Super Banjira. The roar of the crashing water reverberated throughout the arena, the golden currents of electricity surging wildly within the wave. The effect was astounding. As the tide receded, Super Banjira's massive form stood rigid for a brief moment before the red glow in its eyes extinguished completely, collapsing to the ground with a tremendous splash of water and dust. The glow of its mega evolution quickly faded, reverting to its ordinary form. The sandstorm gradually subsided. What an incredible turnaround! The commentator's voice rang out with fervor. Ash's Pikachu, through sheer strength and a stroke of luck, had truly defeated Li Hua's Super Banjira. This victory was indeed priceless. Pikachu stood in the center of the arena, breathing slightly heavier but maintaining an upright posture, the sparks of electricity crackling from its cheeks as a proclamation of its triumph. Pika Pika. With a gleeful cheer, Pikachu joyfully responded, "Well done." On the tranquil visage of Ash, a radiant joy blossomed. This match marked his inaugural triumph over a champion in a formal competition. Of course, there was also Li Hua with her Umbreon. Yet, in Ash's heart, that petite Umbreon was of little consequence. The rookie from the Viridian forest and the advanced dungeon. What an extraordinary Pikachu it was. De Yi, the fire-type champion from the Sinnoh region, gazed at the proudly standing Pikachu in the arena, unable to suppress his admiration. During the battle at the Lily of the Valley conference, its strength had seemed absurd, and now it appeared even more formidable. Bonnie, the ice-type champion from the Hoenn region, nodded slightly, curiosity flickering in her cold, azure eyes. That Pikachu had scarcely taken any damage. Indeed, if I were to contend with this electric mouse, my Milotic might not prove to be a worthy opponent. Champion Mikoli elegantly crossed his legs, openly stating, "After all, one cannot disregard type advantages at this level. This is precisely why the Kanto region has yet to produce a champion." Meanwhile, Pakira adjusted his glasses, data swiftly flowing across the lenses, inquiring with intrigue. What is even more astonishing is his overall growth trajectory. According to previous data, while his other main Pokémon were indeed powerful, they seemed yet to reach a level capable of directly defeating the Elite Four's ace. This rate of progress is somewhat unusual. Regarding this, I happen to know a few reasons, smiled Kinna, the ice-type champion of the Kanto region, drawing the attention of the crowd. "Oh, Miss Kinna is privy to the details?" expressed Adai, the champion from the Unova region, with interest. De Yi leaned in closer. "Why? Has Ash undergone some special training?" Kinna, wearing a playful smile, explained, "I've heard that he left most of his Pokémon in the Viridian forest of Kanto." The Viridian forest? Isn't that primarily a habitat for bug and flying-type Pokémon? Bonnie queried. It wasn't initially for special training, Kinna shook her head, but rather to house and protect a group of Pokémon rescued from an illegal hunter organization in the Sinnoh region, predominantly comprising Medong and Skarmory. His veterans, initially including Pidgeot, later Charizard and Sceptile, voluntarily remained there to maintain order, preventing these newly liberated and anxious Pokémon from being disturbed, while also deterring new poachers. She paused, her tone taking on a peculiar quality. However, it seems the situation evolved into all his Pokémon designating that area as their own domain. It has now become, for novice trainers in Kanto, the most fearsome beginner dungeon. Beginner dungeon? Adai, older in years, did not quite grasp the metaphor. Kinna couldn't help but chuckle, because there are always trainers who, undeterred by superstition or hoping to take a shortcut, attempt to traverse that area or seek to capture a rare Metong. The result is that they are often confronted by a Pokémon that seemingly appears from nowhere. Weaker adversaries might include Shroomish, Grimer, Totodile, Swellow, and Murkrow, while the stronger ones comprise Charizard, Sceptile, Metagross, and Scyther. And then, Yi pressed on, even though he had already guessed the outcome. And then, Kinna shrugged. Those main Pokémon seem to have reached a consensus to avoid severely injuring humans. But they must educate their Pokémon. The procedure is reportedly quite standard. First a warning, and if unheeded, a fair battle ensues, where they challenge all the trainer's Pokémon until they are rendered incapable of battle. Only then do they allow the dejected trainer to leave. She glanced at the surrounding champions and elite trainers, who appeared somewhat dazed, adding, "The reason I know these details so well is that the League has recently received numerous complaints from novice trainers in Kanto, lamenting that rogue Pokémon are bullying them in the Viridian Forest. The complaints detailed experiences of being struck by a Charizard's Dragon Tail, being schooled by a Sceptile's Leaf Blade, and even being spun in circles by a Metagross using Psychic. It's hard not to know." After a brief silence, the VIP room erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha, such a thing exists?" Adai laughed the loudest, sending one's Pokémon to teach novice trainers? This Ash is too amusing. Yi scratched his head awkwardly. No wonder his Pokémon have progressed so rapidly. They have practical training every day. How could they not be strong? Mikoli also struggled to contain his mirth, using battle as a means of defense while simultaneously protecting the weak. This is indeed a rather unique training method. It's just unfortunate for those novice trainers. Not just novices. Some traveling trainers deliberately challenged the Charizards in the Viridian forest. Kina added. This explained why Ash's Pokémon had improved at such a remarkable pace. Amidst the jovial chatter, the dynamics of the battle had already shifted. Liyue recalled her incapacitated Banjira and sent forth her original Umbreon once more. Umbreon, toxic. Liyue attempted to recreate her initial strategy. Pikachu, dig, Ash replied with calm assurance. In an instant, Pikachu burrowed underground, effortlessly evading the toxic trap that cascaded towards it, and the next moment, it erupted from behind Umbreon. Shadow Ball, Liyue immediately commanded. With a flash of lightning, Pikachu dodged and then countered with Iron Tail. Transforming into a streak of white light, it narrowly grazed past the Shadow Ball. The glimmering Iron Tail striking Umbreon ruthlessly, sending it staggering back several paces. Dark Pulse. Umbreon steadied itself, unleashing a circular wave of dark energy. Jump up and use Electro Ball. Ash instructed confidently. Pikachu leapt gracefully, launching a brilliant Electro Ball that collided with the Dark Pulse midair. The energies dissipating in a dazzling display. Now strike. Liyue seized the cover of the explosion. Umbreon blurred, accelerating towards Pikachu's landing spot. Volt Tackle. Ash's voice resonated with certainty. Pikachu became enveloped in an intense electric current, transforming into an unstoppable golden lightning bolt, colliding thunderously with the charging Umbreon. Boom. In this clash, Umbreon found itself entirely at a disadvantage, being forcefully propelled away. This is the final blow, Pikachu. Full power Thunderbolt. Pika. Pikachu acknowledged, leaping high. Its cheek pouches bursting forth with an unprecedented surge of electricity. Umbreon, quickly use Protect. Liyue shouted urgently. A pale green shield materialized instantaneously. However, the inexhaustible power of thunder erupted, forming a colossal golden beam that connected heaven and earth, swiftly engulfing Umbreon's seemingly robust protective barrier. The shield barely withstood for a heartbeat before shattering, and Umbreon was completely consumed by the vast sea of thunder. As the brilliance faded, Umbreon lay dazed on the scorched battlefield. The referee hesitated for a moment before proclaiming loudly, Umbreon is unable to battle, therefore. The victor of this match is Ash from Pallet Town. Thus, Ash became the first to advance to the top 4. Chapter 597, the Final 4 of the World Championship. After advancing to the semifinals, Ash did not depart. His next opponent would be the champion, and he deemed it necessary to gather some intelligence. The second round commenced with Master Kina, the Ice-type champion, facing Yi, the Fire-type champion, unfolding amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd. The clash of ice and fire was rife with tension from the very outset. Kina deployed her indomitable Cloyster first. Yi countered with his speedy Arcanine, striving to seize the initiative. The extreme speed of Arcanine is quite troublesome. Let us see how Master Kina responds, Brock analyzed. Arcanine transformed into a white streak, charging fiercely. But Cloyster reacted swiftly, retracting into its shell, the sturdy exterior absorbing the impact, leaving only minor scratches. Following that, Cloyster executed Rockwrecker, sending several boulders crashing down to limit Arcanine's mobility, and then a precise ice shard struck true, securing Kina the first victory. Such formidable defense. And the counterattack is remarkably decisive, May marveled. Yi, undeterred, promptly sent forth Ninetales. The characteristic of sunlight activated, bathing the arena in a torrid glow. The weather had shifted, placing Master Kina at a disadvantage. Xiaoxia expressed her concern. Ninetales decisively unleashed a scorching inferno. Shuckle attempted to counter by enhancing its speed and attack through Shell Smash. Yet in the brilliant sun, the Fire-type's power surged, resulting in a devastating explosion that severely wounded it. Although Shuckle's subsequent ice shard struck Ninetales, the latter retaliated with a powerful Psyshock, nearly bringing Shuckle to its end. Kina recalled the fatigued Shuckle and sent out Lapras. Utilizing its thick, fat ability to withstand flames, Lapras accurately struck Ninetales with a water gun, securing its defeat. The type advantage has been restored, remarked Xiaoguang. Ye's third Pokémon was the fiery Monferno. Monferno's rock slide engulfed the arena, restricting Lapras's agility while seizing the opportunity to unleash a Volt Tackle. The ferocious lightning struck, heavily damaging Lapras. Although Lapras retaliated with a Surf, Monferno withstood it, and then unleashed a Solar Flare, swiftly defeating Lapras. Kinna then dispatched Frostless. With the ghost type's elusive nature, Frostless evaded Monferno's flamethrower and successfully slowed its opponent with an icy wind, ultimately finishing off Monferno with a Drain Kiss to recover some health. Master Kinna's responses are truly exceptional, Xiaoxia praised. Yi sent forth Houndoom. With its fire-type advantage, Houndoom shattered Frostless's blizzard with a precise dark pulse, swiftly overcoming it. Kinna brought forth Lapras once more. Lapras's water gun countered Houndoom's fiery assault, resulting in a fierce clash of elements. After several exchanges, Lapras secured victory with an ice beam. Defeating Houndoom, Yi's fifth Pokémon was Infernape. With the Iron Fist ability, its punching moves were formidable. That's the Infernape, Yi's ace. Xiaowang recognized this powerful Pokémon. Infernape's Mach Punch was as swift as lightning. Lapras attempted to fend it off with Water Gun, only to have its water column shattered by Infernape's sheer will. Following this, a barrage of thunder punches brought Lapras to its knees. Kinna once again sent out Shuckle, attempting to counter with Ice-type moves. However, Infernape's speed was astonishing. It closed the distance in a flash, breaking through defenses with Mach Punch, followed by a Thunder Punch that swiftly defeated Shuckle. 2 down in quick succession, how impressive! May exclaimed. Kinna's final Pokémon was her ace, Mega Slowbro. The surge of psychic and water powers swirled vigorously. Infernape did not hesitate, launching another Flare Blitz. Mega Slowbro attempted to counter with its formidable psychic, but Infernape's momentum was too great, inflicting substantial damage. Mega Slowbro immediately retaliated with a Water Pulse, striking Infernape. Infernape adeptly dodged, engaging in close combat, and landing several hits. Mega Slowbro endured the onslaught, seizing the moment to unleash a psychic that severely wounded Infernape. Staggering, Infernape ultimately delivered a final blow in close combat, resulting in a mutual knockout. It ended in a tie. Xiaowang gasped. In addition to the fighting type advantage, the Iron Fist ability significantly bolstered Infernape. Ash chuckled. I never expected Yi's Infernape to be so formidable. Its development and fighting moves surpasses even its fire-type capabilities. With an array of fighting techniques, Kinna was compelled to adopt a serious demeanor. One could assert that Yi is the strongest among the Elite Four. Ultimately, Kinna sent out Lickilicky, while Yi's final Pokémon was Rapidash. Rapidash charged fiercely, but due to its exhaustion, it was ultimately struck down by Lickiliky's psychic, losing its battling capability. Alas, I have indeed fallen to Master Kinna, Yi said, scratching his head, yet smiling brightly despite the defeat. In the audience, Xiaowang felt a twinge of regret for Yi from Sinnoh. What a pity for Mr. Yi. His Pokémon are all so strong. Ash, cradling Pikachu, commented with a smile. After all, Master Kinna's Pokémon, Shuckle, Lapras, and Slowbro, are all water types. To some extent, he is indeed a water type expert, exerting significant pressure on Yi's fire type team. Xiaoxia nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is also why she once regarded Kinna as her idol. She is not merely the ice-type master, but truly embodies the water-type master in her heart. The subsequent battle between Mikkeli and Pachira unfolded with little suspense. As the champion, Mikkeli's Milotic exhibited unparalleled grace and strength, effortlessly dominating Pachira's Houndoom and Vulpix with its water dance, securing an easy advancement. However, the battle between Unova champion Alder and Hoenn's gym leader Chihiro surprised many. Chihiro's slaking showcased astonishing prowess, consecutively defeating Alder's Buffalint and Escavalier, eliciting gasps from the audience. Nevertheless, Alder, seasoned and experienced, ultimately dispatched his Excelgar, utilizing remarkable speed and unique tactics to successfully wear down and defeat the powerful yet hindered Slaking, narrowly securing his advancement. What a shame. Dad almost triumphed over the champion. Xiaoyao expressed pride and a hint of regret for her father's remarkable performance. Ash nodded in agreement. Indeed, Mr. Chihiro's slaking is truly formidable. However, Mr. Alder is an established champion, with depth and adaptability that surpasses the rest. After witnessing these thrilling battles at the elite and champion levels, Ash returned to the competitor's village with his companions. He needed to rest well and reflect on today's experiences to prepare himself for the upcoming semifinals in optimal condition. Without further ado, he would complete the semifinals and finals before embarking on his journey to the Kalos region. Chapter 598, Experiencing Life as a Legendary Pokémon Trainer. The following day, the competition brackets were officially announced. The first match was Ash versus Kinna, followed by Alder versus Mikkeli. This matchup surprised Ash slightly. He had assumed that the officials would arrange the ultimate showdown between the two champions as the grand finale, indicating that the matchups were indeed quite random. Amidst the encouraging gazes of his companions, Ash took a deep breath and strode towards the competitor's corridor. Ash, give it your all. Pikachu, you must win. Voices from Xiaoguang, Mei, and others echoed from behind him. We will win, Ash declared firmly, clenching his fist. Then, without looking back, proceeded with Pikachu towards the battleground. In the dimly lit corridor, he encountered Kinna, who had been waiting there. She retained her mature and capable demeanor, clad in her signature professional attire. Her sharp and calm gaze behind her glasses radiating the aura of a seasoned champion. Ash, Kinna spoke first, her voice tinged with admiration. Your growth since our encounter in the Orange Islands has been nothing short of remarkable. From the naive trainer you once were with that unruly Charizard, you have transformed into a trainer who stands shoulder to shoulder with the Elite Four. Ash responded with calm composure, his eyes filled only with focus and anticipation for the upcoming battle. People inevitably grow, Master Kinna. We are no longer the same. Pikachu on his shoulder nodded earnestly. Pika. Kinna smiled slightly. Excellent. That is the fighting spirit I wish to see. I eagerly anticipate our battle. So do I, Ash affirmed confidently, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. And for this showdown, I have prepared a special surprise for you. Oh, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Kinna's eyes behind her lenses, quickly morphing into heightened interest. A surprise? I shall look forward to it. Meanwhile, in the audience, Xiaoguang and Mei simultaneously gasped. Huh, where's Meloetta? Victini isn't with me either. It was just eating some poke puffs. Xiaoxia, Xiaoyao, and Toko also felt puzzled. These two little fellows were usually quite clingy with them. Only Xiaojiang, with his arms crossed, displayed an expression of knowing calmness, while Victini is indeed gluttonous. Very few can make it abandon its snacks. Meloetta, too, only heeds Ash's commands, and with both of them absent, there could only be one answer. Transforming into a figurative steamed egg, Xiaojiang swiftly pieced together the situation. On the battlefield, the referee waved the flag, and the match officially commenced. Kona elegantly tossed her first Pokeball. Let us see what you've got, Ninetales. With a flash of light, an Alolan Ninetales, its fur crystalline and translucent like ice, appeared in the arena, exuding an air of grace and nobility. It leapt lightly, and the air above the field was soon filled with delicate snowflakes as its snow warning ability activated. Oh, here it comes, the host exclaimed excitedly. Master Kona has sent out the exceedingly rare Alolan Ninetales. This particular form had evolved in response to the unique environment of the Alola region, transforming from a pure fire type into an ice and fairy type. Given the Alola region's geographical remoteness and the absence of an established Pokémon League, witnessing a Pokémon from Alola was indeed a rare spectacle. The host, glancing at the materials handed by his assistant, enthusiastically elaborated on the icy Ninetales from Alola, whose resplendent appearance piqued the curiosity of many spectators. Even Bonnie, resting in the Championess Lounge, was particularly intrigued by this ice fairy Ninetales. This is my carefully nurtured partner. Prepared for the challenge of greater heights, Kona explained. Originally, I intended to surprise the champions from other regions at the World Championship, but today, please enjoy it first. All right, Ash replied, maintaining his composure. While he was surprised that Kona had raised an ice Ninetales, it was not a significant issue. At the very least, it indicated that the league was beginning to pay attention to the Alola region. Without hesitation, he tossed out a special Pokeball. This is its first match, so give it your all. Amidst a gentle glow, the petite and adorable mythical Pokémon, Meloetta, gracefully emerged, accompanied by a melodious tune. Oh my, what is that? The host exclaimed in disbelief. It's the legendary mythical Pokémon from the Unova region, Meloetta. Ash has actually sent out such a rare Pokémon. Meloetta floated in the center of the arena, curiously blinking its large eyes as it surveyed the vast crowd and the thunderous cheers. Rather than feeling fear, it appeared extraordinarily excited and joyful. Twirling gracefully in midair, it emitted a series of delightful chimes. Mellow, mellow. Turning its gaze toward Ash, its eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. Do your best, Ash encouraged. Hearing his words, Meloetta adopted a serious expression. This was its first appearance in such a formal competition, and its inner joy and excitement were palpable. In the audience, Xiaojiang wore a knowing smile. It seemed these two little ones were indeed called away by Ash in advance. Really, Ash could have at least given us a heads up. I almost thought they were abducted. A startled Xiaohua and Mei grumbled. Xiaoxia Xiaoyao. And Toko wanted to suggest that Ash was merely aiming for a surprise, but judging by the current scene, it seemed more like a fright than a surprise. Meanwhile, Kona's eyes sparkled with intense interest as she adjusted her glasses. Meloetta is truly a surprising choice. Ash nodded lightly, his gaze firmly fixed on the battlefield. However, feeling the audience's cheers, he secretly relished the moment. Occasionally, it seemed delightful to experience the sensation of being a legendary Pokémon trainer. Ninetales, Ice Beam. Kona commanded coolly, adjusting her glasses. In the face of the legendary mythical Pokémon, meticulous data collection was essential. Alolan Ninetales elegantly lifted its head, ice blue energy rapidly coalescing in its mouth, transforming into a chilling beam imbued with frigid energy, swiftly and accurately shooting toward Meloetta in midair. Meloetta, hyper voice, Ash called out. The tiny Meloetta, seemingly brimming with boundless energy, inhaled deeply, opening its mouth to face the incoming icy beam. In the next instant, a visible wave of powerful sound energy surged forth. As the sound wave traveled, the air trembled in its wake. The immense sonic energy collided violently with the icy beam midair. The sound waves materialized as if tangible, forcefully repelling the ice beam backward, shattering the ice crystals into fine particles that scattered in all directions. Ultimately, the overwhelming force of the hyper voice completely overpowered the ice beam. Incredible! The host shouted excitedly. Meloetta's hyper voice has entirely suppressed Master Kona's Ninetales ice beam. Is this the astonishing power possessed by mythical Pokémon? The audience was similarly astounded, captivated by the clash of sound and ice, as well as the formidable strength demonstrated by the adorable Meloetta. Having spent ample time with Ash, Meloetta was no longer overly timid in the face of human gazes, for it knew that Ash was there to protect it. Chapter 599, Dance Form, the Shell Defense of Clawitzer. Observing Meloetta effortlessly neutralizing the ice beam and launching a counterattack, a flicker of surprise crossed Kona's eyes, quickly replaced by a knowing smile. She swiftly assessed that Meloetta's power level had yet to surpass that of a champion. This realization brought her some relief, prompting an immediate tactical shift. Ninetales, Aurora Veil, Kona commanded calmly. Alolan Ninetales responded promptly, elegantly swishing its ice crystal-like tail, radiating a dazzling array of colorful particles. These light particles quickly spread through the air, forming a vast, thin, multicolored barrier that shielded Ninetales from harm. This beautiful barrier not only significantly reduced the damage from special attacks, but also effectively mitigated physical harm. Witnessing this, Ash quickly responded. Meloetta, he called out loudly. Understanding his command, Meloetta halted its attack and crossed its arms over its chest, closing its eyes to concentrate while releasing an ethereal and melodious song. As the ancient tune resonated, its petite form began to shift, its green hair twisting into an updo, transforming into an orange hue. It's a form change. Meloetta is changing forms. The host exclaimed excitedly as the data rapidly updated. This is Meloetta's dance form. With the transformation complete, Meloetta did not cease its movements. Melo! It exclaimed, opening its bright eyes, its tiny fists clenched as it alternated bending its arms, striking an adorable pose that showcased its muscular strength. Although its arms still appeared slender, this earnest display, combined with its new form's graceful demeanor, created a delightful contrast that instantly captivated the audience. Wow, how adorable! The girls in the audience, including Xiaohua and Mei, gasped in unison, their eyes sparkling as they were entirely enchanted by Meloetta's earnest and adorable demeanor. Even Xiaoxia and Xiaoyao couldn't help but smile with affection. Adjusting her glasses, Kona's gaze sharpened. Not only did you understand the effect of Aurora Veil, but you also immediately executed a form change and enhancement. Ash, your preparations are indeed thorough. She had initially thought to catch Ash off guard with a knowledge gap, but it seemed he was not unfamiliar with Alolan Ninetales. What intrigued her even more was that Meloetta, after its form change, radiated an entirely different aura, seemingly containing greater power. Ninetales, Ice Beam. Kona tested once more, launching the icy blue beam once again. Meloetta, Stone Edge. Ash countered with a decisive wave. Melo. The elegant ballet form of Meloetta moved with unparalleled swiftness. With a mere flick of its diminutive hand, numerous sharp stones erupted from before it, precisely colliding with the frozen beams and shattering them utterly. Now was the moment to charge in for close combat. Ash seized the opportunity to pursue. In an instant, Meloetta's figure became a blur, swiftly closing in on Ninetales. Kona gasped in astonishment. So fast. Ninetales, prepare a blizzard. Attempting to thwart the advance with a wide area attack. However, Meloetta had already closed the distance, its petite frame unleashing a ferocity that belied its charming appearance, delivering a flurry of strikes upon Ninetales like a tempest. With each crisp cry of Melo, Melo, each blow resonated with the vibrant energy of fighting-type moves. Bang, bang, bang. Ninetales staggered back, emitting pained whimpers. Although the raging blizzard struck Meloetta as well, it failed to completely halt its onslaught. Kona's expression grew grave. Such astonishing speed and power. Had it not been for the Aurora Veil reducing damage by half, Ninetales might have already. In that moment, She made a swift decision. This Ninetales was a crucial component of her weather control and support strategy and could not be lost here. Just as Meloetta prepared to deliver its next blow, she quickly recalled Ninetales. Return, Ninetales. Thank you for your hard work. A flash of red light signified Ninetales' safe return. The commentator seized the moment, exclaiming, Master Kona has recalled Ninetales, confirming our speculation. In its ballet form, Meloetta has transformed into a fighting type, countering the ice-type Ninetales, making Master Kona's decision remarkably astute. To be precise, due to its fairy-type attributes, Meloetta's close combat dealt only standard damage. Yet, with the newly released fairy-type information, Ash did not dwell on such minor details. Meanwhile, Kona dispatched her second Pokémon. Your turn, Cloyster. A radiant flash heralded the arrival of Cloyster, its hard shell crashing onto the battlefield, closing tightly in preparation. Cloyster, use Iron Defense. Kona resolutely opted for the most robust strategy. Cloyster's shell gleamed with metallic brilliance, becoming even harder, significantly boosting its physical defense. With the effects of Aurora Veil still in play, and coupled with Iron Defense, Cloyster's physical defense reached a terrifying level. Meloetta, use Rock Smash. Meloetta summoned sharp rocks to hurl at Cloyster. Yet, the rocks merely thudded against the reinforced shell, producing a dull sound before being deflected, achieving little effect. Ash frowned at this. The Aurora Veil halved physical damage. Iron Defense greatly enhanced Cloyster's defenses, and with Cloyster's already formidable base stat of 180 in physical defense. Despite Meloetta's type advantage, breaking through this dual defense with physical moves proved exceedingly difficult. Kona, feeling somewhat reassured, initiated her strategy of attrition. Cloyster, use Rock Blast. In retaliation, Meloetta responded with an even stronger and larger barrage of rocks. However, this was not Kona's primary intention. Rather, taking advantage of the moment, Cloyster unleashed countless poison spikes across Ash's half of the field. Ice Beam, Hydro Pump, Kona commanded, as Cloyster's attacks came in rapid succession, forcing Meloetta to continuously dodge and weave, sometimes engaging in close combat, sometimes countering with Rock Smash, and at other times launching fire punches. The battlefield became a tense stalemate, with Kona's shell strategy gradually establishing an advantage against Meloetta. Brock, observing from the sidelines, lamented, unfortunately, Meloetta is not a dedicated combat legendary Pokémon. Its strength has its limits. At that moment, Cloyster unleashed a powerful Hydro Pump directed at Meloetta. Ash's eyes sharpened. Fire Punch, meet it head-on. Unfazed, Meloetta drove its flaming fist straight into the rushing torrent of water. Boom. The collision of fire and water produced a tremendous explosion, engulfing the arena in scalding white steam, obscuring the vision of both combatants. Now, Meloetta. Ash's voice pierced through the steam. Thunderbolt. Kona gasped in surprise. Melo. Within the mist, a dazzling golden bolt of electricity erupted, striking Cloyster, which had temporarily lost its target due to the steam, with pinpoint accuracy. The effect was remarkable. Cloyster was engulfed in electric currents, emitting a cry of pain as the electricity coursed over its hardened shell. But it was not over yet. Ash pressed his advantage with thunder. Cloyster, quickly use Ice Shard to counter. Kona urged, attempting to interrupt. However, the golden sparks crackled over Cloyster, causing its body to stiffen abruptly, halting its movements. Oh no, it's paralyzed. Kona's expression shifted. Ash was momentarily taken aback, but then chuckled. It seems Meloetta's Serene Grace ability has activated. Although the theoretical paralysis probability was merely enhanced, Meloetta's luck appeared to be extraordinarily favorable. Boom. The next moment, a more robust and fearsome bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, utterly consuming the paralyzed Cloyster. As the explosion subsided, the steam was dispersed, revealing Cloyster, its eyes swirling, sprawled in a charred crater, having lost its battle capability. Cloyster is unable to battle, the referee announced immediately. An uproar erupted throughout the arena. No one had anticipated that Ash's Meloetta would breach Master Kona's meticulously crafted defenses in such a manner. Chapter 600. Clearing the Toxic Spikes. The second legendary emerges. In the Kalos region, in the town of Shaller, within a cozy living room, Serena and her mother, Sachi, were engrossed in watching the live tournament broadcast from the distant Kanto region. When they witnessed Meloetta conclude the battle against Cloyster with a stunning thunderbolt, both clasped their mouths in astonishment. Goodness! Sachi exclaimed first, her eyes wide with disbelief. Meloetta is so powerful in battle? Serena echoed, her expression one of adorable shock, her azure eyes wide with wonder. In her mind, she conjured an image of the petite and delicate Meloetta snuggling against her, a stark contrast to the radiant figure that shimmered amidst the lightning on the screen. Back in the arena, Kona surveyed the incapacitated cloister, calmly adjusting her glasses. Without hesitation, she threw another pokeball. Return to rest, Ninetales. I entrust you once more. A flash of light heralded the elegant reappearance of Alolan Ninetales. Upon its arrival, the snowflakes that had yet to dissipate in the sky fell densely once again, its snow warning ability reasserting control over the weather. Simultaneously, the splendid Aurora Veil solidified once more, continuing to shield Ninetales. Despite Meloetta's breath becoming slightly labored from the continuous battle, it did not withdraw. Instead, it floated onto Ash's shoulder, clenching its tiny fist to rally its teammates. Ash smiled at Meloetta, nodding in acknowledgement before casting a sharp gaze towards the battlefield. Tossing another pokeball high into the air. Now, it's your turn, Victini. Teeny. With a brief yet vibrant cry, the victory Pokémon Victini sparkled into existence on the icy battlefield. It affectionately nudged Ash before turning to face Ninetales, its large blue eyes brimming with excitement and determination. Another one? Ash has sent out yet another mythical Pokémon. The commentator's voice grew sharp with excitement. It's Victini, and Meloetta hasn't retreated. It's cheering for its companion. Kona's expression deepened in seriousness. However, what astonished her even more was yet to come. Ash raised his hand, commanding, Victini, use V-Create. In an instant, Victini erupted in blazing flames, its powerful fire energy enveloping it entirely as it transformed into a blazing meteor. Rather than directly colliding with Ninetales, it zipped past the ground at astonishing speed. Boom! The earth scorched beneath the trail of flames. The hidden toxic spikes beneath the ground were instantly vaporized in the face of the searing heat, vanishing without a trace. The terrifying heat wave swept across the arena, stifling even the chill brought by the snowfall. Furthermore, the blazing fire meteor ultimately collided violently with the Aurora Veil of the Ninetales, triggering a fierce explosion and ripples of energy. The Aurora Veil shook violently, but ultimately remained intact, while the Ninetales behind it was pushed back several steps, emitting a cry of pain. However, thanks to the dual barriers, it did not suffer any significant damage. Kona was internally astonished by the decisive strategy of using Flame Charge to clear the toxic spikes. Victini hovered in midair, clapping its tiny hands with palpable excitement. It could sense the gaze of countless spectators in the arena, and more importantly, the unwavering trust from Ash and the encouraging gaze from Meloetta. The match was now truly underway. Ash, filled with determination, commanded, Victini, charge up your flame attack. Ninetales, magical shine. Kona simultaneously issued her orders. Victini was once again enveloped in flames, accelerating towards Ninetales. In response, Ninetales gathered a dazzling fairy light, unleashing a beam of wind-colored brilliance. Boom! Fire collided with fairy light, energy bursting forth in all directions. Don't hold back, Fireball, Ash urged, leveraging Victini's advantage in firepower. Victini moved with agility, continuously launching scorching fireballs in a relentless bombardment. Quickly evade, unleash ice wind. Kona responded with composure. Ninetales dodged Victini's fireballs while releasing a frigid gale that slowed Victini's speed. Now psychic. Kona seized the moment when Victini's speed diminished. A flash of blue light flickered in Ninetales' eyes as powerful telekinesis ensnared the airborne Victini. Victini. It struggled but found it difficult to break free. Meloetta on the sidelines voiced her concern. Melo. Pikachu calmly glanced at Ash without uttering a word. Magical shine. Kona decisively commanded. A pink beam of light shot straight towards the immobilized Victini. Victini, burn out. Ash shouted in a moment of inspiration. Victini erupted in a violent burst of scorching flames. This sudden outburst not only disrupted the binding of the psychic force, but also shattered the oncoming magical shine. Victini. Seizing the opportunity, Victini broke free. The continuous attacks were neutralized, and Kona understood that a prolonged battle would be disadvantageous for Ninetales. Adjusting her glasses, she made a decisive call. Ninetales, finish it with absolute zero. Kona's voice carried a chilling resolve. Ninetales responded to the command, elegantly gathering unprecedented coldness, causing the moisture in the air to crystallize instantly into ice. A beam of pure white death light shot towards Victini. This was the most powerful move of the ice type, a certain kill. Faced with this lethal threat, Ash's gaze remained unwavering. He chose not to evade, but to counter head-on. He swung his arm with all his might, shouting, Victini, unleash all your strength, all your flames, V-Flare. Victini felt Ash's unreserved trust and belief in victory, channeling all its energy of triumph and life flames into a conflagration. Its small body seemed to transform into the core of the sun, erupting in an ultimate blaze of light and heat. forming a colossal pillar of fire so radiant it was blinding. Like a roaring fire dragon, it met the torrent of absolute zero ice head-on. The two opposing forces collided thunderously at the center of the arena, under the anxious gaze of the audience and Meloetta. Boom! The deafening explosion resonated throughout the championship, instantly freezing half the arena while the other half melted and charred. A terrifying shockwave of energy surged forth, shattering the Aurora Veil in the violent clash. The white chill and crimson flames eroded each other, culminating in a massive energy explosion, enveloped in dense steam and smoke. All held their breath, eyes fixed on the chaotic battleground. As the gentle breeze gradually dispersed the steam, a large charred pit emerged at the center, its edges cloaked in frost. On one side of the pit, Alolan Ninetales lay helplessly on the ground, still adorned with glowing embers, clearly unconscious. On the other side, Victini's small form swayed precariously, adorned with shards of ice, panting and appearing quite fatigued. Yet its large eyes remained bright, and it raised its tiny paw high. Thanks for the urging symbol. Chapter 601. The Legendary Beast, Latias. Oh. After a brief silence, the entire Palace Gate arena erupted in a tsunami of gasps and applause. Especially in the audience area where Xiaoguang, Mei, and others sat, the excitement exploded instantly. We won. Mei excitedly grasped Xiaoguang's arm, shaking it vigorously. Victini is amazing. It even took on absolute zero head-on. Indeed, it's astounding. Xiaoguang responded, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration, but more so in admiration of Victini's tenacity. The surrounding spectators seemed to snap back to reality from the earlier thunderous clash. Their discussions centered not merely on victory or defeat. My goodness, that little one called Victini is truly a mythical Pokemon? And that Meloetta earlier. I always thought that short-skirted girl and the one in the hat were merely holding exceptionally lifelike dolls. Who could say otherwise? I saw it too. I thought it was just a new product from some manufacturer, not a living Pokemon. I suspected something was off. No doll has eyes that expressive. Turns out it's real. An audience member, who had long harbored doubts, suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming loudly, drawing the attention of those nearby. Xiaoguang and Mei blushed, while Xiaoxia, Xiaoyao, and Toko shrank back, feeling embarrassed. Of course, the ever-friendly Toko quickly took the opportunity to promote her outfit. The audience, however, most spectators displayed considerable decorum. After the initial astonishment, more smiles and curious glances emerged, without further disturbance, as their attention swiftly returned to the arena. With two mythical Pokemon already summoned, was Ash aiming to showcase his legendary beasts like at the Lily of the Valley conference? Who could say otherwise? Some spectators could no longer contain their speculation and anticipation, their tones filled with disbelief. Victini. The victorious Victini called out joyfully, though weary, the delight of triumph invigorating it. Alongside Meloetta, it floated back to Ash at his beckoning. Ash smiled, patting Victini's head. Well done, Victini. Now get some rest. Victini, Melo, Pikachu. The two Pokemon nestled together, sharing the fresh experience of their first battle, while Pikachu habitually joined in the camaraderie. Subsequently, Ash tossed out a third Pokeball. Latias, it's you. Lat. Accompanied by an ethereal, melodious cry, the deep crimson water guardian Latias gracefully appeared. Upon its arrival, it circled Ash like a red streak of light, gently nuzzling its head against his cheek, exuding immeasurable trust and affection. Oh my, another one. The announcer felt his voice had endured too much strain today, as Ash sent out his third Pokemon, the legendary Latias. Facing the gaze of tens of thousands and the thunderous cheers, Latias appeared somewhat nervous and shy, slightly retreating and positioning itself behind Ash. It's all right, Latias. Ash's voice brimmed with encouragement and trust, akin to the way we practice regularly. The gazes of everyone present were filled with anticipation for your prowess. Latias, meeting Ash's resolute gaze and sensing his unwavering faith, nodded vigorously and soared forward once more, her eyes now imbued with determination. Kona, witnessing this scene, found herself astonished for what felt like the umpteenth time. Latias and Ash, you continuously redefine my understanding. With a deep breath, she summoned her third Pokemon. Go, Lapras. In a flash of brilliance, the gray-shelled Lapras appeared steadily upon the rocky, icy terrain, emitting a long, resonant call. Master Kona, the battle is only reaching its zenith, Ash declared, raising his left hand, revealing the bracelet adorned with a keystone on his wrist. Latias, respond to my heart. Latias, came her spirited reply, as the gem upon her chest radiated alongside the keystone, both erupting in dazzling evolutionary light. The kaleidoscopic hues intertwined, and Latias's form began to transform amidst the luminous glow. When the brilliance dissipated, Mega Latias hovered gracefully in the air, her powerful psychic waves engulfing the arena. Mega Evolution, it truly is Mega Evolution, the announcer exclaimed hoarsely, astounded that Latias could achieve Mega Evolution. Lapras, unleash Ice Beam. Kona initiated the attack. Latias, evade and counter with Dragon Pulse. Mega Latias displayed astonishing speed, deftly dodging the icy rays while unleashing a torrent of formidable dragon energy. Lapras, maintaining its composure, once again concentrated to form Ice Beam, which collided with Dragon Pulse in midair, resulting in a stunning explosion. Water Gun. Psychic. The robust water column clashed fiercely with the invisible force of psychic energy, neither side yielding an inch. Latias, Thunderbolt. Ash decisively commanded a change in tactics. Latias erupted with a surge of electricity, golden serpents of energy spiraling towards Lapras. However, as the Ice-type master, Kona was well prepared for such a disadvantageous matchup. Lapras, Thunder. In a stunning display, Lapras unleashed a thunderous bolt that rivaled Thunderbolt itself. The currents of electricity intertwined with the icy blasts, ultimately neutralizing one another in a violent explosion. As both sides exchanged blows, Ice-type attacks intertwined with Dragon and Psychic moves, the arena resonating with a cacophony of detonations. Latias, Meditate. Ash sought a breakthrough. Suspended in midair, Latias glowed with psychic energy, enhancing both her special attack and defense. Kona furrowed her brow slightly. Lapras, Blizzard. A fierce snowstorm surged towards Latias. Hold your ground, then gather your strength. Latias struggled to maintain her form amidst the tempest, gradually emitting faint golden specks of light as sunlight converged from the sky, drawn towards her. That was the essence of solar flare. Absolute zero. Kona wasted no time, launching a decisive strike as a chilling white beam shot towards the energy-gathering Latias. Fire! Ash shouted. In the instant before Absolute Zero could strike, Latias expelled a searing beam of concentrated light energy. Ice met light, absolute cold clashed with searing heat, culminating in an ultimate confrontation. The ground trembled violently beneath them as the explosion threatened to upend the arena, shockwaves causing the protective barrier to quiver. The frigid air of Absolute Zero seemed to overpower the solar flare, frost creeping along the energy column toward Latias. In that fleeting moment of peril, Ash's voice pierced through the chaos. Substitute, then Aura Sphere. Latias relinquished her sustained output, conserving half her energy to evade the fate of freezing. Under the cover of the blinding beam, a cerulean orb of pure fighting energy, an Aura Sphere, silently coalesced. It deftly circumvented the heart of the energy clash, striking with a cunning angle, precisely hitting Lapras, who, consumed by its full force Absolute Zero, was left unable to evade. With a resounding impact, the fighting energy overwhelmed Lapras, whose mournful cry signaled the abrupt cessation of Absolute Zero's assault. The massive creature swayed and then collapsed heavily onto the ice. As the dust from the explosion slowly settled, Mega Latias hovered in the air, breathing heavily, while her opponent lay defeated. The referee approached to confirm the outcome, raising the flag to announce, Lapras is unable to battle. Latias is victorious. Latias joyously circled the arena before returning to Ash's side, reverting from her mega form and affectionately nuzzling him. You did exceptionally well, Latias, Ash smiled. Embracing her, Latias relished the moment, nestled in Ash's arms. Having triumphed over 3 of Master Kona's Pokémon, this battle had undeniably tilted in their favor. Chapter 602, The Legend of Ash, the Dragon of the Divine Beasts. Kona gazed at the fallen Lapras, inhaling deeply to steady her tumultuous emotions. Defeating 3 legendary Pokémon in succession, including a Mega Evolution, Ash's prowess had far exceeded her expectations. Yet, as the Ice-type master with abundant competitive experience, she swiftly recalibrated her mindset. Such formidable youth, Ash, she remarked, adjusting her glasses, a gleam of determination in her eyes. However, I shall not concede so easily. Come forth, my old partner. In a flash of brilliance, a slack-jawed Shelmet appeared on the fractured ice, its tail firmly clamped in the jaws of a large Shelder. Emitting a dull cry, once more, the radiant light of evolution enveloped Shelmet. Soon, Super Shelmet made its entrance. Master Kona had also initiated Mega Evolution. Super Shelmet would face off against Mega Latias in a pinnacle clash of psychic powers, the announcer proclaimed excitedly. However, Ash merely smiled slightly, signaling Latias to return. This gesture left Kona and the audience momentarily stunned. Without hesitation, Ash retrieved a uniquely shaped Master Ball from his waist, tossing it high into the air. Since Master Kona has revealed her true strength, I too must give my all. Kyurem, it's your turn. With the dazzling light of the Master Ball opening, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the arena. The colossal shadow of the legendary ice dragon, Kyurem, descended upon the battlefield with an imposing presence. Standing bipedally, its ice-blue form radiating an aura of extreme cold, Kyurem shimmered with glacial crystals, surveying the surroundings with piercing eyes. Following a brief silence, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonished gasps. Kyurem, the legendary ice dragon from the Unova region. The announcer's voice trembled with sheer astonishment. What on earth am I witnessing today? Mythical Pokémon, infinite Pokémon, and now a legendary dragon. This is even more extravagant than Darkrai from years past. Brock, Misty, and May, among others, had heard tales of Ash's exploits in Unova, yet witnessing Kyurem's overwhelming presence left them speechless. In the VIP section, champions and elite members were equally agitated. Wow. Even Alder, stroking his chin, wore an expression of surprise and admiration. What an incredible young man, commanding the legendary dragon of Unova. Day's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness. The sheer force emanating from that screen is terrifying. Even Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket, who was far away in Kanto, was profoundly impressed by the spectacle before him. At this moment, she gently set down the feline companion in her lap, leaning slightly forward, her gaze fixated on the imposing frost dragon displayed on the screen. An expression of rare astonishment and contemplation gracing her features. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous corner of the audience, the disguised Team Rocket trio gaped, their eyes wide as saucers. Kona observed the formidable Kyurem, emanating an aura of chilling power that far surpassed her own ice-type Pokémon, and an expression of bemusement mixed with resignation crept upon her face. She realized that Ash's choice to summon these legendary beings was not merely to triumph over her, but rather to showcase his prowess and depth as a trainer to the world. Regrettably, she found herself, either fortuitously or reluctantly, cast as the most splendid backdrop for this grand display. Kyurem, lowering its colossal head, cast a fleeting glance at the mega-evolved Blastoise across from it before shifting its focus back to Ash. A resonant telepathic message vibrating with authority echoed in their minds. Remember, a challenger of this caliber must fulfill my conditions. Once this battle concludes, you must seek a worthy opponent. It was evident that Kyurem held no interest in partaking in the formal competitions of the human realm. What it craved was a fierce confrontation with other legendary Pokémon of equal caliber. Unfazed, Ash met Kyurem's gaze with unwavering resolve, nodding emphatically while reciprocating through telepathy. Rest assured, I have already identified my target, and once this tournament concludes, it better be so. With a disdainful snort, Kyurem exhaled 2 icy breaths, causing the temperature of the arena to plummet further before it slowly shifted its attention to the Mega Blastoise. Very well, it thought. Let us consider this a chance to stretch its muscles. As the match commenced, the referee, although somewhat intimidated by Kyurem's imposing presence, dutifully waved the flag to signal the start. Blastoise, meditate. Kona issued the first command, striving to enhance its abilities. The Mega Blastoise radiated psychic energy, bolstering its special attack and special defense. However, Kyurem regarded this with indifference, showing no reaction, even yawning and releasing a cloud of icy mist. Meditate again. The Mega Blastoise continued to fortify itself. Kyurem remained unperturbed, languidly swishing its tail across the ground, creating a patch of frozen thorns. Trick Room. Kona adjusted her strategy, with the Mega Blastoise unleashing the psychic ability of warped space, instantly creating a mysterious spatial field that granted swift advantage to slower Pokémon. Yet, Kyurem merely glanced at the distorted surroundings and the seemingly directionless Ash, remaining unmoved. Meditate, for the third time, pushing its power to the utmost. Kona was resolute in her intent to maximize its special attack. The radiance enveloping the Mega Blastoise intensified, reaching peak levels. Now Blastoise, Aura Sphere. Seizing the opportunity, Kona commanded the attack. The fighting-type Aura Sphere proved exceptionally effective against the Ice Dragon-type Kyurem. A luminous orb imbued with fighting energy swiftly coalesced and hurtled towards Kyurem. In Kyurem's vast eyes, a flicker of impatience flashed. Rather than employing an Ice or Dragon-type move, it casually raised its massive forepaw, which was cloaked in icy armor, instantly enveloping it in dark energy as it unleashed Shadow Claw. With a resounding impact, the seemingly formidable Aura Sphere was effortlessly swatted aside by Kyurem's nonchalant strike, dissipating its energy without even causing the dragon to budge. Taken aback, Kona pressed on, Future Sight. The Mega Blastoise's eyes gleamed with brilliant light as potent psychic energy melded into the void, preparing for a future assault. Continue, Aura Sphere. Another luminous orb surged forth. Ice Beam. This time, Kyurem finally displayed a semblance of action. It opened its massive jaws, immediately coalescing an intense icy energy into an ice beam. The robust azure beam shot forth, seizing the initiative, instantly freezing the Aura Sphere midair before shattering it into fragments. Following this, Kyurem let out a low roar, unleashing a torrent of dragon energy, Dragon Pulse, directly aimed at the warped Trick Room. Under the sheer force of its power, the Trick Room shattered like glass. With heavy steps, Kyurem advanced, each movement causing the ground to tremble slightly. Shadow Claw. It approached the Mega Blastoise with an unparalleled sense of menace. Once again gathering the Shadow Claw. Maximum power psychic. Restrain it. Kona shouted urgently. The Mega Blastoise's eyes erupted with astonishing blue light, its formidable telekinesis surging towards Kyurem in an attempt to hinder its movement. Indeed, Kyurem paused momentarily, the surrounding space warping under the strain of the immense psychic force. Yet, it was merely a fleeting halt. With a dissatisfied growl, Kyurem forcefully broke free from the confines of the top-tier psychic grip that could bind most Pokémon, shattering it with sheer strength. At that moment, the future sight attack activated, an unseen psychic hammer crashing down upon Kyurem's back. Dragon Tail. Ash glanced briefly, casually uttering the command. Kyurem's massive tail, now enveloped in dragon energy, swept back with astonishing precision and speed. Boom. The powerful strike from the future was effortlessly deflected by Kyurem's dragon tail. The explosive energy wave sent Kona's garments fluttering in the breeze. At this point, Kyurem had closed the distance, looming over the Mega Blastoise. The enormous Shadow Claw, wreathed in dark energy and emanating an aura of despair, descended swiftly. So rapid was its approach that the Mega Blastoise could hardly react. Boom. The Shadow Claw struck the Mega Blastoise squarely. The effect was overwhelming. The Ghost-type energy flawlessly impacted the Psychic-type Mega Blastoise. There was no room for doubt, nor even a moment of resistance. The glow of Mega Evolution surrounding the Blastoise dissipated in an instant, reverting it to its original form. It could hardly emit a cry of despair before its eyes spiraled into voids, losing all combat capability. A single blow, decisive and unyielding, devoid of hesitation. Kyurem gradually withdrew its claw, exhaling 2 more icy breaths, as if it had merely accomplished a trivial task. The arena fell into a hush, the only sounds being the heavy breaths of the ice dragon and the faint crackling of the shattered ice. Chapter 603. Reactions from all sides, Sakiki's cunning development. The gasps and fervor within the arena were rapidly transmitted via television signals to every corner of the world, sparking widespread shock and discussion. In Pallet Town, Professor Oak, while indulging in instant noodles, leapt from his chair upon seeing the frost dragon on screen, nearly spilling his bowl. Kyurem? This kid Ash has managed to capture the legendary dragon of the Unova region? This is... Professor Oak's eyes gleamed with excitement, his face alight with incredulity and joy. In the Sinnoh region, at a private beach in Reinery Town, golden sunlight bathed the azure sea and pristine sands. Dressed in a form-fitting black swimsuit, Cynthia reclined languidly on a beach chair, her voluptuous figure accentuated by the attire. Beside her, Lucario held a tablet steadily, the screen displaying the ongoing World Championship duel. Witnessing Kyurem's overwhelming victory over the Mega Blastoise, Cynthia pursed her red lips, a hint of amusement gracing her face. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue. I never expected a legendary dragon could be tamed. It seems Ash may no longer be my rival. Roar. The Garchomp beside her growled in defiance, its sharp gaze fixed on Kyurem on the screen, its tail swaying slightly, radiating fierce battle intent. Even if it couldn't defeat Kyurem, it would never admit it. Venus and other Pokémon, such as Porygon-Z, curiously gathered around, gazing at the ice dragon on the screen, emitting gasps of astonishment. Meanwhile, outside the hideout of a criminal organization in the Johto region, Yulongdu, having just dealt with a group of wrongdoers, stood atop his Dragonite, observing the live broadcast on his phone, his cape billowing dramatically in the wind. In the depths of a certain mine in the Hoenn region, Daigo, who was engaged in mining, received an urgent communication from his assistant. Upon witnessing the appearance of Kyurem, he momentarily paused, setting down his pickaxe. In the filming break room of the Kalos region, Serena, dressed in her costume, received a tablet from her manager and watched the live stream, covering her mouth with a chuckle. Ash is truly remarkable, his strength and dramatic flair rival that of any film. Beside her, her companion, Shinado, nodded gracefully. At Team Rocket's headquarters, in Sakiki's office, the leader leaned back in his expansive chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping the surface of the desk. the screen frozen on the imposing figure of Kyurem. After a brief silence, his gaze deepened, and he ultimately pressed the communicator. Shortly thereafter, his secretary, Monica, hurried into the office. "Sakaki-sama, what are your orders?" Sakaki did not turn, still fixated on the screen. "Convey my directives. Immediately commence a strategic adjustment for Team Rocket's headquarters and all branches. Divide our current forces into several smaller units, disbanding them to secretly infiltrate regions such as Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, and Unova." Monica's expression revealed her astonishment. Sakaki offered no explanation, turning to reveal a glint of cunning in his eyes. Clearly, all of this was spurred by Ash. His rate of growth had been astonishing, his potential far exceeding Sakaki's expectations. Continuing to concentrate all forces in Kanto posed a significant risk, especially if Ash were to suddenly pursue the path to become the champion of Kanto, leading to a direct confrontation in the future. One must not place all eggs in a single basket. Simultaneously, Sakaki instructed, the Magma, Aqua, Galactic, and Plasma teams have all diminished or even collapsed. A power vacuum has emerged in the underground world there. We must gather talent and resources from that region to strengthen the organization swiftly. Monica was momentarily taken aback. Then enlightenment dawned upon her, her face reflecting admiration. So it was Sakaki-sama's foresight and strategic dispersal of investments aimed to mitigate risks while capturing emerging markets was clear to her. However, she posed another question. But Sakaki-sama, it seems they are currently very active in the Unova region. Should we exercise particular caution in our infiltration there? Sakaki waved his hand dismissively. No matter. According to intelligence, after this tournament, he is likely to travel to a new region. The infiltration plan for Unova will proceed as normal, albeit initially focusing on low-profile stealth and intelligence gathering. Additionally, have the trio, Jesse, James, and Meowth, continue to monitor Ash's movements and report back at all times. Understood. I shall attend to it immediately. Monica bowed respectfully and swiftly exited the office to execute this command, which would profoundly influence the dynamics of the underground world. At the World Championship, Ash remained blissfully unaware that the emergence of the Ice Dragon Kyurem had prompted such significant strategic adjustments from Sakaki. His entire focus was still on the contest at hand. Kona unleashed her agile and graceful White Lion into the frigid waters. White Lion Ice Beam. Kona initiated the attack. A frigid beam of light surged toward Kyurem. "Kyurem, Ice Beam," Ash calmly responded. The two streams of icy energy collided violently in the air. However, the disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. Kyurem's Ice Beam, with overwhelming force, swiftly pushed back the White Lion's attack, striking it with precision. With a resounding crash, ice shards erupted as the White Lion was forcefully driven into the water. Yet, it quickly resurfaced, appearing injured but not defeated by the onslaught, which caused Kyurem to glance at it, slightly surprised. It had endured a hit and remained standing. No wonder it could challenge this little brat. "Blizzard," Kona commanded again. A fierce snowstorm swept across the arena, a final desperate attempt, though ultimately futile. Kyurem stood calmly on the icy surface. The extreme cold that rendered other Pokémon rigid felt merely like a pleasant breeze to it. Absolute Zero. Kona unleashed her strongest ice-type move. The White Lion gathered all its icy energy, launching a beam imbued with the essence of absolute freezing toward Kyurem. Yet, not a flicker of disturbance crossed Kyurem's colossal eyes. It merely lifted its forepaw, cloaked in icy armor, and with a nonchalant flick, dismissed the beam that could have incapacitated most Pokémon. The cold radiated outward, yet it dared not approach Kyurem. "It's over," Ash murmured. Kyurem advanced with heavy steps, slowly yet inexorably closing in on the White Lion submerged in the water. Shadows coalesced around its paw once more, casting a deathly shroud. The White Lion attempted to evade, but under the oppressive aura of Kyurem, its movements seemed painfully sluggish. With a thud, the shadowy claw struck true. Water splashed as the White Lion let out a mournful cry, spirals of confusion swirling in its eyes as it succumbed to defeat. Another instant knockout. Kyurem shook its paw as if merely brushing off dust, the frost emanating from its nostrils causing the surrounding water to freeze once more. Unmatched strength, absolute domination. Kona gazed at her incapacitated White Lion, forcing a resigned smile as she recalled it. Her remaining Pokémon would likely struggle to withstand this fearsome ice dragon, crushed under its superior level of power. Chapter 604. I got it. I'm already talking. In Chaoxiang Town, incredible. Sachi marveled at the screen displaying the imposing Kyurem and the composed Ash directing the battle, unable to contain her genuine admiration. "Serena, you truly have an eye for talent," she said with a teasing smile towards her daughter, her tone laced with playful acknowledgement. Mom. Serena's cheeks flushed crimson, and she pouted in embarrassment, lowering her gaze. She nervously twisted the hem of her clothes, unable to meet her mother's teasing gaze. Sachi, observing her daughter's bashful demeanor, feigned nonchalance as she glanced towards the arena, lightly adding, "If you like him, you should act sooner rather than later. A boy so outstanding and strong is like a rare Pokémon. Many will be vying for his attention, so be careful not to let him slip away." Serena continued to avert her gaze, pretending she hadn't heard. But the rapid reddening of her ears and the warmth flooding her cheeks betrayed her inner turmoil. Internally, she fervently shouted, "I know. I'm aware of this sense of urgency." Moreover, she had already taken action. Recalling that kiss sent her heart racing even faster. Just then, a shift in the television caught her attention, pulling her momentarily from her embarrassment. In the arena, the final confrontation commenced. Kona sent out her last Pokémon, the dazzling Lipstick Sister, as the audience held their breath. Expecting to witness the Ice Dragon's overwhelming prowess once more, Ash made an unexpected move. "Come back, Kyurem, you've worked hard." He recalled the Ice Dragon radiating an aura of chilling power. A gasp of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Wait, he recalled Kyurem? Does he have another legendary Pokémon? Amidst the myriad of speculations and expectations, Ash, undeterred, patted his shoulder. "It's decided, Pikachu." Pika. The petite electric mouse nimbly leaped onto the fractured ice surface. Its cheek pouches sparking with electricity, its sharp gaze trained on the opposing Lipstick Sister. This choice left the majority of the audience bewildered. Ash Ketchum retracted his formidable Kyurem and opted for Pikachu instead. What could be the reasoning behind such a choice? The host was equally perplexed. In the VIP section, Brock, arms crossed, bore an expression of understanding. I believe I have grasped Ash's intentions." "What does that mean?" May inquired curiously. Brock elaborated. "By concluding this battle with Pikachu, he is signaling to everyone that Ash, even without relying on the overwhelming power of legendary Pokémon, possesses the strength to triumph over the Elite Four." Misty chimed in, adding, "Exactly. This way, he can silence certain critics, preventing future claims that his victory over Master Kenta was merely a result of using a plethora of legendary Pokémon." Dawn interjected. "Now, having won the final match with Pikachu, who could still voice dissent? Oh, so that is how it is. Ash may not have originally intended it this way, but he certainly embraced the notion of beginning and ending with Pikachu." "Pikachu, cunning tactics." Ash commanded first. Pika. A glint of mischief sparkled in Pikachu's eyes as its special attack surged dramatically. Mismagius, future sight. Mismagius's eyes flashed with psychic energy, laying the groundwork for a future assault. Once more, cunning tactics. Pikachu's special attack escalated yet again. Ice Beam. As Pikachu prepared for another strike, Kenta felt a sense of foreboding and began to frown. Mismagius unleashed a frigid beam of light, aimed directly at Pikachu. "Pikachu, block it with electric currents." Ash chose neither to evade nor to counterattack. Instead, Pikachu erupted with a brilliant golden current, enveloping itself like a protective shield. The ice beam collided with the electric shield, its ferocity dissipated by the rampant electricity, successfully allowing Pikachu to enhance its abilities for the second time. For the third time, cunning tactics. Ash pressed the advantage, striving to maximize output. Psychic. Kenta swiftly ordered a disruption. A powerful psychic force, akin to an invisible hand, reached for Pikachu. Volt Tackle. Pikachu. The electric light enveloped Pikachu, enabling it to defy the constraints of the psychic force. Although it sustained some recoil damage from the Volt Tackle, Pikachu remained relatively unharmed. And thanks to the third cunning tactic, its special attack had reached an extraordinarily formidable level. At that moment, the future sight attack was unleashed. An intangible sphere of psychic energy descended from the heavens. Now Mismagius, Blizzard. Kenta seized this perfect opportunity for a pincer attack. Fully aware of the impending defeat, he resolved to give his all. A chilling gale swept forth, carrying countless ice shards, sealing off all avenues of retreat for Pikachu alongside the future sight energy. Faced with this dire predicament, Ash wore a confident smile, gently adjusting the brim of his cap, his voice clear and resolute. "Pikachu, let them witness our full strength. Thunder." Pikachu. The pent-up, terrifying electric energy erupted with a thunderous roar. A colossal golden bolt of lightning surged upwards from Pikachu, unprecedented in its magnitude. The destructive energy expanded instantaneously. The deafening thunder resonated throughout the arena. The energy from future sight and the raging blizzard evaporated before the overwhelming electricity, akin to snow under the sun. The immense bolt of lightning surged forth, like a spear of divine retribution, sweeping across the arena and violently engulfing Mismagius's form. All spectators were momentarily blinded by a dazzling golden light, left with only the thunderous roar that seemed capable of tearing the very skies asunder. As the brilliance and cacophony subsided, they struggled to regain their sight, anxiously peering towards the arena. They beheld a terrifying scar, as if wrought by a thunderous dragon. At the end of this scar lay Mismagius, charred and defeated among the shattered ice, devoid of the ability to continue fighting. Meanwhile, Pikachu stood before Ash, panting lightly, the electricity still crackling from its tail. The referee paused momentarily before decisively waving the flag. Mismagius is unable to battle. Pikachu is victorious. Therefore, the winner is Ash Ketchum. In an instant, the brief silence erupted into exuberant cheers. Ash, with Pikachu's ultimate strike, had triumphed over Kinta, the Ice-type Elite Four, and successfully advanced to the finals. Chapter 605, The Reporter from Kalos, Viola. At the arena's exit, Ash had just exhaled a sigh of relief, preparing to reunite with his friends alongside Pikachu, when an unexpected scene halted his steps. A throng of reporters, microphones in hand and cameras at the ready, had already gathered, their eyes gleaming with fervor as if they had stumbled upon a rare Pokémon. Ash Ketchum, please hold on. Would you grant us an interview? How did you capture Kyurem? Does the power of legendary Pokémon far surpass that of ordinary ones? Could you elaborate on the appearances of Victini and Meloetta in your previous matches? The questions bombarded Ash like a rapid-fire barrage, leaving him momentarily dazed. Pikachu instinctively shrank its neck. Pika. Beside them, Kinta stifled a chuckle. Leaning closer to Ash and whispering in a tone only they could hear, "It seems you've become quite the celebrity, little brother." She gently patted Ash on the shoulder, adding, "Well then, these eager reporters are all yours." With that, she cleverly utilized Ash as a shield, turning gracefully and swiftly departing the scene, just as the reporters' attention was wholly captivated by Ash. "Kinta, please wait." As the reporters realized one elite had slipped away, they redirected all their focus onto Ash. "Ash Ketchum, please respond to our inquiries." Surrounded, Ash and Pikachu found themselves at a loss. He keenly observed that the reporters' questions were increasingly centering on Victini and Meloetta. Fortunately, both Victini and Meloetta were exceptionally astute. Having quietly taken flight from Ash's shoulder the moment the crowd surged forward, they utilized their respective cloaking abilities to hide flawlessly, leaving the reporters' cameras empty-handed. While Ash navigated the barrage of questions, his gaze swiftly scanned the crowd. Suddenly, he locked onto a striking female reporter with distinct hair. She was a mature woman in her youth, with long brown hair elegantly styled, a wisp of curly hair accentuating her fair forehead. She clearly embodied the type Brock admired. Miss Viola? Ash recognized her. She was a renowned reporter in the Kalos region, destined to cross paths with him in the future, though at present, she evidently did not recognize him. Importantly, she was a Kalos native, a guide to the Kalos region. As the reporters clamored with questions, Ash abruptly raised his hand, pointing towards Viola. "That reporter lady, please go ahead." Instantly, every gaze and microphone shifted towards the somewhat taken aback Viola. She paused momentarily before her face blossomed into a beaming smile. She had not anticipated that amidst so many peers, this rising young champion would single her out. Regaining her composure, she stepped forward and professionally asked, "Thank you, Ash Ketchum, and congratulations on your victory over Kinta, advancing to the finals. We noticed you chose Pikachu to conclude the match instead of Kyurem. What considerations influenced that decision?" Ash smiled slightly, responding with poise. "Pikachu has been my first partner. We fought side by side all the way to this moment. I wish to share this significant victory with him. It also serves to demonstrate that our strength lies in our mutual trust and bond, not merely in the rarity of Pokémon." "An excellent response," Viola remarked, admiration flickering in her eyes. "What are your goals for the upcoming finals?" "Of course, to become the champion." Without hesitation, Ash's response was sharp and resolute. "Regardless of whether my opponent is Mr. McCauley or Mr. Adai, I will give it my all. I eagerly anticipate your remarkable performance in the finals." As for the final question, many trainers look up to you as a role model. Do you have any words of encouragement for them? Always believe in your Pokémon and strive to grow stronger together. There are no shortcuts to dreams. Ash clenched his fist, delivering his signature encouragement. "Thank you for the interview," said Viola with satisfaction. Ash nodded, signaling the conclusion of the interview. He struggled to navigate through the crowd, during which countless business cards were thrust into his hands. He glanced at the stack of cards and, after a moment's contemplation, carefully tucked away the one bearing Viola's name and contact information, while casually stuffing the others into his pocket. This subtle gesture did not escape the notice of other reporters, whose gazes towards Viola were instantly filled with envy and jealousy. Is this world ultimately one where appearances reign supreme? Many reporters, observing Viola's striking beauty and unique charm, could not help but lament inwardly. Having finally extricated himself from the throng, Ash returned to the stands where his friends and family were seated. "Ash, why did you take so long to come out?" Dawn inquired curiously. Brock, with arms crossed and a mischievous grin, teased, "You weren't cornered by some older sister reporter for an in-depth exclusive interview, were you?" This immediately attracted the meaningful glances of May, Misty, and Iris, as well as the inquisitive gaze of Superior. "Not at all." Ash quickly waved his hands in denial. His expression slightly exasperated. There were just too many people. Pika Pika. Pikachu nodded in agreement, affirming the trainer's words. Upon seeing this, everyone erupted into laughter, ceasing their teasing and instead beginning to jubilantly celebrate Ash's advancement to the finals. The surrounding audience also greeted Ash enthusiastically, referring to him as the formidable Beast Boy or Pikachu Boy. Ash politely responded to each one. After a brief moment of rest, everyone's gaze turned towards the arena. Next up was the championship battle between Micoli and Adai. The match was fiercely contested. Micoli's Milotic gracefully defeated the agile Bug and Adai's Brave Bird. Adai's Volcarona countered with its fierce flames, neutralizing the onslaught of Swampert and also overcoming Kingdra. The battle between Lantern and Exploud was intense, with Lantern ultimately claiming victory through its nimble movements. However, Catfish King succumbed to the overwhelming psychic powers of the artificial cell egg, suffering a regrettable defeat. Gyarados' intimidation and powerful attacks dispatched Escavalier. Meanwhile, Micoli's Lantern was also bested by Adai's cell egg, leading to a tenuous stalemate with Gyarados. Ultimately, the match reached its climax with the championship showdown, Micoli's Milotic versus Adai's Volcarona. Both Pokemon were the trainer's trump cards, their strengths nearly equal. The dazzling streams of water and swirling flames intertwined, transforming the arena into a purgatory of ice and fire. After a breathtaking exchange of offense and defense, Volcarona, with a slender edge, pierced through Milotic's tail with a powerful flame dance, narrowly clinching victory. Milotic was rendered unable to battle. The victor was declared to be Mr. Adai. Indeed, Mr. Adai has triumphed. Ash observed the exhausted yet steadfast Volcarona in the arena, reflecting on the seasoned champion's prowess. This Volcarona reminded him of the one he had at home, which was nearly indistinguishable from its ancestor, the Iron Moth. Unfortunately, in a year or two, it would no longer stand a chance against the genius girl, Alyssa. After all, Alyssa possessed the dragon power that allowed her to understand the hearts of dragon-type Pokemon, combined with the might of Dragon Village's Dragonite and Garchomp. Meanwhile, in front of a television in Kanto's Chauchi town, Serena had just finished watching the match. She was awestruck by the spectacular duel, but felt even more anticipation for the upcoming competition. "Ash, do your best in the finals," she whispered, her face adorned with a tender smile. Once he finished the finals, he was coming to Kalos. The mere thought of soon traveling with Ash and Kalos made her heart race uncontrollably. Chapter 606, A Farewell Preview, Iris's Confession. The day following the championship challenge, Ash was indulging in relaxation as he prepared for the finals. In the early morning, he reclined comfortably on a bench in the courtyard, leisurely watching Iris and Dawn perform a small, extravagant battle display alongside Misty and May. Pikachu and Milotic quietly kept him company, while Victini and Meloetta flitted curiously about. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. Awoo! Croconaw charged in fiercely, followed closely by the stoic Scyther. The two Pokemon encircled Ash, animatedly gesturing. Croconaw opened its mouth, letting out a low growl of protest, implying, "What happened to the promise of battling in the grandest world championship? Why is it only Kyurem getting all the attention? We didn't even get a chance to step onto the field." Scyther, though more aloof, raised its red pincers and crossed them, signaling strong agreement. It harbored a grudge from the last time it appeared, having been forced to retreat without even having a chance to act. Could that even be considered a proper appearance? Ash felt a twinge of embarrassment as he straightened up. Well, about that. The bystanders, including Heracross, Pidgeot, Weevil, and Infernape, wore expressions of amusement. Only the gentle Milotic shielded Ash with its body, while Victini and Meloetta flew to his shoulders, attempting to intercede on his behalf. Pikachu crossed its arms, its gaze reflecting a hint of amusement, but when it mattered most, it would surely speak up for Ash. Meanwhile, Snorlax had already found a cozy corner and was fast asleep, indifferent to the commotion. Misty, unable to contain her laughter, remarked, "See, Ash, you didn't keep things balanced. And now your partners have grievances." Upon hearing the commotion, Brock and the recently finished commercial, Toko, approached with smiles, joining the spectacle. Aware of his fault, Ash hurriedly reassured his eager partners, I didn't think this through. I promise you both will be the first to battle in tomorrow's finals. Give it your all." Upon hearing Ash's promise, Crocodile and Scyther reluctantly calmed down and moved aside to warm up. The morning and afternoon passed in a flurry of laughter and playful banter. However, as evening approached, the atmosphere began to shift in an unusual manner. Ash noticed that, aside from Toko and May, who seemed in no rush to finalize their plans, Misty, Brock, Dawn, and Iris gradually returned to their respective rooms. Curious, he wandered over to find them quietly packing their luggage. "What is going on?" Ash asked, somewhat astonished. Misty zipped up her suitcase and looked up to explain. "After the finals and the closing ceremony in 2 days, the official return flights will commence. I need to hurry back to the Cerulean Gym. You know how unreliable my sisters are." Brock nodded in agreement. "I also need to continue my training as a Pokemon doctor. This tournament has shown me many powerful Pokemon and trainers, and I've learned a lot. I need to return and properly digest this experience." Iris added with a tone of regret. "Dawn and I need to catch a flight back to the Sinnoh region. We're going to participate in the upcoming Macaulay Cup Pokemon Showcase, and we can't be late." Dawn's gaze lingered on Ash, filled with reluctance. In an instant, the melancholic sentiment of parting began to permeate the air. Dawn immediately waved her fist, breaking the somber mood. "But before that, we will cheer for you until the very last moment. You must win the finals, Ash." "Exactly. Go for it, Ash." The others echoed in unison. Xiao Gang adjusted his glasses and smiled, saying, "Well then, before we part ways, I shall take the reins in the kitchen tonight and prepare a lavish feast." A pre-celebration and farewell banquet rolled into one. Xiaoji inhaled deeply, suppressing his reluctance, and lifted his spirits anew. "All right, thank you all. I will surely win tomorrow." The others continued to pack their belongings, sharing a tacit understanding to cherish these final moments together. At that moment, Xiao Yao quietly approached Xiaoji. Gently poking his arm with her finger, her cheeks tinged with crimson, and her voice barely above a whisper. "Xiaoji, could you come over for a moment?" Observing the flicker of emotion in her eyes, Xiaoji felt a subtle stir within him, as if he grasped her intent. He glanced around, noting Xiao Gang bustling in the kitchen, while Xiao Xia, Yi, and Tuzi chatted in Xiao Guang's room. He nodded and swiftly followed Xiao Yao. The two made their way to the balcony of Xiao Yao's room. With her back to the setting sun, the golden hues enveloped her in a warm glow. She averted her gaze, intertwining her fingers, and softly began to speak. "Do you remember our journey in the Hoenn region?" "Of course," Xiaoji replied with a smile. "That adventure was a pivotal chapter in my life, and the proof of my final glorious battle in Kanto has always been in my possession." He then produced the split medal from the Pokemon League Championship. Xiao Yao nodded with delight, her face flushed as she presented her half of the medal, her eyes shimmering with affection. "And there was that time at the Sea King's palace." Her voice, laced with nostalgia and a hint of tremor, continued. "Back then, without a moment's hesitation, you placed us in the safety pod while you faced the overwhelming danger yourself. I truly..." Xiao Yao lifted her gaze, her azure eyes brimming with sincere emotion, clearly reflecting Xiao Ji's image. "It was in that moment I realized I had fallen for you, Xiao Ji." Having spoken her heart, she seemed to gather all her courage, stepping forward to embrace Xiao Ji, burying her flushed face against his shoulder. Xiao Ji was momentarily taken aback, but then relaxed, gently returning her embrace before creating a slight distance, smiling as he gazed into her eyes. Xiao Yao looked deeply into his, as though seeking confirmation of something within his gaze. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly before finally closing. Accompanied by shyness and boundless anticipation, she silently tilted her head upwards. Xiaoji understood her unspoken wish. Without hesitation, he lowered his head, tenderly pressing his lips against hers. Initially, it was a gentle caress, akin to a butterfly landing upon a petal. But soon, that long-suppressed emotion broke through the barriers of shyness. Xiao Yao, inexperienced yet brave, slightly parted her lips to welcome his exploration, even daring to let her tongue tenderly venture forth, catching Xiaoji by surprise. Their timid tongues met and intertwined, creating a kiss that was devoid of desire yet profoundly intimate, filled with the bittersweetness of farewell, unvoiced admiration, and cherished memories of their shared experiences. The warmth of the setting sun enveloped them, and the air was thick with their mingling breaths and the rhythmic beating of their hearts. Unbeknownst to them, two small figures had stealthily crept into the room, watching this moment unfold. The shy Meloetta covered her eyes with her tiny hands, yet could not resist peeking through her fingers. Victini, on the other hand, excitedly covered her mouth, her large eyes blinking with astonishment as she exchanged a silent glance with Meloetta, as if sharing an extraordinary discovery. Chapter 607. Xiao Yao's Reason, the Sweet Burden of Happiness. As their lips parted, Xiaoyao sprang back as if struck by a soft electric shock. She abruptly turned, hands covering her flushed cheeks. Feeling the warmth rush to her head. Ugh! She let out an adorable whimper. The girl, from her ears to her neck, was adorned with a vivid blush, appearing under the sunset's glow like a ripe peach exuding sweetness. Xiaoji gazed at her, initially taken aback, but soon could not suppress a smile that crept across his face. His eyes softened, filled with tender affection, as he quietly observed her. Xiaoyao peeked at him through her fingers and was met with his unabashed gaze, causing her to feel even more flustered. "Do not look at me like that," she exclaimed, stamping her foot, her voice barely above a whisper, almost muffled against her chest. "I don't even know why I was so bold just now." After a moment to compose herself, her voice trembled with a hint of self-deprecation and honesty, as if conversing with herself yet also confiding in him. "It's just seeing so many outstanding and beautiful girls around you, Xiaoji. I felt that if I didn't act soon, I might never get another chance. At the very least, I wanted to convey my feelings to you properly." Hearing her words, the smile in Xiaoji's eyes softened, transforming into a deeper tenderness and understanding. "I understand, Xiaoyao. Thank you for sharing that with me." Yet, he too bore the weight of his own happiness intertwined with worry. Surrounded by so many girls, he could hardly fathom what the future would hold. But before he could ponder further, Xiaoyao suddenly leaned in again, pressing her soft lips against his once more. Xiaoji felt the warmth and sweetness envelop him anew. This kiss successfully cast aside all his concerns and imaginings about the future. The atmosphere was thick with warmth and ambiguity, and time seemed to slow, dripping with sweetness in that moment. Approximately half an hour later, Xiaoji exited the room first, taking several deep breaths to appear as composed as usual. In reality, he was cautiously using his aura to ensure he wouldn't be caught by Xiao Guang and the others. Fortunately, his aura sensed that everyone was still busy packing in their respective rooms. Yet E and 2Z were likely in Xiao Guang's room, while the latter was probably busy in her own space. After a while, Xiaoyao emerged as well. She had managed to regain her composure and smooth out her slightly wrinkled attire, the crimson blush on her cheeks having faded significantly. While her gaze still flickered when it met Xiaoji's, she had largely returned to her usual cheerful self. At dinner time, Xiao Gang pulled out all the stops. The table laden with an array of delectable dishes, each more enticing than the last. "Wow, everything looks so delicious," Xiao Guang exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Xiao Gang's culinary skills remained top-notch, Xiaoyao remarked, glancing at Xiao Guang, and after a sigh of relief, she praised casually. "Let us dig in." Everyone chimed in unison. The table was filled with laughter and joy. Xiao Gang recounted amusing anecdotes from his training, while Xiao Xia complained about the troubles at the gym. Xiao Guang and Xiao Yao excitedly discussed the upcoming Macaulay Cup, while 2Z and Yet E shared tales from the Unova region. All present savored this final gathering in harmony, the atmosphere vibrant and warm, the bittersweetness of parting somewhat alleviated by the lively camaraderie. Xiaoji looked at his most cherished companions, responding gently to those beside him. The following day, the highly anticipated World Championship final was about to commence. The venue was a cacophony of voices, the atmosphere charged with intensity. Not only was Xiaoji's circle of friends present, waving banners and cheering him on, but even former rivals who had long since parted ways were tuning in from around the globe to witness this battle. Shigeru stood in the research facility in Pallet Town, arms crossed as he watched the television, a hint of anticipation gracing his lips. Yue paused on a road in Unova's Floxacy town, alongside his Talonflame, searching for the nearest Pokémon Center. Jia leaned against the counter of a service center in the Unova region, accompanied by his Meowth. At the entrance of the Flying Cloud Forest, within the Grand Hall of the Pokémon Center, Shinji stood, the glow of the screen reflecting upon his perpetually composed visage. They had all opted to witness this climactic confrontation through the luminous display. The host's introduction was succinct yet impactful. The forthcoming finals featured Ash from Pallet Town, a dual champion of both the Lily of the Valley Conference and the Virtuous Conference. Not only did he boast formidable companions like Pikachu, but he had also earned the recognition of legendary Pokémon such as Meloetta and Victini. Today, would he ascend to the pinnacle of the world? Under the spotlight, Ash inhaled deeply, stepping forward to the command platform. Opposite him stood the champion of the Unova region, Alder. Today, Alder had shed his usual somewhat carefree demeanor, exuding an aura of seriousness, his gaze sharp and imbued with the weight of a champion. He regarded his young yet formidable opponent and spoke gravely. "Ash, I have long anticipated this battle. Let us cast aside all else, give our all, and engage in a showdown that leaves no room for regrets." A rare moment of solemnity from Alder ignited Ash's spirit, and he nodded appreciatively. Go, Croconaw. He cast his Pokeball, fulfilling his promise. With a resounding roar, Croconaw's imposing form landed heavily on the field, brimming with battle fervor. Alder's eyes flashed with intrigue. Impressive spirit. Then I shall choose you, Escavalier. In a brilliant flash, the knightly Escavalier clad in red armor, wielding a lance-like appendage, appeared, poised for battle. Croconaw, use Rock Smash. Ash commanded, initiating a probing attack. With a mighty swipe of its massive claw, Croconaw launched a barrage of sharp rocks towards Escavalier. Iron Defense. Alder countered without hesitation. A metallic sheen enveloped Escavalier, fortifying its defenses while absorbing the impact of the incoming assault. Charge in and bite. Ash ordered, seizing the moment. Croconaw, seizing the opportunity, lunged forward, its jaws brimming with dark energy. Block it. Alder commanded, and Escavalier stood resolute, crossing its lance-like arms before it. The clash of dark energy and Escavalier's resilient arms produced a cacophony of sound. Now, Fury Cutter. Alder swiftly retaliated. Escavalier's lances glimmered with a white light as it swiftly slashed at Croconaw in rapid succession. Defend with Dragon Claw. Ash stood firm. Croconaw's claws shimmered with a dragon's aura, roaring defiantly as it met Escavalier's strikes head-on. The two Pokémon clashed fiercely, their powers and techniques colliding in a spectacular display of sparks, each refusing to yield an inch. Each impact reverberated with tremendous energy, sending shockwaves that swept away the dust on the battlefield. X-Scissor. Alder seized an opening. Escavalier's lances crossed, radiant with bug-type energy, striking ferociously at Croconaw. Dig. Ash suddenly switched tactics. Croconaw, with lightning speed, burrowed underground, narrowly evading the expertly executed attack that left two deep gouges in the earth. Escavalier. Use Swords Dance. Alder remained calm, commanding a strengthening maneuver. Escavalier twirled in place, its lances dancing gracefully, its attack power surging to new heights. Croconaw, bulk up. Ash calculated the moment perfectly, opting for a boost of his own. Croconaw erupted from the ground, performing a wild dance that enhanced both its attack and defense. With both Pokémon now empowered, their gazes sharpened, and the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense. Earthquake. Ash initiated the next offensive. Croconaw stomped heavily on the ground. The ground rumbled violently, sending shockwaves toward Escavalier. Leap to evade, then counter with Horn Attack. Alder executed his strategy flawlessly. Escavalier leapt into the air, avoiding the brunt of the earthquake's force, its energy enveloping it as it descended like a projectile upon Croconaw. Meet it with Bite. Ash bellowed. Croconaw opened its jaws, charged with dark energy, and lunged upwards. The impact of Escavalier's Horn Attack and Croconaw's Bite collided with tremendous force, sending both Pokémon skidding backward, neither yielding an inch. Continue with X-Scissor. Alder pressed on relentlessly. Dragon Claw. Ash countered defiantly. The bug-type brilliance of X-Scissor clashed fiercely with the slashing power of Dragon Claw once more. With another resounding impact, both trainers felt the backlash, their arms tingling, yet the fire of determination in their eyes burned brighter. Now, Fire Fang. Ash seized the moment of vulnerability. Croconaw lunged forward, its fiery maw aiming for Escavalier. Super Horn Attack. Alder shouted simultaneously. Escavalier, undeterred by the incoming Fire Fang, channeled all its strength into its lance, thrusting forward with great force. The fiery jaws struck true, but simultaneously, Escavalier's lethal lance pierced Croconaw. The 4 times weak bug type, unable to withstand the ferocity of the flames at such close range, collapsing incapacitated. Yet, Croconaw, though wounded, still stood resolute. Its bulk-up effect still in play, roaring defiantly to prove its will to continue fighting. The Escavalier is unable to battle. The referee waved the flag. Croconaw, though marked with visible scars, it remained steadfast, its fighting spirit soaring. Alder, recalling Escavalier, expressed his genuine admiration, a magnificent display of strength and of fierce exchange. Each clash was relentless. Now, let's see what comes next. Go, Bouffalant. A robust Bouffalant, sporting a colossal afro, landed with a thud, snorting heavily as the ground trembled beneath it. Bouffalant, use Swords Dance. Alder commenced with a strengthening maneuver. Bouffalant glimmered, its attack power significantly augmented. We cannot fall behind. Croconaw, use Bulk Up again. Ash shouted. Croconaw danced once more, its strength and defense further bolstered. At this moment, its spirit soared to its zenith. Head Charge. Alder launched a fierce offensive. Bouffalant lowered its head, charging forward like a heavy tank, its power formidable. Counter with Stomp. Ash chose to face it head-on. Croconaw raised its foot, infused with ground-type energy, and stomped down with might. The ground cracked as the powerful shockwave collided with Bouffalant's charge. The resounding crash echoed as Buffalant's momentum was abruptly halted, though it remained steady due to its enhanced resilience and weight. Rock smash. Ash swiftly changed tactics. Sharp rocks erupted from the ground, hurtling towards Buffalant from various angles. Smash those rocks with your head, Alder commanded. Buffalant's head glowed with energy, and its immense strength shattered most of the rising sharp stones. Yet, a few stray fragments grazed its body, inflicting minor damage. Now super horn attack. Alder seized the opportunity, shouting his command. Buffalant's enormous horn erupted with dazzling bug-type energy, its power magnified as it charged forth. Reversal. Ash's eyes flashed with determination as he issued a fierce command. Croconaws' eyes turned crimson, enveloped in a torrent of dragon-type energy, entering a frenzied state as it barreled toward Buffalant's super horn attack. The ultimate techniques collided with explosive force, the resulting energy illuminating the battlefield as smoke billowed skyward. As the smoke gradually cleared, it became evident that the Rogue Croc's reverse scale had collided fiercely with the head of the explosive water buffalo, while the buffalo's super horn attack had likewise struck the Rogue Croc. Both Pokémon held their aggressive stances for a brief moment, locked in a stalemate. Then, simultaneously, they toppled backward. With a resounding thud, the smoke dissipated entirely, revealing both the Rogue Croc and the explosive water buffalo sprawled on the ground, devoid of combat capability. Rogue Croc and explosive water buffalo both have lost their fighting ability, the referee proclaimed. Ash and Adaic simultaneously recalled their respective Pokémon. Well done, Rogue Croc, you performed exceptionally, perfectly demonstrating your strength. Ash murmured softly to the Pokeball, his tone imbued with affirmation. Taking a deep breath, he produced his next Pokeball, the image of a Scyther flashing in his mind. Come back and rest, explosive water buffalo. Adaic also retrieved his Pokémon, his gaze filled with appreciation and fighting spirit. Such prowess and command, it was no wonder he garnered the favor of the legendary. Alas, he was not from the Unova region. Chapter 609, The Advantages of Scyther in Offense and Defense. Both sides, please send out your Pokémon, the referee announced loudly. You are the one, Scyther, Ash declared as he hurled the Pokeball with conviction. Go, Brave Eagle. Adaic simultaneously dispatched his Pokémon. Two beams of light flashed, revealing the red Whirlwind Warrior and the mighty Eagle in unison. The Scyther's crimson metallic shell glimmered with a chilling luster under the lights, as it assumed a steady battle stance. The Brave Eagle, on the other hand, immediately took to the skies, asserting its aerial dominance. Brave Eagle, Air Slash. Adaic initiated the attack, aiming to deplete from a distance. The Brave Eagle circled in the air, unleashing a torrent of sharp wind blades that cascaded downward. Scyther, shatter them with your metal claws, Ash commanded calmly. The Scyther's red pincers glimmered with metallic sheen as it stood firm, its form dancing with agility, executing swift strikes like lightning. Thud, 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 thud. Each air blade was effortlessly demolished, dispersing into swirling currents, unable to approach. Now's the time, swords dance. Ash seized the opportunity to bolster his attack. The Scyther crossed its pincers before it, spinning at high speed like a crimson whirlwind. Its offensive power surged dramatically, its momentum escalating. Brave Eagle, use bulk up. Adaic, seeing the situation, promptly opted for self-enhancement. The airborne Brave Eagle emitted a resounding cry, its muscles tensed, a faint glow enveloping it, augmenting both its attack and defense. However, Ash's command came quicker, use Swords Dance again. Without a moment's hesitation, Scyther prepared to spin once more, amplifying its offense further. Brave Eagle, interrupt it with a brave bird. Adaic recognized the looming threat. One Swords Dance already surpassed bulk up in power. If it were to execute a second, it would spell disaster, prompting an immediate offensive order. The Brave Eagle screeched, transforming into a streak of light as it dove from the sky at incredible speed, aiming directly at Scyther. Intercept it with your metal claws, Ash declared confidently. Scyther, known for its attacking prowess, was further empowered by Swords Dance, its strength reaching astonishing heights. Steadfast as a rock, Scyther anticipated the Brave Eagle's trajectory, its glimmering pincers slicing forward with precision. Clang! A sharp sound echoed as the brave bird's brilliance was abruptly halted, making the Brave Eagle feel as if it had collided with an iron wall, its momentum completely neutralized. To add insult to injury, Scyther's other pincer followed suit, delivering a crushing blow to the Brave Eagle. Bang! The Brave Eagle was sent spiraling backward, struggling to regain its aerial stability, evidently having taken a considerable hit. The disparity in offensive capabilities had become unmistakable. Employ Swift for ranged attrition. Adaic swiftly altered his strategy, seeking to exploit his aerial advantage and an assured hit. The brave eagle ascended rapidly, unleashing a flurry of radiant star-shaped projectiles, each homing in on Scyther. Spin and use Swords Dance. Scyther, upon hearing the command, commenced another rapid rotation, resembling a red top. It utilized the force of its spin to deflect some of the swift while enduring the rest with its resilient steel exterior. During this rotational defense, its Swords Dance reached completion, elevating its attack to a terrifying level. Legendary Bird Strike. The brave eagle cried, enveloped in brilliant white-blue flying-type energy. Like a legendary bird incarnate, it descended with devastating force, launching a desperate charge. Just in time, X-Scissor. Ash fearlessly opted for a direct confrontation. Scyther halted its rotation, crossing its pincers before it to meet the fearsome legendary bird strike, channeling an unprecedented scale of bug-type energy that radiated a chilling brilliance. With a powerful thrust, it swung forward. Boom. The clash of the legendary bird strike against the enhanced X-Scissor resulted in an explosive shockwave, rippling even at the edges of the arena. The standoff lasted but a fleeting moment. Ultimately, the brave eagle's all-out legendary bird strike was overwhelmed by the unparalleled force, sending it reeling backward, its radiant energy dimming significantly. The brave eagle struggled to ascend once more, seeking opportunities for ranged attacks. Yet Scyther immediately resumed its Swords Dance stance, exuding a palpable threat. Ash's strategy had become glaringly apparent, to leverage the immense menace of Swords Dance, compelling the brave eagle, which was ill-suited for special attacks, to engage in close combat. Once within striking distance, with its attack maximized and its physical resilience formidable, Scyther would hold overwhelming superiority. Awake, recognizing this, sighed in resignation. Fully aware that he had no other options. Brave eagle, show our spirit, unleash a flurry of attacks. The brave eagle let out a defiant roar, relinquishing its aerial advantage. Charging towards Scyther like a warrior facing death, employing its full might in a torrential close-range assault. The brilliance of the legendary bird strike ignited once more. Scyther, unleash consecutive metal claws. Scyther boldly advanced, its pincers enveloped in steel energy, striking towards the brave eagle. Clang! The arena erupted into a fierce melee. Vibrant flashes and the sounds of collision ringing out. Wings clashed against pincers, claws met steel. However, in the face of the absolute power disparity accrued from repeated Swords Dance, valor, though commendable, could not bridge the gap. Each of Scyther's strikes was devastatingly heavy, relentlessly draining the brave eagle's stamina. Ultimately, under a fully concentrated X-Scissor, the brave eagle cried out in anguish, collapsing heavily onto the arena floor, having lost its combat ability. The brave eagle has lost its fighting capability. Scyther is victorious. The referee announced. You fought valiantly, brave eagle, until the very end, Awake remarked solemnly as he recalled his Pokémon, his expression grave yet filled with admiration. He gazed at the still-standing Scyther, albeit panting, and at Ash, who was focused intently. Such remarkable tactical execution and strength. Now let's see how this fares. Go, Agile Bug. A beam of light flashed, revealing the remarkably streamlined and swift Agile Bug, which appeared on the battlefield. It moved with nimbleness, its form almost leaving behind afterimages, attempting to leverage its absolute speed advantage to harass and deplete Scyther. Chapter 610, Res Hiram, Passion Cannot Surpass Reality. Confronted by the exceptionally swift Agile Bug, Ash exhibited no hesitation, raising his right hand high to reveal the mega ring embedded with a keystone upon his wrist. Scyther, respond to my heart. Ash's voice resonated with unwavering determination and strength as he commanded the mega evolution. A resplendent light erupted from the keystone and the Scyther's evolution stone, forming a bridge that connected them. The silhouette of Scyther transformed amidst the evolution light, becoming more angular and defined. The Mega Scyther made its grand entrance. In a flash, Ash's opponent, Awake, attempted to continue his interference. The Agile Bug unleashed a barrage of star-shaped projectiles, each one seemingly destined to hit its mark. Yet, the Mega Scyther stood firm, braving the onslaught and enduring the minor damage, before spinning into action with astounding speed. Observing this, Awake could only urge the Agile Bug to accelerate further. However, the Mega Scyther's offensive prowess had surged to a seemingly insurmountable peak. Though merely one turn remained, it was more than sufficient. Bullet Punch, Ash commanded with a wave of his hand. In an instant, the Mega Scyther's form blurred, its bullet punches exceeding the limits of the naked eye, resembling a streak of red lightning cleaving through the arena. The resounding thuds echoed, each strike landing heavily upon the Agile Bug. The ability technician activated, amplifying the power of its weaker moves to astonishing levels. The agile bug had no time to react as it was relentlessly struck by the barrage of bullet punches imbued with terrifying might. It was sent hurtling backwards, crashing against the arena's barrier before sliding down, having completely lost its fighting capability. A swift defeat, an absolute annihilation. The agile bug was incapacitated, and the Mega Scyther emerged victorious. The referee's voice carried a hint of disbelief. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into a deafening roar of cheers, the display of overwhelming power igniting their fervor. Adak recalled his agile bug, shaking his head with a wry smile. He had not anticipated that Ash's Mega Scyther would be so utterly transformed from its pre-evolution, swiftly overcoming its speed disadvantage to deliver a decisive blow. Taking a deep breath, his expression grew serious as he retrieved his final Pokeball. It seems I must summon my old partner ahead of schedule. I entrust this to you, Volcarona. A radiant light burst forth, warm and dazzling like the sun. As Adak's ace, the Volcarona, revered as the embodiment of the sun, fluttered gracefully into the arena. Faced with the fire-type Volcarona, which held a quadruple advantage over the Mega Scyther, Ash showed no hesitation and promptly withdrew his Mega Scyther. You've done well, Scyther. Thank you for your hard work. Scyther did not protest. It had already come to understand the brutal reality of type disadvantages through its past encounters in the verdant forest against Charizard. However, as Ash gazed at the opposing Volcarona, a mysterious and confident smile graced his face. As Adak's ace, the challenge must be a touch higher. He turned to Adak. Mr. Adak, in response to your and Volcarona's full-hearted commitment, I too must extend the appropriate respect. With that, Ash produced a Master Ball. As the Master Ball opened, a dazzling white light shot skyward, accompanied by the ancient and majestic roar of a dragon. A pristine, immaculate dragon unfolded its wings, descending gracefully and regally upon the arena, its tail ablaze with the everlasting flames of truth. The true dragon, Reshiram, made its entrance. In that instant, the entire venue fell into a hushed silence, only to erupt moments later with gasps that could topple roofs. The announcer, barely able to contain his excitement, exclaimed, "My goodness, what am I witnessing? It is the legendary true dragon Reshiram from the Unova region. Ash, the competitor, possesses the legendary Reshiram." In the Elite Four's lounge, the other members were equally astonished. Meanwhile, Kinta, observing from the screen, paused momentarily before a knowing smile crept upon his lips. Ah, Adak, it seems you are fortunate enough to experience such a surprise. The gym leader Nazi, watching Ash's latest legendary summon, wore a particularly lovely smile. Yet, in certain corners of the world, others were far from amused. Somewhere in the Unova region, the mastermind behind Team Plasma, Getsis, was on the verge of a breakdown, furiously pounding the screen before him, his face contorted in rage. Why? Why do both Kyurem and Reshiram belong to that brat? We in Team Plasma have sought them for so long. If it weren't for that end, how could he possibly defeat us with Zekrom? Even our painstakingly researched gene sect has fallen prey to the Elite Four. We are truly cursed. In stark contrast to Getsis's fury, currently traveling alongside Zekrom, caught sight of the scene on the Pokémon Center's screen. His emerald eyes sparkled with astonishment and deep curiosity. Reshiram, and previously Kyurem, murmured to himself. He could sense the emotions emanating from the petrified Zekrom, which were decidedly unfriendly towards that young trainer. Yet, there was also an undercurrent of wariness. This only piqued N's curiosity further. How had this trainer, named Ash, managed to earn the recognition of both dragons? To his knowledge, Reshiram and Zekrom held opposing philosophies, and Kyurem was even more enigmatic. This was truly perplexing and immensely intriguing. On the battlefield, Adak and Volcarona felt the intensity of the moment most acutely. Adak opened his mouth, and after a moment, he could only manage a bittersweet chuckle as he murmured, "Though I knew I would lose, I never anticipated encountering such a surprise of this magnitude in the finals." He had assumed that Kinta's battle with Kyurem was already quite extraordinary. Yet, here he found himself facing not just a Reshiram, but also Zekrom waiting in the wings. Nevertheless, Volcarona, undaunted by the legendary dragon before it, emitted an excited and high-pitched cry, its wings ablaze with fervent flames. It felt immensely honored to engage in battle with such a formidable opponent. Sensing his partner's spirit, Adak cast aside all distractions, his gaze sharpening with renewed focus. "Ha, my old friend, it's rare to see you so fired up. Let us unleash our full potential and engage in a battle without regrets." Volcarona, flame burst. A pillar of searing fire erupted from Volcarona's mouth, hurtling towards Reshiram. The amber dragon's gaze remained calm as it regarded the incoming flames, making no move to evade. It merely parted its mouth slightly, A seemingly tranquil, yet supremely powerful column of white fire surged forth. The two flames collided mid-air, but in almost an instant. Reshiram's flame engulfed Volcarona's with overwhelming dominance, pushing it back. Volcarona barely managed to evade the onslaught. Adak felt an immense pressure. It seemed some challenges could not be resolved through sheer enthusiasm. Chapter 611. The Moment of Champions in the World Championships. Faced with the imposing presence of the legendary dragon Reshiram, Adak felt an unprecedented weight bearing down upon him, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Nevertheless, having spoken his resolve, the pride of a champion demanded he would not concede easily. Volcarona, quiver dance. Adak resolved to go all out, channeling his energies into a powerful boost. Quiver dance would enhance speed, special attack, and physical attack by one stage each, a true dance of dragons for the bug type. Adak sought to narrow the gap between himself and the legendary dragon Reshiram. Meanwhile, Ash, observing the scene, refrained from immediate assault, instead granting his opponent the respect and space necessary to amplify their power. Reshiram hovered in the air, its pure dragon eyes calmly observing its foe, as if awaiting the opponent's ascension to their peak. 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns. Volcarona danced gracefully, enveloped in a radiant glow of heightened abilities, its speed, special attack, and special defense soaring to their zenith under the influence of quiver dance. Now is the moment. Volcarona, attack. Adak bellowed, feeling the surge of his partner's power reach its zenith as he swung his arm. The fire god moth transformed into a blazing streak of light, unleashing a torrent of flames that momentarily matched Reshiram's fiery onslaught. The flames clashed violently in midair, their positions roughly stalemated at the center of the arena, though the explosion of flames clearly favored Reshiram. Even so, being able to stand momentarily against a legendary Pokémon was enough to invigorate Adak and the entire audience. Splendid work. Fire God Moth. Big Dubayan, Big Dubayan. Adak pressed his offensive. The formidable firepower of the Fire God Moth coalesced into a large character-shaped flame, charging towards Reshiram. Intertwined flames. Ash also commanded Reshiram to unleash its signature move, as the flame thrusters at its tail burned fiercely, launching a massive fireball adorned with fiery patterns. A strike of such ferocity would undoubtedly overwhelm the Fire God Moth's Big Dubayan. Yet the 6 layers of butterfly dance were not in vain, and the match remained a close contest. Although the proximity to the explosion was somewhat alarming, the Fire God Moth successfully ignited Reshiram's intertwined flames, living up to its champion status. Oh, the Fire God Moth of Champion Adak actually withstood the onslaught. As the local host, he offered Adak a round of applause. And the audience, under such encouragement, did not perceive Adak's strength as lacking. After all, the opponent was Reshiram, and losing to such a formidable foe was only natural. Nonetheless, many were left wondering how Ash had managed to persuade Reshiram. The clash between the two sides continued with fervor. Dance of Fire. Dragon Pulse. The Fire God Moth enveloped in flames executed a unique dance, lashing out with fiery whips in a fierce offensive. However, under Reshiram's draconic energy beam, it had no effect. Conversely, the Dance of Fire's enhancement of special attack would sustain the Fire God Moth's peak offensive output. Yet, this precarious balance could not endure. The legendary dragon's power was unfathomable, and the effects of the Dance of Fire were not guaranteed, gradually fading over time. Soon, Reshiram confidently suppressed the Fire God Moth's offensive once more. Adak, acutely aware that this was their final opportunity, clenched his fists and shouted with all his might, "This is our last stand, Fire God Moth. Overheat." Buzzing with a high-pitched cry, the Fire God Moth erupted with extraordinary heat, compressing all its fiery energy in an instant. It then transformed into a torrent of flames more robust than any before, sweeping toward Reshiram as if to incinerate everything in its path. This strike encapsulated all the faith and power of both the Fire God Moth and Adak. Ash's gaze sharpened. He could wait no longer. He commanded loudly, "Reshiram, blue flame." Roaring majestically, Reshiram's tail, akin to a turbine, burned with an unprecedented intensity of azure flames. It raised its regal dragon head, and a colossal fireball, interwoven with destructive energy, swiftly coalesced before it was launched with a thunderous roar. This spiraling column of fire surged forth, poised to clash with the ferocious torrent of overheat. The collision of these two extreme fires produced a deafening explosion, blinding light engulfing the entire arena, with scorching shockwaves making even the front-row spectators feel their faces ablaze. The Fire God Moth's all-out overheat successfully countered the devastating momentum of blue flame, ultimately triggering a cataclysmic explosion. Smoke and flames filled the air, and as the energy subsided, spectators beheld the fire god Moth, gasping yet defiantly standing, though clearly at its limit. In contrast, Reshiram hovered majestically in the air, exuding an imposing presence. In the intertwined flames, Ash commanded one last time. A searing fire energy orb was once again unleashed by Reshiram, striking the weary fire god Moth directly. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, azure flames surged upward, illuminating the arena in a stark white light. When the flames dissipated, the fire god Moth lay charred and defeated upon the shattered ground, having lost its fighting capability. It ultimately succumbed to the true power of the legendary dragon. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into a tsunami of cheers and applause, celebrating the resilience and might of the fire god Moth, alongside the unparalleled strength of Reshiram, and the spectacular championship showdown that had just transpired. At this juncture, Adak was left with but a single artificial cell egg, which Reshiram effortlessly dispatched in short order. As the match concluded, Reshiram lowered its head, affectionately nuzzling Ash's cheek. Ash smiled, stroking its smooth neck scales, reflecting, having gained its recognition. Commanding it is indeed far easier and more harmonious than with Kyurem. Otherwise, given Kyurem's temperament, it would have been a matter of haggling. With the artificial cell egg rendered incapable of battle, the victor was declared to be the contestant Ash. The referee's voice echoed through the arena via loudspeakers. And after a brief hush, the eruption of applause completely engulfed the stadium. "Let us once again offer the warmest applause and cheers," the host exclaimed passionately. "To the champion of the World Championships, Ash from Pallet Town." Streamers cascaded down from the rafters, and spotlights converged upon Ash and Reshiram at the center of the arena. Ash raised his fist in response to the crowd's cheers, Pikachu leaping onto his shoulder and squealing with excitement. "Remarkable job, Ash," Klein exclaimed from the audience, jumping with enthusiasm. "What an incredible battle." May beamed with excitement. Misty, Brock, and others, including May and Toko, were all equally awestruck and elated. Rivals watching the match via screen, from Gary to Shinji, displayed expressions of complexity that ultimately morphed into acknowledgement. Ash's prowess had reached a height they could only aspire to. Champions in the VIP section offered their commendations as well. Lance, brimming with fervor, expressed his eagerness for a battle with Ash. Cynthia adjusted her glasses, revealing a hint of admiration. Mikalee clapped gracefully, while Bonnie's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and even the once-defeated Iris reflected the same sentiment. Palkia regarded the young Ash with a glimmer of intrigue in his gaze. Meanwhile, in the distant Kalos region, at her home in Shalar City, Serena clutched her pillow tightly. Gazing at the screen where Ash, with a confident profile, caressed Reshiram, her face radiating pride and sweet anticipation. "It's coming soon," she murmured softly. Her eyes filled with boundless longing for their forthcoming reunion in Kalos. Chapter 612, The Curtain Falls, A Night of Ambiguity. In the afternoon, the closing ceremony of the World Championships unfolded in a fervent and grand atmosphere. Ash cradled the championship trophy amidst a flurry of flashbulbs and cheers, returning with his entourage to their temporary villa to prepare for the final celebration. Brock showcased his remarkable culinary skills once more, preparing an exceedingly lavish dinner. The aroma of food filled the air, intertwined with a complex array of emotions. For everyone, this feast was truly the final supper. The atmosphere was one of joy tinged with reluctance. Joy stemmed from a heartfelt pride and happiness for Ash, as they had all witnessed his growth. Particularly for Brock, who had accompanied Ash since the Kanto region, the sense of accomplishment and gratification was especially profound. Amidst the clinking of glasses, blessings and laughter resonated throughout the gathering. However, the lingering sentiment of impending separation was impossible to ignore. With Dawn's arrival, they would all part ways. Misty remained relatively composed. She had grown accustomed to parting ways with Ash. Her independence as a gym leader allowed her to face this farewell with greater equanimity. May, being slightly older and possessing a more introverted and stable demeanor, managed her emotions well, smiling as she engaged in the conversations around her. Similarly, Toko exhibited a maturity that even surpassed that of May, her demeanor betraying no visible emotion. In stark contrast, the palpable sentiment of farewell emanated from the special bond shared between Shoko and Haruka with Satoshi, their gazes laden with an unmistakable warmth and affection. Though they meticulously concealed their feelings from the other girls, the subtle nuances of their emotions flowed through the occasional exchanged glances, which Satoshi perceptively sensed. Naturally, May, who had been observing Satoshi closely, also noted the difference. As night deepened, everyone exchanged goodnights and retreated to their respective rooms. Just as Satoshi was preparing to rest, a gentle knock resounded at his door. Meow. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Shoko, her curly ears shyly standing at the threshold, her long ears fidgeting anxiously. She first cast a furtive glance at the Pikachu perched on Satoshi's shoulder, then swiftly thrust a neatly folded note into his hand, which she had been concealing behind her. Unfolding the note, Satoshi discerned Shoko's elegant handwriting. "Come to my room." A knowing smile graced his lips as he intuitively understood the girl's intentions. After surveying the quiet hallway to ensure no one was watching, he made his way directly to Shoko's room. "Pika." Pikachu chimed in curiosity, eager to follow, but was gently restrained by Shoko, the two little creatures exchanging glances, the atmosphere tinged with a delicate tension. As Satoshi arrived at the door, it unexpectedly creaked open, a small hand emerging to grasp his wrist, drawing him softly inside. The room was softly illuminated by a warm bedside lamp, casting a hazy glow. Shoko donned an adorable pink pajama set, her blue hair cascading down, her cheeks flushed as she shyly lowered her gaze, yet could not resist glancing up at him. Her azure eyes shimmered with a blend of shyness and boldness. The two stood in silence, the air thick with the fragrance of youthful innocence and a hint of romantic tension. Ultimately, it was Shoko who summoned her courage to break the silence. "I'm leaving tomorrow, Satoshi. Don't you have anything to say to me?" Satoshi gazed at her, his expression gentle and sincere. "Of course I will miss you, Shoko. I'll cherish our journey in Sinnoh, recall every Pokemon contest, and remember every cheer you gave me." Shoko nodded with satisfaction, yet sensing it was insufficient, she slightly raised her chin, closed her eyes, her posture distinctly imploring for something more. Satoshi understood her unspoken request. The girl gently nudged him, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's late. You should head back." Satoshi nodded, embracing her lightly before turning to leave the room. As the door softly clicked shut, Shoko leaned against it, slowly sliding down to the floor, a complex smile of shyness and sweetness adorning her face, her heart brimming with anticipation for their next reunion. Satoshi quietly closed Shoko's door, the corridor enveloped in silence save for the sound of his soft footsteps. As he passed Haruka's room, his steps instinctively faltered, as if sensing a connection. In that moment of hesitation, the door silently opened. Satoshi? Haruka, seemingly on the verge of stepping out, froze momentarily upon seeing him. She quickly peered outside, her vibrant eyes scanning the empty corridor before breaking into a radiant smile. Reaching out, she grasped Satoshi's wrist with gentle urgency, swiftly pulling him into her room, the door closing soundlessly behind them. The warm room exuded a subtle fragrance. And without the need for excessive words, the emotions of parting and the unfulfilled admiration from earlier transformed into unspoken actions. Indeed, the night had grown late. He cautiously pushed open the door, revealing a tranquil scene within. Pikachu had curled up in its cozy nest, sleeping soundly, its little belly rising and falling with each breath. Meanwhile, Victini and Meloetta shared another soft armchair, both tiny creatures appearing equally exhausted from their play, nestled together in a sweet slumber, their faces adorned with serene smiles. Satoshi observed this heartwarming tableau, a smile unconsciously tugging at his lips, the faint melancholy of parting dissipating amidst the tranquility and warmth. He carefully approached the bedside, striving not to disturb any of the little ones, and lay down, his heart heavy with the complex emotions stemming from his farewells to the two girls, gradually drifting into slumber. Chapter 613, Rivals Depart. Remaining time belongs to May. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the villa's windows into the living room. Yet it could not dispel the lingering tinge of parting sorrow. The luggage had been meticulously packed, neatly arranged in the foyer. Satoshi, May, and Toko stood together, poised to bid farewell to their companions who were departing first. The first to formally say goodbye were Haruka and Shoko, who were set to journey to the Johto region for the Mikuri Cup. Standing side by side, their gazes converged on Satoshi in unison. "Satoshi, you must continue to push forward on your journey. When we meet again, my performance will surely astonish you," Haruka declared, her smile as radiant as ever. However, the subtle glimmer of affection hidden deep in her eyes did not escape the notice of Shoko, nor did it elude May, who observed quietly beside Satoshi. Shoko pouted, clearly sensing something amiss, though she could not pursue the matter further. In a tender yet resolute tone, she addressed Satoshi. "Take care on your journey, Satoshi. I look forward to our next encounter at the competition." Her words were poised, yet her slightly flushed cheeks and flickering gaze were also keenly observed by Haruka. The two girls exchanged a knowing glance, an unspoken electric current passing through the air, both acutely aware of each other's unique bond with Satoshi. Yet, in this moment of parting, competition and inquiry fell out of place. They silently maintained their composure. transforming countless unsaid words into a simple farewell. See you again at Satoshi's champion moment. Satoshi seemed oblivious to the fleeting exchange of glances, or perhaps pretended not to notice. He looked earnestly at the two girls, nodding emphatically. Yes, we will definitely meet again. Even if it takes a while, within 3 to 5 years. I will conclude all my travels in this world. After all, the world is ultimately finite. As I grow older, I may no longer travel, but take on other responsibilities. Meanwhile, Shoko, fond of Meloetta's Pachima and the Pikachu, waved goodbye to Satoshi. Pika, Melo. Pikachu and Meloetta responded enthusiastically. Then came the farewells to Kasumi and Takashi, devoid of any overly sentimental scenes, as they had parted ways more than once already. Kasumi, see you next time. Come on. It's not like we won't see each other again. Kasumi cheerfully patted Mei and turned to Satoshi, urging him to visit the Hanada gym when he returned to Kanto. Of course, Satoshi affirmed, promising to explore Hanada City when time permitted. Takashi offered a reassuring smile, gently patting Pikachu's head before turning to Satoshi. I look forward to the day you and Pikachu truly become Pokémon Masters. Satoshi smiled back. I too look forward to the day you become a top Pokémon doctor, Takashi. Among the waiting vehicles, Natsum was also present. She simply cast a meaningful glance at Satoshi, who subtly waved in acknowledgement. Watching the vehicle carry Kasumi, Takashi, Haruka, and Shoko away, until they finally vanished at the end of the road, Satoshi remained rooted in place, a wave of emptiness washing over him. He sighed softly, murmuring, "This feeling of parting is different from before." At that moment, Mei, who had been quietly standing beside him, took a gentle step closer. She lifted her gaze, a subtle hint of sorrow flickering in her eyes, her voice softer than usual. "Watching everyone depart makes me feel rather lonely. Furthermore, soon enough, we too shall partake in our own farewell." Her words carried a gentle melancholy, a prelude to the impending separation that awaited her and her companions. Upon hearing this, Ash turned his attention to Mei. She slightly lowered her eyelids, her delicate sadness rendering her even more endearing. He reached out, tenderly stroking her head in a comforting gesture. "That is precisely why I shall cherish the remaining moments of our journey together even more. Let us create more beautiful memories." Mei. As Ash's words reached her, Mei felt as though her heart had been gently touched, the earlier melancholy replaced by a wave of shyness and joy. Her cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple, yet she did not shy away. Rather, she lowered her head bashfully, savoring the intimacy of the moment. Tosaka, observing from the side, wore a knowing smile. Pikachu and Tosaka stood nearby, mere spectators to the ethereal scene involving Meloetta and Victini. After a brief moment of closeness, Ash seemed to suddenly recall the necessity of discussing the revival of the gene sects with Professor Oak in detail to ascertain their ancient habitat and make appropriate arrangements. Once he had finished comforting Mei, he said, "I will head inside to contact the professor." With that, he turned and hurried back to the villa, followed closely by Pikachu, Meloetta, and Victini, leaving Mei standing alone, seemingly still relishing the tender pat on her head, a sweet smile gracing her lips. At that moment, Tosaka approached, unable to resist teasing Mei. Hey, everyone has left, and you're still staring? Your gaze is practically glazed over." Mei snapped back to reality, her face burning with embarrassment as she feigned composure, retorting, "And no, Tosaka, don't say such things." Tosaka, unconvinced, leaned in closer and mused. Now that formidable rivals like Dawn and Mei have departed, this might actually ease things for someone. Huh? She winked suggestively. "Absolutely not. There's nothing convenient about it." Mei repeatedly denied, her voice dwindling. Deep down, however, she was aware that Tosaka's insinuation held a kernel of truth. Amused by Mei's flustered demeanor, Tosaka waved her hand dismissively, adopting an understanding expression. Mei, suddenly regaining her composure, blushed fiercely. "Tosaka, please don't say such nonsense." "I'm not speaking nonsense," Tosaka replied with a sly grin. "During the remaining leg of our journey, someone ought to seize the opportunity. Rest assured, I will offer my assistance as the situation permits." "Consider it a perk of being my artist," she quipped. "I certainly do not require that kind of assistance." Mei vehemently denied, her voice growing softer, her heart racing like a drum. Tosaka found Mei's reaction utterly delightful and teased. "Really? Don't you need someone to help distract Pikachu and the others to create a chance?" Mei's heart skipped a beat, her insides fluttering at Tosaka's suggestion, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. "So, you really don't need it?" She pondered silently, her bashfulness rendering her speechless. Yet Tosaka, observing the myriad of emotions flitting across Mei's face and the deepening crimson of her cheeks, discerned her best friend's unspoken response. With a mischievous smile, She issued an ultimatum, not speaking? Then I shall take that as consent. Without waiting for May's reply, she laughed and made her way toward the villa, leaving May standing alone, her face now resembling a perfectly ripe peach, seemingly emanating warmth. Chapter 614. Hiram, who will fight regardless of agreement. Upon returning to his room, Ash promptly activated the video communicator, contacting Professor Oak, who was situated far away in Pallet Town. Oh, it's Ash. Congratulations on winning the World Championship. That is truly remarkable. Professor Oak exclaimed, his countenance brimming with pride as he beamed at Ash through the screen. Thank you, Professor. Ash replied with a smile before steering the conversation toward the matter at hand. I would like to request your assistance in researching details about Gene Sect as comprehensively as possible. Gene Sect? Professor Oak adjusted his glasses, appearing somewhat taken aback. That is an exceedingly ancient and rare Pokémon, revived from fossils. It is said that Team Plasma once attempted to control them. Why the sudden inquiry? Suddenly, as if recalling something, Professor Oak's eyes widened. Wait, Ash, you haven't captured some extraordinary legendary Pokémon again, have you? Like Gene Sect? Ash scratched the back of his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks as he nodded. Then shook his head. Well, technically, it isn't quite accurate to say I captured it. It's due to some other circumstances. He briefly recounted how he had taken charge of the Gene Sect from Team Plasma, omitting excessive details. Professor Oak nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with interest. I see, as always. You find yourself entangled in these extraordinary events. Not too bad, Ash replied modestly. Now, what specific information are you seeking? I wish to identify the potential habitats of Gene Sect. Ash stated earnestly. I believe that those Gene Sects who fled, aside from seeking the one in my possession, are likely endeavoring to return to their former home. At that moment, May and Tosaka quietly entered the room, intrigued, and listened intently. May softly greeted the professor before continuing to engage with Ash. Upon hearing Ash's hypothesis, Professor Oak inquired curiously. Oh, what leads you to such a conclusion? May blinked her wide eyes, sharing the same question. Ash explained, because Gene Sect is, in essence, a Pokémon revived from fossils. Akin to most fossil Pokémon, their instinctual reaction upon revival is likely to seek out environments reminiscent of their past, a sense of belonging deeply rooted in their genes. Professor Oak nodded in agreement. That makes perfect sense. As your abilities grow, your capacity for thoughtful contemplation deepens as well. Not too bad. All right. I will begin searching for the relevant data right away. As he spoke, Professor Oak's fingers flew across the keyboard. While Professor Oak searched for information, May could not suppress her curiosity and quietly asked Ash, So, Ash, your next plan is to help this Gene Sect find its home, right? Yes, Ash affirmed with a nod. It has waited too long. I cannot delay any further. Hearing this, May felt a mix of admiration for Ash's kindness and a tinge of apprehension about the impending farewell. Tentatively, she probed, What will you do once you find Genesect's companions? Will you return to the Kanto region directly? Ash, noticing the slight tension and anticipation in May's gaze, couldn't help but chuckle, responding lightly, There is still plenty of time. Even if we find them, I would likely stay a while longer to travel with you and Tosaka. Upon hearing Ash mention continuing to travel with her, May's heart raced, a wave of sweetness washing over her, and her cheeks involuntarily flushed. As for Tosaka, her name was elegantly disregarded in May's mind. Meanwhile, Tosaka remained blissfully unaware, yet she could distinctly sense the subtle aroma of budding romance, rolling her eyes in amusement. Found it. Professor Oak's voice broke the moment, capturing everyone's attention. There are indeed few records regarding Genesect's precise habitat, almost none at all. However, we did uncover a related piece of information. It is said that around the area where Gene Sect once thrived, a special plant known as the Auratus flower typically grows. The Auratus flower? Ash echoed, realizing this was the crucial clue he needed. Exactly, Professor Oak continued, noting that literature documented the recent sightings and collections of the flower Urutas in the vicinity of Newt City within the Unova region. Coincidentally, I have a junior colleague managing a vast Pokémon estate on the outskirts of Newt City. Should you be interested, it might be worthwhile to pay a visit there. As he spoke, Professor Oak cast a meaningful glance through the screen at Ash and the girls, May and Toko, raising his eyebrows playfully. A vacation, perhaps? It's important for the youth to relish the leisurely moments that follow their victories. Habitually, Professor Oak took on the role of a matchmaker for the younger generation. May instantly grasped the professor's teasing, her face flushing as she lowered her gaze, her fingers intertwining nervously. Toko, however, was more forthright, nodding in agreement. Having a place to vacation sounds rather delightful. Ash readily concurred. Thank you, Professor. We shall indeed visit Newt City and enjoy a final respite before embarking on our next adventure. Their journey through the Unova region was nearing its conclusion, and a brief respite before commencing a new chapter seemed most agreeable. After ending the call, both May and Toko were brimming with anticipation, eager to return to their rooms and pack their belongings. Ash smiled as he watched them depart, preparing to take his own action. Yet, just as he turned, he felt a slight tremor from the Master Ball at his waist. A deep, somewhat discontented voice echoed in his mind. "Hey, kid, have you forgotten our important agreement?" Ash felt a jolt of anxiety. To be honest, the continuous series of events had nearly made him forget. However, he dared not admit it aloud, quickly retorting, "Of course not. I've already found your opponent. You better have, or else." Kyurem huffed, harboring a hint of skepticism. "Or else what? Pikachu?" Kyurem pondered. Although Ash lacked Charizard, the combination of Pikachu, Victini, and Reshiram seemed truly formidable. Hence, it could only remain silent. "Rest assured, I have indeed secured a worthy adversary for you." Seeing Kyurem's compliance, Ash grinned, not deceiving Kyurem. He had long envisioned a rival capable of matching the legendary dragon god Kyurem, the ruler of the distortion world, Giratina. To substantiate his claim, Ash retrieved a darkly shimmering purple-black scale from his system backpack. This was a gift bestowed upon him by Giratina after he helped the creature escape a predicament during his travels in the Sinnoh region. It could be used to summon the renegade Pokémon, albeit he had rarely employed it. Yet now, the timing was perfect. He intended to activate the scale to summon Giratina, allowing the eager Kyurem to venture into the distortion world for an epic confrontation. Clearly sensing the aura of a Pokémon of equal legendary status emanating from the scale, Kyurem became exhilarated, its voice quivering with impatience. "Yes, that's the power. Quickly use it. I can hardly wait to battle." "Let me ask if it agrees," Ash replied. "What is there to ask? Whether it agrees or not, we are fighting." Ash found this somewhat exasperating, yet it was indeed the truth. Chapter 615, The Borrowed Pikachu and Couple's Ice Cream. Ash clenched the purple-black scale, concentrating his energy. The scale began to emit warmth, radiating a dark glow, sending forth waves that transcended human perception toward an unknown dimension. Moments later, the surface of the lake beside the villa began to distort unexpectedly, forming a vortex. At the center of the vortex was not water but a bizarre, color-inverted spectacle, the entrance to the distortion world. The colossal form of Giratina appeared vaguely at the other end of the entrance. Ash clearly articulated his intent. Upon hearing this, Giratina's eyes glimmered, showing no reluctance to accept Kyurem's challenge. In the vastness of the distortion world, having an opponent to alleviate boredom was, for Giratina, a splendid choice. At Giratina's behest, Ash did not hesitate and leaped into the surreal entrance. Pikachu followed closely, while Victini and Meloetta curiously flitted inside. The distortion world remained a desolate oddity, its gravitational laws seemingly altered compared to the outside world, prompting the first-time visitors, Victini and Meloetta, to flit about in awe, emitting exclamations of wonder. Without Ash needing to throw the Master Ball, Kyurem, sensing the presence of a formidable foe, could no longer contain itself and burst forth from the ball. Its massive form landed on the peculiar ground of the distortion world, standing in stark contrast to the spiraling Giratina above. The two legendary dragon-type Pokémon exchanged mere glances before their immense energies collided. In the next instant, searing cross flames clashed violently with shadowy orbs infused with ghostly energy. The explosive sound reverberating throughout the distortion world, waves of energy radiating outward. Ash and Pikachu observed the titanic clash, initially captivated. However, as time passed, it became apparent that neither side would yield an advantage soon. Moreover, with the combat's residual force intensifying, Ash began to feel a sense of tedium and concern that it might affect Victini and the others. "Kyurem, Giratina, take your time battling, enjoy yourselves. I'm heading back." Ash called out to the two dragons engrossed in combat. "Roar, hurry up and leave, kid, don't be a nuisance." Kyurem replied amidst the fray. Giratina also cast a glance, opening a portal for Ash. Without further delay, Ash took his leave through the entrance opened by Giratina, accompanied by Pikachu, Victini, and Meloetta. Upon returning to the villa, the lake's surface had returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. With the agreement regarding Kyurem settled, Ash exhaled in relief, preparing to return to his room to pack his belongings and promptly address the issue with Genesect. Once this matter was resolved, he could fulfill his promise to visit Salina in the Kalos region. However, just as he picked up his backpack, Toko hurriedly approached, a hint of apology on her face. "Ash, I'm sorry, but I suddenly remembered that I have a rather special video project that must be completed today. Could we delay our departure to Newt City by a day?" Ash paused for a moment, then readily agreed. "No problem. It's not urgent for this one day. Toko flashed a mischievous smile and continued. Also, it seems my filming equipment is experiencing some unstable electrical issues. I might need an electric-type Pokémon to help stabilize the current. Could Pikachu assist me? She blinked at Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder. Toko, don't you have a Zebstrika? I sent it back after the tournament. Contacting home to have it returned would take time, so borrowing your Pikachu would be quicker. Alright then. For this small favor, Ash and Pikachu naturally would not refuse. Pikachu nodded in agreement. Wonderful. So Pikachu will accompany me today? Ash, if you find it boring, you can go out and explore. May knows the area well and can serve as your guide. As Toko spoke, she playfully pushed the blushing May, who had appeared at the door, forward. Ash glanced at Toko, who seemed to have a plan, then at the shy yet expectant May, and immediately understood Toko's intentions. He smiled, choosing not to expose it, and said to May, All right then, May, would you mind taking me around today? May was pleasantly surprised by Ash's swift agreement. Her heart soaring as a sweet smile blossomed on her face. Sure, leave it to me. With Pikachu joining Toko, Victini and Meloetta had vanished once more. While they might be invisible, rounding it off, this could be considered a moment of solitude for Ash and May. May felt a surge of excitement. Thus, the two stepped out of the villa together. Though they claimed to be going out for a stroll, it felt more like a cherished time alone for Ash and May. May, what are your plans with Toko from now on? As for me, I might travel to other regions to claim my own championship, and Toko will accompany me. Ash, what about you? Well, I might head home first and then set off for Kalos. Sigh, is it to travel with Serena? The girl pouted, a hint of jealousy evident in her demeanor. It's just about challenging the local league and traveling together, going with the flow. Ash awkwardly scratched his head, attempting to console her. May clearly didn't believe that Serena wouldn't travel with Ash, still pouting. However, under Ash's playful pinching of her cheeks, May transformed into a bashful figure. The two ambled along the nearby streets like an ordinary couple, perusing roadside stalls and engaging in light-hearted conversation. As they walked, May seemed to muster her courage and tentatively extended her hand, linking it with Ash's arm. Ash paused momentarily, feeling the soft touch and warmth emanating from May's body. And he glanced down at her. May's cheeks were flushed, her gaze a mixture of shyness and daring anticipation. Ash did not reject her. Instead, he offered her a gentle smile, tacitly acknowledging her gesture. Feeling Ash's silent consent, May's heart raced, her blush deepening, yet her smile grew sweeter. She clung more tightly to Ash's arm, the two appearing as a truly intimate couple. Passing by an ice cream shop, May was captivated by the charming sign. The understanding owner, however, apologetically remarked, Oh dear, I'm terribly sorry, but today's business has been excellent, and we only have one last couple sharing cup left. Upon hearing the term couple, May's cheeks instantly turned crimson. Ash glanced at the beautifully decorated ice cream, then at May's flushed face, and naturally told the owner, No worries. We'll take that. Couple. Seeing Ash actually purchase it, May's face reddened even more. The two took their couple's ice cream and found a quiet bench in the park to sit. The bench was not wide, so they naturally sat closely together. Although May was too shy to look up, she shared the cold, sweet delicacy with Ash, taking turns to enjoy it. The air was filled with the sweet aroma of strawberries and chocolate, along with an increasingly intimate atmosphere. Unbeknownst to them, their faces drew closer. When May lowered her head to take a bite of the ice cream from Ash's side, Ash happened to lift his head to speak. Their lips met unexpectedly. A gentle collision. Both were momentarily taken aback. The chill of the ice cream contrasted wonderfully with the warmth and softness of each other's lips. May's cerulean eyes widened slightly. Her face instantly adorned with a rosy hue, yet she did not retreat. After a brief moment of shyness, she summoned her courage, closed her eyes, and hesitantly pressed her lips against Ash's once more. Ash reciprocated. This kiss, imbued with the sweetness of ice cream, began as a tender caress of lips but soon deepened. May shyly parted her lips, welcoming Ash's exploration. His tongue gently ventured in, meeting her petite, sweet tongue, intertwining in a tender embrace. It was a prolonged and sweet kiss, filled with the innocence and boldness of a girl experiencing her first flutter of affection and the gentle response of a boy. Only when they felt a slight shortage of breath did they slowly part, their foreheads touching, breaths mingling, their eyes reflecting each other's flushed faces and the spark of burgeoning emotions. Chapter 616. Farewell Beneath the Ferris Wheel, the conclusion of Unova. On a secluded rooftop far from the park bench, Toko was setting up a camera equipped with a super long focus lens, marveling at the scene. Wow, they kissed. They finally kissed. She murmured excitedly while watching the distant couple finally embrace in a kiss. However, why was it taking so long to finish an ice cream? Wouldn't they get tired from kissing for so long? They sure had good breath control. She glanced at the camera's recording time and was astonished to discover that the couple had maintained that position for nearly half an hour. TSK. One can't judge a book by its cover. Right, Pikachu? She turned to ask the Pikachu perched on her shoulder, only to find it looking back at her with a somewhat disdainful and resigned expression, as if saying, "You said you needed my help to stabilize the equipment. And now look where we are, spying on them." Toko understood the sentiment in Pikachu's eyes, chuckling as she reached out to pat its head. "Oh dear, Pikachu, don't be upset. We're creating a private space for them. How can that be called spying? This is long-distance emotional observation. And you wouldn't want to be a third wheel, would you?" The maturing Pikachu naturally grasped the concept of romance. It recalled the moments when Ash and Dawn, as well as Ash and May, had said their goodbyes, and with a resigned shrug of its tiny paws, it ultimately chose to indulge in the spectacle alongside Toko. By the way, Victini, Meloetta, Toko glanced up at the two little creatures floating above her head, equally engrossed in the scene. "Aren't you two supposed to be invisible? Why aren't you watching up close instead of cramming in here with us? Vidi? Mello." The two little beings exchanged glances and then expressed that watching the excitement together was far more enjoyable. Toko had no retort and redirected her attention to the camera, continuing to commentate on the affectionate couple in the frame. Back at the park bench, the long and sweet kiss finally came to a temporary halt. The two slightly parted, their breaths somewhat hurried. Ash looked at May's lips, which still bore traces of ice cream, and naturally leaned down to tenderly lick them clean. "So sweet," Ash chuckled lightly, his tone teasing. He did not specify whether it was May's lips or the ice cream that was sweet. May's face turned nearly as red as a tomato, her heart racing, but inside, it felt as if it were filled with honey, shyly burying her flushed cheeks into Ash's neck, gently nuzzling. After finishing the ice cream, they linked arms like conjoined twins and strolled through the nearby shopping district, savoring various barbecue snacks and local delicacies of Unova. "Ash, look over there," May exclaimed excitedly, pointing at a balloon artist whose creations were twisted into various Pokémon shapes, vibrant and lifelike. "That one looks just like Pikachu." "Indeed," Ash agreed with a smile. They shared laughter typical of couples. "A hot dog for me." During this time, May would occasionally feed Ash morsels of food that she deemed delicious. Ash would naturally accept, sometimes even playfully nibbling at her fingertips, provoking a flurry of embarrassment and rosy cheeks from May, their flirtatious interactions feeling both natural and sweet. They also enjoyed shooting games, where Ash effortlessly helped May win a vibrant tumbler plush toy, thanks to his exceptional precision and skill. May hugged the plush, which was almost larger than her, grinning from ear to ear, attracting the kind attention of passers-by. Thus, like any ordinary couple, they meandered aimlessly, sharing food and trying out various fun games, reveling in the joy of small victories. There were no gym challenges or league tournaments, only the light-hearted companionship and joy of being together. Time flew amidst their laughter, and as the sun began to set, it painted the sky in warm shades of orange and red. May led Ash to their final destination in Laventon City, the renowned landmark, a towering Ferris wheel. It reached for the clouds, slowly turning in the sunset, the massive neon lights beginning to flicker, creating an exceptionally romantic atmosphere. This was the most famous landmark in Laventon City. May gazed up, her cerulean eyes reflecting the lights of the Ferris wheel, filled with evident shyness and anticipation. She gazed intently at Ash, her voice soft yet audacious, in a locale cherished by couples. As she spoke, her grip on Ash's arm tightened, her intentions unmistakably clear. Ash lowered his gaze to the girl beside him, who had mustered her courage to extend an invitation, a smile dancing in his eyes. Affectionately, he reached out and gently brushed her delicate nose. "That sounds splendid. Let us ascend and take a look." They settled into a transparent observation cabin, and as the Ferris wheel ascended slowly, the nightscape of Raven City unfurled beneath them. Within the enclosed space, the atmosphere became increasingly enchanting. May, emboldened compared to when they were outside, gazed unabashedly at Ash, her eyes shimmering with unmasked affection and devotion. Ash reciprocated her gaze without hesitation, their eyes intertwining in the air as if sparks were igniting. Without the need for excessive words, Ash leaned in slowly, capturing her enticing lips once more. This kiss was more profound and lingering than the one they had shared on the bench. They greedily inhaled each other's essence, their tongues intertwining tenderly and closely, exchanging the sweetness of their mutual breaths, as if seeking to fully merge their beings. As the Ferris wheel reached its zenith, the city's resplendent lights appeared to serve as their backdrop. At some point, May had boldly straddled Ash's lap, their bodies pressed closely together as they lost themselves in passionate kisses. Ash's hands naturally encircled May's slender, supple waist. Even through the fabric, he he could feel her alluring curves. His palms, imbued with the warmth and slight roughness typical of a trainer, instinctively caressed her soft back, evoking a delicate shiver from her as she emitted soft whimpers. Yet, she drew even closer to him, reciprocating his kisses and caresses. At a height of 100 meters, this small cabin seemed to transform into a sweet and intimate love nest solely for them. Thus concluded their time in Unova. And I shall briefly summarize Gene's sect before embarking on Kalos. Additionally, for those who see this, if you have time, please take a screenshot and share it in the comments. I fear I may be reported by Sinnoh. Chapter 617. The Crimson Gene Sect, another Mutuo? In the serene Pokémon Manor on the outskirts of Newt City. Life was leisurely and delightful. Ash had arrived here over 20 days ago, simultaneously searching for information on Gene Sect while relishing the idyllic existence of the Pokémon Manor. After more than 20 days, Ash, May, and Toko had nearly adopted this place as their home. Wow, the air here is simply delightful. May stretched her arms, her face radiating happiness as she observed Pokémon from various regions frolicking on the grass. It feels as though we've traveled through a myriad of adventures. Indeed, Ash replied, inhaling deeply, feeling both his body and mind relax in the tranquility, undisturbed by the hustle and bustle. Toko, operating a camera nearby, turned and grinned mischievously. Yes, yes. Especially suitable for certain individuals to revel in their own world. Toko. May's face flushed crimson, and she playfully stomped her foot, yet instinctively moved a bit closer to Ash. Ash, feeling a bit bashful, rubbed his nose. Over these days, Toko had indeed been quite considerate, often taking Pikachu, Victini, and Meloetta away to gather material, granting him and May ample time alone together. Their relationship had rapidly blossomed in this serene environment, with holding hands, embracing, and kissing becoming daily expressions of their affection. During this time, under Ash's insistence, May had reluctantly allowed him to experience the joy of hand-rolling a Raisingan. However, joyful moments always seemed to slip away too quickly. Deep within the manor, in an area near ancient rock formations, they discovered traces of Gene's sect, a conspicuous, swift crimson Gene sect alongside 3 ordinary ones. When Ash released his own Gene sect, it immediately dashed joyfully toward its companions. The leader, the Crimson Gene sect, appeared exceedingly astonished, likely believing that the companion taken by humans had met an unfortunate fate. After the joy of reunion, challenges soon emerged. The Crimson Gene sect seemed intent on claiming this ecologically rich Pokémon Manor as its new home for its kind, even adopting an aggressive stance. Naturally, Ash would not permit them to disrupt this tranquil haven. Without hesitation, he dispatched Pikachu and Victini, leading to a brief yet intense confrontation. Empowered by Victini's victory aura, Pikachu unleashed overwhelming electric force, successfully halting the Genesect's advance and making them understand that this was not a lawless territory that could be seized by force. Subsequently, Ash patiently guided them to an idyllic spot by a secluded lake, not too far from the manor, where blossoms of auretless flowers flourished. There stood a massive rock wall, perfectly suited for nesting. Ash assisted them in settling there, initiating the construction of their new home. Just as the Gene sects began their industrious tasks, a powerful psychic presence suddenly descended. Mutuo appeared silently in the distant sky, observing the scene before it, sensing the residual powerful energy waves from Pikachu and Victini. Its cold eyes revealed profound astonishment. It had evidently not anticipated that a human trainer and his Pokémon could so adeptly subdue and guide these ancient beings. What kind of Pokémon is this? I've never seen its like before. May stared in astonishment, while Toko attempted to capture the moment on film, only to be met with a mere glance from Mutuo that rendered her instantly subdued, sheepishly lowering her camera. They could only rely on their eyes to memorize the figure before them, a feline humanoid creature, composed entirely of silvery hues, with purple eyes, abdomen, and tail, boasting 3 fingers formed from spherical shapes. Upon witnessing Mutuo's arrival, Ash was not taken aback. He had sensed a formidable power lurking in the shadows, observing this region. Do you know me? Mutuo inquired, surprised that this human accompanied by Pikachu recognized it. Of course, you are a unique Pokémon, and your genesis is directly tied to humanity. You are not ordinary yourself. Mutuo was taken aback that Ash was aware of its uniqueness. Nevertheless, Ash was indeed exceptional. Victini was remarkable, possessing immense energy within. Although Meloetta was not particularly strong, the power she harbored proved she was no ordinary Pokémon. As Mutuo pondered, Ash, curious, wondered why the psychic communication conveyed a female voice. Was this the same Mutuo from Kanto? Upholding his principle of satisfying curiosity, he addressed Mutuo, inquiring indirectly, Mutuo, do you remember where you were born? Mutuo hovered in the air, responding calmly through psychic communication. The Unova region. My consciousness awakened here. Its response was succinct. Ash wore an expression of realization, nodding as he remarked, I see. There is another Mutuo in the Kanto region, you know? Although surprised by the existence of two Mutuos, it was evident that these two were not the same. What? Mutuo's mind was shaken, clearly astonished that there was another of its kind in this world. Are you certain? Absolutely. I hail from Kanto, and that Mutuo is connected to Team Rocket. And you? The one who created me is Team Plasma. Mutuo reflected for a moment before responding. Meanwhile, the other Mutuo, whom they had yet to meet, shared a similar experience, having also been created by a local nefarious organization. The revelation that Mutuo had been manufactured by Team Plasma left May and Toko exchanging glances of astonishment. Ash was taken aback to discover that Team Plasma had managed to create a Mutuo. How could this be possible? Had Team Plasma stolen data from Team Rocket? Confusion clouded Ash's mind, yet he found himself unwilling to dwell on it. There was no need to fret about this Mutuo's potential uprising. Although they were all Mutuo, it was evident that each one possessed unique experiences and personalities. This particular Unova Mutuo, while equally powerful and aloof, did not seem to exhibit the same radical tendencies or existential confusion that characterized its Kanto counterpart in its early days. If given the chance, perhaps a venture to Kanto would be in order. Ash pondered whether the two Mutuos would engage in battle upon their meeting. The Mutuo remained silent, offering no direct response, merely casting a deep glance at Ash. Yet, Ash's words had undeniably sown a seed of curiosity within it, igniting an inexplicable desire to explore the distant Kanto region, where another Mutuo resided. Chapter 618, The Alliance Conference in the Viridian Forest. The morning sunlight filtered through the cracks in the curtains, gently illuminating Ash's face. Groggily, he reached out, instinctively seeking the warmth of a familiar presence beside him, only to encounter an empty bed and soft bedding. After rubbing his eyes, he sat up and stared at the vacant pillow beside him, momentarily lost in thought before fully awakening. It had been several days since his return to Pallet Town, yet each morning, he experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation, as if May were still there, curled up like a kitten or playfully draping her legs over him. Without that warm body and the familiar scent of her hair entwining with his, he found himself feeling somewhat unsettled. Pika, at the foot of the bed, Pikachu had also awakened, yawning and gazing at Ash with concern. I'm fine, Pikachu. Ash smiled, reaching out to ruffle Pikachu's head. Just a bit. Unaccustomed, that's all. Victini fluttered up from its cozy nook, affectionately nuzzling Ash's cheek, transmitting warmth. Meloetta began to float, softly humming a soothing melody. With such dependable companions by his side, the pangs of loneliness quickly dissipated. Ash, breakfast is ready, came the gentle call of his mother, Hanako, from downstairs. Coming, Ash replied, rising with alacrity to wash up, bounding down the stairs alongside Pikachu and the others. The dining table was laden with a sumptuous breakfast, emanating an enticing aroma. Hanako watched with a loving smile as Ash devoured his meal. Mom, Ash swallowed his food and hesitated before speaking. I might be going on another journey soon. Hanako paused mid-serve, her expression shifting to one of understanding as she smiled knowingly. I suspected as much. You've been home longer than usual. Though you spend your days in the forest, the light in your eyes tells me you're already dreaming of new adventures. Ash scratched his head, feeling a bit sheepish. Don't worry, Hanako stood up, retrieving a brand new backpack and neatly folded sets of clothing from the cupboard. I've prepared a new travel kit for you. When are you planning to depart? Feeling a warmth swell within him at the sight of his mother's preparations, Ash replied, I intend to leave tomorrow. Today. I want to visit the Viridian Forest again and see Charizard and the others. It struck him as odd that, aside from Bulbasaur and the Heracross that lingered around it, most of his Pokémon had chosen not to remain in Professor Oak's lab, preferring the vastness of the Viridian Forest. Even Grimer, known for tormenting Professor Oak, seemed to favor the wilds. To maintain familiarity and connection with his Pokémon, Ash had indeed been commuting daily between Pallet Town and the Viridian Forest. After breakfast, Ash stepped outside, expertly throwing a Pokeball. Firo, it's settled. We're heading back to the Viridian Forest. With a flash of light, the majestic Firo appeared in the air, issuing a clear call. Ash mounted Firo, clutching its neck tightly. With a powerful flap of its wings, Firo transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward the heavens. Achieving an astonishing speed of 2 Machs, the journey was over in the blink of an eye. In mere moments, the lush expanse of the Viridian Forest came into view. The trees towered even higher and denser than Ash remembered, teeming with vibrant life. As Firo began to descend, many wild Pokémon such as Pidgey, Spearow, Rattata, Nidoran, and Oddish sensed its presence and looked up. Upon spotting Ash, they did not flee in terror. Rather, they instinctively cleared a broad area for landing, their eyes reflecting unmistakable respect and reverence. Ash understood that this was due to his Pokémon, especially Charizard, Lizardin, and Infernape, having established dominance in this forest, securing their place as the apex predators. As their trainer, Ash naturally garnered the recognition and respect of all the wild Pokémon in this region. After all, in the world of wild Pokémon, the rules are simple and pure, strength reigns supreme. As he leapt off Fiero, a familiar figure bounded toward him, affectionately nudging him with its large head. Bayleaf. Ash laughed, embracing it and patting the budding flower atop its head. Bayleaf emitted a contented hum. Soon after, Torterra approached with heavy footsteps, gently nudging Ash with its nose. Scyther elegantly flicked its pincers. A mischievous Simisage donned sunglasses in a quirky imitation of Squirtle, and Coalossal puffed a small plume of black smoke. Grimer wiggled its considerable mass, attempting to draw closer, only to be playfully rebuffed by Ash. Meanwhile, Serperior watched gracefully from a distance, its gaze imbued with a subtle kindness. His past companions gathered around him, welcoming his return. The deeper he ventured into the forest, the more Pokémon he encountered. Staraptor and Murkrow circled above, while Coalossal and Torterra basked in the sun. Frosmoth and Totodile frolicked together, and Garchomp greeted him with an enthusiastic bite as a welcoming gesture. Within the forest lay a vast clearing, now bustling with activity. Ash observed numerous wild Pokémon and some of his own engaged in battle. The ground was meticulously marked with white rock powder, delineating several makeshift battle arenas. His Kingler, Crawdaunt, Blaziken, Axew, and Volcarona occupied their respective arenas, accepting challenges from wild Pokémon. Notably, his shiny Axew had evolved, having transformed into Fracture upon its very first venture into the Viridian forest. A steady stream of challengers arrived, their fighting spirit palpable. The entire event was orchestrated by his exceptionally clever Shiny Noctowl and Shiny Metagross, the masterminds behind the Viridian Forest Alliance Conference. Mimicking the Pokémon League tournaments of the human world, while Pokémon seeking to participate in the main event must first challenge any 8 Pokémon. They must then collect at least 8 badges, marked by a special imprint made from unique berry juice, to secure their eligibility for the ultimate competition. Charizard, Lizardin, Scyther, and Metagross played the roles of the Elite Four and champion. The ultimate victors would be rewarded handsomely, receiving everything from energy-rich berries to various evolution stones, and even some rare-held items. Such incentives stirred the enthusiasm of the wild Pokémon immensely. Ash observed that, in pursuit of the rewards, the typically languid wild Pokémon had transformed into remarkably diligent and combative creatures. However, after a brief period of observation, Ash felt his lips twitching in amusement. The items designated as rewards, aside from a few that he had previously entrusted to Charizard for distribution, had dubious origins. He witnessed Charizard effortlessly defeating a trainer attempting to capture a Metagross, subsequently requesting a battle with the defeated trainer. Without a hint of hesitation, Charizard pilfered a gleaming Thunderstone from the trainer's reluctantly surrendered backpack and added it to the pile of prizes. Despite the trainer's evident dismay and frustration, he boldly declared, "Damn it, Charizard, just wait. Next time, I will bring a stronger Pokémon to reclaim my victory." Ash couldn't help but feel a mix of exasperation and amusement at the spectacle. These creatures had managed to rationally acquire resources on his behalf. Nonetheless, witnessing his Pokémon brimming with vitality, their eyes sparkling with determination and zeal, diligently honing their strength while maintaining order in the forest, filled Ash with a sense of satisfaction. Though their methods were unconventional, the atmosphere resonated with competitive spirit, ultimately making Ash smile with contentment. Everyone seemed to be thriving, allowing him to embark on his new journey with peace of mind. "All right, everyone." Ash clapped his hands, capturing the attention of his Pokémon. "I will be setting off for a new region tomorrow. Today, let me be your special referee." Suddenly, the forest erupted with exuberant cheers and the varied calls of Pokémon. Chapter 619. Dragonite's Mega Evolution form must be quite impressive, right? The morning sun poured into the room once again as Ash opened his eyes. This time, he felt clear-headed and filled with anticipation. For today marked the day of his departure to the Kalos region. He swiftly rolled out of bed, where on a chair beside him lay the neatly arranged travel attire prepared by Hanako, a travel set for the Kalos region. Ash picked up the deep blue short-sleeved t-shirt adorned with a crisp white collar and paired it with dark denim jeans before slipping into his black and red sneakers. Approaching the mirror, he scrutinized his reflection. This Kalos-inspired outfit made him appear particularly vibrant, seemingly more mature than during his time in the Unova region. Pika Pika. Pikachu leapt to his side, gazing up at Ash with bright eyes, nodding affirmatively in approval. Pikachu, you think this looks good too, right? Hee. This might just be one of my favorite outfits. Ash chuckled at his companion. Latias. A gentle call emerged, and the figure resting on the other side sat up, undoubtedly Latias. Ever since returning home, she had insisted on sharing a bed with him, to which he had no objection, even though she took on her Ian form. Rubbing her eyes, she gazed at the refreshed Ash, her azure eyes sparkling with delight. What do you think, am I handsome? Ash asked, with a hint of vanity. Latias, she nodded. Gracefully descending from the bed to hover in front of Ash, hands behind her back, head tilted adorably, her cheeks slightly flushed as she admired him. Suddenly, she leaned in and gently pecked Ash on the cheek, playfully winking with a mischievous smile. Ash had long since grown accustomed to such displays of affection. After numerous intimate interactions with companions like Serena, May, and Dawn, this innocent peck felt trivial to him. Moreover, since Latias was merely a Pokémon, as long as the girls didn't witness it, all was well. Melody. At that moment, Meloetta floated over, humming a cheerful tune, while Victini zipped around Ash in a flurry, anxiously gesturing towards breakfast downstairs. All right, let us have breakfast, Ash chuckled, shaking his head at the hungry Victini. He then hurried downstairs with his 4 Pokémon in tow. The dining table was still laden with the sumptuous breakfast he always enjoyed before embarking on a journey. Hanako gazed at her spirited son with loving eyes. Mom, I'm off, Ash said, swiftly devouring his meal, his cheeks stuffed. Be careful on your journey, stay safe. And remember to keep in touch, Hanako gently reminded him, accustomed to her son setting off, yet lingering momentarily on the human girl accompanying him. A knowing smile crossing her face as she refrained from further inquiry. She had long since accepted the presence of this Ian girl, though she couldn't help but ponder how a girl so fond of Ash could be anything other than human. Finishing his breakfast with impressive speed, Ash slung on the new backpack his mother had prepared, embracing her tightly. Don't worry, Mom, I'm off now. By the way, Hanako suddenly recalled. Professor Oak called earlier and asked you to stop by his lab before you leave. He has something to give you. Got it. Pikachu, Latias, Victini, Meloetta, let us go, Ash exclaimed as he and his Pokémon departed from home, making their way to Professor Oak's lab next door. In the lab's backyard, Tracy was diligently feeding the Pokémon. Good morning, Tracy. Oh, it's Ash. Are you ready to set off? Tracy greeted, turning to face him. The professor is inside waiting for you. He has something important for you. Thanks. Ash nodded, striding into the lab. Professor Oak was intently peering through a microscope. Professor, you called for me? Oh, Ash. You're here. Professor Oak exclaimed, adjusting his glasses and reaching for a sealed small box from a nearby table. Perfect timing. Could you please take this to Dr. Bratano in the Kalos region? Ash accepted the box, curious as he weighed it in his hands. Professor, what's inside? Hee, just open it and see, Professor Oak teased. Following his instructions, Ash opened the box to reveal 4 evolution stones he had never encountered before, gleaming with an unusual luster. Are these megastones? Ash inquired, recognizing them, but feeling puzzled as their colors and patterns seemed unfamiliar. Which Pokémon do they belong to? I don't think I've seen them before. Exactly. You haven't seen them before, Professor Oak chuckled. These are the latest discoveries, 4 megastones corresponding to Porygon-Z, Starmie, Weepinbell, and Dragonite. Wait, Porygon-Z, Starmie, Weepinbell, and Dragonite can mega-evolve too? Ash gasped in astonishment. Indeed. Previously, only Charizard and a few others like Alakazam, Gengar, and Beedrill were known to mega-evolve. You were at the forefront of igniting the mega-evolution craze, Professor Oak said with a tone of pride. The enhancement to a Pokémon's abilities through mega-evolution is remarkably significant. Over the past 2 years, trainers have shown unprecedented enthusiasm in searching for megastones, leading to the discovery of new combinations. These are the latest results. Listening to the professor, Ash's thoughts drifted momentarily. He instinctively checked a panel visible only to him, confirming that the information on these megastones was indeed the latest update. It appeared that these were the newly released Mega Pokémon from GF. Alright, Ash, I'll leave these megastones in your capable hands to deliver to Dr. Bratano. He is a leading authority in the Kalos region and one of the earliest experts to systematically study mega evolution phenomena. Understood. Don't worry, Professor. I will personally deliver them to Dr. Bratano, Ash assured, carefully stowing the box. His curiosity piqued about what these 4 Pokémon would look like after mega evolution. Especially Dragonite. Surely it wouldn't turn out too unattractive, right? Reflecting on GF's increasingly abstract sense of aesthetics after Kalos, Ash couldn't help but chuckle. After bidding farewell to Professor Oak and Tracy, Ash stepped outside to an open area. Pidgeot, it's you. Destination, Viridian City Airport. With a resounding cry, the majestic Pidgeot soared into the sky, carrying Ash and his companions at an astonishing speed towards the vibrant city of Ilex. Upon their arrival, Ash made his way to the local Pokémon Center, where he borrowed a phone to dial a number. The screen soon lit up with the delightful visage of a girl, her laughter echoing with joy. In the Kalos region, at the town of Asigao, Salina contentedly placed the phone down, unable to suppress the smile that blossomed on her lips, radiating a sweet and radiant charm. With a joyful twirl, she expressed her exuberance. "Oh my, are you off to meet your boyfriend? How delightful." Her mother, Sachi, quipped from her position by the door, a teasing smile gracing her face. "Mom." Salina's cheeks flushed a bright crimson. Yet, instead of her usual retorts or retreating in shyness, she merely shot her mother a playful glare, humming a tune as she began to preen before the mirror, meticulously selecting her attire. Her companions, Finnegan, Emolga, Sylvian, and Meowth, curiously gathered around her feet, watching as their trainer prepared for this momentous encounter. After much deliberation, Salina finally settled on a charming ensemble, a crimson pleated skirt paired with black knee-high socks, striking a perfect balance between vivacity and a hint of allure. She was determined to present herself in the most exquisite manner for Ash. Sachi observed her daughter's bustling happiness with a silent smile, choosing to remain quiet. Chapter 620, Takeoff, Arrival in Mier City. After a smooth boarding process at Ilex City Airport, Ash and Pikachu found their seats. The airplane's engines roared to life, gliding slowly before suddenly surging into the sky. Ash gazed out the window, watching the ground shrink away beneath him. Although flying on Pidgeot was a frequent occurrence, the sensation of soaring within this colossal metal machine was utterly distinct. Pika Pika. Pikachu clung to the windowsill, its tail wagging with curiosity, its bright eyes reflecting the azure sky and fluffy clouds. Meloetta and Victini had already concealed themselves, feeling somewhat uneasy and shy in the cramped quarters among unfamiliar faces, a stark contrast to the spacious and segregated audience of a battle venue. Here, they were nearly shoulder to shoulder with strangers, prompting the two mythical Pokémon to quietly remain by Ash's side. Latias had retreated into her Pokeball early on, seemingly uncomfortable in the crowded environment. The flight felt prolonged and somewhat tedious. During this time, fellow passengers and the occasional flight attendant recognized Ash as the newly crowned World Championship champion, their eyes lighting up with admiration and surprise. However, everyone maintained a respectful distance, merely smiling and nodding or quietly requesting an autograph, avoiding any significant commotion. Thankfully, the Pokémon world was not obsessed with celebrity culture, which relieved Ash, who feared the potential disruption of enthusiastic fans. It appeared his concerns were unfounded. Finally, after a slight jolt, the announcement of the impending landing echoed through the cabin. Ash's heart fluttered with anticipation. The plane landed smoothly and taxied to a halt. Accompanied by Pikachu, Ash followed the stream of passengers down the stairs. The unique and stylish atmosphere of the Kalos region enveloped him, though not inherently different. It radiated a distinct ambience. The airport's architectural lines were sleek and modern, and the skyline of Mier City loomed in the distance, imbued with a futuristic essence. "Wow!" Ash exclaimed, marveling at the stark contrast in style compared to Kanto, Johto, and Unova. At that moment, a small flock of reddish birds, the fletchlings, flitted from a nearby green space, the signature avian of Kalos. As a master of the flying type, he was certain he would capture one. Yet, his immediate task was to exit the airport. Following the signs, Ash exited the arrivals hall and was instantly captivated by a striking figure ahead. Not far from the entrance, a girl stood expectantly. She wore a charming pink cap atop her head, her brown hair cascading beneath, tied at the waist. Clad in a crisp black sleeveless blouse and a vibrant red pleated skirt, accented with eye-catching black knee-high socks that emphasized her graceful legs, she exuded youthful beauty and innocence. It was none other than Salina. She appeared to have arrived early, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Almost simultaneously, Salina spotted Ash stepping out. Her gaze locked onto him. The deep blue of Ash's Kalos outfit made him look particularly sharp, and he seemed to have shed some of his youthful naivety since their farewell in Kalos. Exuding a newfound composure and charm, they both moved forward instinctively. "Ash, Salina." Upon coming to a halt, Salina's cheeks flushed slightly. Her hands clasped behind her back as she tilted her head to gaze up at Ash, her voice tinged with shyness and delight. "Ash, that new outfit suits you perfectly. You look much more handsome." Internally, she marveled at how much more mature he appeared. Ash, upon hearing her praise, noticed the rosy hue of Salina's cheeks and the sparkle in her eyes, and a playful urge took hold of him. He intentionally stroked his chin and replied with a teasing grin. Oh? Just more handsome? Wasn't he handsome before? Ah, no, that's not what I meant. Serena flustered, her hands waving in a panic, her face growing warmer. You were handsome before. It's just that now you're even more. Her words trailed off into a whisper, becoming increasingly incoherent. Watching Serena's adorably flustered demeanor, Ash couldn't help but chuckle, a wave of affection swelling within him. Naturally, he reached out and gently tapped her nose with his finger. Just teasing you, Serena. This unexpected display of intimacy left Serena momentarily frozen, steam practically rising from her head as her cheeks turned a deeper crimson. How has he become so bold? She thought, internally screaming, yet overwhelmed with joy. Hee. It seems my previous initiative at the airport paid off. Realizing Ash had playfully teased her, she felt a mix of embarrassment and delight. Instinctively, she raised her small fist and playfully tapped Ash's chest. Honestly, Ash, you've become quite the rogue. A sweet atmosphere enveloped the air around them. Pikachu stood at Ash's feet, observing the two completely engrossed in their own world, sighing in exasperation at being the third wheel. Meanwhile, Victini and Meloetta, having witnessed numerous such exchanges, were unfazed. As their flirtatious tension escalated and their gazes lingered, the murmurs of onlookers began to rise. Look, isn't that Ash? The champion of the World Championships? It really is him. He has come to Kalos. Who is that adorable girl beside him? His girlfriend? Their outfits match so well. They must be a couple. They look so cute together. The chatter and focused gazes made Serena shyly lower her head, her fingers nervously intertwining. Ash felt a touch of embarrassment as he scratched his face, but this time, without hesitation, he naturally reached out and gently grasped Serena's wrist. Serena, shall we go? It's a bit crowded here. MHM. The warmth of his touch sent a delightful flush to Serena's ears, yet her heart brimmed with sweetness as she nodded obediently. Ash took Serena's hand and swiftly led her away from the throng of people. Salina felt a rare initiative from Ash, lowering her head to follow him, yet unable to suppress the smile that curled at the corners of her mouth, her heart brimming with joy. The Kalos adventure had begun, but the readership was dwindling. Otherwise, they might starve. QAQ. Chapter 621. The Kanto starters at the Bratano Research Institute. The two reunited, exchanged pleasantries, and once again became travel companions. After leaving the airport, Ash and Salina walked side by side along the road. Mier City, the largest metropolis in Kalos, boasted an extensive network of roads. The city's layout was notably superior to that of other major urban areas. Ash and Pikachu gazed around, taking in the sights. Mier City was replete with charming little shops, such as the Delimia Beauty Salon, keychain-themed restaurant, and trendy cafes. As Salina fed the long-lost Victini and Meloetta, she eagerly played the role of tour guide, passionately introducing Ash to Mier City. However, she sensed that Ash might not be particularly interested in these attractions. Noticing the fleeting glimmer in Ash's eyes, she reluctantly changed the subject. Ash chuckled awkwardly, not denying her observation. Some of the fashionable boutiques indeed held little allure for him. He preferred the thrill of battling in gyms. Surely, the Mier Gym would pique Ash's interest. Salina highlighted its significance, located in the central Lingjing Tower of the city. It was rumored that the gym leader, a young inventor named Citron, specialized in electric-type Pokémon, including the electromagnetic lizard and magneton. With her hands clasped behind her back, Salina tilted her head, sharing the details of the Mier Gym with Ash and Pikachu. Pika, what is an inventor? It sounds somewhat perilous, Pikachu inquired, shaking its ears curiously. Sensing that this profession seemed rather dubious, Salina appeared to have done her homework, much to Ash's surprise. She articulated the details about Citron and his Pokémon with remarkable clarity, prompting Ash to commend her efforts. Humph, Salina beamed with pride, satisfied that her diligent preparation had paid off. However, she added, she had heard that gym leader Citron had encountered some unforeseen circumstances and was not personally overseeing the gym lately. Salina expressed her uncertainty about the situation, pondering how the gym leader could be absent from his own establishment. Ash fell silent. He knew the truth of the matter. Yet it seemed the true reason had not spread widely. After all, anyone would feel embarrassed about being ousted from their gym by their own creations. So, are you planning to challenge the gym first? Salina inquired. Not just yet. Before coming to Kalos, Professor Oak asked me to deliver several megastones to Professor Bratano. So we should head to his research institute first. Salina nodded in understanding. In that case, let's complete Professor Oak's task first. It also gives me a chance to see Professor Bratano. Since obtaining the Fire Fox from him, I haven't had the opportunity to meet him again. She smiled as she led the way to the Bratano Research Institute. By the way, what are May and Toko up to? Are they embarking on their journey or still settling down in Unova? During their stroll, Salina curiously inquired about the two girls. After all, they had traveled together during their time in Unova, and she felt a sense of concern for their well-being. Oh, them. Speaking of which, Ash reminisced. May plans to challenge the gyms in Kanto and is eager to see the differences at the Pokemon League headquarters. Unfortunately, she had to return to Hiba City to visit her mother, or else she could have accompanied me back to Kanto. Kanto, Salina softly sighed, recognizing it as a decision May would make. And what about Toko? Toko is still the same, following May around and filming videos. But she intends to challenge the Kanto League as well. Salina was not surprised to hear this. Given Toko's commercial performance at the World Championships, it was evident that she aimed to continue her journey in the business realm. Their conversation flowed easily, exchanging tidbits of daily life. After a leisurely stroll of several minutes, they finally arrived at the site of Professor Bertano's Research Institute. Here we are, Salina pointed towards the distinct building of the institute. Ash surveyed the structure with curiosity. It was evident that, being situated within the city, it was far more aesthetically pleasing than Professor Oak's institute. Of course, this could also be attributed to Mier City being a fashion capital. While the architectural style was not extravagant, it was undoubtedly beautiful. Under Salina's guidance, they entered the institute. There were no security restrictions. The doors were wide open, welcoming anyone to enter. It was no wonder Team Rocket could so easily intrude, Ash mused. They could at least hire a security guard or have a Pokemon stationed at the entrance. Upon stepping inside, the differences within the institute became even more pronounced. The decor was more opulent, with a plush red carpet adorning the floor, evoking an atmosphere of antiquity. Bertano, Ash quickly spotted a figure in a white lab coat. Salina almost called out to him, but noticed he seemed preoccupied with his tasks. Oh dear, the professor is distributing Pokemon, Ash exclaimed, surprised that they had coincidentally arrived during the classic scene of a professor handing out starter Pokemon to newcomers. However, this was not his first encounter with such a moment. Contrary to the elderly image of Professor Oak, Professor Bertano was a tall, handsome young man, sporting a stylishly curled hairstyle beneath his lab coat, making a striking impression. Like Professor Yu, he had achieved the status of a regional professor at a young age. At that moment, Professor Bertano noticed Ash and Salina but did not rush over to greet them. Instead, he politely asked them to wait. Both Ash and Salina nodded in acknowledgement, observing as Professor Bertano attended to three newcomers. Speaking of which, those three looked somewhat familiar, Ash mused, shifting his gaze from the professor to the trio. He recognized them as the stout boy in the center wearing a black shirt adorned with many Froka prints, the slender boy on the left in a light green shirt with a green backpack and camera, and the tan girl on the right sporting brown twin tails, carrying a pink handbag, exuding an energetic vibe. Clearly, the three newcomers collecting their starter Pokemon were Sinnoh, Shauna, and Doran. Ash was taken aback. He hadn't expected to encounter them at Professor Bertano's Research Institute. Had he arrived too early or too late to witness them receiving their starter Pokemon? So, what Pokemon did they select? Ash wondered, casting a curious glance at the three Pokemon behind them. Sure enough, they were not the classic Kalos starters of Froakie, Fennekin, and Chase-Bin, but instead the Kanto trio of Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur. Chapter 622, An Unfinished Task. Wow, I didn't realize that Professor Bertano offered Kanto Pokemon as well. Salina remarked, equally astonished. The last time she had visited, the choices had been limited to Fennekin, Froakie, and Chase-Bin. Meanwhile, Sinnoh, Shauna, and Doran were busy selecting their Pokemon. Sinnoh chose Squirtle, which was quite agile. When he danced joyfully, Squirtle kept up with his movements. Doran opted for a lively Charmander, which was energetically bouncing around in front of him. Shauna selected Bulbasaur, a grass type that remained calm and allowed her to pet it peacefully. Once the trio had made their choices, Professor Bertano stepped forward to present them with Pokédexes and Pokeballs. Shauna, Doroba, let us engage in a Pokemon battle. After acquiring everything, Tylunno, much like the majority of novice trainers who have just received their Pokemon, eagerly proposed a battle. The two readily agreed, as both had long awaited the opportunity to battle. Doctor, we will take our leave now. The trio bid farewell, preparing to depart. However, upon turning around, they found themselves face to face with Ash and Serena, resulting in an awkward exchange of glances. Ash, eager to break the silence, raised his hand in greeting. Hello. I'm Ash from. I know. You are Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town, who triumphed over Alder using Reshiram and defeated champion Cobalt with Kyurem. Not to mention your adorable Victini, Meloetta, and Latias, exclaimed Doroba, a hint of excitement in her voice as she recounted Ash's achievements at the World Championships before he could introduce himself. Hello, Mr. Ash. I am Tylunno. came Salina's earnest introduction, clearly aware of Ash's prowess at the championships. What a surprise to encounter Mr. Ash, Shauna added, astonished, while reprimanding the two, explaining that Doroba and Salina had both witnessed Ash's matches, with Doroba being a fervent admirer. Although she herself wasn't particularly interested in battling, she recognized Ash, especially since both of her childhood friends had closely followed the World Championships. Ash, it seems you've become quite the celebrity. Serena chimed in with a playful smile. Ash simply smiled modestly. From the moment he unleashed a legendary Pokémon, he anticipated such recognition. However, he was taken aback that Salina and Doroba had become such enthusiastic fans. Is this really the world-renowned Pikachu? Salina and Doroba approached excitedly. Pikachu, may I take a picture with you for keepsake? Pikachu, initially bewildered, glanced at Doroba's eager expression and quickly assumed a serious pose for the photograph. And this is Mr. Ash's. Shauna noticed Serena, who was joyfully flitting between the two, suddenly called out. Serena's cheeks flushed. We're the same age, so you can just call me Ash, Ash said, indicating that there was no need for such formality. The three exchanged glances, contemplating the stark contrast in their achievements at such a young age. When Ash was about to comment on his amicable relationship with Serena, Salina interjected to clarify, I know this. Serena is Ash's companion from Unova, having reached the top 16 in the Poke Cup. Oh, is that so? Shauna gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. She hadn't expected such a beautiful girl like Serena to participate in the league competition. Serena, equally surprised, did not anticipate anyone remembering her tournament ranking. Hee. Salina chuckled awkwardly, admitting that he had taken more notice of Serena during the tournament due to her striking appearance. Unfortunately, he sensed that there was something special between Serena and Ash, making him feel as though he had no chance to pursue her. With that thought, Salina felt a pang of sadness and urged Doroba, Come on, Doroba. We must go complete our first battle. Well then, Ash, we shall take our leave. If we meet again, please take good care of us. Doroba hesitated for a moment before bidding farewell to Ash. Ash readily agreed, watching as the three departed together. They share such a strong bond, Serena remarked, observing the trio who had swiftly left, noting that they had all grown up together in Santalun City and were childhood friends. At that moment, Professor Bratano approached with a cheerful demeanor. Hello, Ash. It is a pleasure to finally meet the trainer who showcased Mega Evolution at the tournament. Having seen the trio off, Professor Bratano was finally able to welcome Ash and Serena, displaying exceptional enthusiasm for Ash. Ash's early demonstration of Mega Evolution in Sinnoh had significantly accelerated its discovery. In a sense, Professor Bratano had also benefited from this, as it provided him with more subjects for research. After all, prior to the announcement of Mega Evolution, the number of trainers who had mastered it was quite limited. Hello, Doctor. Ash replied, momentarily taken aback. By the way, Serena, I didn't expect you to accompany Ash to my research lab, Professor Bratano remarked, hands on his hips, eyebrows raised. He had heard from Professor Oak that Ash would be visiting the lab, but Serena's presence was entirely unexpected. I just happened to accompany Ash on his journey to Kalos. So I came along with him to visit you, Serena shyly explained. Indeed, that is wonderful. The astute Professor Bratano could easily discern that Serena harbored special feelings for Ash. Moreover, the two standing together presented a charming sight. Typically, he might have playfully teased the young couple, but today he had pressing matters to attend to. He eagerly turned to Ash, rubbing his hands in anticipation. Ash, what about the items Professor Oak entrusted you with? Serena was momentarily taken aback by the sudden shift in Professor Bratano's demeanor. He had transformed from an elegant, dapper gentleman into a figure resembling a quirky research enthusiast. Here they are, Doctor. Ash, unfazed, handed over the box containing the megastones. Professor Bratano swiftly accepted it, immediately dismissing Ash and Serena from his attention as he hurried into the research room. The abruptness of this change left both Ash and Serena wide-eyed. Ash, are we leaving now? Let's wait a bit. Although the task was completed, Ash had no intention of departing immediately. He still had other matters to attend to, such as finding his very own Froakie. Chapter 623, The Encounter of a Trainer and His Pokémon. In the expansive research lab, searching for a Froakie proved to be a daunting task. Although Ash bore the aura of the wave, he had yet to encounter a Froakie, leaving him without any means of locating it via aura. Thus, his search became an exercise in futility. Ash could only wander aimlessly through the lab, hoping to catch a glimpse of Frokie's presence. Ash, what are you looking for? Serena, noticing Ash's focused demeanor, curiously inquired, offering her assistance. I'm simply intrigued by Kalos' unique Pokémon, Ash responded earnestly. He could not divulge that he was searching for a Froakie, so he expressed his curiosity about the region's distinctive Pokémon instead. Serena believed Ash's response wholeheartedly. After all, in her mind, Ash was a trainer who held a genuine affection for Pokémon. The lab housed numerous Pokémon native to Kalos, including a shy caterpie nibbling on leaves in a corner and a few furfru quietly munching on the grass prepared by the staff. Not far away, a curious Terrakian peeked out from behind a rock, observing the two strangers. Suddenly, as they were engrossed in watching the Pokémon outside the glass, they heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, they were startled to find a robust Garchomp had stealthily approached them, eyeing them with an imposing presence and sharp gaze. "Ah!" Serena gasped, instinctively drawing closer to Ash and gripping his arm. Garchomp, being a powerful pseudo-legendary Pokémon, exuded a formidable aura. Ash was momentarily taken aback, but he soon sensed her anxiety and spoke soothingly. "There's no need to worry, Serena. This Garchomp appears remarkably gentle and poses no threat." Serena's cheeks flushed as she realized she was gripping Ash's arm. She quickly released her hold and took a step back, murmuring, "I understand." Yet, her gaze involuntarily darted towards the Garchomp. As if to affirm Ash's words, the Garchomp lowered its head and gently nudged Ash's palm with its enormous fin-like nose, displaying an affectionate demeanor. Seeing this, Serena found her courage bolstered and cautiously extended her hand. The Garchomp reciprocated with a gentle nudge, allowing her to relax entirely. After a few strokes of its shark-like skin, she couldn't help but exclaim, "It feels entirely different from your Garchomp and Cynthia's." Ash nodded in agreement, noting that his Garchomp could sometimes be adorably clumsy, while Cynthia's exuded an aura of a champion's authority and majesty. This Garchomp radiated warmth and kindness. Indeed, a voice chimed in from the side. Dr. Platano emerged from his lab, a sheepish smile gracing his face. "This is my companion, Garchomp, a remarkably gentle girl who loves interacting with people." Garchomp responded affirmatively. Dr. Platano approached the two, scratching his head apologetically. "I sincerely apologize, Ash and Serena. I was so excited to obtain the Mega Evolution Stone that I hastily sent my assistant Sophie to begin the analysis, inadvertently leaving you both waiting." "That's quite all right, Doctor. We were actually quite curious about the Pokémon in your research facility," Ash waved dismissively. In truth, he had long since grown accustomed to the professor's impulsive research tendencies. "Oh, would you like to see the Pokémon of Kalos?" Dr. Platano's enthusiasm sparked instantly. "As a gesture of goodwill and gratitude for your delivery of the Mega Evolution Stone, let me introduce you to our Kalos starter Pokémon." With that, he produced 2 Pokeballs and tossed them forward. "Come forth, Froakie and Chasepin." In a flash of white light, the 2 Pokémon materialized in the clearing. Chasepin immediately appeared vibrant and full of energy, puffing out its chest as if eager to showcase its strength and vitality, a clear display of enthusiasm. In stark contrast, Froakie chose to sit alone at a distance, exuding an air of aloofness and solitude. It even fashioned a hood from the white foam it secreted, partially covering its head, embodying a do-not-approach demeanor. Serena, observing this, curiously inquired, "Doctor, why isn't there a Fennekin?" Dr. Platano chuckled heartily. "Oh, Serena, you know quite well how irresistible Fennekin's adorable charm is to girls like you. It was chosen by several new trainers who arrived earlier today." "Ah, that makes sense," Serena replied sheepishly, realizing her question was rather foolish. Fennekin was indeed extremely popular among girls. She had initially been captivated by Fennekin when selecting her Pokémon. However, as she refocused, she noticed a peculiar atmosphere between Ash and the previously solitary Froakie. At some point, Froakie had subtly lowered its foam hood, its sharp eyes fixed intently on Ash. Initially, it seemed to be merely glancing, but after a few more looks, Froakie felt as if a stone had been cast into its tranquil heart, creating ripples of emotion it had never experienced before. It narrowed its eyes slightly, scrutinizing the human before it with heightened attention. Ash, too, sensed this gaze. He looked down, meeting Froakie's eyes. From that Pokémon's expression, he felt an indescribable sense of familiarity, as if he were encountering a long-lost friend, a profound connection and attraction blossoming between them. An instinctive certainty surged within him. This was the one. "Ash, what's happening?" Serena observed the silent yet intensely focused exchange between the boy and the Pokémon, her curiosity piqued and her confusion deepening. Pikachu, too, was intrigued by the unfolding situation. Dr. Platano, witnessing this moment, displayed a look of joy and understanding. "Oh my, this is quite fascinating." Serena turned her gaze toward Dr. Platano, eager for insight. "This is a wonderful sign. The two have established a connection." "Connection?" Serena was puzzled. "In simple terms, it's akin to love at first sight," Dr. Platano explained. "Love at first sight?" Serena's heart raced as she grasped the significance of Dr. Platano's words. She understood that this was a rare and fortuitous occurrence for both trainer and Pokémon. It indicated that should they become partners, their synergy and compatibility during their mutual growth and battles would flourish rapidly. Although Dr. Platano's choice of the term connection felt somewhat peculiar to her, she recognized that this was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity for Ash. Dr. Platano observed the unspoken yet powerful resonance between Ash and Froakie, a smile of contentment illuminating his face. He retrieved Froakie's Pokeball, declaring, "It seems fate has intervened. Ash, I'm entrusting this Froakie to you." Without a moment's hesitation, Ash accepted the Pokeball, which held the promise of destiny and hope. He locked his gaze on the still-watching Froakie, crouched down, and extended the Pokeball forward, his sincere smile radiating warmth. "Froakie, would you like to become my partner? Together, let us grow stronger and explore a broader world." "Froak." This time, Froakie's response was immediate and devoid of the previous aloofness. Its eyes sparkled with recognition and even a hint of exhilaration, as if it had found its home. With a graceful leap, it pressed the button in the center of the Pokeball. In a flash of red light, Froakie was captured within. This moment may well be one of the smoothest captures in history. No battles, no struggles, only mutual recognition and acceptance. "Wonderful, Ash. Congratulations." Serena beamed with genuine happiness, her hands clasped together and a radiant smile lighting up her face. "Pika, Pika." Pikachu hopped down from Ash's shoulder, joyfully tapping the Pokeball of their new companion. However, nearby, Chasepin exhibited clear signs of displeasure. "Why do all the trainers overlook me?" it lamented inwardly. With a smile, Ash carefully secured the Pokeball at his waist and turned to Dr. Platano, expressing his gratitude earnestly. "Thank you so much, Doctor." "There's no need for thanks, Ash, Doctor." Platano waved his hand dismissively, his tone turning somewhat reflective. "To be honest, this Froakie has a rather solitary disposition and has been returned by several trainers. It struggled to forge a good bond with them, so seeing it connect with you brings me great relief. Please take good care of it. I believe you two will achieve remarkable things together." Dr. Platano spoke with unwavering conviction, as Ash had already proven himself a champion at the World Championship, undeniably possessing the caliber of a victor. Under Ash's guidance, Froakie's future was undoubtedly bright. Serena gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. "I had no idea there was such a backstory." Upon hearing the words, Ash was not disheartened. Rather, he felt an even greater certainty that this was indeed the Froakie he had longed for. Gently caressing the Pokeball at his waist, he resolutely declared, "Rest assured, Doctor, I will undoubtedly become the best partner to it." The bond with Greninja was undoubtedly among the most potent of all Pokemon. Of course, this was contingent upon modifying Froakie's moveset. If possible, he even wished to replace the move cut to prevent it from catching the attention of the Zygarde. Moreover, he intended to eradicate Team Flare entirely. Ash recalled the source of his troubles, the underground organization Team Flare from Kalos. If they could be dealt with, or if he could ensure Z2 was not captured, he could avert the fate of Greninja being forced to learn Cut. Thus, he set a modest goal, to apprehend the members of Team Flare upon encountering them. Ash silently vowed, "Doctor, we shall take our leave now. We look forward to your next visit." The farewell between Serena and Professor Bratano brought Ash back to reality as he waved goodbye to the professor. Together with Serena, he exited the research facility, reappearing on the bustling streets of Lumio City. In front of them, not far away, stood the iconic Prism Tower. Serena gazed at the tower, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, and shyly suggested, "Ash, since we are already in Lumio City, shall we explore beneath the Prism Tower?" A hint of anticipation laced her voice. Following her gaze, Ash nodded enthusiastically, "Sure. Although we may not be able to challenge the gym just yet, it would be delightful to take a look around." He understood all too well that without 4 badges, the gym leader Clement's robotic creation, Heliolisk, would not permit him entry. However, he refrained from voicing this reality. Accompanying Serena on a leisurely stroll brought him genuine pleasure. Seeing his agreement, Serena's blush deepened. Her eyes sparkled with joy and a touch of sweetness, as she felt that Ash had temporarily set aside his gym challenge to spend more time with her. The two strolled side by side across the spacious plaza surrounding Prism Tower, with Pikachu comfortably perched on Ash's shoulder. The sun shone brightly, a gentle breeze tousled their hair, and the surroundings were alive with bustling crowds and the vibrant architecture of Kalos. A subtle yet warm atmosphere enveloped the two, as Serena occasionally stole glances at Ash's profile, her heart racing uncontrollably. However, this tranquil, rosy ambience did not last long. "Ah, wow." Suddenly, 2 piercing screams echoed from the sky, shattering the idyllic scene. Ash, Serena, and Pikachu simultaneously looked up in astonishment. they beheld two figures plummeting from the midsection of Prism Tower. Without a moment's hesitation, Ash swiftly retrieved the Pokeball he had just acquired and hurled it with determination. "It's you, Froakie. Use Bubble to cushion their fall." A flash of white light illuminated the area as Froakie's agile form appeared on the ground. Clunk. Perhaps due to being returned multiple times, Froakie had developed a calm demeanor. Faced with the falling duo, it remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of panic. With sharp eyes, Froakie quickly assessed their trajectory and speed, and then skillfully secreted a substantial amount of special bubbles from its neck and back. These were not ordinary soap bubbles. They quickly amassed and adhered to each other. In the blink of an eye, a resilient white foam cushion formed just below their descent point. At the same time, the boy in midair seemed to regain his wits. Though terrified, he managed to unstrap his massive backpack. The backpack rapidly inflated in midair, transforming into a small air cushion that landed perfectly atop Froakie's foam pad. Thump! With a muffled sound, the boy and girl landed squarely on the dual-layered cushion, safely cradled by it. They scrambled to their feet from the soft foam. The girl, sporting a tousled mane of golden hair, expressed not fear, but excitement, exclaiming, "Brother, that was exhilarating. Next time, I'll definitely revise this dangerous design." The bespectacled golden-haired boy beside her plopped down on the ground, gasping for air as he grumbled. Ash and Serena hurried over, intrigued by the peculiar golden-haired siblings. Especially the boy who had turned his backpack into a cushion. Given their entrance and location, familiar names flashed through Ash's mind. Chapter 625, The Application to Join by Clement. "Are you two all right?" Ash inquired, concern etched on his face. After all, the height from which they had fallen was easily equivalent to 3 stories. Had it not been for Froakie's bubbles and the boy's self-inflating backpack, these two would likely have ended up in the hospital for several days. "We're fine. Just a minor issue." The first to respond was the little girl, her blonde hair styled in a side ponytail, with bangs fashioned into little balls. She carried a cute yellow purse and displayed remarkable bravery. Beside her stood a boy in a light blue jumpsuit with round glasses, also blonde, though he trembled slightly. Appearing still shaken. "I am Clement. Thank you for your assistance," he said as he collected the deflated cushion backpack and bowed to Ash in gratitude, introducing himself as he did so. "This is my sister, Eureka." However, while speaking, Clement regarded Ash with curiosity, sensing an increasing familiarity about him. Yet, as a science enthusiast, his mind was filled with too much knowledge to immediately recall who Ash was. But Eureka recognized him instantly. "Oh wow, it's Ash. And Pikachu too," she exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over. With her outgoing personality, she immediately approached Pikachu for a loving pat. After all, Pikachu, with its adorable appearance, was beloved by children, much like Eevee. "Oh, it's you," Clement suddenly remembered, realizing that the person before him was none other than Ash, who had recently won the World Championship. "Eureka, be careful." Ash's gaze remained fixed on Eureka, who was whimsically petting Pikachu. After all, casually touching Pikachu's cheeks could result in a jolt of electricity. However, before he could issue a warning, Eureka, enamored with Pokémon, managed to touch Pikachu's sensitive electric pouch, causing Pikachu to instinctively perk up its ears. "Serena." "Uh-huh." There was no time to react as Ash instinctively wrapped his arms around Serena's slim waist, their intimate proximity causing her to transform into a flustered steam princess. Though her body did not protest. "Pika." But in the next moment, Pikachu unleashed a powerful electric jolt, instantly diverting Serena's attention. The two had already created distance, successfully avoiding a close encounter with Thunderbolt. Froakie, ever perceptive, sensed the impending electric threat and hopped back, gazing in astonishment at the crackling electricity emanating from Pikachu. However, Eureka and Clement were not as fortunate. Enveloped in the golden current, they found themselves subjected to an electric massage. Boom. Following a resounding explosion, the two collapsed to the ground, emitting wisps of smoke and sporting freshly styled frizzy hair. Is this what Pikachu's Thunderbolt feels like? It's so much fun. Thankfully, humans in the Pokemon world possessed remarkably resilient constitutions. After a few moments of surprise, Eureka shook herself off and stood up normally. "I sincerely apologize for the trouble, Eureka," Clement said, regaining his composure and addressing Ash with an apologetic demeanor. He then sternly instructed Eureka to apologize to Pikachu. "I'm sorry, Pikachu. I scared you." Yuri is not a mischievous child. She is merely a young girl of this age who harbors a curiosity towards Pokemon, and thus, she readily offered her apologies. Pikachu, being quite empathetic, approached and nuzzled closer to foster a bond. With this simple gesture, the atmosphere instantly transformed into one of familiarity. Ash and Serena introduced themselves to one another, with Ash notably insisting that they merely use their first names. Speaking of which, Sithrin, are you not the gym leader? How did you fall from Prism Tower? Having done her homework, Serena recognized Sithrin's identity as the gym leader and looked up at the Prism Tower, intrigued about how he had descended from the heavens. Ash, suppressing a chuckle, remained silent, likely guessing that Sithrin had attempted to reclaim his gym and had consequently been ousted. Ah, just a minor mishap. Sithrin awkwardly scratched his head, exchanging glances with his sister Yuri, both of them sharing a sheepish smile. He certainly could not confess that he had constructed a robot to guard the gym, but had encountered some programming issues, resulting in being expelled by his own creation. Such a revelation would be far too embarrassing. As a tech enthusiast, Sithrin was reluctant to disclose his failure directly. Instead, he stammered, "By the way, Ash, Serena, do you two wish to challenge the gym?" His gaze fixed intently on Ash, as he pondered the peculiarity of someone who had already secured the title of world champion still participating in the Kalos League. "Indeed, I plan to capture a few new companions in Kalos and participate in the league," Ash candidly stated, expressing his intention to challenge the Kalos League with local Pokémon. However, he was uncertain about Serena's aspirations concerning the Pokémon League, especially since Kalos boasted its own unique profession for performers, which suited her well. "Yes, I too intend to challenge the Kalos League," Serena affirmed with resolute clarity. Previously, she had lacked a definite goal. But after joining Ash in the gym challenges and participating in the Pokémon Showcase, she felt inspired to follow in Ash's footsteps and embrace the role of a female trainer. Meeting Ash in the finals would be the cherry on top. With a blush, Serena cast a glance at Ash, lost in her daydreams. Yuri, observing this, blinked in surprise, then glanced at Ash, her eyes sparkling with realization, her mouth agape in a moment of clarity. Sithrin, upon hearing this, apologized profusely. "I'm sorry, but for certain reasons, I am currently unable to oversee the gym, so if you wish to challenge it, you must first acquire 4 badges." Yuri shook her head, aware that her brother was too embarrassed to mention the issue with Sithrin's robot. However, upon reflection, it was not a significant concern. For trainers who had secured 4 badges, gym challenges could proceed normally. The biggest problem remained that her brother's invention had usurped his position, refusing to recognize him as the gym leader. "For badges, you say?" Serena mused, taken aback by such a requirement. Some gyms do have specific prerequisites. Ash recalled the requirements set by his friend May's father at the Orange League. "Well, I guess we'll have to challenge other nearby gyms first, such as the one in the vicinity, the White Sand Gym," Serena remarked with a hint of resignation. Yet, she quickly cheered up as she contemplated her next objective. "All right, that is fine." Sithrin, glancing at Ash, wore a somber expression, opening his mouth in an attempt to speak, but faltering in silence. "Brother, if you have something to say, please do." Yuri, perceptive to her brother's demeanor, urged him. Ash and Serena's attention shifted back to Sithrin. "Ash, please allow me to travel with you," Sithrin exclaimed. His head bowed, yet with determination, he shouted under Yuri's encouragement. As a gym leader, he felt inadequate to reclaim his gym, and witnessing Ash's remarkable prowess, he yearned to learn from him. Chapter 626. The Small Yet Wise Yuri. Ash feigned contemplation, stroking his chin as he cast a glance at Sithrin's earnest yet anxious face. He had no intention of refusing Sithrin's request to join, as the latter's inventions were quite fascinating. Despite their tendency to explode, they also held practical value. Thus, Ash welcomed Sithrin's addition to the group. However, he instinctively turned to Serena, his gaze silently seeking her approval, for Sithrin's inclusion depended on her willingness. Serena was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks turning slightly rosy. She had longed for a chance to travel alone with Ash, and the sudden addition of 2 more made her hesitant. Yet, upon seeing the sincerity in Sithrin's eyes and recalling their recent harrowing experience, her heart softened, and her resolve began to waver. Just then, the mischievous Yuri seemed to sense Serena's internal conflict. She hopped over to Serena, grasped her hand, and spoke with a naive yet cheeky tone. Her voice soft but clear enough for Serena to hear. "Don't worry, Sister Serena. My brother and I promise to be very well behaved and will absolutely not intrude on your moments with Ash." "Yuri, what nonsense are you spouting?" Serena's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. The little girl had unwittingly exposed her thoughts, leaving her so embarrassed that she nearly wished to burrow into the ground. Flustered, she attempted to halt Yuri from continuing, her voice tinged with shame and annoyance. Nevertheless, Yuri's words undeniably struck a chord, dissipating her minor reservations and replacing them with overwhelming shyness. Blushing profusely, she sneaked a quick glance at Ash, relieved to see he appeared to have missed the specifics of Yuri's remark. With a final effort to compose herself, she subtly nodded at Ash and, in a voice barely above a whisper, replied, I have no objections. Seeing Serena acquiesce, Ash responded, since Serena has no objections, let us travel together. Cithrin's heart soared, the tension lifting from his chest. Wonderful, he exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement, his eyes sparkling behind his glasses. Hooray, I will be traveling with my brother, Ash, and Serena. Yuri exclaimed, raising her small hand in cheer. Absolutely not. Cithrin immediately interjected, you are still too young. Humph. Yuri pouted, her hands on her hips. If you don't let me go, I shall have to change the gym leader. She deliberately elongated her tone, her gaze fixed on Cithrin, instantly flustered. Cithrin's face turned beet red, and he lowered his voice. All right. He nervously glanced at Ash and Serena, relieved to see they seemed unaware of the exchange. And he sighed in relief. He adjusted his glasses and turned to Ash, seeking his approval. Ash nodded, having always intended to include the spirited Yuri in their adventures. Serena, enchanted by Yuri's whimsical nature, had already agreed following the girl's earlier remark. Thank you so much. Cithrin expressed his gratitude. Additionally, he proposed a battle. Ash, though I may not stand a chance against you, I would like to engage in a Pokemon battle. I wish to personally experience the prowess of the world champion. Since his ace Pokemon was with Cithrin's robot, he needed to retrain his Pokemon. Battling Ash would certainly be a valuable experience. Oh, I wouldn't turn down such an opportunity. Ash replied, somewhat surprised but eager to accept the challenge. It would also provide Froakie a chance to gain some battle experience. Observing this, Serena stepped forward, then I shall act as the referee. All right, I leave it to you, Serena. Ash nodded, then turned his gaze to his companion at his feet. Froakie, the first battle is entrusted to you. There was no other choice but to rely on Froakie. After all, it would be unthinkable to have Pikachu take the stage. Froakie's eyes glimmered with intensity as it leaped into the arena. Come forth, Diglett. Cithrin also threw his Pokeball, and a rabbit Pokemon appeared, its prominent front teeth and ears resembling shovels. Diglett, use Mud Shot. Cithrin commanded first. Diglett swung its ears, scooping up a clump of mud and hurling it forcefully at Froakie. Froakie, counter with Water Pulse. Ash responded with composure. Froakie conjured a swirling sphere of water, accurately targeting the incoming mud clump. The collision of water and mud produced a muffled thud, splattering mud everywhere, resulting in a stalemate for the first round. Dig. Cithrin quickly altered his strategy. Diglett's ears began to spin rapidly, and in an instant, it burrowed underground, leaving only a hole in the ground and disappearing from sight. Froakie remained vigilant, scanning its surroundings, its ears quivering slightly as it attempted to detect any movements underground. Stay calm, Froakie. Ash's voice was steady and reassuring. Follow my lead and unleash Bubble on the ground to your lower right. Although Froakie didn't fully grasp Ash's intent, it chose to trust him, opening its mouth to expel a series of sticky bubbles that covered the indicated area. Now, Ash shouted. Froakie leaped into the air, almost the moment it jumped. The ground beneath it, covered in bubbles, suddenly bulged, and Diglett burst forth. However, due to the slippery, viscous bubbles, Diglett's emergence was noticeably hindered. Far from its usual swift and fluid motion, it shook its head, trying to rid itself of the bubbles, and prepared to locate its opponent. Now Water Pulse. Ash seized the opportunity, gesturing emphatically. With no leverage while airborne, Diglett could not evade the Water Pulse that Froakie unleashed from above. Diglett let out a cry of distress as the torrent of water knocked it to the ground, its eyes spiraling in a daze. Diglett was rendered unable to battle, and Froakie emerged victorious, as announced by Serena immediately. Froakie landed back on the ground, gazing at its fallen opponent, then looking down at its own hands, seemingly incredulous that victory had come so easily. Reflecting on Ash's precise predictions and commands, each instruction had been impeccably timed, completely suppressing its adversary. With its eyes wide open and glimmering, Froakie looked at Ash, filled with unwavering certainty. Choosing to follow Ash had indeed been the right decision. Wow, that was amazing! Eureka exclaimed. Ash is truly formidable. Of course, he is the champion of the World Championship, Serena replied with a proud smile, her expression radiating pride. Serena seems even more pleased than Ash, Eureka teased, her eyes sparkling mischievously. Not at all, Serena blushed slightly, hastily denying it. Hee. Eureka's eyes twinkled with mischief as she found it amusing to tease the older Serena. Chapter 627. The Progress of Team Rocket. Ash, your prowess is truly commendable, Cithrin remarked, holding the newly awakened Diglett, a look of astonishment on his face as he regarded Ash. Despite being novice trainers, he sensed a distinct difference in command. It's nothing special. I just happen to excel in battles, Ash humbly smiled. Much like how you excel in inventions, Cithrin. Ash had a profound impression of Citron, the inventive genius. Indeed. Serena interjected, stepping beside Ash with a smile. I learned from the gym leader's introduction that Citron has been an inventive prodigy since childhood. The electric Pokémon charging devices in the city were invented by him. Oh, I didn't realize I was so famous. Citron exclaimed in surprise, as a pure technophile. He had not paid much attention to his reputation outside. You fool, you're probably the only one unaware. Eureka quipped, rolling her eyes. Just as the group was enjoying their conversation, 3 mechanical arms descended from the sky, targeting Pikachu, Froakie, and Diglett. Pika. But Pikachu reacted quickly, using Iron Tail to swat away the mechanical arm in front of it. Froakie was not slow to respond either, but Water Pulse had little effect on the mechanical arm, merely causing it to momentarily bounce back before continuing to lock onto Froakie's position. Diglett. Citron's Diglett was directly grasped by the mechanical arm, looking anxiously at its captured friend. Melody. Victini. At that moment, Meloetta and Victini could no longer conceal their identities. The former used Psychic to snap the mechanical arm approaching Froakie with powerful telekinesis, while Victini unleashed V-Create, melting the arm and rescuing Diglett. It's Meloetta and Victini. The sudden scene startled Eureka, but she was quickly captivated by the adorable appearances of the 2 Pokémon. What is happening? Although the 3 Pokémon were safe, Ash looked bewildered, as his aura sensing had not issued any warnings. This was not right. He was aware of who had launched the ambush. Yet he was more concerned about how they had bypassed his aura and launched an attack. Froakie and Diglett, intrigued, curiously observed Meloetta and Victini, who were affectionately close to Ash. Citron soon regained his composure and, eyeing the unfamiliar trio on the staircase above the battlefield, asked warily, "Who are you? Since you've asked so sincerely, I'll generously enlighten you. To prevent the world from being destroyed, to protect the evil in our hearts. We are Jesse, James, and Meowth." The intruders were not unexpected to Ash. They were all familiar faces. The blue-haired James and the extravagantly purple-haired Jesse, along with the talking Meowth and the self-judging Wobbuffet. You guys just won't quit. Why are you still following Ash? Serena was astonished. This is Team Rocket. How can they be so persistent? She had heard from Ash that Team Rocket had been trailing him since Kanto, and now they had followed him all the way to Kalos. They can chase better than we can? Noticing Ash's unwavering attention on Team Rocket, Serena felt a twinge of jealousy. Who are these oddly dressed people? And why is there a talking Meowth? Citron and Eureka looked at Ash with curious expressions. A bunch of fools always trying to capture Pikachu, yet they've never succeeded. Ash replied succinctly, and the 2 siblings nodded in understanding. Who are you calling a fool, brat? Exactly. You're the fool. We're the charming and delightful villains. Frustrated at having prepared secret weapons, yet still failing to capture Pikachu, Jesse and James retorted vehemently. Ash, however, paid them no mind and instead focused on Meowth, who was frantically smashing a remote control. How did you manage to prevent my aura from detecting you? Meowth proudly held up the device in its paw, proclaiming, "This is my latest invention, the Aura Disguise device. With this machine, we can apply a special aura disguise, thereby concealing our auras. What do you think, brat? Am I impressive, or what?" Meowth was in high spirits, proudly showcasing its invention to Ash. What a fool. Why divulge so much information to a little brat? Have you forgotten the rigorous training at the base? Unable to restrain itself, Meowth exclaimed. Ignoring the pleading Meowth, Jesse and James each delivered a punch. Salina, what is a waveguide? Inquisitively, Eureka asked, embodying the spirit of if you don't understand, just ask. This personal matter made Hitron instinctively want to cover Eureka's mouth. But under Ash's indifferent gaze, Salina explained what waveguiding power was. Quite intriguing. To achieve such a feat, Ash raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a smirk as he gazed at Meowth. He hadn't anticipated that Team Rocket had actually developed a device to shield waveguiding, which was certainly disheartening news for him, the waveguiding hero. Unfortunately, for me and Pikachu now, it was of no consequence. Pikachu, poised on all fours, responded spiritedly to Ash, as sparks began to crackle from its electric sacs. Thunderbolt. Pikachu leaped, gathering a dense surge of electricity that culminated in a robust golden current, hurtling towards Team Rocket's trio. We are not without our preparations, Jesse chuckled triumphantly, calling for Weezing's counterattack. Weezing. After a prolonged absence, Weezing appeared before them. Although Jesse continued to bellow commands for a counterattack, Weezing had long since acclimated, skillfully executing a mirror reflection that absorbed Pikachu's thunderbolt and retaliated with double the force. However, Pikachu had anticipated this counter, using its control over electricity to absorb the returning current entirely. Now, Ash shouted, Pika! Pikachu concentrated all the electricity in its tail, ultimately forming an electric ball double its normal size, which it hurled back at Team Rocket's trio. Pikachu's swift response caught Weezing off guard, sending it soaring into the air. What an annoying feeling. Hearing that familiar phrase of retreat, Ash nodded in satisfaction. It had been quite some time since he had witnessed Team Rocket's entrance. Whether it was their opening or exit lines, they finally felt just right. Chapter 628, The Anti-Wave Guide Interference Device. After dispatching Team Rocket, Ash and his companions relaxed, engaging in light-hearted conversation about the trio. For instance, would Ash's wave guiding still function normally in the future? That is not an issue, he assured. After knocking Team Rocket away, Ash tested his wave guiding and found he could still sense movements nearby. His wave guiding power remained intact. However, the wave guiding camouflage device in Team Rocket's possession acted as a shield, causing their wave guiding to mimic the surrounding environment. As a result, Ash was unable to detect their approach. Isn't that rather troubling? Salina remarked, her brow furrowed with concern. Don't worry, leave it to me. It's time for technology to forge the future, Hitron declared, adjusting his reflective glasses. If they can shield Ash's wave guiding, then I shall create a device that disrupts their interference, rendering their shield ineffective. Although this sounded somewhat convoluted, it essentially meant interfering with Team Rocket's ability to shield Ash's wave guiding. I'm counting on you. Ash expressed his anticipation for Hitron's inventive prowess. Salina, who had yet to witness Hitron's inventive skills, was also eager to see his creation. Rest assured, upon seeing Ash's unwavering faith, Hitron was moved to tears, patting his chest in assurance. Meanwhile, Eureka, striving to capture the attention of Meloetta and Victini, quietly warned Ash, Ash, don't set your expectations too high. My brother's inventions aren't particularly reliable. No problem. Ash exchanged a glance with Salina, the former smiling broadly to indicate it was merely a minor concern. He was well aware that Hitron's inventions often encountered issues 9 times out of 10. For Ash, successfully inventing a reverse shielding device would be a delightful surprise. Failure would be entirely expected. Eureka, meanwhile, remained undeterred, her full attention devoted to Meloetta and Victini. As exquisite mythical creatures, both Pokémon captivated Eureka's interest, and she was determined to attract them by any means necessary. For instance, she retrieved a small cookie from her yellow handbag, attempting to tempt Victini and Meloetta. Eureka, don't be silly. Such trivial tricks won't work on mythical beings. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Victini glanced at Ash, and upon receiving his approving nod, accepted the cookie from Eureka's hand. It then devoured it voraciously, resembling a squirrel, nestled in Eureka's arms. This display left Hitron utterly astonished, as Victini appeared like a pet. Victini is quite the gourmand. Eureka should prepare more snacks for it. Ash candidly remarked about Victini's personality. Perhaps due to its prolonged confinement within a castle, Victini had developed a particular fondness for snacks after its release. Any small morsel in hand could potentially attract Victini, provided the individual offering it had Ash's approval. Victini's current disposition stemmed largely from the sense of security Ash had provided. Otherwise, when encountering strangers, Victini would likely revert to the timid demeanor it exhibited when first meeting Ash. Meloetta, however, was different. Did it solely heed Ash's commands? Salina gently stroked Meloetta's note-adorned hair as it perched on Ash's shoulder. Meloetta nuzzled against Salina, offering no retort, and Ash affectionately patted its head. Eureka watched with envy, longing for a cute mythical creature of her own. Yet, she was content to simply be able to touch Victini at that moment. After a leisurely chat in the open space, as night fell, they prepared to register at the Pokémon Center for a good night's rest in anticipation of the morrow's journey. It is indeed getting late, and we can also register for the Kalos League at the Pokémon Center, Salina noted, glancing at the sun gradually descending in the sky. Victini, upon hearing this, left Eureka's embrace and leaped into Salina's arms, as Ash's shoulders were already occupied by Meloetta and Pikachu. Let us go. The rooms at the Kalos Pokémon Center are quite limited. We can't afford to arrive too late. Indeed, if we arrive too late, there may not be any vacancies. Hitron and Eureka concurred, preparing to proceed, as they were quite familiar with the Pokémon Center's situation. Noticing their conversation, Salina curiously inquired, "Aren't you two returning to the gym to rest?" Although Hitron was currently unable to fulfill his duties as a gym leader, surely he didn't lack a place to rest? In her mind, the Pokémon Center couldn't possibly be better than the gym, which was the gym leader's home. The siblings exchanged awkward smiles. Hitron could only explain that they couldn't return to the gym at present, not only as he was unable to fulfill his role. Salina was taken aback, implying that Hitron was no longer the gym leader. In a sense, yes. Hitron reluctantly nodded. The Pokémon at the gym no longer heeded his commands. He was left with only the recently captured Diglett. Salina looked at Ash in astonishment, who was already aware of much of the truth. Thus, he found it rather amusing that Hytran's Pokémon recognized only the gym leader's identity, but not who was currently operating it. It is evident that Hitran is indeed their true trainer. Yet they blindly follow the commands of Hisatroit simply because he has been appointed as the gym leader, completely disregarding the actual circumstances. This could also be attributed to Hytran's immersion in his inventive pursuits, which has led him to overlook the emotional bonds he shares with his Pokémon. Otherwise, it would not result in a situation where Hytran's Pokémon only acknowledge the trainers holding their Pokeballs, indifferent to who their trainer truly is. It is a matter that Ash finds difficult to assess and can only leave to Hitran to resolve in due course. Let us proceed to the Pokémon Center for some rest. Ash refrains from further inquiries, wishing not to embarrass Hitran, although Serena harbors her own doubts. She feels it inappropriate to press Ash for more details, given his reticence. Sighing with relief, Hitran, along with the equally relieved Eureka, follows the two ahead as they make their way to the Pokémon Center in Mirror City, together to spend their first night in Kalos. To make Team Rocket's appearance a tad more justifiable, Ash's aura powers will remain intact, and later on, Hitran will devise a counter-interference device. Chapter 629, Justifiable Exploits. Serena's little emotions in the stillness of the night. Most of the lights in the Pokémon Center have been extinguished, leaving only the gentle glow of night lights illuminating the corridors and communal areas. Inside Ash's room, Pikachu, Victini, and Meloetta have cozily nestled on Ash's bed. Already lost in slumber, their breaths harmonizing in a peaceful rhythm. Ash quietly rises, casting a glance at his sleeping companions, a tender smile gracing his lips. He steps onto the balcony, where the night breeze caresses him, carrying the unique floral scents of the Kalos region. He summons a system panel visible only to himself, his gaze settling on the details of the Froakie he acquired today. Froakie, type, water, ability, torrent, individual values, HP, 25, attack, 31, special attack, 31, defense, 25, special defense, 31, speed, 31, modified with a silver crown to individual values, all 31, perfect 6V, level, LV10, moves, pound, growl. Water gun, you shall be the new starting point for Kalos, Froakie. Ash's heart swells with anticipation as he manually employs a precious silver crown to elevate its individual values to perfection. For this future companion, Ash is determined to invest only the finest resources. Pika, the Pikachu on the bed seems to sense its trainer's mood, groggily lifting its head, rubbing its eyes, and gazing toward Ash on the balcony. It's all right, Pikachu, you can continue to sleep, Ash whispers softly. Yet, Pikachu hops down from the bed, nuzzling against Ash's leg, determined to accompany him. This commotion rouses Victini and Meloetta, who float over curiously, peering at the direction of Ash's gaze. Seeing these three little companions brings warmth to Ash's heart, and he chuckles softly, explaining, I'm just planning out the training schedule ahead. Now back to bed. We need to rise early tomorrow. Meloetta, after managing to coax the three little followers back to bed, Ash prepares to rest himself. At that moment, his keen aura senses detect Serena's aura gently shifting in the adjacent room, seemingly leaving. Is Serena still awake at this late hour? Ash wonders curiously. He cautiously opens his door, peeking out. Pika? Pikachu instinctively follows suit, tiptoeing alongside Ash. The corridor is deserted, yet Ash's aura guides him towards the backyard of the Pokémon Center. Indeed, beneath the moonlight cascading upon the courtyard steps, he spots Serena's silhouette, dressed in an adorable nightgown. She hugs her knees, gazing up at the luminous moon, appearing somewhat entranced. Ash approaches quietly, deliberately making a bit of noise. Startled by the sudden sound, Serena turns to find Ash, her cheeks instantly flushed. Ash? What are you doing up? I sensed you were out, and I got a bit worried. So I came to check on you. Ash replies nonchalantly, settling beside Serena. Can't sleep? Is it the excitement for tomorrow's journey? Serena nods, then shakes her head, softly admitting, yes, that's part of it. She pauses, her voice dropping further. I just didn't expect our journey to become so lively right from the start. Observing the faint blush on Serena's cheeks and the flicker in her eyes, Ash seems to grasp her sentiments, smiling as he remarks, are you feeling a bit let down that our initially promised two-person journey has turned into something more crowded? Caught off guard by his direct insight, Serena's face reddens even more as she hastily gestures. And no, I don't mean to disparage Hitran and Eureka. Hitran is a gym leader and a brilliant inventor. He seems very reliable, and Eureka is quite endearing. She gathers her courage, lifting her gaze to meet Ash's, her eyes shimmering with youthful shyness and anticipation. I just wish for more moments alone with you. This statement resonates as a subtle confession. Bathed in the moonlight, Serena's eyes sparkle with genuine emotion. Ash is no longer the oblivious youth he once was regarding matters of the heart. Seeing Serena's bashful yet brave demeanor stirs something within him, prompting him to reach out and gently stroke her nose, his tone affectionate. Silly girl. This intimate gesture sends Serena's heart racing, her entire being electrified. She feels a mix of bashfulness and joy, emboldened to inch closer to Ash, their arms brushing against one another. The night's chill seems to dissipate, replaced by the warmth radiating from each other. Tomorrow, tomorrow, they both utter simultaneously, their words softly colliding in the air. This unexpected synchronicity leaves them momentarily stunned, instinctively turning to gaze at one another. The distance between them narrows instantly. Ash can clearly observe the charming features of Serena's face, and she, likewise, can perceive every nuance of his expression. They can almost feel the warmth of each other's breath. This closeness causes Serena's cheeks to flush even deeper. Yet she does not retreat. Instead, she gently closes her eyes, presenting her cherry-like lips, allowing Ash to take the initiative. Feeling Serena's warmth and subtle anticipation, Ash hesitates no longer. He slowly lowers his head, tenderly pressing his lips against hers, which are as inviting as cherries. Serena initially stiffens, then recalls her brief experience from Unova, responding to this long-awaited kiss with a mixture of awkwardness and earnest effort. In that moment, all words seem superfluous. The moonlight flows quietly, elongating the silhouettes of the two intertwined figures. The slight pang of disappointment stemming from an expanded travel party seems to melt away within the sweetness of this kiss. Pika. Just then, by the back door of the Pokémon Center, Pikachu has been squatting there unbeknownst to them, using its tiny hands to pretend to cover its eyes while sneakily peeking through its fingers at the scene. A mischievous grin spreads across its face, and it signals a shushing gesture to Victini and Meloetta, who have followed closely behind. As the kiss concludes, Serena buries her flushed face into Ash's shoulder, murmuring contentedly. Now it feels like this journey could be anything. Ash wraps his arm around her shoulders, gazing up at the starry sky with a smile. Yes. Whether it's just the two of us or four, traveling with Serena will undoubtedly be the most exhilarating adventure. With Ash's comforting words, the faint remnants of her earlier emotions dissipate, leaving behind only anticipation for their future travels. The night is still young. The two gaze at one another, both sensing the lingering unsaid words between them, leaning closer once more. The Tauren ability remains intact, ensuring Froakie will not be assigned a bond transformation trait. Chapter 630, Departing for Santalin City. The following day, Ash and his companions rose early, and after enjoying breakfast at the Pokémon Center, they packed their bags and prepared to set off with renewed vigor. Thanks to Ash's comforting words the previous night, Serena awoke with an unmistakable bright smile that radiated joy. Her steps remarkably light. This intrigued the observant Eureka, who tilted her head and stole several glances at Serena. Though she was small in stature, her youth prevented her from discerning the specific cause of Serena's buoyant spirits. Miss Joy, could you please assist us with our registration? Before embarking, Ash and Serena had some important matters to attend to. They approached the gentle and amiable Miss Joy at the front desk, successfully completing their registration for the Pokémon League in the Kalos region. All set, Miss Joy announced as she returned their Pokédexes. Accompanying her was a delightful Jigglypuff, its cheerful demeanor adding to the warmth of the moment. After the registration was finalized, they received a complimentary badge case from the Jigglypuff, symbolizing the official commencement of their challenging journey in Kalos. With everything prepared, the group gathered at the entrance of the Pokémon Center to discuss their next steps. So, which direction shall we head next? Serena inquired, producing her navigation device. Without a moment's hesitation, Ash pointed into the distance and declared, "Our first destination is the gym in Santalin City. I've checked the map. It's not far from Camphrier Town." This decision caught Citron by surprise. Huh, Ash, I thought you would want to challenge the Camphrier Gym first. Ash looked at Citron and shrugged, saying, "The Camphrier Gym is not under your control as the true gym leader, so I'm not particularly interested in that." Citron was taken aback by Ash's words. "I am more eager for the day when you are truly prepared to reclaim the gym and challenge me in your full capacity." He chose not to inquire further about the specific issues plaguing the Camphrier Gym, instead opting to place complete trust in his companion's abilities. Touched by Ash's sentiment, Citron adjusted his glasses and nodded earnestly. "I will find a solution as soon as possible." He pondered, trying to recall the password he had originally set for the gym, lost in thought as he sifted through memories of his past failures. With their objective set, guided by the clarity of Serena's navigation device. The group embarked on their journey towards Route 4, heading towards Santalin City. Leaving behind the city's clamor, they soon found themselves enveloped in a picturesque forest. Sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting dappled spots of light, while the air was rich with the refreshing scents of earth and grass. They walked along the forest path, serenaded by the melodious chirping of birds and the lively sounds of Pokémon. After some time, the group decided to take a brief respite. Huff! Citron, lacking physical endurance, was already panting heavily from the exertion. How embarrassing, Eureka remarked, unable to hide her disdain, while Serena stifled a giggle. Seizing the opportunity, Ash released his Froakie and Doublade. Froakie! Froakie called out energetically, curiously surveying its surroundings. Doublade, with an air of coolness, deftly swung its shell blades and assumed a battle stance. Doublade was a Pokémon Ash had specifically brought to Kalos, intending for it to mentor Froakie in its early combat training. Alright, while we rest, you two can practice your aerial ace, Ash instructed. To prevent Froakie from straying into the realm of the wrong techniques, he had early on given it the aerial ace move tutor to hone its close-quarters combat skills. With Doublade's wealth of experience, it took on the role of guiding Froakie. Thus, the two water-type Pokémon engaged in a simple practice session in close proximity to the group. Doublade frequently demonstrated striking techniques, particularly the nuances of its cherished aerial ace. Eureka, intrigued, turned to Ash. Is this Pokémon from the Unova region? It looks so impressive. Ash nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this is Doublade, the evolved form of the water-type Oshawott. However, as far as I know, it should be able to evolve further into Samurott. Why haven't you let it evolve, Ash? Citron asked, adjusting his glasses with curiosity. Observing Doublade flaunting its skills, Ash chuckled. This fellow prefers its Doublade form. It finds fighting with dual blades particularly cool. As if to validate Ash's claim, Doublade, noticing their attention, proudly approached, crossing its blades and striking what it believed to be a remarkably stylish pose. Froakie squinted at the display, momentarily lost in thought. Ash and Serena exchanged amused glances, both unable to suppress their laughter. Doublade hasn't changed a bit, Serena remarked with a smile. Doublade, undeterred, held its head high, brimming with confidence in its flair. However, joking aside, Doublade's dual blade techniques were indeed solid. Having it guide the fledgling Froakie would be an ideal way to help it accumulate foundational combat experience. After their break, the group resumed their journey. While walking, Ash frequently scanned the surrounding woods with keen eyes, seemingly searching for something. Ash, what are you looking for? Serena asked curiously, noting his behavior. I'm looking for a fletchling, Ash explained. In this forest environment, the chances of encountering a fletchling family are quite high. I want to capture one for training. The fletchling, being the regional bird of Kalos, is quite practical. Its final evolution, Talonflame, possesses the flame body ability, which can accelerate Pokémon egg hatching, very convenient. Moreover, if I could find a fletchling with the hidden ability Gale Wings, that would be even better. Before it was nerfed, that ability was incredibly powerful, allowing flying-type moves to gain one priority, akin to having all flying-type moves benefit from the quick attack effect. But I wonder if Gale Wings has been weakened in the real world? Though Ash was not picky, it was evident that Gale Wings would be far more advantageous. Perched on Ash's shoulder, Pikachu immediately assisted, perking up its ears and diligently helping Ash search for traces of fletchling. Unfortunately, while Pikachu served as a divine radar, it was not adept at locating ordinary Pokémon, resulting in a less than effective search for fletchling. After a while, Ash and the others had yet to spot any signs of fletchling in the nearby glades. Ash sighed with a hint of disappointment. Seeing this, Serena consoled him in a teasing tone. Don't be in such a hurry, Ash. Perhaps the entire family is just out foraging and will appear shortly. Upon hearing this, Ash managed a faint smile, temporarily suppressing his desire to capture one. You're right. When the time is right, we will surely meet. Time flew by, and soon it was noon. Citron adjusted his glasses and suggested, Everyone, we've been walking for quite a while. Let us take a break here and prepare lunch. This proposal received unanimous agreement from the group. With the vastness of the world at their feet, there was nothing more important than a meal. Without delay, the group found a flat patch of grass to set up for their midday meal. Leave the cooking to me. Eager to demonstrate his role within the traveling team, Citron swiftly retrieved a folding table and chairs, a portable stove, a complete set of utensils, and fresh ingredients from his gray backpack. The professional and adept demeanor of Hectron momentarily halted Salina, who was eager to assist. It appears that yet another culinary master has emerged. With her hands clasped behind her, Salina watched with a smile at Ash's profile. Indeed, wherever Ash ventures, he is accompanied by a companion skilled in the culinary arts. Salina reminisced about May from Unova. Furthermore, in Sinnoh and prior, she had heard tales of Ash's companion Brock, who was also a top-notch chef. This was truly a gourmet experience during their travels. Indeed, Ash and Salina exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes gleaming with anticipation for Hectron's culinary prowess. Hectron's cooking was swift and efficient, utilizing an array of advanced technological devices that ensured precise control over heat and timing. The mechanical arms of his backpack adeptly supplied seasonings and tools as needed, greatly enhancing efficiency. Before long, a rich aroma began to permeate the air. Finished, Hectron confidently lifted the pot lid, releasing an even more tantalizing fragrance. Inside lay a dish that was a feast for the senses, brimming with the vibrant essence of the Kalos region. "Wow, that looks delightful," Ash exclaimed, eagerly grasping a spoon and swallowing back his salivation. Just as they were about to indulge in their meal, a cacophony of bird calls approached from the distance. Everyone looked up to see a flock of Pokémon soaring toward them, with the leader unmistakably being a strikingly orange and black feathered Fletchinder, its gaze sharp and keen. Following closely behind were the very fletchlings Ash had been searching for. "Is that a Fletchinder?" Salina inquired curiously, scanning her Pokédex. It was her first encounter with the evolved form of fletchling. Though her mother owned a fletchling, it had never evolved. The Pokédex revealed, Fletchinder, the Ember Pokémon, possesses a strong territorial instinct, capable of shooting sparks from its beak. The higher the temperature of its belly pouch, the faster it flies. Upon evolving, Fletchinder transforms into a fire and flying-type Pokémon. Ash keenly observed that the leading Fletchinder and its fletchling companions were fixated on Hectron's deliciously aromatic lunch. "This is bad." They were lured in by the scent of the food. Ash realized, panic rising within him. "No way, this meal is Hectron's hard work." Eureka instinctively spread her arms to shield the lunch, while Hectron hurriedly attempted to cover the pot. Ash felt a headache coming on. Of all times, why now? Even Pikachu, usually calm, seemed disturbed by the interruption, leaping forward with a displeased expression, its cheeks sparking with electricity as it unleashed a warning thunderbolt toward the flock. The Fletchinder, as the leader, bore the brunt of the attack. Though Pikachu was holding back, the powerful current still caused it to convulse and cry out in distress. The fletchlings trailing behind were also caught in the electric arc, many of them momentarily paralyzed, flapping their wings as they plummeted from the sky. "Wait, there's one fletchling that hasn't fallen," Salina exclaimed in surprise. Ash, Hectron, and Eureka followed her gaze and indeed spotted a fletchling skillfully spiraling in the air, deftly avoiding the thunderbolt's range. Ash was astonished. It managed to dodge Pikachu's electric attack, even if Pikachu didn't use full power. This fletchling's reflexes and flying skills are impressive. This only deepened his conviction that this fletchling might possess the hidden ability Gale Wings he had long desired. The urge to capture it surged within him. Addressing the fletchling still circling in the air, Ash called out, "Hey there, it seems you're quite interested in our lunch." The fletchling merely pouted, as if to imply Ash was stating the obvious. Was it not tempted by the food, but rather by the humans? However, Ash's subsequent words successfully captured the fletchling's attention. "How about this? Let us have a battle, you against my Frogadier. If you win, all this delicious food is yours. If you lose, you become my partner. What do you say?" Before the fletchling could respond, the Fletchinder, still recovering from the electric shock and with singed feathers, eagerly squawked, seemingly answering on behalf of its subordinate. Perhaps it was simply yearning for the food. "What a glutton," Salina chuckled, shaking her head. The airborne fletchling rolled its eyes at its leader's lack of composure, then reconsidered Ash and the seemingly harmless Frogadier at his feet. The opponent was not that fearsome electric mouse, but rather a blue frog that looked incapable of flight. After deliberating, the confident fletchling nodded, emitting a clear chirp to accept the challenge. Frogadier, already brimming with excitement, jumped into the fray upon receiving Ash's nod, fixing its sharp gaze on its aerial adversary. As Frogadier entered the arena, the fletchling wasted no time launching its attack. Its small form zipped past, with its beak at the center, surrounded by a distinct flying-type energy, diving rapidly downward. "Quick attack," Hectron advised. Ash, seeing this, felt a surge of satisfaction. According to the theory of capture by Shinji, mastering quick attack in the first phase indicated above-average potential among the fletchlings. "Frogadier, quick attack," Ash commanded. Frogadier summoned flying-type energy, forming a white energy blade as it sped toward the fletchling. The two Pokémon hurtled toward each other, both enveloped in a radiant white light. Engaging in a clash of quick attacks, a sharp sound of collision echoed as their energies collided, generating a minor shockwave. However, as Ash had observed, the fletchling, potentially endowed with gale wings, had an edge in speed. Its impact struck Frogadier first, who, despite its quick reflexes, barely managed to withstand it. Frogadier felt the pressure instantly. Its energy blade shattered, and it staggered backward, finding itself at a disadvantage. Indeed, it is fast, Ash mused, admiration flickering in his eyes. But he did not hesitate in issuing commands. Frogadier, use Water Pulse. Frogadier steadied itself, swiftly forming a deep blue water sphere that shot toward the fletchling in the air. The fletchling reacted with astonishing speed, seemingly predicting the incoming attack. It ignited in orange flames, dramatically accelerating like a small fireball, narrowly evading the direct hit of Water Pulse. Flame Charge? It can use Flame Charge? Hectron exclaimed in surprise. Since Fletchling was still a normal and flying type, mastering Flame Charge would imply it had learned it independently. Not only was it fast, but its command of techniques was also quite impressive. Ash's evaluation of the Fletchling's talents rose yet again. Utilizing Flame Charge not only allowed it to attack, but also enhanced its speed, a divine technique for a flying-type Pokémon reliant on swiftness. Nevertheless, Ash's tactical mind was clear. Observing the Fletchling attempting to ascend again to exploit its speed advantage for another round of harassment, a smile crept onto his lips. The strategy was commendable, but he would not grant the Fletchling any opportunities. Frogadier, charge in, Ash commanded. Due to Ash's remarkable performance, Froakie harbored an unwavering trust in him. Without a moment's hesitation, it summoned its strength and leapt over the descending fireball. A clash of wills. Citron adjusted his glasses. Rationality dictated that such a risky battle should not ensue. Yet Ash's prowess piqued his curiosity regarding this audacious strategy. In the next instant, the blazing fletchling collided forcefully with Froakie's form, wrapping around it completely. Ash urgently cautioned. Though the fire-type move was less effective against the water-type Froakie, the impact still elicited a muffled groan from it. However, in the moment of collision, Froakie, enduring the pain, firmly embraced the fletchling, now perilously close. Fletchling, startled by this unexpected maneuver, momentarily faltered, clearly unprepared for Froakie's bold approach. It attempted to break free, but it was too late. Now was the moment for Water Pulse. Froakie conjured a massive sphere of water with one hand, unleashing it directly against Fletchling's chest in a tremendous explosion. At such close proximity, the full force of Water Pulse cascaded onto Fletchling, resulting in a pained cry as the flames surrounding it extinguished, its entire body enveloped in water as it was propelled backward. Yet, the resilient Fletchling managed to rise again, still flapping its ordinary wings. Seeing this, Ash seized the opportunity, commanding Froakie to deliver the final blow. Fletchling, undeterred, attempted to use Gale Wings once more, yet this time, its power was significantly diminished. Ultimately, it crashed heavily to the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. The combat concluded with remarkable swiftness. The leader of the Fletchling, observing in astonishment, gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom how his fastest subordinate had been defeated in a single move. From Ash's perspective, this was merely the most efficient tactic. Recognizing the opponent's speed could pose a challenge, he capitalized on the type advantage and Froakie's bravery to create an unavoidable situation, ensuring a decisive victory. Go, Pokeball! Ash seized the moment, casting the prepared Pokeball. It struck the unconscious Fletchling perfectly, capturing it within. The ball wobbled briefly before settling with a soft click, signifying the successful capture. Elated, Ash rushed forward to retrieve the Pokeball, while Pikachu joyfully leaped onto his shoulder. Nearby, Meloetta and Victini chimed in with their congratulations. Congratulations, Ash! Serena exclaimed with a smile. Citron and Eureka nodded in approval. Ash returned their smiles and promptly released both Froakie and Fletchling. Though Froakie appeared somewhat fatigued, its injuries were not severe. Fletchling lay weakly on the ground. You've both worked hard, Ash said, crouching down to place his hands gently on each Pokémon. A soothing green light emanated from his palms, enveloping Froakie and Fletchling. What is this? Citron and Eureka marveled at the sight, their eyes widening in surprise. It's Ash's tidal power. Isn't it impressive? Serena explained proudly, as if the ability were her own. Under the healing light of tidal power, Froakie's minor burns and bruises swiftly healed, while Fletchling gradually regained consciousness, its strength rapidly returning. Upon opening its eyes, Fletchling first beheld Ash's concerned and cheerful face, along with the comforting energy radiating from him. Feeling the warmth and strength of its trainer, Fletchling harbored no resentment over the earlier defeat, affectionately flapping its wings. It took to the air, nuzzling Ash's cheek with its head. Welcome aboard, Fletchling. Ash beamed as he stroked its crimson feathers. Here, eat up. Ash rummaged through his poke storage, generously sharing some universal Pokémon food with the eagerly awaiting Fletchling family. Despite Fletchling's loss, Ash offered a portion of lunch as a token of gratitude for their assistance in bringing Fletchling to him. The Fletchling expressed its thanks simply before eagerly devouring the meal. Watching the Fletchling leader and its flock joyously feasting, Ash smiled with satisfaction. Finally, he and his companions enjoyed the delightful lunch that Citron had meticulously prepared. Even after the battle, the food remained warm. After the meal, Ash indulged in the delicious lunch while mentally reviewing the panel of the newly captured Fletchling. Fletchling, type, normal flying, ability, Gale Wings, increases the priority of flying-type moves when HP is full. Individual values, HP, 28, attack, 26, special attack, 24, defense, 31. Special defense, 31, speed, 27. Level, LV 10, moves, Peck, quick attack, flame charge, Gale Wings. As expected, it possesses Gale Wings, Ash thought with delight, recognizing the strategic value of this ability in battle. However, noting that it only activates at full HP brought a twinge of disappointment. This meant that during fierce battles, it might only have one opportunity to shine. Nevertheless, with proper training, it could certainly become a formidable asset. Ash was confident in Fletchling's potential. Yet, upon examining its individual values, he couldn't help but smirk slightly. While its defenses were maximized, its physical attack and speed were merely above average, failing to reach the elite standard he envisioned. Well, it doesn't matter, Ash reassured himself, maintaining a positive mindset, especially given the current circumstances. With a thought, he purchased 3 silver wings without hesitation, maximizing the individual values for Fletchling's attack, speed, and the additional special attack. With a flash of light, the panel transformed. Individual values, HP, 28, attack, 31, special attack, 31, defense, 31, special defense, 31, speed, 31. Much more pleasing to the eye now, 5 IV strong. With core attributes maximized, it's powerful enough. Ash nodded with satisfaction, resuming his meal. Who would have thought Latias can transform into a humanoid form? Eureka's exclamation brought Ash back to reality. As they traveled together, he felt no need to conceal Latias, releasing it during lunch. Although Citron and Eureka had seen these Pokémon during the World Championship broadcast, this proximity was a novel experience. The siblings' eyes widened, filled with wonder and excitement. Ash smiled at them, intending to say something, but he noticed Serena glancing at Latias, who was sitting obediently by Ash's side in its human form, her cherry lips slightly pouting with an unnoticeable hint of jealousy. Just as Ash prepared to alert Latias, she seemed to sense Serena's emotional shift. With a blink of her large eyes, she understandingly reverted to her original Pokémon form, gracefully flying into Serena's embrace, nuzzling her affectionately while emitting a sweet coo. Latias. The adorable gesture melted Serena's heart instantly, dissipating her fleeting emotion. She smiled, hugging Latias tightly while retrieving a carefully crafted Pokémon snack from her bag. Here, Latias. This is for you. Latias exclaimed with delight, for it held a fondness for Serena's culinary skills. The harmonious scene instantly eased Ash's tension. The sweet aroma soon captivated the nearby Victini and Meloetta, who eagerly approached, gazing with anticipation. Amused, Serena quickly shared a portion with them. Meanwhile, Eulogia, who typically adored cute Pokémon, found herself utterly entranced by the majestic Braviary nearby. She looked up, her curiosity piqued, and asked Ash, "Is it true that Braviary flies at incredible speeds?" "Absolutely," Ash affirmed with a nod. "I once rode Braviary all the way from the Kanto region to the Shalar City Airport before transferring to Kalos." His intention to bring Braviary to Kalos stemmed from the desire to have his senior partner train the newly captured Fletchling in flight, much like how Dual Blade guides Froakie. "Wow, that sounds amazing." Eulogia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Understanding her eager glimmer, Ash smiled and proposed, "How about, after we finish our meal, Braviary takes you for a flight to see the scenery? Is that really possible?" "That would be wonderful," Eulogia exclaimed, leaping with joy. Braviary, upon hearing this, gently lowered its massive head and nuzzled Eulogia, indicating its approval. It was always friendly to companions recognized by Ash. "You're too kind, Ash," Citron remarked with a hint of exasperation as he observed Eulogia's excitement, to which Ash waved off dismissively, gazing at the legendary Pokémon before him. Citron recalled Ash's astonishing lineup at the Myra conference, stirring a mix of excitement and curiosity within him. He fidgeted, hesitating to ask his question. Noticing his inner turmoil, Ash encouraged, "Citron, feel free to ask whatever's on your mind." With Ash's encouragement, Citron finally mustered the courage to lower his voice and cautiously inquired, Ash. Are Kurum and Reshiram, who appeared in the semifinals and finals, also with you? Ash nodded calmly. Yes, they are indeed my partners now. He looked at Citron and Eulogia, who gazed at him with curiosity, and smiled. Would you like to meet them? To Ash's surprise, after a fierce internal struggle, Citron shook his head vigorously. No, that's all right. It feels too presumptuous and disrespectful to summon them like that. In his understanding, such beings should not be treated lightly. Eulogia, understanding her brother's perspective, felt a tinge of disappointment but nodded in agreement, acknowledging his viewpoint. Ash was slightly taken aback but found himself appreciating the siblings more. Their self-restraint in the face of such intense curiosity and their understanding of respect and boundaries were commendable. However, he couldn't help but muse, if they truly wished to meet, they might only have the chance to see Reshiram for now, as Kurum had remained silent since entering the distortion world over a month ago. Surely, it hadn't formed a bond with Giratina, had it? It had been far too long. As their delightful lunch concluded, Ash stretched contentedly. Citron promptly began tidying up the dishes, and while Ash and Serena intended to lend a hand, they were taken aback when Citron confidently adjusted his glasses and produced a portable automatic dishwasher from his backpack. Leave the cleaning to this. This way, we can have more time to relax and observe the Pokémon around us. How convenient. Citron, you truly are a technological wizard, Ash exclaimed, marveling at this hands-free invention. Just a small feat, Citron replied, chest puffed with pride. Afterward, everyone leisurely rested, admiring the picturesque scenery and the Pokémon in the clearing. Ash noticed that only Serena was accompanied by a Vulpix, Emolga, and Flababy, prompting him to remark, Serena, it seems you brought fewer Pokémon with you this time. Serena, slightly blushing as she had been secretly observing Ash's profile, snapped back to reality and explained, well, Mantine and Rhydon get along splendidly. So they stayed in the yard at home, and Meowth particularly enjoys life on the ranch, so it chose to stay and help Mom. She had another Pokémon, a Litwick, but that needed no explanation, as Ash was aware it was back in Pallet Town with May. Ah, I see. However, considering the upcoming gym battles, it might be wise to capture a few new companions, Ash suggested. Serena nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his point. Her gaze shifted to a group of fletchlings and talonflames perched on a nearby tree, seemingly savoring the delicious Pokémon food. She took out some leftover poffins. Her gentle smile aimed at enticing one of them to see if fate would have it. Chapter 634. Ash challenges the League. Isn't that like competing in the Baby Cup? After a day filled with delightful adventures, Ash and his companions successfully arrived at their first destination in the Kalos region, Sanolin City. We've finally made it. Ash, Serena. Good luck with the gym battles. Eulogia exclaimed energetically, holding up her newly captured Dedenne perched on her little yellow bag, cheering them on. Ash chuckled at the spirited Eulogia and her equally curious electric-type companion, who was examining the city with wide eyes. This Dedenne was an unexpected catch when they departed from the forest yesterday, and it seemed to have formed an instant bond with Eulogia, leading to her successful capture. Of course, the Pokeball was temporarily registered under her brother Citron's name, as Eulogia had yet to reach the age of officially owning a Pokémon. Let's give it our all, Fletchling, Serena declared with determination, a lively Fletchling now perched atop her head, a testament to her capture efforts from the previous day. Ash couldn't help but stifle a laugh when he recalled the capture process. Serena's initial target was merely an ordinary Fletchling, but the gluttonous Talonflame leader couldn't resist the allure of her specially crafted poffins and willingly approached her, leaving the other Fletchlings dumbfounded. Despite their pleas, it did not alter the outcome of the Talonflame's departure. All right, our goal is the Santalin Gym. Let us set off, Ash said, shaking off his amusement as he observed the enthusiasm of his companions, smiling as he led the way forward. Click. Just then, a crisp click of a camera caught their attention. Serena turned around, surprised to find a poised woman holding a camera, smiling at them. Are you Miss Viola from the Santalin Gym? Serena recognized her, having done her homework before their journey, recalling Viola's past as a competitor in the World Championships. Indeed, Viola nodded, exchanging polite words with Serena before turning with surprise to Ash. I never expected to encounter the champion of the tournament here. Naturally, I'm here to explore the Kalos region, Ash replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Viola nodded in understanding. After all, Ash was still young and in the prime of his adventures. By the way, you're not here to challenge the League, are you? She teased. I do indeed plan to challenge the Kalos League from the ground up. Really? You're going to participate in the regional league? Viola was taken aback. Isn't that like competing in a baby cup for you, being a tournament champion? However, noticing Serena's slight anxiety, the mature Viola quickly realized and playfully glanced at the two of them. I see. You'll be using the Pokemon you capture in Kalos, right? Of course. In other words, under the constraints of the gym rules, do I perhaps have a chance to triumph over the world champion? We shall see. Ash smiled. He indeed would only send out novice Pokemon. If the gym leader failed to assess the situation and deployed high-level Pokemon instead, he might very well face defeat. Thus, allow me to lead you to the Sandalwood Gym. The mere thought of possibly defeating Ash ignited Violet's competitive spirit as the gym leader, and she extended her invitation with enthusiasm. The group followed Violet towards the gym, and just as they opened the large door, they fortuitously encountered a familiar reporter, Miss Pansy. "Ah, Ash, what a coincidence." Pansy greeted with a smile, then turned specifically to Ash, saying, "Thank you for granting me an exclusive interview during the World Championship." "No need to mention it, Miss Pansy. It was merely a small favor." Ash waved his hand dismissively. Then, he feigned surprise, his gaze shifting back and forth between Violet and Pansy. "Wait, are you two?" Pansy laughed as she draped her arm around her sister's shoulder. "Indeed, Violet is my sister. So you are siblings." Both Ash and Serena expressed their astonishment. Although they had long been aware, it was still necessary to play along. Soon, they arrived at the Sandalwood Gym. The corridors within the gym were designed like an art gallery, adorned with exquisite photographs of various bug-type Pokemon. Violet proudly introduced, "As you can see, I have a passion for photography, particularly for capturing the enchanting moments of bug Pokemon. These photographs are part of my collection." Pansy added, "My sister is quite renowned in the field of Pokemon photography." Gazing at the elegant, confident, and mature Violet, the mischievous Eureka's eyes sparkled as she suddenly rushed in front of Violet and exclaimed with her sweet voice, "Sister Violet, please consider becoming Brother Hytron's bride. That way, I can rest easy knowing he is in your care." Nearby, Hytron's face flushed crimson at Eureka's words. "Eureka, what are you babbling about?" He hurriedly maneuvered the mechanical arm behind him, swiftly pulling his indiscreet sister back and whisking her away to a corner. Watching this scene, Serena could not help but stifle a giggle, whispering to Ash, "I never knew Eureka had such a caring side." Ash chuckled sheepishly and nodded in agreement. Truly, she was reminiscent of Brock. Eureka's antics mirrored those of the former. If one had to say, the little girl Eureka was perhaps even cuter and less likely to be dismissed. Yet, upon reflection, he found it amusing. If Brock had such a sister, constantly arranging blind dates for him, perhaps he would have found his beloved long ago, and that would indeed have been his fortune. Chapter 635, The Substitute Technique of Frogadier. In the standard battle arena of the Sandalwood Gym, Ash and Violet took their respective positions, and the atmosphere instantly turned tense and focused. Pansy acted as the referee, clearly and confidently announcing the rules. Now commencing, the gym battle between gym leader Violet and challenger Ash from Pallet Town, with the bug badge at stake. Each participant may use 2 Pokemon, and the match concludes when one side's 2 Pokemon can no longer battle. Only the challenger possesses the right to substitute Pokemon. Having just finished a brief reprimand of his wayward sister Eureka, Hytron hurriedly made his way to the spectator seats beside Serena. He adjusted his glasses, watching intently with a serious expression. He hoped to glean insights from Ash to enhance his own battling skills. Observing Ash's battle would be immensely beneficial for him to reclaim the gym from Hit Leon in the future. "Go, Ash!" cheered Eureka and Serena from the sidelines. As the gym leader, Violet had to send out her Pokemon first. However, she hesitated, contemplating whether to unleash a high-level Pokemon to challenge Ash. Ultimately, though, the rationality of her role as a gym leader prevailed over her initial thoughts. Despite her deep yearning to defeat the World Championship champion, even if just once, her responsibilities as a gym leader brought her back to her senses. She understood that Ash was using Pokemon he had recently captured in Kalos. After weighing her options, she chose a Pokemon typically used to assess elite trainers. "Go, Swadloon." A flash of red light revealed the agile Swadloon, gliding across the battlefield with grace, its slender limbs exuding dexterity. Although Frogadier was a basic novice Pokemon, Ash, as its trainer, was anything but. This Swadloon was not the same one Ash faced in the World Championship, and he felt relieved. Violet's Swadloon was evidently at level 50. He had feared that Violet, being someone who enjoyed challenging the strong, would send out a formidable contender. While he was confident he could still manage, training his Kalos-caught Pokemon would be impossible otherwise. Fortunately, the Swadloon before him was manageable for Frogadier. "You're up for the first battle, Frogadier." Fro. The blue and white Frogadier leaped gracefully into the arena, crossing its arms in confidence, its demeanor cool and self-assured. Although it had not been long since it joined Ash, after an intensive training session with his dual-wielding Pokemon the day prior, it had already mastered several practical moves and established deep trust in Ash's commands. seeing Ash deploy the initial form of Frogadier. Violet completely suppressed her ambitions to defeat the champion and fully embraced her role as the gym leader assessing a trainer. She elegantly gestured, "Ash, please take the first move. Then we shan't hold back. Frogadier, use Water Pulse." Ash commanded decisively. Frogadier swiftly conjured a spinning water sphere and launched it at Swadloon. Signal beam, Violet responded calmly. Swadloon emitted a vibrant beam of energy from its antennae, colliding with the Water Pulse midair, resulting in a neutral outcome for the first round. Closing on it with Aerial Ace. Ash opted for a close-quarters strategy. Frogadier crouched low, white energy enveloping its form as it dashed towards Swadloon like a released arrow. Ice Beam. Violet's command was unexpected. Instead of targeting Frogadier, she directed it at the ground ahead of it. A piercing icy light shot out, flawlessly creating a slick ice surface in Frogadier's path. Seizing the opportunity, Swadloon leaped onto the ice, utilizing its properties to glide rapidly, effortlessly distancing itself from Frogadier. Now, Violet seized the advantage. Swadloon spun while gliding, its antennae gathering bug-type energy. Counter it with Water Pulse. Ash reacted swiftly. Frogadier halted abruptly, unleashing a Water Pulse to collide with the ice beam, generating a chilling mist of water. Ash's eyes gleamed with inspiration. Frogadier, continue using Water Pulse. But target the ice surface. If he could disrupt the ice, he could limit Swadloon's speed advantage. However, Violet perceived Ash's intention. "I won't let you have your way." Swadloon. String shot. Swadloon quickly spat out a copious amount of sticky silk, weaving a large net that enveloped Frogadier. Frogadier was forced to interrupt its move, nimbly dodging left and right. If caught in the string shot, it would not only be ensnared, but also have its speed significantly reduced. Seeing the direct assault failing, Ash swiftly altered his strategy. Smoke screen. Frogadier exhaled a thick cloud of black smoke, instantly concealing its figure. The string shot missed its target, losing its aim. Violet frowned slightly. Cease the string shot, charge the ice beam, and wait for the smoke to clear. Swadloon. The Pokémon halted its silk barrage, beginning to gather a stronger ice-type energy, preparing for the impending confrontation. In the stands, Hitron inwardly lamented, "Oh no, this means passive endurance. It will be difficult to react once the smoke clears." As the thick haze gradually dissipated, a vague silhouette of a Froakie emerged within it. Now is the moment. Ice Beam. Violet seized the opportunity to issue the command. Bubble. The powerful ice beam, long anticipated by the bubbles, shot forth in an instant, striking the shadow within the smoke with precision and encasing it in ice. However, at that very moment, Ash's voice thundered, "Aerial Ace." A genuine blue figure darted forth like a specter from the opposite side of the mist, wielding a blade of energy infused with flying-type power, slashing toward the unsuspecting bubbles with blinding speed. The bubbles were sent flying by this sudden melee attack. Yet the onslaught did not cease. Water Pulse. Ash pressed the attack. As Froakie landed, it wasted no time, immediately unleashing a close-range Water Pulse. The torrent of water crashed into the bubbles, thoroughly draining its strength. The battle concluded so abruptly, the situation reversing in an instant, leaving the spectators in stunned silence. Violet observed as the Froakie, once encased in ice beam, gradually melted away into a puddle of foam. Realization dawning upon her. So that was it. It was merely a decoy created by Froakie, while the true form had been lurking in the smoke, waiting for its moment. She had been deceived by the substitute. Hitron, astonished, exclaimed, "Incredible! To conceive a strategy of using a decoy to lure the enemy in such a short time." Eureka clapped excitedly. "Ash is so strong." Humph. Serena wore a proud expression, a smile gracing her lips. Chapter 636. Ash's style. Attack is the best defense. "Come back, Bubbles. You've done well." Violet recalled her defeated companion. "Ash, your synergy with Froakie is truly remarkable. Though this isn't a formal battle, it still excites me. Yet the forthcoming opponent shall not allow you to employ the same tactics so easily. Go, Vivillon." The colorful, artfully winged Vivillon gracefully fluttered into the arena, scattering shimmering scales as it flapped its wings. Ash pondered briefly before recalling Froakie, who, although victorious, had expended considerable energy. "Froakie, take a rest. This battle will be entrusted to another new partner." Froakie nodded rationally, transforming into a red beam of light and returning to its pokeball. "It's decided. You're up." Fletchling. Pew. The small yet sharp-eyed Fletchling soared out, confronting Vivillon midair. Though potentially lacking in level and experience, Fletchling held the advantage in type. "Fletchling, Swords Dance." Ash commanded. "Given the lack of experience, we shall bridge the gap in strength through buffs." Pew pew. A multitude of shimmering sword-like illusions surrounded Fletchling, significantly enhancing its attack power. Hitron in the audience adjusted his glasses in astonishment. Swords dance? This Fletchling was only recently caught, yet it has already mastered such a potent enhancement move? Its learning speed is astonishing. Nearby, Serena merely smiled, offering no explanation. During their travels in Unova, she and May had vaguely sensed that Ash possessed a unique ability to help Pokémon swiftly comprehend moves. Yet, this remained Ash's secret, which she would not divulge lightly. Upon witnessing the swords dance, Violet's expression tightened, and she immediately commanded interference. I won't allow you to enhance so easily. Vivillon, Solar Beam. Thanks to the gym's open-air design and sunny environment, Vivillon's wings absorbed sunlight, instantly coalescing into a searing energy orb that it discharged. Pew pew. However, Fletchling had already completed its swords dance. Utilizing its diminutive size and remarkable agility, it narrowly evaded the incoming beam at the last moment and swiftly ascended to avoid the main damage. Now, Ash seized the opportunity. The empowered Fletchling momentarily flickered, its speed erupting like white lightning as it dashed toward Vivillon with force. The effect was phenomenal. Such speed. Violet gasped, quickly realizing. That must be the Gale Wings ability. Right? Ash nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Miss Violet is quite knowledgeable. While guiding Vivillon to stabilize itself, Violet chuckled wryly. Of course I know. I've heard tales of the terror of that ability from the previous bug-type gym leader. According to that predecessor's experience, back then, nearly every trainer had a Fletchling with Gale Wings. With its astonishing priority in flying-type moves, it nearly caused that predecessor to retreat into solitude for 5 or 6 years before they recovered and passed the gym to me. She paused, expressing relief. I've heard that for some reason, the wild Fletchling with this ability has since dwindled, becoming exceedingly rare. I suppose I have encountered a fortunate era. Ash silently chuckled. How could it not be fortunate? The Gale Wings ability was weakened just a few years ago. It could even be renamed now. But how has the real world changed Gale Wings? Could it be that the exceptional Gale Wings Fletchling have all been captured, leaving only the less remarkable ones behind, thus resulting in a weakened version? For the moment, he dismissed these thoughts. Seizing the momentum, Ash declared, Fletchling, air slash. Pew. Fletchling flung its wings, unleashing a barrage of sharp air blades with such velocity that Violet's command lagged by a beat. Vivillon quickly used Psyshock to block. Vivillon's eyes glowed with blue energy, barely managing to control the air blades as they approached, reflecting them back with a violent force. Yet, thanks to the speed boost granted by Gale Wings, Fletchling effortlessly sidestepped the counterattack. Sleep Powder. Violet attempted to control Fletchling. Vivillon unleashed a wide spray of sleep-inducing powder. Use Flame Charge to rush in. Ash responded decisively. Fletchling ignited in flames, charging forward like a rocket, incinerating the sleep powder in its path. Simultaneously, its speed surged once more. Solar Beam. Violet attempted to intercept. Aerial Ace, evade, and attack. Fletchling displayed astonishing agility, twisting in midair to not only dodge the solar beam, but also deliver another powerful blow to Vivillon. The successive quick strikes left Vivillon battered and bruised. Violet found herself in a predicament. The Gale Wings priority is too troublesome. Vivillon unleashed Tailwind. She altered her strategy, aiming not for a guaranteed hit, but rather to exhaust the opponent with area moves. Pew pew. Though Tailwind's power was modest, the continuous wind pressure began to wear down Fletchling's stamina, preventing it from maintaining its peak state, and the effect of Gale Wings was temporarily nullified. However, Ash remained unperturbed. Attack is the best defense. Fletchling, break through with Flame Charge. Pew pew. Initially hesitant, Fletchling's gaze hardened with resolve as it charged forward, engulfed in flames, braving the wind pressure toward Vivillon. The Fire-type move was highly effective against bug types, sending Vivillon reeling. Subsequently, Violet capitalized on the sunlight to command Vivillon to unleash a series of rapid solar beams. Yet Ash instructed Fletchling to use Double Team, creating numerous clones that caused Vivillon's attacks to consistently miss. It's time to determine the victor. Ash observed the opportunity, raising his hand high. Fletchling, let us execute the final move we trained for, Brave Bird. Pew pew. Fletchling emitted a resounding cry, its body erupting with incredible blue flames. Akin to a battle bird charging forth, slicing through the air with unstoppable momentum, and striking Vivillon with precise accuracy. Boom. Vivillon was heavily knocked to the ground, losing its fighting capability. With Vivillon incapacitated, Fletchling emerged victorious. Thus, the champion was Ash from Sinnoh Town. The tricolor Violet announced the final results, which were quite impressive. Choo-choo. Ash and his fletchling exchanged high fives in celebration. Though the fletchling, having been slightly fatigued by the recoil from Brave Bird, still had bright and excited eyes. Pokemon battles require not only astute tactics, but also a certain degree of reckless flair. After all, offense is the best defense. Observing Ash's fervent fighting style, Cithrin adjusted his glasses, diligently taking notes, indicating that he had learned something valuable. Serena opened her mouth to retort, but struggled to find the words. She truly wanted to inquire whether Ash's battling style could be deemed reckless. Chapter 637. Why is Serena in the top 16 of the Hoenn Conference? In the Kalos region. At the secret base of Team Flare, the dimly lit command room displayed a massive holographic projection of Ash's World Championship battles. The focus was on the moments when Ash sent out Kyurem to triumph over Corona, as well as Reshirem's victory over Alder. Other notable Pokemon included Victini, Meloetta, and Latias. However, these three mythical creatures were not highlighted due to their lack of combat prowess. A man sporting a fiery mane reminiscent of the orange flames of a pyroar scrutinized the frequency marked for Pikachu, which surpassed those of the aforementioned mythical creatures. Beside him stood 5 core scientists, all clad in orange uniforms and wearing investigative goggles, the atmosphere laden with tension. Before them stood their imposing leader, Flare. His arms crossed beneath his chin as he pondered Ash's youthful visage. This was the most remarkable trainer in recent years. Despite his youthful appearance, those from Team Flare who had researched Ash's profile were cautious not to underestimate his capabilities. Colleagues, what are your thoughts on the target's arrival in Kalos? Flare's voice was deep and commanding. Clearly, this was a special meeting convened to assess Ash's presence in Kalos, as his strength might pose an unstable element to Flare's vision of a beautiful new world. The concern stemmed from the fact that Ash's travels coincided with the downfall of several organizations. Was this merely coincidence? Flare was not inclined to believe so. The leading scientist, Cresselia, a rotund figure, adjusted his glasses and calmly analyzed. Lord Flare, based on the intelligence we have gathered, Ash's travel patterns do indeed follow a discernible rhythm. He typically challenges a region's Pokemon League before moving on to the next. His arrival in Kalos is likely in accordance with this pattern, with the intent of challenging the Kalos League. As long as our actions remain sufficiently clandestine and we do not instigate conflict with him, theoretically, our paths should not cross significantly. Flare remained silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. His subordinates lacked the means or strength to confront Ash directly. Eventually, Flare spoke slowly. If you detect Ash's presence during a mission, prioritize abandoning the task to ensure your own safety and avoid drawing attention. Our plans must not be jeopardized by any variable. Understood, the group replied in unison. At that moment, another astute female officer, Aquiti, stepped forward. Leader, while we should avoid direct confrontation, perhaps we can exploit this variable. Oh, Flare turned, gesturing for her to elaborate. Aquiti operated her tablet, retrieving data. There is one point regarding Ash that piques our interest. He possesses a multitude of Pokemon capable of mega evolution, such as the Charizard from the Lilac Conference, Sceptile, Metagross, and Scyther. The data on the energies of the Ice-type Pokemon, Pidgeot, and Latias that appeared in Unova holds significant reference value for perfecting our ultimate weapon. Aquiti paused, suspecting that Ash had more mega evolution candidates, yet lacked further data to substantiate her hypothesis. Flare, intrigued, inquired, "How do you propose we execute this?" Aquiti continued, "We could attempt to subtly guide certain trainers to challenge him without exposing ourselves. For instance, we could anonymously post information about Ash on online trainer forums or battle platforms, including vague predictions of his itinerary. Kalos is not short of trainers eager to battle strong opponents, and they would naturally seek out Ash for a challenge. We merely need to discreetly provide coordinates to guide these trainers toward Ash, ensuring they create devices capable of remotely collecting battle data." Flare raised an eyebrow, a hint of interest gracing his features. "That is a commendable idea. You shall oversee this matter. My only requirement is absolute caution. Ensure that all information flows cannot be traced back to Team Flare." Understood, Aquiti nodded confidently. Although she could not best Ash in battle, Aquiti was quite self-assured in her stealth capabilities, believing she would remain undetected. At the White Sand Gym, immediately following Ash's battle, Serena commenced her own gym match. Violet was initially taken aback. Such a beautiful girl had opted not to pursue the distinctively Kalosian profession of a performer, but rather chose to be a trainer. Violet found this surprising. Nonetheless, she was grateful that her backup team was sufficiently robust to continue the gym challenge. In response to Violet's second Pokemon, Swablu, Serena deployed her Amalga. Instead of engaging in a direct confrontation, She utilized Amalga's agility and electric-type moves to cleverly evade Swablu's icy beam, ultimately concluding the battle with a powerful volt tackle. The entire process was fluid and effortless. At present, Serena was commanding the Fletchinder she had captured the previous day against Violet's Butterfree. With the advantage of its fire and flying types, Serena's Fletchinder held the upper hand. Sithrin observed the seamless battle, astonished as he adjusted his glasses. Serena's prowess is truly remarkable. He had previously assumed she was merely a novice trainer traveling alongside Ash. Ash, upon hearing this, smiled naturally. Serena reached the top 16 in the Hoenn Conference during her first appearance at the Pokemon League, although she ultimately lost to May. Challenging a bug-type gym is no trivial feat. Top 16 in the Hoenn Conference? Sithrin regarded her with newfound respect. Achieving such a result in 1's debut was indeed impressive. Qualifying for the main event and securing a ranking at a regional league was indicative of an elite trainer. At that moment, the wide-eyed Eureka tilted her head, curiously asking, isn't Serena from Kalos? Why did she compete in the Unova League for her first Pokemon League? Eureka had stumbled upon a blind spot. Ash remained silent, as he certainly could not reveal that Serena had traveled to Unova specifically to follow him. Meanwhile, Pikachu stifled a laugh beside him. As the group engaged in casual conversation, Serena, radiating joy from her victory, approached Ash with her long-tailed Vulpix and Fletchinder, proudly raising the badge she had just earned. Look, Ash, I've also received a badge. Indeed, a splendid competition. You performed exceptionally well. Ash, gazing at Serena's radiant smile, set aside any prior awkwardness and felt genuine happiness for her, his eyes reflecting an unintentional fondness. Thank you, Serena replied cheerfully, and the two exchanged smiles. Enveloped in a warm and sweet atmosphere, Eureka glanced between Ash and the jubilant Serena, her mischievous eyes suddenly sparkling with understanding, her face adorned with a knowing smile. Sithrin, the oblivious straight man, failed to catch on, eager to continue probing. Oh right, why? Eulogia hastily tugged at Hytrin's sleeve, ensuring that her engineering-minded elder brother did not intrude upon their conversation. She had not forgotten her prior promise to Salina to refrain from disturbing their companionship. Chapter 638, is learning the art of Iajutsu, just for show? The following day, the four bid farewell to the sister duo, Violet and Pansy, and departed from Biden City, setting their course back to Mier City. Unlike their previous journey, they chose not to traverse the same forest, as Ash wished to encounter different Pokemon. They opted for an alternate route. Although slightly off course, this path boasted a wider variety of Pokemon, such as the evolutionary form of the Butterfree, the powdered butterfly, and the aerial Flababy. They also spotted the rare Drillbur and the Kalos region's distinctive Pyroar, which opened everyone's eyes to the wonders of the world, particularly for Eulogia. Her youthful curiosity was piqued by the peculiarities of the outside realm. As time passed, the weary quartet sought a quaint streamside spot suitable for a meal, folding out their chairs to rest while awaiting lunchtime. Tomorrow, we shall return to Mier City, and after traversing Route 5, we'll reach Yoka City, Salina remarked, leaning against her chair while studying the map. Upon hearing they were heading back to Mier City, Hytrin's expression grew somewhat awkward, as he feared Ash might propose a gym challenge. Don't worry, I won't consider challenging the Mier gym until I have acquired 4 badges. Ash reassured Hytron with a comforting smile, recognizing his tension. Currently, Hytron's abilities were not highly regarded, with only his Electrode worthy of note, but even that was not substantial. He looked forward to the upcoming journey, hoping to capture his childhood companion, Litten, to bolster his gym battles. Hytron scratched his head in gratitude, having felt Ash's unwavering trust in his companions on multiple occasions. Hytron, could you elaborate on the happenings at the gym? Salina inquired, her curiosity piqued by Hytron's reluctance to speak. It's merely that my foolish brother forgot the password, Eulogia chuckled, only to be silenced by Hytron, who insisted on explaining himself. However, Eulogia had already encapsulated the essence of the matter. He had forgotten the password to his own creation, the Hitleroid, preventing him from re-establishing its master authentication and resulting in the chaos at the Mier gym. In that case, Hytron, your invention is quite successful. Considering you haven't managed the Mier gym for so long without any trainer complaints, Eulogia noted. Indeed, Hytron exclaimed, realizing the truth in Ash's words. After all, the original purpose of creating Hitleroid was to assume the responsibilities of the gym leader, a goal that had indeed been fulfilled by Hitleroid. Eulogia and Salina exchanged glances, having never considered the situation from this perspective. Keep at it. Once you regain Hitleroid's authentication, your invention will be deemed a success, Ash encouraged. All right, I shall invent a device to help me recall the password, Hytron exclaimed, seemingly invigorated, as he rummaged through his gray backpack. intent on crafting an invention to jog his memory. Observing Hytron's exaggerated enthusiasm, Ash sensed a disturbance in the atmosphere and quickly distanced himself from Hytron's chaotic endeavors. Never mind. I'll go check on Froakie and the others' training, he decided, taking Pikachu along with him, followed closely by Salina. By the riverside, a majestic Pidgeot was engaging in a dialogue with a Fletchinder and a Fletchling. Occasionally, Pidgeot's enormous wings would gleam as it nodded patiently at the two, demonstrating the steel wing move by covering its wings in metallic sheen and slashing at a nearby tree trunk. It seems Pidgeot is teaching them steel wing. How enthusiastic. Salina remarked cheerily, as her Fletchinder could benefit from Ash's Pokemon's instruction, perhaps due to Pidgeot's past experiences with weaker Pidgeys. It exhibited a nurturing demeanor towards its younger kin. Ash smiled in response. In the Ilex Forest, Pidgeot had a history of collectively teaching moves to its subordinates, aiming to strengthen them quickly, thus preparing to eventually pass its role onto a successor. The habit of mentoring had developed over time, as it preferred to foster bonds rather than simply using a TM to teach Steel Wing to Fletchling. As Fletchling demonstrated its learning capability, it mimicked the Steel Wing move, gradually manifesting a metallic sheen and successfully executing the technique against the tree. Although lacking in power, it was enough to earn Pidgeot's approving nod. This talent, the lineage of our family S-birds is secure, Pidgeot mused. However, Fletchinder, feeling overshadowed by its former subordinate, hurriedly attempted to showcase its prowess by mimicking Pidgeot and crashing into the tree with an energy-covered wing. Pidgeot displayed a humorous expression of incredulity, shielding its face with its wing, while Fletchling stifled a laugh, cautious not to mock its former superior. Salina, observing the scene, chuckled awkwardly, as Fletchinder had just performed a wing attack rather than the steel wing. Feeling embarrassed, Fletchinder lowered its head, surprised to find itself outdone by its former subordinate in mastering steel wing. Fletchinder has shown promise. It has indeed grasped wing attack, Ash commented with mild surprise. The swift mastery of steel wing by his Fletchling had not exceeded his expectations, especially since he had enhanced its individual values with a silver crown, indirectly boosting its potential. While he had not applied the same enhancement to Fletchinder, Salina gazed at Ash with warmth, mistakenly interpreting his words as mere encouragement, and felt touched by his thoughtfulness. Suddenly, Ash's attention was drawn to the swimming competition between the dual-bladed sword Pokémon and Froakie, as they engaged in a race, albeit against the current, to gradually enhance their stamina. Upon noticing Ash and Salina's gaze, the showy dual-bladed sword Pokémon eagerly beckoned Froakie to display the fruits of their training. At the dual-bladed sword Pokémon's signal, Froakie leaped high, effortlessly breaking the water's surface, and conjured a white short blade in its palm midair. With a precise aim at a small stone on the shore, Froakie's eyes narrowed, and a flash of white light streaked past, the stone landing perfectly as if a skilled swordsman sheathing their blade. The stone, having fallen at the same moment, revealed a smooth cut, showcasing Froakie's newfound agility reminiscent of its final form, the ninja frog. Ayajetsu. How impressive! Salina exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Ash, only to find his expression somewhat off, indicating that he was not particularly pleased about Froakie's acquisition of Ayajetsu. Indeed, Ash was internally questioning the dual-bladed sword Pokémon's choice. With so many techniques available to teach, why did it opt for Ayajetsu? Aside from its stylistic flair and tree-cutting advantage, what else was its purpose? Was it merely for show? Chapter 639. The aspiration to become an exceptional female trainer. As the dual-bladed sword Pokémon stood proudly, awaiting accolades, Ash found himself unable to chastise it. Instead, he offered a bemused commendation. Taking a moment to collect himself, he recognized that it was indeed a new move, which could enhance Froakie's performance in battles. Ultimately, the priority remained to apprehend the members of Team Flare and thwart their ambitions regarding the ultimate weapon. This way, Froakie could eventually break free from the fate of merely being a tree cutter. Embracing this mindset, Ash felt considerably more at ease. After casting a few more glances at the training of the dual-edged sword and the Froakie, he refrained from further interference and instead spent time with Serena. Once they had prepared a delightful lunch with Citron and savored the delicious meal, they took a brief respite before continuing their journey towards the city of Mier. The path beneath their feet gradually unfurled, leading them through a rolling hilly landscape, until a new village appeared before their eyes. Though modest in size, the village was bustling with an extraordinary liveliness. From a distance, the sounds of cheers and the thunderous clatter of hooves could be heard. Upon entering the village, the most striking sight was the massive enclosures surrounded by sturdy wooden fences, within which numerous armored rhinos, clad in tough gray shells, were kept. They snorted loudly, their restless hooves scraping the ground, exuding a vibrant energy as if they were poised to charge into the arena at any moment. Wow, so many armored rhinos! Eureka exclaimed. Citron adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a glimmer of astonishment. Both he and Eureka, being natives of Mier, found the sight of such a large-scale ranch to be quite novel. Ash crossed his arms, maintaining a calm demeanor. After all, he had traveled through several regions and was no stranger to scenes like this. Noticing the topic of armored rhinos, Sinnoh wore a confident, yet gentle smile. Armored rhinos are quite popular in our Kalos region for competitive events. In larger cities, there are dedicated racing arenas, unlike the makeshift tracks found in villages like this. Sinnoh sounds so professional. Eureka looked up in admiration. Sinnoh chuckled shyly, then turned her gaze towards the restless armored rhinos, suggesting, Ash, since we're here, why don't you try riding an armored rhino? It's a completely different experience from riding a bicycle or a car. Sure, but I'll need you to teach me. Sinnoh, Ash replied eagerly, casting a playful glance at her, to which Sinnoh blushed and agreed. Under Sinnoh's guidance, Ash selected a seemingly docile armored rhino. To ride an armored rhino, one must approach from the front, allowing them to see you, which helps to prevent any feelings of anxiety or fright. Sinnoh stepped forward first, skillfully stroking the soft skin connecting the armored rhino's hard forehead and neck, calming it down. She then signaled Ash that he was ready, advising him to be swift in his movements. This posed no challenge for Ash, who had excellent body coordination. He easily harnessed his core strength, pushing off slightly with his feet, and, aided by a gentle pull from Sinnoh's arm, he leapt gracefully onto the rhino, landing steadily behind her. The armored rhino merely swayed slightly, readily accommodating the new weight. See, that was easy, Ash grinned proudly. You did great. Sinnoh clapped her hands in delight, not denying the compliment. Even more astonishing was how the other armored rhinos seemed particularly drawn to Sinnoh. They approached her gently, lowering their massive heads to nuzzle against her outstretched hand, reveling in her touch. Sinnoh, you're quite popular with them, Ash remarked. Although he had anticipated this, he was still taken aback by the sight of dozens of armored rhinos affectionately surrounding her. Sinnoh smiled back, explaining, perhaps it's because I've been around them since childhood at my mother's dojo, and I carry an aura they find familiar and comforting. This scene vividly showcased Sinnoh's extraordinary talent and affinity as a rider of armored rhinos, which left Ash, Citron, and Eureka in awe. Citron couldn't help but exclaim, Sinnoh, if you pursue this path, you would undoubtedly become an exceptional armored rhino rider or breeder. Thank you, Citron, Sinnoh replied with a smile, shaking her head modestly, her gaze drifting into the distance. However, I have already found a path I wish to pursue more fervently. To become an outstanding female Pokémon trainer, and, one day, to be by someone's side. She boldly winked at Ash. Ash stood nearby, silently observing, yet failing to comprehend the underlying meaning of her words. Just as they were enjoying their time and preparing to move on, a series of urgent sirens grew nearer. They spotted Officer Jenny speeding by on her motorcycle. A look of urgency etched on her face. Curious, the group stopped to inquire about the situation. There has been an incident in the pre-race preparation area outside the village. 3 oddly dressed individuals have blocked the armored rhino team preparing for the competition. Upon hearing the description of the peculiar trio, Ash reflexively blurted out, it must be Team Rocket. He immediately wanted to help, not out of fear of these troublemakers causing a ruckus, but rather to ensure his Froakie and fletchling could gain some experience points. It might take too long to walk there. Sinnoh promptly assessed the situation. With determination, she patted the armored rhino beneath her, firmly instructing Ash, quickly, hop on. We'll ride the armored rhino over. Given the urgency, Ash didn't hesitate, swiftly mounting the armored rhino once more. Without a support point, he instinctively wrapped his arms around Sinnoh's waist. The moment their hands made contact, Ash distinctly felt Sinnoh's body tense slightly. In front of him, Sinnoh's ears had already flushed a noticeable shade of crimson. She could clearly sense the warmth radiating from Ash's chest and the reassuring strength of his hands at her waist, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Yet, she did not voice any objections. Instead, after initially tensing up, she relaxed slightly, leaning back as if she had found a comforting support. Though the blush on Sinnoh's face lingered, she inhaled deeply and commanded, Armored Rhino, let us go. The armored rhino immediately set off with powerful strides. However, just as they began their journey, Sinnoh seemed to realize they hadn't asked Officer Jenny for the exact location. Don't worry, I know where they are, Ash reassured her, sensing the presence of several waves of aura gathering nearby. While he didn't detect the trio from Team Rocket, the collective aura of the armored rhinos was unmistakable. Ash turned to call out to Citron and Eureka. Citron, Eureka, You'll catch up shortly. We'll head over first. Under Salina's skillful guidance, the armored rhino ran swiftly and steadily, the wind roaring past their ears. Ash leaned closely against Salina's back, his arms firmly supporting both of them. As they rapidly approached their destination, they could hardly contain their laughter upon witnessing the scene before them. There stood Team Rocket, Jesse, James, and Meowth, frantically attempting to hoist a metal cage containing at least a dozen hefty armored rhinos onto a clearly overloaded and dilapidated machine. The combined weight of those armored rhinos was staggering, and despite the machine emitting clouds of black smoke, the cage remained stubbornly unmoved. Ash couldn't help but chuckle. While you may have gained a bit of strength in the Unova region, your penchant for brainless chaos remains unchanged. Salina stifled a giggle at the comical scene unfolding before them. That brat, Jesse fumed, turning around in exasperation, and that little girl. How dare you mock us? James chimed in angrily. In contrast to the two boisterous members, Meowth timidly interjected, Didn't we install an aura shield? How did you find us? Ash, somewhat exasperated, looked at the armored rhinos trapped in the cage and remarked, Haha, although your aura shield may have made your own auras seem more natural, don't you think the combined aura of a dozen armored rhinos gathering together would be rather conspicuous? Meowth, engulfed in despair, realized the significant flaws in its product. Meanwhile, an enraged Musashi and Kojiro disregarded the cage entirely. With a grand gesture, Kojiro proclaimed, Allow you to witness the prowess of my new partner. Go forth, Gurgiest. A vibrant Pokémon, reminiscent of an octopus, materialized in the arena. Ash's eyes sparkled with recognition. Was this not the quintessential experience Pokémon? Excellent. Froakie, you shall be the one. The spirited Froakie leaped forth with determination. Gurgiest, use Phantom Force. Kojiro commanded. Froakie, unleash Water Pulse. The dazzling rays of light clashed fiercely with the cerulean water sphere, creating a mist that enveloped the battlefield. Seizing the moment of obscured vision, Froakie darted forward with electric agility, executing a quick strike. Don't underestimate us, Gurgiest. Use Rocket Headbutt. Kojiro shouted. Gurgiest's head glimmered with white light as it charged forward. Yet, Froakie stood unfazed, skillfully sidestepping the direct assault while executing a series of rapid close-range encounters. Now, Froakie, use Smokescreen. Ash observed the opportune moment. Dense black smoke erupted from Froakie's mouth, swiftly shrouding the battlefield. I can't see. Meowth cried out anxiously. Over there, attack the one on the left. Musashi gestured chaotically. Spotting a shadowy figure, she commanded Gurgiest to attack. Gurgiest's Phantom Force struck the decoy, shattering it, while the real Froakie lay poised for action. Finish it with a blade cut. Froakie assumed a sword-drawing stance, swiftly striking Gurgiest, who emitted a mournful cry, succumbing to defeat. That looked rather impressive, Ash remarked, watching Froakie gracefully land with its blade sheathed. The defeated Team Rocket trio felt a chill as they foresaw their impending fate. It's up to you now, Gagote. Musashi attempted to create an opportunity through a counterattack. Froak. Yet, under Ash's subtle cue, Froakie had already charged up for a barrage of bubble attacks, overwhelming Gagote with a deluge. Looks like your ace Gagote is out of the game, Ash declared, tipping his cap with a radiant smile. Pikachu, send them off with Thunderbolt. Pikachu unleashed a powerful surge of golden electricity, striking the dazed Team Rocket trio. What an unpleasant feeling. With a familiar line, the trio transformed into the brightest star in the sky. Well done, Froakie and Pikachu. Ash recalled Froakie and exchanged smiles with Salina. Shortly after Team Rocket's departure, Miss Junsha arrived hurriedly on her motorcycle. Is Miss Junsha lost? Salina pondered, surprised that her motorcycle was slower than a ride-on. Ash, however, found it unsurprising, as he could precisely locate the ride-on using his aura. Upon halting, her attention was captured by the enormous cage containing several ride-on. Noticing her earlier haste, she turned to Ash and Salina, recognizing Ash's Pikachu perched on his shoulder. You are Mr. Ash, the champion of the World Championships, Miss Junsha exclaimed, immediately saluting with respect. Thank you for stopping this incident. We will handle these ride-on. You have my gratitude, Ash nodded in response. As Miss Junsha began contacting her colleagues to manage the aftermath, a clear voice echoed from afar. Ash, Salina, are you all right? Eureka dashed forward, followed closely by Citron, who was panting under the weight of his invention-laden backpack. We heard an explosion. Eureka gasped. Citron adjusted his glasses and inquired, what about Team Rocket? No worries. They've been driven off, Ash replied nonchalantly. What a pity, Citron lamented, retrieving a silver wrist device from his bag. You all left too quickly, otherwise I could have tested my latest invention, the Aura Tracker prototype. Ash's eyes lit up, recalling the previously mentioned anti-aura device. Is this the device that counters Team Rocket's signal jammers? Pikachu, Mellow, and Teeny looked on with curiosity. Indeed, that is my invention. Ash reached out to take it. But Citron suddenly changed his tone. However, there's a small issue. Upon hearing this, Ash swiftly withdrew his hand, instinctively shielding Serena. Sure enough, the device emitted an alarm, and the screen flashed red. Bam! A dull thud resounded, followed by a cloud of black smoke, transforming Citron and Eureka's hair into frizzy chaos. Oh brother, Eureka sighed, trying to tame her wild locks. Thank goodness I reacted quickly, Ash thought, relieved that he anticipated Citron's invention had a failure rate. Is it really that dangerous? Serena questioned nervously. It's merely a minor issue caused by insufficient materials. Once we return to the Mier gym, I can create a flawless product with professional equipment. Back to the gym, then? Ash's hope reignited. Absolutely. Citron affirmed confidently, and this time, I'll definitely remember the password for the Hytroid. Observing Citron's unwavering confidence alongside Eureka's hopeful expression, Ash and Serena exchanged amused glances. Chapter 641, The Operation to Reclaim Mier Gym. After departing from Smiru Village, the quartet journeyed onward for another day, finally returning to the bustling metropolis of Mier City. During their travels, they encountered a beauty salon and stumbled upon a Dormia, known as the royal dog of Kalos. This canine Pokémon possesses the ability to reduce physical damage due to its luxurious fur coat, albeit its power is not particularly formidable. However, the fashion-forward Kalos region delights in crafting various hairstyles for Dormia, earning it the affection of the locals. Ash and his companions chanced upon a hairstylist named Jessica, whose Dormia was rather unruly. Eager to assist, the four friends, alongside Team Rocket providing unexpected support, helped Jessica regain her Dormia's favor. Indeed, the newly styled Dormia looked stunning. It's undeniably more beautiful than its original form, perhaps influenced by Kalos's vibrant fashion scene. Serena couldn't help but admire as she departed. Even the young Eureka's eyes sparkled with delight. Meanwhile, Ash and Citron exchanged silent glances, clearly indifferent to the world of fashion. Yet, this was not the focal point. All right, it's time to reclaim Mier Gym. Upon arriving at Prism Tower, Citron adjusted his glasses and shouted with excitement. Encouraged by Ash throughout their journey, Citron believed his invention, Hytroid, was indeed remarkable. Its previous malfunction was merely a minor flaw. With Ash's continued affirmations, Citron had regained his confidence and was no longer intimidated by Hytroid's occupation of the gym. Yes, go for it, big brother, Eureka cheered, witnessing Citron's newfound determination. As the four prepared to enter Prism Tower, they unexpectedly encountered a group of trainers at the entrance, venting their frustrations. What a terrible gym. It's utterly inhumane. Exactly. They even threw us down from the upper floor. It was excruciating. I'm never coming back. These trainers were evidently victims of the Mier Gym challenge, leaving in disarray while lamenting their unfortunate treatment. Initially brimming with confidence, Hitron felt a weight in his heart upon witnessing the departure of the trainers. Do not overthink it. Reclaiming the gym will set everything right, Ash encouraged, giving Hitron a gentle push. With a glance at Ash, Serena, Yulia, and Pikachu, whose unwavering support reignited his resolve, Hitron proceeded towards the Prism Tower. The tower boasted 4 entrances, 3 of which catered to visitors, as its original purpose was to serve as a scenic landmark. Only the rear of the Prism Tower housed the official entrance to the gym. Under Hitron's guidance, they ascended via the elevator, shortly arriving at a pitch-black corridor, enveloped in an eerie silence. Suddenly, a chime echoed as the presence of a passerby activated a yellow light, accompanied by golden arcs of electricity, allowing Ash and Serena to finally appreciate the ambience befitting an electric-type gym leader. Before long, they reached the corridor's end, obstructed by a massive iron gate. Welcome to the Mier Gym. May I inquire how many badges you currently possess, Challenger? The screen on the gate illuminated, revealing the visage of a robotic entity. Is this Hytroid? Serena inquired. Her curiosity piqued at the sight of the intelligent robot. Hitron nodded slowly, stepping forward to directly initiate the gym leader certification mode with Hytroid. However, Ash interjected, wishing to pose a question first. I am Ash, the champion of the previous World Championship, visiting Kalos with the intent to participate in the regional league. But I have yet to earn a badge. Do I qualify to challenge? With his arms crossed, Ash candidly introduced himself to Hytroid. The robot paused, its screen flickering as it searched for relevant information. I regret to inform you, Champion Ash, that while I acknowledge your victory as a principled robot, I must insist that you adhere to the qualifications required to challenge the gym. Hytroid confirmed Ash's status, but firmly denied his request to battle. Is it truly impossible? Ash replied, momentarily taken aback, which aligned with his preconceived notions of robotic rigidity. I apologize, Ash. This aspect was not considered during my programming, Hydroite explained. No worries. I merely wish to explore the possibility, Ash replied without harboring any resentment towards Hitron. Understanding that it is indeed uncommon for a champion-level player to engage in a local league competition. Initiating Master Battle Recognition Mode, Hydroite announced. Ash stepped aside, ceding the stage to Hitron, who promptly invoked a third-party program specifically designed for unforeseen circumstances, allowing for error correction. With a mechanical click, the gate swung open, revealing the interior of the gym, a standard battle arena, with a silver-gray robot stationed at its center. Its design was rather simplistic, yet it bore the unmistakable emblem of an electric-type gym atop its head. Please provide the voice password, Hydroite stated with an austere expression, fixating intently on Hitron, as if ready to engage in combat should the correct password not be provided. Having contemplated this for some time, Hitron, despite the previous failure of his invention, had already deduced the correct password. I look forward to our collaboration. I am the gym leader, Hitron. Password accepted. Master Battle Recognition Mode activated. Ash, Salina, and Yulia collectively exhaled in relief, knowing that the final challenge was imminent to reclaim the gym. With determination, Hitron summoned his only Pokémon, Diglett. In response, Hydroite launched a Pokeball from its arm, releasing a large yellow lizard adorned with orange patterns, characterized by a slender neck and a distinctive neck frill. The Electromoth Pokémon, known to generate substantial electricity under sunlight, was poised for battle. As the Pokédex detailed its capabilities, Salina felt the description to be somewhat exaggerated. Chapter 642, Hitron vs. Hydroite. The Electromoth, initially surprised to face Hitron, soon broke into an exuberant display of joy at the reunion. However, at Hydroite's reminder that this was a gym battle, it quickly adopted a serious demeanor, ready to fight alongside its trainer, Hitron. Strangely, despite being Hitron's Pokémon, it seemed to heed Hydroite's commands instead, engaging against Hitron, the rightful gym leader. This peculiar scene elicited amusement from Ash, reminiscent of a narrative where Hitron was being usurped by Hydroite. Electromoth, Thunderbolt. With the challenge mode activated, Hydroite wasted no time in launching an attack. The Electromoth's frill expanded, unleashing a torrent of golden electricity that surged forth like a spear. Diglett, raise the dust. Hitron adjusted his glasses as Diglett swung its enormous ears downward, sending plumes of dust into the air. The electricity collided with the obscured landscape, crackling as it dissipated into nothingness. The thunderbolt was successfully thwarted by the dust, leaving Hydroite visibly astonished. Yet, the assault continued. Hydroite's mechanical voice issued further commands. Dragon Tail. The Electromoth leapt into the air, its tail shimmering with a cerulean aura, slicing through the air. Unfazed, Diglett crossed its ears in a defensive stance, ready to counter. Now, Rapid Spin. Harnessing its ability, Diglett utilized its strength to counter the Dragon Tail, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Well done, Ash cheered from the sidelines, sensing that Hitron had a significant chance of reclaiming the gym. Pikachu mimicked Ash's motions, waving its tiny paws in encouragement. The final blow of the rapid strikes sent Electromoth flying, prompting Diglett to pursue and continue its onslaught, gaining the upper hand. Thunderbolt. Hydroite's voice remained emotionless. The Electromoth unfurled its frill once more, gathering energy before unleashing a torrent of electricity. Shadow Clone. Diglett rapidly split into multiple illusions, allowing the electricity to pass harmlessly through the phantoms. Parabolic Charge. The Electromoth soared into the air, its frill fully extended, showering the arena with electrical energy. As the area was engulfed, the clones of Diglett vanished, leaving only the original Pokémon standing. Mudshot. Hitron called urgently, just as Diglett was about to unleash its attack. Hydroite interjected. Stomp. The Electromoth's forelegs slammed down, causing the ground to tremble. Diglett leapt back in haste, its Mudshot interrupted. What? Hitron's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Electromoth execute Stomp? Ash chuckled, crossing his arms. It seems Hydroite is quite adept at self-updating. Is it teaching Pokémon new moves? Salina blinked in disbelief. Yulia too was perplexed by Hydroite's remarkable capabilities. Hitron took a deep breath, his gaze behind the lens resolutely firm once more. Do not underestimate me. During the time I was expelled from your domain, I gleaned invaluable lessons from Ash's battles in the World Championship. Ash, upon hearing this, displayed no signs of surprise. After all, major competitions like the World Championship are broadcast live across numerous regions. Dugtrio dig. In an instant, Dugtrio burrowed underground. Hithrolite responded immediately. Just as the electroweb lizard lifted its foot, Hithrin abruptly shifted tactics. Shadow clone. The mechanical head paused momentarily, processing external commands. In essence, Hithrolite was still responding based on the programming written by Hithrin, with all strategies executed according to analytical data. However, it was clear that the unexpected command had thrown Hithrolite into confusion. Funny. Below, countless clones of Dugtrio erupted from their burrows. Parabolic charge. Upon witnessing the shadow clones, Hithrolite mechanically ordered the electroweb lizard to unleash a widespread parabolic charge. The electroweb lizard immediately unfurled its membrane, and the parabolic charge engulfed the entire arena once more. As before, all clones were dispersed by the electrical current. These are mere clones, Ash astutely pointed out. The true Dugtrio had already stealthily approached. Breaking ground during the moment the electroweb lizard completed its move. Hithrin's Dugtrio possessed the rare ability of Strongman, and this strike harnessed all its might. With a resounding thud, the powerful blow sent the electroweb lizard stumbling backward in agony. The final strike, Mud Shot, saw Dugtrio's ears gathering earthy energy, forming a clump of soil that hit its mark with precision, finally bringing the electroweb lizard to its knees. Absolutely spectacular. Eulogia was the first to cheer for Hithrin. Ash and Salina soon joined in, and the gym resonated with cheers long absent. Hithrin squatted down, gently caressing the electroweb lizard's membrane. Welcome back. The electroweb lizard weakly nuzzled his palm, its eyes brimming with joy at their reunion. Hithrolite approached mechanically, a smiling face appearing on the display. Gym leader Hithrin, welcome back. Hithrin rose, gazing at the companions by his side, finally breaking into a relieved smile. After nodding towards Ash and Salina, he promptly retrieved a portable computer from within the gym, connecting to Hithrolite's brain to input code modifications. Observing Hithrin's actions, they curiously gathered around. Hithrin entered several additional equations, such as 1. As a gym leader, one must possess ample patience towards trainers. The number of badges should merely serve as a reference for battle difficulty and not as a qualification for battling. 2. As a leader, one should embody both strictness and gentleness, acting as an examiner for trainers. Hithrin recited these equations, primarily aimed at making Hithrolite more human-like. However, Ash and his companions could scarcely comprehend the technicalities. Eulogia, Ash, and Salina, you'll be in charge of hospitality. I may be rather busy today. Having reclaimed the gym, Hithrin did not forget his promise to Ash to construct a complete anti-wave interference device. Thus, after modifying Hithrolite's program, he hastened back to his room to refine his invention. Ash eagerly anticipated this, though it seemed the invention would take considerable time, prompting him and Salina to wander the Prism Tower with Eulogia. Chapter 643, The Super Blaziken Disrupting a Good Thing. Hithrin's improvement of the anti-wave device consumed a substantial amount of time. Ash and Salina explored the Prism Tower thoroughly, and as evening approached, they finally received good news from Hithrin. Completed. Hithrin rubbed his slightly tired eyes, lifting the exquisitely crafted blue wristband to proudly display his creation to the trio. The final product still resembled a wrist guard, with a central energy core resembling a pure blue sapphire, surrounded by intricate silver metallic patterns, exuding both a technological and mysterious aura. Oh, is this the finished version? It looks splendid. Upon seeing the delicate blue wristband, Ash's eyes sparkled. Indeed, Hithrin crossed his arms, asserting that this was the result of utilizing various sophisticated laboratory instruments, even having specially modified the silver exterior. Ash then realized that the previous wristband had indeed been blue. This friend is reliable. This was a genuine reflection of Ash's thoughts. Curiously taking the wristband, he weighed it in his hands, noting its lightness. A mischievous smile crept across his face as he glanced at Hithrin. Hithrin, this time it shouldn't go boom like before, right? Ash jested about Hithrin's previous explosive inventions. Nearby, Salina and Eulogia couldn't help but laugh. Hithrin, momentarily flustered, adjusted his glasses, his cheeks flushing slightly, as he hurriedly defended, this time is different. I've incorporated specialized stabilizing materials and buffering circuits. The energy output has been meticulously calculated. It absolutely, unequivocally will not explode. At that crucial moment, Eulogia, suppressing her laughter, chimed in to defend her brother. The inventions my brother diligently creates in the lab are indeed reliable. It's only when he is outside that quality cannot be guaranteed. Her innocent and straightforward words elicited another round of laughter from everyone. All right, enough jesting, Hithrin said earnestly, beginning to explain the usage method to Ash. When you wish to utilize the power of the wave or sense interference, simply press this button on the wristband. I'll give it a try. Ash nodded, donning the wristband on his left wrist and experimentally pressing the blue gem switch. A hum resonated as an invisible energy field rapidly expanded from the wristband's center. To ordinary individuals like Serena, Hithrin, and Eulogia, it merely felt as though the air had slightly vibrated. However, Ash, through his keen wave sense, distinctly perceived the stable and harmonious energy fluctuations rippling outward like ripples on water. Feeling the difference, Ash joyfully lifted his head, noting the consistent fluctuations were entirely unlike his previous experiences. Hithrin exhaled in relief, a proud smile gracing his face. Success is all that matters. However, the true effectiveness will require practical testing, and the best litmus test would naturally be the Team Rocket trio equipped with the wave interference device. Yet, with the sun still high, it seemed they had yet to commence work. All right, let us all have dinner first. After a busy day, Hithrin prepared a sumptuous feast for everyone. Following the meal, as the hour grew late, Hithrin warmly invited Ash and Serena to stay overnight in the Prism Tower. As a landmark of Morale City, there were certainly ample vacant rooms within the gym. Upon hearing this arrangement, Serena felt a surge of excitement. Spending the night in such a grand structure as the Prism Tower was, in itself, a novel and romantic experience. Watching Ash playfully interact with Pikachu, Meloetta, and Victini, a daring thought quietly blossomed within her. If only I could spend time alone with Ash here, admiring the night view of Morale City. Of course, the mere thought made her cheeks flush, and she dared not voice it in front of Hithrin and Eulogia. After dinner, they exchanged goodnights and returned to their designated rooms. Lying on the soft, comfortable bed, Serena gazed out at the moonlight spilling through the window and the distant, dazzling city lights, yet sleep eluded her. The fluttering excitement within her prompted her to quietly rise, don a jacket, and take the elevator to the open observation deck at the top of the Prism Tower. The cool night breeze caressed her face, bringing with it the city's hustle and the faint scent of distant flowers. Gazing down at the luminous city below, Serena felt her spirits soar, mirroring the brilliance and allure of the nightscape. Serena? A familiar voice called from behind, causing her heart to skip a beat. Ash. She turned around and was pleasantly surprised to find Ash had also arrived on the rooftop, with Pikachu seemingly resting and not accompanying him. Ash, how did you get up here? Serena exclaimed, her joy evident. Ash approached her, leaning against the railing with a smile. Did you forget about my aura? Oh, right. Serena realized, feeling a hint of embarrassment as she playfully stuck out her tongue. The thought of Ash's concern for her filled her heart with sweetness. Shyly, she made no attempt to resist his closeness, instead subtly shifting closer to him, their arms brushing lightly against each other, sharing warmth. The atmosphere became delicate and intimate. Under the tranquil night sky, Serena felt her heartbeat resonating loudly. Blushing, she attempted to introduce a topic to mask her inner turmoil. The moon is quite beautiful tonight. Ash turned his head, the moonlight casting shimmering reflections in his eyes. He gazed at Serena's profile, softened by the moonlight, and suddenly spoke in an affectionate tone. But I think Serena is even more beautiful. Huh. The unexpected compliment made Serena's eyes widen, her cheeks flushed crimson, even her ears tinged with pink. She never anticipated Ash would say such a thing. Though it was a cliché, it still held power when directed at someone you cared for. Ash observed this amusing scene, as unspoken feelings silently blossomed between them. Their gazes intertwined, as if an invisible magnet drew them closer. Serena felt her consciousness blur as she watched Ash's face inching closer. Instinctively closing her eyes, her long lashes fluttering with nervousness, Ash's heartbeat raced like a drum. He gently wrapped his arms around Serena's waist, lowered his head, and tenderly kissed her soft lips. Initially, it was a timid brush, a youthful exploration. But soon, this intimacy ignited like a spark, spreading rapidly. Serena responded, shy yet brave, her arms unconsciously wrapping around Ash's neck. The kiss deepened, becoming passionate and fervent, as they greedily savored each other's softness. The night breeze seemed to soften, enveloping the pair of lovers embraced beneath the stars. After an indeterminate time, a faint sound broke the tranquility. Startled, Serena quickly pulled away like a frightened bird. A robust, flame-crowned Blaziken stood at the edge of the rooftop, observing them. As Blaziken's partner, it was on its routine night patrol, having instinctively arrived at Prism Tower, the highest point in Lumio City. It was taken aback to find humans engaging in such intimacy at this hour. With a mildly surprised look, it shook its head in resignation and swiftly vanished into the night. Both Ash and Blaziken simultaneously thought to themselves, unbelievable. Ash felt frustrated that the rare atmosphere had been interrupted, while Blaziken silently lamented its routine patrol had led to witnessing such an unexpected scene. This sudden interruption caused Serena's flushed face to bury itself deeply into Ash's embrace, her muffled voice emerging, Oh no, we were seen. Ash looked at the bashful girl in his arms, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a soft chuckle. He tightened his hold on her, feeling emboldened by the night. Leaned down, and placed a kiss atop her head, softly asking, "Shall we continue?" Serena did not respond verbally, but gently nodded in his embrace, her arms tightening around him. Under the moonlight, their shadows slowly merged once more, with the dazzling lights of Lumio City providing a romantic backdrop to their tender romance. Chapter 644, Inquiring about the Super Dragonite. The following morning, within Prism Tower, Serena cheerfully arranged her attire, humming as she exited her room. In the kitchen, she encountered the energetic Eureka, who was enjoying breakfast. "Good morning, Serena," Eureka said, blinking her big eyes as she scrutinized Serena before breaking into a wide grin. "You look particularly radiant today." Upon hearing this, Serena nodded, a smile spreading across her face, tinged with a subtle sweetness. "Perhaps it's because I had a good rest last night. It was a wonderful evening." Just then, Ash emerged from his room, catching wind of Serena's words. His gaze unconsciously fell upon her lips, instantly recalling the delightful sensations from the previous night and the faint fragrance that lingered around her. He responded with a knowing, radiant smile. Serena felt the warmth of Ash's gaze, her heart swelling with joy. Eureka, observing the interaction, felt as though they were speaking in riddles. After breakfast, the group gathered their belongings, preparing to set off once more. Before they departed, Citron glanced at Ash and Serena, inquiring, "By the way, are you really not planning to challenge the Lumiose gym? I can assist personally." Ash shook his head resolutely. "No, Citron. I prefer to wait until I have collected 4 badges before challenging. Given that Lumio City is nearly at the heart of the Kalos region, and the final venue is also situated there, he felt no urgency." Serena immediately nodded in agreement, her expression warm and supportive, fully embodying the essence of someone who wholeheartedly supports Ash's decisions. Observing this, Citron ceased his insistence, adjusting his glasses with a quiet admiration for Ash's strong principles. Unbeknownst to him, Ash was contemplating that he needed to wait until Citron became stronger to maximize the benefits for his Froakie and Fletchling, especially given their type advantages. Subsequently, Citron bid a solemn farewell to the robot, Helioptile, left behind at the gym to oversee operations, and departed the Grand Prism Tower with Ash, Serena, and Eureka. Continuing their journey, the group traversed the technologically advanced streets of Lumio City. However, instead of heading directly to Route 5 to exit the city, they first accompanied Citron to a small repair shop run by his father, Lim1. Citron explained his intention to travel with Ash to his father. Initially, Lim1 feigned a serious demeanor, but in an instant, he was overcome with emotion, dramatically embracing Citron. "Wow. Citron has finally grown up and is willing to explore the wider world. Remember to take good care of Eureka." Clearly, Lim1 was entirely supportive of Citron embarking on his journey. After all, as a gym trainer, isolating oneself was not an option, especially considering Citron's youth. "Ash, Serena, I entrust you with the care of my 2 children," Lim1 said earnestly, particularly directing his gaze toward Ash. "Traveling with the World Championship champion will surely provide Citron with invaluable experiences," he emphasized seriously. Citron was taken aback. "Dad, you know Ash is the champion?" He recalled that his father had been away on business, and was surprised he had found time to watch the World Championship. Lim1 nodded, as if it were obvious. "Of course. The trainer who defeated the Unova champion, Alder, is now renowned across all regions." Ash humbly waved his hand. "Oh no, I still need to work much harder." Pikachu mirrored Ash's gesture in perfect synchronization. Serena stood beside Ash, hands clasped behind her back, her face beaming with genuine pride and happiness for him. However, Lim1 understood all too well that his knowledge stemmed from being the disguised Blaziken himself. Naturally, he was particularly vigilant about information regarding top trainers. He was acutely aware that although Ash was still youthful, his prowess had already reached an unparalleled level, rendering him formidable. Simultaneously, a fervent curiosity ignited within him. Last night, Talonflame returned to inform him that at the Prism Tower, he had stumbled upon a pair of lovebirds engaging in, intimate activities. Could it possibly be Ash and Serena? His gaze flicked back and forth between the two, whose affectionate demeanor was almost palpable, with his gossipy spirit nearly materializing. Serena felt increasingly uncomfortable under Limoni's probing eyes. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. Ash, however, remained remarkably composed, seemingly oblivious to the scrutiny. After bidding farewell to the theatrically inclined Lim1, Citron and Eureka formally said their goodbyes to their father, and the quartet resumed their journey down the street. Yet, they did not immediately depart from Mier City. Instead, They veered towards the street housing Professor Brand's laboratory. Ash was somewhat intrigued. How had the professor's research on the Mega Stones brought back from Kanto progressed? Particularly, he was eager to learn about the Mega Evolution of Dragonite. What might its form and abilities entail after such a substantial transformation? Citron and Eureka also found their curiosity piqued. After all, the phenomenon of Mega Evolution was inherently fascinating, and the Mega form of Pokémon like Dragonite was a rare and exciting discovery. Salina, however, did not harbor a strong obsession with the research itself. She merely carried a basket of macarons prepared that morning, smiling as she expressed her desire to treat the professor and his team to some delightful snacks. The group quickened their pace and soon arrived outside the laboratory. However, before they could step inside, they witnessed Sophie, the professor's stunning assistant, rushing out in a flurry. Her face etched with urgency. Spotting Ash, she dashed over, as if he were a beacon of hope, and urgently exclaimed, "It's bad. Professor Brand has been taken by several individuals clad in peculiar white uniforms." "Oh no." Haryu, who was anxiously at Sophie's feet, echoed her distress, pointing towards the black van that was rapidly disappearing into the distance. Upon hearing the name Team Rocket, Ash promptly thumped his chest and solemnly assured Sophie, "Miss Sophie, we will certainly rescue the professor safely." This was a perfect opportunity to test the effectiveness of the waveguide wristband that Citron had created against Team Rocket's interference devices. Chapter 645, The Heroic Lines of Reversal. Gazing towards the distant black van, Ash summoned his waveguide power, attempting to lock onto the presence of the Team Rocket trio inside. Yet, as before, his waveguide had no response to the moving vehicle. However, their naked eyes clearly witnessed the van growing smaller as it sped away. Fortunately, by lightly touching the wristband, he activated the waveguide anti-interference device invented by Citron, and upon encountering the waveguide power once again, the familiar signatures of Team Rocket re-emerged, successfully locking onto them. "How is it, Ash?" Citron inquired eagerly, his eyes wide with anticipation, anxious that his invention might falter. "The power of science is indeed formidable. I have successfully pinpointed their location," Ash declared, giving a thumbs up and praising Citron's invention for its practicality. "Humph," Citron replied, proudly lifting his chin, "I told you. We are entering an era where science creates miracles." But as Citron regained his composure, he noticed that Ash had already surged ahead, with Salina striding gracefully behind him in her stockings. "Brother, stop daydreaming." Eureka rolled her eyes in exasperation, her expression mirroring that of Didin. Citron awkwardly scratched his head, preparing to follow but noticed Haryu hesitating nearby. "Are you coming along?" Seeing Haryu's indecision, he kindly offered guidance as a life mentor. Meanwhile, Ash, propelled by his exceptional physique, advanced swiftly, maintaining a clear view of the black van's rear. To his surprise, Salina was keeping pace steadily behind him. "Humph," she huffed playfully at Ash's astonishment. "I nearly forgot about Pidgeot. Perhaps we should let Pidgeot carry us." "No need. This distance is certainly easier than the training my mother arranged with Rhydon." "The professor's safety is paramount," Ash replied, mindful of Salina's well-being. Salina, however, resolutely shook her head, prioritizing the need to rescue the professor, who had been so kind as to gift her a Fennekin. Ash realized that while Salina was indeed exquisite, she was far from a pampered girl. Thus, both parties unleashed their high-speed movements, rapidly advancing towards Team Rocket's location. Team Rocket's current hideout was an abandoned building, within which lay a derelict bungalow spanning over 100 square meters, where they had parked their black van right at the entrance. As the van settled into position, Ash and Salina also arrived, taking cover in the nearby bushes, poised to act. "Ash," Salina gripped her pokeballs, ready to unleash her Fennekin at Ash's command. For Ash, this rescue mission posed no challenge. After all, the Team Rocket trio was merely a source of experience for Froakie, not a formidable adversary. "Let us make this a fun opening." Ash smirked, glancing at Salina, suddenly struck by a whimsical idea. "Let us do it this way. Oh, we'll toy with Team Rocket like this." Salina initially appeared puzzled, but upon hearing Ash's plan, her interest was piqued, her blue eyes sparkling with excitement. "Excellent. Capturing Professor Brand's plans will be a flawless success." Musashi, satisfied, stepped out of the van. Kojiru, having tidied his hair, expressed his exhilaration at the thought of Professor Brand in the back of the van, noting, "Without the brat's interference, everything is going smoothly. Thanks to my waveguide disruptor." He added, Yes, regardless, the Mega Evolution of Mega Evolution, Meowth successfully completed the first step. Now let us quickly gather the data." The Team Rocket trio was joyfully celebrating. However, after a prolonged bout of revelry, Kojiru reminded his companions to prepare for the interrogation of Professor Brand to extract the Mega Evolution data. As they stepped out of the van, a dense cloud of black smoke enveloped their vision. Cough, cough, cough. What is happening? Team Rocket was choked by the thick smoke, and Meowth frowned, sensing something amiss. Suddenly, a familiar tune echoed around them, accompanied by a series of well-known lines. Ash, since you have sincerely inquired, Serena, we shall generously enlighten you. Inserts additional lines. To uphold love and real justice, I am Ash. We are the charming and adorable protagonists, Serena. Pikachu, that's right. Pika, Sonas. Pikachu struck a pose reminiscent of a famous character, effortlessly delivering Froakie-esque lines. Only then did the Team Rocket trio realize their lines had been stolen, their faces reddening with indignation. Particularly when the two struck an intimate pose together, it felt like a deliberate provocation. Meowth, furious, burst forth from the Pokeball, astonished that Pikachu had even stolen its lines. It felt quite exhilarating to deliver the lines in one breath. Serena's face glowed with satisfaction, ignoring Team Rocket's ire. Realizing why they loved their opening lines so much, it was indeed addictive. Indeed, Ash nodded with a smile, relishing the thrill of the role reversal. Especially as Team Rocket's expressions turned furious. Meowth, hurry and torture Professor Brand to extract the Mega Evolution data. We will handle the brat. Musashi and Kojiro, though initially engulfed in anger, soon regained their composure and were acutely aware of the disparity between themselves and Satoshi, compelling them to maintain their rationality. Meowth nodded cautiously, stealthily making its way towards the van. However, upon opening the rear compartment, they were met with the unexpected sight of an empty space, devoid of Buratano. Heh. You're not looking for the professor, are you? Satoshi interjected, revealing the trio's gaze upon his position where Meloetta and Victini had appeared, playfully showcasing the bound Buratano. Was that a deliberate distraction? He teased. What do you think? Satoshi replied with a mischievous grin, while Serena rolled her eyes in playful exasperation, eliciting a palpable sense of mockery from Team Rocket. That little brat. It infuriates me, Meowth exclaimed. Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth all expressed their disdain for Satoshi. Meowth. Activate the Mega Meowth robot. Let us do it, Meow. Meowth initially hesitated, contemplating the robot's incompleteness, but disregarded all doubts and jumped into action, pulling the lever with determination. All right, Froakie, you're up. Froakie glanced at the towering Mega Meowth robot, its eyes wide with confusion. Can I really take on something that size? It pondered. Despite its reservations, the string of recent victories and exceptional commands compelled Froakie to follow through. It clasped its hands together, channeling water energy into a blue sphere, deftly avoiding the robot's attack, and unleashed a wave of water beneath its opponent. The impact sent a torrent of water spraying out, causing momentary imbalance. Seizing the opportunity, Froakie executed a series of rapid strikes, water shuriken, water pledge, and successive cuts with precision. Water burst. Finally, Froakie unleashed a newly mastered powerful technique, gathering water energy into a shuriken form, and charged forward, piercing through the robot's exterior to reveal Meowth within, thereby accomplishing its mission flawlessly. Seems like you prefer close combat, Satoshi mused, unfazed by the transformation of water into a shuriken, knowing Froakie employed the same tactic with water shuriken. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pika. A golden current erupted, electrifying Team Rocket with excruciating intensity, culminating in a familiar explosion as they retreated. Well done, Froakie croaked, its trust in Satoshi deepening after the encounter. Satoshi offered a reassuring pat on its head. Following Meowth's maneuvers, Froakie received a significant boost of experience, and a few more battles would surely lead to its evolution into Frogadier. Froakie has become quite formidable, Serena remarked, initially intimidated by the imposing robot, only to discover its ineffectiveness. Thank goodness it was incomplete, Satoshi commented, having sensed Musashi and Kojiro's trepidation before the battle, indicating the robot's capabilities were likely overstated. Capturing Professor Buratano was presumably aimed at rectifying this flaw. Speaking of the professor, they noted, turning to find Buratano enthusiastically observing Meloetta and Victini, brandishing an inexplicable recording device, snapping photos of the mythical creatures. Oh my, you little ones are adorable. I'll make sure to capture plenty of lovely photos for you and Satoshi to reminisce over. He rambled, extolling the virtues of photography for memories and gifts. The sight was met with bemusement from Satoshi and Serena. We must extend our gratitude to Satoshi and Serena for their assistance, Buratano declared, adopting a serious demeanor as he acknowledged Froakie's impressive synergy with Satoshi. This was no idle flattery. Despite his focus on the mythical creatures, Froakie's capabilities had garnered his attention. Froakie. In response to the professor's praise, Froakie, typically aloof, beamed with delight. Satoshi, Serena, Buratano continued. Are you both well? At that moment, the latecomers Eureka and Hitron arrived. All is well, thanks to Satoshi and Serena. Buratano replied with a smile, affectionately patting his concerned chasebin. After a brief exchange, the group made their way back to the research lab. Soon, they settled in at the lab, indulging in Serena's macarons and Sophie's coffee, enjoying their afternoon tea. Naturally, Satoshi seized the moment to inquire about the research on the 4 megastones he had previously sent. Regarding that. Buratano's eyes lit up as he explained that a call for volunteers had recently been issued, resulting in numerous trainers eager to assist. He gestured to his assistant Sophie, who was elegantly attired and wore glasses, as she entered a room within the lab. Here, these are the Mega Evolution forms for Dragonite, Pikachu, Starmie, and Victreebel, Buratano said, promptly retrieving the images and data of the 4 Mega Evolution Pokémon. Satoshi eagerly took the Dragonite file, brimming with anticipation for its Mega Evolution. Given its significance to his future cuddly companion, the photograph depicted Mega Dragonite, showcasing its enormous white wings that rivaled half its body. Its tail had also swelled considerably, adorned with a vibrant orb at its tip, reminiscent of a shiny dragonair. What is this design? Satoshi mused, perplexed. After evolving, it remains chubby? Just because it has wings and a longer tail adorned with a gem, it can claim to be a Mega Evolution? Actually, Mega Dragonite looks rather adorable, Serena chimed in, glancing back at Satoshi's astonishment, offering a subtle critique. Hitron remained indifferent, while Eureka found it undeniably cute, wishing to sample it. As long as it doesn't look too outrageous, this age group tends to have a filter for Pokemon, she reasoned. Satoshi, you might want to check the back, advised Buratano. Indeed, Mega Dragonite retains its charm even after evolution, Buratano and Sophie concurred, acknowledging the diversity of aesthetics, as their daily observations of countless Pokemon allowed them to appreciate Mega Dragonite's appeal. Hearing this, Satoshi felt an ominous premonition. He hurriedly flipped to the subsequent images, his emotions a whirlwind. Setting aside Mega Pikachu, its pink hue would certainly appeal to a female audience. However, it was the Mega Starmie that warranted a thorough critique. This is definitely Mega Starmie? Satoshi questioned, bewildered. It looks no different, merely elongated into long legs, right? Despite his disbelief, it was indeed Mega Starmie. Buratano shrugged in resignation. And it's quite impressive, still recognizable from its original form. Buratano endeavored to offer solace, primarily due to the fear of comparisons, as those who came after were undeniably more exceptional. Ash flipped to the final photograph and immediately comprehended why the professor had made such a remark. The reason lay in the fact that after Mega Evolution, the once slender Venusaur had transformed into an enormous glutton, rendering its original characteristics almost unrecognizable. How peculiar were the designs of Mega Evolutions? Since the XY series, there had been scant few aesthetically pleasing Pokemon designs. Chapter 647 still lacked research on the newly discovered abilities. In hindsight, Dragonite appeared far more visually appealing, faced with the mega-evolved, gluttonous Venusaur. Serena compared it to Pikachu and Starmie and decisively opted for Dragonite, a sentiment echoed by others. Even Eureka furrowed her brow, refraining from declaring Mega Venusaur as adorable. It was worth noting that Eureka had shown no disdain for the Mega Evolutions of Dragonite, Pikachu, or Starmie. It was only when it came to Venusaur that her demeanor shifted. Ash understood this perspective all too well. After all, viewing images of Mega Venusaur, one could clearly see its body had expanded to such an extent that it required the vines on its head to restrain its gaping maw. This indicated a significant level of inflation. In reality, Professor Buratano was eager to elucidate that the Mega Evolution of Venusaur led to the production of an abundance of dissolving liquid within its body, which would spill forth upon opening its mouth. Thus, it was necessary to use the vines to bind its large mouth, preventing the liquid from leaking out. Admittedly, this explanation sounded rather far-fetched. Was it true? The notion of being unable to control the dissolving liquid seemed rather formidable. The group engaged in lively discussions. For as a professor, Buratano was not likely to deceive them in such matters. Ash, curious for further information, inquired, Professor, what are their abilities post-Mega Evolution? Flipping through the materials, Ash discovered that they consisted solely of images accompanied by descriptions of aesthetic changes, seemingly devoid of any combat-related information. For instance, the abilities following Mega Evolution were one of its crucial aspects. The degree to which a Pokemon could enhance its capabilities before and after Mega Evolution hinged significantly on its abilities. Take Blaziken, for example. Its ability after Mega Evolution was Speed Boost, resulting in a substantial increase in strength. Of course, this was merely one contributing factor. One must also consider the rational distribution of base stats. Numerous examples existed regarding this. In stark contrast, there was Beedrill, whose extreme allocation of speed and attack allowed it to defy the odds. While it may not defeat over 90% of its opponents, overcoming 70 or 80% was more than sufficient. Equally extreme was Garchomp. In theory, Mega Evolution should yield positive enhancements. However, Garchomp's speed had inexplicably regressed, rendering its Mega Evolved form slower than its pre-Mega counterpart, creating an awkward situation. In the real world, the concept of base stats did not exist. Bratano candidly admitted that research on this aspect was still pending. The study of abilities required more volunteer specimens to provide substantial research material. So if Ash was curious about this topic, he would have to wait a while longer. Ash nodded in understanding, not particularly surprised. It had not yet been a week since he had handed the Mega Stones to Bratano. It would indeed be peculiar if they had already discerned the abilities post-Mega Evolution. Is researching abilities particularly troublesome? Eureka inquired, raising her hand like an eager child, prompted by the professor. Scientific research often necessitates copious amounts of material, and studying abilities is significantly more complex, requiring the collection of extensive battle data to derive their characteristics. That sounds quite intricate, Bratano chuckled as he explained. In the past, it was rather convoluted, but it has improved considerably now. The group turned their attention to him, curious as to why Bratano felt this way. This is because predecessors have summarized the abilities of Pokémon, aside from newly discovered ones. Determining a Pokémon's ability now merely requires comparing its battlefield performance, allowing for quick confirmation of its abilities. For instance, with Mega Blaziken's speed boost ability, we can ascertain its speed increase each turn, which would quickly lead us to conclude its ability. Indeed, as an inventor, Citron could relate deeply, as standing on the shoulders of giants made it considerably easier for successors. Indeed, Bratano commended with a nod of appreciation, recognizing Citron's brilliance from years past. As a regional professor, he was clearly familiar with Citron, despite the latter's reclusive nature and lack of notoriety in the entire city of Mier. Ash felt a tinge of regret. It seemed that relevant data on abilities would take a bit longer to obtain. Their conversation gradually shifted from Mega Evolution to more mundane topics. After a while, Ash's group expressed their farewells. Professor, we shall meet again soon. I hope your research proceeds smoothly. Certainly. Once the research on abilities is complete, you are most welcome to visit the lab. Bratano replied with a smile, and Ash nodded vigorously, his curiosity piqued regarding the latest Mega Evolutions. Speaking of which, surely the new Mega Evolutions were not exclusive to Kanto, were they? Just as they were about to depart, Ash suddenly realized a significant oversight. As the birthplace of Mega Evolution, Kalos must also harbor new Mega Evolutions. Additionally, the Hoenn region was unique. All 3 Hoenn starters had corresponding Mega Evolutions, albeit referred to as primordial reversion locally, which were essentially of the same type. Calculating this, it seemed that a minimum of 8 new Mega Evolved Pokémon would emerge in the future. Conversely, the Unova region appeared to be neglected, with no Mega Evolutions in existence. Ash expressed his deep regret over this matter. However, such concerns were trivial. Who could guarantee what the future held? It was entirely possible that one day, the Unova region would also discover its own Mega Evolved Pokémon. Yet, this was of no concern to Ash and his companions. Currently, they stood at the entrance of the research facility, ready to turn and depart. Just then, in a critical moment, Heracos, who had been hiding behind a flower pot, suddenly spoke up, capturing Citron's attention. Ash turned around to find Heracos had latched onto Citron's leg, appearing quite affectionate. When had they become so close? Watching the serene interaction between the two, Serena was taken aback, while Ash wore an expression of ignorance, waving his hand dismissively. However, judging by Eureka's expression, it was highly likely that their bond had formed when they had fallen behind while rescuing Professor Bratano. Nevertheless, it was quite natural. Citron and Heracos were inherently compatible. Well then, Citron, I entrust Heracos to your care. Professor Bratano, a man of sentiment, noted the budding connection and felt inclined to facilitate their union. As for the starters in the lab, he was more than willing to part with them. Thank you, Professor. Citron, being the pragmatic type, was not one to beat around the bush. If the professor was willing to give, he was more than eager to accept. With a flash of red light, Heracos was captured in a Pokeball, becoming Citron's Pokemon. Yes, we captured Heracos. Citron and Eureka chimed together, marking yet another day of effortlessly acquiring a starter Pokemon. But what of its abilities? The Pokédex has no information, and the online sources are uncertain, leaving us in ambiguity. Chapter 648, Bamboo Grove, Dual Blade vs. Pander. Having departed from the bustling Bratano Research Institute, Ash and his companions resumed their journey along Route 5 towards Yoka City. Compared to the nearby Token City, the road to Yoka City was evidently much longer. However, the journey was far from monotonous. The newly joined Haricos had become the cheerful spirit and comic relief of the group, energetically bounding about, ensuring the atmosphere remained lively. Yet, this exuberance was somewhat irksome for the dual blade, who was engaged in intensive training with Froakie. Harlequin did not intend to cause any disruption. Rather, when Shuangrenwan meticulously instructed Froakie on honing its skills in Yanfan and Iazan, it would invariably mimic alongside, its exaggerated movements kicking up clouds of dust, severely distracting Froakie from its training. Harlequin, please quiet down. Your antics are disturbing Froakie's practice, Haitrong admonished, adjusting his glasses. Eulogia chimed in with hands on her hips. Indeed, if you wish to learn, you must observe quietly from the sidelines. Hearing this, Harlequin immediately drooped its head, covering its mouth with its tiny paws to indicate it would be silent. Yet, its round, glistening eyes continued to dart about, its body twitching with restrained excitement, appearing both pitiful and comical. Shuangrenwan observed this scene, and for reasons unknown, it perceived a reflection of its younger self within Harlequin, a glimpse of the childish behavior motivated by the need for attention or merely exuberance. It instinctively turned its gaze towards Ash, a question lingering in its eyes. Was I ever this bothersome? As long as you understand, Ash replied, unable to suppress a grin at the unspoken exchange. Nearby, Salina, noticing the silent communication between Ash and Shuangrenwan, seemed to grasp the situation and chuckled softly. Amidst this lively atmosphere, Ash's demeanor suddenly shifted as he was conversing with Salina. His smile faded. An imperceptible sense of being watched had infiltrated his aura of perception, despite his not having intentionally activated his aura detection. Initially suspecting the persistent Team Rocket, he quickly recalled that he had not activated the anti-aura device, indicating that the presence of the stalker was more concealed and unfamiliar. They may not necessarily be targeting us, Ash contemplated. Considering that they were still in the suburbs of Mirai City, where trainers frequently traversed Route 5, he resolved to remain vigilant, preparing to assess the situation once the group progressed further. After walking for a while, they entered a lush bamboo grove. Sunlight filtered through the overlapping bamboo leaves, casting mottled spots of light, while a gentle breeze wafted the distinct scent of bamboo leaves. This place is splendid, Eulogia exclaimed. Let us pause here for lunch. This suggestion was met with unanimous approval. The group halted, searching for a suitable spot to picnic. However, just as they began to relax, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the bamboo forest. A massive figure charged forth with a fierce demeanor. It was a robust Pangoro, its eyes glowing crimson, panting as if provoked by something. Upon spotting Ash and his companions by the roadside, it immediately fixed its murderous gaze upon them, readying itself for an attack. Eulogia gasped at the sudden appearance of the ferocious Pokémon, but nonetheless widened her eyes in curiosity. Haitrong instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of his sister, his expression tense. Salina felt a rush of anxiety, yet her gaze instinctively sought Ash, her eyes brimming with trust. Ash stepped forward, one hand shielding Salina behind him while the other gently patted Pikachu. Understanding the cue, Ash attempted to communicate. Pangoro, we are merely passing through and mean no harm. However, this attempt at communication proved futile. Pangoro disregarded his words, its front paws thumping heavily on the ground, displaying its extreme agitation. It seemed to have been incensed prior, now taking its ire out on anything traversing its territory. Seeing that communication was ineffective, Ash hesitated no longer, reaching for a pokeball to engage in battle. Just then, a blue figure charged forward, positioning itself firmly between Pangoro and Ash's group. It was Shuangrenwan. Ash was taken aback. This Pangoro was significantly larger than its peers, appearing rather formidable. Yet Shuangrenwan boldly chose to confront it. Shuangrenwan glanced back at Ash, its eyes resolute, then cast a quick look at the composed Froakie and the anxious Harlequin behind it. It did not wish to appear cowardly in front of these younger companions. Having just been reassured by Ash's gaze regarding its past, this was the perfect opportunity to redeem its image. Very well, then, I leave it to you, Shuangrenwan. Ash understood its intent. The prideful Shuangrenwan sought to restore its dignity. Roar! Pangoro bellowed, incensed that such a small Shuangrenwan dared to provoke it. Its powerful arms surged with fighting-type energy as it unleashed a hammer arm, striking down with tremendous force. Shuangrenwan, Ice Beam. Ash commanded calmly. Shuangrenwan reacted swiftly, crossing its shell blades in front of it, as an icy blue beam shot forth, accurately striking Pangoro's descending arms. A chilling aura swiftly enveloped its limbs, forming a layer of ice. Roar! Pangoro, enraged, exerted its strength, shattering the ice crystals. Swords dance. But Shuangrenwan seized this opportunity, spinning rapidly to elevate its attack power. Be careful, it's about to use Earthquake. Ash keenly perceived Pangoro's telltale stance. As the words left his mouth, Pangoro's heavy feet pounded the ground forcefully. The earth trembled violently, sending shockwaves through the area. Salina gasped, losing her balance and nearly falling. Quick as lightning, Ash caught her, steadying her in his embrace. Salina leaned against Ash, her cheeks flushing crimson in the presence of Eulogia and Hytron. Fortunately, Salina's worries were unfounded. Everyone's attention remained fixated on Pangoro and Shuangrenwan. In the midst of the chaos, Shuangrenwan expertly leaped high into the air just as Pangoro stomped, evading the shockwave with finesse. Suspended in midair, it was enveloped in flying-type energy, launching a fully charged Yanfan straight towards Pangoro's face. Swish! The enhanced Yanfan struck with tremendous force, causing Shuangrenwan to collide with the colossal Pangoro, sending it staggering backward several steps. No way! Harlequin watched, eyes wide and mouth agape. The disparity in size between them was so vast, yet Shuangrenwan managed to repel Pangoro in a direct confrontation. In contrast, Froki remained remarkably composed. Arms crossed, eyes narrowed with a knowing expression. After all, having trained alongside Shuangrenwan for so long, it possessed a clear understanding of its semi-master's prowess. Chapter 649, The Unexpected Impact on the Two Young Ones. Roar! Frustrated by the bizarre trio that had been bothering it, and now repeatedly thwarted by Shuangrenwan. Pangoro's rage had evidently reached its peak. It roared, dark purple energy rapidly coalescing in its mouth, morphing into a surging wave of darkness. Dark Pulse. It unleashed. Aqua Jet. Shuangrenwan stood its ground, crossing its shell blades before it, as cerulean water energy swiftly gathered into a violently pulsating water sphere. With a thrust of its arms, the water sphere hurtled towards the dark wave. Boom! The two contrasting energies collided fiercely in midair, producing a resounding thud as they neutralized each other. The dissipating energy transformed into a chaotic gust, rustling the bamboo leaves around them. With the initial attack thwarted, Pangoro thrust its powerful forelimbs into the ground, heaving upward. Several sharp-edged rocks erupted from the earth, hurtling towards Shuangrenwan with a whistling sound. Stone Edge. Use Water Oath. Ash's voice rang out just in time. Shuangrenwan immediately lowered itself, one hand slapping the ground. The next moment, a robust column of water surged from the earth beneath Pangoro, shooting skyward like a geyser. Not only did it deftly intercept the incoming sharp stones, but the surging water also caused the domineering panda to stumble, disrupting its aggressive advance. Roaring. The domineering panda stabilized its stance, its claws clasped together in front of its chest, swiftly drawing upon the surrounding air currents to coalesce into an energy orb pulsating with incandescent light. With great effort, it hurled this potent projectile towards the dual-edged round. In response, the dual-edged round inhaled deeply, its chest swelling, and then unleashed a solid column of water that erupted from its mouth like a high-pressure water cannon, colliding fiercely with the oncoming energy orb. A resounding explosion followed, sending splashes of water and fighting energy scattering in all directions, enveloping the entire battlefield in thick mist and smoke, momentarily shrouding the scene in tension. The repeated clashes of energy captivated the onlookers, the bubbling frogs, and the hasty hazelnuts. Their little claws clenched in anxiety. However, Ash maintained an expression devoid of tension, for this stalemate was precisely his intention. He had directed the dual-edged round to moderate its strength, neither swiftly vanquishing the opponent nor succumbing to disadvantage. His objective was to leverage the ensuing explosions and smoke to draw the attention of the enigmatic figure lurking in the rear, thus creating an opportunity for their subsequent actions. Meloetta, Victini now? Ash silently conveyed his command through the aura. The two concealed mythical creatures comprehended his intent, stealthily advancing through the shrouding smoke towards the location of the tracker Ash had sensed earlier, poised to deliver an unexpected reconnaissance. However, just as the two mythical beings departed the battlefield, an unforeseen change unfolded within the arena. The domineering panda, having grown impatient from its unyielding assault, emitted a deafening roar. Its entire form engulfed in a brilliant white light as a spiraling torrent of fearsome energy enveloped its massive body. This was a signature move of the normal type. The ultimate impact. With an unstoppable momentum akin to an out-of-control heavy tank, it charged towards the dual-edged round. Pidgeot, faced with this formidable finisher, the dual-edged round merely smirked disdainfully. Such a monotonous attack was, to it, akin to a live target. with a graceful leap to the side. It effortlessly evaded the lethal charge. However, while the dual-edged round dodged with ease, disaster struck not far behind where the two engrossed spectators. The bubbling frogs and the hasty hazelnuts stood. The domineering panda, undeterred, barreled straight towards their hiding spot. Witnessing the two diminutive figures suddenly obstructing its path, the panda's mouth curled into a crooked grin as it continued its relentless advance. Bubbling frog, watch out. Hasty hazelnut. Everything transpired too swiftly for Ash, Salina, and the others to react. Bub. Damn it. Two exclamations rang out, and the bubbling frog and the hasty hazelnut were sent flying like baseballs struck by a home run, disappearing into the depths of the bamboo grove. The domineering panda gazed after them, its eyes gleaming with satisfaction at having finally released its pent-up frustration. Then, without a backward glance, it trudged contentedly back into the depths of the bamboo forest, vanishing from sight. Pidgeot, the dual-edged round, approached Ash with a look of remorse. Its head bowed low. It had been preoccupied with fending off the domineering panda and had failed to protect its junior spectators, leaving it filled with guilt. It's all right. Dual-edged round. This is not your fault, Ash reassured, placing a comforting hand on its shoulder. We'll go retrieve them. Hasty hazelnut nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, our immediate priority is to locate them. Salina, Eulogia, and Pikachu gathered around, offering words of solace to the downcast dual-edged round. Just then, Ash's brow furrowed slightly. Through his aura, he sensed that the tracker, who had been lingering at the edge of the bamboo grove, was now on the move, swiftly departing in a direction entirely opposite to theirs. P.S. leaving? Ash pondered in surprise. He had initially believed that the individual tracking them had their sights set on their group, even speculating that they might be a spy sent by the flare team to gauge his strength. Yet, to his astonishment, the individual had opted to leave after observing the battle. Could it be that they were not the target? Ash felt a flicker of confusion. Was it merely a chance encounter? Though his mind was clouded with questions, he did not lose sight of the task at hand. Closing his eyes, he unleashed his aura power, spreading it outward like radar. Found them. Soon, Ash opened his eyes, pointing towards a direction in the bamboo grove. They are over there, not too far away. Let us hurry. Meanwhile, in another clearing within the bamboo grove, thanks to the quick thinking of the bubbling frog, which had conjured a bouncy bubble cushion, the two little ones managed to land safely without sustaining any serious injuries. Damn it! Hasty hazelnut scrambled to its feet and rushed to a nearby stream to check for injuries, sighing in relief upon seeing it had emerged unscathed. The bubbling frog, after ensuring the area was momentarily safe, found a clean spot to sit, folding its arms and closing its eyes, exuding an air of tranquility. Damn! Hasty hazelnut looked at the calm, bubbling frog in confusion. Bub. The bubbling frog responded nonchalantly. What's the rush? Just trust Ash. It was resolute in its belief that no matter how far apart they were, the trainer with whom it shared a profound connection would surely find them. All that was needed now was to patiently wait. Chapter 650, the upcoming Mega Evolution Challenge. While Ash and his companions were preoccupied with searching for the launched bubbling frog and hasty hazelnut, several kilometers away in a secluded mountain hollow, a remarkably peculiar woman leaned against a rock. She sported a sharp orange bob cut, dressed in a fitted uniform predominantly orange-red, complemented by matching shorts and long boots, exuding a sense of efficiency and technological flair. However, what drew the most attention was the pair of green detection goggles she wore, nearly obscuring half her face. The overall color scheme and style combined to create a bold and unique aesthetic that would undoubtedly leave any passerby in awe. This individual was none other than Akabi, one of the executives of the flare team, tasked with secretly tracking Ash. After cautiously confirming that the area was clear, she produced a palm-sized precision projection device. A beam of blue light shot forth, forming a miniature holographic image of Floress, clad in his signature red coat with golden hair, before her. Boss. Akabi reported in a calm tone. The target Ash's location has been confirmed. They are currently traversing Route 5 and will undoubtedly head towards Yoshang City. Thus the media offensive can commence. Ash's intuition had not been mistaken. There had indeed been someone tracking him from the shadows. However, unlike the persistent trio from Team Rocket fixated on capturing Pikachu, the flare team's intentions were far more calculated and profound. They aimed to utilize Ash as a tool. By leveraging his journey, they sought to gather more combat data and information pertaining to Mega Evolution, preparing for their ominous scheme known as the Ultimate Weapon. The holographic image of Floress nodded slightly, his deep voice emanating from the device. Well done, continue your surveillance, but be extremely cautious not to be detected. Understood. Akabi replied respectfully, but a hint of skepticism flickered in her eyes hidden behind the goggles. From such a distance, merely relying on high-tech equipment for remote observation, how could Ash, no matter how powerful or perceptive, possibly detect her presence? To her, the boss's caution seemed somewhat excessive. Certainly, these thoughts were ones she would never reveal. After concluding the communication, Akabi stowed away her device and once more directed her gaze towards the luminous on the detector screen that represented Ash and his companions. A barely perceptible smile gracing her lips, almost concurrently with Akabi's conversation with Flodali. A surge of invisible force began to amplify discussions about Ash on various popular trainer forums and social media platforms within the Kalos region. A somewhat blurred yet recognizable photograph of Ash and Pikachu at the airport in Mier City was being shared extensively. Under the orchestrated comments of online trolls, the idea of challenging Ash gradually morphed into a fervent topic of conversation. Isn't he the champion of the World Championship? He looks quite young. But that title isn't officially recognized here. He's just an ordinary trainer. He possesses legendary Pokémon like Kyurem and Reshiram, and has even defeated the Unova champion, Alder. What about you? So what? Who told him to steal our Kalos girls? I just want to take him on. Indeed. It's time to show this outsider the might of Kalos. As the topic gained momentum, a tracking thread concerning Ash quietly emerged, quickly rising to prominence. This post revealed a plethora of information regarding Ash's use of Mega Evolution, yet it was laden with malicious interpretations. According to insider information, Ash's victory at the Sinnoh League was solely due to the advantages of Mega Evolution. Without it, he wouldn't have even reached the finals. The legendary Pokémon he captured were likely acquired through the same means. His true strength is open to debate. Mega Evolution is merely an external force. A true trainer should focus on the bonds and power of their Pokémon. These inflammatory and controversial statements ignited a considerable uproar online. Supporters argued that Mega Evolution is inherently a part of one's strength, while detractors clamored for proof that without Mega Evolution, Ash was nothing. The contention escalated. And amidst the chaos, a crucial piece of information was clearly disseminated. Ash was currently on Route 5, en route to Yusha City. This successfully ignited the enthusiasm of numerous trainers near Yusha City, eager to make a name for themselves or simply to engage with a formidable opponent. Many began to prepare for a challenge to intercept him. Meanwhile, Ash remained blissfully unaware of the storm brewing online in his name. Utilizing the precise navigation of his aura, he successfully led Serena, Citron, and Eureka to the tranquil depths of a bamboo grove where they found the waiting Froakie and the exuberant Chasebin. Upon seeing them safe and sound, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Darn it. Citron scooped up the bounding Chasebin, its boisterous nature unchanged. In stark contrast, Froakie simply stood calmly as Ash approached, brushing off the grass clippings from its body, its expression as serene as ever. Mijimaru, Dual Blade, on the other hand, offered an apologetic stance to the two little ones. After all, had it not intercepted the attack of the aggressive Pandoruma, they wouldn't have been sent flying. Froakie. Darn it. Fortunately, both Froakie and Chasebin were unperturbed. The former, possessing a more mature mindset, understood that this incident was not Dual Blade's fault, while the latter was blissfully oblivious, embodying a carefree spirit. See, I told you not to worry. Ash smiled, gently patting Dual Blade. Mijimaru. With that, Dual Blade resumed its usual playful demeanor. Regardless, the farcical episode instigated by the Pandoruma had finally reached a dramatic conclusion. Observing that the pursuer's aura had completely faded into the distance, Ash recalled the secretive Meloetta and Victini. Following this, the group decided to linger in the picturesque bamboo grove, beside a gently flowing stream, to enjoy lunch. Citron expressed concern that this might be the territory of the Pandoruma, given the abundance of bamboo. Fortunately, this apprehension proved unwarranted, for the Pandoruma did not reappear. Perhaps it felt disinclined to confront Dual Blade after its previous defeat, allowing Ash and his companions to enjoy a meal prepared with care by Citron in peace. After a brief respite, they resumed their journey, traversing the lush bamboo forest. Days later, as they neared the end of the wilderness and approached a more open road, Ash suddenly halted, brows furrowed, his aura perception extending forward. What's wrong, Ash? Serena inquired with concern. Ash gazed ahead, where the road was faintly visible, his tone laced with uncertainty. There seems to be something amiss in the area ahead. In his perception, the number of auras gathering near the forthcoming road was significantly higher than he had anticipated. Why are there suddenly so many people? Chapter 651. Is it unfair to have two against one? Ash and his companions continued onward, soon emerging from the dense bamboo forest into a clearing. Their vision expanded. and they quickly spotted a gathering of people not far ahead. The cause for the congregation was soon revealed. A police car with flashing red and blue lights parked at the roadside, where two uniformed officers, including Officer Jenny, were surrounding a rugged-looking SUV. Clearly, they were handling a case. Watching the spectacle is a human instinct, regardless of the world. Numerous passing trainers and pedestrians stopped to observe, whispering amongst themselves. Ash and his companions, too, were unable to resist their curiosity and approached the crowd. As they drew nearer, the scene became clearer. Behind the police-controlled SUV was a reinforced iron cage, within which remnants of scale powder and fine fur could be seen, indicating it was not intended for legitimate purposes. The owner of the vehicle was a short, stocky middle-aged man, his face etched with despair, accompanied by a seemingly dejected Diglett. As the throng grew, someone quickly recognized Ash. "Look, it's the champion of the World Championship, Ash." "Really? He is here too?" "What they said online is true. He has indeed come to Yusha City." Seizing the opportunity, Salina approached a male passerby who appeared knowledgeable about the situation and was a fan of Ash, to inquire further from him. The group learned that the short, stout man was named Dazi, a merchant engaged in the black market trade of Pokémon. He illegally captured large quantities of Butterfree and their larvae, cultivating them into Beautifly, which he then sold at high prices to buyers with peculiar collecting habits, based on the variations in their wing patterns. Citron adjusted his glasses and explained, "The wing patterns of Beautifly can exhibit nearly 20 different forms depending on the climate of their evolutionary region. For some collectors who pursue a complete Pokédex, they indeed hold significant value, which has led to illegal hunting and trading." With this reminder, Ash vaguely recalled that this unscrupulous merchant was someone he would eventually deal with. However, it seemed he had arrived a bit too late. As other passing trainers or the police had already taken action, this was only natural. In the real world, not everything revolved solely around him. Every passerby could potentially become the protagonist in resolving such events. This way, he could save himself some trouble. Watching Officer Jenny place handcuffs on Dazi and escort him into the police vehicle while seizing the SUV that carried the iron cage, Ash and his companions felt the matter was resolved and prepared to turn away, continuing towards Yusha City. Wait. At that moment, a voice from Officer Jenny's direction called out to Ash just as he was about to leave. Turning back, he noticed he was being addressed by a young trainer, appearing to be in his early 20s, who had assisted Officer Jenny in subduing the black market merchant. The young man was fit and had a healthy bronze complexion, exuding the aura of someone who had traveled extensively. Adorned with a crimson sweatband upon his brow and clad in a vibrant red short-sleeve shirt that revealed a black undershirt beneath, he donned black cargo pants, exuding an aura of fervent determination and efficiency. "Is there something amiss?" Ash inquired with curiosity. "Wow, it's truly you, Ash," exclaimed the other, his face alight with a spirited and barely concealed excitement as he hurried forward. "I am Gao Meng, an ardent admirer of yours. I never expected to encounter you here. I wish to challenge you, a genuine champion, to see our true capabilities." As he spoke, he raised his wrist, showcasing an intricately designed bracelet adorned with a lustrous keystone. At the same moment, his Dragonite let out a low growl, while a small Dragonite poked its head out from a pouch, proudly displaying a mega stone around its neck. "A battle, you say? How unexpected." Yulia blinked her large eyes, feeling somewhat perplexed. "This is the essence of a Pokémon trainer," Serena chuckled. "Battles often arise so suddenly." "Intriguing," Ash remarked, observing Gao Meng and his battle-ready Dragonite, a smile of interest gracing his features. Engaging in combat with a Dragonite seemed rather exhilarating. Although this challenge had taken him by surprise, he would not decline a passionate confrontation offered so readily. Moreover, the fact that his opponent was a trainer adept in Mega Evolution made the encounter even more rare and valuable for Ash. With a decisive nod, he responded, "Very well. Let us engage in battle." The crowd that had yet to disperse erupted in excitement, transforming into a chorus of spectators, their discussions resounding. Is someone truly challenging him? It can't just be talk on the internet, can it? Exactly. How could Ash's prowess be a mere fabrication? This spirited young man is likely to be in for a thrashing. Nevertheless, witnessing a battle featuring Mega Evolution is certainly worthwhile. Despite the amplified skepticism regarding Ash's abilities circulating online, in reality, few dared to confront him face to face. After all, the strength of Ash and Pikachu was evident for all to see. Gao Ming's actions undeniably ignited the atmosphere at the scene. Soon enough, both parties found a spacious area by the roadside. Hitron volunteered to act as the referee. "We are about to commence a singles battle between Ash and Gao Ming. Each side may use one Pokemon, and the match concludes when one side's Pokemon can no longer fight. Naturally, Gao Ming sent forth his partner, Dragonite. In response to Dragonite, Ash pondered briefly before declaring, "You shall be the one, Pidgeot." In a flash of white light, the resplendent Pidgeot appeared in the air, emitting a clear and melodious cry. Upon witnessing Ash's choice of Pidgeot, which could also mega-evolve, Gao Ming's battle spirit surged even higher, and he nodded in satisfaction. "Dragonite, show Ash the power of our bond. Mega-evolve." He raised his wrist high. As the keystone and the mega stone carried by both Dragonite and its offspring erupted in a brilliant display of evolutionary light. The radiance intertwined like a bond, tightly connecting trainer and Pokémon, swiftly enveloping Dragonite's grand form. As the light dissipated, Dragonite stood tall, emanating an imposing presence, though it itself exhibited no change. The primary transformation was observed in the small Dragonite. After mega evolution, the little Dragonite fully emerged from the pouch, standing firmly on its feet, clenching its tiny fists, with bright red eyes keenly focused on Pidgeot above. So, it turns out Dragonite's mega evolution merely enables the little one to mega evolve? Salina mused, gaining insight from the sight of the pair. However, it feels somewhat unfair to have two against one. I wonder about their true strengths. In the future, perhaps more mundane events could be replaced with mega evolution battles, reserving only the essential moments. Chapter 652. Do not allow Dragonite to stack Swords Dance fists. Observing the opponent's Mega Dragonite, Ash certainly did not dare to be complacent. He promptly raised his wrist adorned with the keystone and proclaimed, "Pidgeot, respond to my heart." Mega Evolve. The keystone on his wrist and the Mega Stone on Pidgeot simultaneously burst forth with dazzling brilliance. The evolutionary light acting as a bridge that connected the hearts of trainer and Pokémon, swiftly enveloping Pidgeot's form. As the light faded, Mega Pidgeot emerged, surrounded by a powerful surge of flying-type energy. With both sides having completed their mega evolutions, the battle commenced instantly. Dragonite, use Rock Wrecker to restrict its movement. Gao Ming initiated the offensive with clear intent. Roar. Dragonite let out a low growl, its massive palm crashing down onto the ground, sending numerous large rocks soaring into the air. The small Dragonite, emulating its mother, also swung its tiny fists, conjuring smaller but swifter rocks to launch at Mega Pidgeot. This exemplified the essence of their parental bond, as mother and child coordinated their attacks, resulting in an overwhelming barrage of stones. Mega Pidgeot, with its remarkable speed, evaded most of the rocks with agile maneuvering, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. However, given that this was a ranged restriction skill, combined with the small Dragonite's ability to use Rock Wrecker, the dual onslaught significantly compressed Mega Pidgeot's evasion space, increasing the pressure. Ash's expression turned serious as he quickly altered his strategy. "Pidgeot, use Quick Attack." Mega Pidgeot let out a cry, its speed surging once more, darting through the dense array of rocks like a bolt of lightning. Due to the effect of the parental bond ability, should Pidgeot be struck by the Rock Wrecker, its speed would decrease dramatically, which posed a severe threat. Fortunately, the rigorous training Pidgeot had undergone in the Evergreen Forest proved invaluable. In the face of the mother and child duo's stone barrage, it ultimately relied on its superior speed and agility to narrowly evade every attack. Gao Ming, emboldened by his challenge to Ash, showcased his own level of skill. Recognizing that the ranged restriction was ineffective, he swiftly adopted a bolder tactic. Dragonite. Throw the little one and use Thunder Punch. Roar. Without hesitation, Mega Dragonite cupped the small Dragonite in its massive hand and hurled it skyward as if tossing a baseball. The small Dragonite's tiny fists erupted with radiant golden electricity as it descended sharply. Pidgeot, counter with Steel Wing. Mega Pidgeot reacted with remarkable speed, its wings instantly gleaming with a metallic sheen, crossing like two enormous steel blades to meet the descending small Dragonite. Bang! The Thunder Punch collided with the Steel Wing, producing a resounding thud. The Thunder Punch failed to penetrate the Steel Wing's defense, and the small Dragonite was rebuffed by the recoil, safely caught by its mother. Pidgeot. Disperse the residual static. Mega Pidgeot flapped its wings, dissipating the lingering electric currents. Yet Gao Ming seemed to perceive an opportunity. He believed that the Thunder Punch would have some degree of paralyzing effect on Pidgeot's movements, seizing the moment to press the attack. Now, Dragonite, little Dragonite. Together use Power-Up Punch. The Mega Dragonite mother and child simultaneously assumed a fighting stance, their fists gathering a luminous energy that enhanced their strength. Observing from the sidelines, Hytron's eyes narrowed. He understood the terrifying effect brought forth by the parental bond ability at that moment. The power-up punch executed by both Dragonites would share and amplify their attack boosts. This meant that with each strike, they effectively performed a sword's dance simultaneously, causing their attack power to soar at an astonishing rate, hence the trainer's playful moniker for it, Sword's Dance Punch. However, Ash remained undeterred, for he possessed an unparalleled speed advantage. Pidgeot, use Brave Bird. Before his words concluded, Mega Pidgeot's form vanished from its position, its speed merging seamlessly with the wind. When it reappeared, it had materialized behind the Mega Dragonite mother and child like a phantom. The majestic Pidgeot was enveloped by a torrent of flying energy, transforming into a dazzling streak of white light, aimed directly at the small Bagons sheltered protectively by their mother. Alarm surged through Gao Ming as she realized the impending danger. Driven by an instinctual urge to protect her offspring, the Bagon's mother hastily abandoned her unfinished power-enhanced punch, pivoting her massive form to shield the little ones in her embrace. With a thunderous crash, the powerful attack struck solidly against the expansive back of the mother Bagon. The sheer force of the impact sent both mother and child tumbling helplessly across the ground, rolling several times before they finally came to a halt. From that moment forth, the rhythm of the battle was irrevocably seized by Ash. The Super Pidgeot, leveraging its unparalleled speed, began to relentlessly wear down its opponents. It first conjured a massive whirlwind, ensnaring both Bagons within its grasp. The pair struggled valiantly, utilizing icy winds to barely escape the tempest. Soon after, Pidgeot unleashed an even more formidable storm, and with no other recourse, Gao Ming commanded her Bagons to employ Rock Tomb, hurling stones in a desperate attempt to defend themselves. The air blades sliced through the atmosphere as Pidgeot's wings lashed out, sending forth a barrage of razor-sharp gusts. Effortlessly, they shattered the incoming rocks into fragments and continued their relentless assault on the Bagons, leaving behind numerous white streaks across their bodies. Below, the Bagons sought opportunities to close the distance, even coordinating with the little Bagon to unleash a thunderbolt for a distant counterstrike, yet to little avail. The Mega Bagon was inherently more adept at close combat, while the Mega Pidgeot, having undergone Mega Evolution, boasted extreme enhancements in both special attack and speed, excelling in ranged assaults. The overwhelming aerial dominance ensured that Ash maintained the initiative throughout the encounter. Gao Ming, clearly not a renowned top-tier trainer, found herself at a loss for superior strategies amidst such a dire predicament. Ultimately, under the relentless barrage of Pidgeot's powerful storm, the battered Mega Bagon could endure no longer. Its massive frame swayed unsteadily before crashing heavily to the ground, reverting to its ordinary form and surrendering its fighting capacity. The little Bagon, calling out in distress, could only return to the safety of its mother's pouch, resignedly transforming back into its standard state. With the Bagon's combat abilities extinguished, the victor was declared as Ash by Hitron. After recalling her Bagon, Gao Ming briefly thanked Ash, expressing her admiration for his prowess, before hastily departing, seemingly embarrassed. Ash and his companions paid little heed to the murmurs of the surrounding crowd, resolutely continuing their journey towards Yaoxiang City. On the path, Serena and Eureka reflected on the recent battle. Ash's strength is truly formidable. The opposing Bagon seemed completely outmatched, Serena praised. Eureka nodded vigorously. Pidgeot is astounding. However, Ash was acutely aware that this effortless victory was largely due to type advantages and battle styles. The Bagon struggled to showcase its full potential against a flying opponent adept at ranged attacks. Had it been matched against another Pokémon proficient in close combat, like Lucario, the outcome might have been quite different. Chapter 653, the Orchid Mantis captures the Ghost Cicada, with the Rocket Sparrow in pursuit. As Ash and his companions pressed onward towards Yaoxiang City, a figure clad in an orange uniform and green goggles stood quietly atop a nearby hill, observing their retreating forms. This individual was none other than Akabi, a cadre of the Flare team. Suspended before her was a palm-sized, nearly silent drone, which she adeptly controlled from a distance. Indeed, youth has its advantages. A self-satisfied smirk graced Akabi's lips as she toyed with a storage chip she had just retrieved from the drone. Even a so-called world champion is no match for my careful concealment. With advanced technology for remote observation, he will never detect my presence. Her earlier departure was not a retreat, but rather a strategic move to extract and activate this miniature drone, capturing detailed data on the battle between Ash and Gao Ming. Yet, she could not deny the impressive power Ash wielded. Reflecting on the scene of Pidgeot dominating the Bagon, Akabi begrudgingly acknowledged Ash's remarkable abilities. This younger generation's strength is truly astounding. After nearly 20 years of training, my Pokémon are outclassed by a mere child. Nevertheless, despite his prowess, Ash would merely serve as a tool for the Flare team's data collection on Mega Evolution, prompting Akabi to chuckle with delight. as she examined the data-laden chip. Her disdain for Flotta's excessive caution intensified. Just a little brat, really. Strong, but merely skilled in brawling, she thought derisively. She promptly uploaded the gathered data to the Flare team's internal network. Having completed her task, she meticulously packed her equipment, ghosting away silently to follow in Ash's direction. Not long after Akabi departed the hill, a Meowth-shaped hot air balloon descended gently among the branches of several large trees. Inside the basket stood 3 familiar figures clad in white uniforms adorned with the red R emblem: Jessie's, James's, and Meowth. Who is that? Jessie, hands on her hips and brows furrowed, gazed toward the direction Akabi had vanished, her tone tinged with irritation at the thought of a rival encroaching on her territory. I can't believe someone else is interested in the kid. Found her. James quickly operated a portable projection device. Thanks to their stellar performance in the Unova region, they had been rewarded with upgraded equipment, including this 3D projection device. The display revealed information from the Rocket Team's database, identifying the underground organization in the Kalos region as the Flare Team. Flare Team? Just a minor nuisance. Jessie scoffed, her attitude exuding arrogance. Firmly believing that the Rocket Team was the most formidable evil organization in the world, with others merely being lesser rivals. James and Meowth silently concurred. Damn it, are they trying to steal our Pikachu? Meowth hissed, extending its claws in displeasure. Despite their unique perspective, they had followed Ash from Kanto to Kalos, their love for Pikachu rivaling that of Ash himself. When it came to protecting their interests, they were utterly serious. Let's follow them, Jessie commanded with a wave of her hand. If they dared to covet their Pikachu, they would surely teach them a lesson. The trio reached a unanimous decision. Pikachu was theirs alone. They were determined to capture Pikachu and present it to Giovanni for promotion and profit. Despite their lack of success thus far, only the Rocket Team could persistently tail the kid. Thus, they maneuvered the Meowth balloon carefully, trailing Akabi of the Flare Team in a dramatic game of predator and prey. However, as Ash walked along, he suddenly paused momentarily, a subtle frown creasing his brow. What's wrong, Ash? Serena, ever vigilant, noticed the slight change and inquired with concern. Nothing. Ash shook his head, offering a reassuring smile without elaborating. Yet, deep within, he felt a sense of resignation. What were those people behind him up to? Thanks to the anti-wave guiding wristband invented by Hitron, even the typically elusive Rocket Team was now clearly within Ash's perception. Their presence was unmistakably locked onto his awareness, and he could distinctly sense an unfamiliar aura tracking him, closely followed by 3 exceedingly familiar signatures. Originally, he could not be entirely certain that the mysterious figure's target was indeed himself. However, now even the Rocket Team, known for their relentless pursuit, was trailing behind that individual. He was nearly 100% convinced that the stranger following him was far from an ordinary passerby. Most likely, he was affiliated with the infamous Flare Team from the Kalos region. Nevertheless, the Flare Team was rather inept, as they had not even noticed the trio from the Rocket Team tailing them. Ash was left speechless. In his mind, while the Rocket Team had undergone elite training in Unova, their actual prowess remained at a rather mediocre level. Yet it appeared that the Flare Team was even less competent. Well, this saves me the trouble of tracking them down one by one, Ash mused inwardly. It was far better to confront them openly than to lurk in the shadows. As he continued onward, his mind raced with thoughts regarding the Flare Team's information and his subsequent strategies. He needed to find an opportunity to draw them out, preferably luring several at once, so he could ensnare them all in one fell swoop. Just as Ash was contemplating this, stepping onto an open patch of grass, a gentle female voice interrupted his thoughts. Please, may I have a moment of your time? Ash and his companions turned towards the voice and beheld a girl who appeared to be a few years their senior, standing not far away. She sported a sleek and fashionable wine-red high ponytail, with a few strands of hair cascading naturally down the sides of her face, exuding a refreshing and vibrant aura. However, what captivated Ash's attention more than the stylish girl was the Pokémon at her feet. It was a Sylveon, adorned with immaculate white fur that radiated purity and nobility. The ribbon-like appendages extending from its ears, tail, and legs shimmered in a soft, dreamlike pink hue. With eyes as brilliant and clear as sapphires, it curiously regarded the newly arrived humans. Chapter 654, A Loss Requires Compliance. What a charming Sylveon! Both Serena and Eureka exclaimed in unison. As a Pokémon known for its sweet appearance and particularly favored by female trainers, the arrival of Sylveon instantly captured their attention. Even Cithrin instinctively adjusted his glasses to take a closer look at the enchanting Pokémon. The girl with the high ponytail seemed delighted by their compliments, but her gaze quickly fixed on Ash. She playfully winked at him and said, "When our eyes meet, it's customary for trainers to engage in a Pokémon battle." How about a match? Although Ash felt a sense of familiarity with the girl accompanying the Sylveon, upon hearing the word battle, all other thoughts were swiftly cast aside. He decisively summoned his Pokémon. No problem. It's you I choose, Froakie. Froakie, excited at the prospect of a new opponent, welcomed the opportunity to enhance its skills. Indeed. It's you, Ash from Pallet Town. The girl with the high ponytail recognized him, noticing that Ash had called forth an unevolved Froakie. A glimmer of confidence crossed her eyes as she proposed a condition. Before we begin, let's agree that the loser must fulfill any request I make. What do you say? Any request? Serena's heart raced with trepidation at the implication. The breadth of such a condition sounded far too expansive. And judging by the intense gaze the girl fixed on Ash, there was the potential for requests that might involve him. Serena's expression grew anxious. Ash glanced at the slightly nervous Serena and found it somewhat amusing. Though the girl was attractive, she did not fit his personal preference. After all, her physique was rather imposing, whereas Serena's was more modest yet had the potential for growth. Cough, cough. No problem. I accept your challenge, but rest assured, I will not lose, he declared with renewed confidence, his expression morphing into one of pure focus on the battle ahead. The girl glanced at Froakie with a hint of defiance, asserting, "How can you know without trying? Then let the battle commence." Cithrin took on the role of the temporary referee once more. Sylveon, strike first with Fairy Wind. The girl initiated the attack. Sylveon gracefully leaped, its ribbon-like appendages swirling, conjuring a gust of sparkling pink magic that wafted towards Froakie. Froakie, use Water Pulse. Ash responded with calm composure. Froakie concentrated, conjuring a violently oscillating blue water sphere with its hands and propelled it forward. The Water Pulse and Fairy Wind collided midair, producing a muffled explosion as their energies neutralized each other, resulting in a stalemate. Next, use Moonblast. The girl commanded. Sylveon tilted its head back, gathering a denser pink energy sphere that radiated a cool glow, resembling a miniature moon, and hurled it towards Froakie. In response to the formidable Moonblast, Froakie reacted swiftly, secreting a large quantity of elastic bubbles from its body. Under the cover of the explosive smoke, it rapidly crafted a substitute that mirrored its form. While this tactic was somewhat cliched, it proved remarkably effective. With a resounding boom, Moonblast struck the bubble substitute, shattering it into a myriad of fragments. While Froakie's true self had already stealthily repositioned itself thanks to the cover of the bubbles. Now's the time. Use Quick Attack. Ash seized the opportunity. Froakie's form was enveloped in a surge of flying energy, its speed dramatically increasing as it darted in from the side, crashing into Sylveon with tremendous force. Meow? Sylveon yelped in surprise, stumbling backward from the impact. Sylveon, pull yourself together, the girl urged. Sylveon shook its head, regaining its balance, its determination unwavering. How about this? Use Charm. Meow? Sylveon playfully blinked, emanating countless pink heart-shaped auras that swirled towards Froakie like an overwhelming tide. Faced with this novel move, Froakie hesitated, momentarily taken aback by the enchanting display. However, it quickly forced itself to regain composure, casting a glance at Ash, awaiting his command. As expected, Ash did not disappoint, immediately issuing an unexpected directive. Aim directly above you and unleash Water Pulse. Froak? Though confused, Froakie's trust in Ash propelled it to execute the command without hesitation. It thrust its hands upward, sending a brilliant blue water sphere soaring towards the sky. At that precise moment, the charm of the heart-shaped auras successfully enveloped Froakie. In an instant, Froakie's eyes sparkled with hearts akin to Brock's, its expression becoming dazed, clearly entranced, and unable to attack. Success! The girl with the high ponytail beamed at the sight. However, her smile had yet to fully form before it froze in place. The water pulse that Froakie had launched ascended to its apex, and, under the influence of gravity, began to descend. With a splash, the water pulse cascaded down, drenching the entranced Froakie in a torrent of icy water. The sudden chill jolted Froakie back to reality, the hearts in its eyes dissipating as clarity returned to its mind. Froak! It shook off the droplets of water, instantly comprehending Ash's tactical intent, gazing at him with admiration. Could it be done this way? Cithrin gasped in astonishment. How impressive! Eureka and Deden cheered. Serena also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a swell of pride in Ash's cleverness. Not only them, but even the opponent displayed a look of surprise. Now, seize the moment, break the flow. In a fleeting moment, Ash seized the opportunity and issued a decisive command. The Froakie's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, it was enveloped by surging torrents of water, transforming into a high-pressure water projectile that surged toward the astonished Sylveon with astonishing velocity. Sylveon dodge. cried the girl with the high ponytail, but it was too late. With a resounding crash, the water struck Sylvian squarely, the immense force sending it hurtling backward, rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a halt. Ultimately rendered unable to continue the battle. With Sylvian unable to battle, the victors are Froakie and Ash, announced Citron. Sighing in relief, Serena felt a weight lift. Ash's victory meant she need not worry about any peculiar requests from the opponent. Chapter 655, Serena, the girl with a strong desire. Despite her defeat, the ponytailed girl spoke with a hint of longing, hoping Ash would acquiesce to her request. No, that is not possible. Before she could finish, Serena, her cheeks puffed with indignation, rushed forward to shield Ash, moving with a speed that left the others momentarily stunned. Oh, Eureka exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. While her brother Citron looked on in confusion, unable to fathom the extent of Serena's reaction. Wasn't it merely a request for Ash to accompany her? As the protagonist, Ash smiled silently, while the girl soon clarified the misunderstanding. No, what I meant was for him to come to my kindergarten. Purorine introduced herself, revealing that she was a teacher at a nearby kindergarten. The children there adore Pokémon, so I often ask passing trainers to play with them if they lose a battle. Serena's face flushed crimson at the revelation. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ash, observing Serena's embarrassment, couldn't help but wear a teasing smile. Now I understand. Of course, I'd be happy to, he replied cheerfully to teacher Purorine, readily agreeing to her request. Thus, the group followed Purorine to her kindergarten, where Ash's Pikachu, Froakie, Fletchling, and Pidgeot spent a delightful afternoon playing with the children amidst laughter and joy. Serena, too, sent out her own Pokémon, Vulpix, Emolga, Flabébé, and Fletchinder, to entertain the kids. Her blush still lingering. What a misunderstanding. So that's what you meant by accompanying. Serena murmured softly. Purorine, overhearing the girl's whisper, felt a playful thought arise. It's not just that. Ash is undeniably charming. A date with him wouldn't be out of the question. Serena gasped upon noticing Purorine's expression. The teacher chuckled at her exaggerated response and added quietly, I'm not joking. Ash is not only handsome, but also strong. Quite popular among girls. Just be careful he doesn't get swept away by someone else. Although Serena blushed at this, she remained relatively composed. For she and Ash had already made substantial progress. Nevertheless, a sense of urgency filled her heart, as she was acutely aware of formidable rivals like Mina, whose feminine allure was strikingly evident. Having fulfilled the children's desire to interact with Pokémon, Ash and his companions resumed their journey toward Hoka City, traversing lush forests while reveling in the natural beauty surrounding them. However, the day's weather seemed less than favorable, with ominous clouds gathering overhead, dimming the light. Oh no, it's raining, Ash exclaimed as he glanced up at the sky, and scarcely had he spoken when large raindrops began to plummet around them. The group hastily ran to seek shelter. There's a house over there. Ash spotted an old mansion partially obscured by the trees and pointed it out. They dashed toward the building, finding refuge under its ample eaves from the torrential downpour. Once they caught their breath, they examined the structure, noting that while its exterior bore the marks of time, it remained sturdy. Indeed, it resembled a luxurious villa, an astonishing sight amid the forest. The door is open, Eureka observed. Noticing that the mansion's entrance was unlocked, she politely called out, Is anyone home? We'd like to come in to escape the rain, if that's all right. After several attempts to elicit a response, they were met with only the increasingly loud sounds of thunder and rain. With no sign of the storm abating, they decided to enter the mansion. Once inside, the four of them surveyed their dim surroundings, noticing cobwebs in the corners and a thin layer of dust on the furniture, quickly coming to the conclusion that the place had been uninhabited for some time. It appears no one lives here, Citron deduced. Ash couldn't help but reflect. The people in the Pokémon world are quite extravagant. To let such a large villa in the forest go to waste is quite a luxury. Yet, he felt a twinge of unease. The rain had cast a particularly dark shadow within the house, prompting the timid Serena to recall tales of haunted mansions. Let us be careful. There might be ghosts here, she whispered. Ghosts? Citron shivered at her words. Serena, realizing her slip, quickly covered her mouth and apologized. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. Ash remained unfazed, crossing his arms. Don't worry, I don't believe in ghosts. That's not very Pokemon-like, he reassured them. Pikachu, Meloetta, and Teeny nodded in agreement. However, just then, a lavish crystal chandelier in the center of the dimly lit hall unexpectedly illuminated, casting a warm glow that brightened the living room. The light is on, Eureka exclaimed cheerfully, her youthful exuberance evident. Could this really be a cursed haunted house? Serena voiced her fears, unconsciously inching closer to Ash, while simultaneously recounting tales of old houses inhabited by spirits unable to depart. Citron shivered again, while Eureka appeared eager for adventure, her spirit unyielding. Ash found amusement in Serina's blend of fear and embellishment. Yet, as odd occurrences multiplied, such as doors creaking open on their own and strange thumps echoing from upstairs, the atmosphere in the abandoned villa began to mirror the haunted house of Serina's tales. Nevertheless, Ash, using his aura abilities, soon detected the source of the disturbances. "It's not a ghost," he laughed, directing his gaze toward the staircase. "There's a little creature causing mischief." Guided by the clarity of his aura, they quickly discovered a small Pokémon peering at them from the corner of the second-floor landing. It bore light gray fur, pink eyes, drooping ears, and a delicate necklace adorning its neck. None other than Meowstic, a psychic-type Pokémon from the Kalos region. Upon seeing Meowstic and the gentle portrait of an elderly woman hanging on the wall behind it, the group quickly understood. This Meowstic had belonged to the grandmother who once resided in the villa. Clearly, the villa's owner had passed away, and Meowstic remained behind, longing for its forever-absent companion. Feeling lonely without playmates, the earlier spooky phenomena were likely the result of its subconscious use of psychic powers. "Meowstic, let us play together." To comfort the lonely Pokémon, the vivacious Eureka stepped forward and engaged Meowstic in play. The little creature was initially somewhat wary, but gradually lowered its defenses in response to Eulogia's innocent smile and the friendly demeanor of Ash and his companions. Subsequently, they found solace from the rain in the old yet sturdy villa, which provided ample shelter. Ash, amused, observed the finally relaxed Serena beside him and remarked, "I told you. There's nothing to fear in this haunted house, Serena." With a flushed face, Serena huffed in denial, shaking her head slightly as she stubbornly declared, "I'm not scared at all." Ash, with a tender smile, gently pinched her nose, teasing, "Then who was it that leaned towards me while I was telling ghost stories?" Serena fell silent, not out of shyness this time, but rather a subtle sweetness blossomed within her heart as she basked in the intimate atmosphere shared with Ash. However, this heartwarming moment did not linger for long. The sound of rain outside gradually ceased, and the clouds dispersed. The sun shone bright once more. They stepped out of the villa, inhaling the fresh air that followed the rain. Before departing, Eulogia glanced at Meowth, who remained by the villa's entrance with a hint of concern. Fortunately, at that crucial moment, a vehicle approached the villa, and the occupants introduced themselves as relatives of the late grandmother, here to sort through belongings and reclaim Meowth. Upon witnessing Meowth finally being entrusted to family, Ash and the others felt a profound relief. Though Ash had considered a kiss, he thought better of it and decided to save that for another time. Days later, Ash and his companions ventured into yet another dense forest, halting in a spacious area near a waterfall, adorned with rocks, to take a break. The serene environment was ideal for Pokémon training. Pidgeot was conducting a flying training session with Spearow, both soaring through the air, alternating between high-speed sprints and agile maneuvers. Enhancing flying speed was the fundamental lesson for all avian Pokémon, and the sound of wind rushing past was incessant. Meanwhile, on the ground, Doublade and Froakie were engaged in practical combat drills. They did not unleash powerful moves against each other, but instead focused on honing close-range techniques such as Water Pulse, Slash, and Aerial Ace. The clash of their blades resonated with crisp sounds, each strike aimed at achieving greater precision and swiftness to enhance their mastery and control of the techniques. Currently, they were engaged in one-on-one targeted training, yielding remarkable results with visible progress. Ash stood by, arms crossed, nodding in satisfaction. He sensed that if they continued at this pace, Froakie and Spearow would soon accumulate enough experience to reach the threshold of evolution. After all, with seasoned mentors like Doublade and Pidgeot diligently training alongside them, complemented by the consistent real-world experience provided by Team Rocket's Wobbuffet and the recently captured Pumpkaboo, improvement was nearly guaranteed. Speaking of Team Rocket, Ash instinctively extended his aura perception, and indeed, he detected the familiar presence of the trio lingering nearby, akin to an unshakable shadow. However, he found it perplexing that the aura of the previous Blaze team member had vanished, leaving him puzzled by the elusive nature of their tracking method. Suddenly, Ash's aura perception detected an unusual presence not far behind them, hidden among the branches of a large tree. He swiftly turned his gaze, yet the dense foliage concealed any visible figure, demonstrating an adept camouflage. Nevertheless, Froakie, engaged in practice with Doublade, sensed the subtle disturbance through its keen intuition and heightened alertness developed from rigorous training. Without hesitation, it swiftly detached a resilient bubble from its neck, propelling it towards the tree with the speed of a shuriken. The bubble struck the trunk with precision, causing the seemingly ordinary bark to tremble unnaturally. A piece of fabric, remarkably similar in color and texture to the tree's surface, fell away, revealing a boy clad in a deep blue tight-fitting outfit, resembling a ninja. Ninjutsu. Hidden in the leaves, the boy murmured calmly. Moments later, a flurry of leaves appeared from nowhere, encircling the boy in a swirling motion. In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear silently on a sturdy branch of another tree nearby. Beside him stood a lithe Pokémon, Froggy's evolved form, Frogadier, with arms crossed and a composed demeanor. It mirrored its trainer's calmness. Subsequently, the ninja boy and Frogadier gracefully leaped down from the several-meter-high branch, landing soundlessly in the clearing before Ash and his companions. The name Sanpei, the boy announced, striking a ninja-style pose with Frogadier, fluid and decisive in his movements. The sight of a ninja astounded everyone, not only due to his remarkable agility, but also the astonishing ninjutsu that enabled him to disappear and reappear instantaneously. Ash sensed that this individual was quite exceptional. In his aura perception, he discerned that the boy's earlier maneuver was not merely an optical illusion or rapid movement, but rather a genuine form of short-distance spatial displacement. Ninjutsu. How intriguing, Ash mused, a desire to learn such instantaneous techniques stirring within him. Even Doubleade, while intrigued by Frogadier's impressive presence, decided it would be better for his younger partner to engage in this sparring session. Sanpei appeared somewhat taken aback. I thought you would send out your stronger Doubleade, he admitted, having observed for some time and recognizing Doubleade's deeper prowess. Ash chuckled, explaining, having Froki battle against its evolved form might allow it to learn something valuable. Perhaps even spark the inspiration for its own evolution. I see. That makes sense, Sanpei acknowledged, accepting the arrangement with enthusiasm. Then let us begin. Frogadier, prepare for battle. Frogadier. It responded, stepping forward with a sharp gaze, locking onto Froki. Froki met its gaze unwaveringly, the spirit of battle igniting within it. In the clearing, Ash's Froki and Sanpei's Frogadier stood opposite one another, their eyes sharp and focused. At the outset, neither side rushed into an attack, instead choosing to observe each other meticulously. Given Ash's reputation as a champion, Sanpei approached with utmost caution, wary of revealing any vulnerabilities. As Ash contemplated the slight disadvantage of his Froki in terms of level, he resolved to adopt a strategy of passive defense, intending to wait for his opponent to make the first move before countering. Thus, a subtle stalemate ensued, with both Pokémon locked in an intense gaze. Why aren't they starting? Eureka wondered, stifling a small yawn as boredom began to creep in. It won't be long now. Ultimately, it was Samping who could no longer contain himself and opted to take the initiative. Frogadier, use Water Pulse to probe. Frogadier swiftly brought its hands together at its chest, conjuring a brilliant blue orb of water that hurtled towards Froki with a fierce whistle. Dodge and use Quick Attack, Ash commanded coolly. Froki reacted with remarkable agility, leaping sideways to evade the water pulse effortlessly. Mid-air, it utilized its momentum to spin, enveloped in a burst of flying-type energy, and shot towards Frogadier like an arrow. Intercept with Bubble Beam. Samping immediately countered. Frogadier unleashed a rapid barrage of bubbles, aiming to obstruct the incoming Quick Attack. However, the sheer force of the Quick Attack shattered the approaching bubbles, maintaining its momentum. Then let us follow up with a slash. Samping's expression sharpened. Unfazed by the swift approach of Quick Attack, Frogadier extended a white blade of light from its hand and swung it forward with precision. The clash of Slash and Quick Attack was fierce. Although Froki's Quick Attack displayed remarkable finesse, Frogadier, bolstered by its evolution's superior strength and stamina, gained the upper hand in their head-on collision, successfully deflecting Froki and causing it to stumble back a step. Pursue with Electro Ball. Samping pressed the advantage, as Frogadier glowed with white light, accelerating like a wraith towards the unsteady Froki. Its Electro Ball was exceptionally agile, not charging in a straight line but rather darting around Froki, leaping and bounding to find the optimal angle for attack, leaving onlookers dazzled. Oh, is this the battle of a ninja? Eureka's eyes sparkled with excitement. Serena and Citron were equally astonished by the extent of Frogadier's use of Electro Ball. Aim at the ground and use Water Pulse. Ash's unexpected command took them by surprise. Froki thrust its hands forcefully towards the ground, unleashing Water Pulse with a resounding crash. The water burst forth, splashing everywhere. While the damage to Frogadier, being of the same water type, was minimal, the sudden eruption of water severely disrupted Frogadier's agile footwork, throwing off its balance and rhythm. Now as the chance, use Shadow Clone. Ash seized the fleeting moment. Froki's form shimmered, and in an instant, a multitude of identical Frokas surrounded the slightly dazed Frogadier. All the clones and the original Frocus simultaneously brought their hands together, mimicking the motion of conjuring water pulse, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Faced with such a crisis, Samping remained remarkably composed, applying his knowledge. Frogadier, do not panic. Use water pulse against the ground with all your might. Understanding the command, Frogadier steadied itself and slammed its palms against the ground. A more robust column of water erupted, sweeping outward from its center. The area attack instantly dispersed all the shadow clones of Froki. However, just as the last clone vanished, revealing Froki's true form, it had already anticipated the move and leaped high to evade the oncoming water surge, preparing to hurl a brilliant blue water orb downwards at Frogadier. What? Samping was taken aback, not expecting Ash to predict his counter. The water pulse struck Frogadier, who had just finished executing its move. Though water-type moves were not particularly effective against Frogadier, the impact still elicited a grunt as it staggered back half a step. In this captivating game of psychological and tactical warfare, Froki, under Ash's clever guidance, emerged victorious. Frogadier, it seems we have encountered a true rival, Samping remarked, his demeanor growing more serious, yet imbued with respect for the formidable opponent. Both Froki and Ash shared a gaze filled with unwavering focus. Go for it. The dual-bladed sword on the sidelines cheered for its half-disciple. Full power, Electro Ball. Samping unleashed the move once more. This time, the white light surrounding Frogadier was even more brilliant. Its speed noticeably increased, charging towards Froki like a bolt of white lightning. Shadow Clone. Froki again produced numerous duplicates. Yet, Frogadier's full-power onslaught was blindingly swift, shattering each clone in its path. Just as the real Frocus seemed poised to be struck, Ash shouted, "Jump and use Water Pulse." Froki exerted itself, leaping high into the air, rapidly forming a blue orb between its hands. Chase it down. Samping refused to relent. Frogadier followed closely, believing its speed would allow it to strike before Water Pulse could be unleashed. However, Ash's lips curled into a knowing smile of triumph. Now slash. In midair, Froki did not charge the Water Pulse but instead unleashed a white blade of light, swinging it downward at the advancing Frogadier. What? Samping gasped, shocked by Ash's clever ruse. The sudden slash caught Frogadier off guard, landing a direct hit and causing it to cry out in pain as it plummeted to the ground. But the onslaught was not over. The rushing water followed suit. Froki descended, engulfed by a torrent of water, crashing down upon the recently grounded Frogadier like a cannonball. The rapid and precise strikes hit Frogadier squarely, sending it tumbling several times before it barely knelt to stabilize itself, panting heavily, clearly exhausted. That was amazing, Salina exclaimed, unable to suppress her admiration as the battle shifted into Ash's rhythm. Citron adjusted his glasses in agreement. After spending time observing, he had come to realize that once Ash seized control of the tempo, victory was nearly assured. However, just as everyone anticipated Ash to deliver the final blow, Samping suddenly raised his hand and declared loudly, "Let us call it a day. We concede." Frogadier, struggling yet standing, nodded in acknowledgement of Froki's prowess, despite its fatigue. Huh? Why so sudden? Ash inquired, bewildered, caught up in the excitement of the battle. Froki tilted its head in confusion as well. Samping lowered his combat stance and explained, "A competent ninja never exhausts all their energy in practice battles. We must always retain a certain level of stamina to respond to any unforeseen circumstances that may arise in the wild. It is a matter of survival." "I understand the need to conserve energy," Ash acknowledged, grasping the essence of the ninja's caution. Yet a pressing thought struck him, prompting a curious question. But why not go to the Pokemon Center to recover? Wouldn't that allow for a full power battle? Samping replied matter-of-factly, "I'm accustomed to surviving and recuperating in the wild." Ash's lips twitched slightly as he looked at this uniquely spirited trainer, marveling, truly the mark of a real ninja. Chapter 658, The Foundations of Becoming a Ninja. Following this remarkable battle, Ash and Samping began to grow more familiar with each other. After some conversation, Samping solemnly declared, "Ash, the next time we meet, Frogadier and I will certainly reclaim victory." Ash responded with a smile, "I look forward to that day." Just then, as Samping prepared to take his leave, his stomach audibly grumbled, prompting him to sheepishly scratch his head in embarrassment. The earlier battle was indeed quite taxing, and it was time for lunch. The enthusiastic Hitron adjusted his glasses and invited, "If you don't mind, you are welcome to join us for a meal." Ash nodded in agreement, adding, "That sounds good. I have many inquiries regarding ninjas that I would like to discuss with you." Thus, Samping naturally stayed behind, gathering around the picnic blanket spread by Salina to indulge in a sumptuous lunch. "Samping, what does the typical training regimen for ninjas entail?" Ash inquired curiously while savoring his sandwich, intrigued by the training methods of ninjas within the Pokemon world. He was eager to discover whether their practices matched his understanding. On a daily basis, we usually practice jumping between the branches of trees in the forest, honing our balance and enhancing our jumping abilities. Samping replied earnestly after swallowing his food. As for advanced training, it occurs by the water's edge, where we attempt to move swiftly across the water's surface, refining our control over strength and adaptability to the environment. He paused, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he added, "However, I'm still not quite adept. I can only adequately complete the jumping exercises in the woods." Nearby, Froakie raised its head conspicuously, asserting its presence. And Ash knew without glancing that it was indicating it could accomplish those feats. After listening to Samping, Ash chuckled inwardly, pondering, isn't that akin to tree climbing and treading water? It bears a striking resemblance to the ninja training methods he was familiar with. He couldn't help but wonder if they could cultivate any unique powers. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he posed a more fundamental question. Do you possess any special powers that enable you to perform those amazing ninja techniques? Perhaps something akin to chakra? Of course, he refrained from uttering the last term. His inquiry piqued the interest of Salina, Eureka, and Hitron, who all turned their curious gazes towards Samping. After a moment's contemplation, Samping offered a somewhat ambiguous response, yes and no. Observing the puzzled expressions around him, he elaborated. It all depends on whether one possesses the so-called talent for being a ninja. Those with such innate abilities and comprehension can gradually learn and master certain techniques through diligent training, while those without may spend their entire lives unable to grasp the basics. How harsh it sounds, Salina exclaimed in wonder. Ash, too, appeared contemplative. It seemed there was a reason why ninja techniques had not proliferated widely. Those limited by talent simply could not learn them. Do I still have a chance to learn? Ash finally articulated his ultimate goal, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Pikachu mirrored his enthusiasm, its eyes brightening as well. Just as trainers vary, so too do their Pokemon. Pikachu exhibited a newfound interest in becoming a ninja. Ash, you actually wish to learn ninja techniques? Salina expressed her surprise. I find ninja techniques quite practical, Ash replied honestly. If I could master even a few, it would significantly enhance my combat abilities. I want to learn too. Eureka chimed in excitedly, raising her small hand, but was promptly restrained by her sensible brother Hitron, who cautioned, don't be silly, Eureka. It requires very rigorous training. But don't trainers have Pokemon to battle with? What use is it for their strength to improve? Salina inquired, gazing curiously at Ash. Are you suggesting that you would abandon Pikachu to engage in hand-to-hand combat? Out of politeness, Salina refrained from pressing further. Samping regarded Ash, first nodding, then shaking his head. In theory, it is possible, but one must undergo a specialized qualification test at our ninja village. If you pass, you will also need to engage in systematic training regularly. He scrutinized Ash. However, you are a traveling trainer. Do you have the time to remain in one place for long-term learning? Ash hesitated, glancing at Salina, Hitron, and Eureka. His journey was still long, and it was indeed impractical to stop now. He pondered before replying, perhaps I will consider it when the opportunity arises. Samping nodded, indicating it was of little consequence. Our ninja village does not prohibit outsiders from learning ninja techniques. We simply enforce stricter confidentiality measures. You are always welcome to visit and try when you have the time. Very well then. I shall certainly seize the opportunity in the future, Ash affirmed. Though his thoughts wandered to the legendary ninja village said to harbor secrets related to the unique forms of Greninja, anticipating a possible connection in the days to come. After lunch, Samping patted his round belly, sincerely thanking Ash and the others. My training must continue. I bid you farewell. He then waved goodbye with Froakie and prepared to resume his rigorous training. Ninja techniques are concealed within the leaves of Konoha, in a flurry of rotating leaves. Samping and Froakie's figures gradually blurred, ultimately vanishing with the dispersing leaves as though they had never been there. Such a swift departure, truly reminiscent of a ninja's style. Salina remarked, gazing at the spot they had disappeared from, filled with admiration. Ash nodded in agreement, wishing to master such a technique. Even if it was merely a localized movement, acquiring it would elevate his combat prowess. He found Samping's leaf technique rather impressive and contemplated whether to incorporate it into his own repertoire. Chapter 659, The Pokemon Flute, a Gift from Friends. Days later, Ash and his companions finally arrived at Ancient Tree Town. This quaint little town exuded a charming old-world ambience, with the majority of its scenery dominated by ancient stone buildings. It has a lovely feel. It truly lives up to its reputation as an old town, Salina remarked softly, glancing at her smart device's description. Ash nodded in agreement, replying, After being surrounded by modern cities, encountering such a historical and quaint town feels remarkably special. What does old world mean? The young Eureka inquired, tilting her head and blinking her big eyes. Unfamiliar with the term, Hitron patiently explained. It signifies a place filled with historical traces and charm. Eureka nodded her head, somewhat understanding. However, their attention was soon captivated by a series of remarkably resonant sounds. Zzz. It was a deep, loud, rhythmic snoring. How noisy! Eureka exclaimed, instinctively covering her ears, her small face scrunching up in discomfort. The cacophony of snores persisted for a while before gradually subsiding. Excuse me, Salina said, seeking clarification on the source of the noise from a nearby, unperturbed cleaning lady. The lady, belatedly realizing the commotion, pulled out earplugs from her pocket and cheerfully led them to the other side of the town square, pointing ahead to explain the cause. Following her gaze, Ash spotted a familiar rotund figure. It was Snorlax, sprawled out in the center of the square. A special sunshade had been erected for it, and it appeared to be sleeping soundly. Quite the luxurious treatment, Ash remarked, observing its designated resting area. It's enormous, Salina exclaimed, marveling at the sight of Snorlax for the first time, pulling out her Pokédex to scan it. However, before they could admire it for long, the thunderous snoring erupted once more. Zzz. The massive sound waves seemed to create tangible sound waves, causing the surrounding air to quiver slightly. Wow. They all instinctively covered their ears again. Is Snorlax really this loud while sleeping? Ash mused, recalling his own slumbering Snorlax, which didn't seem to produce such terrifying noise. It appeared that this particular Snorlax had a particularly poor sleeping demeanor. Concerned, Salina inquired of the janitor, Auntie, will the Snorlax's loud snoring disturb the normal lives of the townsfolk? Without a doubt, it surely would, thought Ash. He recalled that this Snorlax had not been driven away because of the benefits it brought to the town. Indeed, the janitor proceeded to explain. This Snorlax is quite beneficial to the farms during the harvest season each year. It enjoys feasting on the leftover roots of crops in the fields after the harvest. But one tea that damaged the farms? Asked Hitron, who, residing in the city, was not well versed in agriculture. Of course not. The janitor chuckled, waving her hand dismissively. The Snorlax only consumes the useless roots of the crops, which essentially helps us clear the fields. Moreover, in the process, it inadvertently plows the land for us, effectively completing part of our agricultural work. It turned out that Snorlax could assist with farming. Ash quietly noted yet another practical function of Snorlax. When he eventually returned to Pallet Town and found himself with idle time, he could enjoy a life of farming alongside his Pokémon. According to past traditions, the townsfolk would also dance the harvest dance with the awakened Snorlax to celebrate. The janitor continued. However, this year, the Lord had not yet summoned Snorlax with the Pokémon flute, and with the harvest festival fast approaching, it was quite worrisome. While Ash and his companions lingered nearby, they indeed overheard some residents grumbling, with some even suggesting inviting Miss Junsha to handle the Snorlax. It was evident that they were long suffering from the incessant snoring. Ash and his friends empathized with them. After all, they had just experienced the overwhelming power of that snore firsthand. All right, the time for technological innovation has arrived. Hitron adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a confident gleam, as he prepared to showcase his invention. He immediately retrieved a specially designed alarm clock from his multifunctional backpack, declaring with conviction that he would use science to awaken Snorlax. As Hitron pressed the switch, the alarm clock emitted an extremely sharp and jarring ring while vibrating violently. This feels off, Salina remarked, listening to the cacophonous ringing. Glancing at the unmoving Snorlax, whose snore seemed to intensify, she furrowed her brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into her mind. However, she caught a glimpse of Ash beside her, noting he showed no inclination to retreat, and she stifled her urge to back away. Ash, understanding Hitron's invention, swiftly pulled Salina into his embrace just before the clock was about to explode. Boom. The familiar sound of an explosion and a plume of smoke erupted as anticipated. When the smoke dissipated, Hitron, Eureka, and the janitor, who had not managed to escape in time, all sported comically frizzy hair, their faces smeared with soot, their expressions dazed. Meanwhile, Salina and Ash remained unscathed. Salina's cheeks flushed, her heart racing, yet a sweet sensation filled her heart as she reflected. Indeed, staying put was the right choice. Qaq. Ash, holding Salina's delicate form, inhaled the faint scent of her hair, relishing this brief moment of warmth. However, as the dazed gazes of Eureka, Hitron, and the janitor began to focus on them, Salina, as if struck by electricity, broke away, awkwardly adjusting her clothes and hair. To shift the topic, She cleared her throat and asked, aside from the Lordess flute, is there any other way to awaken Snorlax? She certainly did not wish for this diligent helper of the farms to be taken away by Miss Junsha simply for snoring. The janitor, recovering from her stupor, shook her head and said, in the past, we relied on the Lord S family heirloom Pokémon flute to awaken it. However, I heard that the flute was borrowed by a princess from the Barfum Fragrance Palace for exhibition and hasn't been returned yet. Barfum Fragrance Palace? The Pokémon flute? At that moment, Ash seemed to recall something, rummaging through his backpack until he produced an ancient-looking flute adorned with a pokeball. How about we try this one? Ash suggested tentatively, curious if it could awaken Snorlax. You have a Pokémon flute? The janitor exclaimed in astonishment, while Salina and the others leaned in with keen interest. Ash scratched his head, explaining, a friend I met during my travels gifted this to me. While he stated this outwardly, he was well aware that he did not actually possess one. However, it was available in the system shop. It was inexpensive and seemingly useless, capable of awakening only specific Pokémon, like Snorlax. The janitor was suddenly elated, as if she had seen a glimmer of hope. Wonderful. This might indeed work. Please, follow me, and I will take you to meet the Lord. She quickly led the way, guiding Ash, who held the Pokémon flute, along with Salina and the others, briskly toward the Lordess estate. Chapter 660, The Peril of the Chatterbox Villain. With the assistance of the Pokémon flute, the process of awakening Snorlax proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Salina, Eureka, and Hitron witnessed firsthand Snorlax's astonishing appetite, watching it effortlessly devour a mountain of fruit, far heavier than all of them combined. They could not help but marvel in astonishment. After resolving the Snorlax incident in Ancient Wood Town, Ash and his companions resumed their journey toward Aroma City. To their surprise, they received an evolution keystone in return. Along the way, Ash curiously fiddled with a translucent gem in his hand, which seemed to pulsate with energy. This is quite remarkable, Hitron observed, adjusting his glasses with intrigue. Ash himself was somewhat taken aback. At this juncture, an evolution keystone capable of facilitating mega evolution was still a rather rare resource, especially given that the phenomenon of mega evolution had become widely recognized, prompting countless trainers to seek it out. One could only commend the Lord, a descendant of nobility, for possessing such wealth. Ash could not help but exclaim. This evolution keystone was obtained through his exchange of the Pokémon flute with the Lord. Although he did not lack for evolution keystones, for the Lord, the ability to reliably awaken Snorlax and ensure the smooth conduct of the Harvest Festival made the Pokémon flute far more valuable. Ash felt indifferent about the exchange, generously agreeing, as that singularly functional flute, which could only awaken Snorlax, held little practical value for him. His own Snorlax would wake naturally as long as it had enough food, rendering the flute unnecessary. However, the extra evolution keystone was not something Ash urgently needed. He glanced at Salina, who was curiously observing the keystone in his hand, and a decision began to form in his mind. Days later, they traversed a dense forest and arrived at what appeared to be a long-abandoned observation station. From a distance, one could see the massive radar receiving equipment standing inside, tarnished with rust under the sunlight. As an inventor and science enthusiast, Hitron immediately began to enthusiastically explain. This type of observation station is typically used to receive various radio signals from outer space, which are then decoded and studied using the high-performance, fully automated analysis machines inside. He spoke with great enthusiasm, filled with admiration for technology. However, Ash, Salina, and Eureka were less captivated, merely listening politely. Just then, Ash abruptly halted, a look of confusion crossing his face. What's wrong, Ash? Salina perceptively inquired with concern. I sense the aura of Meowth, Ash replied honestly, his brow furrowed. And it's approaching us rapidly. He found it peculiar, as Team Rocket typically followed stealthily, rarely exposing their presence and closing in so quickly. He instinctively cast his gaze towards the observatory's generator in the distance, deep in thought, as a sudden epiphany struck him. It appeared that an octopus king with nefarious intentions might manifest nearby. Help me, Meow. Just as Ash was pondering this, a shrill cry pierced the air, and Meowth suddenly burst forth from the adjacent thicket, bearing minor scrapes and dust, looking utterly disheveled. Upon seeing Ash and his companions, it seemed as though it had encountered a savior, collapsing at their feet in utter exhaustion. Although remaining vigilant regarding Team Rocket, Sylin approached to inspect Meowth, discovering that it was merely superficial wounds, having fainted more from fright and fatigue. After administering some healing spray, Meowth quickly regained its composure and vitality. Thank you so much for rescuing Meowth. It gasped sincerely, expressing heartfelt gratitude. What happened to leave you in such a state? Ash inquired, arms crossed. I encountered a truly malevolent Pokémon. Meowth recounted the ordeal with lingering trepidation. As Ash had anticipated, the trio from Team Rocket had inadvertently crossed paths with a woman clad in a black cloak who introduced herself as Ms. X, accompanied by a formidable Octopus King. The Octopus King had employed hypnosis to seize the minds of Jess and James. Upon learning of their pursuit of Ash's Pikachu, Ms. X seemed to take a keen interest in Pikachu as well, plotting to utilize the controlled Jess and James to execute her scheme. You aren't in cahoots with that, Ms. X, staging this charade to deceive us, are you? Iris questioned, hands on her hips, her expression rife with suspicion. It was no wonder she doubted. Team Rocket had a notorious reputation for trailing them, often getting pummeled by Froakie and Fletchling. Serena and Sillin also bore expressions of skepticism. I believe Meowth is telling the truth this time, Ash asserted decisively. Meowth's eyes shimmered with tears at his words. However, before it could fully bask in the sentiment, Ash's expression turned grave as he warned, everyone, be cautious. No sooner had he spoken than mechanical, synchronized footsteps echoed ahead. Jess and James, their expressions vacant, approached like marionettes. Accompanied by a similarly empty-eyed Inkly, Meowth gazed back in terror. Serena and the others turned around to behold a woman in an eerie black cloak who had appeared nearby, standing beside an Octopus King larger than usual. Is this the Pikachu in question? Ms. X's gaze fixated greedily on Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder, her tone imbued with avarice and assessment. Yet before she could complete her sentence, Ash had already communicated with the stealthily following Meloetta and Victini through his aura. Meloetta, Magical Shine. Victini, Incinerate. The two mythical Pokémon, having long prepared, instantly revealed themselves, unleashing powerful energy. Meloetta emitted a dazzling light rich with fairy power, akin to a rainbow shockwave directed at the Octopus King, while Victini conjured a highly compressed fireball, trailing closely behind like a cannonball. The sudden onslaught took both Ms. X and the Octopus King completely by surprise. The proximity and rapidity of the attack left the Octopus King no time to utilize its skills to defend or evade. The effects of Magical Shine were exceptional, followed immediately by the explosive damage of Incinerate. The Octopus King emitted a pained cry as its massive form was charred and enveloped in smoke, collapsing to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Before succumbing to unconsciousness, the Octopus King cast a final, pained glance that was a mixture of agony and despair. Villains perish from excessive monologuing. Haven tea, you heard? Ash remarked nonchalantly, patting Victini and Meloetta resting on his shoulder. The entire sequence transpired with astonishing swiftness, from the attack to its conclusion in mere seconds, until the Octopus King fell, and the black smoke began to dissipate. Serena, Sillin, and even the recently rescued Meowth remained awestruck, struggling to fully comprehend the events. Chapter 661, The Handling of the Octopus King. With Ash's decisive defeat of the Octopus King, Ms. X, who had been taken by Ms. Juniper, broke free from her hypnotic control and regained her senses. After expressing her sincere gratitude to Ash, she hurriedly entered the radar detection area to rescue other Pokémon under the Octopus King's influence. Where am I? Why do I feel so dazed? Jess, James, and Inky also regained their faculties, looking around in confusion. Little brat? Upon locking eyes with Ash and Pikachu, their bodies instinctively trembled. With not even a retort to spare, they seized the bewildered Meowth and fled without a backward glance, disappearing into the depths of the forest in the blink of an eye. This is just. Ash and his companions exchanged exasperated glances. The scene was left with only the four of them and the unconscious Octopus King on the ground. Ash, what should we do with this Octopus King? Serena inquired anxiously, glancing at the charred creature. Pondering thoughtfully, Ash stroked his chin. Allowing it to roam free was undoubtedly out of the question, given the Octopus King's malevolent nature and hypnotic abilities. Neglecting it would surely result in a resurgence of its misdeeds. With that in mind, Ash acted decisively, retrieving an empty Pokeball and gently tapping it against the Octopus King. A flash of red light enveloped the creature, and the Pokeball remained still, indicating a successful capture. Huh, you captured it just like that? Iris exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Ash nodded, explaining, this one is rather unique. Handing the Octopus King over to Ms. Juniper raised his concerns. He worried it might escape using its hypnosis or manipulate others. Observing the slight disdain and worry etched on Iris and Silen's faces, Ash was not surprised. After all, based on the previous descriptions by Ms. Juniper and Ms. X, this Octopus King was akin to Team Rocket within the Pokémon world, actively malevolent, shattering their preconceived notions of Pokémon as innocent beings. But will it be safe to keep it around? Serena's concerns were more pragmatic. considering the Octopus King's unpredictable hypnotic capabilities. Salina adjusted his glasses, agreeing, indeed. Its abilities are perilous. Fear not. I have devised a plan to handle it. Ash replied with a mysterious smile, his confidence piquing the curiosity of Serena and the others. Prompted by Ash, they swiftly set off towards the nearest town with a Pokémon Center. By evening, they successfully arrived at their destination. After a brief respite at the Pokémon Center, Ash utilized the communication equipment to dial Professor Oak's lab. The familiar visage of Professor Oak appeared on the screen. "Oh, Ash, have you encountered any fascinating Pokémon again?" Professor Oak inquired cheerfully. Ash recounted the entire sequence of events, detailing the Octopus King's malevolence and formidable hypnotic abilities. "A Pokémon that actively engages in wrongdoing? That's quite rare." Professor Oak's demeanor shifted to seriousness, his usual lightheartedness replaced with earnest concern. Although he was an authority on Pokémon research, cherishing all Pokémon regardless of their mischievousness, those that purely committed evil fell outside that embrace. "Professor, we must alert everyone to be cautious of the Octopus King's hypnosis. Its abilities are exceptionally potent and can even control trainers," Ash solemnly warned. "Rest assured, I shall promptly inform all members of the Research Institute." Dr. Oak is acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and nods repeatedly. "I will ensure that your Scyther, Heracross, and Crawdaunt receive extra attention and stringent oversight." Upon hearing the names of these Pokémon from the doctor, Ash finally nodded in satisfaction. Both Scyther and Heracross, being bug types, possess a quadruple advantage against the Dark-type Octillery. Furthermore, the Dark-type Crawdaunt, upon evolution, becomes completely immune to Octillery's psychic moves. With their presence, dealing with a single Octillery should be more than manageable. Moreover, in the backyard of the Viridian forest, there are seasoned veterans like Charizard and Lizardon, providing additional reassurance to Ash. The prudent handling of this matter also brought relief to Serena, Citron, and Eureka, who were listening nearby. The prospect of Charizard taking the lead in this endeavor sounded exceptionally reliable. However, on the other side, the Octillery that had just been teleported to Professor Oak's lab found itself in a rather dismal predicament. As it emerged from its Pokeball, shaking off the lingering dizziness and realizing it was in an entirely unfamiliar forest environment, its nefarious nature swiftly reawakened. It flailed its tentacles, eyes glinting with malice as it scanned the surroundings, intent on locating the despicable human that had captured it, and subsequently using hypnosis to dominate all the Pokémon in the vicinity. Yet, as it assumed a menacing posture, it became acutely aware that the atmosphere was decidedly off-kilter. Glancing around, it noticed a plethora of powerful Pokémon glaring at it with palpable intensity. For instance, a proud blue serpent coiled atop a rock, a fierce Axu sharpening its dark axe-like teeth, and a diminutive blue colt with sharp horns protruding from its forehead. Feigning composure, Octillery let out a threatening growl, preparing to make the first move by attempting to hypnotize the seemingly formidable Pokémon before it, aiming to turn them into allies for its rebellion and domination. Just as the blue light of its psychic energy began to flicker in its eyes, and the waves of hypnosis had yet to diffuse, the red Crawdaunt at the forefront suddenly swung its massive pincers with ferocity, dissipating the feeble waves of hypnosis with a surge of dark-type energy. Meanwhile, the nearby Totodile simply snorted, casting a disdainful glance. Before Octillery could react, a red figure darted past like lightning. Scyther had instantaneously appeared before it, its enormous metallic pincers glinting with a chilling sheen. In the next moment, Octillery found itself spinning uncontrollably, yanked by Scyther, which unceremoniously dragged it towards the depths of the forest, where they routinely engaged in sparring matches. Thus, Octillery's new life at Professor Oak's lab commenced in this arena with a one-sided training regimen. On the first day, Octillery vehemently resisted, attempting to utilize hypnosis, psychic prowess, and even sneak attacks, all of which were effortlessly thwarted by Scyther, who supplemented its lessons with a heavy dose of X-Scissor. By the second day, Octillery had become considerably more subdued, at least refraining from instigating any further provocations, though its eyes still brimmed with resentment and discontent. By the 10th day, Octillery, amidst a relentless barrage of strikes, began to ponder deeply on how to endure this ordeal. By the 50th day, Octillery had been considerably dulled down, lying on the grass while gazing at the clear sky above the Research Institute, its mind consumed by a singular thought. When would a companion arrive to share in this heavy burden of care? Chapter 662. A date at the aquarium? Unbeknownst to Ash, his labor reform plan for sending Octillery to Professor Oak's lab was progressing remarkably well. At this moment, his attention was captivated by a new location recommended by Serena. Ding ding. Ash, I have an intriguing place to recommend. The next morning, Salina eagerly presented her smart device to Ash, exclaiming, "Look, this is the renowned battle castle in the area." She pointed at the screen displaying an impressive image of the grand, medieval-style castle, continuing, "I've heard that it offers trainers numerous battling opportunities and awards different titles based on the number of victories." Ash leaned in for a closer look. Having heard of the battle castle, which seemed to elevate one's rank based on accumulated victories, categorized from Baron to Duke, among others. "Sounds promising," Ash mused, stroking his chin. "What do you think, Ash? Are you interested?" Salina looked at him expectantly. It does sound quite fascinating," Ash affirmed before shifting his tone, gently expressing, "However, I've reviewed some of the battle castle's rules, and it appears one must achieve 10 consecutive victories to advance a rank. This rule gives off a competitive vibe, but that is not the reason for my hesitance. Moreover, it seems one cannot challenge other ranks at will." He subtly conveyed his disinterest. Having familiarized himself with the battle castle's rules, he understood that any skilled trainer visiting would start from the lowest rank, battling one by one without any privileges. Just as he would need to commence as a Baron if he wished to challenge those of Duke-level strength, he found the entire process rather cumbersome and time-consuming. "Indeed, given your current level and reputation, you surely surpass the entry threshold by a significant margin," Salina remarked, searching for the specific rules of the battle castle, only to discover Ash's assessment was accurate, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. "Well then, perhaps we can have Froakie and Fletchling battle there initially to gain experience?" Eureka proposed a compromise. Ash chuckled, explaining, "But we encounter numerous trainers along our journey, allowing us to battle while traveling and experiencing different landscapes. Isn't that preferable?" Lately, he had been encountering a remarkable number of trainers eager to challenge him, with the frequency far exceeding that of the past. Thus, for battling, they could easily engage roadside. And the primary distinction from the battle castle seemed to be the glory associated with the titles. Upon reflection, everyone agreed. Recently, they had been met with a steady stream of challengers, providing Froakie and Fletchling ample opportunities to battle. "All right then, let us head straight to Yoka City." Salina reconfigured the route. As a result, they temporarily set aside the option of the battle castle and continued their journey towards Yoka City. As Ash had anticipated, they encountered a considerable number of trainers eager to challenge them. Froakie Water Pulse. With the conclusion of yet another battle, Froakie enveloped itself in a torrent of water and delivered a precise and powerful water pulse, decisively ending the match. The majority of these trainers were not particularly strong, and their battles often served as mere opportunities for Froakie and Fletchling to accumulate experience, nourishing their path toward evolution. Observing Froakie diligently amassing experience, Ash felt a strong premonition that its evolution was imminent. He estimated that the moment could arrive around the time they challenged the Yoka Gym. Just as Ash directed Froakie to skillfully defeat yet another passerby trainer's Geodude using Water Pulse, they finally drew closer to Yoka City, arriving at a quaint locale called Guxiang Town. Standing atop a high slope at the town's entrance, they could see the azure coastline stretching below, the moist sea breeze carrying a briny scent that invigorated their spirits. In the quaint coastal town of Guxiang, Salina read aloud from the map, describing a charming locale that had evolved from an aquarium into a renowned tourist destination, particularly after the discovery of ancient fossils nearby. She emphasized that the local aquarium was a significant highlight, reputed to harbor an abundance of rare aquatic Pokémon. "Water-type Pokémon. Brother, I wish to see them," Eulogia exclaimed, instantly captivated, shaking Hytrong's arm in earnest request. All right, I promise," Hytrong conceded, unable to resist his sister's endearing pleas. Although Salina did not voice her desire directly, she turned her head, blinking her light blue eyes with an expectant smile, her gaze fixed on Ash, her intentions unmistakable. Ash, perceptive as he was, readily grasped the implication in her eyes, beaming brightly as he replied, "Since we're here, let's go take a look together." "Wonderful." Salina's face illuminated with joy, and thus, the group set off with great enthusiasm towards the aquarium in Guxiang. The aquarium's grandeur did not disappoint. Featuring massive viewing tanks and meticulously designed ecological exhibits that showcased a diverse array of water-type Pokémon from the Kanto to the Kalos regions. For instance, elegant seahorses leisurely glided by, bubbling gently. Groups of Porygon frolicked in the chilly waters like little penguin gentlemen, and Squirtless along with their evolutionary line basked lazily under the simulated sun in beach and rocky pools. In the deep water section, a pink mantine gracefully waved its fins, accompanied by swarms of heart-shaped love discs. The exploration was delightful, with Ash occasionally responding to Eulogia's inquiries. "Are mantine and love disc related in terms of evolution?" "They merely resemble each other," They are Pokémon from the Unova and Hoenn regions respectively. Why is Vaporeon so hard to spot underwater? Because Vaporeon cells are quite unique, allowing it to dissolve in water and achieve invisibility. What is the Pokémon that looks like takoyaki? That would be Octillery. The exchange between the boy and girl was enjoyable. And Serena, realizing it felt akin to a date, watched Ash's patient profile with a heart full of happiness. Upon regaining focus, she noticed that Eulogia had unknowingly taken Hytrong away to observe from a distance. Chapter 663, Another Challenger, Mega Gyarados. The visit to the aquarium was initially a pleasure, with the four immersed in the wondrous world of water-type Pokémon. However, this tranquility was soon disrupted by uninvited guests. The familiar trio from Team Rocket made their entrance, reciting their usual introduction, intent on seizing Pikachu and other rare Pokémon. How annoying, Serena muttered, observing the chaos wrought by Team Rocket in the aquarium's corridors. Her romantic atmosphere tarnished, much to her discontent. Ash could only sigh in resignation. After all, this had become a regular occurrence during their journey. With the cooperation of Pikachu and Froakie, Team Rocket was once again sent soaring into the sky. However, after such disruption, the group lost the inclination to linger in the aquarium and decided to take a stroll on the nearby beach, enjoying the sea breeze. Look, someone is fishing. Eulogia pointed out as she spotted an elderly man leisurely casting his line. That's a mantis shrimp, Serena exclaimed, pulling out her Pokédex to scan the mantis shrimp lying beside the old man. Its massive claws occasionally released fine jets of water, seemingly assisting in observing underwater movements. The group approached curiously, only to be recognized by a young man in swim trunks with dark skin nearby. You're Ash, right? Yes, that's me. I knew it was you. I'm Naoki, and I've come specifically to challenge you. The exuberant Naoki wasted no time and released his Pokémon, a large, fearsome Gyarados. What do you think? Do I have the strength to challenge you? He asked, patting Gyarados. Indeed, it looks impressive, Ash nodded. What particularly caught Ash's attention was the collar embedded with a mega stone that hung from Gyarados' tail, its intentions crystal clear. Wow, that Gyarados looks so fierce, Eulogia remarked, though her expression revealed more curiosity than fear. Meanwhile, Serena, cradling Pikachu and with Victini and Meloetta hidden on her shoulder, stepped back alongside Eulogia to watch the battle. All right, I shall act as the referee. Hytrong efficiently took on the role. Then let the battle commence. Ash readily accepted the challenge, sending out his Pidgeot capable of Mega Evolution. Show him your power, Gyarados. Naoki raised the keystone on his wrist. Pidgeot, Mega Evolve. Ash activated his keystone simultaneously. Two beams of evolutionary light shot into the sky. Pidgeot transformed amidst the brilliance, its crown growing more resplendent and massive, while Gyarados' form expanded further, its jaw becoming disproportionately large and menacing. The most notable change was the emergence of several sharp protrusions on its back resembling wave fins, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Gyarados, use Hurricane. Naoki commanded first. Roar. Yet, the Super Gyarados unleashed its Hurricane not as a direct assault on Pidgeot, but rather, the ferocious whirlwind spiraled around its own massive body, generating a powerful updraft that lifted its weighty form off the ocean's surface, suspending it in midair. Gyarados is flying. Serena, Eulogia, and Hytrong stared in astonishment at the scene before them, entirely overturning their previous understanding of Gyarados. Ash, slightly taken aback, quickly regained his composure. He had seen Gyarados fly before. Pidgeot, use Air Slash. The Mega Pidgeot screeched, its wings flapping as numerous razor-sharp air slashes shot toward the airborne Super Gyarados. Use Water Tail to shatter them. Naoki responded swiftly. The massive tail of Super Gyarados entwined with the surging waters, lash out like a colossal blue whip, shattering the incoming air slashes. Following this, Gyarados propelled itself toward Pidgeot using the momentum from Hurricane, gathering an icy chill in its gaping maw to unleash a frost breath. Dodge it with Quick Attack, Ash directed calmly. The Mega Pidgeot flickered, transforming into a streak of white light, skillfully evading the onslaught of Super Gyarados. In the fleeting moment they crossed paths, the energy from Quick Attack left a mark on Super Gyarados' flank. Roar. The injured Super Gyarados roared in fury. Don't rush, Gyarados. Use Dragon Dance, Naoki urged, attempting to bolster its power. The Super Gyarados twisted its colossal body in the air, performing a dance imbued with primal strength, enhancing both its attack and speed. Pidgeot, use Hurricane. Ash immediately applied pressure. The Mega Pidgeot conjured a tremendous gale, sweeping toward the dancing opponent. Use Whirlpool beneath yourself. Naoki devised a clever tactic. At his command, Super Gyarados swiftly generated a rapidly spinning massive whirlpool around itself. Given the beach environment, The scale of the whirlpool was quite substantial. Although Pidgeot's hurricane was fierce, much of its force was disrupted by the swirling waters of the whirlpool, significantly diminishing its impact on Super Gyarados. Not bad, Ash assessed, then ordered, Pidgeot, use work up. The Mega Pidgeot emanated an overwhelming aura. Its special attack and attack power simultaneously enhanced. Observing this, Shinsuke unhesitatingly commanded, Gyarados, once more, Dance of the Dragons. Gyarados, braving the residual wind pressure, leapt into the air to perform the strengthening dance once again. After completing 2 layers of the Dance of the Dragons, its speed and attack power had reached a formidable level. Now Waterfall. Shinsuke initiated a fierce assault. With its speed augmented, the Mega Gyarados, enveloped in torrents of water energy, surged forth like an uncontrollable high-speed train, crashing violently into the Super Pidgeot. Pidgeot, brave bird. Ash opted for a direct confrontation. The Mega Pidgeot burst forth in a dazzling blue blaze, the shadow of the brave bird reappearing, charging forward with unyielding momentum to meet the oncoming aquatic behemoth. A thunderous collision erupted in midair as the 2 formidable techniques clashed, sending shockwaves that scattered sand across the beach. Ultimately, both Pokémon were thrust backwards. The Super Pidgeot's feathers slightly ruffled, while the Mega Gyarados bore some scorch marks, both sustaining damage. The battle was intensely gripping. Citron adjusted his glasses, his voice brimming with excitement. Yet, Salina maintained a resolute gaze, softly asserting, I believe Ash will surely triumph. Pikachu clenched its tiny fists, confidently echoing her sentiment. Chapter 664. Sending the Flare Squad to meet Giratina. After being sent flying by a steel wing from Mega Pidgeot, the Mega Gyarados tumbled in the air several times before regaining its composure, letting out an even more furious roar. Crunch! It roared, surging forward once again, its massive jaws cloaked in dark energy. Without needing Ash's instruction, the Mega Pidgeot adeptly sidestepped this ferocious bite. Immediately, Ash altered his command. Hurricane. With a powerful flap of its wings, Pidgeot conjured a small tornado that temporarily ensnared the colossal Gyarados within. Although it could not maintain control for long, it successfully disrupted Gyarados' actions. Now Feather Dance. Seizing the moment while the Mega Gyarados struggled within the tornado, Pidgeot shook its body, scattering countless delicate feathers imbued with special energy that adhered to Gyarados. These feathers seemed to bear an immense weight, significantly diminishing Gyarados' offensive power. Feeling its strength wane, Gyarados roared in fury, forcibly tearing through the tornado's grasp. Aqua Tail. Its massive tail coiled with surging water energy, delivering a powerful strike. In an effort to weaken its opponent's attack, Pidgeot continued to execute Feather Dance. Seizing what seemed to be an opportunity, Shinsuke shouted, Ice Fong. Roar. Gyarados unleashed a blast of frigid air, following up with an Ice Fong as the Aqua Tail struck Pidgeot. However, by this time, Feather Dance had concluded, and Ash promptly adjusted his command. Pidgeot, no need to clash head-on. Use Hurricane again to interfere, then rest. Pidgeot stirred up a tornado to slightly obstruct Gyarados' offensive before folding its wings and landing gracefully on a large rock below. A warm white light enveloped it as it began to rapidly regain its strength. What an opportunity! Gyarados, break through and use Ice Fong. Shinsuke believed this was the perfect moment to attack. Gyarados charged through the remnants of the tornado, its icy maw snapping shut on the temporarily grounded Super Pidgeot, which was unable to take flight. Salina and Eureka gasped in unison, their hearts racing. However, Pidgeot's face bore no signs of pain from the Ice Fong. Instead, a glimmer of cunning sparkled in its eyes. Now Steel Wing. Ash's voice rang out like a clarion call. The Super Pidgeot's wings, glistening with a metallic sheen, acted like 2 colossal steel blades. Seizing the moment while Gyarados had its jaws locked onto it, Pidgeot exerted tremendous force, striking Gyarados' head and body with a powerful flap. Bang! Gyarados let out a pained roar, sent flying by the tremendous impact, crashing heavily onto the beach and kicking up clouds of sand. I see now. Salina quickly discerned the key. When using Rest, a flying-type Pokémon temporarily loses its flying capabilities, but simultaneously gains resistance to Ice-type moves. Ash had calculated this, deliberately luring Gyarados into using Ice Fong. It was unexpected that even the nuances of type changes were factored into his strategy. Citron was equally astonished, deeply impressed by Ash's tactical acumen. Furthermore, after being weakened by Feather Dance, Gyarados' attack power was significantly diminished. Upon regaining its footing, Gyarados, though still fierce, unleashed Waterfall. Yet against the self-empowered Pidgeot, charging head-on would yield no advantage. Pidgeot, Final Blow, Hyper Beam. Ash seized the opportunity, issuing a decisive command. Pidgeot inhaled deeply, gathering immense normal-type energy within its mouth, transforming it into a colossal purple-black beam, which it unleashed with fervor. Boom! The hyper beam struck the advancing Gyarados head-on, resulting in a violent explosion. As the smoke cleared, the Super Gyarados lay in a shallow pit on the beach, its evolutionary glow fading, reverting to its ordinary form. Having lost its combat capability, with Gyarados incapacitated, the victors were declared as Pidgeot and Ash. Citron announced the result. Shinsuke recalled Gyarados, a hint of regret on his face. Yet he felt a deep admiration. Truly, Ash was the champion. His tactics and strength were remarkable. Well, it was Pidgeot's hard work, he said, stepping forward to exchange a few pleasantries before, somewhat bashfully, requesting Ash's autograph, leaving contentedly thereafter. Thus, the fierce battle on the beach concluded. The four, finding themselves at leisure, decided to relish a tranquil moment on the beautiful shore. Salina, rarely taking the initiative, commenced training, sending forth her Flababy and Fletchling for agility and coordination exercises. Noticing Ash's gaze, she smiled and explained, "We're about to arrive in Yosak City, where there will be gym battles, so I must prepare diligently." Vulpix. The long-tailed Vulpix beside her nodded in agreement. Indeed, Ash concurred, being well prepared is certainly better than facing an unexpected setback. However, upon seeing the eager Froakie and Fletchling nearby, he gently shook his head, saying, "You two need not train intensively. Today, enjoy your vacation with Pidgeot and Doublade." Typically, Froakie and Fletchling had already trained rigorously. As the gym battles approached, Ash preferred they face the challenge with a relaxed mindset. "Froakie, Fletchling," they exclaimed in surprise before eagerly joining their companions, including Eureka's Dedenne and Ash's Pikachu, to frolic on the beach, reveling in the rare leisure time. "I'll join in the fun too," Eureka cheered, joining them. Citron, observing the scene, rummaged through his backpack for tools and parts, indicating his intent to utilize this time for some useful research. Ash, bemused, averted his gaze. However, his expression gradually turned serious as his thoughts drifted towards another matter, the mysterious member of the Flare Squad and their aura. Why did they appear and disappear so suddenly? This behavioral pattern was exceedingly peculiar. To uncover their intentions, Ash began to carefully ponder and analyze the frequency of that aura's appearance and disappearance in his mind. Speaking of which, if he were to capture them, where should they be detained? Ash pondered, resting his chin in thought. In the police station? He felt a twinge of unease, for in this world, wrongdoers seemed to be released at any moment, much like the Team Rocket trio. If only he could capture them with a pokeball, Ash lamented, his head throbbing with the thought. He realized that he seemingly had no acquaintances in the Kalos region, with Blatana being a meager exception. Yet, he couldn't simply offload them all onto Blatana's research facility, could he? Or perhaps send them to the Distortion World to meet Giratina? After pondering, it seemed he had only one place he could indirectly manage. On the other side of the world, locking them away here, they wouldn't be able to flee. Chapter 665. Filming, Serena's cosplay. Let us continue to announce this week's rankings. Today, the third place for Pokemon Shorts is Psyduck. After spending a night in Aroma Town, Ash and his companions did not depart immediately. Instead, they found themselves in the lobby of the Pokemon Center, keenly watching the Pokemon Shorts weekly ranking on the large screen. On the screen, a clumsy Psyduck was tilting its head, adorably cradling its head with its tiny paws, accompanied by lighthearted and humorous background music. "So cute," Eureka exclaimed, cupping her cheeks. "This is a recent sensation in the Kalos region. Don't you think it's delightful?" Serena smiled as she explained to Ash. Through these shorts, trainers showcase their daily interactions or amusing skits with their Pokemon, focusing on heartwarming routines, and they have become immensely popular. Indeed, Ash could see that in the Kalos region. This had indeed become a trend, with Serena, Eureka, and even Citron watching with considerable seriousness. Other trainers passing through the Pokemon Center also paused to watch, occasionally engaging in discussions. "I never expected Psyduck, who usually appears so silly, would become such a hit in a short film," Ash remarked unexpectedly, recalling Misty's Psyduck, which couldn't swim. Serena chuckled at this. Perhaps everyone simply adores Psyduck's silly yet earnest demeanor. It possesses a certain charm of contrast. "True," Ash nodded. "People are always drawn to the abstract and the extraordinary. If Misty's Psyduck were featured in a short film, it might garner even more popularity. By the way, Serena, you could also film a Pokemon short." At that moment, Eureka pointed at the short that was currently ranked first. It featured a trainer named AI and her Finnegan, with the video showcasing AI and Finnegan spinning together in the sunlight, the latter's tail casting off beautiful sparks, embodying the youthful vigor and stunning aesthetics of both trainer and Pokemon. It seems that AI and Finnegan, whether as a trainer or a Pokémon. You and your Fennekin would be equally mesmerizing, Serena. Absolutely, Ash affirmed, glancing from the sweetly smiling AI on the screen to Serena beside him. If you're interested, you should definitely give filming a short a try. Encouraged by Ash and Eureka, Serena felt a stir of excitement within her. As a girl, who wouldn't relish the opportunity to showcase the beautiful side of herself and her partner in front of the camera, especially with Ash's recognition and encouragement? I remember there should be some basic filming equipment available at the Pokémon Center, Citron timely chimed in, adjusting his glasses. All right then. A faint blush crept onto Serena's face as she finally made up her mind. Let us give filming a Pokémon short a shot. While Ash himself was not particularly invested in the concept of Pokémon shorts, he was more than willing to accompany Serena and assist her. Throughout this process, he was fortunate enough to witness Serena's various cosplay outfits for the filming. Tada! Ash, what do you think of this outfit? In a makeshift fitting room, Serena twirled around, showcasing her latest ensemble inspired by Fennekin. The pink crop top accentuated her slender waist, with a flirtatious glimpse of her navel, paired with a matching short skirt that exuded a lively yet subtly alluring vibe. The piece de resistance was the orange animal ear headband and fluffy tail accessory, transforming her into an eye-catching and adorable beast-eared girl. Fennekin posed elegantly beside her. Absolutely stunning, Ash exclaimed, unable to restrain his admiration, his gaze fixated on Serena, filled with unreserved appreciation. Do you really like it that much? Serena blushed deeper at Ash's undivided attention, her heart racing like a wild deer. Indeed, the internet was right. A touch of roleplay and the allure of costumes held a powerful appeal for boys. If it weren't for the onlookers, Ash would have been tempted to steal a kiss right then and there. Soon, he was treated to an array of delightful sights. Witnessing Serena in an apron as a chef, and then in an elegant gown as a refined lady. Each style brought forth a different charm in her. All right, the filming part is basically done. Now all that's left is the editing work, Serena said, satisfied as she reviewed the footage. Her Pokémon short filming had reached a significant milestone. Now it's our turn. Eureka excitedly raised her hand, having longed to create a wedding-themed proposal video for her brother Citron. Ash and Serena exchanged amused glances at Eureka's enthusiasm and Citron's futile attempts to resist his sister's whims, unable to suppress their laughter. Eureka, this child, sometimes had ideas that were both precocious and whimsical. As the central figure, Citron appeared desperate, his expression pleading for rescue. However, the ensuing commotion was of little concern to Ash. Observing the lively trio, Ash's smile suddenly faltered, his gaze sharpening. It's time to get down to business. He quietly slipped away to a relatively secluded corner of the Pokémon Center, his gaze sweeping through the window towards the street outside. The aura of the Flare team member who had been tailing them all this time was once again within his perception, situated in a direction of the town. After several days of deliberate lingering and observation, Ash was now 100% certain that this Flare team member's target was indeed their group. In the previous encounters, he had allowed things to unfold to discern whether the individual had accomplices or if they would intersect with Team Rocket, but to his disappointment, it appeared that the individual had been operating alone, with no signs of other teammates coming to aid. Even the three misfits from Team Rocket seemed to be on parallel paths, never crossing each other's. Never mind, I'll capture this one first, Ash muttered to himself, his eyes resolute, deciding that the method of dealing with this Flare team stalker would be to send him to meet Giratina. He resolved to follow through with his previous decision. As for the Flare team follower's fate, Ash intended to gift him a one-way ticket to the Distortion World. This was undoubtedly the cleanest and most efficient way to handle such troublesome characters. Chapter 666. The Distortion World is a natural prison. This little brat, living quite comfortably. I see. In an inconspicuous hotel room in Aroma Town, Flare Team Officer Aqueous was monitoring Ash and his companions through real-time footage transmitted by a high-precision mini-drone. She naturally noted Serena's various adorable outfits for filming the Pokémon short and couldn't help but scoff quietly. But hurry up and get moving. Aqueous' tone conveyed a hint of impatience and frustration, as Ash's group spent most of their time at the Pokémon Center or nearby, engaging little in outdoor battles. It posed a challenge for her mission to collect battle data on Ash's Mega Evolutions. How could she gather data if the target never ventured out? So far, despite her diligent surveillance, she had only managed to collect Mega Battle data on Dragonite, Gyarados, and Pidgeot, a far cry from what was needed. Rying. As Akabi fixated on the screen, quietly lamenting, the miniature laser alarm she had set at her door suddenly emitted a silent, vibrating alert. In an instant, panic surged through her. The alarm bell rang in her mind, and every hair on her body stood on end. Someone had intruded into her room. She reacted with remarkable speed. immediately throwing out a Pokeball, a Mytiana, ready for battle. However, the red light had barely flickered into existence, and the Mytiana had yet to unleash even a single menacing growl when an invisible, yet overwhelmingly vast psychic force descended upon her like a mountain. The Mytiana was rendered utterly helpless, pinned to the floor by this formidable power, issuing only a pitiful whimper from its throat. What? Akabi's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes darting in terror around the empty room. From whence did this overwhelming psychic ability originate? There is a saying that the unknown is the most terrifying. This unseen enemy sent a chill coursing through her veins. Yet, in the next moment, the mystery unraveled. Accompanied by a subtle distortion of space, the silhouettes of Latias, Meloetta, and Victini gradually materialized before her. The three legendary Pokémon exuded sharp gazes and were enveloped in powerful waves of energy. The earlier psychic suppression was indeed their handiwork. How could it be you? Akabi immediately recognized that these three Pokémon belonged to Ash. Yet, she could not fathom how they had suddenly tracked her down. Have I been discovered? When did this happen? Cold sweat broke out on Akabi's forehead as she incredulously gazed at the surveillance screen. In the footage, Ash was still in the lobby of the Pokémon Center, watching as Scythrin was playfully manipulated by Yuliga to create humorous short clips. Just then, Ash seemed to sense something. Abruptly turning his head to gaze directly at the hidden camera's direction, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he even waved lightly at the lens. Pikachu in the footage also enthusiastically gave a thumbs up. Boom. Akabi felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, her terror mounting. It turned out that her every movement had long been laid bare beneath their watchful eyes. At that moment, escape was no longer an option. The psychic bonds crafted by the three legendary Pokémon tightly ensnared her, akin to the most resilient of shackles, rendering her immobile. As an ordinary human, she had no chance of breaking free. All she could do was despairingly watch as Ash turned to leave the lobby. Approximately 5 minutes later, the door to her room was gently pushed open, and Ash appeared before her like a specter. Well done, everyone, he praised with a smile. Latias, Meloetta, and Victini affectionately circled around Ash, seemingly reveling in their achievement. How did you discover me? Akabi forced herself to remain calm, unwilling to concede. She believed her disguise and counter-surveillance had been flawless. With my eyes, Ash replied casually. He certainly would not foolishly reveal his aura, lest he end up like Team Rocket, inadvertently exposing a cloaking device. He then appraised Akabi's distinctive orange uniform with a nod. Judging by that uniform, your rank is not low. You must be an officer in Team Flare, right? I didn't expect to catch such a big fish. Akabi turned her head away, adopting a demeanor of refusal to answer. Undeterred, Ash pressed on. What is Team Flare's purpose in tracking me so diligently? He attempted to extract information about the location of Team Flare's base. However, as an officer, Akabi's resolve was firm. Despite her inner fear, she refused to relent, instead attempting to respond with hollow threats. Seeing that he could not elicit any valuable truths, Ash lost interest in further verbal sparring. All right, let us take you to a nice place. He mounted Latias, while using his powers to carry Akabi with Meloetta, swiftly departing from the hotel, soaring toward the seaside. What are you planning to do? As she found herself above the vast ocean, an ominous premonition surged within Akabi. Her voice trembling, Ash paid no heed to her terror. He retrieved a scale belonging to Giratina from his backpack. As he infused energy into the scale, the tranquil surface of the ocean began to warp violently, and a colossal, colorless vortex slowly took shape. This was the gateway connecting the real world to the distortion world. Without hesitation, Latias dove into the vortex with Ash, following a brief bout of dizziness and the sensation of spatial displacement. Akabi discovered she had arrived in a bizarre and fantastical realm. The sky was an eerie black and white hue, while massive stones and land masses floated irregularly in the air, with the sense of direction becoming utterly muddled. The atmosphere was permeated with a sense of desolation and lifelessness. This place was scarcely trodden by human feet. It was the other side of the world, the distortion world. What sent her heart racing to near halt was the sight of a dragon-like Pokémon, coiling like a shadow, gazing at them with its crimson eyes from a nearby floating hill. Akabi, well versed in the legends, recognized it as Giratina, the deity governing antimatter. On another larger floating landmass, a colossal beast, Curum, emanating an aura of extreme cold, also lifted its head, its frigid gaze sweeping over them. The mere existence of these two legendary Pokémon brought forth a suffocating pressure. Akabi gasped, feeling as though her blood was freezing. Oh, Giratina, Curum, are you on a break from your battle? Ash greeted them familiarly, as if visiting old friends. Both Giratina and Curum responded simultaneously with deep roars, affirming his statement. Their prolonged conflict indeed required periodic rest. Subsequently, Giratina's massive head turned toward Ash, its crimson gaze questioning as it emitted a low growl. What is the matter with this human? This individual is a villain I apprehended. Her organization may pose a future threat to the world. So I wish to hold her temporarily with you, Ash explained. Giratina immediately growled in discontent. This is not a dumping ground. Oh, come on. Just bear with it for a while, for my sake. Their organization will potentially wreak unimaginable havoc on a certain region in the future, and I can only confine them for the time being. Ash attempted to persuade it in a reasonable manner. Giratina seemed poised to protest further, but Kiram, clearly having rested enough, let out a battle-ready roar, its icy aura surging, indicating that it was prepared to engage once more. All right, you continue, don't mind us. Ash acknowledged, understanding that Giratina had no time to refuse. Instances of humans intruding were not unprecedented. Even Dr. Mushwan had successfully trespassed into the distortion world. Akabi felt utterly desolate, believing that being sent to Giratina's realm left her without any hope of escape. Just survive, Ash bluntly informed Akabi. Once I thoroughly resolve the issues with Team Flare, perhaps you will have a chance to leave. Of course, this was contingent upon her ability to endure in this place. With that, Ash left behind a bag of berries he had purchased in advance. For a prisoner, Ash did not extend any lavish treatment. Leaving behind berries to stave off hunger was already quite generous. At this moment, Akabi could not muster any thoughts of dissent. She could only silently accept her fate. Watching as Ash, riding Latias with Pikachu, Meloetta, and Victini, traversed the spatial vortex, vanishing from her sight, leaving her alone in the great prison of the distortion world. Chapter 667. The Ancient Fragrance Research Institute, Ice Dragon. Excellent. The first officer of Team Flare has been dealt with. Ash gazed contentedly at the Abakibi left behind in the distortion world, joyfully riding on Latias as he departed through the gradually shrinking vortex. Returning to the surface of the real world, the operation to apprehend the Flare team had finally taken a substantive turn, which significantly elevated his spirits. He recalled that the senior cadre of the Flare team consisted of merely 4 or 5 individuals. Once he invited these core members to join their fateful companions, Giratina and Kiram, the Flare team would be rendered impotent. Even if Fladair had grand plans, without capable hands to execute them, they would ultimately amount to naught but an ephemeral mirage. At that point, the ninja frog would no longer need to fell trees. Lost in thought, Ash hummed an unknown tune, his heart light with happiness. Pikachu, perched on his shoulder, though somewhat oblivious to the specifics of the situation, sensed Ash's elation and, believing it to be a celebration of their successful capture of the villains, affectionately nuzzled against Ash's cheek, emitting cheerful cries. Ash smiled gently and patted Pikachu's small head. Ash, where have you just been? Is Team Rocket back again? Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Serena approached him, her tone calm as though accustomed to such occurrences. Having just wrapped up filming a Groom-themed short, Eureka and Hitron also gathered around. After all, Team Rocket made their presence felt with alarming regularity, prompting a conditioned response from them. Yes. Ash paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. He hadn't anticipated that Team Rocket could serve as a perfect scapegoat under such circumstances. It was indeed easy to associate their frequent appearances with any ensuing chaos. However, Team Rocket was not the main focus of their current discussion. Suddenly, a mysterious and excited smile spread across Serena's face as she exclaimed, Ash, look who has come. Long time no see. Ash, a familiar feminine voice chimed in. Following the sound, Ash turned to see Miss Violet, dressed in a sharp professional outfit and carrying a camera bag, smiling at him from a short distance away. Beside her bag was a languid Ampharos, lazily dozing with its eyes half closed. Miss Violet, Ash exclaimed, somewhat surprised, before returning her smile. To Ash, Miss Violet was a half-acquaintance. We just ran into Miss Violet, who was preparing for a special interview at the Fossil Research Institute in Gusang Town. She invited us along to take a look. Serena explained. What do you think, Ash? If you're interested, you can join us. Miss Violet had always held a favorable impression of Ash, particularly since he was the only one who had accepted her interview during the World Championship, making her more than willing to extend the invitation. Should we go see it? Eureka urged excitedly, shaking Ash's arm. For someone her age, witnessing ancient fossils and the resurrection process was undeniably captivating. Hitron adjusted his glasses, reflecting an intrigued glimmer. The Fossil Research Institute typically features the most advanced fossil revival apparatus. I find that quite fascinating. Faced with the eager anticipation of his companions and Miss Violet's invitation, Ash readily consented. Sure, that sounds intriguing. The group soon arrived at the Fossil Research Institute, located on the outskirts of Gushang Town. A young researcher named Shuyong, clad in a white lab coat, warmly welcomed them and guided them through the fossil collection area of the institute. Wow, there are so many different types of fossils, Eureka exclaimed, gazing at the various fossils displayed in the cabinets. There were fossils shaped like sickles, massive skeletal structures resembling pterosaurs, and others with thick shells, along with a dazzling array of spiral-shaped fossils that left Eureka wide-eyed in wonder. However, for Ash, such sights were rather mundane. Having traveled extensively, he had encountered numerous fossils and even living fossil Pokémon. Honestly, it's just a collection of oddly shaped stones, he thought, finding little excitement in them. Serena quietly quipped, expressing her disinterest in the cold, lifeless relics of the past. Indeed, fossils are ultimately static and lack vitality, Ash concurred, preferring the interaction with living Pokémon. Miss Violet, who had been capturing photographs nearby, simply smiled tolerantly at their comments, recognizing that for most young people, the study of fossils could indeed seem somewhat tedious. Huh, it seems static fossils hold limited appeal for you all, Shuyong remarked, unoffended, as he confidently adjusted his glasses. Then allow me to present to you our institute's latest research achievement. I assure you, it will take your breath away. Intrigued, the quartet followed Shuyong to a massive circular structure within the institute. Before entering, he reminded everyone to don thick thermal suits. Once inside, they quickly understood the reason for such attire. The temperature was frigid, with tiny snowflakes drifting through the air, as though they had been transported from the warmth of Kalos to a wintry mountain landscape. And the purpose of this freezing environment soon became clear. Within a simulated ancient snowy ecosystem, a magnificent blue creature with large blue eyes and a stunning blue-pink crest on its head appeared before them. It's an Articuno, Hitron exclaimed in astonishment, never expecting to encounter a living fossil Pokémon believed to be extinct. How beautiful! Serena and Eureka were instantly captivated by the Articuno's appearance. The creature, seemingly unbothered by their presence, allowed them to stroke its feathers, eliciting joyous laughter from Eureka. Wow, I'm feeling colder by the second, Serena remarked, unable to resist tightening her thermal suit, as she seemed ill-suited to the low temperatures, her lips turning slightly pale. Victini, please assist. Ash noticed Serena's discomfort and, with a gentle wave of his aura, called upon the invisible Victini. Victini, the hidden Pokémon silently flitted to Serena's side, instantly dispelling the chill around her. As warmth enveloped her, she instinctively closed her eyes in comfort, a sweet feeling washing over her. It would be even better if Ash could help personally. A sudden thought crossed her mind, causing her cheeks to flush a brighter hue than when she had been cold, especially after noticing Ash's unwavering gaze upon her. Her face grew even redder. Meanwhile, Miss Violet was engulfed in the unexpected atmosphere of budding romance. Sensing the need to redirect the conversation, Ash quickly composed himself and initiated a new topic. By the way, Mr. Shuyong, does the Research Institute have any baby tyrants? Ash recalled another signature fossil Pokémon from the Kalos region. While the Articuno was stunning, the more battle-ready baby tyrant undoubtedly piqued his interest more. Chapter 668, Journey to the Shimmering Cave, Misaligned Hands. Subsequently, researcher Shuyong led the group to another expansive circular structure. The environment here was starkly different from the icy realm housing the Articuno. This area was rocky, filled with jagged stones and sandy terrain. Several energetic baby tyrants scampered among the rocks. Upon spotting Ash and his companions, they emitted vibrant cries, eagerly gnawing on the hard rocks with their disproportionately large jaws. Exuding a fierce demeanor, this environment for baby tyrants seems rather desolate, Serena remarked, surveying the barren landscape dominated by stones and sand. Ash remarked, after all, baby tyrant and its evolved form, Tyrantrum, possess both dragon and rock attributes, making this environment most suitable for them. Eureka, filled with curiosity, leaned closer to the transparent protective wall of the isolation zone, eager to see more clearly, only to be gently restrained by researcher Shuyong. Be cautious, he advised. These baby tyrants, revived from fossils, are inherently lively and energetic, lacking the docility of the ice dragon and displaying a degree of aggressiveness. Shuyong earnestly cautioned. Consequently, they could only observe from beyond the protective barrier, unable to interact up close as they could in the ice dragon's habitat. This left Eureka, who had hoped to touch the baby tyrants, feeling somewhat disheartened. This is the pride of our research institute, the fossil restoration machine. Shuyong then led everyone to tour the institute's core equipment. It was a colossal, intricately designed machine, brimming with technological sophistication, housing an energy infusion apparatus and a structure akin to an incubation chamber. This is the machine that can breathe new life into fossils that have lain dormant for millions of years. It is truly a groundbreaking creation. Shuyong proclaimed with pride as he elaborated on its working principles and successful cases. Indeed, science is altering the future. Hitron gazed at the machine, his glasses reflecting a glimmer of fascination. As an inventor, he found himself irresistibly drawn to such cutting-edge technology. Salina, Eureka, and Ash could not help but acknowledge the remarkable and grand power of science. Mr. Shuyong, may I ask, if I were to find a fossil in the wild, could I borrow the Institute's machine to help restore and hatch it? Ash inquired, his gaze fixed on the operational fossil restoration machine. He did not intend to capture many new Pokémon in the Kalos region, but the baby tyrant stirred a strong desire within him. Certainly. Shuyong pondered for a moment before readily agreeing. As long as you can find the corresponding fossil. He was aware of Ash's identity and capabilities. Viewing this as a potentially valuable research case, and offering a favor seemed reasonable. He even considered that if this young champion were to raise a powerful Tyrantrum, it might serve as high-quality promotion for their institute. With this thought, Shuyong kindly reminded him, the fossil corresponding to Tyrantrum, the jaw fossil, is primarily excavated in the Shining Cave, which is a bit of a distance from here. You may need to travel for a while. No problem. Ash confidently raised the Pokeball containing Pidgeot in his hand. I have Pidgeot, so the journey will be swift. Shuyong nodded, acknowledging that having a flying mount would indeed save a considerable amount of time. We look forward to your good news, Ash. Nearby, the reporter, Violet, smiled and congratulated him, believing this could make for an excellent news story. Ash, we will await your triumphant return here, Hitron waved. Given Pidgeot's limited carrying capacity, he and Eureka decided not to join in the excitement. Additionally, he was quite intrigued by the fossil restoration machine, seizing the opportunity to observe and study it closely. Ash, Salina interjected, raising her hand and leaning in slightly. I also wish to go. I want to see if I can find a fossil of the ice dragon. The ice dragon's adorable and gentle appearance appealed to Salina, and she hoped to possess one. Of course, her primary desire was to embark on an adventure alongside Ash. Absolutely. Ash readily agreed. Meanwhile, Eureka cast a knowing glance, her laughter laced with meaning. Salina's cheeks flushed crimson, but she attempted to maintain her composure. Ash summoned Pidgeot, nimbly mounting it first, then naturally extended his hand, gallantly taking Salina's delicate hand, gently assisting her to sit in front of him. As Salina felt the warmth and strength of Ash's hand, she was momentarily transported back to years past, recalling that it was this very hand that had lifted her when she stumbled during summer camp. For a fleeting moment, her gaze became dreamy. When she regained her senses, she realized she was comfortably seated on Pidgeot's back, right in front of Ash. She could distinctly feel their closeness. To maintain balance, Ash placed his hands gently on her waist, the warmth emanating from his palms distinctly noticeable, causing her skin to feel a bit flushed. Pidgeot. It let out a crisp cry and soared into the sky. To evade the currents and obstacles, Pidgeot's flight alternated between stability and sudden acceleration or turns. Ash, seated atop, adjusted his hands on Salina's waist in response to Pidgeot's movements, occasionally unintentionally brushing against other areas. This subtle contact heightened Salina's sensitivity. She felt as though her upper body had been marked by Ash's hands, with waves of delicate tingling coursing through her. However, she found it difficult to voice her feelings. As it was clearly the result of Pidgeot's flight, Ash was evidently unaware. Just then, a flock of migrating bird Pokémon unexpectedly appeared in front of Pidgeot, which suddenly halted and ascended to avoid a collision. The abrupt motion caused both Ash and Salina to lean back sharply. Ash instinctively tightened his embrace around Salina to maintain balance, his arms inadvertently drawing closer. In that moment, his hands slid upward, inadvertently resting on an intimate spot. Salina was taken aback, feeling an unusual surge of electricity radiate from the point of contact, rendering her body weak. She nearly collapsed into Ash's solid and warm embrace. Her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, even her ears tinged with crimson. Ahem. Ash, having inadvertently taken advantage of the situation, felt somewhat awkward once Pidgeot resumed its normal flight. He quietly repositioned his hands back to her waist. He felt no guilt, for the occurrence was purely accidental. However, the softness of the girl in his arms, the faint fragrance of her hair, and her current shy and feeble demeanor stirred a sense of enjoyment and excitement within him. Pidgeot seemed to realize its earlier actions were a bit abrupt and shyly slowed its pace. It's all right, proceed as you wish, Ash encouraged with a wave of his aura. Chapter 669, NPC, The Sense of Adventure. After a series of bumps and jolts on Pidgeot's back, Ash and Salina finally arrived near the entrance of the Shining Cave within half an hour. Thank you for your efforts, Pidgeot. Ash recalled the somewhat fatigued Pidgeot, then turned to Salina, whose cheeks still bore a rosy hue, resembling a bashful bride. Due to their overly intimate contact on Pidgeot, Salina had been blushing throughout the journey, her heart racing and unable to fully calm down. However, once on firm ground, she took a few deep breaths, striving to regain her composure. Together, she and Ash gazed at the dark cave entrance not far ahead, with Salina clasping her hands behind her back, her spirits buoyant as she hopped forward, her demeanor lively. The grand adventure of fossil hunting begins now, she exclaimed cheerfully, brimming with enthusiasm. Pika, Teeny, Mellow, the Pikachu, along with the now visible Victini and Meloetta, were also swept up in Salina's exuberant atmosphere, emitting joyful cries. Ash looked at the lively girl with fondness, smiling as they slowly approached the cave entrance together. However, before they could truly enter, they were halted by a Pokémon blocking their path. It was a Pokémon resembling a barnacle, with structures akin to claws growing from its base, firmly attached to a rock, obstructing their path. Turtwig? How could it appear here? Salina gazed at the blocking creature, puzzled. She recalled the Pokédex's hints that wild Turtwigs typically reside near rocky riverbanks, as they are water and rock-type Pokémon. Ash surveyed the surroundings and speculated. Perhaps there's an underground river or a damp area within the shining cave. The two chose not to dwell on it, intending to circumvent the Turtwig since their primary purpose for being there was to search for fossils. However, this Turtwig seemed particularly obstinate, positioning itself once more before Ash and Salina, adopting a stance that suggested they must defeat it to proceed into the cave. It appeared they could not escape without vanquishing it. Not hesitating any longer, Ash decisively sent forth his Froakie. Just a Turtwig, it would hardly stand a chance against Froakie. Soon, with a clean and precise water pulse followed by a close-range aerial ace, the obstruction was swiftly dealt with. The Turtwig shook and retreated into the crevice of the rock. That has taken care of. Let us continue, Ash remarked as he recalled Froakie. Before he could finish his sentence, several rock-type Pokémon emerged near the cave entrance, seemingly drawn by the earlier commotion. Pokémon such as Onix, Geodude, and Rhyhorn appeared. Ash silently lamented, feeling as though they were in a video game where they must defeat these minor foes to progress. Fortunately, these wild Pokémon were of relatively low level. Under Ash's guidance, Froakie, leveraging its agility and type advantages, overcame them one by one. This series of battles allowed Froakie to gain considerable experience. Ash observed Froakie, sensing its energy surging within. It seemed that the moment of its evolution into Frogadier was drawing near, perhaps even sooner than anticipated. Thus, after clearing the entrance of these hindrances, Ash chose not to return Froakie to its Pokeball, but instead allowed it to accompany him as they stepped into the cave's profound entrance. Upon entering the cave, the light abruptly diminished, with only a faint glimmer penetrating from the entrance. Oh no, I forgot to bring a flashlight, Salina remarked, instinctively shrinking back and leaning closer to Ash as she surveyed the pitch-black passage ahead. Don't worry, Ash reassured, patting his chest with a calming tone. I'm here. So there's nothing to fear. Salina nodded, trusting him completely, and followed closely behind as they ventured deeper into the cave. However, the darkness ahead and the faint sounds of unknown Pokémon emanating from the depths made her feel slightly uneasy. As they traversed a particularly dim area, she instinctively reached out and gently embraced one of Ash's arms, leaning half her body against him. Ash could distinctly feel the warmth of her presence and the subtle fragrance that wafted from her. It's all right, just Pokémon, he softly encouraged, carefully guiding her forward. Pikachu, observing the close proximity of the two, tilted its head curiously, contemplating whether to use its flash ability to illuminate their path. However, upon glancing at Ash and noticing he had not issued any commands, it ultimately refrained from taking action. After advancing further into the cave, the scene before them suddenly opened up. The cave's walls were adorned with various peculiar minerals and crystals that emitted a gentle green luminescence, resembling emeralds embedded within the rock, casting an ethereal glow throughout the cavern. The verdant light rendered the shining cave a fantastical realm sculpted from green agate. It's so beautiful, Salina exclaimed, releasing Ash's arm. Genuinely awestruck. No wonder it's called the Shining Cave, Ash realized. Finding fossils would undoubtedly become much easier now. Salina, revitalized, looked at Ash with anticipation, knowing that his aura powers were their greatest asset in this fossil search. Ash nodded in agreement. He surveyed the labyrinthine cave, closed his eyes, and concentrated, unleashing his aura perception to locate the fossils. The invisible waves of aura rippled outward, sensing the subtle differences deep within the rock layers. How is it? As Ash reopened his eyes, Salina immediately inquired with concern. Yes, I can sense some, Ash confirmed, pointing towards a side passage. There's a faint fossil response, but it's somewhat off the beaten path and appears to be buried quite deep. After all, this was a site previously excavated by many trainers and researchers, so it was reasonable that the remaining fossils would be sparse and located in obscure areas. That makes sense, Salina replied thoughtfully. With that, Ash and Salina refrained from further conversation and proceeded directly toward the less-traveled passage Ash had detected. This route was considerably narrower than the main path, with the glowing minerals being relatively sparse, rendering the light somewhat dimmer. Soon, they arrived at what appeared to be a dead-end small opening, the rock wall appearing particularly solid. The aura indicated that the concentration of fossil reactions lay just beyond this wall. Ash pointed at the rock, declaring, "This is where the fossils are located." However, a massive creature, resembling a colossal turtwig amalgamated from numerous turtwigs, known as Turtwig Titan, brandished its claw-like appendages and let out a deep growl, clearly unwelcoming to intruders. It seemed they had yet another challenge to overcome. Ash glanced at Froakie beside him and asked, "Froakie, can you handle this?" Froakie responded affirmatively, stepping forward with determination, adopting a battle stance. "Then I leave it to you," Ash said, placing his trust in Froakie. Even if Froakie faltered, he had Meloetta and Victini nearby, ensuring their safety was not a concern. Thus, Ash and Salina shifted their focus from the battle to the excavation, eagerly preparing for the digging work ahead. "Pikachu, it's your turn now," Ash cheerfully instructed his partner, initiating the digging with Pikachu leading the charge. The electric mouse, Pikachu, was, of course, the primary excavator. "Pika!" Pikachu exclaimed energetically, its serrated tail enveloped in ground-type energy, transforming into a miniature drill as it swiftly dug into the rock wall where Ash had indicated. Debris flew as a tunnel rapidly formed. Chapter 670, An Unexpected Champion in the Shining Cave. Following this initial success in digging, Pikachu quickly unearthed a fossil bearing distinct bite marks from the rock layer. Ash examined it closely, revealing a look of joy on his face. It was the jaw fossil, specifically, the fossil of a baby tyrant. Moreover, its patterns were intact, showing no signs of damage, perfectly meeting the criteria for resurrection. "That is wonderful, Ash," Salina applauded in delight, celebrating this promising omen. However, an even more astonishing event soon transpired. After a clean and decisive water shuriken defeated Turtwig Titan, Froakie suddenly radiated a dazzling light of evolution. "Is Froakie evolving?" Salina gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. Under the watchful eyes of Ash, Salina, and their Pokémon companions, Froakie's form elongated in the brilliant glow. Once the light dissipated, what stood before them was the composed Frogadier. Frogadier gazed down at its newly strengthened arms and body, a glimmer of surprise and adjustment evident in its eyes. Ash quickly regained his composure from the shock. Recently, Gua Gua Pow Frog has been diligently honing its skills, engaging in numerous battles of varying magnitudes, and having amassed sufficient experience. Evolution has become an inevitable progression. "Congratulations, Guatuda Frog." Ash extends his heartfelt congratulations. He then turns to Serena, smiling as he remarks, "It seems fortune is on our side today. If we can find the fossil of the ice dragon's fin, we shall return triumphantly." Serena, upon hearing this, nods enthusiastically, filled with anticipation for the ensuing search. The duo presses on, guided by Ash's aura abilities, towards another potential site where fossils might be concealed. However, the subsequent search proves to be far less fortuitous. Pikachu struggles to lift a fossil from the freshly dug pit, revealing a distinctly spiral structure. Curiosity piqued, Serena leans in for a closer look, comparing it to the fossil database on her device, and questions, "What kind of Pokemon does this spiral shape correspond to?" As she speaks, she instinctively reaches out to take the fossil from Pikachu for a closer examination. Yet, at that critical moment, Ash swiftly grasps Serena's outstretched wrist. Wait a moment. The sudden intimacy causes Serena's cheeks to flush, her heart skipping a beat. While she contemplates Ash's intervention, he solemnly explains, "This may not be a Pokemon fossil. It is highly likely to be a fossilized excrement." Fossilized excrement? Serena is momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Ash affirms with certainty, recalling that Shigeru once unearthed a similar stone. Pikachu, holding the fossil, instantly widens its eyes in horror, its expression transforming dramatically. Disgusted, it promptly flings the spiral stone away, anxiously gesturing towards the newly evolved Guatudu frog, indicating for it to cleanse its paws with water pulse. Gua? Without hesitation, Guatudu frog conjures a small water pulse and hurls it towards Pikachu. Intended as a cleansing gesture, the water sphere inadvertently strikes Pikachu squarely in the face, causing it to stumble backward, drenched. Pikachu, now sporting wet fur, appears somewhat exasperated. It merely wished to wash its paws, not its face. Guatudu Frog realizes its aim was slightly off and sheepishly scratches its head in apology. Pikachu, however, does not hold a grudge, understanding that it was merely an oversight following its recent evolution. Witnessing this comical scene, Salina, Meloetta, and Victini cannot help but burst into laughter. "Thank goodness you warned me in time," Ash, Salina exclaims, her heart still racing, relieved that she did not touch that unsavory fossil. Although it is now merely stone, the thought of its former nature still unsettles her. Naturally, her gaze inadvertently falls upon her wrist, firmly grasped by Ash, who at this moment seems to have forgotten to release her. Feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, Salina's heart swells with sweetness, akin to sipping honey. It seems both of them relish this moment of intimacy, neither willing to let go. Hand in hand, they continue their search for fossils in the cavern, their connection subtly charged. Before departing, Pikachu, visibly irked, tosses the repugnant fossil back into the pit it was excavated from, even covering it with some dirt to ensure it remains hidden. "I shouldn't be the only one suffering from this." With a disdainful huff, Pikachu trails behind Ash and Salina. The pair explores several more locations, yet misfortune seems to have exhausted itself. What they unearth are either oddly shaped fossils or ancient, carbonized plant roots, far from the coveted ice dragon fin fossil. What could have gone awry? Ash begins to feel perplexed, questioning why his aura senses only yield useless finds. "Ash, perhaps we should call it a day," Salina kindly suggests. "It's all right if we don't find the ice dragon fossil. I am already quite happy to be adventuring with you." After all, their relationship has progressed to the point of holding hands, which she considers the greatest reward of this journey. "No," Ash insists, unusually determined at this moment. He clasps Salina's hand tightly, his gaze resolute. "How can I allow you to return empty-handed? We must continue searching. I am certain we will find it." Touched by Ash's unwavering dedication, Salina bites her lip and gently nods in agreement. However, Pikachu, sitting on the ground, has declared a strike, forming an X with its arms. It truly does not wish to touch any more fossils. Observing Pikachu's despondent demeanor, Salina, Guatudu Frog, and the now visible Meloetta and Victini stifle their laughter. Ash, feeling slightly awkward, clears his throat and assures Pikachu, "Ahem, trust me one last time." Pikachu rests its chin on its paws, regarding Ash with skepticism. Noticing this, Ash swiftly unveils his trump card. "Once we succeed, 3 bottles of top-tier ketchup." Instantly, Pikachu springs up, its eyes transforming into ketchup symbols, brimming with enthusiasm as it thumps its chest, signaling its commitment. Witnessing Pikachu's rapid change in demeanor, Ash can only shake his head in exasperation. With a re-energized Pikachu and Guatudu Frog in tow, they venture deeper into the shimmering cavern. Confidently, Ash points to an unassuming rock wall, declaring, "This is the spot." The fossil's energy is clearer than any we've encountered before. It is definitely not excrement. However, as soon as he finishes speaking, a persistent and rhythmic metallic clanging suddenly echoes from the other side of the rock wall, interrupting him. Salina leans in to listen. That sound, it resembles someone mining inside. She glances at Ash, only to find him unfazed, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as though he senses something. Observing Ash's calm demeanor, Salina suppresses her curiosity and follows closely behind him. Ash leads her around a massive, luminescent mineral, and the sight before them causes Salina to pause in astonishment. There, against the rock wall, stood a young man clad in professional mining attire, boasting striking short blue hair, diligently wielding a geological hammer as he focuses on the rock layers. Just as Salina wonders why someone would be mining here, she hears Ash call out the stranger's name with a hint of surprise. "Mr. Stephen?" The young man, mining deep within the shimmering cavern, is none other than Stephen Stone, the former champion of the Hoenn region.